Ho Lingxiu looked at the Lianan city army, which had abandoned its defenses and was charging straight at the Qin army, and coldly shouted, "Keep firing." The 5,000 vermilion bird soldiers immediately accelerated and loaded their arrows, unleashing a rain of arrows without even aiming. The battle started with overwhelming force, and Ho Lingxiu was certain that the enemy was no match for them. But in the blink of an eye, the Lianan army charged into the Qin army's lines despite the rain of arrows. Tang Yanyu drew his sword, spurred his horse, and charged forward, roaring, "Kill!" Except for the Vermilion Bird army, all 10,000 soldiers of the Great Qin army charged. Lianan City had 17,000 men, while the Great Qin had 19,000. The difference in troop strength of 2,000 was almost negligible in a deadly battle. With a death wish, the soldiers of Lianan City surged in fighting power, while the Qin soldiers, relying on their equipment and experience, fought back fiercely. The battlefield instantly became a bloodbath. Li Tianhui, holding a dragon-patterned spear, locked eyes with Tang Yanyu in the midst of the battle, both understanding each other perfectly. "General Tang," Li Tianhui spoke first. Tang Yanyu countered, "Was it worth it?" Li Tianhui smiled and asked, "General, was it worth it to defect to Qin on the eve of battle?" Tang Yanyu laughed loudly. "Qin is at the height of its power. How could my choice not be worthwhile?" Li Tianhui pondered for a moment, then said firmly, "It's worth it. Isn't that enough?" Tang Yanyu's smile faded. "Are you really sure about this?" Li Tianhui's expression was resolute. "As the garrison commander of Lianan County, it is my duty to guard this place." Tang Yanyu remained silent for a long time before sighing softly. "If that's the case, then let's make our move." Before he finished speaking, Li Tianhui charged forward with his gun, and Tang Yanyu swung his sword to meet him. He had only stopped Ho Lingxiu to oppose the massacre of the city, but against Li Tianhui, it was a fight to the death. Li Tianhui thrust his spear fiercely, his killing intent palpable. Tang Yanyu leaned back to dodge, then swung his sword down. Li Tianhui parried with his spear, the sharp crack sending numbness through both their arms. In an instant, they were locked in combat again. Tang Yanyu, riding a horse, had the advantage of high ground but lacked agility. Li Tianhui compensated for this disadvantage with his panlong spear. After more than 100 rounds, both were wounded and locked in a stalemate. Ho Lingxiu, outside the battlefield, saw Zhu Hua and Xie Yongjing fighting fiercely against the enemy. Tang Yanyu was the only one entangled with Li Tianhui. Ho Lingxiu looked at him with disdain and cursed him as a good-for-nothing. She took out a specially made crossbow, loaded it with poisoned arrows, and secretly aimed at Li Tianhui, intending to finish the battle quickly and not to kill Tang Yanyu. Li Tianhui's spear missed its mark. Just as he was about to regroup and launch another attack, a sudden ominous premonition arose, but he failed to perceive the danger. The next instant, an arrow pierced his left arm, and blood soaked through his sleeve. Both Li Tianhui and Tang Yanyu were stunned. The sharp pain brought Li Tianhui back to his senses, and he immediately bandaged his wound. Fortunately, no bones or tendons were broken, and although his fighting strength was greatly reduced, he could still fight. Li Tianhui roared and charged again. The toxins gradually weakened him, and the previously stalemate began to turn against him. He mistakenly thought it was just exhaustion from blood loss, so he gritted his teeth, gripped his gun, and forced himself to keep going through with sheer willpower. In dire straits, Li Tianhui's cultivation suddenly broke through, rising from the lower level of the 6th rank to the middle level, his strength soaring, instantly overpowering Tang Yanyu. Tang Yanyu's expression darkened. He only possessed the 7th grade cultivation level, and the gap in cultivation was too vast to overcome. Li Tianhui's attacks were fierce, and he was confident of victory, unaware that a deadly intent had already been locked onto him from the shadows. Wishful thinking, Tang Yanyu gritted his teeth and swung his sword to resist, unwilling to be defeated. Li Tianhui, taking advantage of his breakthrough, fiercely met the challenge. But there is never a fair fight on the battlefield. Seeing that Tang Yanyu's attacks were ineffective, Ho Lingxiu grew impatient and fired a second poisoned arrow, striking Li Tianhui squarely in the thigh. A sharp pain shot through him as the poison spread, drastically reducing Li Tianhui's fighting strength. Even after breaking through to the 6th rank, Li Tianhui couldn't reverse the decline. The 2 arrows severely injured him, leaving him unable to hold on. And even the Anqing army was showing signs of defeat due to the superior strength of the Qin army. After 100 moves, Tang Yanyu seized an opening and severed his left arm with a single strike. Blood gushed out. Li Tianhui's face was deathly pale, and he fought desperately with one hand holding his gun. Ho Lingxiu's 3rd arrow came and struck him squarely in the forehead, and the general perished. Li Tianhui's death ignited the vengeful fury of the Lianan city soldiers. The entire army launched a fearless counterattack, overwhelming the Qin army and unleashing their fury upon Tang Yanyu. Surrounded by an enemy force several times larger, Tang Yanyu's warhorse was killed, leaving him no choice but to fight to the death on the ground. Zhao Si, covered in blood, fought his way out of the carnage and charged straight at Tang Yanyu with overwhelming killing intent. Zhao Si leaped into the air, using the force of his fall to unleash a slash, determined to avenge Li Tianhui. Tang Yanyu, surrounded, could only parry the blow, his arms bearing immense force. Ho Lingxiu fired a cold arrow, severing Zhao Si's left ear, his face smeared with blood. The excruciating pain did not deter his attack. With a single blow, he forced Tang Yanyu to his knees, putting him in a desperate situation. The enemy swarmed forward, and Tang Yanyu was in imminent danger. Xie Yongxiu rode up on horseback, wielding his sword to kill the soldiers surrounding him and save Tang Yanyu. Xie Yongxiu landed and charged into the fray, stabilizing the situation, while Tang Yanyu rose to counterattack. Despite being severely wounded, Zhao Si, his eyes still red with fury, charged forward, his soldiers vowing revenge and fighting to the death. Tang Yanyu and Xie Yongxiu were both fierce generals of Shilyang, but they were surrounded by Zhao Si and hundreds of elite soldiers. Both of them were wounded and exhausted, but fortunately, the Qin soldiers surrounded them, and the battlefield fell into a brief stalemate. Ho Lingxiu, observing the chaotic battle, put away her crossbow. Arrows were difficult to fire accurately, and she feared accidentally injuring her own troops, so she could only watch coldly from the sidelines. Given the overwhelming disparity in troop strength, the defeat of Lianan City was already inevitable. The battle raged for an hour, with heavy casualties on both sides. Almost all of Lianan City's soldiers were wiped out. Only 300 or so survivors fought desperately, determined to kill Tang Yanyu and avenge Li Tianhui. Ignoring their injuries, the group of assassins surrounded Tang Yanyu, whom Xie Yongxiu fought valiantly to defend. Exhausted from days of fighting, the two could not withstand the relentless onslaught. Meanwhile, the Qin army on the periphery slaughtered the remaining enemy forces. Zhao Si, gathering the last of his strength, unleashed his final strike. Xie Yongxiu took the fatal blow for Tang Yanyu, and the two fought with all their might. Tang Yanyu seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, and Zhao Si threw his knife at Xie Yongxiu. Tang Yanyu killed Zhao Si with a single strike. Xie Yongxiu's arm was slashed by the long sword. Although the injury was serious, it did not break the bone, and he would recover after several months of rest. Tang Yanyu immediately bandaged Xie Yongxiu's wounds and helped him retreat from the battlefield. Behind them, the sounds of fighting continued unabated. The remaining 200 or so Lianan City soldiers were still fearless and charged forward with all their might. Half an hour later, the battle ended. The entire garrison of Lianan City was wiped out, and the Qin army suffered heavy casualties, with 5,000 soldiers killed. The blood on the battlefield had not yet faded, and Ho Lingxiu, filled with murderous intent, ruthlessly ordered the massacre of the city. Tang Yanyu hurriedly stepped forward to stop them, arguing that massacring the city would be condemned by the world and bring eternal infamy upon the Qin dynasty. He upheld the bottom line of humanity, but Ho Lingxiu, citing the fallen soldiers as the reason, remained adamant and refused to back down. Ho Lingxiu declared that he was only loyal to the great Qin and the emperor, willing to bear the infamy, and rode off for Lianan City. Tang Yanyu was powerless to stop him, his heart filled with bitterness. Zhu Hua frankly admitted that Ho Lingxiu was inherently ruthless and cruel, and no one could persuade him otherwise. 5,000 vermilion bird soldiers entered the city and indiscriminately slaughtered its inhabitants, turning the entire city into a living hell. Fire raged throughout the night, burning corpses and casting crimson shadows across the night sky. Ho Lingxiu stood guard beside the fire, her outwardly fierce demeanor masking her inner turmoil. After this battle, the Qin dynasty controlled the 5 commanderies of Shiliang, expanding its territory. Xia Yuan led a well-organized army of 500,000 westward and could reach Qingtian City in 10 days. However, the scene inside Qingtian City was quite different. Qin Anyang led his troops to Qingtian County, where his power and wealth expanded significantly. Tens of thousands of people outside the city cheered and jumped for joy upon seeing the Qin Black Dragon flag, eagerly anticipating new policies, completely unaware that war was about to break out. Amidst the cheers of the people, Qin Anyang and his entourage entered the city. He lifted the curtain to look around and saw that the city was lined with shops and bustling with activity. But because the war was far away in Ningxian County, it had not yet reached this place. The procession stopped in front of the city lord's mansion. Soldiers entered the city to clean, finding the mansion spotless. Qin Anyang and his party entered the mansion and found its scale far surpassed that of an ordinary county government office. They rested there that night, awaiting the next day. The next morning after breakfast, Cheng Yufu reported with a smile, "Master, a wealthy family from Qingtian City has come to visit with generous gifts." Qin Anyang ordered someone to take them to the main hall, and he followed shortly after. Xiaoya, who was standing nearby, asked curiously how much the gifts were. 2 increasingly robust tigers were playfully fighting at their feet, and Xiaoya lightly kicked Xiao Xiao. Qin Anyang chuckled and flicked Xiaoya's forehead, teasing her about her greed, before leading everyone to the main hall. Outside the main hall, hundreds of wealthy families waited to pay their respects. Qin Anyang nodded in acknowledgement and ordered tea and refreshments to be prepared, indicating that there was no need to adhere to the formalities of the main hall. Zhu Zhao, the richest man in Qingtian City, stepped forward and bowed, expressing his willingness to serve the great Qin dynasty, and then loudly announced the list of gifts. The Zhu family presented 500,000 taels of silver, 300,000 caddies of grain, 2,000 fine horses, as well as medicinal herbs, salt, iron ore, jade carvings, 100 women, and 3 stunning beauties. Qin Anyang smiled at Zhu Zhao, jokingly suggesting that such a generous gift might damage the Zhu family's foundation. Zhu Zhao replied frankly that serving the Qin dynasty was his duty. Qin Anyang ordered Xiaoya to record the gifts to be presented and to erect a monument at the gate of Qingtian City to commemorate the Zhu family's achievements. Xiaoya immediately went to prepare pen and ink. Zhu Zhao was surprised that there was no precedent for this in the county town. Qin Anyang pretended that all counties would erect steles, but in reality, he wanted to use the stone tablet to gain reputation for the merchant. Zhu Zhao understood immediately and added another 500,000 taels of silver, bringing the total to 1 million taels, to do his best for the Qin dynasty once again. Zhu Zhao's act of adding silver shocked everyone, and upon seeing this, a group of wealthy merchants vied to curry favor with the Qin dynasty and offer gifts. Qin Anyang suppressed his surprise and accepted the generous gift, and Xiaoya immediately updated the gift list. Jian Xingping was the first to present his gift, and the other wealthy families followed suit, afraid of missing the opportunity. Shiyu arranged tea, refreshments, and seating. The donation lasted for an hour. The Qin dynasty reaped over 5 million taels of silver, and supplies such as grain, horses, and iron were piled up like mountains. Qin Anyang also obtained treasures and hundreds of beauties, making a very good harvest. With a vast amount of resources at his disposal, Qin Anyang planned to let wealthy merchants operate the Xia Nanshan mine. The Qin state would control the core operations and share the profits, which would both reduce the pressure of mining and win over the people, achieving 2 goals at once. When Qin Anyang proposed the coal business, which could be operated year-round, the wealthy merchants were overjoyed, knowing that this was a long-awaited opportunity. However, coal was a completely new thing that they had never encountered before. He simply explained that coal burns longer and reaches a higher temperature, eliminating the need to burn wood. The wealthy merchants secretly calculated their profits, while Qin Anyang was convinced that coal was more profitable than ice making, awaiting everyone's decision. Zhu Zhao didn't hesitate to be the first to participate. The courage he gained from spending 1,000,000 taels of silver made him stand out. No one expected that an unfamiliar mining business would attract wealthy merchants from all over the city to follow suit. After Zhu Zhao took the lead, over 100 family heads agreed to join, while a dozen or so declined due to concerns. Qin Anyang did not force them, but had Shiyu register their information and promise to support other businesses, excluding the coal business. The dozen or so people eventually took their leave. After seeing them off, Qin Anyang informed the remaining wealthy merchants that the profits from coal far exceeded those from ice making, and arranged to inspect the mines in person the following day. Zhu Zhao and his entourage departed with high hopes, becoming the first coal merchants of the great Qin dynasty. After the wealthy merchants dispersed, Qin Anyang strolled through Qingtian City with his confidants, while the people watched and speculated that he was heading to the 100 Flowers Pavilion. The common people were buzzing about Qin Anyang's tastes, unaware that his purpose in coming here was to acquire beautiful women. The procession soon arrived at the 100 Flowers Pavilion, where the women inside eagerly awaited their arrival. Attaching themselves to the emperor was their only way out of the brothel. Qin Anyang, however, set strict rules for the manager, who then led a group of stunningly beautiful women to pay their respects. Qin Anyang questioned Fu Qiuyun about her age and virginity. After learning of her innocence, he ordered Dan Xue to examine her body. All the managers of the 100 Flowers Pavilion who had previously lost their virginity were executed without exception. Qin Anyang only accepted women who were innocent. When Dan Xue reported that Fu Qiuyun was still a virgin, he immediately accepted her, a possessive look appearing in his eyes. He ordered Fu Qiuyun to reveal the inside story of the building. After learning that more than 700 women came from prestigious families and possessed skills, he ordered them all to be incorporated into the Qin Imperial Army. Fu Qiuyun handed over more than 200,000 taels of silver and thousands of treasures. Qin Anyang tacitly allowed them to keep their private property in order to win people's hearts, but in reality, he completely cut off the women's way out. After subduing Baihualu, Qin Anyang successively implemented policies to benefit the people, opened schools, and established laws to protect businesses, quickly winning over the hearts of the people of Qingtian City and undermining the long-standing rule of Anwu Kingdom. That night, Qin Anyang took Fu Qiuyun as his concubine, thus winning her loyalty. In his view, capturing a woman's heart and soul was the fastest way to win people's hearts, and this move would also gather more support for him. The next morning, Zhu Zhao and his group of wealthy merchants were already waiting outside the mansion. Qin Anyang, along with Shiyu, Xiaoyu, and Su Lianyan, boarded the carriage and set off. Su Lianyan accompanied the group, partly to gather intelligence on Anwu Kingdom, and partly to curry favor with Qin Anyang. After leaving the city, the group split into two. One escorted supplies and beauties back to Qin, solidifying the cavalry's foundation. Another group followed Qin Anyang to the Xiananshan mine to prepare for coal mining operations, which would soon reshape the Qin dynasty's commercial landscape. Meanwhile, 6 soldiers raced day and night back to the capital to report the news. Seeing the soldiers fleeing in panic, the people guessed that the army to quell the rebellion was approaching, and the situation suddenly became tense. Qin Anyang, far away in the mining area, was completely unaware of this, and the crisis was closing in step by step. A soldier entered the palace to report that Anwu Kingdom's 400,000-strong army had advanced towards Shiliang Prefecture ahead of schedule and was about to reach Qingtian County. Luo Qinghuan noticed that the enemy army was marching too fast and suspected that the intelligence had been leaked. Qin had just conquered 5 counties and was now about to face hundreds of thousands of powerful enemies. Luo Qinghuan immediately summoned Qin Anyang, the generals of the 4 armies, and the head of the arsenal for a meeting. The main hall was brightly lit late at night, and a sand table depicting the perilous situation on the border of Shiliang was clearly displayed. Beneath the surface of the imperial court, undercurrents surged. Luo Qinghuan analyzed the enemy's route and ordered the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and vanguard armies to rush to the border of Lansong County within 3 days to deploy defenses. The newly pacified 5 commanderies must not be allowed to ravage the war. Protecting the people is the bottom line for the Great Qing. This defensive strategy precisely targets the enemy's weaknesses. Scarface Liu leads 2,000 Tiger Army cavalry ahead to use guerrilla warfare to contain the enemy. 2,000 elite troops were to become a nightmare for an army of 400,000. Using small groups of cavalry to tie down hundreds of thousands of enemy troops was the source of Qin's confidence in defeating the enemy through ingenuity. Afterwards, Luo Qinghuan inquired about military equipment, and the director of the arsenal brought important news. The arsenal is equipped with over 1,000 crossbows, tens of thousands of weapons, and a massive amount of arrows. 30 enhanced crossbows can break through shields at long range, enough to severely damage an army. Everyone was excited upon hearing about the military preparations. Luo Qinghuan finalized the allocation of weapons, prioritizing the supply to the Fierce Tiger Army and the Vanguard Army, and ordered them to work hard to produce arrows, with the imperial court covering the ironware shortage. Sufficient weaponry was the foundation of Qin's ability to withstand powerful enemies, and preparations for the Great War that determined the fate of the nation quietly began in the dead of night. The entire city's inhabitants spontaneously prepared for war, and 90,000 troops were fully equipped and ready to depart overnight. After receiving their equipment, the Fierce Tiger Army rushed to the front lines, and the entire Qin state was united in protecting its territory. Meanwhile, Qin Anyang, far away in the mining area, remained unaware of the perilous situation on the border. More than 300,000 relocated civilians volunteered to support the war effort. The following day, the 3 main armies set off, with logistics troops following behind, and arsenals with tens of thousands of workers rushing to produce supplies. Smoke of war quietly filled the border. Meanwhile, Qin Anyang and his group arrived at the Blackstone Mountain Mine. Foreman Zhuo Qiuqi recognized the Black Dragon flag and hurriedly came to pay his respects. Qin Anyang had coal brought to him, but the wealthy merchant regarded it as ordinary black stone and doubted its ability to generate profit. Qin Anyang offered no further explanation and immediately demonstrated coal combustion, while Zhu Zhao and the others watched with bated breath. The coal blazed fiercely, much to the astonishment of the wealthy merchants. Zhuo Qiuqi secretly thought these merchants were making a fuss over nothing. Qin Anyang asked the crowd if they were convinced, and the wealthy merchant was overjoyed. He instructed them to discuss pricing, balancing profits with people's livelihoods, and to strictly prohibit coal from leaving the Qin region. Zhu Zhao and others agreed with Zhuo Qiuqi on a price of 2 coins per caddy. Qin Anyang agreed and granted them a monopoly on mining and selling the product. The group was overjoyed and thanked him profusely. After a brief discussion on the mining arrangements, Qin Anyang set off on his return journey. Halfway there, a group of 10 Qin cavalrymen arrived at high speed, and Cheng Yufu sensed something amiss. Upon learning that the Anwu Kingdom's army had entered Shiliang and arrived 15 days ahead of schedule, Qin Anyang's expression darkened. He ordered a full-speed return journey, traveling light, with Cheng Yufu leading the way. Inside the carriage, Qin Anyang examined a topographical map, intently planning the battle. He had already taught Luo Qinghuan military tactics and reformed the Qin army, but the 5 commanderies were not yet firmly established when they encountered a powerful enemy. This battle could only be won, not lost. Late at night, Qin Anyang rushed back to the capital. The entire capital was on high alert, and the people along the way gave way, trusting Qin Anyang with all their hearts and believing that he could defeat the powerful enemy. The people accepted Qin Anyang's shortcomings, such as his womanizing ways, and regarded him as the only hope for their country. Qin Anyang entered the palace to meet Luo Qinghuan. Overjoyed, Luo Qinghuan detailed the perilous situation of 400,000 troops pressing in on the sand table. Luo Qinghuan has dispatched 90,000 main force troops and 60,000 logistics troops, with the Fierce Tiger Army harassing and Tang Yangyu flanking them. The only problem is the shortage of iron ore, which has become a fatal hidden danger. Qin Anyang brought back 2 million caddies of iron ore on this trip, relieving their immediate crisis. The two chatted and joked, showing their affection as a couple. The initial ease was quickly overshadowed by the war. Qin Anyang appeared to be enjoying himself, but in reality, he spent the entire trip stockpiling supplies for war. The two men assessed that the border of Lansong County was all plains, offering no natural defenses. Holding a fortified city would risk being besieged, so Luo Qinghuan decided to fight a decisive battle to secure Shiliang in one fell swoop. Although it was a gamble with the fate of the nation, the superior weaponry of the Qin army gave them a hidden advantage. Qin Anyang suddenly realized that the rise of the Qin dynasty was fraught with peril, and only by fighting to the death could the foundation and the hearts of the people be preserved. Beneath the glamorous exterior, the emperor's overall strategy had already been implemented. He immediately issued military orders, commanding Xie to receive the massive amount of supplies transported back from Qingtian County, and ordering Xiaoye to expand the official road within 5 days to ensure logistical support. The two sisters accepted the orders and acted swiftly, with their accompanying tiger also rushing to various locations. Preparations at the front lines intensified, while supplies and provisions were simultaneously prepared at the rear. Qin Anyang ordered Dan Xue and Fu Qiuyun to rush to the 5 prefectures to recruit women from various brothels into the Qin Imperial Army and execute the chaste shopkeepers. At the same time, he implemented new policies, built schools, used local resources to purchase war supplies, and registered merchants who were unwilling to lend supplies for post-war reckoning, demonstrating his ruthless decisiveness in consolidating local power. The two military orders were swift and forceful, and a woman who was about to be summoned offered herself up in complete submission. Dan Xue and her companion set off that very night, and Qin Anyang immediately summoned Su Lianyan. Upon hearing the identity of this former princess, Luo Qinghuan, while admiring her talent and beauty, felt a pang of jealousy. Su Lianyan was dignified and elegant, her demeanor captivating Luo Qinghuan. Qin Anyang presented her with 2 choices: become the first official in the Qin capital to govern, or stay by his side and live a peaceful life. 7 years of silence had dulled her sharp edges. After weighing the options, Su Lianyan was unwilling to make a choice, wanting both power and companionship. She agreed to take up the official post, only asking to stay by Qin Anyang's side. She immediately knelt down and bowed her head, offering her whole body and soul. Unlike those forced to submit, the former queen willingly set aside her dignity to pledge allegiance, thus gaining Qin a talented and loyal confidant. Qin Anyang gently stroked her, confirming her feelings. Su Lianyan formally acknowledged her master by pressing her forehead against her foot. Luo Qinghuan watched the entire process with a complex expression, but acknowledged that she was a rare talent. The once noble and privileged queen willingly submitted, a resolute act that moved both of them, and she would usher in the beginning of a new era for female officials in the Qin court. Qin Anyang gestured for her to rise. Qin Anyang made it clear that she was completely devoted to him and issued 5 orders: to build the imperial city government offices, to serve as its first official, to revitalize the imperial city's commerce, to be an honest and benevolent official, and to cultivate 10 talents for county governance. Su Lianyan solemnly accepted the orders and left. From then on, Su Lianyan was loyal only to Qin Anyang. Luo Qinghuan praised her talent, and Qin Anyang frankly said that the 5 prefectures lacked capable officials. The women of Baihualu were of extraordinary background, knowledgeable, easy to train, and their loyalty could be controlled. Luo Qinghuan worried that the woman might develop ulterior motives after being sent to a distant place, causing chaos in the court. Qin Anyang appeased her with an imperial air, saying that the law allowed the entire population to supervise all officials, and that all the women's possessions were bestowed upon them by him, so they dared not easily betray him. The two joked and teased each other intimately until late into the night. The next morning, Qin Anyang was exhausted from excessive indulgence. Luo Qinghuan scolded him for neglecting his martial arts practice due to his infatuation with beautiful women and set a strict rule: he could not get close to other women until he reached a higher cultivation level. With a major battle imminent, Qin Anyang tried to shirk his responsibilities, but Luo Qinghuan sternly stopped him, saying that the generals would handle the war and reprimanding him for being lazy and lecherous. Beneath her strict discipline lay Luo Qinghuan's concern for his health. Qin Anyang tried to bargain, but was instead scolded with his ear pulled. Qin Anyang feigned compliance while secretly plotting to exploit loopholes in the rules. Luo Qinghuan saw through his scheme but didn't expose him. She advised him to take care of his health and offered to search for beauties from all over the world for him. Luo Qinghuan confessed that she was already a master of the innate realm, which shocked and saddened Qin Anyang. The two then sat down for breakfast and finalized their plans for the future. Shi Yu and Xiao Yu went out on missions, while 300,000 people settled in Zananba, and the Qin imperial city began to take shape. Zananba is backed by Yongtai Jinshan Mountain and faces the Kanglan River, giving it a hidden advantage in terms of terrain. Centered around a 1,000-year-old Jinnan tree, 8 avenues oriented in the Bagua, 8 trigrams, patterns spread out, with shops and houses lining both sides. Stone bridges will be built across the 3 main roads during the dry season. Yongtai Jinshan will be designated as the Imperial Palace's back garden, where supplies will be stockpiled, Imperial troops will be stationed, and arsenals and gunpowder factories will be established, with only Qin Anyang allowed to enter. Su Lianyan, accompanied by her 3 daughters, arrived at the reserved land next to the ancient camphor tree to prepare for the construction of the government office. She personally measured the land and drew up blueprints. After the blueprints were finalized, she ordered her daughter to prepare for the commencement of construction, and the first official building of the Qin dynasty officially started construction. Scarface Lu led 2,000 fierce tiger cavalrymen at breakneck speed to the key road of Lansong County. This powerful army was full of vigor and was about to become the sharp knife to tear apart the army of Anwu Kingdom. Xia Yuan led 500,000 troops from Anwu Kingdom into Lansong County and sent out scouts to investigate, but they had already fallen into a trap set by the Qin dynasty. 90,000 soldiers from the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Vanguard armies arrived at the border and dug ditches and built walls to construct simple defensive fortifications. The rudimentary fortifications became the first line of defense for the Qin dynasty. Qin Anyang ordered Tang Yongyu, Xie Yongxiu, and Luo Xingho to lead their troops to harass the enemy from the flanks, only to contain them and not to engage in direct combat. Despite his limp, Luo Xingho still possessed exceptional military leadership skills and was appointed to a critical mission. Qin Anyang then ordered Ho Lingxiu to lead 10,000 vermilion bird troops to provide reinforcements, while Zhu Hua led the black tortoise troops to protect him. A host of generals rushed to the front lines, and all of Qin's military strength was deployed to the border. This battle would determine the fate of Shiliang, and only victory was allowed. Defeat was not an option. The 4 armies were poised to march, but Ho Lingxiu suddenly knelt down to beg for forgiveness and confessed to the massacre of Lianan City. The crowd was in an uproar. Qin Anyang not only did not punish her, but also promised to protect her. Ho Lingxiu was deeply moved and accepted the order to go to the front line. Luo Qinghuan questioned the inappropriateness of massacring the city, but Qin Anyang bluntly stated that a nation must be deterred by an iron fist to establish its authority and strengthen its power. This imperial wisdom left Luo Qinghuan speechless. Before sunset, the 4 armies of Liang, Shura, Zhuke, and Xuanwu all set off. Scarface Lu led the fierce tiger army stealthily, annihilating all enemy scouts along the way and approaching the enemy camp of 500,000. Under the cover of night, the tiger army launched a surprise attack. Scarface Lu cautiously avoided the 2 main forces, the cavalry and the archers. The group focused on the cavalry camp, but found it difficult to locate the archers. Chunbo accurately pointed out the archers' hiding place. Scarface Lu led his team to retreat to the grove. After figuring out the enemy's deployment, the soldiers' morale soared. The prelude to 2,000 light cavalry stirring up the enemy camp of 500,000 was raised. Scarface Lu ordered a rest and preparation, waiting for a surprise attack in the dead of night. The Tiger Army excels at swift and unrestrained raids, and its soldiers are all eager to get started. Late at night, the cavalry, armed and ready, approached the enemy camp. Scarface Lu ordered a surprise attack on the weakest defended logistics camp. The sound of horses' hooves awakened the sleeping enemy troops. Xia Yuan hastily mobilized his troops to meet the enemy, but the army's battle lines were too long and the deployment was chaotic, making it difficult to stop the Iron Cavalry's charge. Scarface Lu led from the front, and the fierce Tiger Army implemented guerrilla tactics, fighting swiftly and decisively, killing over 1,000 enemy soldiers in a short time. Before the enemy could encircle them, the Tiger Army retreated unscathed, and the enemy camp fell into chaos and wailing. Enraged, the enemy pursued the enemy, but the cavalry chased them for miles without success. The sense of defeat spread as hundreds of thousands of troops were outmaneuvered by 2,000 men. The Tiger Army achieved a great victory with 0 casualties. Scarface Lu ordered a rest and planned to launch another surprise attack in an hour. The Tiger Army approached again, only to find that the enemy had strengthened its defenses and was heavily guarded. Scarface Lu devised a plan to harass the enemy throughout the night, splitting his 2,000 cavalry into a trap to lure them into a corner and wear down their morale. Lu Sandao led 1,000 men in a surprise attack to lure the enemy cavalry away from the main camp, while Scarface Lu led the remaining troops to wait for the opportunity to enter. Lu Sandao launched a surprise attack on the logistics camp, and Wei Zhuang angrily led 5,000 cavalry in full pursuit. Xia Yuan sensed the danger, and Scarface Lu's ambush troops suddenly attacked, completely trapping the enemy. Lu Sandao attacked and retreated immediately, drawing the enemy cavalry further and further away. Xia Yuan hastily ordered his army to form a defensive formation, but it was too late. The initiative on the battlefield was entirely in the hands of the fierce Tiger Army. Scarface Lu ordered a volley of crossbow bolts, and a single volley of arrows severely wounded nearly 900 enemy soldiers. After the rain of arrows, the cavalry charged along the edge of the enemy lines, only to retreat after a single strike, once again disrupting the defenses of the 500,000-strong army. Chapter 2:21 Lu Jun's Proposal. The spear pierced the bodies of the Anwu soldiers, taking their lives. Faced with such an attack, the soldiers of Anwu Kingdom did not sit idly by and wait to die. They wielded large swords and slashed at the warhorses. But horses have eyesight that is several times better than humans, and with the spears being more than 2 meters away, the broadswords simply couldn't hit the Tiger Army. After their initial attack, the Tiger Army charged forward without pause. There was no threat from cavalry. Scarface Lu, leading 1,000 Tiger soldiers, did not leave immediately. Instead, he fought his way along the edge of the enemy lines. The spear thrust out, then retracted. The 1,000 Tiger Army soldiers were like a long, venomous dragon. Any army they touched suffered damage. The number of those with minor injuries is unknown. The number of seriously injured is countless. The number of casualties was even greater. With an army of 500,000 and a very long battle line, the fierce Tiger Army had more room to maneuver. 1,000 cavalrymen charged forward. Kill! Kill them! Where are the spearmen? Go and kill them! Where have the spearmen gone? Go and kill them! Kill the warhorses first! Kill the warhorses first! You guys in front, surround them. Get them surrounded. Hey, you guys in front, stop them. Don't let them get away. Kill them. For a time, all sorts of chaotic shouts and battle cries resounded continuously. The battlefield descended into chaos. However, even in this chaos, the 1,000 cavalrymen of the fierce Tiger Army, like tigers among sheep, ruthlessly plundered the lives of Anwu Kingdom soldiers. Xia Yuan stood still, squinting at the chaotic scene before him, his anger rising. Damn traitors! Xia Yuan cursed angrily and turned back to his tent. Seeing this, Lu Jun and the others followed along. A group of people entered the tent. Inside the tent, a few candle flames flickered, illuminating the entire tent. Xia Yuan took a map of Shiliang Prefecture, spread it out, and placed it on the wooden table. The army is currently located in Lupang County of Lansong Prefecture, which is 4 counties away from Qingtian Prefecture. Based on the previous marching speed of my army, it will take at least 3 more days. But now we are being harassed by a group of rebel cavalry, and we will definitely not be able to reach Qingtian County within 3 days. We must eliminate this group of cavalry, Xia Yuan said as if talking to himself. However, Those inside the tent listened intently, pondering how to deal with this cavalry force. General, the only way to deal with this cavalry force is to use cavalry against them. That's right, these cavalrymen are too cunning. They came twice tonight, and both times they made a small profit and ran away. We can't do anything about them. Cavalry are too flexible on the battlefield. As long as they don't go deep into the battlefield, even if we have hundreds of thousands of troops, we can't do anything to them in this open area. The only option is to send General Wei with the cavalry to pursue and kill them. But this place is already very close to the rebels' main camp. Since that group of cavalry dared to harass our army, there must be a large army lying in ambush elsewhere, just waiting for our cavalry to go there and die. Then what do you suggest we do? I don't know. If I knew what to do, I would have said it already. Sai, are we just going to let those cavalrymen play with us like this? Xia Yuan listened quietly to the discussion among the generals. As generals, they could see that the current situation facing the army was not surprising. However, being able to see it is one thing, but not having a good way to deal with it is another. Anwu Kingdom's 500,000 strong army, though powerful, also had a fatal weakness. The lineup is huge. There was simply no way to deal with the guerrilla-style attacks of the fierce tiger army. There seems to be no way to break the deadlock. Just then, Lu Jun spoke up. General, how about we reverse the marching time? Upon hearing this, the tent immediately fell silent. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Jun, their faces full of doubt. Lu Jun, tell me in detail, Xia Yuan said. Lu Jun nodded and said, General, those cavalrymen are despicable, but they can only harass our army at night. If our army marches at night and rests during the day, would those cavalrymen still dare to surrender to us? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood. After thinking about it for a moment, they realized that it was indeed true. The fundamental reason why the Tiger Army's cavalry was able to launch a surprise attack was due to the weather. If it's during the day, in the plains of Lansong County, the Tiger Army would have nowhere to hide. At that time, all that is needed is for Wei Zhuang and others to defend, and the Tiger Army cavalry will collapse on their own without a fight, becoming a useless cavalry force. After all, the greatest advantage of cavalry is its mobility. Once mobility is lost, cavalry can be less effective on the battlefield than infantry. Xia Yuan nodded. In that case, you should make the arrangements immediately. The army will set off tonight, and set up camp for rest at noon tomorrow. Yes, General. The crowd responded in unison. Afterwards, a group of people walked out of the tent, scattered and left the place, returning to their respective armies, and ordered them to set off. Meanwhile, Scarface Lu and the others had already disappeared during the time that Xia Yuan and the others were discussing. Lu Sandao led 1,000 fierce tiger soldiers, galloping all the way. Wei Zhuang led 5,000 cavalrymen, chasing them at a distance of less than 800 meters. Two groups of people, one fleeing and the other chasing. The two sides maintained this distance, neither increasing nor decreasing it. Whenever Wei Zhuang and the others were about to give up, Lu Sandao would tell the fierce tiger army to slow down. As the distance between the two sides gradually closed, Wei Zhuang, who was filled with rage, was unwilling to give up this good opportunity. The two sides ran for more than 10 miles. From the initial 800 meters to the current 300 meters. Brothers, hurry up. Catch up with these damn traitors and kill them. Wei Zhuang roared loudly, squeezing his legs to apply pressure to his warhorse, making it even faster. Kill them. Kill them. Kill these traitors. Damn it. I've wanted to kill them for ages. A bunch of sons of bitches. They're so despicable. Damn it. A bunch of cowards who only know how to run away. If you've got the guts, stop and let's fight head on. Chase them. We absolutely cannot let them get away this time. Kill them. You must kill them. A group of cavalrymen were filled with rage. They were insulted twice in just one night. How could they not be angry? Lu Sandao, who was running ahead, turned his head to look behind him and saw that Anwu Kingdom's cavalry was still in hot pursuit. A meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Chase them. Chase them. You'll regret this later. Chapter 222. Oh no. An ambush. Whoosh. Just then, a sharp firecracker sounded in the darkness. Then, with a bang, a firework exploded. This scene stunned everyone on the battlefield. Everyone looked up at the night sky and saw a firework explode, shining brightly in the darkness. Fireworks. Where did the fireworks come from? Why are people setting off fireworks at this hour? Where did these fireworks come from? Hearing the sound, Xia Yuan stepped out of the tent and looked at the fireworks that had not yet disappeared in the night sky. His expression darkened. Damn it! Wei Zhuang and his men have fallen into a trap. Lu Jun rushed over at that moment and said anxiously, General, what's going on? Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan turned to look at Lu Jun and gave him the order without hesitation. Lu Jun, you immediately lead 30,000 troops and chase after Wei Zhuang and the others in the direction they left. Wei Zhuang may have fallen into an ambush. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun's expression changed drastically. General, I'll go right away. Lu Jun replied, then turned and hurriedly ran away to gather 30,000 elite troops and head in the direction where Wei Zhuang's 3,000 cavalry had gone. Wei Zhuang was desperately chasing after Lu Sandao and the others when he suddenly heard the sound of fireworks exploding not far behind him, and his expression changed drastically. Oh no, an ambush! After saying this, Wei Zhuang immediately ordered the 5,000 cavalry to turn around and return to the main army camp. And this was exactly what the fierce tiger army wanted. Seeing that the pursuers behind him had stopped, Lu Sandao immediately took out a firework and pulled the fuse. Whoosh! With a bang, a dazzling and colorful firework exploded. The 1,000 tiger army soldiers immediately turned their horses around, took off their bows and crossbows, and turned to pursue and kill the 5,000 cavalry of Anwu Kingdom, loading the gun while chasing. After loading the bow and arrow, immediately point the crossbow forward and fire at a 45-degree angle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something cutting through the air rang out. 1,000 arrows shot out, piercing the night sky and heading towards the backs of 5,000 Anwu Kingdom cavalry. The two sides were only about 100 meters apart at this time. With the power of the Qin crossbows, they reached the Anwu Kingdom's cavalry in an instant. The arrows pierced the bodies of the cavalrymen and their warhorses. The screams of soldiers and the neighing of warhorses instantly resounded through the sky. Damn it! Damn it! Damn traitors! I, Wei Zhuang, will never let you get away with this. Wei Zhuang was furious. They couldn't wait to change direction immediately and launch an attack on Lu Sandao and his men. However, just as he had this thought, another firework explosion sounded in the sky to his left. Whoosh! With a bang, a firework exploded. However, Wei Zhuang and the others had no interest in appreciating the ridiculous fireworks at this moment. They only know a little bit. We've fallen for their trap. They pursued too far and fell into the rebels' ambush. As if in response to their idea, more than a dozen fireworks and firecrackers exploded in the air from all directions. Clusters of fireworks bloomed in the night sky. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was Chinese New Year. Lu Sandao led 1,000 fierce tiger soldiers, and once he gained the upper hand, he was relentless, beating them as ruthlessly as possible. If they could, they would love to bring over a few crossbows and fire a few shots at Wei Zhuang and the others. The roles have completely reversed, from the initial chase to the current pursuit. Arrows rained down, claiming the lives of Anwu Kingdom's cavalry, but in reality, their casualties were not very severe. The two sides pursued each other for almost 2 miles, leaving behind only a little over 300 cavalrymen. Cavalry. Its advantage lies in its mobility. Especially when faced with the threat of death, those warhorses moved even faster. You must know, warhorses are living beings too. The neighing of those wounded warhorses could irritate the other warhorses. After chasing for 2 miles, Lu Sandao immediately led his team in a large circle, making Wei Zhuang and the others who were fleeing ahead think that they were still in pursuit. However, after leading 1,000 tiger soldiers in a circle, Lu Sandao immediately returned along the same route. They hadn't gone far when Scarface Lu arrived with 1,000 tiger soldiers from all sides. The two groups met. Sandao, well done. Boss, we've hit the jackpot this time. Ha! Scarface Lu burst into laughter. Let's clean up the battlefield first, then find a place to rest. Okay. Wei Zhuang led more than 4,000 cavalrymen on a long escape, and after fleeing for another 3 miles, he realized that something was wrong. Those rebels didn't chase after us. Damn it. We've been tricked. Realizing this, Wei Zhuang immediately led his team back. When they returned to the battlefield, apart from the corpses of their own fallen soldiers and some horse carcasses, there was no sign of the rebels. Ah, damn traitors. I, Wei Zhuang, will never let you get away with this. Wei Zhuang roared in anger, venting his rage. The other soldiers weren't much better off. Tonight's 2 battles were incredibly frustrating for them. Damn traitors, don't let me catch you, or I'll show you what cruelty is. What can a bunch of traitors do besides run away? Damn it, these rebels are too cunning. They won't fight us head-on. They only know how to use underhanded tactics. Damn it, we have to find a way to deal with them. A group of cavalrymen vented their anger. They have no other options besides talking about it. A moment later, Wei Zhuang composed himself, looked at the corpses of his comrades on the ground, and said in a deep voice, "Take the bodies of our brothers back." After saying this, Wei Zhuang turned his horse around and headed back to the army's temporary camp. Several hundred cavalrymen stepped forward, each carrying a corpse, and followed the main force back to the army's temporary camp. Halfway there, when Wei Zhuang and his men met Lu Jun, who had come to their aid, they were both stunned upon seeing each other. "Lord Lu, you sigh." Wei Zhuang wanted to say something, but in the end, he could only let out a helpless sigh. When Lu Jun saw Wei Zhuang and the others, he breathed a sigh of relief, but was also very unhappy. These rebels are really troublesome. Hearing Lu Jun's complaints, Wei Zhuang felt a sense of empathy. "Brother Lu, you have no idea how troublesome these rebels are. These damn traitors. If you chase them, they'll run away as fast as they can. If you stop chasing them, they'll stop and provoke you, forcing you to chase them. This is not. We chased them for more than 20 miles, but we were ambushed by those rebels and lost hundreds of our brothers." Lu Jun shook his head helplessly. "So let's go back first. We already have a way to deal with these rebels." "Oh, Brother Lu, what is your plan? Let's talk as we walk." Chapter 223 Then forced them to chase after us. That night, Anwu Kingdom's army set off overnight, heading towards Qingtian County. This is a last resort. In just one night, they deeply experienced the disgusting nature of the fierce tiger army. Meanwhile, the fierce tiger army found a village and left the 30-odd horses captured in the battle in the village, asking the villagers to help them guard them. The villagers naturally dared not refuse. Joke. They were just a group of ordinary villagers, rooted in this place. How could they dare to refuse these things? Moreover, this is a small matter. After settling the horses, Scarface Lu led his 2,000 tiger soldiers away from the village and disappeared into the night. Nobody knows where they're going. This army is an unrestrained army. On the battlefield, an unrestrained army will be the enemy's nightmare, because you never know when he might suddenly rush out and stab you. The border of Lanshan County. Qin soldiers are digging defensive fortifications overnight. They are racing against time, working through the night. As the sky began to lighten with the first hint of dawn, hundreds of wisps of smoke rose from the chimneys, and the logistics soldiers began preparing breakfast. However, at that moment, a series of hurried footsteps approached from afar. Several scouts quickly ran back and found Yi Mingjie and his 2 companions. Reporting to the general, a large group of people from Qingtian County are heading this way with various farming tools. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them were greatly shocked. A group of people carrying various farming tools are rushing over here. What are they doing here? Filled with doubt, Yi Mingjie, Baijian, and Pang Liren ran towards Qingtian County. En route, the 2 sides met. A large group of people stopped in their tracks. Then, a surge of movement came as an elderly man was helped out by 2 burly middle-aged men. "I am Wen Wenshan, the former magistrate of Qingzi County. I heard that the Great Qin is digging fortifications to resist the enemy, so I have organized the people of Qingzi County to come and help." Upon hearing this, Yi Mingjie and the other 2 showed joy on their faces. General Yi Mingjie of the Azure Dragon Army of the Great Qin Dynasty thanks the people of Qingzi County. General Baijian of the Great Qin White Tiger Army thanks the people of Qingzi County. General Pang Liren of the Qin Dynasty's Vanguard Army thanks the people of Qingzhou County." The three men bowed and thanked him in turn. The people of Qingzhou County spontaneously came to help, which is a blessing for Qin and also for them. The participation of the people of Qingzhou County is just the beginning. At noon that day, even more people rushed over. Among them are not only the people of Qingtian County, but also the people of Lanshan County. Compared to Anwu Kingdom, the people of Lanshan County prefer Qin. The Qin dynasty was a country that truly treated its people as human beings. So, they want to join the Qin dynasty, become a citizen of the Great Qin. In this era of constant war, the people did not have a strong sense of belonging. They will praise whoever treats them well. Who treated them badly? I'm sorry. When faced with an opportunity to stab someone in the back, they will never hesitate. With the addition of these common people, the speed at which the Qin dynasty dug its defensive fortifications increased significantly. Even the soldiers got plenty of rest time. Now, it all depends on how long it will take for Anwu Kingdom's army to arrive. With each additional day, a vast expanse of fortifications will be constructed. The imperial city of Qin dynasty. Shi led the team escorting the supplies back to the Qin imperial city before noon. Upon returning to the capital, people immediately came forward to receive the supplies. The arsenal workers simply hauled all the iron ore away. Food and medicine were gradually transported to the front lines by the logistics teams. As for the remaining supplies, they were naturally put into storage first. Of the more than 4,000 war horses, some were used to transport supplies, while the rest were immediately put into training. Everything is proceeding smoothly and in an orderly manner. Afternoon. Enwuo's army set up camp on the spot and began their daily life and cooking. Wei Zhuang's cavalry were divided into 4 squads, each patrolling for an hour. After a rotation, the Anwu Kingdom's army would set off again. 4 hours is enough time for the soldiers to rest. The cavalrymen were more tired, but there was nothing that could be done about it. After all, only they could defend against and pursue the harassment from the fierce tiger army. Meanwhile, the men of the fierce tiger army were still fast asleep in a grove of trees. They are waiting for nightfall. Time passed second by second. At dusk, after dinner, Anwu's army continued its march towards Qingtian County. They had barely set off for half an hour when the fierce tiger army arrived, drawn by the scent. Looking at the Anwu Kingdom's army that was still advancing, Scarface Lu and his group were full of doubts. "Brother, something's not right. It's already dark. Why haven't they set up camp yet?" Lu Sandao asked suspiciously. "Yeah, brother, it's already dark. Aren't these people planning to rest?" Shinbo asked, puzzled. Scarface Lu's expression was grave. His past experience told him that Enwugwa and his group probably wouldn't stop their advance tonight. "We need to figure out a way to wipe out that group of cavalry." Upon hearing this, Lu Sandao and the others cast questioning glances at Scarface Lu. "Brother, what do you mean? We only have 2,000 men. It's impossible for us to wipe out that cavalry." "The impossible has become possible," Scarface Lu said coldly. "If we don't deal with this group of cavalry, our mission to stop the Anwu Kingdom's army will be a complete failure. We cannot fail. The Qin dynasty is still waiting for us to buy them time. So, we must find a way to deal with these cavalry." Upon hearing this, Lu Sandao and the others fell silent. They weren't fools. After a moment's thought, they understood what Scarface Lu meant. The Qin dynasty needs time. Their mission, the Tiger Army, was to buy time. Now, one of the biggest problems they faced was that group of cavalry. The army that Anwu Kingdom sent this time was no small fry, and the generals leading them were far superior to those of the generals of Shiliang Prefecture. Otherwise, this situation won't happen tonight. "Brother, what do you want to do?" After a long silence, Lu Sandao finally asked. Scarface Lu said, "Just like yesterday, lure out that group of cavalry and use the advantage of our bows and crossbows to slowly wear them down." "Brother, what if those cavalrymen don't chase after us?" Shinbo asked. "Then force them to chase after us." Scarface Lu said coldly. "I refuse to believe that the Tiger Army can just linger in front of them, and those guys won't come out to give chase. As long as they come out to pursue us, the world is ours. When the time comes, we'll cut them down piece by piece with a dull knife." Chapter 224 The Pursuit Under the Moonlight. Scarface Lu's words resonated deeply with Lu Sandow and the others. This shameless attack method, though unscrupulous, is very effective. On the battlefield, a method that can kill the enemy is a good method. A method that leads to victory is a good method. With the attack plan in place, the Tiger Army immediately took action. This time, there's no need to hide anything. Lu Sandow led 1,000 tiger soldiers, riding out on war horses. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of horses' hooves rang out. Upon hearing the sound of horses' hooves, Wei Zhuang roared angrily from within the Anwu Kingdom's army. Those traitors have appeared. Brothers, follow me to stop them. Having said that, Wei Zhuang spurred his horse and galloped off, followed closely by more than 4,000 cavalrymen. They will avenge last night's humiliation tonight. Tap, tap, tap. More than 4,000 cavalrymen, their expressions cold and fierce, rode their war horses and charged out. Lu Sandow coldly watched a group of cavalrymen rushing towards him and silently took the crossbow from his back. He took out an arrow and loaded it. The same applies to the 1,000 Tiger Army soldiers. Having learned from yesterday's experience, they are now prepared to meet the enemy. The two sides rode their war horses under the moonlight, getting closer and closer. When they were only 500 meters apart, Lu Sandow shouted loudly, "Put!" As soon as the word was uttered, 1,000 tiger soldiers pulled the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows shot out one after another, flying into the sky at a 45-degree angle. After firing the arrow, Lu Sandow led his 1,000 Tiger Army soldiers to immediately turn around and leave the battlefield. They didn't care at all whether the arrow rain could hit the enemy. Wei Zhuang led more than 4,000 cavalrymen at breakneck speed. Seeing that they were about to collide head-on with the Tiger Army, they were secretly pleased. However, the moment they were overjoyed, their secret delight vanished completely, replaced by a chill of fear. Watch out for a rain of arrows. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Watch out for a rain of arrows. In an instant, the cavalryman running at the forefront shouted at the top of his lungs. Their voices immediately prompted a group of cavalry to respond. The cavalrymen on the edges of the cavalry immediately rode their horses to the side, making room for the cavalrymen in the middle to take cover. The more than 4,000 cavalrymen reacted quickly, but they could not escape the rain of arrows from the sky. They're so fast. Faced with the rain of arrows fired by the Tiger Army, there was no time to dodge. Fortunately, they responded in time, and this volley of arrows did not cause them much damage. The number of those killed was only about 20. There were only about 40 seriously injured. There were no more than 80 people with minor injuries. These casualty figures are of no consequence to this cavalry unit. However, this volley of arrows enraged the cavalry. Damn traitors! Brothers, follow me and hunt them down. Draw your bow and shoot. Wei Zhuang roared, took the bow and arrows he had specially prepared from his back, gripped the bow with one hand, and rode his warhorse with the other, chasing after the fierce Tiger Army. The same was true for the more than 4,000 Tiger Army soldiers behind them. Having learned his lesson from the great loss last night, Wei Zhuang borrowed more than 4,000 bows and arrows from the archery battalion during the day today in order to deal with the fierce Tiger Army. The two sides engaged in a chase and an escape. In a short time, they ran 5 or 6 miles. During this period, the distance between the two sides gradually closed. Just then, the 1,000 cavalrymen of the fierce Tiger Army loaded their crossbows again, turned sideways, and pulled the triggers on the pursuers behind them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrow pierced the air, and the sound it made enraged Wei Zhuang and the others. Damn traitors! Watch out for a rain of arrows. Everyone, take cover from the arrow barrage. Watch out for what's above you. Immediately, warning sounds rang out from the crowd. More than 4,000 cavalrymen immediately responded, splitting into 4 small teams to continue pursuing the Tiger Army while dodging the rain of arrows. A volley of arrows killed more than a dozen people, seriously wounded more than 20, and lightly wounded more than 40. However, this loss did not deter Wei Zhuang's cavalry from retreating. On the contrary, it fueled their anger even more. Snap, 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 snap. The sound of slapping horses echoed across the moonlit fields. Many of the more than 4,000 cavalrymen of Anwu Kingdom had war horses with 2 extra legs. The warhorse, in pain, ran even faster. This speed has reached their limit. The distance between the two sides gradually closed. Wei Zhuang straightened up, drew his bow, aimed at a tiger army soldier, and released the bowstring. Whoosh! The long arrow shot out through the air. In the blink of an eye, the arrow struck a tiger soldier in the back. Wei Zhuang waited expectantly for the soldier to be shot, but the result was unacceptable to him. The long arrow struck the tiger warrior, producing a clanging sound of metal striking metal. The tiger warrior's body was thrown forward by the force of the arrow, but all they did was lunge at it. Soon, the tiger army soldier straightened up and continued galloping on his warhorse. There was absolutely no sign of injury. Seeing this, Wei Zhuang fell into deep self-doubt. Damn it! To be shot with an arrow and still act like nothing happened? What the hell is going on? His question was destined to remain unanswered. Under the moonlight, the light was poor, and he couldn't see clearly himself. Horses can see clearly, but they can't speak human language. The failure of the first arrow did not break Wei Zhuang's confidence. He rode his warhorse and chased after the enemy for more than 100 meters before straightening up again, drawing his bow and nocking an arrow. Aim at the target and release the bowstring. Whoosh! The long arrow pierced the air and struck the tiger army soldier in an instant. This time, the tiger army soldiers who were hit by the arrows were not so lucky. One shot to the head. He died instantly. Even so, this tiger warrior did not fall off his horse. The reason for all of this lies in the saddle. The saddles of the fierce tiger army were specially made. Soldiers riding horses with these saddles could not fall off unless they dismounted voluntarily. So, even if a soldier of the fierce tiger army is killed in battle, as long as his warhorse can still run alongside the troops, his body can be brought back. When Wei Zhuang saw that the rebel he had shot had not gotten up again, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes, and he felt a little relieved of his anger. Ha! Brothers, shoot these damn traitors. Let them know that the consequences of provoking us are severe. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of cavalrymen from Anwu Kingdom charged forward on their warhorses. Once the distance was sufficient, he drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and fired. However, their archery skills were not so good. Putting aside accuracy, just considering the distance, many times they couldn't even catch a whiff of the tiger army's exhaust. Chapter 225. Enough talk, let's fight. Both sides fought and fled, suffering casualties along the way. Unbeknownst to them, Wei Zhuang had led more than 4,000 cavalrymen and had already covered a distance of more than 10 miles. Looking back now, the main force was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Wei Zhuang also sensed that something was wrong. Wrong. These traitors seem to be using the same old tricks again. They're trying to lure us away. Realizing this, Wei Zhuang immediately ordered the cavalry soldiers to stop. Stop! Everyone stop! Wei Zhuang's presence seemed somewhat insignificant on the battlefield, but it doesn't matter. His personal guards would relay his orders. The general has ordered a halt to the pursuit. A dozen or so guards shouted in unison, their voices ringing out loudly in the darkness. The soldiers of Anwu Kingdom's cavalry battalion, though somewhat puzzled by the shouts, gradually stopped. Lu Sandao and the others also heard these shouts, and their speed gradually decreased. When they saw that the Anwu soldiers behind them were no longer pursuing them, they stopped completely. The two sides were less than 200 meters apart. For a moment, no one spoke. Let's go. Wei Zhuang stared at Lu Sandao and the others with a gloomy look in his eyes for a while, then led his team to retreat. Ha! Lu Sandao suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter filled with sarcasm. A bunch of useless cowards, are you too scared to fight? Lu Sandao's voice wasn't loud, but it was especially clear in the quiet of the night. Wei Zhuang pulled on the reins, stopping the warhorse. Turn around. Wei Zhuang stared coldly at Lu Sandao, suppressing his anger as he said, a bunch of useless trash. What can you do besides run around? Huh. Lu Sandao smiled contemptuously, his face showing an expression as if he were looking at an idiot. Idiot. And you call yourself a general? This is a battlefield. On the battlefield, the only way to achieve victory is to survive. Since you dare not continue fighting, then just wait to be harassed by my fierce tiger army. At first, Wei Zhuang didn't think much of it. Although what Lu Sandao said was harsh, It was indeed the truth. However, when he heard the words, Tiger Army, his pupils involuntarily contracted. Are you from the fierce Tiger Army? Ha! Lu Sandow burst into laughter, but his laughter was tinged with sadness. I never thought anyone would still remember my fierce Tiger Army. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhuang's expression changed drastically. He said in disbelief, wasn't the entire Tiger Army wiped out? Why are you still here? And why have you joined the rebel camp and betrayed Anwu Kingdom? The three questions in a row caused Lu Sandow to show an angry expression. Our fierce Tiger Army fought countless battles for Anwu Kingdom, participating in numerous large and small campaigns and achieving countless merits. How did Anwu Kingdom treat us? Those corrupt officials, vying for power and profit, plotted to annihilate the Tiger Army in the Valley of Despair. Valley of Despair. Do you know how desperate my Tiger Army was back then? Of the 10,000 brothers, less than 10% survived and made it out of the Valley of Despair. Of those less than 1/10 of the population, fewer than 500 survived. Such tragic deaths were not due to the enemy, but to those corrupt officials of Anwu Kingdom. Do the soldiers of my fierce Tiger Army deserve to die? That dog emperor knew all this, but he pretended not to see it. After our soldiers were killed in battle, he just did a hasty job. Why shouldn't our fierce Tiger Army punish such a country? You ask why we're here? I'll tell you now. The fierce Tiger Army has come for revenge. Boom. These words sent a jolt through Wei Zhuang's heart, and he stared blankly at Lu Sandow. Under the moonlight, the silver-white tiger armor was so dazzling. A night breeze blew by. Wei Zhuang's expression darkened. As a fellow soldier, he could understand the resentment and anger in the hearts of the fierce Tiger Army. If it were him, perhaps, they might make the same choice as the Tiger Army. As a fellow soldier, I understand how the Tiger Army feels about what happened to you. But I, Wei Zhuang, can only sympathize with your plight in my heart. Now that we are each on our own, we are ultimately enemies. Upon hearing this, a complex expression flashed in Lu Sandow's eyes, but that was all. Enough talk, let's fight. After saying that, Lu Sandow raised the crossbow with one hand, aimed at Wei Zhuang, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A long arrow flew out. Lu Sandow's actions contained an element of surprise attack. However, this attack was nothing to Wei Zhuang. He aimed for the right moment, raised his bow, and fired. The arrow was hit and shot directly at an angle into the ground. Since you want to fight, then let's fight. Wei Zhuang's voice was calm. Ever since he learned that the cavalrymen in front of him were the former fierce Tiger Army, he felt less anger and more respect. The mighty Tiger Army is as fierce as a tiger. This is something that all the soldiers of Anwu Kingdom know. In the past, no soldier, whether from Anwu Kingdom's own people or from enemy countries, dared to underestimate this army. Both sides launched an attack, seemingly preparing for a head-on battle. However, when the two planes were about 100 meters apart, the more than 900 men of the fierce Tiger Army raised their crossbows almost simultaneously. Pull the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crossbow bolts flew straight at you, and at such close range, there was no way to dodge them. Uft, uft. In an instant, dozens of Anwu Kingdom's cavalrymen were shot dead. After the arrow was fired, the Tiger Army steered their warhorses around a bend and charged along the edge of the Anwu Kingdom's cavalry. And at this moment, it was time for the Anwu Kingdom's cavalry to counterattack. Shoot them! Wei Zhuang roared, drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and randomly selected a member of the fierce Tiger Army to release the bowstring. Whoosh! A long arrow flew out. In the blink of an eye, he shot and hit a soldier of the fierce Tiger Army. Unsurprisingly, the Tiger Army soldier was killed on the spot. Wei Zhuang's arrow was just the beginning. Keep in mind that he brought over 4,000 cavalrymen. Even if several hundred are killed or several hundred are seriously wounded, there are still 4,000 people left. The 4,000 men were divided into 4 small teams. Almost simultaneously, they drew their bows, aimed at the Tiger Army, and released their arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rained down from the sky, their target the charging Tiger Army. While the power of a bow and arrow may not be as great as that of a crossbow, its power should not be underestimated. A hail of arrows descended. Watch out for arrows, Lu Sandow shouted, warning the soldiers of the fierce Tiger Army. Then, You can see a group of Tiger Army soldiers raising one hand and placing it behind their head to protect their heads. Just then, a hail of arrows rained down. Chapter 226. Oh no. We're surrounded. Ding ding dong. The arrows struck the armor, producing a series of crisp sounds. In addition, screams of agony rang out. With such a dense barrage of arrows, how could 1,000 Tiger warriors possibly escape unscathed? With just one volley of arrows, the Tiger Army suffered over 100 dead and more than 100 seriously wounded. Those with minor injuries are not mentioned. The damage to the warhorses was also considerable. A single volley of arrows brought the Tiger Army to the brink of defeat. Kill them. Chase them. Don't let them get away. Take this opportunity and kill them. Brothers, kill them. The Anwu Kingdom's cavalrymen were thrilled by this scene, and their pent-up resentment was finally released. Tap tap tap. The warhorses galloped, and the two sides once again engaged in a tug-of-war. This is exactly what the fierce Tiger Army needs. Lu Sandow led 1,000 Tiger Army soldiers, suffering the loss of more than 200 men, in exchange for Wei Zhuang and his men relentlessly pursuing them. Is it worth it? Value. That's how cruel the battlefield can be. Casualties are inevitable in order to achieve victory. I'll run, you chase. I'll give you an arrow, you'll give me an arrow. The two sides maintained this balance, but gradually drifted apart. However, when Wei Zhuang and his men were more than 20 miles away from the main force of Anwu Kingdom, Scarface Lu led 1,000 Tiger soldiers to attack from behind. Tap tap tap. The sound of the warhorses galloping was quite loud. However, the Anwu Kingdom cavalry, who were focused on chasing Lu Sandow and his group, did not notice that a cavalry force was charging past them from behind. Scarface Lu stared coldly ahead. Warhorses gallop. The distance between the two sides gradually narrowed. 500 meters. 400 meters. 300 meters. When Scarface Lu and his men broke through the 300-meter mark, they were spotted by Nwugua's cavalry, who were running at the back. They turned to look behind them, their expressions suddenly changing drastically. Oh no, we're surrounded. Cavalry are closing in from behind. Enemy! Enemy! Watch out behind you. The panicked shouts alerted the entire team. Upon hearing these shouts, Wei Zhuang's expression changed, and he turned to look behind him. But he was surrounded by his own cavalry and couldn't see Scarface Lu and the others behind him at all. But no soldier would dare to fabricate such information. Damn it! Wei Zhuang cursed under his breath and immediately took action. The entire army breaks through to the left flank. With a roar, the order was given. Wei Zhuang turned his warhorse around and led the troops to charge to the left. On the battlefield, cavalry rely on mobility and an unstoppable momentum. If both sides are composed of cavalry, once surrounded, they will find themselves in an extremely dire situation. The advantages of cavalry are obvious. Similarly, its drawbacks are also fatal. It's like now, you're being attacked from both sides. You can only take care of the front, not the back. If the front cannot achieve an immediate victory, the cavalry behind will become easy targets for the enemy. In the long run, defeat is inevitable. So, we must break free from this encirclement. Otherwise, they will undoubtedly lose tonight. Wei Zhuang reacted quickly, but the team was too large, and the movement speed could not be that fast. 200 meters. 150 meters. 100 meters. When the distance between the two sides is reduced to 100 meters. Scarface Lu raised his right hand, holding the crossbow in one hand, aiming it at the back of the enemy soldiers in front of him. Pull the trigger. Whoosh. The bowstring was suddenly pulled taut, launching the crossbow bolt. The powerful propulsion caused the crossbow bolt to whistle through the air. The sound of something cutting through the air seemed so small and insignificant in the darkness. But the next moment, uft, an arrow through the heart. A crossbow bolt took the life of an Anwu soldier. And this is just the beginning. 1,000 Tiger soldiers followed behind the Anwu Kingdom cavalry, waiting for the right moment to raise their crossbows and pull the triggers. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One after another, crossbow bolts flew out. Arrows pierced the night sky, becoming arrows that commanded the Anwu Kingdom's cavalry. After the arrow was fired, the Tiger Army cavalry, who needed to reload, immediately made way for the cavalry behind them. And so it goes. Even though Scarface Lu's Tiger Army only numbered 1,000, their combat power was not to be underestimated. The dull thuds of arrows piercing flesh echoed as Onwu Kingdom's several thousand cavalrymen gradually dwindled in number. 100 people, 200 people, 300, 500 people, 800 people. After Wei Zhuang led the cavalry battalion out of the encirclement, the original cavalry force of more than 4,000 men was reduced to just over 3,000. Wei Zhuang is currently unaware of the casualties suffered by the cavalry battalion, but he knew that the number of casualties this time would be no small amount. However, the matter is not over yet. Let's go. Return to the main force. Wei Zhuang roared, his voice ringing out loudly in the darkness. At a command, Wei Zhuang led the remaining 3,000 cavalrymen and charged desperately toward the main force of the Onwu Kingdom's army. The chase turned into a flight. On the battlefield, everything changes in an instant. Who could have imagined that things would develop to this point? The roles were reversed, but the outcomes were completely different. You should know that the cavalry of the fierce Tiger Army are armed with bows and crossbows. And what about the cavalry of Onwu Kingdom? Ordinary bow and arrow. Holding ordinary bows and arrows, you can have them shoot at you head-on without any problem. Even a side shot is fine. But what about the back? Could they even turn around on horseback? So, Wei Zhuang and his men were left with no choice but to be beaten. They had no option but to flee for their lives and turn around to fight back head-on. And the current situation. It's obvious. Wei Zhuang chose to flee. In a direct confrontation, if the cavalry battalion still wins, he will not hesitate. But not now. More than 3,000 men wanted to fight a bloody battle head-on with the more than 1,000 Tiger Army soldiers behind them. He's the one who'll definitely lose. Wei Zhuang was well aware of this, so he decisively led his troops to retreat. Full-speed retreat. Discard unnecessary items and lighten the horse's burden. The deafening roars sounded so powerless under the moonlight. But Wei Zhuang had no choice. He had no choice but to run. Among the ordinary army that Onwu Kingdom sent to Qingtian County, there were only 5,000 cavalrymen. However, now only about 3,000 people remain. Of these 3,000 plus people, who knows how many will be lost forever tonight? But he had no choice. An army cannot be without cavalry. Even if you return with only 2,000 cavalry, you must still retain the cavalry. Otherwise, in this open area, Onwu Kingdom's 500,000-strong army will become lambs to the slaughter in the eyes of the fierce Tiger Army behind them. Especially at night. The two teams, Scarface Lu and Lu Sandow, met up. The two looked at each other, nodded silently, and everything was understood without words. Chapter 227. That cavalry was the fierce Tiger Army from back then. The bright moon hangs high in the sky. The moonlight is especially bright tonight. However, on this moonlit night, within the territory of Lansong County, two cavalry units fled one after the other. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the moonlit night, the sound of a long arrow piercing the air could be heard from time to time. Ah! Every scream of agony signifies the death of a cavalryman from Onwu Kingdom. Even if they weren't killed in action, they were seriously injured. The accuracy of the crossbow bolts fired by the fierce Tiger Army in this pursuit mode is far superior to that of the previous backward-firing bolts. Warhorses gallop. Humans fear death, and warhorses fear death just as much. Faced with the threat of death, the warhorses beneath Wei Zhuang and the others ran for their lives. 20 miles, 18 miles, 15 miles, 10 miles, 5 miles. This distance was already enough for Onwu Kingdom's main force to detect them. Tap, tap, tap. Hearing the chaotic sound of horses' hooves, countless soldiers from Onwu Kingdom craned their necks to look over. Under the moonlight, a cavalry unit galloped swiftly towards them. The cavalry battalion is back. They must have won a great battle tonight. Ha! Need I say more? We were caught off guard last night and were ambushed by those rebels. But tonight, the cavalry battalion is well prepared. Defeating a group of rebels will be a piece of cake. A bunch of traitors, daring to surrender to us. We'll teach them a lesson tonight. A group of soldiers were chatting with others, all smiles. However, the smiles on their faces soon disappeared. What's going on? Why are there two groups of cavalry? What exactly is going on? As the cavalry approached the main army, the soldiers gradually realized that something was amiss. Why are the cavalrymen divided into front and rear formations? And the people behind them look like they're still shooting arrows? Archery? Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Just then, a deafening roar resounded through the sky. General, quickly send troops to support the cavalry battalion. Wei Zhuang's roar stunned the entire Anwu Kingdom army. Call for help. You actually asked for help? Everyone was incredulous. What was going on? Weren't they chased after each other? How did we end up being the ones being hunted down? Despite their doubts, the army immediately took action. Tens of thousands of soldiers, armed with broadswords and spears, charged forward. No matter what, we are all comrades in arms. Let's provide support first. In addition to the tens of thousands of soldiers who took the initiative to meet them, 20,000 archers from the army also rushed over. Seeing this, Wei Zhuang led the remaining 2,000-plus cavalrymen and charged toward the archers. No way. Running towards the pikemen isn't impossible, but compared to archers, pikemen pose far less of a threat to cavalry. 5 li away. It may seem far, but for a warhorse, it won't take long. They were getting closer and closer to Anwu Kingdom's army. After firing his last arrow, Scarface Lu had no choice but to order everyone to retreat. Retreat. A roar. Scarface Lu's loud voice was so familiar to the Tiger Army. The Tiger Army, numbering over 1,500, immediately turned around and left. On their way back, they didn't forget to give the remaining enemy soldiers, still alive, a quick death on the battlefield. Of course, they also took all the useful supplies that those people had on them, such as bows, arrows, and knives. Even if someone comes to collect the bodies of these soldiers, it will be tomorrow. Tonight, Wei Zhuang's cavalry suffered heavy losses, and the Anwu Kingdom's army would absolutely not send them out to pursue the fierce Tiger Army. So, the Tiger Army, numbering over 1,500, returned along the route they had taken in pursuit, each of them having reaped a great harvest. Several hundred warhorses were also captured. Of course, the Tiger Army soldiers didn't let any of the crossbow bolts that could be recovered go to waste. Each of them brought 200 crossbow bolts with them on this trip, and once they used them up, they would be out of bolts. Unless they go to the border of Lansong Army to resupply from the Qin Army. But now they still have to delay the march of Anwu Kingdom's army. So, resupply can only be arranged after the mission is completed. Wei Zhuang stood at the edge of the army, watching the fierce Tiger Army disappear into the night. His eyes flickered, and his heart remained unsettled for a long time. Is this the fierce Tiger Army? Wei Zhuang murmured to himself. At this moment, Xia Yuan and a group of generals walked over, and Xia Yuan said in a deep voice, Wei Zhuang, what exactly happened? Did you fall into an ambush by rebels? Upon hearing this, Wei Zhuang shook his head, then nodded. He dismounted, walked to Xia Yuan and the others, and said with a solemn expression, General, we may be in big trouble. Huh? What do you mean? Xia Yuan frowned, his face full of confusion. That cavalry was the fierce Tiger Army from back then. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was shocked. The fierce Tiger Army? You're saying that cavalry was the fierce Tiger Army? What a joke. The fierce Tiger Army was wiped out long ago. How could it be the fierce Tiger Army? Wei Zhuang, defeat is defeat. Why make excuses? Brother Wei, victory and defeat are common occurrences in war. We can fight back next time. Why make up such an excuse to fob us off? Faced with the crowd's doubts, Wei Zhuang did not react. He faced Xia Yuan with a serious expression and a firm gaze. Xia Yuan stared at Wei Zhuang intently for a while, then asked with a serious expression, Are you telling the truth? General, those people told me this themselves, otherwise I wouldn't have fallen into their trap tonight. Now that you know they are the fierce Tiger Army, you still dare to fight them? Xia Yuan asked doubtfully. General, not all of those cavalrymen are from the fierce Tiger Army. Only a few hundred of them are survivors of that original fierce Tiger Army, Wei Zhuang explained. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan's brows relaxed slightly. If that's the case, it makes sense that Wei Zhuang would fight that cavalry force. But, isn't this result a bit too tragic? Tell me in detail about tonight's battle. Yes, General. Wei Zhuang replied respectfully, and then began to recount the ins and outs of tonight's battle. I led more than 4,000 brothers from the cavalry battalion in pursuit, and both sides suffered casualties along the way. After chasing them for nearly 20 miles, I dared not pursue them any further, so I ordered the cavalry battalion to stop and prepare to return to the main army. And at that moment, the rebels also stopped. It must have been to stall us that they directly revealed their identities, saying they were from the fierce Tiger Army back then. They even recounted some of the things the Tiger Army experienced back then, and with the tiger helmets and armor they wore, I was completely convinced. After, we launched a major battle and killed several hundred of the enemy soldiers. We thought victory was in our grasp. Result: Chapter 228, The Sound of Horses' Hooves Under the Moonlight. Result: Just then, a cavalry unit appeared from the rear of our army. Faced with being attacked from both sides, our army had no choice but to retreat. After that, we fled all the way until we returned to this place. Wei Zhuang concealed his conversation with Lu Sandow. The past of the fierce Tiger Army is not something that cannot be mentioned, but rather something that should not be mentioned at this time. That would affect morale. After listening to Wei Zhuang's account, Xia Yuan and the others had different expressions. Having been in that position, they naturally understood Wei Zhuang's predicament at the time, and Wei Zhuang's actions were indeed not problematic. However, losing to that group of rebels for 2 consecutive days, even though the opponent's predecessor was the fierce Tiger Army, still made everyone very unhappy. Xia Yuan said, "Let's take the people down for treatment first and strengthen our vigilance. That group of cavalry will only bother us while we're on our journey, so we don't need to pay too much attention to them." "Yes, General. Yes, General." A group of generals responded and then left. Anwu's army continued its advance without stopping. A hilly area about 20 miles away from the army of Anwu Kingdom. More than 1,500 members of the fierce Tiger Army hid here. "Everyone, treat your wounds and feed the horses first. We need to go back again in the middle of the night," Scarface Lu said in a deep voice. "Brother, we understand." "Understood, brother." A few scattered responses came from the Tiger Army soldiers, none of whom seemed very happy. No way. Tonight's battle resulted in the annihilation of over 1,600 enemy soldiers, but they lost over 400 of their own brothers. More than 400 people. How could they possibly be happy? But, even though I'm feeling down, I still have to do what needs to be done. This is what soldiers are like. Fighting on the battlefield and striving for the country and its people is their duty. They did it for the Qin dynasty, for the people within the Qin dynasty, and even more so for themselves. So, death is not scary. What's truly terrifying is a useless death. Clearly, the deaths of these more than 400 Tiger Army soldiers were not in vain. They are glorious. 2 hours passed. Scarface Lu stood up and silently began to prepare his equipment. When his actions were observed by the rest of the Tiger Army, everyone silently got up and began to prepare their equipment. A moment later, 1,472 people are ready. There were also dozens of people whose injuries were too severe to participate in the remaining battle. Brothers, another battle awaits us tonight. In this battle, I don't know how many brothers will be left on the battlefield forever. But we must fight this battle. For the Great Qin, for the people of the Great Qin, and even more so for ourselves. War, war, war. Scarface Lu shouted the word war 3 times in a row, each shout louder than the last. War. The 1,472 Tiger Army soldiers shouted in unison, raised their spears, and looked furious. Scarface Lu glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Set off." Having said that, he mounted his horse and rode away into the distance. The same applies to the 1,472 Tiger soldiers. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of horses' hooves slowly began, growing louder and louder until it finally became as deafening as thunder. The bright moon hangs high in the sky. A cool breeze was blowing. While traveling at night can avoid being ambushed or harassed, the reverse day and night cycle is still very difficult to adjust to. Many of the soldiers in Anwu Kingdom's army were not very spirited. Tap, tap, tap. They were jolted awake when the sound of horses' hooves approached from afar. Oh no, Those cavalry are coming again. Damn traitors, they're like a persistent ghost. What exactly are they trying to do? Damn it. Brothers, grab your weapons and kill them. Damn it. Can't these sons of bitches just stay quiet for one night? Damn it. If you're so capable, come down and fight head on. You bunch of bastards. All you do is play dirty tricks. The soldiers couldn't help but curse loudly. After just 2 nights, they were already finding it hard to bear the Tiger Army's harassing attacks. Without Xia Yuan giving any orders, the army immediately took action. Brothers, follow me into battle. Wei Zhuang shouted and led the remaining 2,000 cavalrymen on horseback to charge out. The attackers and spearmen followed. Scarface Lu rode a black warhorse, leading the charge at the forefront. He looked at the enemy cavalry who were launching an attack, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Good timing. Brothers, get ready to fire. Scarface Lu roared. Yes. A group of fierce tiger soldiers replied in unison. Both sides rode their warhorses toward each other, the distance rapidly closing. 1 kilometer. 800 meters. 500 meters. 300 meters. When the two sides were about 300 meters apart, Scarface Lu shouted. Put. The instant the words were spoken, 1,472 crossbow bolts shot out, piercing the night sky and heading towards the cavalry unit that had been positioned ahead. 1 arrow, and it's over. The fierce Tiger Army had no intention of fighting. They immediately adjusted their horses' direction and left the battlefield in a large arc. Meanwhile, on Wei Zhuang's side, the moment the fierce Tiger Army fired their crossbow bolts, they also knocked their arrows and fired their own. The crossbow bolts and arrows whizzed past each other in the air. The next moment, both sides suffered casualties. 11 members of the fierce Tiger Army were killed in action, and Wu Wu's cavalry battalion suffered 63 casualties. A casualty ratio of nearly 6-to-1 would be terrifying on any other battlefield. However, for the current Tiger Army, not enough. Not enough at all. The fierce Tiger Army only had 2,000 men on this mission. Every one that dies is one less, and there will be no replacements. Every soldier in the Tiger Army is extremely valuable to the Tiger Army. With each death, the Tiger Army's strength diminishes. Once the number of casualties reached a certain level, the Tiger Army was like a sick tiger with its teeth pulled, no longer able to hunt. After their attack, the Tiger Army immediately retreated from the battlefield. This time, Wei Zhuang dared not continue the pursuit. Having learned from the previous 3 encounters, Wei Zhuang understood that even though his cavalry battalion had a significant numerical advantage, it was no match for the fierce Tiger Army. So, this time, Wei Zhuang did not give chase. After quickly cleaning up the battlefield, they planned to rejoin the main army and continue their journey. The same applies to archers and spearmen. Everyone thought that the Tiger Army would leave for tonight, and even if they came again, it would be some time later. However, the Tiger Army's actions were completely different from what they had expected. After firing that arrow, Scarface Lu led over 1,000 Tiger Army soldiers away from the battlefield, loading their crossbows along the way and taking a long detour. They charged towards Anwu Kingdom's army once again. Tap tap tap. Chapter 229. I hope you can come back alive. When the thunderous hoofbeats of warhorses rang out again, the soldiers of the Anwu Kingdom's army were stunned. No way. Again. Are these guys out of their minds? Damn it. I really want to stab these sons of bitches to death. They're so annoying. Can't you just shut up for a bit? Curses, complaints, exclamations. Various opinions rang out among the army. Annoyed as they were, the army still picked up their weapons and charged forward. Brothers, follow me to meet the enemy. Wei Zhuang roared and led the cavalry battalion in another charge. As the two sides drew closer, just like their previous encounter, when they were about 300 meters apart, the Tiger Army raised their crossbows and fired, while the Anwu Kingdom's cavalry drew their bows and fired. After firing the arrow, the Tiger Army did not stop and immediately moved away. However, Wei Zhuang dared not lead his cavalry to continue the pursuit. Damn bastard. Watching the Tiger Army gradually disappear into the distance, Wei Zhuang couldn't help but curse, venting his anger. That's infuriating. The way the fierce Tiger Army fights is absolutely infuriating. The key point is that you still have absolutely no way to deal with him. Lansing County has a wide and flat terrain, which gives it a great advantage for cavalry. As long as the enemy doesn't intentionally commit suicide, the infantry can't do anything to them with the speed of their warhorses. And the cavalry he led was no match for the enemy. This is how the current situation came about. Back to the team. Wei Zhuang waved his hand and turned back to the main army. In this battle, both sides suffered casualties, but as before, the number of casualties on the Tiger Army was less than that on the Anwu Kingdom. Wei Zhuang led his cavalry back to the main army. The army resumed its journey. After half an hour without seeing the Tiger Army attack again, the soldiers of Anwu Kingdom breathed a slight sigh of relief. Those damn bastards have finally stopped. You bet they are. Those bastards are so annoying. Damn it. Let's see if they'll still be so arrogant after we wipe out the rebels. A bunch of sons of bitches. All they do is play dirty tricks. Just then, the sound of fireworks bursting into the air rang out. Whoosh. With a bang, a firework exploded in the air. What's going on? Are those damn bastards here again? Damn it. Can't you just shut up for a minute? However, after they had prepared to meet the enemy, they waited for a long time, but could not hear the sound of horses' hooves. I've been tricked. Realizing this, the soldiers cursed loudly in anger. You bastard. A bunch of bastards. Damn it. These sons of bitches. Can't they even do human work? Damn it. I really want to chop them all up with one blow. That's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. In an instant, countless curses rang out from the army. Lu Jun rode his warhorse to Xia Yuan's side. General, this can't go on. If those cavalrymen keep going like this, our soldiers will be in a constant state of tension. If this goes on for too long, problems will arise. Xia Yuan also understood this principle. He has to make a choice. Otherwise, if this continues, when the main army arrives at the front line, where will they have the energy to fight the rebels? Don't be fooled by the fact that the army rested during the day and traveled at night. With a disrupted sleep schedule, how can one adapt so quickly? Furthermore, with the Tiger Army tormenting them so much, the army's morale will only continue to decline. After thinking it over, Xia Yu made a decision. Lu Jun, go and tell Wei Zhuang to have the cavalry battalion prepare. If that Tiger Army comes again, even if it means total annihilation, we must wipe out those rebels for me. Yes, General. Lu Jun attacked and returned, then turned his warhorse around and left the area. A moment later, Lu Jun found Wei Zhuang and relayed Xia Yuan's words to him. Brother Wei, the general has ordered the cavalry to prepare themselves and pursue and kill the rebel Tiger Army when they attack again. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhuang remained silent for a moment, then replied with a gloomy expression. Brother Lu, I understand. Brother Wei, even the general can't do anything about it. If the army continues like this, there will be problems, so, Brother Lu, there's no need for further words. I understand these principles. The general's order is just right. I've been worried about not having a chance to avenge my brothers in the cavalry. Brother Wei, let's hurry up and make preparations now. Thank you, Brother Lu. Wei Zhuang bowed in thanks, then turned and called over the 2,400+ men in the cavalry battalion who were still fit for battle to begin preparations. Lu Jun stood there, watching the cavalry battalion walk towards the logistics area, his eyes filled with complex emotions. I hope you can come back alive. Behind a small grove of trees. After resting for an hour, the Tiger Army mounted their warhorses again. Set off. Tap, tap, tap. The moment the thunderous hoofbeats of warhorses rang out, a look of fury instantly appeared on the faces of the soldiers of the Anwu Kingdom Army. Damn bastard. When will this ever end? Damn it. Brothers, grab your weapons and kill them. Fuck them. We're going to kill them this time. Kill. Kill these bastards. Enraged, the soldiers charged forward, weapons in hand. They reacted quickly. However, there are people who react even faster than them. Brothers, follow me and kill. Wei Zhuang roared and galloped off on his warhorse. Kill. More than 2,400 cavalrymen roared in unison and followed closely behind. It's the cavalry battalion. I've already heard that they're going to fight those rebels to the death this time. It should have been done long ago. How can a bunch of traitors compare to us? That's right. With our hundreds of thousands of troops, Wiping out a group of rebels would be a piece of cake. How could we be so easily fooled? A group of soldiers discussed this extensively. Scarface Lu frowned as he watched the enemy troops charging towards him, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Brother, something's wrong. The enemy's aura is different this time, Lu Sandow said. Be careful later, we'll evacuate in 400 meters. Lu Sandow. Yes, big brother. Chenbo. Big brother, I understand. The warhorses galloped, and the distance between the two sides closed rapidly. 1 kilometer. 800 meters. 600 meters. 500 meters. 400 meters. When the two sides were about 400 meters apart, Scarface Lu roared. Put. At a command. The 1,400-plus members of the fierce Tiger Army raised their bows and crossbows, aiming at the onrushing Anwu Kingdom cavalry. Pull the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crossbow bolts shot into the air, piercing the night sky, and flew towards Wei Zhuang and the others. After the arrow was fired, withdraw. Scarface Lu roared and, as before, led the Tiger Army soldiers away from the area. Chapter 230 The Grove Under the Night. Watch out for a hail of arrows. Wei Zhuang shouted a reminder, then took a shield from his back and raised it to defend. The same applies to the cavalry battalion of over 2,400 men. This shield was one of the preparations they had made beforehand. A hail of arrows descended. Thump, thump, thump. The shots struck the shield, producing a series of muffled thuds. Some of the arrows were blocked, some missed their mark, and others hit soldiers or warhorses. However, there were very few casualties. A volley of arrows resulted in only a dozen or so casualties for the cavalry battalion. Compared to the previous situation where dozens of people would be involved, this is a huge improvement. Such an effect greatly boosted the confidence of Wei Zhuang and his men. For this battle, they abandoned their bows and arrows and replaced them with shields. It's all for a decisive battle to the death. Chase! Wei Zhuang shouted, holding a shield in one hand and the reins in the other, staring coldly ahead. Warhorses galloped. The cavalry battalion, numbering over 2,400, did not retreat this time, but instead pressed forward relentlessly in pursuit. The Tiger Army ran ahead. Hearing a noise behind him, Lu Sandow shouted, Big brother, they're coming. Big brother, our tactics worked. Chenbo shouted, Let's create some distance first, then deal with them. Scarface Lu replied loudly, then rode his warhorse forward. The fierce Tiger Army ran ahead, with the Anwu Kingdom's cavalry battalion chasing behind. The soldiers of the fierce Tiger Army would occasionally fire an arrow behind them, causing some trouble for the enemy troops behind them. Wei Zhuang and his men didn't take these scattered arrow attacks seriously at all. If you can block it, then block it. If you can't, then don't. The two groups, one in front and one behind, gradually drifted away as time went by. An incense stick has burned for a while. Brother, it should be almost done, Lu Sandow shouted. Scarface Lu nodded, glanced around, and saw a grove of trees in the distance. He immediately led the Tiger Army toward that grove. Let's go over there. The Tiger Army changed direction and ran towards the grove of trees. Wei Zhuang watched as the fierce Tiger Army changed course, his eyes narrowing slightly, his gaze sharpening. Are they preparing for a final battle with us? Then let's go. A head-on confrontation? Who's afraid of who? Muttering to himself, Wei Zhuang's face hardened with murderous intent as he roared. Brothers, the enemy is planning a final battle with us. Charge! Kill them! More than 2,400 cavalrymen roared in unison. Immediately, Wei Zhuang led more than 2,400 cavalrymen to charge forward. After the Tiger Army arrived at the grove, Scarface Lu led over 1,000 members of the fierce Tiger Army into the grove. After walking about 100 meters, they immediately abandoned their warhorses and scattered into the woods. Not long after, Wei Zhuang led more than 2,400 cavalrymen to the grove, standing outside the grove of trees. Looking at the quiet grove of trees before him, Wei Zhuang's eyes sharpened, and he did not rashly enter. Dismount. After some deliberation, Wei Zhuang gave the order. More than 2,400 people dismounted, each holding a knife in one hand and a shield in the other, and slowly walked into the grove. Quack, 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 quack. Chirp, 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 chirp. Wah wah. The grove was poorly lit, and the sounds of bird song, insects chirping, and the wind added a touch of mystery to the gloomy woods. Be on guard. Wei Zhuang lowered his voice to remind him. At this point, while he was tense, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Since the other side has lured them here, it means they intend to fight them to the death. And that's exactly the result they wanted. In a head-on battle, with over 2,000 against a little over 1,000, even if the opponent was the fierce tiger army, Wei Zhuang did not believe he would lose. As a member of the regular army of Anwu Kingdom, he had this confidence. He lost the battle on horseback, but that was because of his weapon. Now, in a direct confrontation, Wei Zhuang is not so sure. Even with a numerical advantage, he could still lose to the fierce tiger army. More than 2,000 people, holding shields in front of their chests to protect their upper bodies, slowly walked into the grove. After they had walked a few dozen meters, seeing the group of war horses ahead, Wei Zhuang immediately waved to signal everyone to stop. Careful. Wei Zhuang carefully surveyed his surroundings, trying to find out where the fierce tiger army was. However, it was pitch black all around, and there wasn't a single person in sight. Although he possessed the strength of a 7th-rank cultivator, he still couldn't see very far in this environment. 30 meters. This distance was the limit of what he could see. If you go any further, you'll be no different from an ordinary person. In such an environment, an ordinary person, at a distance of 30 meters, would not be able to see anything clearly, let alone see anything but pitch black. Whoosh! Just then, a whooshing sound came from the darkness. Not good. Wei Zhuang's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately spoke up to remind him. Watch out for arrows. No sooner had he finished speaking than a crossbow bolt struck the shield in a soldier's hand. Thump! A dull thud sounded. Although this arrow did not cause any casualties among the soldiers, Wei Zhuang dared not take it lightly. On the contrary, his expression became even more solemn. Wei Zhuang glanced around, and when he saw the group of war horses, he immediately had an idea. Get hidden among the war horses. At a command, Wei Zhuang led more than 2,000 men and immediately headed towards the herd of war horses. However, at that moment, a series of whooshing sounds rang out in the darkness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew out of the darkness, making them impossible to defend against. Watch out for arrows. Hurry and get into the herd of war horses. Wei Zhuang acted decisively, reminding everyone while leading the cavalry soldiers toward the herd of war horses. The crossbow bolts arrived in an instant. Uft, uft, thump, thump, ding dong, ding dong. A jumble of noises arose, followed by a scream that pierced the night sky. Ah! Hearing these screams, Wei Zhuang's heart tightened, and he urgently thought of leading his troops to hide among the war horses. Quickly, hide among the war horses. Wei Zhuang roared again, believing that as long as they hid among the war horses, the tiger army would no longer dare to shoot from the shadows. Because these are their war horses. A group of cavalrymen would never abandon their war horses. In fact, Wei Zhuang was right. Scarface Liu and the others really couldn't possibly abandon these war horses. Putting aside the fact that the upcoming battles will require these familiar war horses, the current state of Qin does not offer them any more war horses. However, Wei Zhuang overlooked one point. That is, when war horses are startled, they will run around wildly. Just then, in the darkness, Scarface Liu shouted at the top of his lungs. There's only one word, release. The word, release, made Wei Zhuang believe that the fierce tiger army was about to launch a second round of firing, and he shouted urgently. Quickly, hide among the war horses. Chapter 231 The Grove, filled with killing intent. It seemed to be intentional, because even after Wei Zhuang led more than 2,000 men into the herd of war horses, the fierce tiger army did not fire a single crossbow bolt. But at that very moment, whoosh! In the darkness, a streak of fire shot out and pierced directly into the herd of war horses. With a bang, boom, the fireworks exploded, giving the war horse quite a fright. Fortunately, only one firework exploded, which, while somewhat startling, was still bearable for these battle-hardened war horses. General, what does it mean by the other side launching fireworks and firecrackers? Yes, General, what are they trying to do? Immediately, The people in the cavalry camp began to voice their doubts. Wei Zhuang's face was gloomy, and he had a bad feeling. He had a feeling something terrible was going to happen. But for the time being, I couldn't think of what major event might happen. However, the fierce tiger army didn't give Wei Zhuang any time to think. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the darkness, the sound of firecrackers rang out, and sparks flew from all directions. Bang, bang, bang. When the fireworks touched the warhorse, they exploded instantly. Thousands of fireworks exploded simultaneously, and the warhorses went completely berserk. The warhorses neighed. Some of the frightened warhorses reared up and stomped down, while others began to charge wildly. The scene instantly descended into chaos. The screams were incessant. Faced with this situation, the more than 2,000 cavalrymen had no choice but to do their best to resist the trampling and collision of the warhorses. "Ah, be careful, kill these beasts, just kill them directly, ah." Screams and shouts of battle echoed through the sky. After a period of chaos, the frightened warhorses were either killed or fled the area. As a result of the riot by the warhorses, more than 200 people, including Wei Zhuang, were killed. The number of injured is countless. Faced with such casualties, Wei Zhuang was furious, wishing he could eat the flesh and drink the blood of the fierce tiger army. Only in this way can his hatred be dispelled. However, the fierce tiger army will not let them get away with this. After the warhorses left the field, Scarface Liu gave another command. Put. Just like before, it's the same word, release, but the two expressions convey completely opposite meanings. Not good. Get out of there. Wei Zhuang's expression changed drastically. He desperately wanted to leave the grove. At this point, he had already realized the gap between the cavalry battalion and the tiger army. That's a tactical difference. He shouldn't have brought people into this grove. But it's too late to say anything now. The only thing to do is to retreat as soon as possible and preserve our own strength. The cavalrymen who received the order reacted extremely quickly. However, no matter how fast they react, how could they be faster than a crossbow bolt fired from the shadows? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the darkness, a series of whooshing sounds rang out. Hearing the dense, whistling sound of air being torn apart, Wei Zhuang and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Watch out for arrows. Wei Zhuang roared loudly. He had lost count of how many times he had shouted this all night. But what could he do? No. Faced with the powerful tiger army, he seemed to have no chance of fighting back at all. Upon receiving the order, the cavalry battalion, shields held to their chests, stared calmly ahead, back to back, and cautiously retreated out of the woods. Uft, uft. Thump, thump, thump. Ding dong, ding dong. Crossbow bolts came flying, striking various parts of the cavalry and making a jumbled sound. The screams rang out again. Of the more than 2,400 cavalrymen Wei Zhuang brought with him, less than 2,000 remained since they entered the grove. They sacrificed over 400, nearly 500 men, yet they didn't even see a shadow of the fierce tiger army. This outcome filled Wei Zhuang with rage and fear. That's incredible. The fierce tiger army truly lives up to its name. No wonder so many people were able to fight their way out of the encirclement in the Valley of Despair back then. This army is indeed not to be underestimated. Wei Zhuang kept reminding himself that he should not underestimate the fierce tiger army. But now, he realized that he had underestimated this fierce tiger army. The opponent was not even in the same league as his cavalry battalion. Wei Zhuang couldn't imagine how powerful the tiger army soldiers would be if they fought in the mountains and forests. But he doesn't have the mind to think about those things anymore. The army could quickly break through the distance of a few dozen meters, and once they did, the cavalry battalion would still be able to put up a fight. However, just then, Liu Sandao, leading about 700 members of the fierce tiger army, blocked the way, holding a large sword and staring coldly at Wei Zhuang and the others. Wei Zhuang and the others suddenly stopped, with the two sides about 10 meters apart. For a moment, no one spoke. However, the gazes of Liu Sandao and Wei Zhuang grew increasingly sharp. A murderous intent permeated the air. The next moment, a loud shout rang out. Kill! Liu Sandao roared, charging forward with his knife in one hand. Kill! Wei Zhuang was not to be outdone, and charged forward with his broadsword in hand. As soon as the generals on both sides made a move, the soldiers behind them followed suit. Kill them. Brothers, kill those bastards on the other side and avenge our brothers. A bunch of scum, you think you can kill us? This day next year will be your death anniversary. Ha ha. These cowards finally dare to fight us head on. Kill. Kill those bastards. The two sides clashed. The soldiers of the fierce tiger army were not too worried. They were determined to win and were giving their all in this battle. But the situation is different for the cavalry battalion. For the past 2 days, they've been holding in a lot of anger with nowhere to vent it. Now that we have the chance, why not vent our anger? Let's not talk about winning or losing. They just want to wipe out those incompetent old secret agents of the fierce tiger army. The two sides clashed instantly and became fiercely competitive. Neither of us is afraid of the other. Lu Sandow and Wei Zhuang fought, and for a time, neither could gain the upper hand. As for the soldiers on both sides, the fighting was extremely intense. Anwu Kingdom's cavalry battalion, relying on its superior numbers and the protection of shields, gained a direct advantage. Despite being outnumbered and outgunned, the Tiger Army, relying on its superior equipment, was not afraid of the slightest thing. The sounds of hacking and slashing, the shouts of anger. Various sounds rang out in the grove. When the two sides clashed, they both went in with the intention of killing each other. The fight broke out, and the scene was extremely brutal. In just one encounter, the number of casualties on both sides rose rapidly. At that moment, a furious roar rang out from behind Wei Zhuang and the others. The fierce tiger army. Kill. Scarface Lu charged out of the darkness, wielding a tiger-headed broadsword. Behind him, a group of tiger army soldiers, wielding broadswords, charged out. Kill. Kill them. Brothers, kill them. Kill them. Chapter 232 The Grove of Trees, a Hellish Landscape. Oh no. The tiger army is surrounding us from behind. Damn it. Watch out behind you. What are you afraid of? There are only so many of them. Brothers, follow me and kill them. Kill them. Kill them. Who's afraid of who? Bring it on, you scoundrel. Kill. Faced with the tiger army surrounding them from behind, the cavalry soldiers showed no fear, but instead charged forward with fervent enthusiasm. As fellow soldiers, who's afraid of whom in a head-on confrontation? Moreover, they outnumbered each other, so there was absolutely no reason for them to be afraid. The grove was in complete chaos. The soldiers of the fierce tiger army basically maintained a strategy of fighting two opponents at a time. Thanks to their superior armor and weapons, they did not fall into defeat even when facing two opponents. The cavalry battalion's weapons and armor were inferior to the cavalry battalion's, but they had a shield. On the battlefield, the role of a shield is truly indispensable. So what if your blade is sharp? Everyone has to step back in front of the shield. Blood boils, fighting spirit never ceases. Both sides fought with the belief of annihilating the other. In this battle, there is no right or wrong. Only a single victory can end this conflict. Wei Zhuang was still locked in a fierce battle with Lu Sandow, neither able to gain the upper hand, their strengths being almost equal. However, after joining the battle, Scarface Lu charged towards them, wielding his broadsword. One cut to the left, one cut to the right. One cut above, another cut below. Every strike was deadly, every strike drew blood. Ordinary soldiers were completely powerless against Scarface Lu. After a fierce battle, Scarface Lu charged to the center of the battlefield, looked at Lu and Wei who were fighting, and roared angrily. Kill. As the echo faded, Scarface Lu charged in, wielding his tiger-headed broadsword, joining the battle between the two. After Scarface Lu joined the fray, the battle instantly became a 2-on-1 affair. Even in a 1-on-1 situation, Wei Zhuang had no way to deal with Lu Sandow. Now facing attacks from both of them, Wei Zhuang was directly at a disadvantage and was somewhat overwhelmed. So what if you're from the fierce tiger army? Do you really think I, Wei Zhuang, am afraid of the two of you? Wei Zhuang roared angrily, slashing at Lu Sandow with his right hand while using his shield in his left to block the blade that Scarface Lu was about to swipe at. Clang! Clang! Two sounds of metal clashing rang out. After the three attacked, the roles were immediately reversed, with Lu Sandow and Scarface Lu attacking simultaneously. Faced with the two attacks, Wei Zhuang swung his sword to block Lu Sandao's broadsword, and used his shield to block Scarface Lu's broadsword. The three-person offensive shifted back and forth. Although Wei Zhuang is at a disadvantage, he will not be defeated in the short term. General, we've come to your aid. Brothers, kill them. Protect the general. Kill. Just then, the Anwu Kingdom's cavalry battalion dispatched several dozen men to join the three-man battle. There's no way around it. The numerical advantage is undeniable. The Tiger Army is indeed strong. Facing a group of soldiers wielding shields, it wouldn't be easy for any one of them to win. In fact, letting Wei Zhuang and the others leave earlier was the best option for the fierce Tiger Army. They killed nearly 500 of the enemy in one fell swoop. Such a result was a huge loss for a cavalry force that had only 2,400 men left. However, the Tiger Army had no other choice. They must annihilate this group of cavalry as soon as possible. Even if they cannot annihilate them, they must render them incapable of fighting. Only then can the fierce Tiger Army truly harass the main force of Anwu Kingdom's army and hinder their advance. Only in this way can the mission be completed. The arrival of dozens of Anwu Kingdom cavalrymen instantly reversed Wei Zhuang's losing streak. He forced Lu Sandao back with a single strike and roared, "Brothers, follow me and kill them both. Kill them." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wei Zhuang, wielding his broadsword, charged towards Scarface Lu. After the battle, he could tell that Scarface Lu was slightly stronger than the other two. In a one-on-one fight, no matter who it is, he cannot determine a winner. So, he'll deal with Scarface Lu. As for Lu Sandao, hand it over to the brothers in the cavalry battalion. Kill. Brothers, let's attack together and kill him. General, hold that man back. We'll kill him together. Kill them. The dozens of men weren't fools. They immediately understood Wei Zhuang's meaning and rushed towards Lu Sandao. 3 stabs, watch out. Scarface Lu, wielding a tiger-headed broadsword, engaged in fierce combat with Wei Zhuang. Although he was only at the 6th rank of cultivation, he was slightly higher than Wei Zhuang. The 6th and 7th ranks are one realm apart. However, the difference in combat strength was not to the point where one could completely overwhelm the other. It's impossible to determine a winner in a short period of time. Don't worry, brother. They're just a bunch of scumbags. I don't even consider them a threat. Lu Sandao's expression was serious as he carefully dealt with the attack from dozens of cavalry soldiers. Don't be fooled by how easily he talks. But the reality is not so simple. How can it be easy to fight against dozens of opponents? Dozens of people surrounded Lu Sandao, with more than a dozen broadswords attacking him each time. Faced with these attacks, Lu Sandao could only defend and had no chance to counterattack, unless those soldiers themselves reveal a weakness. Soon, Lu Sandao already had wounds on his body. If it weren't for his armor protecting him, he would have been dead long ago. Seeing this, the soldiers of the fierce Tiger Army charged over with all their might, wanting to help Lu Sandao and Scarface Lu. Charge! Brothers, charge in and help our eldest and second brothers. Charge there immediately. Second brother is about to give up. Everyone, charge in. Kill them. The soldiers of the fierce Tiger Army wanted to go to the rescue, but how could the soldiers of the Anwu Kingdom's cavalry battalion let them have their way? Stop them. Don't let them get past. Stop them. Stop them. Brothers, hold them off. Kill. Soldiers from both sides were running towards this side, and the entire battlefield gradually unfolded around the three of them. Swords flashed and blood splattered. This war was destined to end in a tragic defeat. The wind was biting cold. It was already late at night. Under the moonlight, this grove of trees has become a living hell. Blood stained the earth red. Corpses littered the fields. The remains of limbs and broken arms were covered in a thick layer. A broken broadsword, shattered armor, and eyes that never closed in death. However, even with such fierce fighting, the battle was not over. The battle has come to this point. 600 men of the fierce Tiger Army were killed in action, and Wubwo's cavalry battalion suffered more than 1,300 casualties. The fierce Tiger Army has 800 men left, and the Anwu Kingdom's cavalry battalion has 600 men left. The outcome of this war is now quite clear. The scales of victory. They shifted towards the Tiger Army. At this time, Wei Zhuang repelled the fierce tiger army with a single strike, his face pale and weak. He mustered his strength and roared. Withdraw, retreat. Chapter 233, Both sides suffer. There's no point in continuing this battle now. Their cavalry battalion has done what they were supposed to do. The enemy only has a few hundred men left. A few hundred people are no match for the main force of Anwu Kingdom. Rather than fighting to the death, we should fight our way out. Even if only 200 or 300 men survive and manage to escape, those 200 or 300 men will be used to distract the Tiger Army, rendering them completely ineffective. After Wei Zhuang gave the order to retreat, the remaining 600 or so men immediately charged out of the grove. Stop them. Don't let a single person escape. Chen Bo shook the tiger head broadsword to remove the blood. Having fought this far, he was covered in wounds, and his physical strength had reached its limit. He was only sustained by his unwavering belief in victory. The other soldiers in the Tiger Army were in no better shape. Scarface Liu and Liu Sandao's deaths were even more tragic. The two had been surrounded and attacked by soldiers of the Anwu Kingdom's cavalry battalion, and their injuries were the most severe. Liu Sandao's case was even more serious. He's already lost most of his life. If he doesn't receive timely treatment, he'll likely not survive. Scarface Liu's condition wasn't much better either. It's fair to say that both of them are practically crippled from this battle. If it weren't for their formidable strength, they would have already perished. Unlike the two men, the soldiers of the fierce Tiger Army were not in the same situation. Those who survived until now were either uninjured or only slightly wounded. So, the responsibility of leading the fierce Tiger Army fell on Chen Bo's shoulders. Kill! With a roar, Chen Bo charged forward, wielding his tiger-headed broadsword. Grip the knife with both hands and slash out. Uft! With a single stroke, he cleaved an enemy soldier in two. However, immediately after the first strike, the soldiers of Anwu Kingdom's cavalry battalion surrounded and launched a counterattack against Chen Bo. Kill! Kill him! He is a general of the fierce Tiger Army. Kill him! Brothers, let's kill him together. In the blink of an eye, the cavalry soldiers surrounded Chen Bo and launched an attack on him. Once the soldiers realized they couldn't leave, they went berserk. With the mindset that killing one would be enough, and killing two would be a bonus, they fought with their lives on the line. And the person they attacked was a general. If they could get rid of this person, they would have no regrets even if they died. Faced with these attacks, Chen Bo, who was already exhausted, instantly fell into a slump and struggled to cope with their attacks. But this situation was quickly eased. Protect third brother. Protect your morning erections. Kill them. Kill these trash. The soldiers of the fierce Tiger Army shouted as they joined the battle. Their combat strength was already superior to that of the soldiers led by Wei Zhuang, not to mention that they now had a numerical advantage. A group of fierce tiger soldiers charged forward, wielding broadswords, instantly thwarting the cavalry's offensive. The counterattack begins at this very moment. Once liberated, Chen Bo charged forward with his broadsword, fighting with incredible ferocity. Kill them. Don't let them escape. Stop these rebels and create an opportunity for the general and his men. Brothers, let's meet again in 15 years. The scene was extremely chaotic. Both sides fought with their lives on the line, giving it their all. One side wants to annihilate the other. One side wants to block the other. Driven by different motives, the two sides engaged in a fierce battle at the edge of a nearby grove. However, it was under these circumstances that Wei Zhuang, despite being covered in wounds, led more than 300 people to a successful evacuation. When Chen Bo led the Tiger Army soldiers out in pursuit, he saw hundreds of war horses galloping away. Damn it! They got away. Chen Bo cursed angrily. Chen Bo, should we give chase? A soldier from the fierce Tiger Army asked. Upon hearing this, Chen Bo hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. I'm not going to chase after them anymore. There are only 200 or 300 people left on the other side. They're already finished. Let's go back. Save my older brother and the others first. After saying that, Chen Bo dragged his tired body back into the grove. Along the way, the soldiers of the fierce Tiger Army did not forget to finish off the enemy. Those enemy soldiers left behind in the grove didn't all just die instantly. At the same time, They collected the bodies of the fallen brothers of the fierce tiger army. If we encounter someone still alive, we will naturally do our best to save them. Wei Zhuang led more than 300 people to escape from this place. After finding that no one was chasing them, he immediately ordered the group to stop. They found a relatively secluded spot to hide, and the more than 300 people dismounted and collapsed onto the ground, looking exhausted. Take care of the wound quickly. If you can't do it yourself, the other brothers can help, Wei Zhuang said, panting heavily. Upon hearing this, the more than 300 people, despite their exhaustion, got up, took out the medicine hidden in their breastplates, and helped each other treat their wounds. After everyone's injuries were treated, the group lay on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Chen Bo led a group of the fierce tiger army to a village. This place is about 5 miles away from the grove of trees from last night. The villagers were initially terrified of the group of visitors who suddenly barged into the village, but their attitude changed drastically when they learned that the fierce tiger army was an army of the great Qin dynasty. Quickly, go boil some water and wash them. Quickly go and invite old man who over so he can treat your injuries. Go prepare some food. The entire village busied themselves treating the wounded tiger army, ensuring they had a good meal and a good night's sleep. No way. Lansong County is adjacent to Qingtian County, and we know everything that is happening in Qingtian County. They also want to enjoy the various people-friendly and beneficial policies of the Qin dynasty. So, the soldiers of the fierce tiger army received exceptional treatment upon arriving in this area. Compared to the fierce tiger army, Wei Zhuang and his men fared much worse. When they woke up, the team, which originally had more than 300 people, had dwindled to 276. As for those dozens of people, they didn't make it and will rest here forever. Wei Zhuang was helped up by the two men. He glanced at everyone present, his expression somber. Brothers who are still in good condition, let's bury those brothers who are buried here. Us, we can't let them rot in the wilderness. Upon hearing this, no one present spoke, but several dozen people silently turned and left. Those who dig the pits, dig the pits. Those who carry people, carry people. These people will be buried here. Meanwhile, Wei Zhuang wasn't idle either. He had someone kill a horse, build a fire, and roast it to eat. Forget about the taste. As long as we have something to eat and can fill our stomachs, that's enough. Chapter 234 Chen Bo takes over the fierce tiger army. Anwu Kingdom's army. Xia Yuan rode his warhorse slowly forward. General, the cavalry battalion has not returned all night. I'm afraid they've already, Lu Jun said. It's their duty, Xia Yuan said calmly, but there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. 5,000 cavalry. Those are 5,000 brothers. Soldiers value loyalty. Comrades on the battlefield are like brothers. However, in just 2 days, 5,000 people were gone. Perhaps. It's not certain that Wei Zhuang and the others are still alive. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun paused for a moment, then smiled. Yes, they might still be alive. The fierce tiger army is strong, but Wei Zhuang is not weak either. If the two sides really fight to the death, the only outcome will probably be mutual destruction. Xia Yuan nodded without saying anything more. The army continued its march forward. In 2 more days, the Anwu Kingdom's army will reach the border of Lansong County and will soon enter Qingtian County. On the border of Lansong County, today, a semicircular city wall over 3,000 meters long has been erected here. The city wall was built of piled-up earth and stones. It is 3 meters high and 5 meters wide. It has very poor strength. However, having such a city wall was already an excellent result for the Qin army. Apart from this city wall, there is also a ditch at the foot of the city wall. It is 2 meters deep and 6 meters wide. This ravine is essentially a moat without water. It's not as good as a real moat, but it can still be of some use. Besides, nearly 5 miles in front of the city wall, countless pits of all sizes have been dug out. At this time, the soldiers of the Qin dynasty were using these pits to set traps. This is a traditional method. Although it was old-fashioned, it was actually quite useful on the battlefield. Unless the army of Anwu Kingdom does not intend to fight them and chooses to bypass this place. Otherwise, these seemingly simple defensive fortifications will play a significant role. At the same time, The Liang Army, the Shura Army, and the Xingho Army are about to reach the border of Qingtian County. Based on the marching speed of the three armies, they will be able to reach the border of Lanshan County before sunset today and join up with the three armies of the Great Qin, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Vanguard. The fact that the three armies were able to arrive so quickly was partly due to their light equipment. However, the armies of Xuanwu and Zhuge were not so quick. It's mainly the Vermilion Bird Army. When the Vermilion Bird Army goes out, it needs to carry a large number of crossbow bolts and arrows. Both of these are essential items to bring. Although Qin Anyang will send logistics troops to deliver crossbows to the Vermilion Bird Army later, the Vermilion Bird Army must carry at least a portion beforehand, enough for the first wave of battle. 10,000 Vermilion Bird soldiers. They carried 1,600 powerful crossbows, including 30 upgraded versions, with each person equipped with a crossbow. 30,000 crossbow bolts. 50,000 crossbow bolts. Carrying so much stuff, the marching speed was naturally slow. Horses pull, people carry. Even the 5,000 men of the Xuanwu army couldn't be idle. They carried as much as they could. Based on the marching speed of the two armies, it will take another 2 days and 1 night to reach the Lanshan County front. This was only because the road in Kyoto County had been widened. Otherwise, it would have taken even longer. The time for the great battle is drawing ever closer. The people in the border area between Lanshan County and Qingtian County either went to the front line to help Qin dig defensive fortifications or temporarily left their hometowns to hide for a period of time. In the sweltering summer, as long as you bring some food, you can stay outside for 10 days or half a month without any problem. So, in many villages, only a few elderly people remain. Firstly, the elderly have difficulty walking. Secondly, the village needs someone to guard it. Thirdly, the elderly are unwilling to leave. This is ultimately their home. Time passed second by second. Dusk was approaching. After resting for a day, Wei Zhuang and the others ate dinner, tidied up their equipment, mounted their horses, and left the place. There were over 260 people, each with a look of grim determination on their face. They never thought they would make it back alive. War is cruel. No one wants to start a war. However, these things are not something that can be decided by human power. Destruction represents rebirth. Dynasties changed. A fallen dynasty will eventually pass away, and a new dynasty will rise again. And so it goes. 1,000-year-old dynasty, 10,000-year-old mountains and rivers. Wei Zhuang rode his warhorse at the very front. With his 7th rank strength, his recovery ability was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Despite suffering such severe injuries yesterday, he is now able to participate in the battle. Their combat strength is not as good as before, but they can still fight. We can fight. That's enough. Brothers, we no longer need to fight the Tiger Army. All we need to do is find their trail and follow them. The fierce Tiger Army only has a few hundred men left, and the 3 generals are probably at their weakest point. They can't cause any trouble now. We just need to follow them and give them a warning when they go to harass our main force. Upon hearing this, the 260-plus cavalrymen did not respond. However, a glint of light shone in his eyes. That is the light to live. If you can live, no one wants to die. They had done their best. Of the 5,000, only 260 remained. With such a small number of people, they can only defend against the harassment from the fierce Tiger Army. Besides, the upcoming battles were no longer relevant to them. Do you really expect 200 cavalrymen to achieve anything in a battlefield with tens of thousands of soldiers? Obviously. Impossible. In an unnamed village. Thanks to treatment from the village's barefoot doctor, Scarface Liu is now out of danger. Liu Sandao is still in a coma. If we can't make it through tonight, then we really won't make it. More than 800 members of the fierce Tiger Army, plus more than 100 surviving members of the fierce Tiger Army, who were later found alive after the battlefield was cleared, totaled nearly 1,000 people. However, of these 1,000 people, more than 200 died after just 1 night's sleep. The injuries were too severe, there was no way to save him. Of the remaining 700-plus people, more than 100 are in critical condition. Whether they survive or not depends on how tough their luck is. After all, medical skills are limited. There are only a limited number of doctors available. A barefoot doctor in a small village can only treat minor illnesses and injuries. How could the wounds of these Tiger Army soldiers be healed, let alone whether it can be cured? Even a single doctor couldn't handle all the cases. So, most of the Tiger Army soldiers only received basic treatment for their wounds, leaving those with minor injuries or no life-threatening injuries unattended. Those whose injuries are not serious but are somewhat life-threatening should be given priority treatment. Those whose injuries were too severe, we can only wait to die. Shinbo entered the room where Scarface Liu and Liu Sandow were resting and said to Scarface Liu, "Big brother, you all take good care of yourselves. Leave the task of holding off the enemy to me." Chapter 235. Oh no. The Tiger Army is trying to escape. Be careful. The mission must be completed. Scarface Liu said with difficulty, his eyes filled with deep resentment. "Big brother, leave it to me." Shinbo nodded solemnly and turned to leave. A moment later, 600 fierce cavalrymen galloped out of the village. A group of villagers stood at the village entrance, watching the group leave, their eyes gleaming, each with their own thoughts. The sky gradually darkened. Anwu Kingdom's army began its march again, with torches erected one after another, making it look like a fire dragon from a distance. Xia Yuan rode his warhorse at the front of the army, his mood somewhat heavy. It's been a day and a night. Of the more than 2,000 cavalrymen, not a single one returned. This situation made him realize that Wei Zhuang and his more than 2,000 men were probably in grave danger. The fierce Tiger Army, you really shouldn't be underestimated. Lu Jun rode over on his warhorse. "General, will your Tiger Army cavalry come again tonight?" "Have no idea." Xia Yuan shook his head. He genuinely didn't know. Of Wei Zhuang's more than 2,000 men, not one has returned. Even if that Tiger Army is strong, how many of them can be left now? Lu Jun nodded and said nothing more. However, he felt uneasy, as if something was about to happen. The moment when it was completely dark. Tap, tap, tap. 600 cavalrymen rode their warhorses and galloped toward the location of the Anwu Kingdom's army. However, halfway through the march, Wei Zhuang led more than 260 cavalrymen out from the left and ran ahead of the column. Seeing this situation, Chun Bo's expression hardened, and he took the crossbow off his back and loaded it. "Kill them." At his command, Chun Bo rode his warhorse and charged toward Wei Zhuang and the others. 600 fierce tiger soldiers followed behind and charged forward. Each person held a loaded crossbow, ready to fire. However, Wei Zhuang had no intention of fighting the fierce Tiger Army. "Let's go." At his command, he led over 260 men on horseback at breakneck speed, intending to return to the main force of the Anwu Kingdom's army. Wei Zhuang's idea was very simple. Go back ahead and report the news, so that the archers in the army can prepare to strike hard against these few hundred Tiger Army soldiers. A few hundred people trying to shake an army of 500,000 is just wishful thinking. The two sides raced across the fields, one after the other, heading towards the main force of the Anwu Kingdom's army. A distance of over 20 li is no small distance for warhorses. The moment the main force of Anwu Kingdom's army came into view, Chun Bo ordered the troops to stop. Stop. At a command, the Tiger Army gradually slowed down until they came to a stop. As soon as the fierce Tiger Army stopped, Wei Zhuang and the others also stopped. The two sides gazed at each other from afar, neither showing any sign of weakness. "Tiger Army, as long as I, Wei Zhuang, am alive, you will not be able to stop the army's advance." Upon hearing this, Chun Bo coldly cursed loudly. "Idiot." After saying that, Chun Bo turned and left with his group of people. As the Tiger Army's cavalry disappeared from sight, Wei Zhuang's lips curled into a slight smile. "You few go back and take some food and medicine. The rest of you come with me and follow the Tiger Army. We'll render them completely useless." "Yes, General." Several cavalrymen replied in unison and rode their warhorses back to the main force of the army. "Let's go." At Wei Zhuang's command, he led more than 250 cavalrymen, keeping a distance behind the fierce Tiger Army, and followed them. After leading the Tiger Army for a distance, Chun Bo slowed down the horses, strolling leisurely through the fields. A gentle evening breeze brought a refreshing coolness that soothed the anxieties in everyone's hearts. Trying to stop the Tiger Army in this way is wishful thinking. Chen Bo's lips curled up, his eyes filled with disdain. 200 or so people trying to hold off more than 600 of them. Is that possible? Wei Zhuang led his cavalry and followed at a distance. The Tiger Army slowed down, and so did they. The Tiger Army stopped to rest, and so did they. The Tiger Army began to gallop, and they followed suit. In short, we absolutely cannot let the Tiger Army disappear from their sight. To be honest, this kind of shameless method was learned from the fierce Tiger Army. Learn as you go, and apply it immediately. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. When the Tiger Army entered a grove of trees, Wei Zhuang raised his hand and waved for everyone to stop. Stop chasing them. Having learned from past mistakes, Wei Zhuang understood that he must never enter such a grove at night. Otherwise, all 200 of them would probably be wiped out. Step back 500 meters and rest on the spot. Yes, General. The 250-odd cavalrymen retreated 500 meters and dismounted to rest. Some are feeding the horses, others are eating. Lie down and rest for a while if you need to. However, someone kept an eye on the grove of trees ahead to prevent the Tiger Army from launching a surprise attack or quietly escaping the area. Among the army of Anwu Kingdom, Xia Yuan and his generals sat on their war horses, watching as a few cavalrymen from the cavalry battalion hurriedly rode away after taking the supplies. The cavalry battalion is gone. One of the generals uttered a sigh, which stirred up a sense of sadness among the crowd. Of the 5,000 men, only 260 remain. The fighting strength of the fierce Tiger Army is indeed terrifying. This army has now turned into rebels, a great loss to our Anwu Kingdom. Whose fault is this? The fierce Tiger Army is a pity, but they are now traitors. For a moment, a group of generals started arguing. Enough. All of you shut up. Xia Yuan shouted angrily, stopping the argument. Wei Zhuang and his cavalry are still fighting. What are you all arguing about here for? Aren't you ashamed? Instead of wasting time on this, you should think more about how to fight the next battle. If a group of cavalrymen who blocked our advance halfway are so troublesome, what kind of fierce battle will we face when we reach Qingtian County and confront the rebel army? This is not some bandit suppression. The fact that the fierce Tiger Army has defected to rebels shows that they are not simple. A bunch of idiots. Xia Yuan cursed in exasperation, then rode his warhorse back to the ranks. There are still people alive in the cavalry battalion, and Wei Zhuang is still alive. This result is already incredibly good news for him. A group of generals watched Xia Yuan's departing figure, paused for a moment, and then silently dispersed and returned to their army. It was late at night. Suddenly, a series of chaotic hoofbeats echoed from within the grove. Oh no, the Tiger Army is trying to escape. Chapter 236. Since a sneak attack won't work, let's stop them head on. Oh no, the Tiger Army is trying to escape. The soldiers guarding the Tiger Army shouted, and the cavalry soldiers who were resting suddenly stood up. Despite his severe injuries, Wei Zhuang stood up and gave the order. Mount up and give chase. In fact, without his order, the cavalry soldiers mounted their horses and prepared to pursue. After mounting his horse, Wei Zhuang led over 260 men in pursuit of the fierce Tiger Army. His goal was very clear. I'll follow you. As long as we prevent the Tiger Army soldiers from harassing Anwu Kingdom's army within the next 2 or 3 days, that will suffice. After, these few hundred cavalrymen, placed on the main battlefield, would not cause the slightest disturbance. The idea is good, and it's not wrong. However, Wei Zhuang overlooked one point. The fierce Tiger Army is an army that cannot be viewed by conventional standards. Wei Zhuang led his men to give chase, but they were stunned by what they saw before them after walking only a short distance. As soon as the Tiger Army emerged from the grove, they scattered in all directions, splitting into more than 30 small teams. Seeing this, Wei Zhuang was completely dumbfounded. General, what do we do now? General, should we continue the pursuit? For a time, many soldiers asked Wei Zhuang questions. After a moment's thought, Wei Zhuang immediately gave the order. We can't chase them anymore. Let's go back. Yes, General. After receiving the order, the men immediately turned their horses around and returned to the main army. As the saying goes, a fall into a pit, a gain in your wit. Having been tricked by the fierce tiger army so many times, Wei Zhuang had already learned his lesson. The tiger army is divided into so many units that it's easy to deal with any one of them. But the problem is, once they pursue them, they will definitely be surrounded by the fierce tiger army. By then, it will be too late to reverse the situation. After Wei Zhuang led a group of cavalry away, the fierce tiger army regrouped half an hour later. Morning erection, what do we do now? Third brother, we can't launch a surprise attack at all if we don't take care of those cavalrymen. We must find a way to get rid of that cavalry. How do we resolve this? Can't you see they're not even fighting us anymore? Damn bastard. At this moment, the men of the fierce tiger army experience for the first time the powerlessness of being toyed with. Since a sneak attack won't work, let's stop them head on. Chunbo said coldly. A direct confrontation? Chunbo, are you out of your mind? How are we supposed to stop them head on with just this few people? That's right, we only have 600 people, while the other side has hundreds of thousands. We wouldn't even be enough to fill their teeth. Isn't directly blocking them suicide? Faced with the crowd's doubts and incomprehension, Chunbo glanced at them and said coldly, "Who said that a direct confrontation means fighting the enemy?" Upon hearing this, the entire tiger army fell silent, looking at Chunbo with curiosity, waiting for him to continue. Our mission is to slow down the enemy's march. Since harassment isn't working, let's go for something more ruthless. Burn it. Go to the nearby villages immediately and buy oil and alcohol from the villagers. Give them an IOU for whatever amount you owe them. We must not tarnish the reputation of Great Qin. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood. Burn it. That is indeed a solution. Although the consequences are somewhat serious, if not handled properly, they could incite resentment among the nearby people and damage the reputation of the Qin dynasty. However, they have no other choice now. The Great Qin must win this battle. Under this premise, nothing else matters. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go. Seeing that no one reacted, Chunbo roared angrily. Chunbo, let's go right now. 3. We're off right away. More than 600 people were divided into 30 small teams and scattered in all directions, heading towards the nearby villages. When a cavalry unit of 20 men entered a small village, they shouted at the top of their lungs. Fellow villagers, soldiers from the fierce tiger army of the Great Qin Empire have come to purchase some items from you. Please come out and meet us. He shouted it 3 times in a row. Many lights lit up the village, doors opened one after another, and then a flurry of footsteps came from all directions. A group of villagers gathered around. Looking at the 20 fierce tiger soldiers riding on their war horses, none of them stepped forward. Not long after, an elderly man with gray hair and a hunched back walked over, leaning on a cane. He glanced at the 20 riders in front of him. Village chief of Laowu village, are you really soldiers of the fierce tiger army of the Great Qin Empire? Old man, we are indeed soldiers of the Great Qin. What do you want to buy in Wowo village? Sir, we want to buy flammable items such as alcohol and oil. Upon hearing this, the village chief of Wowo village's expression hardened, and he stared intently at the 20 members of the fierce tiger army. What do you need these things for? Grandpa, we need to use it to slow down the march of Nwugua's army and delay the enemy's arrival at the front line. The village chief of Wowo village nodded, which was taken as his approval. Subsequently, the tiger army successfully purchased the wine and oil they needed. Despite claiming it was a purchase, where did the tiger army get the money? They could only leave the people of Wowo village with one IOU after another. This scene is also happening in other villages. The next morning, as the first rays of the rising sun shone down from the horizon, the 30 teams of the fierce tiger army rushed back from all directions to join forces. Chunbo looked at the line carrying a bunch of bottles and jars and nodded in satisfaction. Let's go. At his command, Chunbo led 600 tiger soldiers toward Qingtian County. It was nearing noon. The fierce tiger army bypassed the Anwu Kingdom's army, and, taking advantage of the Anwu Kingdom's army setting up camp and resting, 600 men began to splash wine and oil. They intend to set up a wall of fire to halt the advance of Nwugua's army. To this end, the soldiers of the fierce tiger army not only poured wine and oil on the rice seedlings, but also cut down some bamboo and trees from the surrounding area. After all, there are only so many rice seedlings. They can't withstand burning. Only these trees and bamboos can ensure that the flames burn for a long time. Setting up a fire defense line with 600 people requires an immense amount of work. They had already stayed up all night, but now they dared not rest and could only push through their exhaustion to keep working. Fortunately, with the help of war horses to pull these trees and bamboo, otherwise it would have been impossible for the Tiger Army to implement this plan. Time passed second by second. The sky gradually darkened. 600 people laid out a fire barrier that was over 2,000 meters long and 3 meters wide. Now, all it takes is a fire to set this barrier ablaze. Shinbo looked up at the sky and, seeing that the army of Onwu Kingdom had not yet appeared, he shouted, "Everyone, let's put in a little more effort and widen the fire barrier before Onwu Kingdom's army arrives." Chapter 237 The Fire Dragon in the Night. Midnight 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. It was completely dark by then. The sky was even darker tonight, without moonlight. Distance. A series of chaotic footsteps could be heard. "They're here," Shinbo muttered to himself, his eyes fixed on the front, waiting quietly. 600 tiger soldiers stood scattered behind the fence, each holding a small torch, hiding under the fence to conceal the light. However, how could these sparse barriers possibly block out the flames? As the Onwu Kingdom's army gradually approached, the soldiers at the forefront noticed this situation. "Look, what's going on over there? Is that a firelight? No way. How could a fire spread out over such a large area? What exactly is this?" The soldiers' discussions caught the attention of the generals in the vanguard. Jiang Jing rode forward on his warhorse. "What's all the noise about? What happened? General, look ahead. General, something's wrong up ahead. General." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jing looked up ahead, his eyes slightly narrowed. Upon closer inspection, he could see a very thin line of firelight flickering in front of him. This is... Jiang Jing was also a little undecided for a moment, as they were too far away to see clearly. "Let's keep going, but be careful not to get ambushed by those rebels." "Yes, General. Yes, General. General, we understand." The army slowly moved forward again. Jiang Jing did not return to the army, but rode his warhorse at the front, staring intently ahead. As the distance gets closer and closer, Jiang Jing's expression was very serious. The extremely long beam of light in front of him was indeed firelight. "Stop!" Jiang Jing gave the order loudly. The leading group immediately stopped, and when the group behind saw that the people in front had stopped, they naturally stopped as well. However, the doubt on his face was undeniable. Jiang Jing rode his warhorse into the army. When he arrived at Xia Yuan's side, he immediately reported the news from ahead. "General, a fire has appeared not far ahead. I suspect it was done by that tiger army." Xia Yuan frowned, feeling a surge of annoyance. This group of tiger army soldiers was really too much of a nuisance. "You said you only have a few hundred people left. Can't you take a break? Damn it. They're like a bunch of persistent little devils. Keep moving forward. They only have a few hundred people. They can't cause any trouble." "Yes, General." Upon receiving the order, Jiang Jing rode his warhorse back to the front lines. "The general has ordered us to continue advancing." After the order was given, the army sprang into action once again. Shinbo watched the approaching Onwu Kingdom army with a sinister look in his eyes, and his mind was on high alert. "It's getting closer. It's getting closer." When Enwu's army reached the barrier set up by the fierce tiger army, about 500 meters away, Shinbo shouted angrily, "Ignition!" The shouts carried far, and the 600 tiger soldiers immediately grabbed torches and set the barriers in front of them ablaze. Boom! Flames shot into the sky. A long, fiery dragon appeared instantly over the rice paddy. "Damn it! It's those traitors. Those traitors are here again. Watch out, everyone. Those rebels are coming again. A bunch of damn bastards. They've got hundreds left. Why aren't they stopping?" For a time, curses erupted from the Onwu Kingdom's army. Looking at the long, fiery dragon before them, the group of soldiers felt even more overwhelmed. "What do we do now? Should we keep going or wait until the fire goes out? Should we go up and put out the fire?" For a moment, the army hesitated, unable to make up its mind. Even Zhang Jing didn't dare to make a decision rashly. The fire dragon in front of him looked like something not to be trifled with. I really don't know how those bastards managed to do that. Xia Yuan and a few other generals, including Lu Jun, rode over on their warhorses. General, Zhang Jing greeted him with a cupped hand. Xia Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, staring at the long, fiery dragon ahead with a grim and terrifying expression. He hated the fierce tiger army to the core. But Xia Yuan gained some understanding and respect for the fierce tiger army. The actions of this army would be perfectly acceptable on any battlefield. The tiger army's objective is clear. It was to slow down the march of Nwugua's army. Now, they did it. General, should we send men to put out the fire, or take a detour? Lu Jun asked. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Xia Yuan. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan carefully examined the fire dragon in front of him and then looked around at the surrounding environment. The firelight made the view much wider. When Xia Yuan looked at the endless fire dragon, his heart sank, and he immediately made a decision. Send people to put out the fire. Taking a detour is not out of the question. However, the army was too large, especially the supplies, which simply could not leave the pipeline. The soil in the rice paddies was soft, and in some places it was even flooded. It was impossible to march in such a place with such heavy supplies. However, the army could not possibly abandon these things. So, Anwu Kingdom's army only had 3 options. One option is to go back to the previous fork in the road and take a detour. Secondly, wait for the fiery dragon to extinguish itself. Third, they sent people forward to extinguish the flames on a section of the official road. Yes, General. Lu Jun accepted the order and immediately went down to instruct the soldiers to extinguish the flames. 5,000 spearmen emerged from the army and marched toward the wall of flames. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. When the 5,000 spearmen reached a distance of about 300 meters, the sticky feeling under their feet left them somewhat bewildered. There's something on the ground. Be careful, there's something on the ground. Everyone, please be careful. A group of soldiers were still reminding each other when a furious shout rang out from behind the wall of flames ahead. Release the arrows. Chen Bo roared angrily. The 600 men of the fierce tiger army had already gathered. Upon hearing the order, they immediately gripped their crossbows and aimed the arrows at the fire in front of them. Boom, boom, boom. A piece of cloth was tied to the arrow. After being soaked in wine, it would ignite upon contact with fire. Then, 600 tiger soldiers raised their crossbows, aimed at the sky ahead, and pulled the triggers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Long arrows pierced the air, and a rain of fiery arrows flew in. Watch out for a rain of arrows. Retreat. Retreat. This is a trap. Get out of here. Retreat immediately. The moment Chen Bo shouted to fire the arrows, the 5,000 spearmen immediately moved out. This was a trap. However, their reaction wasn't fast enough. In the blink of an eye, the tiger army unleashed a rain of flaming arrows. Why is there fire in this perfectly normal rain of arrows? Even a fool could tell that the sticky stuff they were standing on was flammable. Chapter 238 The Tiger Army's mission ends. The moment the first flaming crossbow bolt struck the ground. Boom. The ground instantly erupted in chaos. A sea of fire. A sea of fire, tens of meters long and hundreds of meters wide, engulfed 5,000 spearmen. Those who ran fast escaped. Those who ran slowly were swallowed up by the sea of fire. Ah! The screams pierced the night sky, sending chills down one's spine. Quickly, go save them. Xia Yuan roared, his heart filled with rage. Help! Help! Everyone, hurry and save them. In an instant, countless soldiers rushed forward to rescue those who were being swallowed by the inferno. The soldiers who perished in the inferno were now engulfed in flames, and they charged out of the inferno while their bodies were ablaze. Lie down and get up right now. Use soil. Soil can extinguish the flames on their bodies. After a flurry of activity, more than 1,000 of the 5,000 spearmen were killed in action. In just a short while, 1,000 people, those spearmen who had narrowly escaped death, looked at the sea of fire ahead with lingering fear. Almost there. They almost didn't make it back. Those damn bastards. Yeah, a bunch of bastards. I really want to kill them all with one blow. That's outrageous. For a time, curses rang out from the army. Xia Yuan stared at the sea of fire before him, his eyes dark and his face extremely grim. Send the logistics team forward to dig and extinguish the fire. Yes, General. Lu Jun accepted the order and hurriedly rode his warhorse towards the location of the army's logistics team. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn has passed. 3,000 logistics soldiers ran over, each carrying a shovel. As soon as the 3,000 people arrived, they immediately joined the effort to extinguish the fire. One shovelful after another was used to cover it with soil. The fire was gradually extinguished. Send 5,000 archers forward, and when they are 200 meters away from that wall of fire, fire arrows to suppress the Tiger Army on the other side. Xia Yuan gave another order. Having learned from the previous experience, he would not give the Tiger Army soldiers a chance to catch their breath. We must prevent them from making a move. Only in this way can Anwu's army pass through this area as quickly as possible. Yes, General. The archer commander accepted the order and hurriedly left. A moment later, 5,000 archers emerged from the army, came to the front of the battlefield, and prepared to fire. As the fire was slowly extinguished, Chun Bo remained expressionless, his heart unmoved. The sea of fire can only buy time. It's impossible for it to pose any threat to the Anwu Kingdom's army. Just now, a sneak attack caused some casualties to Anwu Kingdom. Now they want to use the same old tricks again. That opportunity is gone. But the fierce Tiger Army doesn't need that opportunity. Seeing that the fire was almost completely extinguished, Chun Bo picked up a crossbow bolt wrapped in his clothes. Load the gun. Ignition. Pull the trigger forward. Whoosh. A crossbow bolt carrying flames flew out, leaving a long trail of fire in the air. The crossbow bolts struck the ground. Boom. The flames rose, igniting the last 200 meters or so of open space. Seeing the sea of fire before him, and with not even a shadow of the enemy troops from Anwu Kingdom visible, Chun Bo gave the order without hesitation. Let's go. After saying that, Chun Bo led a group of Tiger Army soldiers away from the place and continued to gallop forward. He didn't know how long this place could hold off Anwu's army. There's no need to know. What Chun Bo had to do was lead the fierce Tiger Army to the next location to set up obstacles. He wanted to use the simplest and most basic method to buy as much time as possible for the Qin dynasty. 600 people. With only 600 men, the fierce Tiger Army could no longer harass the Anwu Kingdom's army. So, this is the only way. They'll hold them off for as long as they can. That's the limit the Tiger Army can do. 3,000 logistics troops, wielding shovels, dug away the surrounding soil, extinguishing the fire shovelful after shovelful. Time passed second by second. 2 hours later, the sea of fire was completely extinguished, and the wall of fire was naturally not spared either. During this time, the 5,000 archers fired quite a few arrows. It was all in vain. When the soldiers of Anwu Kingdom broke through the sea of fire, they saw an empty space in front of them, with only countless arrows stuck in the ground. This situation left everyone with no outlet for their anger. Keep moving forward, Xia Yuan ordered. Then, Anwu Kingdom's army began its advance once again. However, they soon realized the seriousness of the situation. Every so often, a wall of fire would appear ahead. The firewall wasn't very big. It was only 7 or 8 meters long and 30 or 40 meters wide. Not only did it block the official road, but it also had to extend a distance into the farmland on both sides. And Wu's army couldn't bypass the fire, so they could only send people up to put it out. After all that trouble, by daybreak, the army had not traveled very far. Certainly, this distance is compared to the previous 2 nights. Even so, it still left the soldiers of Anwu Kingdom with a burning anger in their hearts. Since Xia Yuan led his army into the territory of Lanshan County, he has never smiled again. After dawn, with the Tiger Army gone, the Anwu Kingdom's army also increased its marching speed. At this time, the Anwu Kingdom's army was less than a day's journey from the border of Lanshan County. In other words, Anwu Kingdom's hundreds of thousands of troops will arrive at the front lines by noon tomorrow. With only 1 night left, the Tiger Army didn't plan to do anything more. They've done all they can. The oil and liquor supplies in the nearby villages have all been sold out, so it's no longer realistic to try to block the road with a wall of flames. So, they had no choice but to leave. Shinbo led 600 people back to the village they had come from. Squeak. The door was pushed open from the outside. Scarface Lu stared in the direction of the door, and when he saw Chunbo return, he asked expectantly, "Morning erection, is the mission complete?" "Brother, we delayed the Onwu Kingdom's army for about 4 hours. 4 hours? Scarface Lu asked in surprise. "Tell me quickly, how did you do that?" Chunbo nodded and slowly recounted what had happened during that time. "Big brother, we..." After listening to Chunbo's words, Scarface Lu nodded in satisfaction. "Chunbo, take the rest of the Fierce Tiger Army and head straight to the border of Lansong County to join the Qin army. Take those warhorses with you as well." "Yes, brother." Chunbo nodded seriously, and without hesitation, turned and left. Inside the house. Cough, cough. Lu Sandao suddenly coughed twice, then slowly opened his eyes and said with difficulty, "Big brother, has Chunbo returned?" "Sandao, don't speak. Just focus on recovering. We've already eaten and completed our mission." "Is the mission complete?" Lu Sandao murmured, a smile appearing on his face. "It's done, it's done." Chapter 239. The entire army rests. The imperial city of Qin Dynasty. In order to win the upcoming war, people throughout the capital city and beyond were mobilized. The Qin government was under construction at this time. It is expected to be completely completed in another 10 days. The reason it was able to be completed so quickly was because Qin Anyang gave Su Lianyan the green light. He basically granted her everything she needed unconditionally. Qin Anyang had high hopes for this former princess and expected her to achieve something. Since receiving Luo Qinghuan's order that day, the arsenal has never stopped operating. One crossbow bolt after another was made and sent to the front lines. As for the gunpowder factory, a gunpowder factory without sulfur is useless. Qin Anyang had no way to deal with this. He is a human being, not a god. It's truly remarkable that they've managed to get this far, relying on their memories from their past life. You should know. As an ordinary person, my understanding of ancient times, including those ancient techniques and crafts, is really very limited. Who would bother to learn about those things for no reason? Before sunset that day, Shinbo led 600 Tiger Army soldiers to the border of Lansong County. Seeing the series of deep pits in front of him, Shinbo had no choice but to lead the fierce Tiger Army to take a detour. When it was completely dark, Shinbo finally saw Yi Mingjie, Bai Zhan, and Pang Liren. Brother Yi, Brother Bai, Brother Pang, based on the marching speed of the Onwu Kingdom's army, they will arrive here tomorrow. You must prepare to fight them. Before Yi, Bai, and Pang could speak, Shinbo relayed the message to them. Upon hearing this, the three of them tensed up. Because, to this day, the Qin reinforcements have not yet arrived. This put a lot of pressure on the three of them. Currently, the three armed forces total 90,000 men, and with the defensive fortifications they have built so far, they can probably only hold out for 3 days. No way. These fortifications are only some of the most basic defensive works. There were quite a few deep pits, but they didn't pose a significant threat. At most, they only delayed things a bit. As for the dry moat, there's no need to elaborate. As for this earthen walls can be quite effective, but against an army of hundreds of thousands, they are no match. Brother Chen, we are aware of this matter. We have made almost all the necessary preparations and are just waiting for the arrival of the Onwu Kingdom's army, Yi Mingjie said in a deep voice. That's good then. Shinbo nodded. Brother Chen, why did you only send so few people? Where are Scarface Lu and the others? Pang Liren asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingjie and Bai Zhan also cast curious glances at Shinbo. They had noticed this long ago. I just didn't have a chance to ask it earlier. Shinbo's face darkened. My eldest brother and second brother are seriously injured and are recuperating in a village. Some of the wounded brothers from the Fierce Tiger Army are also recuperating in that village. Besides, the rest of our brothers have all died on the battlefield. Upon hearing this, the three of them were stunned, their pupils suddenly contracting. Then, the three of them gradually came to their senses, and Yi Mingjie stepped forward and patted Shinbo on the shoulder. He didn't speak. Sometimes you don't need to speak. After Yi Mingjie, Bai Zhan and Pang Liren also stepped forward and patted Chen Bo on the shoulder. The three of them expressed their attitude in this way. Although my tiger army suffered heavy casualties this time, Anwu Kingdom's army also suffered greatly. Their cavalry battalion is destroyed, and many of the remaining soldiers have been killed by us. I have brought you 2,000 war horses. Some of them were left behind by the brothers of the fierce tiger army, and most of them were captured from the enemy. See if you can use it, even if you have to unload some cargo. Besides these, I also need to replenish my supplies from you. Chen Bo's words surprised Yi Mingjie and the other two, but also made them feel a little sad. The fierce tiger army. This is the most powerful army in the Qin dynasty, apart from the Qin imperial army. Don't be fooled by the fact that they only have 2,000 people. However, no legion in the Qin dynasty dared to underestimate the combat power displayed by these 2,000 men. Even the elite vanguard army, with its strongest overall combat power, wouldn't dare. Nothing more. The cavalry's mobility, combined with the tiger army's own bravery and skill in battle, meant that ordinary armies simply couldn't do anything about them. This also shows that the army that Anwu Kingdom sent to Shiliang Prefecture this time was by no means ordinary. Chen Bo came suddenly, and he left suddenly. After informing the three men of the message, he left behind more than 2,000 war horses, took the supplies, and disappeared from their sight. Yi Mingjie, Bai Zhan, and Pang Liren stood on the earthen wall, watching the tiger army disappear into the night. The fierce tiger army, they really are fierce tigers. The tiger is the king of beasts and prefers to roam alone. Perhaps this is why the emperor granted the tiger army the privilege of not being dispatched. That makes sense. With only 2,000 men, they destroyed Anwu Kingdom's cavalry camp, killed many more soldiers, and delayed the enemy for so long. The fierce tiger army is truly remarkable. The tiger army was destined not to hear the three men's sighs. All right, let the soldiers stop and get a good night's rest to prepare for tomorrow's battle, Bai Zhan said. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingjie and Pang Liren nodded. The three then parted ways. Soon, the 90,000-strong army received orders one after another. Rest. The entire army is resting. As soon as this order was issued, the 90,000 people immediately understood one thing. Anwu Kingdom's army. It's here. The 90,000-strong army went to rest, but the civilians who came spontaneously, along with the 30,000-strong logistics force, did not stop to rest. On the contrary, upon learning this news, they worked even harder. Even when they were very tired and exhausted, no one went to rest. They need to hurry up and build defensive fortifications. One night. No. It might take even longer than one night. This period will be their last. Time passed by, second by second. The sky gradually brightened. At this time, Anwu's army was less than 20 miles away from the border of Lansong County. At the army's marching speed, it would take at most half a day to reach the border of Lansong County and enter Qingtian County. Last night, the absence of the fierce tiger army's harassment made everyone in Anwu Kingdom's army feel very uncomfortable. Damn it. We were all prepared to be harassed by you, but you didn't come at all night? When it comes to manipulating people's mentality, it has to be you old foxes. It's okay to not adapt. Everyone was relieved that no one bothered them, and their marching speed was much faster. Xia Yuan and his generals were in a better mood. Just then, a scout came running over, covered in dust, and bowed, saying, Chapter 240 The Three Generals Who Opened Up the Run and Du Meridians. General, we have discovered rebels 20 miles away. They have built fortifications there. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he immediately pressed for an answer. Tell me in detail about the rebels. General, the rebels are building fortifications on the border of Lansong County, including an earthen wall of unknown length and a pit about 3 miles long. The scout's words made Xia Yuan frown, and he said as if to himself, It seems that the other side intends to start a war with our army here. Lu Jun walked over and asked in confusion, General, the rebels have set up a defensive line on the border of Lansong County, which means they are obviously going to fight our army. Their construction of defensive fortifications there is quite disadvantageous to our army. Should we bypass them and go directly to Qingtian County to attack Ningxian County? As the saying goes, to catch the thief, first catch the king. Let's take out the rebel leader first. Then these rebels will be leaderless, and we can do whatever we want with them. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan initially thought it made some sense, but after a moment's thought, he immediately dismissed Lu Jun's idea. Stop dreaming. With such a large number of troops, it is simply not feasible for us to bypass the enemy forces ahead and go straight into the heart of the territory to take the life of that rebel leader. The enemy dared to rebel and even managed to defeat the Shiliang army. They are by no means mediocre. Even if you wipe out his entire force, you might not be able to kill him. So, stop thinking about these unrealistic ideas. Instead of having that thought, think more about how to deal with the upcoming battle. Lu Jun nodded, humbly accepting the answer. Yes, General. Xia Yuan then sent scouts to continue gathering information, while the main army continued its advance. It was nearing noon. Anwu's army arrived at the front line of Lanshan County and stopped about 5 miles away from the defensive fortifications built by the Qin dynasty. 5 li away. In the flat terrain of Lanshan County, both sides could already see each other. It was just a blurry shadow. But both sides can indeed see each other's presence. Set up camp and rest, Xia Yuan ordered. Yes, General. Several guards received the order and turned to relay it. Then, Anwu's army then set up camp on the spot. Lanshan County has a wide and relatively flat area, and is a grain-producing area in Shiliang Prefecture. But this time, Lanshan County will suffer. Not to mention the rice paddies destroyed by the Qin dynasty. The Anwu Kingdom's army destroyed a large area of rice paddies every time they set up camp during their march. And at this moment, the Anwu Kingdom's army even destroyed a large area of rice paddies to set up camp. No way. The upcoming battle, barring any unexpected surprises, will definitely not end in just a few days. On the earthen wall, Yi Mingjie, Baijian, and Pang Liren stood on the earthen wall, looking ahead. Looks like we'll have another peaceful day, Yi Mingjie said, seemingly sensing something. Peace and stability? Baijian said dismissively. They want a day of peace, but we won't allow it. That's right. Pang Liren echoed this sentiment in agreement. Our soldiers are full of energy, but what about them? You must be exhausted from your journey. Now is the perfect opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Why can't we learn from the Tiger Army's combat methods? What are the combat methods of the fierce Tiger Army? A glint of light flashed in Yi Mingjie's and Baijian's eyes. Good. We'll learn from the Tiger Army's methods and make sure they never have a moment's peace. Yi Mingjie said with great joy, a sly smile appearing on his face. Baijian nodded. That's right. That's exactly what we should do. Keep these soldiers of Anwu Kingdom in a state of spiritual deprivation. At that time, even if they launch a full-scale war against us, they will only be able to fight us while they are exhausted. The 3 men exchanged a smile. Because of the Tiger Army, it seemed as if they had unlocked their full potential and simultaneously came up with a novel battle strategy. Then, the 3 of them got right to it. They went down to make the arrangements immediately. The more than 2,000 warhorses sent by the fierce Tiger Army also came into play at this time. More than 2,000 warhorses, that's more than 2,000 cavalry. These untrained soldiers are definitely not up to the task of fighting immediately. But there's no problem with letting them ride their warhorses and harass the temporary camp of the Anwu Kingdom's army. In addition to the 2,000 or so cavalrymen who were temporarily assigned to the task, Yi Mingjie and his 2 companions also put into use the more than 1,000 warhorses that the Qin dynasty originally brought with them for hauling goods. Basically, they just rode their warhorses over for a stroll. The bigger the commotion, the better. 1 hour later, more than 3,500 cavalrymen were ready, each carrying a spear, a crossbow, 100 crossbow bolts, and 3 days' worth of rations. Yi Mingjie, Baijian, and Pang Liren stood in front of more than 3,500 cavalrymen, their faces serious. Yi Mingjie took 2 steps forward, stood in front of the crowd, and said loudly, "Your mission is to create a false impression and harass the enemy. Prevent them from getting a proper rest. No need for battle. If the enemy dares to pursue you, then run. If the enemy doesn't pursue, you should keep making noise around their temporary camp. My orders are very simple. While ensuring our own safety, we must do everything in our power to create noise and prevent the enemy from getting a proper rest." After speaking, Yi Mingjie hesitated for a moment, then roared. Set off. At a single command, more than 3,500 cavalrymen rode their war horses and galloped off into the distance. They were to bypass the defensive fortifications built by the Qin dynasty and head to the temporary camp set up by the Anwu Kingdom's army. The three men, along with a group of soldiers and civilians, watched as the 3,500 cavalrymen departed. Then, Yi Mingjie looked at the people who had come spontaneously and said with gratitude, "Fellow villagers, the Qin thanks you for your help these past few days. With a great battle imminent, you should leave this place immediately and return to your villages. This is not a place for you. The great Qin will remember what you have done these past few days." Yi Mingjie of the Azure Dragon Army of the Great Qin Dynasty would like to express his gratitude to all the villagers for their help. After Yi Mingjie finished speaking, Bai Zhan and Pang Liren also stepped forward and addressed the crowd of people. The Great Qin White Tiger Army, in the midst of battle, expresses its gratitude to all the villagers for their help. Pang Liren, commander of the Qin Army, thanks all the villagers for their help. The generals of the Qin Army expressed their gratitude, and the faces of the people beamed with joy. The elderly people responded one after another. "Generals, there's no need for this. This is what we should do." Why do the three generals need to do this? We are just a group of farmers, but as members of the Great Qin, it is our duty to contribute our modest efforts to the Great Qin. Three generals. Chapter 241 General. The enemy has sent cavalry to attack. 3,500 cavalrymen, led by Quan Xinghe. After a half-hour march, this hastily assembled cavalry unit is about to arrive at the temporary camp of the Anwu Kingdom's army. At this time, Anwuo's army is setting up a temporary camp. As an army of 500,000 people, setting up a camp is not something that can be done in a short time. This campsite is not the kind you temporarily rest at for one night while traveling. This war won't end in just a few days. So, setting up a campsite is something that cannot be taken lightly. All the necessary facilities must be in place. In the center of the camp, a huge tent stood there. Xia Yuan and Lu Jun, along with other generals, were discussing how to fight tomorrow's battle inside the tent. "General, my suggestion is that we split our forces into 3 routes. First, we should send 2 groups of 200,000 troops to flank the rebels from the left and right. Then, we should send another 200,000 troops to the front. The 3 routes should work together to attack the rebels and take them down in one fell swoop." I agree. If the rebels rely on a mud wall and launch a direct frontal assault, it will cause unnecessary losses to our army. A 3-pronged attack is the best tactic. That's right. Although the fortifications built by the rebels are very poor, they will still cause some losses to our army. For a moment, everyone's opinion was surprisingly unanimous. In fact, most tactics are completely useless when fighting in such open plains. So, this simple tactic is the most effective tactic. Xia Yuan nodded slightly, having no objections to the plan discussed by his generals. However, Xia Yuan still raised some questions. The 3-pronged attack is no problem, but those pits about 3 miles away need to be dealt with first, otherwise. Halfway through the conversation, a scout suddenly burst into the tent. "General, the enemy has sent cavalry to attack," the scout said anxiously. After these words were spoken, the tent fell into a brief silence, and then a group of generals suddenly stood up. "Rebel cavalry attacking? How is that possible? Do they still have cavalry? Quickly send men to defend." In a short time, many generals spoke up. In the end, it was Xia Yuan who made the decision. "Quiet down, everyone. The rebels can't possibly still have cavalry. This cavalry must have been hastily assembled. They're trying to harass our army. Lu Jun, Feng Shichong, Zhang Yiji, Ba Sheng. You 4 must immediately lead troops to intercept the enemy cavalry. Make sure to stop them and prevent them from harassing our camp. If conditions permit, annihilate the enemy cavalry." Lu Jun, Feng Shichong, Zhang Yiji, and Ba Sheng bowed and accepted the order. "Yes, General." Then, the The four turned and walked out of the tent. Inside the tent, Xia Yuan continued to issue orders, the first thing to be addressed being the pits over the 3-mile stretch. Secondly, this was in preparation for the subsequent three-pronged attack on the rebels. Lu Jun and his three companions left the tent and returned to their respective armies, immediately leading their troops to guard the area around the Anwu Kingdom's army camp to prevent an attack by the Qin cavalry. However, before they even reached their designated positions, Quan Xinghe arrived with 3,500 cavalrymen. Watch out for the cavalry. Archers, shoot them down. Spearmen, prepare to engage the enemy. For a moment, the army became somewhat flustered. The lessons of the past, the shadow cast by the fierce tiger army on Anwu Kingdom's soldiers, still lingered in their hearts, unable to dissipate for a long time. Upon seeing the cavalry approaching, the group of soldiers were immediately enraged. Seeing the enemy's chaotic scene, Quan Xinghe was overjoyed and immediately shouted, "Kill!" A deafening battle cry echoed through the sky, further alarming the soldiers of Anwu Kingdom. The 2,000 men of the fierce tiger army will keep them from having any peace. The attacking cavalry now appear to outnumber the tiger army at a glance. In this situation, how can we get them to calm down? Don't be afraid. Kill them. Brothers, charge. Kill these traitors. Kill. Kill them. A group of soldiers, armed with spears and bows, charged forward. Even if only tens of thousands of soldiers from an army of 500,000 were to mobilize, it would be impossible for 3,500 cavalry to resist them. Besides, it's daytime now. The 3,500 riders had nowhere to hide and were spotted from a great distance. However, Quan Xinghe's orders were not to engage in battle with the soldiers of Anwu Kingdom. He rode his war horse, holding a bow and crossbow, and charged forward at the forefront. When the two sides were about 400 meters apart, shooting, Quan Xinghe roared, raised his crossbow, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The long arrow pierced the air and shot out. The next moment, the 3,500 cavalrymen who had received the order also raised their crossbows and pulled the triggers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of a long arrow piercing the air rang out. More than 3,500 arrows flew out. Watch out for a rain of arrows. Careful! The shouts of Anwu soldiers rang out, and a group of soldiers who were charging forward stopped in their tracks. Looking at the arrows flying overhead, they began to retreat and defend. However, at a distance of 400 meters, the range of a crossbow bolt is not that far. Da-da-da! The arrows came flying, and most of them struck the ground directly, with only a few dozen hitting the Anwu Kingdom's army. Ah! More than a dozen screams echoed through the sky. These dozen or so people were just pure unlucky bastards. When the soldiers of Anwu Kingdom came to their senses and picked up their weapons again to charge forward, they saw that the cavalry had already ridden away on their war horses. All that was left for them was their backs. The soldiers were so angry that they started cursing. Bastards. A bunch of bastards. Damn it. These sons of bitches do all sorts of inhuman things. Damn it. A bunch of cowards. Don't run away if you've got the guts. No matter how much the soldiers cursed, it was just impotent rage. Quan Xinghe didn't care about any of that. After firing an arrow with his 3,500 cavalry, he immediately drove away. This almost humiliating attack gave Quan Xinghe a secret thrill. After leaving the battlefield, Quan Xinghe couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha! That's great. That's really great. The laughter from the entire galaxy infected the 3,500 cavalrymen, who also joined in the laughter. Ha ha! You didn't see how angry those soldiers from Anwu Kingdom were, jumping up and down like crazy. This kind of attack is so satisfying. That's right. Now I understand the joy of the Tiger Army. Ha ha! That's right. Now it's our turn to humiliate those soldiers from Anwu Kingdom. Chapter 242. Finally, we turn the tables. As soon as Lu Jun and his 3 men led their troops out, they saw 3,500 cavalrymen galloping away. The 4 men had grim expressions. There is nothing that can be done about this. Let's go. Feng Shichang raised his hand and waved, signaling the 10,000 troops behind him to walk to the left side of the camp. Seeing this, The other three also led their 10,000 troops in the other three directions: front, back, left, and right. They stationed 10,000 troops in each of the four directions to defend against harassment from the Qin cavalry. This is a last resort. After all, Anwu Kingdom's cavalry battalion is gone. Otherwise, this passive situation wouldn't have arisen. The four armies marched about a kilometer and set up camp on the spot. 1 hour later. Tap, tap, tap. The moment the sound of hooves rang out, Quan Xinghe led his 3,570 men, who had rested and prepared, to charge forward once more. The target is the camp of Anwu Kingdom's army. However, this time, Quan Xinghe and the others are destined to be disappointed. Right side of Anwu Kingdom's army camp. Several scouts kept a close watch on the front, and when they spotted the cavalry in their field of vision, they immediately shouted a warning. Enemy attack. Those cavalrymen are here again. Enemy attack. The rebel cavalry are here again. The shouts of the group immediately alerted the army that was setting up camp. Ba Sheng's expression darkened. He stepped forward, gripping his broadsword, and roared as he raised it high. Prepare for the enemy. Kill these damned traitors. At a single command, the 10,000-strong army immediately dropped what they were doing, picked up their weapons, and charged furiously toward the direction from which the cavalry were attacking. Kill them! Kill them! A bunch of damn bastards! Kill them! Damn it! I've had enough of these bastards. In an instant, the 10,000-strong army charged forward without any order or strategy. They realized that this group of cavalrymen hadn't come to fight at all. They're here to disgust people. Quan Xinghe led 3,500 cavalrymen at breakneck speed, and from a distance they could see a group of soldiers taking the initiative to meet them. Seeing this, Quan Xinghe was also somewhat stunned. What should we do now? A question popped into Quan Xinghe's mind. He had only ever been a bodyguard who knew some martial arts. How could he have experienced such a battle? I have limited experience with things on the battlefield. That's not. Seeing that the soldiers of Anwu Kingdom were prepared and had attacked early, he was at a loss for what to do. As they drew ever closer to the Anwu Kingdom soldiers, Quan Xinghe had no choice but to follow the orders of Yi Mingji and the other two to harass the enemy forces. When the two sides are about 400 meters apart, release the arrows. Quan Xinghe shouted and ordered the guns to fire. After the order was given, more than 3,500 cavalrymen raised their already loaded bows and arrows without hesitation. Pull the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 3,500 arrows flew out, heading towards the location of the Anwu Kingdom soldiers. With an arrow shot out, Quan Xinghe led his troops away without hesitation, showing no intention of engaging in battle. Watch out for a rain of arrows. Stop. Everyone stop. Stop rushing forward. Stop right now. Watch out for a rain of arrows. For a moment, shouts rang out from the army led by Ba Sheng. The charging troops quickly came to a halt. Da-da-da. Arrows rained down, striking the ground right before their eyes. No casualties were reported. This humiliating attack infuriated Ba Sheng's 10,000-strong army, especially watching the group of cavalry disappear into the distance. You can imagine how angry they were. Damn it! You bunch of bastards, don't you dare run away. Damn it! They're too scared to fight back. Do they think they can beat us by just harassing us? I really want to chop them all down with one blow. The sound of soldiers cursing filled his ears, and Ba Sheng's expression was equally unpleasant. But, compared to the anger in his heart, his eyes were full of disdain. A bunch of useless trash. Do they really think they're as powerful as the fierce tiger army? Shaking his head, Ba Sheng turned around and called a group of soldiers back to continue setting up camp. News of the Qin cavalry's renewed attack quickly spread throughout the Anwu Kingdom's army. Upon hearing that the Qin cavalry had returned empty-handed without a single casualty, the entire Anwu Kingdom army mocked them. We finally turned the tables on them. In the past few days, the Anwu Kingdom's army has been harassed relentlessly by the fierce tiger army. The enemy cavalry was now completely useless, and after making a wasted trip, this outcome made the soldiers feel a great sense of satisfaction. Quan Xinghe led his cavalry away from the battlefield. They ran for a good 7 or 8 miles before stopping. Rest here. After the order was given, Quan Xinghe dismounted and led the horse aside to graze on some grass. He, however, fell into deep thought. Fight. Quan Xinghe is not an expert. Let him fight head-on, whether it's defending or attacking the city. However, this kind of combat style is not something he is good at. It was really fun. The problem is that he was an infantry general, and suddenly he was made a cavalry general, leading thousands of cavalry in battle. Anyone would be confused in that situation. Just then, a soldier who had a good personal relationship with Quan Xinghe walked over. Brother Quan, we fought terribly in this battle. Sigh. Quan Xinghe sighed helplessly. I had no choice. It was broad daylight, and we were discovered before we even got close. There was no chance for a sneak attack. Upon hearing this, Li Han also sighed. Brother Quan, we have to think of a way. Otherwise, if we let the Anwu Kingdom's army rest, tomorrow's battle will be at a disadvantage for our great Qin. What can we do? Quan Xinghe asked a question in return. The enemy has deployed 4 armies to defend the Anwu Kingdom's camp from all 4 directions. We were discovered before we even got close. We can't just charge straight in, can we? Upon hearing this, Li Han also fell into deep thought. They were just ordinary people who knew very little about what happened on the battlefield. Faced with this situation, I didn't know what to do for a while. The 2 men frowned, pondering how to break the deadlock. The morale of the entire cavalry was visibly waning. If the next attack was equally fruitless, the consequences would be dire. Time passed second by second. It was nearing the hour of 5 to 7 p.m., and in summer, the sky gets dark a little later. The camp of Anwu Kingdom's army was gradually being built. Thousands of wisps of smoke rose from the chimneys. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, it is quite a beautiful sight from afar. But beneath this beautiful scenery lies endless danger. Tap, tap, tap. A series of chaotic footsteps sounded. 10,000 logistics personnel, carrying shovels and bamboo baskets, emerged from the army. The target was the 3-mile-long pit. Chapter 243, 3,500 men are worth 1 zhuge liang. Late at night, on the earthen wall, Yi Mingjie, Baijian, and Pang Liren stood side by side, looking straight ahead. There, a patch of firelight stood out brightly in the darkness. The 3 could only watch as Anwu Kingdom's soldiers filled in the pits. It's too far away. There's nothing they can do. Even the enhanced crossbow cannot shoot that far. It can be said that half of this 3-mile-long pit was dug in vain. It can't be said that it was a waste of time, but it wasn't very useful. After all, the number of people in Anwu Kingdom's army is simply too large. Filling these pits didn't even require their main force to lift a finger. The main force remains unaffected, which will have little impact on the subsequent battles. There shouldn't be any problems tonight. It all depends on what kind of results Quan Xinghe can achieve, Yi Mingjie said. It's difficult to estimate. Pang Liren shook his head. I know Quan Xinghe's abilities. He has talent in leading troops in a battle, but he still lacks experience. Trust him, Baijian said. Yi Mingjie nodded. To be honest, none of us are very good at fighting. If it weren't for the Emperor and Empress's guidance, we wouldn't know how to lead troops in a battle. With an Emperor and Empress, the Great Qin will surely establish an everlasting dynasty, Baijian said with a firm gaze. Let's go, it's time to rest. A tough battle awaits us tomorrow. Pang Liren greeted the 2 men, and then turned and walked down the earthen wall. Then, Yi Mingjie and Baijian followed them down. In the dead of night, Quan Xinghe led 3,500 cavalrymen out to fight again. During this period, he and Li Han discussed the matter for a long time, but they couldn't come up with any good solutions. There was no other choice. The entire galaxy can only summon everyone. The 3,500 men discussed together what tactics they should use to harass the enemy. You know what? As the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined can equal 1 zhuge liang. The 3 of them can't match zhuge liang, but there are 3,500 people. With the combined efforts of 3,500 people, they actually came up with a solution to break the deadlock. At this time, Quan Xinghe led 3,500 cavalrymen and charged toward the Anwu Kingdom's army camp. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of horses' hooves was particularly jarring in the darkness. Those rebels are here again. Attention everyone. The rebel cavalry are coming again. The scouts were the first to spot the cavalry and immediately issued a warning. The warning sounded. Ba Sheng was suddenly awakened. He got out of bed, grabbed the spear beside him, and rushed out of the tent. Everyone, prepare to engage the enemy. Get up, all of you. Prepare for the enemy. A series of angry roars echoed through the temporary camp. The 10,000 soldiers gradually woke up. They were not in a deep sleep, and some had not even taken off their armor. The moment the order is received, stand up immediately. He picked up the weapon beside him and charged towards the direction from which the Qin cavalry were charging. His facial expression was completely indifferent. No way. The Qin cavalry's defeat during the day made them feel that they had found a way to break the deadlock, and the rebel cavalry dared not fight them at all. In this way, what else is there to be afraid of? It's just a formality. Ba Sheng took the lead and charged forward. Seeing a group of cavalry galloping towards him, he showed no fear on his face, but rather a disdainful expression. A bunch of bastards. They won't even let this general get a good night's sleep. What's the point of all this fuss? Ba Sheng was very unhappy. Along the way, he had figured out the rebel cavalry's intentions. Isn't the goal simply to bombard them with exhaustion? Joke. Is it possible for a mere few thousand people to shake an army of 500,000? However, the next moment, Ba Sheng was dumbfounded. Not only Ba Sheng, but the other soldiers were also dumbfounded. Quan Xinghe took the lead, charging forward with 3,500 cavalry. 1 kilometer, 800 meters, 500 meters, 400 meters. Watch out for a rain of arrows. When the two sides were about 400 meters apart, Ba Sheng shouted loudly. At a command, the 10,000 soldiers behind Ba Sheng immediately stopped and prepared for defense. However, after they had prepared their defenses, they did not see the rebel cavalry unleash a rain of arrows. Instead, the rebels continued to charge towards them. Seeing this situation, Ba Sheng and the others were completely dumbfounded. What does this mean? Did you take the wrong medicine? Seeing the cavalry getting closer and closer, Ba Sheng realized something was wrong and quickly shouted, Prepare for the enemy. Prepare for the enemy. 2 angry roars followed. Ba Sheng, wielding a large sword, charged forward. Behind him, 10,000 soldiers charged forward, wielding broadswords and spears. The two sides were getting closer and closer. Ba Sheng and the others couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Are the rebels serious this time? That's what everyone was thinking. However, when the two sides were about 200 meters apart, the 3,500 cavalrymen immediately dispersed into 5 cavalry squads. Each cavalry squad has 700 men. 700 people is not a lot, but it's not a small number either. Even if you ignore him, he can still cause you a lot of trouble. 5 cavalry squads dispersed and bypassed the army led by Ba Sheng from the left and right flanks. A distance of 200 meters. That was more than enough for the cavalry to change direction. Ba Sheng and the soldiers behind him were stunned for a moment when they saw this scene, but they quickly came to their senses. Then, kill. Surround them. Don't let them get away. Kill them. As the general of this army of 10,000, Ba Sheng was the first to come to his senses. The moment his shout rang out, he had already given chase. As soon as Ba Sheng made a move, the soldiers behind him also began to mobilize. 1 team, follow me. 2nd team, follow me and surround these rebels. Team 3. The 10,000-strong army led by Ba Sheng was not some hastily assembled ragtag force. They may not be considered elite troops, but they certainly have much more experience on the battlefield. Faced with this unexpected situation, a group of soldiers quickly responded. 10,000 men, divided into 10 squads, immediately launched an attack on the 5 cavalry units across the entire Star River. Regarding this, Quan Xinghe and the others ignored it. 3,500 cavalrymen, divided into 5 squads, launched an attack on the Anwu Kingdom's army camp according to the originally planned tactics. Taking advantage of the cavalry's speed, the 5 squads quickly bypassed Ba Sheng's 10,000-strong army and arrived at their makeshift camp. Let's do it. Looking at the makeshift camp before him, Quan Xinghe gave the order. Then, Quan Xinghe led a small cavalry squad of 1,000 men, armed with long spears and riding war horses, to wreak havoc in the temporary camp set up by Ba Sheng's army. Especially those torches used for facing each other. Chapter 244 3,500 Cavalrymen Launch Night Raid on Enemy Camp. Quan Xinghe rode his warhorse toward a torch in the enemy camp. Seize the opportunity. Quan Xinghe held the gun in one hand and slashed horizontally at the torch. Bang! The spear struck the torch, sending it flying towards a nearby tent. However, the torch did not fall onto the tent. The torch fell about a meter away from the tent, which was not nearly enough to ignite it. Regarding this, Quan Xinghe ignored him, sheathed his spear, and spurred his warhorse to gallop forward. 1,000 cavalrymen followed closely behind. Seeing the torch lying on the ground, a cavalryman passing by tried to knock it away with his lance. As expected, the spear touched the torch, but it didn't land on the tent as he expected, but instead flew forward several tens of centimeters. The soldier had no choice but to continue riding his warhorse forward. Then a cavalryman passed by the torch and followed suit, making up for what the soldier had failed to do. The torch eventually fell onto the tent. Boom! In an instant, the tent was set ablaze by torches, and soon a raging fire broke out. This scene also occurred in the other 4 cavalry squads. Soon, the temporary camp set up by Anwu Kingdom's 10,000-strong army was thrown into chaos, with fires burning everywhere. After doing all this, the 3,500 cavalrymen of the entire galaxy did not stop, but continued to charge towards the temporary camp of the main force of the Anwu Kingdom's army. Behind me, Ba Sheng's 10,000-strong army roared in anger. Asshole! Damn it, don't run. Stop them. Stop them now. Fire. Teams 8 and 9, hurry and put out the fire. Fuck them. We have to kill these bastards tonight. Kill them. Don't let them escape. The insults never stopped. A group of soldiers chased after them with all their might. However, how can a 2-legged person outrun a 4-legged horse? The distance between the two sides is getting farther and farther. But the commotion on Ba Sheng's side has already alerted the other armies of Anwu Kingdom. Lu Jun, who was closest to Ba Sheng, immediately led an army of 10,000 to surround and annihilate him. No sooner had Lu Jun set off than Feng Shichang led an army of 10,000 men to surround and attack him from the opposite direction. Only Zhang Yiji, his 10,000-strong army, was stationed on the right flank of the Anwu Kingdom's army, and it was impossible for them to arrive in a short time. In fact, given the current situation, it doesn't really matter whether Zhang Yiji comes or not. Ba Sheng, Lu Jun, and Feng Shichang's armies formed a pincer movement, intending to trap and annihilate Quan Xinghe's 3,500 cavalry. It's not just their 3 armed forces. Meanwhile, the Anwu Kingdom's army camp also dispatched a force to annihilate this cavalry. However, the idea was wonderful, but reality was cruel. The 5 cavalry units gradually converged after destroying the temporary camp set up by Ba Sheng's 10,000-strong army. After the 5 cavalry units joined together, no order is required. 3,500 cavalrymen put down their spears and took off their crossbows, which were already loaded. Tap, tap, tap. Warhorses galloped, racing through the night. Quan Xinghe looked straight ahead as an army charged out of the Anwu Kingdom's camp, his expression extremely serious. Success or failure hinges on this. Whether this sneak attack to harass the enemy can succeed and allow them to retreat unscathed will soon be revealed. 800 meters. 600 trees. 500 meters. 400 meters. 300 meters. 250 meters. When the two sides were 250 meters apart, Quan Xinghe raised his crossbow and roared. Release the arrows. He pulled the trigger as soon as he finished speaking. Whoosh. The long arrow pierced the air, creating a whooshing sound. However, the sound of something cutting through the air was drowned out by the other noises in the noisy environment. But the next moment, whoosh, 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 a series of whooshing sounds rang out. 3,500 arrows soared into the air and flew forward. The sound of a single arrow is faint, but the sound of 3,500 arrows is absolutely impossible to ignore. Watch out for a rain of arrows. Watch out for a hail of arrows. Warning sounds rang out one after another. Anwu Kingdom's army, which had taken the initiative to attack, immediately responded, with soldiers holding shields raising them in defense. At the same time, The army continued to run forward. Experience told them that running forward would allow them to dodge the barrage of arrows. If you stay in one place, you'll most likely be shot into a pincushion. Of course, the soldiers at the rear of the column stopped without hesitation when they heard these warning sounds. Only those soldiers in the middle. I'm torn. Running forward is not an option, nor is retreating. No one knew how far those arrows could travel. Under these circumstances, the soldiers could only try to fend off the rain of arrows. Those with shields raised them to defend themselves, while those without shields gripped their weapons tightly, staring intently at the sky, waiting for the rain of arrows to arrive. And all of this happened in a very short period of time. The rain of arrows arrived in an instant. Da-da-da, uft-uft, thump-thump-thump. 3,500 crossbow bolts are enough to give the Onwu Kingdom's army a run for its money. Screams instantly filled the battlefield. However, these screams did not frighten the soldiers of Onwu Kingdom. On the contrary, they provoked them even more, making them even more determined to kill the 3,500 Qin cavalrymen. Kill them. Don't let them get away. Kill them. In an instant, the soldiers went berserk. At the same time, Ba Sheng, Lu Jun, and Feng Shichang led their troops and rushed towards this side at full speed. Looking at the cavalry, the three groups were filled with anger. They're trying to escape. Stop them. Don't let them get away. Ba Sheng roared. As soon as he gave the order, the 80,000-strong army immediately dispersed, forming an encirclement around the 3,500 cavalrymen of the entire star system. Lu Jun and Feng Shichang's sides desperately led their men to surround this area. Stop them. You must stop them. Bashing, don't let them leave. You must stop them. Lu Jun and Feng Shichang ran and shouted. They saw an opportunity to encircle and annihilate this cavalry force. How could we easily give up such an opportunity? Quan Xinghe took the lead, holding a gun in one hand, and led 3,500 cavalrymen in a charge, preparing to break through and escape. Looking at the enemy troops closing in from the front, Quan Xinghe showed no fear whatsoever. But Quan Xinghe did not choose to engage the enemy in direct combat. Instead, he led 3,500 cavalrymen along the Onwu Kingdom's army camp, trying to avoid Ba Sheng's army. If we can avoid fighting, we should. This is one of the key points that the 3,500 cavalrymen discussed and came up with. With such a small force, they wouldn't even be enough to fill the teeth of the Onwu Kingdom's army if a real fight broke out. So, not fighting is the wise choice. Chapter 245 The Plan of the Qin Iron Cavalry. The moon appeared and disappeared intermittently at night. Warhorses gallop. The soldiers ran wildly. Ba Sheng led a group of soldiers in hot pursuit of the cavalry, and even as the distance between them grew greater and greater, they refused to give up. Quickly surround them. Surround them. Don't let them get away. The soldiers' shouts echoed continuously. This clearly shows how much they wanted to wipe out the invading cavalry in this area. Tap tap tap. Quan Xinghe led 3,500 cavalrymen across the battlefield, and he knew very well what was going on as he looked at the enemy forces that were closing in on him. We must break through immediately. Thinking of this, Quan Xinghe immediately turned his warhorse around and galloped toward the gap. 3,500 cavalrymen followed closely behind. Both sides were running for their lives. While warhorses are fast, the explosive power of soldiers in a short period of time should not be underestimated. Time passed second by second. Ba Sheng and Lu Jun had already formed a pincer movement, narrowing the gap. Neither of them are fools. They knew very well that in order to capture this group of cavalry, they had to first surround them and block the cavalry's first wave of attack. This process will result in the deaths and injuries of many soldiers. But as long as they can get rid of these cavalrymen, they don't care. So what if a few people die? Onwu Kingdom has no cavalry now, and neither can your great Qin. Otherwise, Onwu Kingdom, without cavalry, would always be in a passive situation. Quan Xinghe looked at the two enemy forces gradually closing in on him, his expression serious, but his heart was completely calm at this moment. Brothers, follow me and break through. Quan Xinghe shouted loudly, held his gun in one hand, and rode his warhorse forward. Cavalry. What we need is an indomitable spirit. Under the influence of this momentum, the combat effectiveness of the entire cavalry force will also increase significantly. And now, all of Star River has achieved this. He led 3,500 cavalrymen in a fierce charge. It's getting closer. Closer. Quan Xinghe rode his warhorse and was the first to arrive at the gap. Without a doubt. As the leader of this cavalry unit, he charged straight out into the gap where there was no enemy resistance. The cavalry followed closely behind, filing out in single file. In just a short while, several hundred cavalrymen had charged out. However, just then, Ba Sheng and Lu Jun led their troops to surround them. The battle began the moment the soldiers and cavalry of both armies made contact. Ba Sheng gripped his broadsword with both hands, aimed for the right moment, and slashed at a cavalryman in front of him. One slash, and blood is drawn. With Ba Sheng's strength, killing an ordinary cavalryman would not be difficult for him. Not to mention, the cavalry he was dealing with was an untrained cavalry force. Kill! Kill them! Kill them! After striking successfully, Ba Sheng roared and charged at the next cavalryman who was rushing towards him with his broadsword. The soldiers behind Ba Sheng were the same. Meanwhile, Lu Jun led his army to intercept and kill the cavalry. The two of them were very clear about it. The cavalry had already broken through the gap and charged out. It was now impossible to stop them. The only option right now is to kill as many enemies as possible. Expand the gains. Let's reduce the number of these cavalrymen. This is their only goal right now. Faced with the pincer attack from both sides, Quan Xinghe's cavalry launched a counterattack. Relying on the advantage of cavalry, they used long spears to attack the soldiers who were attacking from both sides. One shot, one shot. Taking advantage of their superior position, this hastily assembled cavalry force was actually holding their own against the group of soldiers wielding broadswords. Both sides were stabbing and hacking at each other, neither willing to back down. But the Qin cavalry were, after all, breaking out of the encirclement. They had no intention of fighting to the death with the soldiers of Anwu Kingdom. In less than the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, the cavalry had completely charged out. The price paid was approximately 300 cavalrymen. Such a price was an extremely heavy loss for a cavalry force of only 3,500 men. Compared to the soldiers who died in Anwu Kingdom, it's actually not too bad. After all, in the brief breakout period that just occurred, Anwu Kingdom suffered over 600 casualties. Chase! Don't let them get away. Kill them. Where are the archers? Why haven't they arrived yet? Brothers, kill them. The soldiers of Anwu Kingdom were unwilling to give up and chased after them while shouting. However, without any obstacles, how could they possibly catch up with the cavalry on two legs? But instead of leaving with their cavalry, Quan Xingabing gradually slowed down the cavalry's speed, circling around the enemy's perimeter. Free fire! Quan Xinghe shouted, then put down his spear, took the crossbow from his back, and seized the opportunity to fire at the enemy. Whoosh! An arrow pierced the sky. Whether or not the shot hits the target is not important. The remaining 3,000-plus cavalrymen also looked for opportunities to fire. Ba Sheng and Lu Jun led their two armies in a relentless pursuit of their opponents. And just when they thought they were about to catch up, they couldn't. Let's not pursue it anymore. The cavalry slowed down again and fired a few arrows at you, making you both angry and furious. This person, once you're angry and your anger takes hold, how can you possibly stay rational? Kill. Kill them. Ugh. I'm so angry. You bunch of bastards, don't you dare run away. Where are the archers? Where did they all go? Kill them. Chase them after them. Don't let them get away. The insults and abuse never stopped. This was exactly what Quan Xinghe and his group wanted. Their goal was almost achieved. The two sides were like eagles catching chicks, playing on the battlefield. Just then, Feng Shichang led his army over. However, Feng Shichang's addition was nothing more than another group of furious people. The army, numbering nearly 30,000, had no way to deal with this cavalry force of just over 3,000 men and could only let them be bullied and harassed in this way. This is the awkward situation of not having cavalry. As Quan Xinghe led his cavalry on a charge, he kept a close eye on the enemy's situation. When he saw that the time was right, Quan Xinghe shouted, "Li Han, move out." "Receive." Li Han responded loudly, then roared, The 2nd Qin Iron Cavalry, follow me. At the same time, Quan Xinghe also roared. 1 detachment of Qin cavalry, follow me. The Great Qin Iron Cavalry was not the name of this temporarily formed cavalry unit. It was merely a temporary code name. The 2 men's roars echoed across the battlefield. Then, more than 3,000 cavalrymen split into 2 groups, following behind Quan Xinghe and Li Han respectively. Chapter 246 The Great Battle is imminent. Quan Xinghe led over 1,600 people and sped off to the left. Li Han led another 1,600 men and raced to the right. The 2 split up and, seizing the opportunity, began to carry out their ultimate goal. Upon seeing this, Ba Sheng, Lu Jun, and Feng Shichang's 3 armies were immediately enraged. A bunch of damn bastards. How dare they come back? Brothers, charge. Kill them. Kill them. Don't let them escape. The 3 armies changed direction and pursued the 2 cavalry groups. This time, they are confident of victory, because ahead lies the camp of the Anwu Kingdom's army. If those rebel cavalry dare to run that way, aren't they just courting death? Just as the soldiers of the 3 armies had expected, the soldiers in Anwu Kingdom's army camp, who had originally not planned to continue the pursuit, immediately mobilized upon seeing this situation. At this time, Anwu's army quickly formed a 4-pronged encirclement to besiege the Qin cavalry. Faced with such a siege, Quan Xinghe and Li Han were not afraid at all. On the contrary, they were extremely excited. Yes, it's exciting, because everything is progressing as they predicted. The open area of over 1,000 meters was enough for the 2 groups of cavalry to make good use of their strengths. Quan Xinghe led over 1,600 cavalrymen, charging along the right flank, occasionally firing an arrow at the Anwu Kingdom's army camp. This arrow is not just an arrow in the literal sense. More than 1,600 people, even if each person only fired 3 arrows, that would still be nearly 5,000 arrows. 5,000 arrows were enough to cause considerable trouble for the Anwu Kingdom's army. If it weren't for the considerable distance, it could have inflicted heavy casualties on the Anwu Kingdom's army. Even so, nearly 5,000 arrows could be fired, killing hundreds of people. Although there were only a little over 100 people, it was these few people who made the Anwu Kingdom's army very unhappy. More and more soldiers joined the pursuit. Even the archers, who had remained hidden until now, joined the battle at this moment. However, Quan Xinghe had no intention of fighting the enemy. The moment he saw the enemy archers make their move, he immediately led his cavalry to break through the encirclement and leave. The situation was roughly the same for Li Han. The 2 of them intended to disrupt the peace of Anwu Kingdom's army through such shameless means. There's nothing we can do. It's because Anwu Kingdom doesn't have any cavalry. Oh, wrong. Anwu Kingdom still has cavalry, but only a little over 200. What can a cavalry force of just over 200 men do? That's not even enough for a single volley of arrows. So, this was destined to be a very frustrating battle, one that seemed impossible to win. Anwu Kingdom's advantage lies in its large number of soldiers, but its disadvantage also lies in its large number of soldiers. The more soldiers there are, the larger the camp will be. If you're not properly prepared for a cavalry attack, you'll be absolutely disgusted. Just like now. If the armies of Ba Sheng, Lu Jun, and Feng Shichang had simply stayed in their assigned areas and blocked the Qin cavalry's harassment, the current situation would never have occurred. But they were so eager to kill these cavalrymen. This has led to the current situation. 1 hour later, the Anwu Kingdom's army camp fell silent. The Qin cavalry had long since vanished. The night raid resulted in very few casualties on both sides, but Anwu Kingdom's side was truly frustrated. Xia Yuan then gave Ba Sheng, Lu Jun, and Feng Shichang a severe dressing down. The 3 of them had no choice but to accept it. There's nothing we can do. Their performance tonight was truly humiliating. Afterwards, the 3 returned to their respective posts and resumed guarding their areas. Nothing was said that night. After completing that wave of attacks, Quan Xinghe and his group did not engage in any further combat. This left Ba Sheng, who had waited all night, feeling resentful. That's disgusting. The rebels' tactics are absolutely disgusting. I don't know which heartless bastard taught them to fight like this. It's simply... The next morning, At the very first light of dawn, countless wisps of smoke rose from the border of Lansong County. Both the Qin state and the Anwu state were preparing breakfast. This breakfast was much more substantial than usual. After all, today will be a day of great battle, and countless people will never get to eat tomorrow's meal. So, whenever war is imminent, if conditions permit, a sumptuous meal will be prepared for the soldiers. After the meal, the sky had fully brightened. Yi Mingjie, Baijian, and Pang Liren stood on the earthen wall once again. Currently ahead, 2 kilometers ahead, a group of soldiers were still working hard. Overnight, they filled in many of the pits. The enemy should be entering the range of the crossbows soon, right? Pang Liren asked doubtfully. I don't know. Yi Mingjie shook his head. What's the big deal? We'll know once we shoot an arrow, Baijian said with a smile. Then, Baijian spoke to the soldier operating a powerful crossbow not far away. Aim at the enemy troops ahead and fire an arrow. Yes, General Bai. The soldier respectfully responded and then, together with 2 other soldiers, operated the crossbow, preparing to fire. Yi Mingjie and Pang Liren did not object, but instead looked on with anticipation. Soon, 3 soldiers loaded their crossbows and aimed them at the enemy troops who were filling in the pits ahead. Pull the trigger. Whoosh. With a whooshing sound, a 2-meter-long crossbow bolt shot out. The crossbow bolts were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the battlefield. Bang! The powerful force penetrated nearly 20 centimeters into the ground. If it hits a person, the consequences would be unimaginably devastating. But it is a pity. The arrow missed its target. It seems it's still a bit far, Baijian said, as if to himself. At the speed of the enemy, this battle will probably not start until afternoon, Yi Mingjie said. That's not necessarily true. Pang Li shook his head, denying Yi Mingjie's words. If I were the enemy general, I would never attack from the front like this. I would definitely send a large army to flank from the left and right, launching a 3-pronged attack. Therefore, the enemy will at most launch a probing attack today, or they may not even launch an attack at all. The enemy shouldn't launch a general offensive until the Sanli Pit Cave is resolved. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingjie and Pang Liren nodded in agreement. They also agreed with this statement. No matter what, we need to stall for time until reinforcements arrive before engaging in a decisive battle, Yi Mingjie said. Upon hearing this, Baijian and Pang Liren nodded in agreement. All 3 were well aware that with their current troop strength, even with advantages in terrain and equipment, they could not win this war. After all, there are hundreds of thousands of people in Anwu Kingdom. Chapter 247 The Battle of Lansong County 1. Anwu Kingdom's temporary camp. Xia Yuan stood in front of the main general's tent, facing the many generals. Last night, the rebels sent cavalry to raid our camp. The nighttime siege was a disappointing defeat for this general. When did my Anwu Kingdom fall to such a state? Even a bunch of rebels have managed to trick our army time and time again. What a disgrace. I will not dwell on the previous battles. But in the next battle, I demand that you unleash your full strength and annihilate this band of rebels. We absolutely cannot allow the previous situation to repeat itself. Upon hearing this, all the generals nodded solemnly. The next battle will be a formal campaign to eliminate the rebels. If we are still being played by the rebels as before, then the outcome is uncertain. But their fate will definitely not be any better. This is no joke. Just look at Wei Zhuang's cavalry battalion and you'll know. That was absolutely horrific. Xia Yuan glanced around, taking in the expressions on everyone's faces, then called out in a deep voice. Wei Zhuang, exist. Wei Zhuang responded loudly and stepped out from the group of generals. At this moment, he was still wrapped in yellowish gauze, and his injuries had not yet healed. Wei Zhuang, you saw that cavalry last night. I'm giving you a task. Use the horses used for transporting goods to form a cavalry force of 3,000 men to defend against harassment from the rebel cavalry, while our army is fighting here. Wei Zhuang obeys. Wei Zhuang cupped his hands and replied loudly. Last night's night raid left him furious. But the cavalry battalion was destroyed by the fierce tiger army, so no matter how angry he was, he could only suppress it. And now, Wei Zhuang was now qualified to go back to the battlefield, which filled him with anticipation. Victory and defeat are common occurrences in war. Last time, Wei Zhuang lost. This time, it's still uncertain who will win and who will lose. Lu Jun, Xia Yuan called out again. Exist. Lu Jun replied loudly, and then walked out from the crowd. You will lead 20,000 elite troops and 30,000 ordinary soldiers to flank the rebels from the left, putting pressure on them. When our main force launches its general offensive, we will join forces to crush the rebels in one fell swoop. Lu Jun obeys. Lu Jun replied loudly, his heart also filled with anger. Throughout the journey, Lu Jun maintained a very rational state of mind. However, he lost his mind during last night's night raid. It's not that they lost their minds. However, given the circumstances at the time, he simply didn't have time to think. Moreover, given the circumstances at the time, Lu Jun's actions were not problematic. The problem was that the Qin cavalry were too shrewd. Leveraging the advantage of cavalry, they annihilated their entire army at minimal cost. No, the four armies were completely outmaneuvered. Lu Jun could not accept this outcome. He's determined to regain the face he lost last night. The upcoming battle will be the best opportunity, and Lu Jun is confident that he can win this battle. Xia Yuan's gaze lingered on Lu Jun a little longer. Of all the generals on this trip, Lu Jun was the one he thought the best. Otherwise, based on last night's battle, he would never have allowed Lu Jun to serve as the leader of the left flank army again. With the candidate on the left confirmed, the next step is to select a leader on the right. Xia Yuan's gaze swept across the crowd and finally settled on a very thin and short general. Yang Wei. Exist. Yang Wei replied loudly, stepping out from the group of generals. He was extremely short, less than 1.5 meters tall, which wouldn't even meet the minimum height requirement in the military. But, despite Yang Wei's impotent appearance, no one dares to underestimate his strength. Given his physique, the fact that he has reached this position is enough to prove his ability. You will lead 20,000 elite troops and 30,000 ordinary soldiers to flank the rebels from the right flank, putting pressure on them. When our main force launches its general offensive, we will join forces to crush the rebels in one fell swoop. Yang Wei obeys. Yang Wei replied loudly, then retreated back into the crowd. Next, Xia Yuan issued some tasks to the other generals, thus concluding the pre-battle appointment meeting. After, Anwu Kingdom's army began to mobilize. Lu Jun and Yang Wei each led an army of 50,000 to march to the left and right flanks of the Qin army. On the one hand, Xia Yuan ordered an additional 20,000 men to fill in those pits. The powerful crossbow bolt that the Qin had fired earlier was retrieved by the soldiers of Anwu Kingdom. At this moment, the crossbow bolt was placed in front of Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan stepped forward and picked up the crossbow bolt, his expression very solemn. This arrow is indeed as powerful as the rumors say. After examining it carefully for a while, Xia Yuan put down the crossbow bolt. Go and invite the weapon forger Ling Feng over. Yes, General. One of the guards replied respectfully, then turned and hurried away. A moment later, a burly, middle-aged man with sallow, shiny skin rushed over. General, is there something you need from me? Ling Feng asked. Xia Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, picked up the crossbow bolt in front of him, and handed it to Ling Feng. Look at this crossbow bolt. Isn't the material a bit special? Oh. Ling Feng looked surprised, and the moment he reached out and took the crossbow bolt, his expression changed drastically. How is this possible? Ling Feng exclaimed in surprise, then carefully examined the crossbow bolt in his hand. Impossible. This material is almost at the level of divine weapons. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan's eyes narrowed, and a bad feeling inexplicably rose in his heart. After a brief moment of shock, Ling Feng regained his senses, looked up at Xia Yuan, and asked, General, is this the arrow used by the rebels? That's right. Xia Yuan nodded, his expression solemn. Ling Feng, I am entrusting this arrow to you. You must do your utmost to study this arrow and, as quickly as possible, decipher its manufacturing method. If even the arrows used by the rebels are so powerful, it means they can mass-produce weapons of this caliber. If our Anwu Kingdom could develop such a powerful weapon, it would definitely be able to reverse the current decline and launch a counterattack against the three invading kingdoms. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng nodded solemnly. General, I will try my best to decipher the forging method of this arrow. Okay, go ahead. Xia Yuan waved his hand, signaling Ling Feng to leave. After Ling Feng left, Xia Yuan instructed his personal guards. You few, go and take some men back the way you came to search for the armor and weapons left behind by the rebels. Once you have found those armors and weapons, bring them back to the capital and hand them over to His Majesty immediately. Chapter 248 The Battle of Lanshan County 2. This item is extremely important to our Anwu Kingdom. You must bring it back to the capital as quickly as possible. Yes, General. Several guards replied with serious expressions. Afterwards, the group turned and left, taking some dry rations with them, and rode away from the camp on an ordinary horse. Xia Yuan was not idle either. He personally led his army to the front lines. He will personally command this battle. The strength of the rebel Qin dynasty had made him realize that something was wrong. This group of rebels absolutely cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Otherwise, we might repeat the same mistake. Time flies. Before long, it was noon. On the earthen wall of the Qin defense line, Yi Mingjie, Baijian, and Pang Liren also received information about the movements of Anwu Kingdom's army. The three had already made the necessary preparations, and now they could only quietly wait for the war to begin. Should we send troops to actively stop the other side? That's something that's simply impossible. With an army of 90,000, only by banding together and taking advantage of the terrain could they have a slim chance of survival. If two armies are proactively dispatched to block the enemy forces on the left and right flanks, then the front will be trapped in a predicament. Facing the main force of Anwu Kingdom's army, 30,000 troops were simply not enough to stop them. Just as the three men were looking worried, a messenger hurriedly ran up the city wall. Report. The three of them turned to look at the sound. A messenger walked up to the three men, cupped his hands in greeting, and said, reporting to the three generals, the Liang army, the Shura army, and the Xingho army have entered the territory of Lanshan County. Upon hearing this, the three were taken aback for a moment, then overjoyed. How many people from the Blazing Sun, Azura, and Starfire armies have come this time? Yi Mingjie asked excitedly. Reporting to General Yi, the Blazing Sun army has 17,000 men, the Azura army has 17,000 men, and the Starfire army has 20,000 men, the messenger replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingjie turned to look at Baijian and Pang Liren and asked, the three armed forces total 54,000 men. What are your plans for their deployment? Baijian shook his head. It's not about how we arrange things. I'm sure the Emperor and Empress had already made preparations for the arrangements of the Liang, Shura, and Xingho armies. That's right. With the Emperor and Empress's leadership abilities, they must have already made arrangements for the Liang army. Let's proceed according to the original plan, Pang Liren said. Yi Mingjie hesitated, wanting to say, the Emperor and Empress didn't personally go to the battlefield. How could they possibly arrange everything perfectly? However, when he thought about how his military leadership skills were taught by the Emperor and Empress, Yi Mingjie swallowed back the words he was about to say. He then spoke to the messenger. Go back immediately and tell Tang, Xie, and Luo that the enemy has already set off, and tell them to hurry up. Yes, General Yi. The messenger replied respectfully, then turned and hurried away. The three watched as the messenger ran down the city wall, and Baijian spoke up. The three armies of Liang, Shura, and Xingho have arrived. Zhuke and Xuanwu should be here soon as well. I just don't know if the Emperor and Empress will come for this battle. They should come, right? Yi Mingjie said somewhat uncertainly. Although this battle cannot directly determine the fate of the Great Qin, it is extremely important to the Great Qin. One of the Emperor and Empress will definitely go to the battlefield in person. Pang Liren shook his head and said nothing more. He wanted to say, the Emperor and Empress are the two most noble people in the Qin dynasty. How could they possibly go to the battlefield in every battle? I hope so, Baijian murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. He longs for war. The imperial city of Qin dynasty. 3 horse-drawn carriages came speeding by. At the palace gate, the 4 Qin imperial soldiers guarding the gate showed curiosity as they saw the carriage approaching. This must be the second madam returning, right? It must be. With the Qin dynasty and Anwu kingdom about to go to war, the second madam cannot stay outside. As the carriage approached, the flag atop it was revealed to the four men, and they let it pass without hesitation. The carriage entered the palace without any obstruction and stopped in the palace square. Shin Sushin hurriedly got off the carriage, lifted the hem of her skirt with both hands, and ran into the courtyard. Enter the courtyard. Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan were having lunch at that moment. Hearing the noise behind her, Luo Qinghuan put down her chopsticks and turned around to look. Wife, what's wrong? Qin Anyang asked, puzzled. Luo Qinghuan did not reply immediately, her gaze fixed ahead, her eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. Not long after, Shin Sushin appeared in the courtyard. The moment Shin Sushin ran into the courtyard, Luo Qinghuan said with a smile, My husband, Su Xian, is back. However, Luo Qinghuan's words received no response. The moment Qin Anyang saw Shin Sushin, he got up and ran over without hesitation. The moment the two met, Qin Anyang pulled Shin Sushin into his arms and held her tightly. My husband. Shin Sushin murmured something, then reached out and embraced Qin Anyang tightly. Today, thanks to the good food and drink he has been provided for, Qin Anyang has grown quite a bit taller and is almost as tall as Shin Sushin. Shin Sushin's height, 172 centimeters. Luo Qinghuan's height, 176 centimeters. The way the two are holding each other looks much more harmonious, and the feeling of an older sister holding a younger brother is no longer present. After giving Shin Sushin a tight hug, Qin Anyang separated slightly and kissed her warm and alluring red lips. A deep kiss. Both of them blushed slightly. Qin Anyang suffocated due to lack of oxygen, while Shin Sushin suffered from other factors besides lack of oxygen. Did everything go smoothly on this trip? Qin Anyang asked with concern. Shin Sushin shook her head slightly and smiled gently. Husband, don't worry. Wherever I go, the people there cheer and welcome me into the city. It may seem like I've been traveling around a lot during this period, but in reality, it's no different from traveling around for leisure. Look, I've even gained weight. As Shin Sushin spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, displaying her snow-white arms to Qin Anyang. Qin Anyang gently squeezed it, then nodded in satisfaction. Still so supple. You're spineless. Luo Qinghuan cursed irritably and walked over without anyone noticing. Sister, Shin Sushin called out with a smile. Yes, it's good to be back. Haven't eaten yet. Luo Qinghuan nodded. Not yet. Let's go eat first, and we can talk about whatever it is after we've eaten. There's no rush. Shin Sushin nodded. The three returned to the garden pavilion, where Huayu happened to be walking over with a set of bowls and chopsticks. The three of them sat down. Qin Anyang sat in the middle without hesitation, with Luo Qinghuan and Shin Sushin sitting on his left and right sides. Chapter 249 The Battle of Lansong County 3. After the meal, Shin Sushin gave Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan a brief account of her trip. My lord, when I returned to the capital of Qin after receiving the news, the registration of the people of Fengquan County was almost finished. According to estimates, the population of Fengquan County is approximately 3 million. At this moment, Xiao Wan and the others must already be on their way to Hualin County. After the fame of the Great Qin spread throughout Shiliang Prefecture, no matter which county I went to, the local people lined the streets to welcome me. Even the bandits who had become outlaws offered to escort us. Shin Sushin spoke slowly for a while, and Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan did not interrupt her, but listened quietly from the side. However, as Shin Sushin continued her story, the smiles on their faces grew even brighter. The conversation only ended after Shin Sushin finished speaking, picked up her teacup, and took a big gulp of warm tea. Husband, I heard that Anwu Kingdom has attacked. Has the war already begun? Shin Sushin asked. We don't know yet. Qin Anyang shook his head, but it should be soon. The war should officially begin in the next day or two. The war is about to begin. Husband, don't you and my sister plan to go to the front lines to command the army? Shin Sushin asked in confusion. Qin Anyang smiled and said, Su Xian, we are now the masters of the great Qin Empire. We can leave such war matters to our subordinates. Undeniably, either Qinghuan or I, whoever personally went to the battlefield, could make this war easier and more perfect. But there are only two of us. Do you understand? The territory of the Great Qin will become increasingly vast in the future, and the two of us alone cannot manage it. So, we must take advantage of the fact that the Great Qin is just starting out to cultivate more talented generals so that they can support the Great Qin Empire in the future. I'm not just training military officers, but also civil officers. Based on the timeline, the first government office in the Great Qin will be completed in a few days. Once the Qin government officially begins its operations, the various policies and benefits I have promulgated will gradually be implemented in various regions. At that time, our Great Qin will enter a period of rapid development, and our national strength will only increase day by day. In addition, we will not abandon commerce and agriculture. As for commerce, I intend to entrust it to you to establish the Great Qin Chamber of Commerce and govern the many merchants of Great Qin. Agriculture is currently on hold and will only begin after we take Shiliang Prefecture. After hearing what she said, Shin Suxin's beautiful eyes shone with an extremely bright light. Then, as if she had thought of something, she immediately asked, "My husband, I understand and agree with everything you've said. We must not underestimate the army that Anwu Kingdom has sent to redress this time. Yi Mingjie, Bai Zhan, Ho Lingxiu, Zhu Hua, and Pang Liren, although they are all talented in leading troops, they are ultimately inexperienced. Faced with such a fierce battle, can the five of them handle it? Tang Yangyu, Xie Yongxiu, and Luo Xingho are experienced, but their ability to lead troops is only so-so. When facing a stronger enemy and outnumbered in terms of manpower, can the three of them still defeat them? The Great Qin is just starting out. If we lose this battle, all the advantages we have accumulated over this period of time will be lost. That's not all. If we lose this battle, our Great Qin will also be in a very dangerous situation." Upon hearing this, Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan exchanged a glance and smiled at each other. "Su Xian, how could we not know what you're saying?" Luo Qinghuan said with a smile. Shin Suxin frowned, her face showing confusion. Luo Qinghuan didn't keep them in suspense and immediately explained. "Suxin, don't worry, my husband and I won't just stand by and do nothing. What are you planning to do?" Shin Suxin asked curiously. Luo Qinghuan turned to look at Qin Anyang, smiled, and gestured for him to discuss the matter. Qin Anyang nodded slightly, then said, "Su Xian, whether Qinghuan and I go or not, the battle in Lansong County will not be decided in a short time. Qinghuan and I have other plans for this battle. Winning is not particularly difficult for Great Qin at the moment. However, with its current strength, Great Qin cannot possibly inflict a serious blow on Anwu Kingdom. So, we're going to do something sneaky within Wugua's army." "Something sinister?" Shin Suxin looked puzzled. "It's Qin," Qin Anyang said with a smile. "If we want to really hurt Anwu Kingdom's army, we have to stab them in the back a few times and bleed them dry." Shin Suxin pursed her lips and didn't ask any more questions. "It's good that my husband knows what's going on. With the current strength of the Qin dynasty, we can't afford to suffer such a major defeat. Don't worry, Qinghuan and I are waiting for you to come back and take over the capital. We will set off for Lansong County tomorrow," Qin Anyang said with a smile. Shin Suxin nodded slightly in response. After that, the three of them stopped talking about these things and instead chatted about everyday things. The border defense line of Lansong County. It was late afternoon. The 3-mile-long pit dug by the Qin army has been more than half filled in by the Anwu Kingdom's army. At this moment, the soldiers sent by the Anwu Kingdom's army to fill in the pits had already entered the range of the crossbows. "Should we make a move?" Yi Mingjie stood on the earthen wall, staring ahead, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. "Wait a little longer," Bai Zhan said. "The enemy is already prepared. Using crossbows at this distance is not very effective and will not be able to inflict a heavy blow on the enemy. The crossbows will be at their best when the enemy advances further." No sooner had he finished speaking than Pang Liren expressed a different opinion. "I think we should start firing now. Our army is currently weaker than the enemy. We should take advantage of the enemy filling in those pits and use crossbows to fire at them to weaken their strength." Bai Zhan shook his head. "No, Our army only carried 3,000 crossbow bolts. Every single bolt must be used wisely, otherwise it will be very detrimental to our army's upcoming battles. Pang Liren retorted, we can't just do nothing and watch the enemy fill in those pits, can we? Wouldn't all the defensive fortifications we prepared earlier have been wasted? Although our army currently only has 3,000 crossbow bolts, the logistics team will continue to transport more bolts. Not to mention, the Vermilion Bird Army will be arriving soon, and the number of crossbows and bolts they bring will be enormous. Chapter 250 The Battle of Lansong County 4. The two expressed their opinions, while Yi Mingjie stood aside, unsure of which side to take. After all, neither of them was wrong. Just then, a scout hurriedly ran up the earthen wall and came to the three of them. Reporting to the three generals, the Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise armies have entered the territory of Lansong County and will arrive here before sunset today. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingjie and the other two were overjoyed. You may leave. Yi Mingjie waved for the scouts to leave, then turned to Baijian and Pang Liren and said with a smile, that's settled then. We don't need to argue anymore. There's not much time left before dark. Let's just wait for Lingxiu to arrive and let her decide how to fight. Baijian, you're spineless. Pang Liren, idiot. Yi Mingjie. What is that? Yi Mingjie was completely bewildered. He had no idea why the two of them were suddenly scolding him. No, what do you two mean? Baijian glanced at him coldly, then turned and left without saying a word. Seeing this, Yi Mingjie could only turn his attention to Pang Liren. Sigh. Pang Liren sighed with disappointment. You are a general of the Azure Dragon Army, yet you expect a woman to command the battle. Well, with a deep sigh, Pang Liren turned and left. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to say that Ho Lingxiu's leadership skills were indeed stronger than theirs. This is something you and I both know, we all understand it. If we were to bring it up, wouldn't that be a slap in everyone's face? Yi Mingjie stood there, watching the two leave one after the other, completely bewildered. No. Ho Lingxiu's ability to lead troops in battle is stronger than ours. Is there any problem with letting her command this battle? At dusk, the sky was ablaze with the colors of sunset. The Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise armies finally arrived at the Qin defense line in Lansong County. Yi Mingjie, Baijian, and Pang Liren had been waiting there for a long time. When they saw the army, they went to greet them. After the meeting between the two sides, after a few simple pleasantries, we got back to the main topic. Unsurprisingly, Yi Mingjie became the one to recount the current situation. The group talked as they walked. A moment later, the five people came to the earthen wall. As the sun sets in the west, the sky gradually darkens and visibility diminishes. Even so, Ho Lingxiu immediately spotted a group of Anwu soldiers working diligently ahead. Ho Lingxiu's face turned cold. She turned to look at Yi Mingjie and the other two, and questioned them in a cold voice. You three, were you just going to watch the enemy fill in the trenches like that? Yi Mingjie, Baijian, and Pang Liren looked at each other, unsure of what to say. Say what? Surely we can't tell Ho Lingxiu that the three of them had argued about this before? Three useless people. Seeing that the three did not answer, Ho Lingxiu cursed without any mercy. Then, Ho Lingxiu walked directly past the three people and down the earthen wall. Upon arriving at the location of the Vermilion Bird Army, the female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army were having dinner. When the commanders of the Vermilion Bird Army saw Ho Lingxiu approaching, they quickly put down their bowls and chopsticks and got up to greet her. General. A few people exchanged greetings. Ho Lingxiu nodded and stated her purpose directly. Immediately assemble 5,000 men and follow me to attack the enemy. The remaining 5,000 men, after you finish eating, rest and wait for your replacement. Yes, General. Yes, General. Upon hearing this, the expressions on their faces immediately became very serious. After respectfully replying, they turned and walked towards the Vermilion Bird Army. Then, the group of female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army began to fall into disarray. Upon receiving the order, they immediately put down their rice bowls and mobilized. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn has passed. 5,000 Vermilion Bird soldiers were assembled, and with the help of logistics personnel, 3,000 crossbows were carried up the earthen wall. Place 3 racks 1 meter apart, with a 1-meter gap between each rack. Fortunately, the earthen wall was wide enough, otherwise there really wouldn't have been enough space to place so many crossbows. 3,000 powerful crossbows were arrayed on the earthen wall, covering a distance of over 1,000 meters, enough to cover the entire front of the battlefield. By this time, it was completely dark. About 1,500 meters in front of the earthen wall, the logistics soldiers of Onwu Kingdom's army, divided into thousands of small teams, dug earth to fill the pits under the protection of shield soldiers. The weather has been bad lately. We can't see the moon at night. Without the moonlight, the logistics soldiers of Onwu Kingdom's army could only light torches. Standing on the earthen wall, one can see all at a glance. The twinkling lights in the distance created a beautiful scene. However, these flames make for the best targets. Normally, in the darkness, the female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army wouldn't be able to see that far. But now, those flames have revealed their target to them. Just aim at those flashes of light and shoot. In this way, Vermilion Bird Army, heed my command. Aim at the fire ahead and fire your crossbows at the enemy. At Ho Lingxiu's command, the 5,000 Vermilion Bird soldiers immediately sprang into action. 5 people form a group, operating 3 powerful crossbows. 2 people operated the crossbows to fire, while 3 others were responsible for loading the other 2 crossbows. Make sure that at least one of the 3 crossbows is always firing. The gap period will not be too long. As for crossbows and arrows, then the female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army won't need to carry it. Although the number of logistics soldiers sent by the Qin dynasty to the front line of Lanshan County was not large, there were still 30,000 stationed there permanently. With 30,000 logistics personnel, are we worried about not having enough people to move crossbow bolts? Yi Mingjie, Bai Zhan, Pang Liren, and Zhu Hua witnessed this scene from the sidelines. The 4 of them exchanged glances, each with their own thoughts. As expected of Ho Lingxiu, Yi Mingjie exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the other 3 looked at him and nodded in agreement. Whether we admit it or not, Ho Lingxiu's ability to lead troops in battle is indeed much stronger than theirs. Even if the other person is a woman. The Vermilion Bird Army prepared quickly, and the first batch of crossbows was loaded in no time. 2 female soldiers from the Vermilion Bird Army stepped forward to operate the crossbows, while the remaining 3 female soldiers went to the next crossbow to load it. 2 female soldiers from the Vermilion Bird Army aimed their crossbows at the target and pulled the triggers without hesitation. Whoosh. In the darkness, a whooshing sound rang out. Then, whoosh whoosh whoosh. A series of whooshing sounds followed. 1,000 crossbow bolts, each 2 meters long, shot out from the earthen wall. Silver-white crossbow bolts streaked across the night sky. The cold light was biting. The first wave of battle has officially begun. 1,000 crossbow bolts flew across 1,500 meters in the blink of an eye, heading towards the enemy. The sound of crossbow bolts whistling through the air was loud, and the soldiers of Onwu Kingdom immediately sensed that something was wrong. What was that sound? Oh no! Watch out for a rain of arrows. Watch out, everyone. The rebels have started their attack. Chapter 251 The Battle of Lanshan County 5. In the darkness of night, 1,000 crossbow bolts, each 2 meters long and gleaming coldly, pierced the night sky, flew a distance of 1,500 meters, and finally reached their destination. Thump! The first crossbow bolt struck a specially made shield with a dull thud. 3 soldiers, holding up a specially made shield, couldn't help but cry out in pain after being struck by the powerful crossbow bolt. The 3 of them moved back almost a step. This shows just how powerful this arrow was. However, this arrow is just the beginning. The moment the first arrow struck its target, the remaining 999 crossbow bolts followed in quick succession. Thump thump thump. Uft uft. Allah! A scream instantly echoed through the sky. Careful! Everyone be careful! Everyone, hide behind your shields. Quick! Everyone, get behind your shields. Hold on. You absolutely cannot let go. Hold on. Don't let go. Hold on tight to the shield. You absolutely cannot let go. If you don't want to die, hold on to your shield tight. Faced with the powerful crossbow fire of the Qin dynasty's Vermilion Bird Army, the Onwu Kingdom's army was clearly well prepared. The first wave of crossbow attacks did not cause much damage to the soldiers of Onwu Kingdom, but it instilled fear in them. However, before the soldiers of Onwu Kingdom could recover from the first wave of crossbow bolts, a second wave of powerful crossbow bolts followed. Watch out for a rain of arrows. Hold on tight to your shields. Don't let go. Hurry, hurry. The soldiers' shouts echoed across the battlefield. Onwu Kingdom's temporary camp. Xia Yuan walked out of the general's tent, squinting at the flickering firelight in front of him, his face terribly gloomy. Did you finally give in and make your move? Xia Yuan murmured softly. He had been waiting for the Qin soldiers to make their move. The existence of the crossbow, including its power, was learned through intelligence gathering. How can we make the best response without seeing it for ourselves? On the earthen wall of the defense line of Lansong County, Qin Dynasty, Ho Lingxiu rested her hands on a beautifully crafted longsword, staring calmly ahead. Wave after wave of crossbow bolts were fired. The 5,000 vermilion bird soldiers were soon soaked in sweat. But since Ho Lingxiu didn't tell them to stop, they didn't dare to stop. The logistics soldiers responsible for transporting the crossbow bolts were also exhausted. It's important to know that crossbow bolts are quite heavy. If it weren't for their superior numbers, the vermilion bird army's firing speed would have exhausted them to death. Yi Mingjie, Bai Zhan, Pang Liren, and Zhu Hua stood aside, watching the scene before them with a strange glint in their eyes. As time went on, the Vermilion Bird Army's 5,000 female soldiers have already fired 10 volleys of crossbow bolts, a total of 10,000 powerful crossbow bolts. 10,000 crossbow bolts, Pang Liren murmured softly. That's 10,000 crossbow bolts, Bai Zhan agreed. Sigh? Yi Mingjie sighed, and said with emotion. We were arguing over 3,000 crossbow bolts before, but compared to the Vermilion Bird Army, it's really hard to describe. Upon hearing this, Zhu Hua was taken aback, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the three of them, his face full of curiosity. Ho Lingxiu, who was in front, also turned her head and glanced at the three of them, especially Yi Mingjie. Her gaze lingered for a moment longer, but only for a short while. He then stopped caring about it. Despite their exhaustion, the 5,000 female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army wore expressions of excitement. The soldiers on the battlefield of Onwu Kingdom, however, were suffering terribly. The crossbow bolts had been fired continuously since the beginning. The crossbow bolts came in a continuous stream. Not many soldiers were killed directly by the bolts, but quite a few were injured by the powerful impact of the bolts. By this point, the soldiers who had been holding up the shields had been replaced by the support soldiers who had been digging the earth. However, even so, the crossbow fire did not stop. I can't take it anymore. I can't hold on any longer. Retreat. We must retreat. I can't carry this any longer, or my hands will be ruined. Retreat. Retreat first. Let's go? Let's retreat first. The soldiers were complaining bitterly when someone suddenly shouted, Retreat. After, Onwu's soldiers could no longer suppress their desire to retreat. Even without orders from their commander, they raised their shields and slowly withdrew. The general in charge of this army had no solution to this situation. Not to mention, he wanted to retreat too. If it weren't for military orders, which prevented him, as a military commander, from uttering the word retreat, he would have retreated long ago. Just kidding. With this kind of firepower suppression, staying here is just waiting to die. And Wu Guo's army slowly retreated. But their move revealed a flaw. The crossbow bolts struck the shields, the powerful force knocking back several soldiers who were holding up the shields. My body was uncontrollably backward. This retreat, the specially made shield could not be held firmly, which caused a consequence. If another crossbow bolt were to be fired at this moment, they would definitely not be able to hold out. At this point, the soldiers of Onwu Kingdom couldn't care less about anything else. They were just seeing who would have the best luck. On the battlefield, in addition to one's own strength, luck is also an extremely important factor. Onwu Kingdom's soldiers slowly withdrew from the battlefield under the barrage of crossbow bolts. During this process, the death toll increased by at least 5 times. In other words, at least 1,000 soldiers of Onwu Kingdom were killed during the retreat. The number of casualties is neither high nor low. 1,000 people is not many for an army of 500,000. At least 3,000 people were injured by the crossbow bolts. In other words, Onwu Kingdom lost more than 4,000 men in tonight's battle. More than 4,000 people is a considerable loss, even for Anwuwo's army of 500,000 men tasked with suppressing rebellions. Fortunately, most of these 4,000 people were logistic soldiers. On the earthen wall, Ho Lingxiu watched the enemy army retreat in panic and waved her hand. Stop! At a command, the Vermilion Bird army ceased firing. Ho Lingxiu turned around and walked up to Yi Mingjie and the others, coldly saying, "Send people to clean up the battlefield." After saying this, Ho Lingxiu led 5,000 Vermilion Bird soldiers away from the city wall. Yi Mingjie and the other three stood there, staring blankly as Ho Lingxiu left. The four of them almost simultaneously sighed as Ho Lingxiu's figure disappeared behind the earthen wall. Well, the four looked at each other, and then Yi Mingjie spoke first. "Let's go, we'll take some men to clean up the battlefield." Chapter 252 The Battle of Lansong County 6. Xia Yuan stood in front of the army camp, watching the retreating soldiers, his expression calm. This situation was actually expected. General Li Yi said, bowing. Li Yi was the general who led this army, but he was not the general of the main force, but the general of the logistics team. Xia Yuan nodded. "Tell me, what exactly is going on?" "Yes, General." Li Yi replied respectfully, and then recounted the events that had occurred on the battlefield. "General, this is what happened. The rebels' arrows seemed inexhaustible. From the moment the battle began, they maintained an extremely high frequency of attacks until we withdrew out of their firing range." Xia Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and waved. "Go down and rest for a while." "Yes, General." Li Yi bowed and took his leave, then turned and left. Xia Yuan stood still, his brows furrowed, his eyes narrowed as he stared at the battlefield ahead. There, the scattered embers flickered on the ground. Just then, a scout rushed back, cupped his hands in greeting, and reported, "General, the rebels have sent men out to clean up the battlefield." "I understand. You may leave." Xia Yuan waved his hand. "Yes, General." The scout turned and left. A group of generals gathered around, and one of them said, "General, should we send troops over now to fight?" Then another general chimed in, "Yes, General, those arrows are made of extraordinary material. The rebels certainly don't have many. If we seize those arrows, what will the rebels use to fight us?" "That's right. As long as we seize those arrows, the rebels will have no arrows to use, and they'll be at our mercy." "That's right. That's the strength of the rebels. Once their bows and arrows are disabled, they're like dogs with their teeth pulled, they can't bite anymore." For a time, all the generals agreed to fight. In their view, as long as they seized the rebels' arrows and prevented them from being retrieved, they could disable this powerful weapon. After a moment's hesitation, Xia Yuan nodded in agreement with the proposals of the many generals. "Then let's have a match and see." Upon hearing this, many generals were overjoyed. The power of the Qin crossbows did not instill fear in them. On the contrary, they were eager to win the battle. However, this battle can only be a probing attack. If the situation is not right, we must retreat immediately and absolutely must not force a fight to the death with the rebels. "Yes, General." "Yes, General." Many generals responded excitedly. Xia Yuan nodded slightly, and then began to make arrangements for the battle. A moment later, the crowd dispersed. About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, an army of 30,000 men rushed out from the temporary camp of the Onwu Kingdom's army. 30,000 men, led by 3 generals. Their mission was clear: to repel the Qin soldiers who were cleaning up the battlefield and prevent them from collecting the crossbow bolts. "Kill them! Charge! Brothers, let's go! Let's show these sons of bitches what we're made of. You bunch of bastards, your grandpa's here." Numerous soldiers, wielding broadswords and shields, charged forward, shouting incessantly to vent their rage. They want revenge. When it comes to war, everyone should fight face to face with real weapons. If all else fails, you can set a trap. But what about the Qin dynasty? What he did had absolutely nothing to do with personnel matters. These past few days have been incredibly exhausting for them. They haven't had a good night's sleep. How could one not be angry? The commotion of Onwu Kingdom's army charging forward could not be kept secret. Even the moment these 30,000 troops emerged from the temporary camp of the Onwu Kingdom's army, they were discovered by Qin scouts. Whoosh bang! In the darkness of night, a firework burst open in the sky, so dazzling and magnificent. The explosion of this firework also signifies the resumption of war. The logistics soldiers who were collecting crossbow bolts all stood up and looked up when they heard the sound of the fireworks exploding. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, a series of chaotic footsteps and shouts came, startling everyone awake. Retreat! A deep male voice rang out. Retreat! Everyone retreat back inside the city walls. Go back right now. Let's go, hurry up and go. The enemy is attacking. Everyone, retreat immediately. Hurry, let's go back inside the city walls. The Qin logistics soldiers immediately mobilized, throwing away the crossbow bolts they had just picked up without hesitation, and turned to run towards the earthen wall. Of course, not everyone dropped their crossbow bolts. On the earthen wall, Yi Mingjie shouted loudly, "Open the city gates. Go and let them in. Quick, get them." As Yi Mingjie gave the order, the city gates slowly opened, and 2 rows of fully armed soldiers ran out to meet the logistics soldiers. Run, get back to the city quickly. Everyone, go back quickly. Brothers of the Azure Dragon Army, come with me to meet up with the rest of you. Brothers of the White Tiger Army, brothers of the support logistics team. The commotion on the Qin side could not be kept secret from the 30,000 soldiers of Onwu Kingdom. They're trying to escape. Charge! Charge! Don't let them get away. 30,000 soldiers ran wildly, shouting incessantly, as if they wished they had 2 more legs. However, the 2 sides were more than 3 miles apart. How could they possibly catch up at such a distance? However, Enwu's purpose in sending troops this time was not to fight and kill enemies. Their real target was the crossbow bolts scattered across the battlefield. The Qin's logistics soldiers filed in through the city gate and retreated behind the earthen wall. The Azure Dragon and White Tiger armies, which had gone out of the city to meet these logistical soldiers, also followed the group back into the earthen wall. Just as the city gates closed, Onwu Kingdom's 30,000-strong army arrived on the battlefield. 30,000 people, 10,000 of whom carried a specially made shield. Each shield is 1 meter long and 80 centimeters wide. Upon arriving at the front lines, these 10,000 men were divided into countless small teams, some with 3 members, some with 5. They stood the shields upright and combined them to form a larger shield that could protect many people. In this way, the remaining 20,000 men could hide behind these shields and collect the crossbow bolts. That's their ultimate goal. That was the purpose from the very beginning. On the earthen wall, Ho Lingxiu, having received the message, came up again. Yi Mingjie, seeing this, quickly went up to her and asked, "General Ho, what should we do now? Should we fight or?" Ho Lingxiu frowned, glanced at Yi Mingjie, and said disdainfully, "How did you become a general?" Chapter 253 The Battle of Lansong County 7. How did you become a general? Yi Mingjie was completely dumbfounded. Only this sentence remained in his mind. How did I become a general? Wasn't my position as general appointed by the emperor? However, by the time Yi Mingjie came to his senses, Ho Lingxiu had already left. Ho Lingxiu stood on the earthen wall, her gaze fixed on the battlefield, where the flickering flames shone like a beacon in the darkness. Heh! Ho Lingxiu smiled dismissively, her eyes full of disdain. A bunch of idiots, trying to pick up crossbow bolts? Do you think crossbow bolts from my great Qin are so easy to find? After finishing her self-talk, Ho Lingxiu summoned a member of the Vermilion Bird Army who was standing next to her. Go and call the first squad up. Yes, General Ho. The Vermilion Bird soldier replied respectfully, then turned and hurriedly ran towards the earthen wall. Ho Lingxiu turned to look at Yi Mingjie and said coldly, "Send someone to move the first row of crossbows on this 500-meter section of the city wall back a bit. I'll arrange for someone to do it right away." Yi Mingjie said with a serious expression, then turned around and beckoned the defending soldiers at the earthen wall to start moving the crossbows. Ho Lingxiu watched this scene with a calm expression. She could certainly order the soldiers on the city wall to do these things directly, but it was best not to do so unless absolutely necessary. While one may look down on Yi Mingjia's leadership abilities, the respect due still applies. Yi Mingjia is, after all, a general of the Great Qin Azure Dragon Army, leading 30,000 Azure Dragon soldiers. As long as he doesn't die, he will become one of the founding generals of Great Qin. So, as long as the Battle of Lanshan County does not show signs of decline, Ho Lingxiu will absolutely not interfere with the other four armies. A moment later, the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army, numbering 1,000, arrived at the earthen wall, accompanied by 30 specially upgraded crossbows, also known as the second-generation crossbow. These 30 crossbows are much larger than the crossbows used before. As for its power, it was naturally far superior to the first-generation crossbow. Set up the crossbows and give them a taste of their own medicine, so they won't think that Great Qin is easy to bully. Yes, General Ho. Yuan replied respectfully that she was the captain of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army. Set up the crossbows, with each crossbow spaced half a meter apart. Yes. The female soldiers of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army responded in unison. Then, with the help of soldiers on the earthen wall and logistic soldiers, the 1,000 female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army placed the 30 powerful crossbows. Without Ho Lingxiu giving the order, Yuan led the 1,000 female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army to load the crossbows. The second-generation crossbow was much larger than the first generation, and the bolts used were also made separately. Each crossbow bolt is 3 meters long. It weighs twice as much as a regular crossbow bolt. Of course, the second-generation crossbow can also use ordinary crossbow bolts, but it cannot unleash the full power of the crossbow. 30 powerful crossbows were quickly loaded. The 30 teams operating crossbows had clear divisions of labor, with each crossbow targeting a different target. Put. Yuan gave the order. 30 female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army immediately pulled the trigger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 33-meter-long crossbow bolts flew out, their targets aimed directly at the enemy troops of Anwu Kingdom on the battlefield. The powerful force tore through the air, creating shockwaves, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound. On the battlefield, Anwu Kingdom's 30,000-strong army was collecting crossbow bolts, and everyone had a smile on their face. With each crossbow bolt they picked up, the soldiers' smiles grew even wider. Hee, a bunch of cowards, trying to rebel like others, but now they've cowered back after just one charge from us. They're nothing but cowards. That's right. Besides being good at underhanded tactics, do you think these rebels would dare to fight us head-on? Ha! Let's give them these arrows. Then let's see what they have to fight us with. Just then, 30 crossbow bolts, each 3 meters long, flew in. Thump. Up. The first crossbow bolt struck the shield, and the powerful force knocked back the soldiers holding the shield, crippling them. Even if he survives, he'll be practically a cripple. Seeing the soldiers lying on the ground groaning, the soldier who was bending down to pick up the crossbow bolts was completely dumbfounded. However, this is just the beginning. 30 crossbow bolts, 29 left. No sooner said than done. The moment the first crossbow bolt repelled the Anwu soldiers, the remaining 29 bolts reached their destination. Snap! The powerful crossbow bolts pierced through some shields and even shot through the body of a soldier behind one of them. Even so, the force of the crossbow bolt had not completely dissipated. After piercing the soldier's body, the crossbow bolt shot directly into the ground behind him. With a soft pft, the 3-meter-long crossbow bolt pierced the ground to a depth of half a meter, making a ding sound. The arrow hit a stone. If it hadn't hit the rock, who knows how deep it would have gone. The soldiers who were picking up the crossbow bolts were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Snap! Snap! The crossbow bolt in his hand fell to the ground. This scene was happening in more than a dozen other places on the battlefield. Some shots missed, some pierced the shield, and some hit the shield but didn't penetrate it. The hit rate is over 3/5. Such a hit rate can only be considered average. The screams echoed through the sky. A group of soldiers from Anwu Kingdom stared blankly at the scene before them, their faces filled with disbelief. What's going on? How could the rebels' crossbows pierce through shields? Why? Wasn't it impenetrable just now? How come it's like this now? What a long arrow. However, this is a question that no one can answer for them now. Retreat. Retreat. All troops retreat. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Just then, the shouts of 3 commanding generals rang out on the battlefield. The 30,000-strong army was awakened. Then, 30,000 soldiers turned and ran, as fast as they could, wishing they had 2 extra legs. This shows how arrogant they were when they arrived, and how pathetic they were when they left. On the earthen wall, Ho Lingxiu watched this scene calmly, when Yi Mingjie walked over. General Ho, the enemy has retreated. Should we order the Vermilion Bird Army soldiers to stop firing so that the logistics soldiers can clean up the battlefield? No need to rush. Ho Lingxiu said it in a calm tone. Seeing this, Yi Mingjie said nothing more and silently stepped aside. He wasn't the jealous type, otherwise he wouldn't have become a general in the Azure Dragon Army. It's not just Yi Mingjie. The same applies to the generals of the other 4 armies. Since Ho Lingxiu said there was no need to rush, then we can just wait. Chapter 254 The Battle of Lansong County 8. Trust the other person. On the battlefield, trust your comrades and regard them as people you would entrust your life to. This is the first lesson the emperor taught them. This is also the most important lesson. Since Ho Lingxiu said there was no need to rush, then we can just wait. Yi Mingjie stood on the earthen wall, about 2 meters away from Ho Lingxiu, looking straight ahead. He wanted to know what Ho Lingxiu would do. Soon, Ho Lingxiu told Yi Mingjie what she would do. Aim at the enemy camp and launch a barrage. Yes. Yuan replied loudly, and then gave orders to the female soldiers of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army. Aim at the enemy camp and fire. With Yuan's order given, the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army immediately sprang into action. Adjust the firing angle of the crossbow. Loading. Pull the trigger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 33-meter-long crossbow bolts shot out and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. In the darkness of night, Xia Yuan and the generals of Anwu Kingdom stood in front of the camp, watching the soldiers fleeing back in panic from the battlefield. Each of them had different thoughts, and their expressions were quite interesting. Xia Yuan, however, remained calm. He had long anticipated this outcome. For him, all that is happening now is nothing more than that. The Qin rebels have come this far. They are no ordinary people. Do you think they can defeat them so easily? Just then, 30 crossbow bolts pierced the night sky and flew in. What is that? A sharp-eyed soldier noticed this and pointed to the air. The soldiers around him looked up in the direction he was pointing, but they saw nothing. There's nothing there. Yeah, kid, haven't you been sleeping well these past few days? Are your eyes playing tricks on you? I really saw something coming. The soldier looked bewildered, and he began to wonder if he had seen things wrong. However, he soon learned the result and realized he hadn't misread it. 30 crossbow bolts streaked across the night sky and struck the temporary camp of the Anwu Kingdom's army. Fta, where did the crossbow bolt come from? Quick, save them. Everyone, retreat immediately. The rebels' crossbows can reach our camp. Back up quickly. The camp was immediately thrown into chaos. What happened? Why did a commotion suddenly break out in the camp? Quick, go see what happened. Could it be that the cavalry has launched another sneak attack? Impossible. Our army has large forces stationed on both flanks and in the rear. There's absolutely no way that cavalry could have launched a sneak attack. Xia Yuan frowned, feeling extremely puzzled. The sounds inside the camp were somewhat chaotic, and he couldn't hear them clearly. Only fragments of noise could be heard. Crossbow bolts? Rewind. What exactly happened? Just then, a squad leader rushed over, his face grave, and said, General, something terrible has happened. The rebels' crossbows have entered our camp, and the camp is now in complete chaos. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan and the other generals widened their eyes in disbelief. What did you say? The rebels' crossbows were able to get into our army camp. Impossible. Our camp is so far from the rebel camp. How could their crossbows possibly shoot that far? Are you kidding me? If a crossbow can shoot that far, how are we supposed to fight this battle? Shut up, all of you. Xia Yu coldly shouted, stopping the many generals who were arguing. Get back to your posts immediately and gather your troops. The entire army camp must retreat 4 miles. After saying that, Xia Yuan took the lead and walked into the camp. After a brief moment of surprise, the group of generals quickly followed. As Xia Yuan and his group entered the camp, 30 crossbow bolts flew over their heads and shot into the camp right in front of them. The crossbow bolts fell diagonally from a great height. A 3-meter-long crossbow bolt, even just the downward force of the bolt itself, is something the human body cannot resist. The crossbow bolts hit some soldiers, and those that were hit had their bodies pierced through. Death came in an instant. The crossbow bolts that missed their mark also caused considerable damage to the camp. Seeing this, Xia Yuan was filled with rage and couldn't help but curse. Damn it! Subsequently, Xia Yuan issued another order to the generals. Gather the army as quickly as possible and retreat 5 miles. Xia Yuan couldn't help but feel nervous at this moment. He had never imagined that the Qin rebels' crossbows could be fired from such a distance. The fact that the rebels possess such powerful weapons is definitely not good news for Anwu Kingdom. But this further strengthened Xia Yuan's determination to wipe out the Qin rebels. If Anwu Kingdom could possess such powerful weapons, how could the country not prosper? The Qin defense line. On the earthen wall, after the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army fired 10 volleys of second-generation crossbow bolts, Ho Lingxiu gave the order. Stop. Yes, General Ho. Yuan replied respectfully and immediately gave orders to the female soldiers of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army. Vermilion Bird Army 1st Platoon, cease fire. Upon receiving the order, the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army immediately halted. General Yi, send men to clean up the battlefield. There will be no more fighting tonight. After saying that, Ho Lingxiu turned around, walked down the earthen wall, and returned to the Vermilion Bird Army camp. Yi Mingjie watched Ho Lingxiu's departing figure, nodded slightly, then got up and walked down the earthen wall to send people out to clean up the battlefield. Soon, the city gates opened. 3,000 logistics soldiers emerged one after another from the city gates, heading to the battlefield to retrieve crossbow bolts. This time, the logistics soldiers successfully retrieved the crossbow bolts scattered on the battlefield. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, as dawn broke, thousands of wisps of smoke rose from the border of Lansong County. Both sides remained calm today. Last night's battle can be considered a defeat for Anwu Kingdom. However, Anwu Kingdom did not suffer heavy losses, with fewer than 1,500 dead and far more wounded, numbering around 3,000. The total number of casualties is 4,500. 4,500 men is a lot, but of these 4,500 men, at least 3,500 are logistics soldiers. So, last night's battle was not unacceptable to the Anwu Kingdom's army. It was originally a trial battle. Knowing that the Qin rebels possessed such powerful weapons, Xia Yuan felt he could accept the battle. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Using a few casualties to gather intelligence on the enemy and formulate a countermeasure is a common tactic on the battlefield. What war doesn't result in death? What does it matter if some people die, as long as we can win? Chapter 255 The Battle of Lansong County 9. Upon learning that the Qin dynasty possessed such powerful crossbows, Xia Yuan immediately sent people to inform Lu Jun and Yang Wei, instructing them not to act rashly for the time being. Before we can take action, we need to upgrade our shield. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the Qin's powerful crossbows, and the outcome of this battle would have been uncertain. In this way, the Anwu Kingdom's army is quiet today and shows no intention of starting a war. The Qin defense line. On the earthen wall, the generals of the 5 legions stood on it, gazing into the distance. Looking at the blurry Anwu Kingdom army camp in their field of vision, the 5 had different thoughts. It seems they don't plan to launch an attack today, Yi Mingjie said. Baijian, it doesn't matter. The longer it drags on, the more advantageous it is for our army. Ho Lingxiu shook her head. Continuing to drag this out is not a good thing for our great Qin. Upon hearing this, the 4 looked at Ho Lingxiu, their faces full of doubt. The Qin dynasty is currently weak. The 5 commanderies have just been recovered and have not yet been managed. There are simply not many reserve soldiers. It can be said that the hundreds of thousands of people here represent all of the Qin dynasty's current resources. The Anwu Kingdom's army for redress cannot afford to delay, and our great Qin cannot afford to delay even more. The enemy will definitely reinforce their shields again today. Perhaps tomorrow, or perhaps the day after, the Anwu Kingdom's army will launch an attack on us. At that time, the threat of crossbows will not be so great. But a day or two is actually not very meaningful to us. So, we must take the initiative today. To take the initiative? Yi Mingjie and his two companions were greatly shocked. They could hardly believe that Ho Lingxiu actually wanted to take the initiative. What was the thought process behind this? Anwu Kingdom has an army of over 400,000, nearly 500,000. And what about the Qin dynasty? Less than 200,000. With a difference of 300,000 between the two sides, and in an open area like Lanshan County, the consequences of a war would be unimaginable. It should be noted that the army that Anwu Kingdom sent to quell the rebellion was far superior to the army of Shiliang. General Ho, the disparity in strength between our army and the enemy is so great. Isn't it inappropriate to take the initiative to go out and fight instead of relying on the advantage of terrain? Yi Mingjie said with a conflicted expression. He was a little unsure of Ho Lingxiu's thoughts. Yes, General Ho, given our army's strength, it would indeed be inappropriate to take the initiative to engage in battle, Bai Zhan agreed. General Ho, the enemy is not weak. We must not underestimate them and abandon our advantages to attack them. Pang Liren also offered words of advice. All three expressed their opposition to Ho Lingxiu's suggestion to take the initiative. Only Zhu Hua stood to the side, silent. Of the four, he spent the most time with Ho Lingxiu. The more you learn about Ho Lingxiu, the more frightened you will become. That's right. I'm just scared. This woman, whether it was her ability to lead troops in battle or her ruthless personality, terrified Zhu Hua. Zhu Hua sometimes felt fortunate that he and Ho Lingxiu were comrades in arms, not enemies. Otherwise, he really couldn't imagine what would happen if he faced Ho Lingxiu on the battlefield as the enemy. Ho Lingxiu smiled dismissively, her gaze fixed ahead, her eyes gleaming. General Yi, General Bai, General Pang. The three of you agree that our great Qin should not give up its geographical advantage and take the initiative to go out of the city to meet the enemy. That idea is correct. But have you considered that if even you believe our army won't launch a preemptive strike, what will Anwu Kingdom's enemy think? What will Anwu Kingdom's enemy think? Yi Mingjie and the other two were stunned for a moment, and their minds couldn't help but wander to this possibility. Result: they discovered that the people of Anwu Kingdom were very likely not to have imagined that Qin would take the initiative to attack. If the Qin dynasty were to take the initiative now and catch the enemy off guard, it might actually achieve some considerable success. Ho Lingxiu took in the expressions of the others, a slight smile playing on her lips, and said, "Go and prepare. Send 10,000 men from each army, plus 10,000 support soldiers. We'll go around from the left." "Okay, I'll go prepare right away." "No problem, I'll arrange the soldiers right away." Yi Mingjie and the other two responded one after another. Then, the 5 men descended the earthen wall and went to assemble the soldiers. The imperial city of Qin dynasty. Inside the palace's rear courtyard. Squeak. The door was pushed open from the inside, and Qin Anyang walked out looking refreshed. "Su Xin, you'd better practice martial arts diligently from now on, and strive to become a martial artist as soon as possible. Otherwise you won't be able to serve that bastard properly in the future." "Okay, I understand. From today onwards, I will practice martial arts diligently. During this period, my husband and I will travel to Lanshan County. If you have any questions about martial arts, just ask Huayu. Huayu is now an 8th grade master, so teaching you martial arts is no problem for her." Standing in front of the gate, Qin Anyang heard the conversation between the 2 women inside the house, and a smile appeared on his lips, his mood extremely pleasant. "Master, breakfast is ready," Shi said with a smile as she walked over. "Ah." Xiao Shi also shouted along. After many days, the 2 tiger cubs, which were once as small as mutts, have grown to the size of calves thanks to good food and drink. The ferocity of the beast gradually began to emerge. "What are you yelling about?" Qin Anyang chuckled and kicked Xiao Shi, then called to Shiyu and walked outside. Let's go. Yes, sir. Shiyu replied with a smile, falling a step behind Qin Anyang and following behind. Xiaoxi watched Qin Anyang's departing figure and let out a dissatisfied roar. Then he slowly followed. Not long after the two people and the tiger left, Luo Qinghuan and Shin Suxin came out of the room. The two women had incredibly rosy and supple complexions. Madam, second madam, breakfast is ready. Master has already gone ahead. Xiaoya stepped forward and said with a smile. Let's go over there too, Luo Qinghuan said. Shin Suxin nodded, and the three of them walked out. After breakfast, Qin Anyang and his entourage arrived at the Imperial Palace Square. At this moment, 2,000 Qin Imperial soldiers were gathered in the square, and a logistics team of 3,000 men was waiting outside the palace. The moment Qin Anyang and his entourage arrived at the square, 2,000 Qin Imperial soldiers greeted them in unison. Master, madam, second madam. There is no man in the palace now except for Qin Anyang. Any one of these women, if picked out at random, would be considered one of the most beautiful women in the surrounding area. And he will belong to one person for life. That is Qin Anyang, the emperor of the great Qin dynasty. Faced with the greetings from the Qin Imperial Army, Qin Anyang, Luo Qinghuan, and Shin Suxin nodded in acknowledgement. Then, Qin Anyang stood before the Qin Imperial Army, his face solemn, and said, Chapter 256 The Battle of Lansang County 10. The news that the Emperor and Empress of Qin would personally lead the expedition could not be kept secret. Outside the palace, starting from 500 meters outside the palace gate, the people of Qin gathered on both sides of the main road, craning their necks to look at the palace gate. Click, click, click. The heavy palace gates slowly opened. 200 Qin Imperial soldiers rode out on war horses, dressed in white, looking heroic and dashing. They're out. The Emperor and Empress have emerged. Your Majesty, Emperor and Empress. The people gathered there cheered and shouted Emperor, Empress, over and over again. 200 Qin Imperial soldiers led the way as the vanguard. Then, for fine horses pulled a richly decorated carriage out. Inside the carriage, Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan sat. Behind them were several ordinary horse-drawn carriages. Beyond that were the remaining Qin Imperial Army. After the troop had completely left the palace, the 3,000 logistics soldiers waiting outside the palace drove the wagons and followed with the supplies. Click, click, click. The palace gates slowly closed. On the city wall, Shin Suxin stood by the wall, her beautiful eyes fixed on the receding group, her gaze flickering. My husband, you must return safely. The border of Lansang County. After last night's battle, Enwugwo's army retreated 5 miles from its camp. Just as Ho Lingxiu had thought, Xia Yuan did not launch an attack today, but instead focused on refining the shields. Last night, Xia Yuan witnessed the power of the Qin crossbows. They could maintain such a high level of firepower. If the threat of the crossbows was not eliminated, the situation would become dire. This battle is simply impossible to win. So, the shields need to be improved. The method for improvement is actually quite simple. Use what's available nearby. Some trees were felled to increase the thickness of the shields. In addition, Xia Yuan also ordered the accompanying weapon forging battalion to attach a layer of iron to some of the shields. If possible, Xia Yuan would like to cover all the shields with a layer of iron. However, the army did not carry many iron weapons. The shield was able to be pieced together because it was formed from the melted weapons left behind by the soldiers who died in battle a few days ago. At this time, Xia Yuan discussed the war with the generals of the army. The rebels' crossbows are too powerful, and they also have the advantage of terrain. Our army must not launch an attack rashly, otherwise it will only increase casualties. That's right. Besides using shields to block, we also need to find a way to counter the powerful crossbows. How about the catapult? No, the catapult's range is only a few hundred meters, so it's completely useless. I think our army should send 50,000 troops to circle around to the rear of the rebels, and then attack from all sides at the same time, directly taking down those rebels with a strong assault. No, this would result in heavy casualties for our army. It's not worth doing. If we do this, how can we fight future wars? You must remember we haven't even entered Qingtian County yet. What are we afraid of? I don't believe the rebels have enough troops to fight us. I think we should take action now to avoid any unforeseen complications. Just as the generals were arguing, a scout broke into the tent. Reporting to the general, the rebels are gathering their troops. Upon hearing this, the tent immediately fell silent. Many generals turned their gazes to the scout, their expressions varying. You're saying the rebels are gathering troops? Xia Yuan asked, frowning. Yes, General. The scout replied with a serious expression. The rebels began assembling their troops after breakfast today, but their purpose is currently unknown. Go down and investigate further. Report back immediately if the rebels make any move. Yes, General. The scout bowed, turned, and hurriedly left. The tent suddenly became noisy. What are the rebels planning to do by suddenly assembling a large army? Could it be that they're going to initiate a war with our army? Go to war? Do they dare? The rebels probably wouldn't dare to initiate a war with our army. They're not stupid. Why would they abandon their advantages and fight us from a disadvantageous position? Then why are they assembling such a large army? It can't be just for fun, right? Xia Yuan frowned, annoyed by the arguing among the generals. Shut up, all of you! Xia Yuan roared angrily. Upon hearing this, everyone inside the tent shut their mouths, turned to look at Xia Yuan, and their eyes flickered. Xia Yu glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, no matter what the rebels want to do, we must make the necessary preparations. Immediately assemble an army of 50,000 and prepare to meet the enemy at any time. At the same time, send someone to convey this message to Lu Jun and Yang Wei, in case they haven't received the scout's message and have been ambushed by the rebels. Xia Yuan made a series of arrangements, and the generals inside the tent immediately sprang into action. As a general commanding an army of 500,000, Xia Yuan's ability to lead troops in battle is absolutely unquestionable. These arrangements he made were what a general should do, and Wu Wu's army was immediately mobilized. We have assembled an army of 50,000 and are ready to engage in battle at any time. The Qin defense line. The Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Vanguard armies each assembled 10,000 troops. The Vermilion Bird Army and the Black Tortoise Army each assembled a force of 5,000 men. The five armies together numbered 40,000. With an additional 10,000 logistics soldiers, the total army is 50,000. Logically, the army assembled this time should be 50,000 strong. However, the Vermilion Bird Army only has 10,000 soldiers in total. If they are all sent out, the defense line will lack archers, which will definitely not be a good thing for Qin. Although the other three armies could also use bows and crossbows, they were not professional archers after all. As for the Xuanwu army, well, this army only has 5,000 men in total. Their mission was to protect the Vermilion Bird Army from enemy attacks. As for the defensive line, it naturally doesn't need protection. So, the Xuanwu army, numbering 5,000, joined the Zhuge army, also numbering 5,000, in this battle. The 50,000-strong army has been assembled. Yi Mingjie, Bai Zhan, Ho Lingxiu, Zhu Hua, and Pang Liren stood at the front of the army. Yi Mingjie took 2 steps forward. Whoosh! Yi Mingjie drew his long sword from its sheath, raised it high, pointed it at the sky, and shouted, all troops, heed my command. Proceed. There was no pre-battle declaration, no morale-boosting rhetoric, only a very simple order. Because the soldiers of Qin don't need those kinds of words. The soldiers of the Great Qin had marched out with unprecedented morale. These few words no longer held much meaning for the soldiers of Qin. The 50,000-strong army moved to the left. Pang Liren led 10,000 elite troops to clear the way ahead. Yi Mingjie led 10,000 troops of the Azure Dragon Army to guard the left flank. Bai Zhan led 10,000 troops of the White Tiger Army to guard the right flank. Zhu Hua led 5,000 troops of the Xuanwu Army to protect the rear. Ho Lingxiu led 5,000 troops of the Vermilion Bird Army in the center, which was equivalent to the core of this army. As for the 10,000 logistics soldiers, they followed behind the main army, and their main task was to deliver crossbow bolts to the Vermilion Bird Army. Besides crossbow bolts, there were other things needed for the march. This battle should be fought with the Vermilion Bird Army at its core. Chapter 257 The Battle of Lansong County 11. The departure of 50,000 troops is bound to cause quite a stir. It was impossible to evade the scouts of the Onwu Kingdom's army. But sometimes, there are things that don't need to be hidden. Ho Lingxiu's purpose was very simple. Take advantage of your weakness and kill you. Aren't you afraid of the powerful crossbows of my great Qin? I will launch an attack on you before you are unable to resist the powerful crossbows of the Qin dynasty. So what can you do to me? That's how war is. We must not let go of any opportunity or advantage, no matter how small. If it weren't for the fear of losing the defensive line, Ho Lingxiu would have liked to bring all the Vermilion Bird army together to fight this battle. The 50,000-strong army bypassed the defenses built by the Qin dynasty and marched towards the Onwu Kingdom's army camp from the left. 9 a.m. The army bypassed the defense line and was now about 13 miles away from the camp of the Onwu Kingdom's army. If nothing unexpected happens, the army should arrive at the camp of the Onwu Kingdom's army in at most 2 hours. However, just as they bypassed the defenses, a scout came to report. Reporting to General Pang, enemy troops have been spotted in a bamboo forest 15 miles ahead. Their numbers are unknown. Pang Liren's eye sharpened. Intensify reconnaissance and try to ascertain the enemy's numbers as accurately as possible. Yes, General Pang. The scout bowed and replied, then turned and hurriedly left. Lansong County has a flat terrain, but it is not without its ups and downs, and there is nowhere to hide. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for the fierce Tiger Army to launch a surprise attack on Onwu Kingdom's army. Similarly, it is perfectly normal for the Onwu Kingdom's army to hide here at this time, pretending to launch a surprise attack on Qin. Upon learning of this news, Pang Liren immediately rode his warhorse towards the army. At the same time, he ordered someone to inform Yi Mingjie and Baijian to go to the center of the army and meet up with Ho Lingxiu. Pang Liren arrived at the center of the army and, after finding Ho Lingxiu, immediately relayed the news reported by the scout. General Ho, a scout just reported that an enemy force is hiding in a bamboo forest 15 miles ahead, and the number of them is unknown. As he spoke, Pang Liren pointed out the direction to Ho Lingxiu. At this moment, Yi Mingjie and Baijian rushed over, and Zhu Hua, noticing the commotion, also came over. The 5 people gathered together. Brother Pang, I heard from the scouts that they've discovered the enemy's hiding place ahead. Yi Mingjie asked anxiously. Brother Pang, have we discovered the enemy's hiding place ahead? Baijian asked anxiously. Only Zhu Hua looked at the group with a blank expression. He hadn't been notified, so he knew nothing about it. That's right. Scouts just reported that enemy troops have been spotted hiding in a bamboo forest about 15 miles ahead, and their numbers are unknown. Pang Liren repeated what he had just said, and then asked, what do we do now? Should we continue attacking the Onwu Kingdom's army camp, or launch an attack on this enemy force? Upon hearing this, the 4 fell into thought. The 4 had already anticipated that Onwu would send a large army to surround them from both sides. But just then, a scout brought news that they had discovered traces of the enemy, which left the group somewhat unsure of what to do. They were unsure whether this was a smokescreen deliberately released by Onwu Kingdom's army to mislead them. After all, the commotion of a large army cannot be kept secret. Onwu's army is absolutely unwilling to engage in battle with Qin. So, there's nothing wrong with thinking that way. Should we continue with the original plan, or go and attack this enemy force? Yi Mingjie asked. If we continue to attack the Onwu Kingdom's army camp, and that army comes from behind to outflank us, then we'll be in trouble. Baijian said. Shall we go and fight this enemy force now? Pang Liren asked. None of the 3 said they wouldn't fight, but the question was where to fight. Zhu Hua remained silent. The Xuanwu army's mission is to protect the Zhuge army on the battlefield, ensuring that the Zhuge army can effectively utilize its archers. As for whether to fight or not, and where to fight, none of this matters to the Xuanwu army. The 3 argued endlessly, sometimes advocating attacking the main camp of Onwu Kingdom's army, and sometimes advocating attacking the enemy force that had just been discovered, but they could not reach a decision. Unfortunately, they simply lack experience in leading troops in combat. Ho Lingxiu didn't interrupt. She turned her head to survey her surroundings. Behind them were the earthen walls of the Qin dynasty. The earthen wall was semicircular, encircling the 5 armies of the Qin dynasty, with only the side facing Qingtian County having a width of about 5 or 6 li. The area inside the earthen wall is not large, but it is not small either. It can easily accommodate over 100,000 people, and there would still be plenty of room for them. The 50,000-strong army was currently located about 5 miles from the gap that had been left open. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was located directly on the left side of the Qin dynasty's defense line. The surrounding terrain is relatively flat, with little undulation, and some trees are sparsely scattered across the fields. If you want to hide in those groves, each grove can easily accommodate dozens to hundreds of people. Ho Lingxiu could no longer see any further away. However, the current environment is sufficient. Quiet down, everyone, Ho Lingxiu said coldly, and the 3 people who were arguing immediately stopped. The 3 of them turned to look at Ho Lingxiu, their eyes full of questions. The plan to attack in Wuguo's army camp remains unchanged. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingjie and the other 2 were visibly shaken. General Ho, there is an enemy force on the left. If we attack rashly, we will be surrounded by the enemy from both sides, which will be very dangerous. Bai Zhan warned. Yes, our army is already outnumbered by the enemy. We only dare to launch an attack now because of the advantage of our crossbows. If we are surrounded from both sides, it will be extremely disadvantageous for us and will bring great losses to Great Qin. Yi Mingjie also spoke up, saying that his fighting style was conservative, the more stable the better. He actually disapproved of taking risks. For example, right now, Yi Mingjie's thought is that he should retreat or repel the enemy army 15 miles away. However, we must not underestimate this enemy force and continue to attack the main camp of Anwu Kingdom's army. That approach would only put the army in danger. General Ho, what are your thoughts? Tell me first, Pang Liren said, frowning. Ho Lingxiu glanced at the 4 people and said calmly, if the enemy can attack our army from both sides, why can't we turn the tables and outmaneuver them? If we hadn't discovered this enemy force, that would have been one thing. But now that we have, don't you have any way to sabotage them? At this point, Ho Lingxiu raised her hand and pointed to the grove of trees on the left side of the defensive line. Chapter 258 The Battle of Lansong County 12. Those places are enough to house tens of thousands of my troops. Imagine if our army had hidden 10,000 men in those places, and when the enemy surrounded us, our 50,000 troops would turn around and counter-encircle us. At that time, there will be 50,000 troops, plus 10,000 troops hiding here, and the troops in the camp. With all 3 parties working together, it's still uncertain who will ultimately prevail. Upon hearing this, the 4 of them thought for a moment, and their eyes immediately lit up with excitement. If that's the case, our army will surely achieve a great victory in this battle. Although we may not be able to defeat Anwu's army, we can still inflict heavy losses on them. Yi Mingjie's tone was very excited. He seemed to have already seen the outcome of this war. That's a good plan. Bai Zhan agreed, saying, if the enemy troops hiding 15 miles away don't surround us, we'll go straight to attack their main camp. If they dare to surround us, we can launch a 3-pronged attack on this enemy force and inflict heavy losses on them. Pang Liren nodded and said, this plan is indeed good. The only drawback is that when those soldiers are hiding, they will be discovered by the enemy's scouts. The 3 spoke in turn, while Zhu Hua stood calmly to the side. Judging from his expression, it was as if this battle had nothing to do with him. But, considering the Xuanwu army's mission, it seems this battle really has nothing to do with him. Just follow the Vermilion Bird Army. Ho Lingxiu smiled faintly and said, so what if I know? Have you all forgotten what the emperor taught you? On the battlefield, there are 2 kinds of tactics, conspiracy and open strategy. The meaning of conspiracy is self-evident. And this open conspiracy is just like the current situation. Our army wants to let the enemy troops hiding 15 miles away know about it. We are going to attack your army's main camp and have set up an ambush here. Are you coming or not? Not coming. Then I'll attack your army camp. Come. If they come, our army will turn around and launch a pincer attack on your army. Giving the choice to the other party is a calculated strategy. These words greatly shocked Yi Mingjie, by Zhan, Pangliren, and Zhuhua. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the four looked at each other and saw the same feeling on each other's faces. That is, they are not as good as Ho Lingxiu. General Ho, I am not as good as you, Yi Mingjie said with a wry smile. General Ho, your leadership skills are indeed remarkable. No wonder the emperor is so confident in overseeing the rear, Bai Zhan said with a wry smile. General Ho, it seems that you are the only one who can be the general of our 5 armies from now on, Pangliren said with a smile, but the smile on his face looked somewhat forlorn. Zhu Hua smiled. He had been with Ho Lingxiu the longest among them. He already knew a great deal about Ho Lingxiu's leadership abilities. So, at that moment, he didn't feel that anything was wrong. Ho Lingxiu has strong leadership skills, isn't that normal? However, Yi Mingjie and his 2 companions did not think so. They felt only defeat. That's right. It's a failure. How could the 3 men feel comfortable being inferior to a woman, given that they were men? Despite feeling uncomfortable, the 3 of them were still very clear about the importance of the matter. After the matter was resolved, the group quickly made arrangements. The 50,000-strong army will not move. Soldiers who need to be stationed in this area need to be sent out from the camp. This also served as a timely notification to those in the camp to prepare. Therefore, Yi Mingjie, one of the 5, personally returned to the camp to prevent any unforeseen circumstances where no one would lead a large army to surround them in the event of a subsequent battle. Logically, the 5 generals should not have all left the camp. However, this time the situation is different. With that earthen wall in place and tens of thousands of troops at the camp, there shouldn't be any problems in the short term. Therefore, the group dared to leave the camp together. Yi Mingjie left with a few of his personal guards. Meanwhile, 2 scouts stealthily crept to the left, trying to see if they could find the 3 armies of Liang, Shura, and Xingho. The reason they were searching was because Yi Mingjie and his group of 5 didn't know where the Liang army was either. The 5 of them only knew that the Liang army would be on the left and right sides, but they had no idea where exactly they would be. No way. The 3 armies of Liang are like the Tiger Army. They do not need to be ordered around. They only needed to follow the tasks given by Qin Anyang, and were not subject to any other restrictions. This was Qin Anyang's intention. Qin Anyang knew very well that on the battlefield, the strongest army was one that was not bound by orders. Only in this way can the commanding generals formulate the most suitable tactics for the army to fight according to the changes in the battle situation. So, if the 3 armies can be found, and the enemy army arrives at that time, they will face a situation of being attacked from all sides. After a brief pause, the 50,000-strong army resumed its offensive. A scout from Anwu Kingdom hid in a rice paddy and watched the army leave before carefully withdrawing from the paddy. About half an hour later, the scout returned to the army's hiding place, immediately found Yang Wei, and reported. Reporting to the general, the rebel army has not stopped. They continue to advance towards our camp. Yang Wei's expression hardened, his heart filled with doubt. Didn't it stop? Aren't they afraid that I, the general, will lead my troops there and attack them from both sides? Yang Wei was very puzzled. Last night, he received a message from Xia Yuan's messenger. The rebels have even more powerful crossbows, and they should not start a war until their shields are upgraded. So, Yang Wei's original plan to launch a feint attack near dawn had to be abandoned. But now, in order to get these tens of thousands of Qin troops back, he is willing to expose himself. And what was the result? The other party simply ignored him. Is there a trap? Just then, a scout rushed over, looking anxious, and said, General, the rebels have sent out many more men, who are hiding in the woods within a 5-mile radius outside the city walls. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei felt a sudden sense of relief. Yang Wei sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Trying to outsmart me? Although I have some skills, you seem to look down on me, Yang Wei. Yang Wei said to himself. On the battlefield, the most taboo thing is the unknown. If you know the enemy's tactics, it's not difficult to come up with a countermeasure. Just like now. Go, continue gathering information. If there's any disturbance, come back and report immediately. Yes, General. The 2 scouts bowed in response, then turned and jogged away from the area. Yang Wei watched the two scouts leave. Go and summon all the generals to me. Yes, General. Several relatives accepted the order, turned around, and jogged away. Chapter 259 The Battle of Lansong County 13. Yang Wei reacted quickly. Didn't you want to plot against me openly? I'm happy to oblige. Trying to force him to make a choice with such tactics is a gross underestimation of Yang Wei. Such a trivial scheme can be easily thwarted by force. Soon, Yang Wei's 50,000-strong army was then fully assembled. Set off. With Yang Wei's command, the 50,000-strong army marched out in a mighty wave. They made no attempt to conceal their actions whatsoever along the way. Upon seeing this, the Qin scouts scattered throughout the area disregarded the risk of being exposed and immediately set off for the main camp. When the soldiers reported this news to Yang Wei smiled contemptuously and said disdainfully, "Let them go back and report. Trying to outsmart me, General? I'll play with you. I'd like to see what your choice will be now." News of the enemy's full-scale mobilization on the left flank quickly reached the Qin camp. Yi Mingjie stood on the earthen wall, his face solemn as he watched the army slowly approaching from afar. With his keen eyesight, he could tell at a glance that the enemy army was deliberately slowing down. Otherwise, those scouts would never have been able to get such a long lead. What are they trying to do? Our army has already set up an ambush, and you still dare to launch a large-scale attack. Aren't you afraid of being tricked and killed? Yi Mingjie muttered to himself, feeling quite puzzled by Yang Wei's actions. The news of the ambush here has already spread, and the other side still dares to say that. Does that mean that the other side has a way to break the deadlock? Thinking about it this way, Yi Mingjie felt it was more and more possible. If there is no way to break the deadlock, the other side will definitely not rashly send out a large army. You must understand, this is war. War is not child's play. War kills people. Without hesitation, Yi Mingjie immediately gave the order. Go, pass on my orders to assemble a large army for encirclement and annihilation. 2,000 men from the Vermilion Bird Army will suffice, and 10,000 men from each of the other 3 armies. Yes, General. The guard replied respectfully, then turned and jogged away. Soon, chaos ensued within the camp. The Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Vanguard armies each consist of 10,000 soldiers, plus 2,000 Vermilion Bird soldiers and 5,000 logistic soldiers. A total of 37,000 people. Yi Mingjie stood at the front of the army, his long sword drawn, and shouted, "All troops attack!" At Yi Mingjie's command, the army marched out of the camp and headed to the battlefield. This scene is so similar to what happened this morning. Yi Mingjie couldn't figure out what the enemy was planning, and despite knowing there was a trap, he still sent his troops into it. But, since the other side dares to come, he will send troops and annihilate them according to the original plan. If a fight really breaks out, who's afraid of whom? At this moment, Ho Lingxiu and the others also received a report from the scouts. When the group learned that the enemy force had been mobilized, Pang Liren immediately gave the order. All troops halt. After the order was given, the army halted its advance. At this time, the 50,000-strong army was about 7 miles away from the main camp of the Anwu Kingdom's army. As soon as the army stopped fighting, Pang Liren immediately moved towards the center of the army. Upon arriving at the center of the army, the four met. Pang Liren spoke first, asking, "That enemy force has already been mobilized, and there are quite a few of them, probably around 40 or 50,000. Should we go back now?" After Pang Liren asked the question, Bai Zhan did not speak again. As for Zhu Hua, let's not talk about it. The 3 looked at Ho Lingxiu, waiting for her to make a decision. Ho Lingxiu hesitated for a moment, then looked at Pang Liren and asked, "General Pang, if you were to make a decision now, what would you do?" Pang Liren frowned, a look of doubt on his face. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Go back." Ho Lingxiu nodded, turned to look at Bai Zhan, and asked, "General Bai, if you were to make a decision now, what would you do?" Upon hearing this, Bai Zhan, like Pang Liren, showed a puzzled expression. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Go back." Ho Lingxiu nodded, turned to look at Zhu Hua, opened her mouth, but didn't ask anything. "You all think we're going back now, but what will the enemy think?" Upon hearing this, Pang Liren and the other two couldn't help but ponder the question in their minds. If they were in the enemy's position, they would certainly think that the Qin army of 50,000 would immediately turn back. But what does it matter? Given the current situation, we can't possibly turn back now, can we? Do you think we'll turn back? Ho Lingxiu asked with a slight smile, as if she knew what the three of them were thinking. Pang Liren and the other two nodded in agreement. Since you all think we'll go back, what will happen if we don't? Ho Lingxiu asked. Not going back. The three of them were taken aback, their faces showing confusion. General Ho, time is of the essence. Just tell me your plans. Baijian said in a deep voice. We won't go back. We'll continue our advance towards the enemy's main camp. Ho Lingxiu said solemnly. Baijian frowned and said, if we don't go back, what if that enemy army surrounds us? Won't we be caught in a pincer movement? Ho Lingxiu said, let Yi Mingjie, Tang Yangyu, and the other two deal with that enemy force. Our target from the beginning has been the enemy's main camp. The Battle of Lanshan County is destined to be a long and protracted war. Whether it's my Great Qin or Anwu Kingdom, there's absolutely no way for either side to decide a winner in a short period of time. So, our army must seize every opportunity to expand the gains and reduce the enemy's strength. We don't need to inflict a major defeat on the enemy. Simply rendering them incapable of fighting would be a success. And now, what our army needs to do is to take advantage of the fact that the enemy has not yet upgraded their shields and inflict as many casualties on them as possible. With the ebb and flow of power, victory will ultimately belong to our Great Qin. Upon hearing this, Pang Liren and Baijian exchanged glances and reached a consensus. Beat. I believe in Ho Lingxiu. Ho Lingxiu's tactics were somewhat unconventional and did not follow the rules. But isn't this exactly the kind of person needed on the battlefield? Only people like Ho Lingxiu can shine on the battlefield. General Ho, since that's the case, then let's fight the enemy forces of Anwu Kingdom. Baijian said domineeringly. Fight. Fight them hard. Today we must let the people of Anwu Kingdom know that our Great Qin is not to be trifled with. Pang Liren echoed. Yes, beat them hard. Zhu Hua chimed in at this moment. Ho Lingxiu smiled, a faint yet radiant smile. Whoosh. The long sword at his waist was drawn. Ho Lingxiu raised her long sword high and roared. All troops attack. Chapter 260 The Battle of Lanshan County 14. 30 miles from the Qin defense line, in a small mountain valley, the Liang and Xingho armies hid. At that moment, a scout rode back on his warhorse at full speed. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. The scout's shouts were urgent, and the soldiers guarding the camp quickly made way for them. The scouts rode their warhorses into the camp at breakneck speed, arriving at the main camp without any obstacles. He dismounted. They hurriedly went into the tent. The scout lifted the curtain and entered the tent. He glanced at the people inside, spotted Tang Yangyu, and stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Reporting to the general, the enemy force stationed 15 miles ahead has mobilized its entire army. The moment the words left his mouth, the atmosphere inside the tent froze. You mean that enemy force has mobilized its entire army? Are they preparing to attack our main camp? Tang Yangyu asked with a serious expression. Following the enemy's marching route, we should be on the right track, the scout replied. Upon hearing this, Tang Yangyu frowned deeply, somewhat bewildered by the enemy's actions. In broad daylight, the main force of Anwu Kingdom's army has not been mobilized. What is the meaning of your army, which was making a feint attack on the left flank, suddenly setting out? Brother Tang, could it be that something has happened at the main camp, forcing this enemy force to launch an attack? Luo Xingho speculated. It's not impossible. Tang Yangyu nodded, his expression very solemn. Regardless, something must have happened ahead that we don't know about. Now that the enemy force has moved, we must move as well. After speaking, Tang Yangyu looked at the scout and said, Go back and investigate further. If you find any other information, report back immediately. Yes, General. The scout bowed and took his leave, then turned and walked out of the tent, mounted his horse, and hurriedly departed. Inside the tent, Tang Yangyu looked at the group of generals and said with a serious expression, Go and prepare. The army must march to our main camp within half an hour. Yes, General. The generals answered in unison, and then one after another walked out of the tent. Inside the tent, only Tang Yanyu and Luo Xingho remained for a moment. Brother Luo, you have difficulty walking, so I'll leave the camp to you. I'll lead 30,000 troops to reinforce it. Be prepared. If the front lines need your help, I will send someone to deliver a message to you. Once I receive the message, the entire army will immediately launch an attack. Tang Yangyu's expression was very serious. Unlike Yi Mingjia and the others, he had very little experience in leading troops into battle. Faced with this unexpected situation, Tang Yangyu was able to quickly respond accordingly. Don't worry, Brother Tang. I'm here at the camp, Luo Xingho said. Although he has a limp and difficulty moving around, his ability to lead troops should not be underestimated as long as he doesn't personally go into battle. Tang Yangyu nodded, turned around, and walked out of the tent. The two have known each other for many years and have a life-or-death friendship. Some things only need to be mentioned once. In less than half an hour, the Liang and Xingho armies assembled 30,000 troops, led by Tang Yangyu, and headed to the front lines. The war came so suddenly. Yesterday's attack was just a probing strike, but today it feels like a full-scale war is about to begin. At the same time, Ho Lingxiu, leading an army of 50,000, has arrived at the outer perimeter of the Anwu Kingdom's army camp after a period of travel. All troops halt. At Ho Lingxiu's command, the army immediately halted. This place is only about 2 kilometers away from the main camp of Anwu Kingdom's army. This distance is already within the firing range of the second-generation crossbow. There is no need to proceed further. A sense of unease exists, Yuan replied loudly. Aim at the enemy camp ahead and fire. Yes, General. Yuan accepted the order and turned to jog towards the location of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army. Upon arriving at the location of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army, Yuan immediately gave the order. Set up the second-generation crossbows and fire at the enemy camp ahead. Yes. Several squad leaders responded loudly. Subsequently, the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army began to mobilize, and with the help of logistics personnel, they lifted the crossbows off the carts and set them up. As the crossbows were set up, the 1,000 female soldiers of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army began loading them. The first volley of crossbow fire undoubtedly used 3-meter-long arrows. Put! Yuan shouted loudly. The female soldiers operating the 32nd-generation crossbows immediately pulled the triggers. Once the trigger is pulled, the bowstring is no longer restrained, and the arrow on the crossbow is immediately launched. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 33-meter-long arrows flew out, pointing towards the main camp of the Anwu Kingdom's army. But this is just an appetizer. In addition to these 32nd-generation crossbows, the Vermilion Bird Army also carried 400 first-generation crossbows on this trip. The first-generation crossbow is not as troublesome as the second-generation crossbow. It can be used directly on the trailer without having to be lifted off. However, what truly expanded the victory in this battle was these 400 powerful crossbows. Taking advantage of distance, they launched a long-range attack on Anwuguo's army. Certainly, all of this is predicated on the other party taking the initiative. If the Anwu Kingdom's army does not engage in battle, then all of this is just empty talk. The choice lies with the Anwu Kingdom's army. Whether Anwuguo's army fights or not, Qin will gain a considerable advantage in this battle. General Pang, General Bai, have the army prepare to evacuate at any time. Evacuation? Pang Mingjia was stunned, his mind still a little blank. General Ho, everything is fine. We haven't even engaged the enemy yet. Are we really going to retreat? Bai Zhan didn't speak, but the expression on his face revealed what he was thinking. Otherwise what? Ho Lingxiu asked a question in return, then pointed ahead, where the enemy camp of Anwu Kingdom was located. There are at least 300,000 troops there. And what about us? 50,000 people. How can you win a battle with 300,000 men when you have 50,000 men? Our army is content with the advantages we have now. If a full-scale battle really has to happen, then it won't be now. Our army is not qualified to fight in Wuguo's army right now. If we start a full-scale war now, we will definitely be the ones to lose. Pang Liren was having trouble keeping up with Ho Lingxiu's train of thought. Ho Lingxiu kept changing tactics, which gave him a real headache. However, Pang Liren also understood that Ho Lingxiu was right, and that it was not advisable for them to start a full-scale war with the Anwu Kingdom's army at this time. Unsurprisingly, Pang Liren and Bai Zhan were persuaded by Ho Lingxiu's words. Beat. They are not afraid. But this is a battle fought for the Qin dynasty, so every step must be taken with utmost care, and we must not act recklessly. Ho Lingxiu's approach was clearly the most correct. A small investment yields a big return. We must gradually wear down the enemy's strength, and only when the time is right should we launch a full-scale war. Chapter 261 The Battle of Lansang County 15. Inside the main camp of Anwu Kingdom's army, General Xia Yuan was discussing countermeasures with several generals. However, just then, several chaotic shouts suddenly rang out outside the camp. Watch out for a rain of arrows. Everyone, get out of the way. The rebels have made their move. Everyone be careful. The soldiers in the camp instinctively looked up and saw dozens of black arrows flying towards them from the sky. The closer you are, the clearer you can see. Watch out for a rain of arrows. Quick, get out of the way. The camp was immediately thrown into chaos. They had already witnessed the power of the Qin crossbows last night. How can we keep them from panicking when they are being shot at again by crossbows? However, how fast can an arrow travel? In the blink of an eye, 33-meter-long crossbow bolts were fired into the camp under the watchful eyes of Xia Yuan and the others. I'll help. My leg run, don't stop. Screams rang out along with other noises. Xia Yuan's face darkened, and a surge of anger welled up in his heart. Beat. Send troops to fight. The generals were taken aback for a moment, and after a brief pause, they solemnly accepted the order. Yes, General. Yes, General. Several generals turned and left. Xia Yuan wasn't idle either. He led his personal guards and hurriedly walked out of the camp. Twice in a row. Let's not even mention last night's incident. They actually dare to come knocking on our door now? Do you really think Xia Yuan is too scared to fight? Feng Shichang and Ba Sheng waited anxiously outside the camp. When they saw Xia Yuan come out, the two quickly went to greet him. General, the rebels have come to our doorstep. Let's fight them. General, the rebels have gone too far. A mere tens of thousands of men dare to provoke our camp. We must make sure they never return. Xia Yuan said with a somber expression, beat them. Give them a good beating. Yes, General. Feng Shichang and Ba Sheng cupped their hands in a salute and replied in unison. The two had long wanted to fight, but without Xia Yuan's orders, they dared not send out their troops. Now, with Xia Yuan's consent, the two of them had no more worries. After Feng Shichang and Ba Sheng returned to their unit, they immediately ordered the entire army to launch an attack. Then, the 50,000-strong army marched forward in a mighty procession. Meanwhile, within the main camp of the Anwu Kingdom's army, a large force was still being assembled, preparing for a major battle. Xia Yuan believed that he had a good enough mentality, but even he was annoyed by the constant harassment from the Qin. Blindly giving in is pointless. We have to fight. Show the true power and spirit that Anwu Kingdom's 500,000-strong army deserves. Otherwise, he shouldn't be a general. He can't afford to lose face like that. The enemy has moved. So, shall we retreat now? Ho Lingxiu shook her head. No rush, it will take them a while to get here. However, Ho Lingxiu didn't say anything. She turned to look at Yuan and said loudly, Yuan, put away the second-generation crossbow. Yes, General. Yuan replied loudly, and then ordered the female soldiers of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army to put away the second-generation crossbows. After the order was given, the female soldiers of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army, with the help of the logistics soldiers, loaded the second-generation crossbows onto the carts, ready to evacuate at any time. Vermilion Bird Army, heed my command. Aim the target directly ahead, and once the enemy is within range, fire. Ho Lingxiu gave another order. As soon as she gave the order, the 4,000 Vermilion Bird soldiers immediately adjusted the firing angle of their crossbows. Click, click, click. 400 crossbows were firing directly at the front. Ahead, 50,000 troops from the Onwu Kingdom are charging towards this side. Tap tap tap. Kill. Charge. Amidst the chaotic footsteps, shouts of battle rang out. Feng Shichang held the gun in one hand, his face cold as he stared ahead and shouted, "Soldiers, follow me and fight. Kill." A group of soldiers shouted in unison. Despite knowing that the enemy's crossbows were aimed at them, Feng Shichang still fearlessly charged to the front lines under such a threat. They didn't even bring a shield. Is he arrogant? Maybe so. But more than anything, it's confidence. Feng Shichang's ability to reach his current position is undoubtedly exceptional. At least their ability to lead troops in battle is not bad. As a general, basic military strength is indispensable. So, Feng Shichang was confident he could dodge those arrows from those powerful crossbows. Similarly, the same applies to bashing. However, Ba Sheng is different from Feng Shichang. Ba Sheng uses a sword. As for the 50,000 troops behind them, each of them carried a shield. The shield is of low standard. It is just a normal military shield and has not been upgraded or reinforced. Carrying these shields was a last resort. Those shields that could withstand crossbow fire were still being modified at this time. The momentum of the 50,000-strong army charging forward was extremely impressive, and the battle lines were stretched very long. After running about 300 meters, Feng Shichang suddenly shouted, "Soldiers of Yongchang Army, follow me and fight." No sooner had he finished speaking than Ba Sheng's voice came from not far away. "Soldiers of the Yongchang Army, follow me and fight." As the two men's shouts subsided, the 50,000-strong army split into two groups, flanking the Qin army from both sides. Clearly, Onwu Kingdom was well prepared for this battle. Feng Shichang led 25,000 men to flank them from the left. Ba Sheng led 25,000 men to flank them from the right. Just after the two armies had run some distance, another 30,000 troops charged out of the camp. If time hadn't been so tight, the number of troops assembled would definitely have been much larger than this. At this time, the Qin army of 50,000 men was facing a perilous situation of being attacked from all sides. Yi Mingjie and his group were clearly aware of this as well. The men clenched their fists, their faces grave. Ho Lingxiu didn't suggest retreating, so the others could only endure it. If we really fight, they are not afraid. However, this tactic is extremely disadvantageous for the Qin dynasty. If things go wrong, these 50,000 troops could be wiped out. If it's not absolutely necessary, not fighting now is the best option. Ho Lingxiu is a madwoman, a madman who would give everything for the Qin dynasty and for the emperor. Everyone here is capable of betraying the great Qin and the emperor, but Ho Lingxiu is the only one who will not. So, even as Yi Mingjie and his companions watched the enemy getting closer and closer, they didn't utter a single word. They believed in Ho Lingxiu. Ho Lingxiu was completely focused on every move on the battlefield. At this moment, she was more serious than ever before and was not affected by anything from the outside world. My only thought is this battle. Seeing the enemy forces attacking from two directions, another large army charged out from the camp. Ho Lingxiu's expression also became very solemn. This battle is like snatching chestnuts from a fire, extremely dangerous. This battle is a high-stakes gamble. However, Ho Lingxiu, chose to gamble. Chapter 262 The Battle of Lansong County 16. The moment the enemy entered firing range, Ho Lingxiu gave the order. Put. As soon as the words were spoken, the 400 vermilion bird soldiers controlling the triggers immediately pulled them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 400 crossbow bolts, each 2 meters long, flew out. The arrow flew across the rice paddy at a height of about 1 meter above the ground, its extremely fast speed causing the rice seedlings that had not yet been trampled to sway back and forth. The distance of over 1,000 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. Watch out for crossbow fire. Everyone be careful. Block it. Block it with your shields. Get down. Get down now. Everyone lie down, lie flat on the ground. The soldiers of Onwu Kingdom reacted extremely quickly, with the soldiers at the forefront reacting immediately. Some soldiers raised their shields to defend themselves, while many others simply crouched down and crawled forward. However, the soldiers who followed were not so lucky. They didn't have time to react at all before they were hit by crossbow bolts. Thud crack. Oh. A scream rang out instantly. 2-meter-long crossbow bolts, each capable of killing several people. The soldiers in the back row, only realizing what was happening later, immediately lay down and crawled forward to avoid the crossbow fire. Feng Shichang did not lie down. He used his spear to knock away the crossbow bolts that were being shot at him and stared ahead with a cold expression. Faced with the powerful crossbow fire, Feng Shichang had no choice but to slow down. The situation in Bashing isn't much better. The first wave of crossbow fire by the Vermilion Bird Army, though consisting of only 400 bolts, had already instilled a deep fear in the Anwu Kingdom's army. With such powerful weapons, they can only hide for now. There is no other way. Load and keep firing. After the Vermilion Bird Army fired the first sword, Ho Lingxiu gave the order without hesitation. Upon receiving the order, the 5,000 female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army immediately mobilized, loading their weapons and firing at top speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment the second volley of arrows was fired. Retreat. Ho Lingxiu immediately ordered a retreat. The order was quickly relayed. The 50,000-strong army, which was already prepared to retreat at any time, was now mobilized and headed back the way they came. This scene, witnessed by Feng Shichang, Ba Sheng, and their soldiers, instantly drove them into a frenzy. Chase. They're trying to escape. Chase them. Kill them. Don't let them escape. Screw you. You think you can just walk away after messing with us? Kill them. Chase them. Don't let them get away. 50,000 troops. No. The army of 50,000 no longer exists. The 2 volleys of crossbow fire have just claimed the lives of at least 1,000 people. So, at this time, an army of over 40,000 was pursuing them. Feng Shichang and Ba Sheng took the lead and charged ahead of the group. One man held a long spear, and the other held a broadsword. The 2 men each led more than 20,000 soldiers, pursuing the enemy from the left and right flanks. Directly ahead, however, was the belated army of 30,000. Anwu's 80,000-strong army pursued the 50,000-strong Qin army from 3 sides. The shortest distance between the 2 sides is about 1 kilometer. Catching up to someone a kilometer away is extremely difficult. But the Anwu Kingdom's army, however, was not worried about not being able to catch up. They believed that the situation here would be relayed to Yang Wei as quickly as possible, at which point Yang Wei would lead his army to surround them. A combined attack from all sides. Even if we can annihilate the Qin army of 50,000, we can still severely damage them. However, the idea was wonderful, but reality was somewhat disappointing. Yang Wei personally led an army of 50,000 men into battle. Despite knowing that the Qin dynasty had laid an ambush, Yang Wei showed no fear and instead took the initiative to fight. Just as the Qin army of 50,000 men clashed with the Anwu Kingdom army, Yang Wei's army also arrived at the battlefield. "General, those rebels are hiding in those groves," a scout said, pointing to the sparse groves ahead. Yang Wei, his face cold, glanced at the sparse grove of trees in the rice paddy ahead, a slight smile playing on his lips. He raised his hand and pointed to the nearest grove of trees. "All troops, listen to my command. Attack that grove of trees." The order was given, and the 50,000-strong army marched in a mighty procession toward the grove of trees that Yang Wei had pointed out. "That's right. Just leave." Yang Wei did not order the main army to launch an attack, but instead had them attack the grove of trees. So, the 50,000-strong army marched over unhurriedly. Inside the grove, 1,000 Qin soldiers hid here. When they saw the enemy army marching towards them, they felt no excitement, only fear. 1,000 against 50,000. Without a doubt, 1,000 people wouldn't even make a splash. What do we do? What do we do now? Should we fight? What's the point of fighting? They have tens of thousands of men, we only have 1,000. What are we going to use to fight? Captain, should we retreat? Yes, Captain, if we stay here, we're doomed. Captain, it's not that we're afraid of dying. It's just that in this situation, our deaths would be meaningless. Team leader. In an instant, many soldiers spoke up to express their opinions. Retreat. They dare not fight. Are you kidding me? Facing an army of 50,000, their 1,000 men are simply not qualified to fight. So, Retreat is the wisest choice. The squad leader listened to the words of his brothers around him, his face showing a conflicted expression. Looking at the approaching enemy troops, he felt immense pressure. Retreat? Do you really think he doesn't want to back out? But if we retreat and let these enemy troops pass, what will the soldiers behind us do? They will most likely follow suit and continue their retreat. It's okay to retreat. The problem is that the Qin dynasty still has 50,000 troops on the front lines. If they retreat and let this enemy force pass, it will be a fatal blow to the 50,000 Qin soldiers on the front line. He cannot bear this crime. Even 1,000 people here can't afford it. So, no refunds. We have no choice but to fight. Beat them hard. Killing one is enough. Killing two is a bonus. The squad leader quickly adjusted his mindset, even though he was also afraid. Even if we're scared, we have to go now. Brothers, we can't back down. There are still 50,000 brothers fighting on the front line. If we retreat and let this enemy force pass, it will be a fatal blow to the 50,000 brothers on the front line. This battle today may be the last battle of our lives. Brothers, let's fight together. Born, we can't have children together. But death, we can die together. The squad leader's words echoed from inside the sapling. The group of soldiers, who had been filled with the intention to retreat, gradually lost their fear after hearing these words. A death wish surfaced. Let's fight if we want. What's there to fear in dying? Chapter 263 The Battle of Lansong County 17. The team of 1,000 made a decision. War. Everyone is afraid of death, but there are some things that are more important than death. Yang Wei led his 50,000-strong army slowly toward the grove. As they got closer to the grove, Yang Wei was puzzled by the fact that the rebels inside did not escape. Aren't these traitors afraid of death? Despite his confusion, Yang Wei did not take the matter lightly. On the contrary, he took it very seriously. Passed down the order to have the army prepare for battle. Do not be careless. Yes, General. Several guards respectfully replied and turned to jog into the army. A moment later, a few personal guards returned, while the 50,000-strong army was ready to meet the enemy. Tap, tap, tap. The marching of the 50,000-strong army was quite chaotic. As time went on, the 50,000-strong army drew ever closer to the grove. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 150 meters. When the 50,000-strong army was only 150 meters away from the grove, Yang Wei raised his hand and gave the order. Archers, listen to my command. Aim your fire at the grove of trees ahead. After the order was given, 5,000 archers from the 50,000-strong army immediately drew their bows and fired at the grove of trees ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The first volley of arrows was fired, a full 5,000 arrows flying out and heading towards the grove of trees. However, this is just the beginning. The 5,000 archers did not stop. Instead, they launched a second wave, a third wave. The arrows only stopped after the fifth volley was fired. To fire 25,000 arrows from a small grove of trees was already an extremely serious undertaking. Inside the grove, 1,000 people were prepared to die. When they saw enemy archers firing through the gaps in the forest, many of them spoke up to warn the others. Watch out for a rain of arrows. Everyone hide. The enemy has begun their attack. Everyone, take cover. Such shouts echoed through the grove. At this point, they no longer cared about being exposed, since things had already progressed to this stage and hiding was no longer meaningful. Amidst the shouts of the crowd, the first wave of arrows arrived silently. Tap, tap, tap. Thanks to the advantageous terrain of the grove and the shields they carried, none of the 1,000 men were killed or wounded in the first wave of arrows. But this is only the first wave. The subsequent 4 waves of arrows eventually caused some trouble for the 1,000 men. 25,000 arrows were shot into a grove of trees. Its density is unimaginable. So, even if these 1,000 people hid very well, there were still some casualties. 200 people. 5 waves of arrows rained down, and 200 of the 1,000 men were killed. The number of injured exceeded 300. These 5 volleys of arrows alone caused more than half of the soldiers in this 1,000-man unit to be killed. Faced with this, the soldiers could only suppress their resentment and anger. Fortunately, after 5 volleys of arrows, the enemy ceased firing, allowing the remaining soldiers to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the enemy doesn't wipe them out with a barrage of arrows, they still have a fighting chance. As I said before, killing 1 is enough to break even. Killing 2 is a bonus. With this belief, more than 700 soldiers tightened their grip on their broadswords in unison, and a chilling aura arose in the grove. Outside the grove, after 5 waves of arrows shot into the grove, Yang Wei stared at the grove with a cold expression. A bunch of reckless lunatics. Yang Wei cursed under his breath. Even though they were enemies, he couldn't help but admire the group of rebels in the grove ahead. Knowing they were going to die, they didn't retreat at all. Such an army inspires respect even when the two sides are enemies. But we may admire them, but we still have to fight. It is impossible to give up this battle just because you admire the other side. So, all troops attack. Target, small grove ahead. Annihilate the enemy forces inside. Yang Wei issued the order with a cold face. The 50,000-strong army was slowly mobilized. This time, the 50,000-strong army did not advance slowly as before. This time it's a charge. The sight of 50,000 troops charging forward was truly magnificent. 150 meters is not even enough for a single charge. In the blink of an eye, the vanguard of the 50,000-strong army, armed with swords and shields, charged into the grove. Upon entering the grove, they were immediately attacked by Qin soldiers who were hiding there. A battle is about to break out. When the two sides start fighting, there's absolutely no logic to it. They're only thinking about killing each other. More than 700 Qin soldiers, who were determined to die, unleashed an unprecedented level of fighting power. Facing the vanguard of Anwugwa, these 700-plus men actually managed to repel the enemy in the first instance, significantly weakening their offensive. However, with an army of 50,000 on one side and just over 700 on the other, including more than 300 wounded, who is the opponent? So, these 700-plus people only made one encounter before being overrun by an army of 50,000. When Yang Wei led his 50,000 troops away from that grove and headed to the next grove, the Qin soldiers, hiding in other groves, felt a chill creep into their hearts for no reason. That was the fear of facing death. They wanted to retreat, to leave this place. Even though they thought this way, not one of them said they wanted to back down. I am prepared to die? Today's battle has already deviated from what Ho Lingxiu and the others had anticipated. The outcome of this battle has become unpredictable. No one knows what the final outcome will be, nor does anyone know which side will emerge victorious. Yang Wei led his 50,000-strong army to continue advancing forward. Just then, a scout rushed over, cupped his hands in greeting, and reported, "General, an enemy force of about 30,000 men has appeared about 18 miles behind our lines." Oh, upon hearing this, Yang Wei showed a surprised expression. Things are getting more and more interesting. A meaningful smile appeared on Yang Wei's face as he said to the scout, "Go back and continue gathering information. Keep a close watch on the movements of that enemy force, and report back immediately if anything seems amiss." "Yes, General." The scout bowed and took his leave, then turned and jogged away. The 50,000-strong army continued its advance, marching towards the next grove of trees, without stopping because of this incident. Yang Wei sat on his warhorse, his gaze fixed intently on the grove of trees ahead. He was now somewhat confused about what the enemy was up to. Things are becoming increasingly difficult to understand. If we hadn't inadvertently drawn out the enemy troops hiding behind us today, they could have easily launched a sneak attack from behind on any future battle. The consequences. Fortunately, this group of enemy troops was exposed today. Enemies in the open are not scary. Only those hidden in the shadows are truly terrifying. Chapter 264, The Battle of Lansong County 18. Yang Wei led his 50,000-strong army along the original marching route. Their primary objective this time was still the enemy force heading towards Anwu Kingdom's camp. As for the rebel army that was surrounding them from behind, they could be ignored for the time being. But Yang Wei still ordered the march to be sped up. Things on the battlefield can change in an instant, and no one knows what will happen next. To avoid any unforeseen complications, it's best to act quickly. At the same time, Yi Mingjie led his 30,000 troops to the edge of the battlefield, about 7 miles away from Yang Wei's 50,000 troops. At this distance, both sides could actually sense each other's presence. However, Yang Wei paid no attention to it, and led his army to continue attacking the Anwu Kingdom's camp. In his view, as long as they charged forward and joined up with their own army, they would not be afraid of any enemy forces surrounding them from behind. Yang Wei didn't believe that a group of rebels would dare to fight in Wu Guo's army head-on. Inside the grove, the more than 2,000 soldiers hiding here are prepared to die. They will not retreat, nor can they retreat. However, just then, a furious roar rang out from afar. "Brothers, follow me and kill." A deafening roar echoed across the entire battlefield, drawing the attention of countless people. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, more than 1,000 Qin soldiers charged out of a grove of trees and rushed towards them. This scene shocked everyone present. No one expected that this group would suddenly take the initiative to attack. "Kill them. Brothers, we're here to lend you a hand. Everyone charge. Charge." More than 1,000 people charged forward, shouting as they fought. Their charge left Yang Wei and his soldiers somewhat bewildered. What does this mean? Are the rebels planning to wage war against us head-on? As if to confirm what Yang Wei and the others thought, another group of soldiers rushed out from the grove where they were hiding. "Kill them. Charge. Brothers, kill them." Shouts like these rang out on the battlefield. However, this is just the beginning. Then, wave after wave of soldiers emerged from the grove where they were hiding. The shouts of battle were deafening. These Qin soldiers no longer hid. They chose war. Choose to engage the enemy in direct combat. They couldn't bear to see their brothers slaughtered by the enemy, while they could only stand by and watch helplessly. So, even without orders, these soldiers stepped forward on their own and took the initiative to attack. The 2,000 men in the grove, who were about to be attacked by Yang Wei's 50,000-strong army, were filled with excitement and surging emotions as they watched this scene. "Kill. Brothers, follow me and kill." The squad leader was the first to move out, charging forward with a large sword in hand. His actions roused the group of soldiers who were still in a daze, and then the 2,000 men also charged out. "Kill them. Brothers, kill them. Charge." There were no extra words, only the simplest shouts of battle. 2,000 soldiers chose to take the initiative and attack. On the battlefield, the situation can change in an instant. Tens of thousands of Qin soldiers charged out from the various groves, their target Yang Wei's 50,000-strong army. But this scene excited Yang Wei. "Ha!" Yang Wei burst into laughter, his laughter filled with sarcasm. "Bring it on. Come on, everyone. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish." After saying that, Yang Wei drew his command sword from his waist. The sword points forward. "Soldiers, charge." At his command, Yang Wei rode his warhorse and charged out first. "Kill. Kill them. Charge." 50,000 troops followed closely behind. During the run, Yang Wei sheathed his command sword, picked up his spear, and charged forward at the forefront. Despite his short and wiry stature, Yang Wei exudes a formidable presence when riding his warhorse. A major battle between the two sides is imminent. No one expected the war to unfold this way. It can be said that the current battle situation has completely deviated from Ho Lingxiu's original expectations. Yi Mingjie watched this scene from a distance, feeling extremely anxious. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" His repeated shouts of "damn it" demonstrate just how furious he was about this matter. "All troops, listen to my command. Advance at full speed to the battlefield and support our soldiers." At his command, Yi Mingjie disregarded everything else, grabbed his gun with one hand, and rode off at full speed on his warhorse. Behind him, a group of personal guards followed closely. In addition, the cavalry squad leaders also charged out first, following Yi Mingjie to the battlefield. Battle on the front lines is imminent. Yang Wei took the lead and was the first to meet with the soldiers of Qin. The moment they met, Yang Wei, holding a long spear, launched an upward thrust. With tremendous force, the spear grazed the chest of the Qin soldier, the spearhead striking the armor with a harsh, unpleasant sound. Then, with a whoosh, The spearhead swept across and shattered the head of the Qin soldier. After the initial attack, Yang Wei did not stop. Instead, he took up his spear and launched an attack on the other Qin soldiers. Don't let his short and wiry stature fool you. When it comes to fighting, his combat prowess is truly formidable. Ordinary soldiers had no way to deal with him. But the Qin soldiers were not to be trifled with either. If one person can't beat you, then 10 people will. If 10 people can't beat you, then 50 will. If 50 men can't beat you, then we'll have 100. In short, I won't stop until I kill you. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to stop. Dozens of Qin soldiers immediately surrounded Yang Wei and launched an attack on him. Use a broadsword to chop, whether at people or horses. Just keep your head down and keep hacking. There's no need for any rules or methods. On the battlefield, ordinary soldiers facing such a situation must fight with ruthlessness. Be ruthless to the enemy, but even more ruthless to yourself. So, the war is over. Ding ding dong. The clash of swords and spears produced a series of metallic clanging sounds. Faced with the attack of a group of Qin soldiers, Yang Wei, despite his exceptional combat skills, was still somewhat overwhelmed. However, this situation was quickly alleviated. General, we've come to your aid. Kill. Protect the general. Brothers, follow me and kill. Hundreds of soldiers charged forward and joined the battle, engaging in a fierce melee with the Qin soldiers. Then, more and more soldiers from both sides joined the battle, and a chaotic melee ensued. Because the area is open and vast, the battleground is extremely wide. Neither the soldiers of Anwu Kingdom nor the soldiers of Qin Dynasty ever imagined that this battle would break out. And they were fighting so fiercely. Chapter 265 The Battle of Lansong County 19. Seeing that the battle had already begun ahead, Yi Mingjie was extremely anxious and could only hurry towards the battlefield. About 300 people followed closely behind him. Next came the 30,000-strong army. Tang Yongyu led his 30,000-strong army and hurriedly headed forward. Hurry up, all of you. Fighting may have broken out ahead. Everyone quicken your pace. Tang Yongyu shouted anxiously. His strength was almost at the 6th rank, and his hearing was also better than that of ordinary people. So, he vaguely heard some of the shouts of battle coming intermittently from the battlefield ahead. Tang Yongyu was so anxious because he heard it. Just then, a scout came running up from the front. Reporting to the general, our army has begun fighting the enemy about 8 miles ahead. Upon hearing this, Tang Yongyu's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart tightened. They've already started fighting? Without a second thought, Tang Yongyu immediately said to the scout, "Go back immediately and inform General Luo to bring everyone to our aid." "Yes, General." The scout bowed and replied, then turned and ran towards the hiding place of the Starfire army. "All troops, listen to my command. Rush to the battlefield at full speed to reinforce our army." Tang Yongyu roared solemnly. Then, the 20,000-strong Liang army and the 10,000-strong Xingho army rushed to the battlefield at full speed. Vermilion Bird Army, heed my command. Slow down and use crossbows for free fire. Even during the retreat, Ho Lingxiu did not forget to attack the enemy. Such a good opportunity is hard to come by. The crossbows were pulled by the logistics soldiers, and the 5,000 female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army had no other loads. The vanguard troops cleared the way for the 50,000-strong army. They were led by the vanguard army, but the central army was replaced by 10,000 logistics soldiers. The Vermilion Bird Army split into 2 groups, positioned on the left and right flanks of the main force, slowing their pace slightly to maintain a distance that the Yongchang Army and the Yongxing Army could not catch up with. And this distance must be within the range of the crossbow. Then, 5,000 female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army fired freely with crossbows, while the Black Tortoise Army followed closely behind, protecting the 5,000 female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Crossbow bolts flew out intermittently, shooting towards the Yongchang Army and the Yongsheng Army. The arrows were not dense, so they did not pose a significant threat to either army and would not cause many casualties, but they would cause considerable trouble for both sides. Feng Shichang and Ba Sheng were at a loss as to what to do. One chased, the other fled. The one fleeing in front doesn't need to worry about distance. As long as the range is about right, they can just fire. The one who can be chased is not so easy to be in the back. Should the archers counterattack? Forget about it. The enemy won't stop to let you shoot, and at this range, very few soldiers can shoot that far. So, Feng Shichong and Ba Sheng were furious about this situation. Kill. Charge. We must take down these traitors today. Kill them. Feng Shichong roared and charged forward with his spear in hand. Relying on his superior strength, he managed to close the distance between the two sides considerably. However, this is all for naught. The Yongchang army couldn't keep up, and even if Feng Shichong had the chance to catch up, he wouldn't dare to actually pursue them. Feng Shichong's actions were primarily aimed at motivating the Yongchang army soldiers, encouraging them to run faster. The situation was similar in Bashing. Both sides are soldiers, and if they really start running, it's impossible to determine who is better in a short time. So, it would be quite difficult for the Yongchang army and the Yongxing army to catch up with the 50,000-strong Qin army. Unless Yang Wei brings 50,000 troops to surround and encircle us. In fact, Feng Shichong, Ba Sheng, and even the entire Anwu Kingdom army shared this goal. They're waiting. Wait for Yang Wei's 50,000 troops to surround them. Today's battle is taking place in a very small area, and the events unfolding in each army will surely be reported to them very quickly. So, both sides, whether it was Anwu Kingdom or Qin, were actually waiting for reinforcements from the other side to arrive first. At that time, the other side will suffer even greater damage. Just then, a scout rushed over. Pang Liren recognized the conspicuous markings on the man and knew he was one of their scouts. The scout approached Pang Liren and said anxiously, "General, a battle has broken out ahead. The enemy has sent out 50,000 troops from the left side of the camp and is currently engaged in combat with our army." "What did you say?" Pang Liren was taken aback and was quite astonished. "The enemy has 50,000 troops lying in ambush on the left side of the camp, and they are currently engaged in battle with our army?" "Yes, General. General Yi has already led 30,000 troops into the battle. The fighting is extremely fierce, and our army is currently at a disadvantage. Please lead the army back to reinforce us as soon as possible." "I understand. Go back and continue to gather information and monitor the enemy's movements." "Yes, General." The scout bowed and took his leave, then hurried off into the distance. As a scout, the most basic requirement is stamina. Only those with exceptional footwork skills can pass the first screening by scouts. Seeing the scouts run away, Pang Liren immediately turned his horse around and went to the rear of the army. Upon meeting Ho Lingxiu and the others, Pang Liren immediately shared the intelligence he had just obtained with them. "What should we do now?" Upon hearing this, Ho Lingxiu and the others did not immediately reply, but instead pondered the current situation in their minds. Of the three, Ho Lingxiu is the most outstanding. She was the most bewildered person at this moment, wondering how the war at the front could have turned out this way. "Is Yi Mingjie an idiot? Don't you know that our army is currently unable to engage in direct combat with the enemy?" However, since things had already come to this point, Ho Lingxiu could not dwell on the matter too much. Perhaps there are reasons she is unaware of. Right now, the priority is to solve the problem. Ho Lingxiu snapped out of her daze, glanced at the three people in front of her, and said with a serious expression, "General Pang, General Bai, you two should immediately lead the Vanguard Army and the White Tiger Army to reinforce our army. We must defeat the enemy as quickly as possible, clear a passage, and allow our troops to withdraw. If the opportunity arises, we will try to fight the enemy again." Upon hearing this, the two immediately nodded in agreement. "Okay, we'll go right away," Pang Liren said. "General Ho, try to buy us some time. If there's an opportunity, I'd like to try and annihilate that enemy force," Baijan said calmly. His words surprised all three of them. None of them expected that Baijan would actually take this opportunity to annihilate the enemy. Chapter 266, The Battle of Lansong County 20. "General Bai, if you want to fight, then go ahead and fight, but you don't have much time. What kind of results you can achieve depends on yourself," Ho Lingxiu said calmly. Baijan nodded. "General Ho, rest assured. This matter concerns the victory or defeat of our great Qin. I will not miss this opportunity. After saying that, Bai Zhan called Pang Liren and left. The two men, along with 20,000 soldiers from the White Tiger Army and the Vanguard Army, quickened their pace and left the ranks, heading towards the battlefield ahead. Ho Lingxiu ignored the two armies. The moment Bai Zhan and Pang Liren left, she ordered the entire army to slow down. Slow down, everyone. Yuan, lead the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army to attack the enemy forces on the left and right flanks using the first-generation crossbows. Yes, General. Yuan replied loudly, immediately summoning the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army to operate the crossbows and fire. Vermilion Bird Army First Platoon, get on the carts and begin firing. The 1,000 female soldiers of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army immediately marched toward the 200 first-generation crossbows. They climbed onto the cart. Load the crossbow. Adjust the firing angle so that it is at a 45-degree angle and fired into the distance. Shooting from a cart increases the difficulty considerably. Whether it's the female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army operating powerful crossbows or the logistics soldiers pulling carts, it's a considerable challenge for them. This issue was considered from the very beginning of the design of the flatbed cart. Therefore, the construction of the cart is entirely in line with the use of the first-generation crossbow. But, lack of practical experience. At this time, the female soldiers and logistics soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army were facing a very difficult test. Even so, no one had any objections. If you encounter difficulties, overcome them. How many difficulties did the Qin dynasty overcome along its journey? We are just facing another difficulty. We will overcome it. What is there to fear? In order to maintain the marching speed, the logistics soldiers who were originally pulled by 2 people on a cart were now increased to 6. When the 2 handles of the cart were first built, 2 hemp ropes were provided to deal with this situation. And now, it has indeed come in handy. 6 logistics soldiers ran forward pulling a cart. The female soldiers of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army were divided into groups of 5. 3 of them operated the crossbows on the cart, while the other 2 assisted them. In this way, the crossbow was quickly loaded with arrows and roughly aimed in the desired direction. Pull the trigger. Whoosh! A 2-meter-long crossbow bolt shot out, instantly soaring into the sky. Once the crossbow bolts reached a certain height, they lost momentum and the arrowheads began to fall, shooting towards the Yongchang army at an angle. The 25,000-strong Yongchang army was focused entirely on pursuing the Qin soldiers. As the distance between the 2 sides gradually closed, they were so engrossed in their pursuit that they completely failed to notice the crossbow bolt. The next moment, the crossbow bolts came flying down from the sky and instantly struck the Yongchang army. The powerful crossbow bolt pierced through the bodies of 3 Yongchang soldiers before finally embedding itself in the ground. 3 soldiers were instantly killed by crossbow bolts, their bodies falling backward uncontrollably. However, a group of soldiers were running ahead. It's easy to imagine what the outcome will be. Trampling. The deaths of 3 soldiers caused a small-scale stampede in the Yongchang army, affecting more than 300 people. Stop. Stop right now. Stop stepping on it. People behind, stop stepping on it. Oh. The screams were incessant. The Yongchang army soldiers reacted quickly, taking immediate action after the screams rang out. The soldiers at the rear first slowed their pace, and then went around the source of the screams. Clearly, this wasn't the first time they'd encountered this situation. However, that crossbow bolt was just the beginning. The first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army operated 100 powerful crossbows, firing at the Yongchang army and the Yongxing army respectively. The crossbow, in terms of both range and power, is far superior to the bow and crossbow, and thus poses a greater threat to both armies. Thus, the advance of the Yongchang and Yongxing armies was constantly thwarted. Casualties are increasing without anyone noticing. After slowing down, the Qin army of 30,000 men temporarily maintained their distance from the enemy with the help of crossbows and bows. Zhu Hua rode his warhorse, keeping almost parallel to Ho Lingxiu. Zhu Hua couldn't see what was happening from the enemy forces on the left, right, and rear, but he could see that the distance between the enemy and his own troops was gradually closing. If things continue like this, the enemy will probably catch up within 5 miles, or even less. What will happen then is easy to imagine. General Ho, if things continue like this, our army won't be able to hold out for much longer, Zhu Hua said with a grave expression. I know, Ho Lingxiu replied coldly, turning her head to look at the pursuing enemy troops, her expression unchanged. We'll stall for as long as we can. If things get really bad, we'll just run straight to the city wall. Run towards the city wall? Zhu Hua asked in surprise. The area under the city wall is full of pits. If our army runs that way, aren't we just sending ourselves to our deaths? Sending them to their deaths? Ho Lingxiu looked disdainful. It's still uncertain who will die. On the other side of the city wall, our soldiers stationed there can use powerful crossbows to assist our troops in battle. Will the enemy dare to attack us then? Upon hearing this, Zhu Hua looked towards the city wall, and the solemn expression on his face gradually eased. All right, in that case, I'll go prepare to engage the enemy. Ho Lingxiu nodded and hummed in agreement. General Zhu, do everything you can to buy General Bai and his men some time. Zhu Hua pulled on the reins, slowing the horse down. Without turning his head, he waved and rode away. Some things don't need to be said. At the same time, Quan Xinghe and Chun Bo stood on a high point, from which they could roughly see the situation on the battlefield ahead. Brother Chen, it's our turn to take the stage. It's our turn to take the stage. Chun Bo nodded. We'll split up later. You'll draw the enemy's attention, and I'll attack their supply depots. No problem. Quan Xinghe agreed without hesitation. In terms of cavalry combat experience, Chun Bo was far superior to him. If Chun Bo led cavalry to attack the enemy's grain depots, he would be far better than him. If he were to actually attack the enemy's supply depots, not to mention whether he could succeed, probably none of the cavalrymen who went with him would survive. So, entrusting this dangerous and important task to Chun Bo is indeed the best choice at present. Brother Chun, I won't say anything more. Be careful in everything. If things become unbearable, retreat immediately. Never let yourself get caught up in it. Thank you for your concern, Brother Quan. I am aware of the situation. That's good. Chapter 267 The Battle of Lansong, County 21. One thing affects the whole situation. This war was originally intended to be a small skirmish, but things have taken an unexpected turn and turned into what we are where we are now. At this time, the Qin army of 10,000 has already engaged in battle with the 50,000-strong army led by Yang Wei. Given such a vast disparity in troop strength, the outcome was predictable. The Qin dynasty is being suppressed and attacked. In the short term, the casualties are not too great, but if it goes on for a long time, it's hard to say. Kill them. I'll fucking kill you. Hey bro, give me some help. There are 3 of them against me. I can't hold out. Coming right away, brother, hang in there. Brothers, kill them. Damn it. You dare kill my brother? I'll kill you. I'll kill you if I have to. I'll kill you too. Once the two sides started fighting, they used deadly moves immediately, and their attacks were incredibly ruthless. Yang Wei rode on his warhorse, wielding a silver dragon spear, and killed so many soldiers that no one dared to approach him. Faced with Yang Wei's formidable fighting prowess, the Qin soldiers were no fools. Instead of engaging him in combat, they chose to bypass Yang Wei and attack the soldiers behind him. If you really can't get around it, then fight with all your might to defend and attack. That's how ruthless the battlefield can be. You scoundrel, cease your arrogance. Just then, a roar rang out on the battlefield. Yi Mingjia, holding a gun in one hand and the reins in the other, rode his warhorse galloping towards them. Upon hearing the sound, Yang Wei sheathed his silver dragon spear and looked up in the direction from which the sound came. Seeing the figure rushing towards him, Yang Wei's lips curled into a smile, and a fighting spirit ignited in his heart. Lead the army and charge towards our main camp. Yes, General. Yang Wei gave an order to his personal guards, picked up his silver dragon spear, gripped the reins, and spurred his warhorse forward. Come and fight, Yang Wei roared. War, Yi Mingjia roared in response. The Qin soldiers made way for them so that the two could meet as quickly as possible. On the battlefield, especially in a direct confrontation like this, if the generals of both sides personally take to the field, it is usually the generals who fight. It determines a winner and a loser, but it does not determine a winner and a loser. For someone to become a general, combat ability is the most basic skill. A general commanding tens of thousands of troops is far more powerful than an ordinary soldier. On the battlefield, if a general were allowed to kill ordinary soldiers, it would cause considerable damage to the ordinary soldiers. So, under normal circumstances, when the two generals are on the battlefield, they either don't move or they fight each other first. If one side challenges the other and the other side does not respond, it will affect the morale of the soldiers on their side. And now, General Yi Mingjie of the Great Qin Azure Dragon Army and General Yang Wei of the Anwu Kingdom's left-wing army will engage in a major battle. Both sides rode their warhorses and galloped toward each other. Tap, tap, tap. It's getting closer. It's getting closer. Just as the two were about to meet, Yi Mingjie gripped the Azure Dragon Spear with both hands and slashed forward horizontally. Yang Wei didn't hesitate either, gripping the Silver Dragon Spear with both hands and slashing it vertically forward. As the warhorses galloped, the two clashed the instant they made their move. Bang! Long spears clashed. The force was so strong that both of their hands ached. However, at this moment, the two of them had no time to care about any of that. After the initial attack, the two adjusted their direction and charged again. This time, Yi Mingjie held the Azure Dragon at 7-point range with one hand and tucked the remaining 3 points under his arm. The spear thrust forward at an angle. He drew his long sword from his waist with his left hand, ready to slash. Shared use of guns and swords. Yang Wei looked surprised and couldn't help but feel a little astonished. Sharing knives and guns is not something just anyone can do. The primary requirement for someone to use this attack method is that they must be left-handed, and secondly, they must be able to multitask. After these two conditions are met, a long period of training is still required. This demonstrates just how extraordinary Yi Mingjie's ability to use both a gun and a sword is. Even so, Yang Wei did not feel scared at all. On the contrary, he became even more excited. He's a madman with a fanatical love for fighting. When God closed one door for him, he opened 2 windows. One fan represents the mind, the other the fighting instinct. Holding the Silver Dragon Spear, Yang Wei charged forward with a crazed expression. The moment the two met, Yang Wei, wielding his Silver Dragon Spear, deflected Yi Mingjie's Azure Dragon Spear. Yi Mingjie seized the opportunity, gripped his long sword in his left hand, and slashed at Yang Wei. Faced with this sword strike, Yang Wei leaned forward, and the long sword slashed across his back at a distance of about 3 centimeters. The sword missed its mark. Yi Mingjie, wielding the Azure Dragon Spear, launched another attack on Yang Wei. Yang Wei Gang straightened up, but faced with Yi Mingjie's attack, he could only struggle to cope and was temporarily unable to retaliate. Win-win-win. Spears clashed with spears, and spears clashed with swords. The difference in combat strength between the two sides was not particularly large, so the battle was back and forth. In terms of cultivation level and strength, Yang Wei is stronger than Yi Mingjie. One is a 6th rank official, and the other is a 7th rank official. The two are at different levels, so under normal circumstances, Yang Wei would naturally have the advantage. However, Yi Mingjie used both a pistol and a sword to forcefully suppress Yang Wei. However, they were only able to suppress Yang Wei. There is absolutely no chance of defeating Yang Wei. Although there is only 1 rank difference between the 7th and 6th ranks, the gap between them is absolutely not negligible. In the short term, there is not much difference between the two. But as time goes on, the winner will definitely be Yang Wei, who is at the 6th rank. With this mindset, Yang Wei, despite being at a disadvantage, was not anxious at all, but rather enjoyed the battle. Compared to Yang Wei, Yi Mingjie was much more anxious. Every move he makes is his most powerful killing move. Yi Mingjie was anxious. The Qin dynasty still has 50,000 troops on the front line. If the enemy cannot be driven back here, those 50,000 troops will be blocked when they try to withdraw. Once obstacles are encountered, it is easy to fall into a crisis. However, the current situation of the Qin dynasty cannot allow 50,000 soldiers to die in battle. If 50,000 soldiers were to die here, the already difficult battle would become even more challenging. So, regardless, we must hold this non-defense line. Even if it means losing thousands of soldiers, We will not hesitate. Kill them. Brothers, charge. Kill. Brothers, kill. Just then, Yi Mingjia's 30,000-strong army finally arrived at the battlefield. With the addition of 30,000 troops, the pressure on the Qin side was greatly reduced. With 40,000 to 50,000, it's basically a 1-to-1 ratio. The days of several people ganging up on one person are over. When the two sides started fighting, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and corpses littered the ground. In just one encounter, the number of casualties in both sides increased at a rapid pace. Just then, a furious roar came from afar. Kill. Soldiers, follow me and fight. Chapter 268 The Battle of Lansong, County 22. A deafening roar echoed from the rear of the battlefield. Almost everyone was stunned by the shout. If it weren't for the enemies they had to deal with right now, they would definitely have looked back. Even so, quite a few people still look for opportunities to look back. Upon hearing the shout, Yang Wei's expression suddenly changed, a cold glint appeared in his eyes, and he swung his silver dragon spear horizontally. Faced with such an attack, Yi Mingjie instinctively went to defend. Clang! The spears clashed, producing a very loud sound. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Yang Wei turned his head to look at the rear of the army. Sitting on his warhorse, his vision was much better. Looking out, one could vaguely see another large army charging in from behind the main force. Damn it! How did they get here so quickly? Yang Wei cursed under his breath in anger, then turned his gaze to Yi Mingjie, who was attacking him again, and roared. You're lucky this time. Next time, I'll definitely take your head. After saying that, Yang Wei immediately turned his warhorse around and charged towards the direction of the Anwu Kingdom's army camp. Left-wing army, do not linger in battle. Follow me and charge. You scoundrel, don't run away. Yi Mingjie shouted, sheathed his long sword, gripped the azure dragon spear in one hand, and rode his warhorse to give chase. He's not stupid. The moment the shout rang out, Yi Mingjie immediately realized that Tang Yanyu had led the Liang army to surround them. The Blazing Sun army has 20,000 men. If the Azura army and Xingho were also present, the battle would directly turn in favor of the Qin dynasty. Even if the Azura army and the Starfire army weren't here, the mere addition of the Blazing Sun army would still inflict considerable damage on Anwu Kingdom's 50,000-strong army. The idea was good, but Yang Wei wasn't stupid. Knowing that the fighting could not continue, Yang Wei did not hesitate to lead the left-wing army to prepare to withdraw from the battlefield. After receiving the order, the left-wing army fought and retreated. Only in this way can we ensure that the army suffers minimal losses. They're trying to run. Brothers, kill them. Don't let them get away. Kill, brothers. Victory belongs to our great Qin. You bastard, don't run away. Damn it. Weren't you yelling so loudly just now? You better not run away now. Previously, it was the left-wing army of Anwu Kingdom that was arrogant. Now it is the turn of the 40,000-strong army of Qin to be arrogant. What goes around comes around. When one side gains power, it naturally becomes more arrogant. Faced with the taunts and insults from the Qin soldiers, the soldiers of Anwu Kingdom could only act submissively. There was nothing they could do. They wanted to fight back, but the circumstances didn't allow it. If we continue fighting here, we might not even survive. Compared to my life, what does being scolded a few times matter? Victory and defeat are common occurrences in warfare. We lost today, but we weren't completely wiped out. We'll have a chance to get back sooner or later. You will all follow me and charge in. Yang Wei roared and rallied his personal guards, preparing to fight their way out so that the left-wing army could break through the encirclement. Yes, General. The group of guards responded loudly and then moved closer to Yang Wei. Under Yang Wei's leadership, the combat effectiveness of his personal guards was even higher than usual, and with their combined efforts, they were able to gradually break through the encirclement of the Qin soldiers. Faced with this situation, how could the soldiers of Qin agree to it? Stop them. Don't let them get away. Yi Mingjie roared, alerting the Qin soldiers ahead, while he himself, carrying the azure dragon spear, rode his warhorse toward that direction. He's an enemy general, brothers, charge. Brothers, kill him. Don't let him pass, stop him. The soldiers of Anwu Kingdom's left-wing army were not stupid either. When they saw Yi Mingjie trying to stop him, They immediately surrounded him to block him. For this, I would not hesitate to give my life. Yi Mingjie was surrounded by enemy soldiers. Even if he wanted to break through, he couldn't do so for the time being and could only deal with the enemy in front of him. Yi Mingjie's shouts also had an effect. Brothers, stop them. Don't let them get away. They're trying to break through. Stop them. We absolutely can't let them get away. Our reinforcements are on their way soon. We must stop them now. The Qin soldiers fought desperately to stop Yang Wei and his group. Both sides' generals faced the same problem. Although Yi Mingjie was anxious, he was far inferior to Yang Wei. Yang Wei wanted to break out quickly. Otherwise, if he remained there and waited for Qin reinforcements to arrive, the 50,000-strong left-wing army would suffer heavy losses. So, every time Yang Wei fires a shot, it's with all his might. A single horizontal slash could either knock back 7 or 8 soldiers or kill 4 or 5. Under Yang Wei's leadership, his personal guards also demonstrated remarkable combat prowess. The encirclement was gradually torn apart, and the left-wing army behind was also charging towards this side. Time passed second by second. The battle has dragged on for so long, and both sides have suffered heavy casualties. So far, the number of casualties in Qin is still higher than that in Anwu. There's nothing we can do about it. In the first wave of battle, Qin was in a very unfavorable position and suffered greater losses, which is not surprising. It should be noted that among the 50,000 troops led by Yang Wei, there were 20,000 elite soldiers, 20,000 regular soldiers, and 10,000 logistic soldiers. Soldiers who can be called elite troops are undoubtedly formidable in combat. Just then, Yang Wei led his personal guards to break through the encirclement and roared, "Retreat! Do not linger in battle. Charge towards our camp. Today is not the time to fight to the death with the rebels. Retreat!" Yang Wei's shouts echoed throughout the entire battlefield. Upon hearing this, the soldiers of the left-wing army immediately charged towards this side. They fought and retreated simultaneously. The breach in front was being torn wider and wider, making it impossible to encircle Yang Wei's left-wing army any longer. Yi Mingjie saw this, but was powerless to do anything about it. He knew that the soldiers had done their best. Hold them back. The Blazing Sun army will be on the battlefield soon. Hold them back, and victory will be ours. Yi Mingjie shouted loudly again. This time, however, he only ordered his army to hold off the enemy, not to stop them. In fact, at this point, all they could do was try to hold off the enemy. Just then, Tang Yangyu led an army of 30,000 and finally arrived at the battlefield after a long and arduous journey. Kill! Generals and soldiers, the Blazing Sun and Starfire armies are coming to our aid. Fight alongside me. Kill them! Tang Yangyu's shout instantly ignited the entire battlefield. Both the Blazing Sun army and the Spark army have arrived. Ha! You little brats from Anwu Kingdom, the reinforcements of Great Qin have arrived. You're all going to die. Brothers, kill them. Chapter 269 The Battle of Lancang, County 23. After the 20,000-strong Liang army and the 10,000-strong Xingho army joined the battle, the left wing of Anwu Kingdom's army suffered a heavy blow. If we ignore the previous casualties, at this moment, it is the Qin army of 70,000 against the Anwu Kingdom's army of 50,000. The difference of 20,000 troops is something that cannot be ignored. The soldiers at the rear of Anwu Kingdom's left-wing army became the direct targets of the Liang and Xingho armies. Faced with the attack of 30,000 troops, these logistic soldiers were simply unable to resist and could only do their best to fight back. Yang Wei was helpless in this situation. After Yang Wei and his personal guards broke through the encirclement, they did not leave immediately. Instead, they helped the main army to widen the gap. After all, with an army of 50,000, even if several thousand were killed in battle, there would still be more than 40,000 left. With over 40,000 people, evacuating them is no easy task. So, this gap has to be big. At the same time, Luo Xingho also received a report from the scouts. Reporting to the general, General Tang has ordered you to immediately lead the entire army to the front lines to provide reinforcements. Upon hearing this, Luo Xingho's expression hardened. Go! Immediately gather everyone and rush to the front lines to reinforce our army. Yes, General. Several guards shouted back and then turned and ran away hurriedly. Soon after, the Xingho army, with 10,000 troops led by Luo Xingho, rushed to the front lines of the battlefield. Report. From the hiding place of the right-wing army of Anwu Kingdom, an anxious shout rang out. A scout, ignoring the suspicious looks from the soldiers, ran toward the center of the army. When the scouts arrived, Lu Jun and his generals had already gathered there upon hearing the news. Reporting to the general, our army has already engaged in battle with the rebel army at the front lines. The left flank army is the core of the battlefield, and the current situation is still unclear. The war has already begun. How is this possible? How did war suddenly break out? What exactly happened? Didn't we agree to wait until the shields were fully upgraded before starting the war? For a moment, the generals were puzzled. Lu Jun was equally puzzled, but unlike the other generals, he didn't think that since fighting had broken out on the front lines, something must have happened that they didn't know about. Certainly, none of those things matter. The important thing is that this battle has already begun, and their right-wing army must do something. All right, everyone quiet down, Lu Jun said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, the crowd gradually calmed down and quieted down. Regardless of the reason, fighting has already broken out on the front lines. The most urgent task is to find a way to send reinforcements to our troops. Upon hearing this, the expressions on the faces of many generals became very serious. General, we are too far from the front lines. Even if we wanted to rush to their aid now, the journey is too long and it's simply too late. General, the core of the battlefield is on the left flank of the main army, which is far away from our army. It is not easy to get there. In a short time, many generals expressed their opinions. They won't object to fighting. But how to fight is another question. Given the distance, even if they wanted to go and help, it would be too late. Lu Jun was aware of this, so he raised his hand and pressed down, signaling everyone to quiet down. I understand everything you're saying. We definitely can't get there in time for the left-wing army. But, in this battle, our right-wing army cannot sit idly by and wait to be defeated. In this battle, our right-wing army will directly attack from the enemy's right flank, with the main objective of tying down the enemy. The rebels' forces are definitely no match for ours. If they transfer all their main forces to the left flank, the right flank will be left with weak troops. In this way, we can create an excellent opportunity for our army to attack. Perhaps, our 50,000-strong right flank army can seize this opportunity and capture the rebel camp in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this, everyone thought about it for a moment and agreed to the plan. Then, the right wing mobilized 50,000 troops, preparing to launch an attack. About half an hour, the right wing's 50,000-strong army has assembled and is ready to march. The cause of this battle is no longer important. The battlefield was in complete chaos. Both the Qin and Anwu states suffered countless casualties. Overall, the Qin dynasty is gradually gaining the upper hand, as the battlefield is much closer to the Qin side. If this drags on, and the Anwu kingdom's army arrives, the outcome is truly uncertain. At this moment, while everyone's attention was focused on the front lines of the battlefield, a cavalry unit quietly appeared behind the Anwu kingdom's army camp. Tap, tap, tap. The thunderous sound of horses' hooves echoed like lightning. What is that sound? Where did the sound of horses' hooves come from? What happened? The sound of horses' hooves? Oh no! Rebel cavalry are attacking. One soldier was the first to react and immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. Watch out, everyone! The rebel cavalry is coming. Watch out, everyone! The rebel cavalry is coming. They shouted it over and over again. The numerous soldiers remaining in the camp were immediately mobilized. There is order within chaos. They already had a wealth of experience dealing with this group of cavalry. This group of cavalrymen is like a fly. It can't hurt you, but it can disgust you to death, and you can't do anything about it. However, just as many soldiers were preparing to defend, the sound of horses' hooves rang out from inside the camp. Tap, tap, tap. Under the watchful eyes of numerous soldiers, Wei Zhuang rode ahead, leaving everyone else in the dust, and galloped out of the camp. Behind Wei Zhuang was a newly formed force of 5,000 cavalry. These 5,000 cavalrymen occupied a full fifth of the horses used for hauling goods in the logistics team. It's General Wei. It's the cavalry battalion. With General Wei here, we will surely be able to thoroughly defeat those damned rebels. The cavalry battalion suffered a major defeat at the hands of the rebel Tiger Army last time. We hope to win this time and crush the rebels. Immediately, many soldiers began to discuss the matter. As the 3,000 cavalrymen rode off into the distance, the eyes of many soldiers were drawn to them, all eager to know what would happen next. However, just then, Shunbo led more than 600 Tiger Army soldiers on horseback galloping from another direction. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of Wei Zhuang's 3,000 cavalrymen's hooves masked the sound of the 600 cavalrymen of the fierce Tiger Army, preventing the Anwu Kingdom's army from detecting it. Certainly, the scouts stationed around Anwu's camp discovered the cavalry. Watch out for enemy attack. Enemy attack. Rebel cavalry are attacking. Everyone be careful. The dozen or so scouts had all shouted themselves hoarse. However, they were at least 800 meters away from the main camp, and with the sound of horses' hooves and the chatter of many soldiers, no one could hear them at all. Chapter 270 The Battle of Lansong, County 24. Shunbo rode his warhorse at the forefront of the column. His face was calm, and his eyes were fixed on the enemy camp with a very serious expression. Raid enemy supply lines. The difficulty of this task is no less than taking the enemy general's head from among 10,000 troops. The provisions for an army of 500,000, even if only for a short period of time, are still an immeasurable amount. In fact, if possible, raiding the enemy's subsequent supply convoys would be the best option. However, time waits for no one. Shunbo had originally planned to do the same, but the sudden outbreak of war on the front lines forced him to change his mind and take this risky step. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of horses' hooves echoed. The fierce Tiger Army is getting closer and closer to Anwu Kingdom's army camp. However, the Tiger Army was eventually discovered. Enemy attack. When a thunderous shout rang out in Anwu Kingdom's camp, countless soldiers turned to look. Upon seeing this, their eyes widened in surprise. Seeing hundreds of cavalry charging towards them, the group of soldiers were momentarily stunned before immediately going berserk. Enemy attack. Damn it! Cavalry are ambushing our troops. Cavalry is attacking from the right rear. Everyone be careful. It's the fierce Tiger Army. They are the fierce Tiger Army. Suddenly, a cacophony of noises erupted. Shunbo's face darkened as he looked at the army that had begun to react ahead, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it! This trip was meant to be a trial. I knew it would be difficult to succeed before I came, but I didn't expect it to be this difficult. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Shunbo dared not lead the fierce Tiger Army of several hundred men to continue charging forward. Walk! With a roar, Shunbo turned his warhorse around and galloped away in an arc along the edge of the enemy army. More than 600 Tiger Army soldiers followed closely behind. Damn it! Are these bastards just messing with us? A bunch of damn bastards. More disgusting than flies. Stop chasing, we can't catch up. You scum of the fierce Tiger Army. You might as well call yourselves the Cat Army from now on. What's with the fierce Tiger Army? You're such cowards. The insults coming from behind were completely irrelevant to the fierce Tiger Army. They're just a bunch of incompetent, furious dogs. Why bother with them? The plan to raid the enemy's supplies completely failed, but Shunbo did not leave the area with the fierce Tiger Army. Instead, he led the more than 600 members of the fierce Tiger Army to the front line of the battlefield. He's going to the front lines to aid the Qin dynasty. This war came too suddenly, and almost everyone on both sides was involved. Although the Tiger Army is weak, it can still contribute whatever it can. It's better than doing nothing, isn't it? Ho Lingxiu led his army in a fighting retreat, and with the help of crossbows and bows, he managed to delay the enemy for quite some time. However, the man could still persevere, but the arrows were almost all gone. A crossbow or bow without arrows is just a decoration, or even a burden. General Zhu, we're almost out of arrows. You need to be prepared. Ho Lingxiu reminded him solemnly. General Ho, rest assured, the Xuanwu army and the Qinglong army are well prepared. Zhu Hua replied loudly. Ho Lingxiu nodded slightly, and then gave orders to the Vermilion Bird Army and the logistics team. Vermilion Bird Army and logistics teams, listen to my command. Except for the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army, everyone else fire with all your might. Leave no arrow unshot. The first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army, together with the logistics team, shall immediately proceed at full speed to the city gate, enter the city, and prepare to fire. After the order was given, the generals of the Vermilion Bird Army and the logistics team responded loudly. Yes, General. Subsequently, 10,000 logistics soldiers were immediately mobilized, pulling carts and rushing towards the city gate at full speed. 1,000 female soldiers from the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army accompanied her. Such rapid running presented a significant shooting challenge for the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army. But we must overcome any difficulties. This is war, and you can't refuse to fight unless you want to die. But who wants to die? Despite the considerable difficulty of the shooting, the female soldiers of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army continued to operate the crossbows and fire. Of course, the firing rate will not be as fast as before. Apart from the 1,000 men of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army, the remaining 4,000 men fired continuously with crossbows. The game doesn't end until the last crossbow bolt in the quiver is fired. This process didn't last long. Now that the battle has gone on for so long, how many arrows are left? Black Tortoise Army and Azure Dragon Army, soldiers of both armies, listen to my command. Prepare for battle. Zhu Hua roared, holding a broadsword and shield, standing at the rear of the army, facing the enemy directly. Upon hearing Zhu Hua's order, the 5,000 soldiers of the Xuanwu army instinctively tightened their grip on their broadswords and shields. We were ready for battle long ago. Although the Qinglong army, numbering 10,000, was not led by Yi Mingjie, it was equally prepared for battle. General Zhu, do not fight to the death with the enemy. Fight and retreat, and do everything to buy time. Ho Lingxiu reminded him. General Ho, rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Zhu Hua replied without turning his head. Upon hearing this, Ho Lingxiu hesitated for a moment, then raised her hand and waved. The entire Zhuge army is retreating. This order signifies the end of the archer's suppression. Zhu Hua will lead 5,000 troops from the Xuanwu army and 10,000 troops from the Qinglong army, for a total of 15,000 soldiers. These 15,000 soldiers will face an attack from more than 40,000 enemy troops. No one can predict how things will turn out. Ho Lingxiu led 4,000 Vermilion Bird soldiers and ran towards the defensive line. Ho Lingxiu also wanted to stay and fight alongside the Black Tortoise Army and the Azure Dragon Army. But she can't. On the Qin defense line, there was no leader at the moment, and none of the 5 generals were stationed there. She must rush back to take charge. Otherwise, this battle is in grave danger. This is not an exaggeration. The Qin army only has a small force on the Lansong County defense line. Every death reduces their numbers. This battle was fought inexplicably, and before we knew it, it had escalated into a full-scale war. The enemy is strong, and we are weak. If the Qin dynasty cannot withstand this wave of attacks, its defenses may fall. So, for the sake of Qin, she must return to the defense line as soon as possible. Only by returning to the defensive line can aid be provided to the Qin army on the battlefield. Zhu Hua stood at the front of the army, facing the enemy. Hearing the footsteps fading away behind him, his expression first relaxed a little, then changed to an extremely serious one. Come on, everyone. Zhu Hua muttered to himself, his eyes narrowing as he watched the enemy troops charging towards him. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. Soldiers, the rebels are out of arrows. Charge with me. Feng Shichang shouted. Eternal Victory Army, charge with me. Bashing shouted. The Yongchang and Yongxing armies pursued them all the way, suffering countless hardships. Now it's finally their turn to counterattack. Chapter 271 The Battle of Lansong, County 25. Black Tortoise Army, Azure Dragon Army, heed my command. Zhu Hua raised his broadsword high, glared at the approaching enemy, and roared. Kill! A deafening killing sound rang out on the battlefield. Kill! The 5,000 soldiers of the Xuanwu army roared in unison. Kill! The 10,000 soldiers of the Azure Dragon Army roared in unison. Zhu Hua took the lead and launched an attack, followed closely by 15,000 soldiers from the Xuanwu army and the Qinglong army. In battle, we must advance without hesitation. Seeing the rebels stop, Feng Shichang charged at them, his face cold. A bunch of damn traitors. With your meager forces, you dare to oppose our army? Feng Shichang cursed under his breath, feeling very displeased. All soldiers of the Yongchang army, follow me to fight the enemy. Let these rebels see that the soldiers of the Yongchang army are not to be trifled with. Kill! Feng Shichang roared and unleashed his full power, charging forward, with the Yongchang army soldiers close behind. Not to be outdone, Ba Sheng also shouted loudly. All soldiers of the Yongsheng army, follow me to fight the enemy. Let these rebels see the strength of the Yongsheng army, which they cannot match. Kill! The Yongchang and Yongsheng armies charged from the left and right fronts respectively, getting closer. Closer. The moment the two sides met, Feng Shichang and Ba Sheng launched an attack on Zhu Hua simultaneously. Facing the two men's attack, Zhu Hua showed no fear. He held his shield in his left hand and swung his broadsword in his right. Thump-clang. Swords clashed with shields, and spears clashed with swords. After the first strike, the three immediately engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging dozens of blows in a short period of time. Zhu Hua is quite strong, already at the 8th rank, approaching the 7th rank. However, Feng Shichang and Ba Sheng are both quite strong. The fact that these two were chosen as generals for Anwu Kingdom's expedition this time indicates that their individual martial prowess is exceptional, both possessing the strength of the 7th rank. Two 7th rank officials beat one 6th rank official. The result was predictable. Zhu Hua could only defend. He had absolutely no chance to retaliate. Even with a purely defensive approach, they were sometimes overwhelmed. Zhu Hua remained highly focused throughout, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. Xuanwu army versus Yongchang army. The Azure Dragon army faced off against the Everlasting Victory army. With a significant disparity in troop strength, the Xuanwu army and the Qinglong army were at a disadvantage from the very beginning of the battle. But that's not all. It should be noted that the main force of Anwu Kingdom was pursuing them from the front, and the distance between the two sides was not far. The distance, which was originally only a little over 1,000 meters, has been reduced to less than 300 meters after this period of chasing. A distance of 300 meters, without considering the terrain, doesn't take much time at all for a person to walk. Just as the two armies were engaged in battle, the main force of Anwu Kingdom had already arrived. Kill! Kill them! Brothers, kill them! The shouts of battle never ceased. The soldiers of Anwu Kingdom had been holding back their anger all the way here, and now that they had a chance to vent it, you can imagine how excited they were. However, Zhu Hua had no intention of fighting to the death with Anwugua's army. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhu Hua seized the opportunity to break free from the attacks of Feng Shichang and Ba Sheng, and turned to retreat. Retreat! At Zhu Hua's command, the soldiers of the Xuanwu army and the Qinglong army immediately sought an opportunity to escape. Soldiers who were truly unable to escape fought back with all their might. I'll say it again. Killing one is enough, killing two is a bonus. In this way, both the Xuanwu army and the Qinglong army suffered the loss of nearly 2,000 soldiers before withdrawing from the battlefield. The Yongchang army and the Yongsheng army naturally could not stand by and watch Zhu Hua and his men leave. The two sides engaged in a chase and an escape. Because of the close proximity, minor frictions sometimes occur. Any soldier caught up by the Yongchang and Yongsheng armies would only meet one fate. Death, the kind of death where they were hacked to death. At the same time, the 1,000 men of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army, along with the 10,000 men of the logistics team, finally arrived at the foot of the defensive line and stood in front of the city gate. The soldiers stationed on the earthen wall had already ordered the city gates to be opened to welcome everyone into the city. When Ho Lingxiu arrived at the city gate with 4,000 Vermilion Bird soldiers, the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army and the logistics team had already entered the city. Without stopping, Ho Lingxiu and the Vermilion Bird Army entered the city. Upon entering the city, Ho Lingxiu led 5,000 Vermilion Bird soldiers directly up the earthen wall. Standing on the earthen wall, looking around, one can immediately take in the situation on the battlefield ahead. Looking at Zhu Hua and the others being chased by the enemy, Ho Lingxiu's expression was very solemn, and she was no longer as calm as before. Vermilion Bird Army 1st Platoon, listen to my command. Fire at the enemy directly in front of you. Yes, General. Yuan replied loudly, dragging his tired body, and called to the first 1,000 female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army to operate the second-generation crossbows to fire. The firing method of the second-generation crossbow is no different from that of the first-generation crossbow. However, the size and volume of the two are not much different. Although the Vermilion Bird Army now has a force of 10,000, only the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army, consisting of 1,000 men, has ever operated the second-generation crossbow. The reason for this is that the second-generation crossbow has only been on the market for a short time. The main reason Ho Lingxiu did not order the other squads of the Vermilion Bird Army to use the second-generation crossbows was that they had never used the second-generation crossbows before and were not confident in their accuracy. At this point in the battle, it is clear that the second-generation crossbows will be needed for precise strikes. After all, Zhu Hua and his men were about 1,500 meters away from the defensive line, which was exactly the range of a powerful crossbow. If a powerful crossbow were used to fire at this time, there would be a high chance of friendly fire. Of course, Ho Lingxiu did not forget to instruct the remaining female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army to prepare for firing. The rest of the Vermilion Bird Army, listen to my command and prepare to fire. Once our troops enter within 1 kilometer, immediately begin firing on the enemy. Yes, General. Yes, General. Several squad leaders of the Vermilion Bird Army responded loudly. Meanwhile, the 1,000 female soldiers of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army were ready for the first wave of firing. No order is required. The first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army operated second-generation crossbows, aimed them at the main enemy force directly in front of them, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 33-meter-long crossbow bolts flew out intermittently, heading towards the main force of the Anwu Kingdom's army. A 3-meter-long crossbow bolt flew through the air and accurately struck the main force of the Anwu Kingdom's army. The 3-meter-long crossbow bolts, like skewers of candied hawthorn, each one taking the lives of many soldiers. There are at least 3 or 4 people, and at most 7 or 8. What followed was trampling. In the midst of the army's charge, someone suddenly fell dead, and the rest of the army barely had time to defend themselves. So, the tens of thousands of main troops of Anwu Kingdom were instantly thrown into chaos. Chapter 272 The Battle of Lansong County 26. Riding his warhorse and protected by his personal guards, Xia Yuan lagged behind the main force of the army. Scouts would occasionally run back to report on the battle situation at the front. Report. The left-wing army has engaged in battle with the enemy, and our army currently has the advantage. Report. The Yongchang army's pursuit of the enemy has been stalled, and casualties have exceeded 2,000. Report. The Yongchang army's pursuit of the enemy has been thwarted, with casualties exceeding 1,500. Report. Enemy reinforcements have arrived on the battlefield, and the left flank army is breaking out. Report. Every scout's return brought back a message. After learning about the current situation of the battle, Xia Yuan immediately realized that this was an excellent opportunity. If these Qin rebels were to remain within that defensive line, it wouldn't be so easy for the Anwu Kingdom's pacification army to capture them. And now, at least half of the enemy's forces are outside the defensive line. Without the geographical advantage of that defensive line, the crossbow's deterrent power is not as strong. Given the disparity in troop strength, even if some casualties are suffered, the victor will definitely be the Anwu Kingdom's pacification army. This battle is worth fighting. Realizing this, Xia Yuan gave the order without hesitation. Zhang Yizhi. He called out the names of more than 10 people in a row. You must immediately return and mobilize the army to launch a general offensive against the rebels. Yes, General. Zhang Yizhi and the others replied in unison, and then returned to the main camp. Go. Inform Lu Jun as quickly as possible, and have him launch an attack on the rebels from the right flank to tie down their forces. Yes, General. One of the guards received the order, turned around, and left. Go to the front lines immediately and tell General Yang to make sure he keeps the rebel army occupied. If necessary, even if it means suffering some casualties, he must keep the rebel army at bay for me. Yes, General. One of the guards received the order and turned to run towards the front lines of the battlefield. Go tell General Feng to keep a close watch on those rebels and absolutely not let them escape. Yes, General. Go and tell General Ba that he must not let the enemy leave either. Even if it means suffering some casualties, he must leave those rebels behind for me. Yes, General. Xia Yuan issued more than 10 orders in a row. In this battle, he saw an opportunity to win. On the battlefield, opportunities are fleeting. If we cannot seize this opportunity today, we don't know when the next one will come. As a group of generals and personal guards departed. Not long after, Wu's army was exonerated, and the entire army began to mobilize. After receiving the scout's message, Yang Wei changed his previous approach and led the remaining 40,000 soldiers of the left-wing army in a full-scale counterattack. Upon receiving the news, Feng Shichang and Ba Sheng went all out in the fight, disregarding the casualties of their own soldiers. Meanwhile, the entire Anwu kingdom's camp mobilized. 200,000 troops marched out, their target the battlefield ahead. Anwu's army suddenly changed tactics, catching the Qin soldiers somewhat off guard. But Yi Mingjia's side is currently in a significant advantage. The army, which originally numbered nearly 40,000, was further strengthened by the addition of 30,000 troops from the Liang and Xingho armies and 20,000 troops from the Baihu and Xianjin armies. 90,000 men against 50,000 men. With a numerical advantage and superior equipment, the Qin side was in a dominant position. Given enough time, we will definitely achieve a great victory. However, Yang Wei suddenly ordered, "All troops, listen up. Counterattack! Counterattack! Our main reinforcements are about to arrive. The entire army is launching a counter-offensive." Under Yang Wei's command, the soldiers of the left-wing army went berserk, fighting with as much ferocity as possible. Brothers, kill them. Damn it. Weren't you guys so arrogant just now? Now show me how arrogant you can be. Charge. Our reinforcements are arriving soon. Brothers, charge. The left-wing army instantly reversed its decline and launched a counterattack with soaring morale. In response, the many soldiers of Qin were equally resolute. Useless trash. If you're so capable, come and fight me one-on-one. What kind of skill is it to shout and yell from behind the enemy lines? Brothers, that bunch of trash on the other side is trying to counterattack. Let's fight them back. Ha. So what if reinforcements arrive? Can you defeat us? The verbal battle between the two sides continued as usual, never stopping for a moment. Similarly, the bloody battle continues unabated. The battle has dragged on for so long that neither side is willing to give up. Yang Wei's side needs to wait for reinforcements to arrive so that they can launch a general counterattack and achieve a great victory. Yi Mingjia, on the other hand, wanted to seize this opportunity to expand the gains as much as possible. The war between the Qin dynasty and the Anwu kingdom is not something that can be decided in a short period of time with just a few battles. What are wars about? They hit a person. They're after money. Whether in terms of people or wealth, the Qin dynasty is clearly inferior to the Anwu kingdom. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Even if Anwu kingdom were weak, it would still be far superior to the newly emerging Qin dynasty. So, taking advantage of this opportunity, before enemy reinforcements arrive, we should try to expand our gains as much as possible, which will reduce some of the pressure on Qin's subsequent battles. With this mindset, Yi Mingjia, Tang Yangyu, Bai Zhan, and Pang Liren showed no intention of backing down. On the contrary, they fought even more fiercely. Want to win. They want to win. One slash after another, one shot after another. The four men used all their skills, hoping to kill as many enemies as possible. Not far away, Luo Xingho led 10,000 Xingho soldiers to charge towards this side. Kill them. Charge. The sudden attack by the Starfire army startled both sides. It's the Spark army. Our reinforcements have arrived. Ha. Our reinforcements have arrived. You're all doomed. The Qin soldiers were overjoyed and their morale soared. On the other hand, The soldiers on Anwu Kingdom's side were completely demoralized. They don't understand. Why? Why is it that, even now, the Qin rebels keep sending reinforcements, while Anwu Kingdom's reinforcements keep arriving? What about the hundreds of thousands of troops? Didn't they say that reinforcements would be arriving soon? Where are they? Such thoughts flooded the minds of the soldiers in the left-wing army. Even Yang Wei is no exception. If Xia Yuan hadn't given him the order to hold off the enemy with all his might, why would he have stayed here with the left-wing army? Already at a disadvantage, the Qin army has now arrived with reinforcements, while the Anwu Kingdom's reinforcements are nowhere to be seen. If this continues, how can this battle be fought? Kill! Yang Wei roared and swept his silver dragon spear across the front. The spearhead slid across the chests of several Qin soldiers. Sparks flew everywhere. The powerful force knocked several soldiers back, and even those protected by armor were seriously injured. After the attack, Yang Wei took advantage of the opening and turned to look behind him. When he saw the army about a kilometer away behind him, with the Anwu Kingdom's military flag fluttering in the wind, Yang Wei's expression relaxed. Reinforcements. It's finally here. Chapter 273, The Battle of Lansong County. Whoosh. Bang. Whoosh. Bang. Call out. 9 fireworks exploded in the air in a row. Upon hearing the question, Yi Mingjie and the others' expressions changed, and they looked up at the defensive line. On the earthen wall, several soldiers waved command flags, ordering the army to retreat. Seeing this, Yi Mingjie shouted, "Retreat!" As soon as he finished speaking, Pang Liren killed 2 enemy soldiers in front of him with a single stroke and shouted loudly, "The vanguard troops, retreat!" Then, White Tiger Army, retreat. Liang Army, retreat. Spark Army, retreat. Bai Zhan and his men successively shouted the order to retreat. Upon receiving the order, the Qin soldiers who were engaged in battle immediately prepared to withdraw. Hold them back. Don't let them escape. Yang Wei roared, pushed off his horse, and leaped into the air, wielding his silver dragon spear as he slashed forward. Uft! He cleaved a Qin soldier in 2. After landing, Yang Wei swept his silver dragon spear across the ground. Uft, uft. With one shot, Yang Wei took down 3 Qin soldiers. Undeterred, he launched another attack on the Qin soldiers in front of him. Our reinforcements are arriving soon. All troops, listen to my command. Do everything in your power to stop the rebels. Don't let them escape. Yang Wei's shouts rang out on the battlefield. Upon hearing this shout, the left-wing army was momentarily stunned before erupting into ecstasy. Reinforcements. Their reinforcements have finally arrived. Kill. Brothers, kill them. Our reinforcements are arriving soon. Brothers, charge. Traitors, don't you dare run away. Suddenly, the left-wing army, which had been under pressure, unleashed a powerful counterattack. If it had been before, and the left-wing army had dared to counterattack, the Qin army of over 80,000 would have definitely taught them a lesson. However, now that the order to retreat has been given, the Qin soldiers fought and retreated, with no intention of getting entangled with the Anwu Kingdom soldiers. The Qin soldiers wanted to retreat, but the Anwu soldiers wanted to pursue them. Zhang Yizhi led his main force to rush here. He originally intended to first reinforce the Yongchang and Yongxing armies and help them wipe out the enemy forces. However, neither army could hold back the enemy. They could only follow behind. Therefore, even if Zhang Yizhi wanted to rush to the aid of the 2 armies, it would be futile. Even during the process of rushing to their aid, they would be subjected to crossbow fire from the enemy, so it would be better to rush to the aid of the left flank army. A distance of 1 kilometer is not long for a large army to reach the battlefield at full speed, even as the battlefield recedes into the distance. With Yang Wei leading the left-wing army to delay them, how quickly could the Qin soldiers retreat? Unless the Qin dynasty disregards the lives of its soldiers fighting on the front lines, it is absolutely impossible to withdraw from the battlefield quickly. Tiger Army, kill. Shunbo roared and charged ahead of Zhang Yizhi's army, with more than 600 Tiger soldiers following closely behind. Kill. The more than 600 members of the fierce Tiger Army shouted in unison. After their failed attack on Enwugua's main camp and supply depot, the fierce Tiger Army roamed the battlefield, searching for a suitable opportunity to charge. During this period, They would also carry out some minor harassment against the enemy forces of Onwu Kingdom, but those harassments did not have any effect. With only 600 men, they dared not venture deep into enemy territory, so how could they possibly achieve any good results? Now that the enemy's main force is about to arrive at the front line, in order to buy some time for the Qin soldiers to evacuate, when else should the fierce tiger army go? Damn it! Those persistent bastards! Zhang Yiji's face was full of anger as he looked at the tiger army charging towards him like a massive army. He wished he could immediately give the order to have the army do everything in its power to wipe out this tiger army. But it didn't work. The target of this trip is the main force of the rebels. The mere few hundred tiger soldiers are utterly insignificant compared to the rebels' main force of tens of thousands. But Zhang Yiji did not allow the fierce tiger army to charge and kill. Go, Hu Gang. Take 2,000 men to encircle and annihilate the fierce tiger army. It doesn't matter if you can't kill them, just make sure they don't annoy our army. Yes, General. Hu Gang replied loudly, then gathered several squads, making a total of 2,000 men, and charged towards the fierce tiger army. Chen Bo looked at the enemy force that had broken away on its own initiative. He saw that the enemy's numbers were not many, estimating that there were only a little over 2,000. Hey, you think you can stop the fierce tiger army with this few men? Chen Bo muttered dismissively to himself, not believing that the 2,000 or so men on the other side could stop the advance of the fierce tiger army. You must know, this is Lansong County. Lansong County has a flat and open terrain, which gives it a great advantage for cavalry. Trying to catch up with a galloping warhorse in this environment using only human foot power is simply wishful thinking. Follow me, don't fall behind. Chen Bo shouted and tugged at the reins, changing the direction of his horse's gallop. More than 600 tiger soldiers, led by Chen Bo, charged forward along the edge of the main force of the Onwu Kingdom's army. Hu Gang led 2,000 men in pursuit. But the more they chased, the further away they got. They had no choice but to curse and run forward with all their might. After leading the fierce tiger army on a long march and creating distance between themselves and Hu Gang and the others, Chen Bo immediately turned his horse around and charged into the enemy ranks. Although Zhang Yiji was leading the army forward, he was also keeping a close eye on the whereabouts of the fierce tiger army. Seeing that the tiger army had shaken off Hu Gang and the others, chosen a new position, and launched a charge against the main force, Zhang Yiji's face turned extremely ugly. These persistent bastards, one day I will personally kill you all. Zhang Yi cursed under his breath, but did not order anyone to stop the fierce tiger army. He chose to ignore it. Right now, it's more important to pursue and kill the main force of the rebel army. All troops, listen to my command. Full speed ahead. Hunt down the rebels. Zhang Yiji roared, spurred his horse forward, and charged ahead. When he launched his charge, 20 of his personal guards immediately followed Zhang Yiji and charged forward. Then, a group of soldiers followed behind, yelling and charging forward. As for the tiger army's disruption, they were completely ignored by the army. No matter from which position the tiger army launched its charge against the main force, the soldiers about to be attacked would immediately break away from the ranks and counterattack. As a result, the 600 men of the fierce tiger army could cause some trouble for the Onwu Kingdom's army, but that was all. With Yang Wei leading the left-wing army to hold back the Qin army, Zhang Yiji and his army quickly arrived at the front line. Soldiers of the left wing, I, the general, have come to your aid with a large army. Kill. Chapter 270 for the Battle of Lansong County 28. Reinforcements have arrived. Our reinforcements have arrived. Kill. Brothers, kill. Ha. A bunch of traitors, weren't you smug? Now you'd better keep smug. Reinforcements have arrived. Brothers, charge. Zhang Yiji's shouts greatly boosted the morale of the left-wing army. With this newfound confidence, the soldiers of the left-wing army fought with incredible ferocity. For a time, the Qin soldiers were overwhelmed and beaten by them. Of course, if the Qin army hadn't been forced to withdraw, the soldiers on the left wing wouldn't have had it so easy either. Do not engage the enemy. The entire army retreats. Yi Mingjie roared, reminding the soldiers who were fighting the enemy. His shout awakened countless soldiers whose anger was rising. Withdraw. Everyone, get out of here. Don't get entangled with the enemy. Everyone retreat. Don't fight them anymore. Teach them a lesson next time. The situation has reversed. Originally, it was the Qin army that suppressed the left wing of the Anwu kingdom, but now it has become the Anwu kingdom's left-wing army that is suppressing the Qin army. Not to mention, the situation became even more serious after Zhang Yiji joined with the main force of Anwu kingdom. Evacuation. These two simple words are easy to say, but extremely difficult to do. This place is located on the left side of the defensive line, and it is about 10 miles away no matter which side you come from to get back into the defensive line. This 10-mile journey, even without enemy troops blocking the way, would take a considerable amount of time to get back. 10 miles is destined to be an extremely long journey. On the defense line, Ho Lingxiu's expression was very solemn. The biggest reason why this battle would break out was because of her. If it weren't for her, this battle would never have happened. As the war has progressed to this point, it is clear that the Qin side has achieved more fruitful results. But the war is not over yet, and who knows what will happen next. However, Ho Lingxiu had no time to pay attention to any of this. Seeing that the enemy's main force had arrived on the battlefield, her expression was very solemn. Haven't the crossbows arrived yet? General, the second-generation crossbow is too large. It's not suitable for use on the city wall. Don't give me that nonsense. Ho Lingxiu coldly ordered. Within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, I want to see 30 second-generation crossbows set up here, ready to fire at the enemy. Yes, General. A female soldier from the Vermilion Bird Army replied in a deep voice, then turned and hurriedly left. Ho Lingxiu stood on the city wall, watching the two armies fighting in the distance, her heart filled with anxiety. We must evacuate as soon as possible, otherwise, if this drags on, the Qin dynasty will ultimately be defeated. This battle was already fought unwisely, and if they suffered a loss, it would be absolutely unacceptable for both the Great Qin and Ho Lingxiu. About the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, a group of logistic soldiers carrying second-generation crossbows arrived one after another. Upon seeing the arrival of the second-generation crossbow, Ho Lingxiu's expression eased slightly. Quickly set up the crossbows and provide support to our army. Yes, General. Yuan replied loudly, calling to the 1,000 female soldiers of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army, and directing the logistics soldiers to set up the second-generation crossbows. Then, without Ho Lingxiu giving the order, the 1,000 female soldiers of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army, dragging their exhausted bodies, stepped forward to operate the crossbows and fire. This battle, which has dragged on to this point, is a tremendous test for the 1,000 female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army's first squad. Such intense fighting had left them completely soaked in sweat. Even so, these 1,000 female soldiers gritted their teeth and persevered in their struggle. They won't stop, and they can't stop. Give me the crossbow bolts right now. Coming right away, coming right away. Crossfire. I need crossbow bolts. Coming right away, coming right away. On the city wall, the voices of the female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army urging them on, and the responses of the logistics soldiers, could be heard everywhere. After a brief commotion, the crossbow bolts were delivered to the female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army. As soon as they received the bolts, they loaded them and began firing at the enemy troops on the battlefield. The moment the trigger was pulled, 33-meter-long crossbow bolts flew from the city wall, shooting at the enemy at an arc angle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something cutting through the air was deafening. After the first arrow was fired, the female soldiers of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army did not care whether they hit the target or not, and immediately began the second round of firing. Ho Lingxiu squinted, staring intently ahead. 30 crossbow bolts quickly disappeared from her sight. To know whether they had hit the enemy, she could only observe whether chaos broke out among them. In the blink of an eye, 30 crossbow bolts streaked across the sky and struck the enemy ranks. Immediately, chaos erupted among the enemy troops. Although the area affected by the chaos was not large, it was truly effective. Seeing this, Ho Lingxiu's expression relaxed a little more. As long as it hits the target. If the shot hits its mark, it can provide some resistance to the enemy. This would alleviate some of the pressure on the soldiers fighting on the front lines of the Qin dynasty. As for the final outcome, that's beyond her control. Just then, a guard rushed over, shouting anxiously, General Ho! General Ho! Enemy troops have suddenly attacked from the right flank, and the city wall is almost breached. General Ho, please send troops to reinforce us immediately. Upon hearing this, Ho Lingxiu's pupils constricted sharply, and her expression changed drastically. Yuan, I'm entrusting everything here to you. After saying that, Ho Lingxiu disregarded everything else and ran towards the other side of the city wall. Yes, General. Yuan replied loudly, her expression equally solemn as she watched Ho Lingxiu's departing figure. So much happened in just half a day. Originally, I just wanted to take this opportunity to achieve some small victories. Who would have thought? Things have actually turned out this way. How is this situation any different from a full-scale war? Ho Lingxiu hurried forward on the city wall. When she passed the city gate, she turned her head and glanced at the scene below the city wall. Below the city wall, Zhu Hua led the remaining forces of the Xuanwu army and the Qinglong army, fighting the enemy around the city gate. On the city wall, the Vermilion Bird army was still using crossbows to fire at the Yongchang and Yongsheng armies. The other soldiers weren't idle either. Whether they used bows and crossbows or threw stones, they did everything in their power to attack the enemy. However, whether it's a crossbow or a bow and arrow, they weren't very effective against the enemy's shields. Not to mention throwing stones. Unless it's a second-generation crossbow. Only the powerful second-generation crossbow could effectively inflict casualties on the Yongchang and Yongsheng armies. However, there are only 30 second-generation crossbows. Compared to this place, it is clear that Yi Mingjia's side needs the support of second-generation crossbows more. The main reason why the Xuanwu army and the Qinglong army did not retreat back into the city was that they wanted to take this opportunity to kill more enemies. A life for a life. This was Zhu Hua's plan. Chapter 275 The Battle of Lansong, County 29. Ho Lingxiu glanced at it only once before turning back and continuing to run forward. A moment later, Ho Lingxiu arrived at the right side of the city wall. At this moment, the defenders on the city wall were struggling to hold on. Faced with the enemy's fierce attack, the weak defenders were no match for the enemy. If they hadn't fought so hard, the city walls would have already fallen. Seeing this scene, Ho Lingxiu disregarded everything else, drew her long sword from her waist, and charged forward. Kill! Ho Lingxiu let out a cold shout. Her steps quickened, and upon arriving at the battlefield, she raised her hand and swung her sword. Uft! The sharp sword tore through the enemy's armor, ripping them open. After the first strike, Ho Lingxiu did not stop. Holding her long sword, she continued to attack the next enemy. The most urgent task is to clear the enemy troops off the city walls. Sword after sword. Each sword strike takes the life of an enemy soldier. Ho Lingxiu's appearance was also spotted by the Qin soldiers on the city wall, and the soldiers cheered immediately. General Ho has arrived. Brothers, General Ho is here. Kill them. Ho Lingxiu's appearance greatly boosted the morale of the defenders on the city wall, and they unleashed even greater fighting power. The situation on the city wall was instantly reversed. Anwu Kingdom's right-wing army was gradually wiped out, and those enemy troops who still wanted to attack the city walls were also blocked. Lu Jun stood in the center of the army. He was not on horseback, but stood there like an ordinary soldier, without even a military flag to symbolize his identity. 200 guards surrounded Lu Jun, protecting him tightly in the middle. If you're far away and don't look very closely, you really won't be able to spot him. It seems the enemy's reinforcements have arrived. Lu Jun muttered to himself. He never thought that he could conquer the walls of the Qin dynasty so easily. If it were that easy to conquer, this battle wouldn't have been so difficult. That's right. In Lu Jun's view, this battle would be difficult. Let the army retreat. Yes, General. A guard replied respectfully, then waved a command flag, signaling the army to retreat. On the battlefield, the army, having received orders, began to retreat without hesitation. As for the soldiers still on the city walls, all that awaits them is death. It's very realistic and very cruel, but there's nothing we can do about it. From the moment they charged onto the city wall, they should have known that they were risking their lives. If successful, then one will achieve great success and fame. Defeat means death and the end of one's life. Anwu Kingdom's right-wing army quickly retreated, and under Lu Jun's instructions, the army withdrew 3 miles and set up camp. On the city wall, Ho Lingxiu watched the army retreat, and the expression on her face finally relaxed. However, her expression quickly changed, and she coldly berated the soldiers guarding the city wall. A bunch of useless trash. With 3,000 men defending the city and 200 powerful crossbows, the enemy managed to breach the city walls, and the walls almost fell. Do you know what the loss of the city walls means for our army? A crushing defeat. The defensive line that our army painstakingly built day and night will be of no use. At that time, countless soldiers of our army will die in battle. Faced with Ho Lingxiu's scolding, the soldiers on the city wall silently lowered their heads, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. It was indeed their incompetence that the enemy managed to breach the city walls. The root cause is a lack of experience. After venting her anger, Ho Lingxiu gradually calmed down. Looking at the group of soldiers in front of her, covered in blood and looking disheveled, Ho Lingxiu sighed inwardly. The fighting at the front is intense, and we can't spare any manpower to support you. I will send 3,000 logistics soldiers to you later. The city walls must be defended. This is a matter of life and death for our army in this battle. Even if you die on the city walls, you cannot let the enemy breach them. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the soldiers looked up at Ho Lingxiu and said loudly with firm expressions, "Understood. General Ho, we understand." Ho Lingxiu nodded, and then explained some city defense techniques to the soldiers. A moment later, Ho Lingxiu left the place with a very solemn expression. It was a desperate resistance that 3,000 men were able to hold the city walls. Otherwise, they would have fallen long ago in the face of an attack by tens of thousands of troops. Her blaming of these 3,000 people is actually somewhat unreasonable. But the situation in the Qin dynasty was really difficult. Today's battle was too sudden. Neither Qin nor Anwu state anticipated that the battle would turn out this way. However, now that things have come to this, the most important thing is to win this battle with all our might. It was approaching the hour of 7 to 9 p.m. As the sun set in the west, the sky gradually darkened. The battlefield has temporarily calmed down. Apart from the fierce Tiger Army, the Azura Army, and the temporary cavalry force assembled across the entire star system, everyone in the Great Qin returned to the city. Of course, this place cannot be called a city. It would be more appropriate to call it a camp. On Anwu Kingdom's side, apart from the right-wing army led by Lu Jun, all other troops were also withdrawn. This battle, the number of Qin soldiers killed in action exceeded 12,000. The number of Nwuguo's casualties exceeded 16,000. As for the number of injured, that's no longer important. Overall, the Qin side achieved some minor victories. But you should know that Anwu Kingdom has an army of 500,000. The death of 16,000 people is a significant loss for Anwu Kingdom. Pain. But it was only a minor pain. On the other hand, things weren't so good for the Qin dynasty. The Qin army that was sent to fight in Lansong County this time, excluding the fierce Tiger Army and including the logistics troops, totaled more than 200,000 soldiers. The loss of 12,000 lives in a single war was a significant blow to the Qin dynasty. So, in the long run, if this casualty ratio continues in future wars, Qin will definitely lose. Night fell. Both camps were brightly lit with fire. However, the rice paddies, ravaged by war, were littered with corpses, severed limbs, and rivers of blood. It was like a living hell. More than 30,000 soldiers' bodies were left on the battlefield, and no one bothered to deal with them. It's not that they don't want to deal with it, but rather that they dare not send anyone to handle it rashly before a winner is decided between the two sides. Unless one side wins, or both sides sit down to negotiate and clear the battlefield first. Of course, all of this happened the next day. At this time, just as the generals from both sides gathered together to summarize the day's battle and discuss how to fight the next day's battle, the Azura army, which had disappeared for a day, reappeared like ghosts on the edge of the battlefield. Chapter 276 The Battle of Lansong County 30. Xie Yongxiu, holding a large sword, stood at the forefront of the army, gazing at the enemy camp of Anwu Kingdom in the distance. "General, When shall we launch our attack? A personal guard asked. No rush. Xie Yongxiu shook his head, his face calm as still water. The battle between Qin and Anwu during the day was so fierce, especially when Anwu's right-wing army attacked the defensive line, almost breaking through it. Even so, Xie Yongxiu still did not send out the Shura army. All this forbearance was for the sake of the present. Enemies in the open are not scary. What is scary is the enemy hidden in the shadows. The Azura army is the enemy lurking in the shadows. The Shura army had hidden themselves extremely well for this night raid. Even the scouts sent by the Anwu Kingdom's army failed to detect any trace of them. The guards, having received no answers, retreated without saying another word. Time passed second by second. As night fell and most of the soldiers fell asleep, Xie Yongxiu made his move. Pass down the order. The entire army prepares for a night raid and will strike at 1 a.m. Yes, General. One of the guards replied in a low voice, and then the guards dispersed and disappeared into the night. The hour of Cho 1 to 3 a.m. has arrived. 20,000 soldiers of the Azura army, armed with broadswords and shields, stealthily made their way towards the Anwu Kingdom's army camp. Perhaps it was a blessing from heaven for the Azura army. There is neither moon nor stars tonight. The light is extremely dim, and visibility will be greatly limited. Such a night was excellent news for the Azura army, whose entire bodies were covered in black. The Azura army, numbering 20,000, slowly made its way toward the enemy camp. As time went on, the Azura army drew ever closer to the enemy camp. However, just then, the sound of horses' hooves came from the left front, growing closer and louder. Tap, tap, tap. Xie Yongxiu's expression suddenly changed, and he thought, could it be that our army has been discovered? But the next moment, Xie Yongxiu immediately dismissed the idea, because a furious roar rang out from the edge of the enemy camp of the Anwu Kingdom ahead. A bunch of persistent ghosts, you think you can raid our camp at night with such paltry tricks? Wei Zhuang roared angrily, his face full of rage. Whoosh! With his long sword drawn from its sheath, Wei Zhuang raised it high and commanded, Cavalry Battalion, charge. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Zhuang spurred his warhorse and charged out, followed closely by the more than 200 cavalrymen who had survived. After that, a temporary force of 3,000 cavalrymen was formed. 3,000 cavalrymen charged forward in a mighty procession, their hooves thundering like lightning in the darkness. Inside the camp, many sleeping soldiers were awakened. What happened? Are those damned rebels harassing our army again? It's those cavalrymen again. What a bunch of damned bastards. The group of soldiers were so angry they gritted their teeth, but all they could do was curse and utter some harsh words. A moment later, as the sound of hooves faded into the distance, the soldiers gradually quieted down and fell asleep again. Xia Yuan also received news of the Qin cavalry attack, but he didn't care, as this was something he had expected. Isn't this the kind of thing that the rebels of the Great Qin love to do the most? Knowing that the other party would engage in these underhanded tactics, is there really no way to defend against them? But the fact that Dajuan was suddenly awakened while he was sleeping soundly will inevitably have some impact on his mental state the next day. As the cavalry from both sides gradually moved away, the Anwu Kingdom's army camp gradually calmed down, and most of the people, except for the patrolling soldiers, had gone back to sleep. It is about 1,500 meters away from the camp of the Anwu Kingdom's army. The 20,000-strong Azura army was hiding here. The moment the sound of horses' hooves rang out earlier, it terrified the 20,000 Azura soldiers. They thought their whereabouts had been discovered. It turned out to be a false alarm. General, the sound of hooves just now should be Quan Xinghe leading his cavalry in an attack, a personal guard said. Have the army lie down where they are and rest for half an hour. We will set off again after half an hour. Yes, General. The guard replied in a low voice, then quietly crept into the army. Xie Yongxiu's order quickly spread throughout the Azura army, and the 20,000 Azura soldiers immediately lay down to rest as ordered. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Without Xie Yongxiu giving the order, the 20,000-strong Shura army rose one after another and then moved towards the Anwu Kingdom's army camp. At a distance of 1,500 meters, there would normally be scouts monitoring the area. However, tonight is not a normal night. The daytime battle left countless scouts exhausted. Running back and forth on the battlefield, whether to gather information or to deliver messages, is a considerable test for these scouts. So, both sides are running out of scouts. There was no other way. The Anwu Kingdom's army could only narrow its surveillance range and send some scouts to the Qin defense line ahead to monitor the Qin army's movements. The situation was similar in the Qin dynasty. However, with the protection of that city wall, the situation faced by the Qin dynasty was somewhat easier than that of the Anwu Kingdom. This also created an excellent opportunity for the Azura army to launch a sneak attack. 1,400 meters, 1,300 meters, 1,200 meters, 1,100 meters, 1 kilometer. When the Shura army entered a range of 1 kilometer, it finally attracted the attention of the scouts of the Anwu Kingdom's army. Enemy attack, enemy attack, enemy. He stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence. An arrow pierced the scout's armor and pierced his chest. The scout clutched his chest, his face contorted in pain as he turned away, the light in his eyes gradually fading. Thump! The scout lay dead in the field, his eyes fixed on the dark night sky above, his gaze unfocused, the light gradually fading away. However, although the scout is dead, his warning has been spread. The scouts hidden all around immediately shouted loudly to alert the Anwu Kingdom's army. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Beware of enemy surprise attack! The voices of a group of scouts echoed from all directions across the fields, alarming the soldiers throughout the Anwu Kingdom's army camp. What happened? Damn it! When will these traitors ever stop? Damn it! Don't they ever rest? The soldiers couldn't help but complain, and they hated the Qin dynasty with a vengeance. This kind of harassing attack is really disgusting. Some soldiers even suggested that they should do what the Qin dynasty did and send soldiers to harass the Qin dynasty. However, when this suggestion reached Xia Yuan's ears, it was immediately rejected. The Qin dynasty has powerful crossbows, so they are not afraid of your harassment at all. Going to harass them would only be suicide. Chapter 277 The Battle of Lansong, County 31. Kill. With a roar, Xie Yongxiu charged into the enemy camp, wielding his broadsword. Behind him, 20,000 Azura soldiers followed closely. Kill them. Charge. 20,000 Azura soldiers shouted as they charged toward the enemy camp. Now that we've been discovered by enemy scouts, there's no need to hide anything anymore. At full speed, the vanguard could reach the enemy camp in less than half a cup of tea's time, covering a distance of 1 kilometer. In that short time, Anwu Kingdom's army simply didn't have time to react. As the Azura army charged forward, the scouts hiding in the fields could only scatter and flee, not daring to come forward to stop them. Xie Yongxiu gripped his broadsword tightly in his right hand, his eyes fixed on the front, his gaze fixed solely on the Anwu Kingdom's army camp. Once, he is also from Anwu Kingdom. Once, he also fought for Anwu Kingdom. Once, he also fought for Anwu Kingdom. But now, he will wield a long sword and launch the fiercest attack on his former country and his former comrades. 700 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. When the Shura army arrived at the camp of the Anwu Kingdom's army about 100 meters away, a large army rushed out of the camp in a hurry. Xie Yongxiu looked at the approaching enemy, a cold glint in his eyes, and his grip on the broadsword tightened involuntarily. It's getting closer. Closer. The moment the two sides meet. Kill. Xie Yongxiu roared and raised his broadsword, slashing at an enemy soldier in front of him. Seeing this, the enemy soldier instinctively raised his broadsword to block the attack. However, with a crack, the broadsword broke in two. Uft. The blade continued its downward thrust, cleaving the soldier in two. A little blood spurted out instantly. However, nobody cared about this scene at all. Once the battle begins, it is extremely fierce. Clang clang up snap. Suddenly, a cacophony of noises erupted in the area. The Azura army's soldiers may not be as strong as the enemy army in front of them, but they have the advantage in morale and equipment. In addition, the Azura army launched a night attack. So, once the two sides started fighting, the situation instantly became one-sided. Among them, Xie Yongxiu and his personal guards and generals fought the most bravely, their fighting strength of several hundred men being equivalent to that of 1,000. However, Xie Yongxiu knew in his heart that this situation would not last long. A night raid is all about catching someone off guard. Facing an army of hundreds of thousands, the idea of successfully launching a night raid with only 20,000 men was simply wishful thinking. The Azura army's primary objective on this mission is to cause harassment. Otherwise, once the Onwu Kingdom's army reacts, let alone a night raid on the enemy camp, even the 20,000 Shuro army will probably perish here. One cut after another. Outside the camp of the Onwu Kingdom's army, a fierce battle is taking place. As time went on, the Onwu Kingdom's army, which had initially been on the defensive, gradually gained the upper hand after reinforcements arrived. If the fighting continues, the Azura army will be in grave danger. Azura army, retreat. Xie Yongxiu roared, his voice drowning out the chaos on the battlefield and reaching the ears of every member of the Shura army who were fighting bloody battles. Upon receiving the order, the Azura army immediately prepared to withdraw. Stop them. They're trying to escape. Kill them. Don't let them get away. Kill them. A bunch of damn bastards, coming and going as they please. It's not that easy. Where are the archers? The rebels are all retreating. Why the hell haven't you guys arrived yet? The soldiers of Onwu Kingdom were furious. How could they, who had the upper hand, easily let the Shura army leave? Do you really think they're made of clay, that you can mold them at will? However, saying it is one thing, doing it is another. If the Azura army wanted to leave, they could only follow and pursue them. After all, the Azura army had already planned their escape route before preparing for this night raid. So how could they possibly put themselves in danger? This is the disadvantage of not having cavalry. It can't be said that there were no cavalry. It's just that, by a twist of fate, the cavalry force that Wei Zhuang temporarily assembled was lured away by Quan Xinghe and his men. That's why we're in this situation now. The Azura army fought and retreated, with retreat being the primary objective. The Onwu Kingdom's army followed the Shura army closely, refusing to let them leave. At this moment, the archers arrived late, and seeing the army gradually disappearing into the distance, they chased after them without hesitation. The war raged on through the darkness. This is destined to be a sleepless night. The commotion at Onwu Kingdom's army camp had already been relayed back to the defensive line by scouts, and Ho Lingxiu and the others were already aware of the situation. However, what good does it do to know? They had roughly anticipated this situation when the war ended today. The battle during the day was so fierce, lasting for most of the day, yet the Azura army of 20,000 never showed up. Don't they know what's happening at the front? That seems absolutely impossible. So, there's only one answer. The 20,000 members of the Azura army deliberately stayed away. And isn't the reason for doing this tonight's night raid? As it turned out, the Azura army did indeed succeed. Outside the camp of the Onwu Kingdom's army, surrounded by a group of generals and their personal guards, Xia Yuan arrived at this place. Illuminated by the flickering firelight, Xia Yuan squinted at the battlefield left behind after the battle. Limbs and severed arms were scattered, and cries of agony filled the air. The dark red blood stained the land, emitting a pungent, unpleasant stench. Not far ahead, the Onwu Kingdom's army was still fighting against the Qin Shura army. The sounds of battle could still be heard clearly even from such a distance. Let the army retreat. Xia Yuan's tone was flat, but tinged with a sense of powerlessness. General, shouldn't we do it now? Go, do as I say, and withdraw the army. Xia Yuan interrupted Zhang Yizhi before he could finish speaking. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yizhi hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. Yes, General. Yang Wei, standing to the side, responded loudly. Then, amidst the complex gazes of the generals, Yang Wei led a small squad of soldiers onto their war horses and galloped forward. Silence. Silence. For a moment, no one spoke. After a long while, Xia Yuan looked up at the dark night sky, his expression somewhat forlorn. Sigh? He let out a deep sigh. I miscalculated. This general has miscalculated. The Azura army, the Azura army. The Qin dynasty? You've really given this general a big surprise. Chapter 278 Meeting between the two parties. Xia Yuan's current state is somewhat strange. 3 parts madness, 3 parts excitement, 3 parts loneliness, and 1 part self-deprecation. Xia Yuan was one of the 10 grand marshals of the Anwu Kingdom. Given its status and location, its strength should not be underestimated. However, this is the same person who led an army of 500,000 to attack the rebels of Daqin in Shiliang Prefecture, but he encountered setbacks one after another. This left Xia Yuan with very mixed feelings. Seeing this, the surrounding generals all looked like they wanted to say something but found themselves at a loss for words. The strange situation only ended when Yang Wei returned to report. After Yang Wei issued the order to retreat, Anwu's army gradually stopped their pursuit and turned back towards the main camp. With the enemy forces no longer pursuing them, the Azura army gradually came to a halt. Xie Yongxiu shook his broadsword to wipe the blood off the blade, then stood in front of the army, watching the departing figures of the Anwu Kingdom's army. "General, should we charge in?" a squad leader asked. "No, thank you." Xie Yongxiu shook his head. "The main reason our army was able to launch a successful night raid tonight is that our army has never appeared on the battlefield before. Now that our army is known to the enemy, there is no point in launching another attack. Let's retreat. We need to return to our original position. There is still an enemy force stationed on the right side of the defensive line. We need to guard against that enemy force. Otherwise, allowing that group of enemy troops to put pressure on our defenses would be extremely disadvantageous to our army." Upon hearing this, all the generals of the Azura army nodded in agreement. "Let's go back to camp now and get some rest so we can have a good fight with that enemy army tomorrow," Xie Yongxiu said with a slight smile. Then, the Azura army withdrew from this place. In this battle, the Azura army suffered over 2,000 casualties, but only 800 were wounded. Such damage is already a very serious loss for the Azura army. However, on Anwu Kingdom's side, the losses were even more severe. The death toll exceeded 4,000, and the number of wounded was unknown. This achievement is enough for the Azura army. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, as dawn broke, countless wisps of smoke rose from the border of Lansong County. "The weather is terrible today." Dark clouds obscured the sun, a sense of oppression hung in the air, and the sweltering heat made people very uncomfortable. Boom! A sudden clap of thunder, and the weather changed dramatically. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A light drizzle began to fall. Rain. They came as soon as they were told. It started as a light drizzle, but it didn't last long before the rain intensified. The rain poured down. On the battlefield, the rain washed away the blood, leaving behind a ground covered with pale, colorless limbs and severed bodies. It seems that even God is trying to stop this battle. On such a rainy day, neither the Qin nor the Anwu Kingdom had any intention of starting a war. However, the corpses left on the battlefield need to be dealt with. Otherwise, if so many corpses piled up there over time, it would easily trigger a plague. The problem is that in yesterday's battle, neither side could gain the upper hand, so who should clean up the battlefield first has become an issue. Just then, an empty-handed soldier from Anwu Kingdom ran towards the Qin defense line in the pouring rain. The guards on the city wall spotted the soldier. "Should we shoot? It's just one person. Let's see how it goes first." A moment later, the soldier sent by Anwu Kingdom arrived at the foot of the Qin defense line wall. He looked up and shouted to the soldiers on the wall. "By order of the general, we request that Great Qin send someone to the middle of the battlefield to discuss the matter of clearing the battlefield." "Wait, we'll go report right away," the guard on the city wall replied. Then, a soldier hurriedly left. A moment later, upon receiving the news, Ho Lingxiu and her companions braved the heavy rain to reach the city wall. Looking at the enemy soldier below the city wall, the group exchanged glances, and Yi Mingjie spoke first. "What are your thoughts on this matter? How else can we look at it?" Tang Yangyu shook his head. "The other side is not lying about this. They really want to discuss the cleanup of the battlefield with our army." "That's right. Anwu Kingdom really wants to discuss the matter of clearing the battlefield with us," Luo Xingho echoed. Both men had served as generals in Anwu Kingdom and were quite familiar with the unwritten rules of the battlefield. In battles between two armies, if no clear victor emerges, the task of clearing the battlefield will be discussed by representatives from both sides. The outcome of the discussions will not be discussed for now. However, the corpses left on the battlefield must be dealt with as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the conflict drags on and causes a plague, it would be an undesirable outcome for both sides. Seeing that the two said this, Ho Lingxiu and the others did not suspect anything. After all, it was just a matter of discussing how to clean up the battlefield, which was not a big deal. Then who among us will go and discuss this matter with the enemy? Baijian asked. Upon hearing this, the group's gazes swept over the others, eventually settling on Yi Mingjie. Why are you all looking at me like that? Yi Mingjie looked bewildered. You don't mean you want me to discuss this matter, do you? Upon hearing this, Ho Lingxiu and the others nodded without hesitation. No. Yi Yi Mingjie was at a loss for words. Sigh? He let out a deep sigh. I'll go. Yi Mingjie's tone was full of helplessness. Discussing the cleanup of the battlefield with the enemy was not a big deal. However, as a general of the Azure Dragon Army, he had engaged in a fierce battle with the left-wing army of Anwu Kingdom yesterday. If we send him to discuss this matter with the other party now, what if they see his extraordinary status and try something underhanded? However, Yi Mingjie led a few personal guards to the middle of the battlefield. After waiting for a while, when he saw the Anwu Kingdom's army approaching, he completely dispelled his previous idea. When discussing the cleanup of the battlefield, Xia Yuan personally led Yang Wei, Feng Shichang, and 10 personal guards to the center of the battlefield. The moment the two sides met, Yang Wei and Yi Mingjie's expressions froze simultaneously, their faces filled with murderous intent. As the saying goes, enemies are especially hostile when they meet. However, neither of them were ordinary people, and they quickly adjusted their mindset. Yang Wei stepped forward and whispered in Xia Yuan's ear. General, this man is a general of the Azure Dragon Army of the Great Qin Dynasty. He is quite strong and is extremely skilled with both a pistol and a knife. Xia Yuan looked surprised, carefully examined Yi Mingjie, and nodded almost imperceptibly. While Xia Yuan was looking at Yi Mingjie was also sizing up Xia Yuan. Seeing that the other party was able to stand in front of Yang Wei, it was clear that their status was definitely not ordinary. At least not lower than Yang Wei. Yi Mingjie adjusted his mindset and said in a deep voice, There's no need for formalities. Tell me how you plan to clean up the battlefield. Chapter 279 The rain has stopped. He's quite a straightforward person. Xia Yuan smiled, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. A general who could use both swords and spears was indeed a talented person. Pity, they are not from Anwu Kingdom. In yesterday's battle, neither our army nor the Qin army emerged victorious. Logically speaking, the matter of cleaning up the battlefield should not be mentioned before the outcome of the battle is decided. But this rain today, if the bodies of those soldiers who died on the battlefield are not properly disposed of, a plague may break out in the long run. If the plague breaks out, both our armies will be sinners. So, my suggestion is that each army send 2,000 men to the battlefield to collect the bodies of their fallen soldiers. However, apart from the soldiers' corpses, neither side's soldiers are allowed to touch the other weapons, arrows, or similar items. Those things belong to the victors. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingjie nodded in agreement without hesitation. Our army agrees to this proposal. After saying that, Yi Mingjie raised his hand and waved to his personal guards, signaling them to prepare to leave. Let's go. Xia Yuan and the others stood there, watching Yi Mingjie and his group disappear into the heavy rain, getting further and further away. Xia Yuan did not stop him, nor did he say another word. The reason I came here in person is simply to see up close what kind of people the Qin dynasty sent to discuss this matter are like. This also reveals what kind of Qin dynasty it was. Although this statement has been made before, it does reveal something about it. Let's go back too. Xia Yuan gave a shout and turned to walk into the Anwu Kingdom's camp. Yes, General. Yang Wei and the others replied in unison, and then followed suit. Not long after, both the Qin and Anwu states sent 2,000 soldiers to the battlefield to clean up the bodies of their fallen soldiers. As for those knives, guns, arrows, and so on, both side soldiers did as agreed and did not touch anything. It took 2,000 men most of the day to clean up the corpses on the battlefield, leaving only weapons, arrows, and shields scattered on the ground. The sky gradually darkened. The rain was still falling, and it seemed there was no sign of it stopping. Because of the rain, both sides had to postpone their plans to continue fighting. No one would want to fight in the rain unless absolutely necessary. This also gave the soldiers on both sides time to rest. But all the soldiers and generals on both sides knew in their hearts that as soon as the rain stopped, it meant that the battle would continue. So, soldiers from both armies cherished this hard-won time. After all, no one knows whether they will die in the next great battle. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Over the past 3 days, the rain has been sometimes heavy and sometimes light, but it has never stopped for a moment. However, at this moment, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and a light drizzle drifted in with the wind, leaving the fields already filled with puddles. Sky, it's going to clear up. Inside the camp of the Anwu Kingdom's army, Xia Yuan stood outside the tent, his hands behind his back, gazing at the distant sky. General, the rain is about to stop. We need to. Yang Wei didn't say what we wanted, nor was it necessary to say. Phew. Xia Yuan let out a long breath. Go and prepare. It should be tomorrow. Yes, General. Yang Wei replied respectfully and turned to leave. The Qin defense line. Ho Lingxiu and the others stood on the city wall, gazing into the distance. At a glance, the area ahead was filled with puddles of all sizes and varying depths. The rain is about to stop. Yes, the rain will stop soon. It's been 3 days, it's time to stop. The group chatted idly, making no sense. But in reality, they all understood what the rain stopping meant. All right, stop lamenting here. Go get some rest for the night. Tomorrow will be a tough battle. Ho Lingxiu said calmly, then turned and left. Yi Mingjie and the others watched Ho Lingxiu's departing figure, then looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Let's go. The border between Qingtian County and Lanchang County. On the muddy road, a group of attractive female soldiers, each holding an oil paper umbrella, walked slowly forward. Crunch, crunch. Behind the group of female soldiers were several ornately decorated carriages, which creaked as they moved. Behind the carriage were 3,000 logistics soldiers dressed in straw raincoats. At this moment, Cheng Yufu rode her warhorse to the side of the most luxurious carriage and respectfully said, Master, we have already entered the territory of Lansang County. Not long after she finished speaking, the carriage curtain was lifted, and Shiyu leaned out, smiling brightly as she said, Sister Yufu, the master tells you to just follow the plan. Okay, I understand. Cheng Yufu smiled and responded, then turned her horse around and rode forward. Shiyu watched for a while, then shrank back into the carriage. A moment later, the carriage window was pushed open from the inside, and Qin Anyang looked at the scenery slowly passing by outside with a serene expression. It has been 5 days since we set off from the Qin Imperial City. If it weren't for the heavy rain, we would have already set foot in Lansang County. Why would it have taken so long? I don't know if fighting has broken out at the front. Husband, don't worry. Ho Lingxiu and the others are at the front lines. There won't be any problems, Luo Qinghuan said softly. I naturally trust Ho Lingxiu and the others, Qin Anyang said with a smile, shaking his head. Humph. Luo Qinghuan snorted lightly. Seeing that her husband's words didn't match his true feelings, she was too lazy to expose him. You're clearly worried about the fighting on the front lines, but you have to pretend to be indifferent. Isn't that exhausting? Aren't you tired? How could I not be tired? Luo Qinghuan shook her head slightly, got up and walked forward, standing behind Qin Anyang, reaching out to put her arm around his waist and leaning against Qin Anyang's back. Qin Anyang was stunned for a moment. Then a smile appeared on his lips as he reached out and covered his soft hands in front of his lower abdomen. Neither the husband nor wife spoke. Many things don't actually need to be said. The other person will understand. The sisters, Xia and Xiaoya, stood to the side, watching this heartwarming scene with smiles. The rain has stopped. The rain, which had been falling for 3 days and 3 nights, stopped at this moment. The group moved slowly forward, and when they reached the next fork in the road, they turned right. No one knew that such a team had entered Lansang County. No, it's not that nobody knows. It's just that those who do know are mostly farmers. Neither side engaged in the battle on the front lines knew about it. All of this was done intentionally by Qin Anyang. What he was about to do was something that absolutely could not be known to the hundreds of thousands of troops of Anwu Kingdom. In order to ensure the smooth completion of this matter, he even kept it a secret from Hou Lingxiu and others. Throughout the entire Qin dynasty, apart from Luo Qinghuan and Qin Suxin, no one else knew what Qin Anyang was about to do. Chapter 280 All troops, listen to my command. Attack. A gentle morning breeze blows, and the first rays of dawn appear. After 3 days and 3 nights of rain, the sun came out, and the weather cleared up. Along the border of Lansan County, countless wisps of smoke had long since risen from the chimneys. Both the Qin dynasty and the Anwu Kingdom were preparing for today's war. How will this battle be fought, and how will it turn out? Neither side knew the answer at that time. But this battle will definitely happen. In 3 days, the Anwu Kingdom's army had completed the upgrade of the shields. We won't talk about the appearance for now, but it won't affect their use. After being able to defend against the Qin's powerful crossbows, the Qin's only advantage at this point was that earthen wall. So, does Xia Yuan still have a reason not to send troops? As early as yesterday, when the rain was about to stop, Xia Yuan summoned all the generals in the army to discuss today's battle. The outcome of the discussion was clear. We need to beat them hard. When the 500,000-strong army entered Shilyang, there were more than 470,000 soldiers still able to fight. Of the 470,000 troops, only 100,000 were elite. No. After the fighting of the past few days, only 96,000 of the original 100,000 elite troops remained. With 96,000 elite troops, they are fully capable of fighting against an army of 150,000 without being defeated in a head-on battle. So, Xia Yuan was extremely confident that he could win this battle, defeat the Qin rebels, and advance into Qintian County. The sky was fully bright. A fiery red sun slowly rose into the sky. In front of the camp of the Anwu Kingdom's army, 300,000 troops stood here, arranged in 30 square formations, with 10,000 troops in each formation. In front of each formation stood 2 generals, 1 chief, and 1 deputy. At the very front were Yang Wei and a group of higher-ranking generals. General Xia Yuan stood opposite the army on a temporary, high platform. The platform is about 5 meters high. Not very tall, but not short either. Xia Yuan stood on the high platform, holding the hilt of an exquisite command sword in both hands. The tip of the sword stuck in the wooden floor between the soles of his feet. Scan it from left to right. Scan it from front to back. Xia Yuan surveyed the 300,000-strong army before him and said in a deep voice, "Fellow soldiers, the traitorous Qin dynasty is attempting to overthrow the century-old foundation of my Anwu Kingdom. Today, our army will make these traitors realize how ridiculous and absurd their ideas are. Anwu Kingdom is not something that a group of rebels can shake. Today, they will pay the price for their foolish actions. The price is their lives. Only death can make these foolish rebels realize they are wrong." Ahead, as he spoke, Xia Yuan raised the command sword in his hand, pointing it forward. That is the defensive line built by the rebels. The traitors are delusional to try to stop our army's progress in redressing the injustice with that weak line of defense. Soon, our army will show them with its strength that defensive line is so fragile in our eyes. All troops, listen to my command. Attack. As soon as the order to attack was given, the generals took the lead in action, and they began to mobilize their troops according to the attack tactics they had discussed the night before. The 300,000-strong army was slowly mobilized. First to set off for the front lines was a hastily assembled army of 50,000 men, carrying shields, ladders, and battering rams. The first wave of the siege will be launched by this hastily assembled army of 50,000. To put it bluntly, they were sent up to wear down the enemy's strength and serve as cannon fodder for their weapons. Of course, even being cannon fodder has its advantages. The first soldier to stand on the city wall, whether dead or alive, will receive a very high reward. To live a life of advancement and wealth. Even in death, one can bring blessings to one's descendants. So, even in the cannon fodder battalion, Many soldiers were willing to risk their lives for this opportunity. In this world of constant war and chaos, where even having enough to eat is a problem, it is possible to exchange one's lowly life for a lifetime of wealth for one's family. That's enough. However, not everyone thinks that way. There are quite a few people who are afraid of death. But some things are beyond their control, otherwise they wouldn't be here today. The rewards for siege battles are generous. But those rewards were earned with one's life. The 50,000 hastily assembled troops set off first, followed by another 50,000 elite troops. These 50,000 elite troops will be the key to determining the outcome of this siege. After that, a hastily assembled army of 50,000, along with 50,000 support soldiers, set off. 200,000 troops were mobilized in a grand procession. The remaining 100,000 troops will be led by Yang Wei to the left flank of the Qin defense line to launch an attack on Qin from the left and disperse Qin's forces. Xia Yuan was well aware of his own advantages and the disadvantages of the Qin dynasty. Enwuo's army had the advantage of sheer numbers. On the Qin side, although they had powerful crossbows and a defensive line of questionable quality, they had a fatal flaw: few people. So, by spreading out the battle lines and dispersing the Qin soldiers, their strength can be reduced, allowing the Qin to defeat the Qin with superior numbers. 300,000 troops launched a massive attack on the Qin defense line. The fields were filled with puddles of all sizes. But these puddles could not stop the army's advance. Fortunately, Lancang County has a wide and flat territory. Otherwise, it would not have been able to accommodate such a large army advancing at the same time. The advance of the 200,000-strong frontal assault army was not fast. They carried a lot of supplies for the siege, so even if they wanted to be fast, they couldn't be fast. In addition, they had to wait for Yang Wei's 100,000-strong army to reach the left side of the Qin defense line. And this period of time will not be very long. At that time, 200,000 troops launched an attack from the front, while 100,000 troops from the left followed suit, and another 50,000 troops from the right flank harassed the enemy. After removing the 350,000 troops, there were still 120,000 troops remaining in the camp. These 120,000 troops serve as a reserve force, to be deployed or not depending on the situation. And Xia Yuan, this time, he personally went to the front lines to command the siege. This city isn't very well organized. The Qin defense line. Yi Mingjie, Bai Zhan, Ho Lingxiu, Zhu Hua, Pang Liren, Tang Yangyu, and Luo Xingho arrived at the earthen wall early in the morning. Standing on the earthen wall, the 7 men looked at the muddy puddle at their feet, their faces full of worry. A heavy rain that lasted for 3 days and 3 nights destroyed a significant portion of the earthen wall. Not to mention it's no longer as sturdy as before. The city walls, covered in mud, were extremely disadvantageous for the soldiers' combat operations. Sigh. Yi Mingjie sighed deeply. Looks like even God isn't on our side. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other 6 people present all turned somewhat unpleasant. A rain shower. A rain that lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. This had a truly detrimental effect on the Qin dynasty. Chapter 281. The enemy launches a general offensive. Although the city wall was damaged, this rain is not without its benefits for our army. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingjie and the others turned to look at Ho Lingxiu, their eyes filled with doubt. General Ho, what do you mean by that? Yi Mingjie asked. You'll see when you look outside the city, Ho Lingxiu said, pointing to the outside of the city. Upon hearing this, the group looked in the direction Ho Lingxiu pointed and saw that the fields outside the city were covered with puddles of all sizes. A puddle? Yi Mingjie and the others were filled with doubt, and Ho Lingxiu, as if she knew what they were wondering, spoke up. That heavy rain certainly had a significant impact on our army, but it was equally challenging for the enemy. This place was originally a rice paddy with relatively loose soil. After this 3-day-long irrigation by the army, the ground will become extremely soft. If the enemy wants to launch an attack on our troops on this kind of ground, it will be extremely difficult for them to move. And don't forget, nearly half of those 3 miles of pits outside the defensive line still haven't been filled in. Even those previously filled in pits will become extremely soft after being soaked by rainwater, which will have a great impact on the enemy's march. The enemy dares to attack our army simply because they are protected by shields and are not afraid of the powerful crossbows of our great Qin. However, when launching an attack on our army on this kind of ground, the enemy troops have extremely poor balance when marching and may face the risk of falling at any time. Once an enemy soldier falls, it will trigger a chain reaction, and they will also be exposed to crossbow fire. And that will be the time for our great Qin to unleash its full power. Hou Lingxiu's words immediately put Yi Mingjie and the others at ease. The rain had some negative impacts on both sides, but this outcome was not unacceptable to them. After all, the rice paddies outside the city were originally quite firm due to the lack of rain for many days. However, due to the rain, the soil has become loose, and the flowing water will definitely have a significant impact on the march of Anwu Kingdom's army. To be honest, the impact of this rain was even smaller for the Qin side. Just then, a scout ran back from directly in front. I stumbled and fell several times while running in a hurry. However, even after falling multiple times, nothing could stop the scout's running pace. Each time he fell, the scout would immediately get up and continue running towards the defensive line. Even when passing through the Sanli Qingdong area, it slipped twice. But this still couldn't stop the scouts from running. When the scout arrived at the earthen wall, he was covered in mud from head to toe, but he didn't care. He shouted anxiously at the wall. The enemy has launched a general offensive. There were no unnecessary words, just 6 short characters. It wasn't that the scout didn't want to report more detailed information, but rather that this was all the information he had gathered. The Anwu Kingdom's army launched a general offensive. This was a matter of utmost importance. The sooner this message is sent back, the more time the Qin dynasty will have to prepare for the enemy. Keep exploring. Yes, General. The scout shouted back, then turned and hurriedly left the area, running towards the direction of the Anwu Kingdom's army. Yi Mingjie turned to face the group and said with a grave expression, "As expected, the enemy has launched a general offensive against our army today. Everyone, let's get moving." Upon hearing this, the 6 people nodded in silence. They had anticipated that the enemy would most likely launch an attack the day after the rain stopped. After all, this rain lasted for 3 whole days. 3 days is no big deal for the Qin dynasty. In fact, the longer the delay, the happier they are. But it was a different story for Anwu's army. Anwu Kingdom is eager to redress the injustice. So once the shields are ready, relying on its superior troop strength, it is highly likely that it will launch a general offensive immediately. Both sides had anticipated this battle. So, when they learned that the enemy was about to launch a general offensive, Yi Mingjie and his 6 companions remained calm, as if they didn't take the matter seriously at all. That's not actually the case. It was precisely because they were so concerned about this battle that the 7 of them had these expressions. Then, the 7 immediately acted according to the agreed plan. The front of the defensive line was guarded by the Azure Dragon Army and the White Tiger Army on rotation, plus 6,000 Vermilion Bird Army and 5,000 Black Tortoise Army. In addition, there were 20,000 logistics soldiers to assist in the defense of the earthen wall. The left flank of the defensive line is guarded by the Liang Army and the Xingho Army, plus 2,000 Juke Army soldiers and 10,000 logistics soldiers. The Liang Army is the main force for defense, while the Xingho Army is secondary, also responsible for support. On the right side of the defensive line, due to the presence of the Shuro Army, only the Vanguard Army was stationed there, along with 2,000 Vermilion Bird Army soldiers and 10,000 logistics soldiers to assist. In this battle, all the forces that Qin sent to Lansong County, regardless of their strength, were put to use. Not a single person was idle. Time passed second by second. It's almost 9 a.m. The sun was high in the sky, the sunlight was incredibly hot, and the temperature was gradually rising. Judging from this, it would probably be even hotter than a few days ago. On the defense line, Yi Mingjie, Bai Zhan, and Hou Lingxiu stood side by side on the earthen wall, looking straight ahead. When a black line appeared at the edge of the field, Yi Mingjie murmured, "They're here." As soon as he finished speaking, the black line grew thicker and thicker. This also indicates that the enemy is getting closer and closer to them. "Yuan, get ready," Hou Lingxiu said. "Yes, General." Yuen accepted the order and turned to the members of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army, giving the command. Vermilion Bird Army First Squad, listen to my command. Prepare to fire the second-generation crossbow. After Yuen issued the order, the 1,000 female soldiers of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army were immediately mobilized. 3-meter-long crossbow bolts were already piled up next to the second-generation crossbow. All that was needed was to pick them up and load them. War. The key is manpower, material resources, and financial resources. The battle has dragged on for so long, and the supplies consumed on the defensive line are enormous. Especially the crossbow bolts of the second-generation crossbow. The second-generation crossbow had very few bolts to begin with, only 5,000. The battle just 3 days ago consumed nearly 3,000 of them. With just over 2,000 points remaining, it's simply not enough to handle the upcoming battle. In 3 days, the Qin dynasty also transported a lot of supplies, including 3-meter-long crossbow bolts. But that's only 600. 600 crossbow bolts, plus the more than 2,000 bolts reserved, were still not enough. But there's no way around it. The enemy won't wait for you to have everything ready. Soon, the 1,000 female soldiers of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army loaded their second-generation crossbows, ready to fire at any moment. Chapter 282, The War Begins. Tap, tap, tap. The person arrived before the voice. The sound of the marching footsteps of 300,000 troops could be heard long ago. But 100,000 of them separated from the main force and marched towards the left flank of the Qin defense line. And all of this was exactly as Yi Mingjie and his 6 companions had predicted. Time passed second by second. Xia Yuan led an army of 200,000 to fight against the rebellion, launching a frontal attack and getting closer and closer to the Qin defense line. 4,000 meters. 3,500 meters. 3,000 meters. From the moment they stepped into the 3,000-meter mark, the vanguard of Anwugua's anti-corruption army seemed to have crawled out of a quagmire. Covered in mud. This is what the initial 50,000 troops looked like at this moment. However, their real nightmare has only just begun. The first row of soldiers continued marching forward. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Before they could even take their 4th step, one of the lucky individuals vanished from everyone's sight in a flash. Careful. Stop. Don't go any further. Everyone be careful. Such sounds rang out incessantly. Several soldiers stepped forward and used the shafts of their spears to pull the soldier who was stuck in the mud pit out. A group of people stood around the mud pit, looking at the murky water in front of them, their faces grim. At this moment, Xia Yuan came over after hearing the news. What happened? Why did it stop? Upon hearing this, a group of soldiers looked at Xia Yuan and respectfully greeted him. General. Then, one of the soldiers pointed to the murky puddle ahead and said, General, a soldier was marching here when he fell in. If it weren't for the timely rescue, I'm afraid. The soldier didn't say what he was afraid of, but everyone present knew what he was going to say next. Xia Yuan frowned, looked at the murky puddle in front of him, and then looked ahead, looking at it at a glance. All that could be seen ahead were puddles of all sizes, with one puddle every 2 or 3 meters horizontally and vertically. This sight caused Xia Yuan's face to darken. Give me that spear. Here you are, General. A soldier handed him a long spear. Xia Yuan took the spear, walked to a puddle, gripped the spear, and thrust it into the puddle. As expected, the spear pierced the water's surface and easily plunged into a puddle, the shaft disappearing from sight. Seeing that only a short section of the more than 2-meter-long spear remained on the water, Xia Yuan's face darkened. He sheathed his spear and handed it to the soldier. General, what should we do now? Zhang Yizhi asked. The other generals also cast questioning glances at them. Beat? Or not to fight? This is a very serious problem facing them. The 3-mile-long area of pits would have a significant impact on the army's march and subsequent attacks. Right now, the best option is not to fight. Should we really retreat? Honestly, none of the generals present, regardless of rank, wanted to retreat at this time. Beat, Xia Yuan said with a cold face. He didn't want to delay any longer. The longer the delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for Anwu Kingdom's army. So, this battle is a must. And it has to be now. Beat them hard. Avoid those puddles and continue the attack. Yes, General. Yes, General. Upon receiving the order, the generals dispersed and returned to their respective ranks. Then, 200,000 troops were mobilized once again. The vanguard of 50,000 troops, divided into squads of 20 men each, with 4 men carrying shields and the remaining 16 following behind, slowly advanced, avoiding the puddles. The presence of the puddles caused considerable trouble for the army's march, but it did not stop them from advancing. 2,800 meters, 2,500 meters, 2 kilometers, 1,800 meters. When Enwu's vanguard of the anti-corruption army reached 1,800 meters, on the defense line, Ho Lingxiu gave the order. Begin firing. Yes, General. Upon receiving the order, Yuan immediately commanded the 1,000 female soldiers of the 1st Squad of the Vermilion Bird Army. Vermilion Bird Army 1st Squad, listen to my command. Open fire on the enemy. At Yuan's command, the 1,000 female soldiers of the 1st Squad of the Vermilion Bird Army pulled the triggers of the 2nd-generation crossbows without hesitation. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 33-meter-long crossbow bolts flew out at extremely high speed towards the enemy troops in front. At this time, Enwu's 50,000-strong vanguard army, tasked with suppressing rebellions, continues to advance. The short distance of just over a kilometer caused them considerable trouble. I fall down every now and then. Every time someone falls, it drags a group of people down with them, ranging from 5 or 6 to more than a dozen. Just then, one of the 4 soldiers in a squad of 20, who was holding a shield, slipped and fell down, along with the other 3. Just as the 4 men fell to the ground, a 3-meter-long crossbow bolt flew from the front. The dozen or so soldiers stared wide-eyed as the crossbow bolts flew towards them, completely dumbfounded. Some quick-thinking soldiers immediately opened their mouths, intending to shout loudly to alert the other soldiers. However, before he could even utter a word, the crossbow bolts, like a string of candied hawthorns, pierced through all 6 men before finally embedding themselves in the ground. The 6 men who were shot were impaled on the crossbow bolts, their life force long gone, their eyes wide open in death. Watch out for crossbow bolts. Everyone, watch out for the rebels' crossbows. The rebels have made their move. Everyone be careful. The soldiers' shouts rang out, but it was too late. The first wave of 30 crossbow bolts had all been fired into the army. Except for 2 crossbow bolts that missed, the remaining 28 bolts killed about 150 people. But this was only the first wave of fire. More than 2,000 3-meter-long crossbow bolts, 30 bolts per wave, were enough to fire more than 20 waves. 20-odd volleys of 2nd-generation crossbow fire were enough to inflict considerable damage on the Anwu Kingdom's army. Raise your shields. If you don't want to die, hold up your shields. Quick, go pick up those shields and keep moving forward while holding them up. The soldiers of the vanguard of Anwu's anti-retrogression army reacted very quickly, although they were just a group of militia temporarily formed and had not been trained. But in a life or death crisis, instinct compels them to do so. Only by doing that can there be a glimmer of hope. In fact, there was absolutely nothing wrong with what they did. It did indeed work. With the defenses in place, most of the crossbow bolts were blocked by the shields when the second wave of bolts came. The powerful impact of the crossbow bolts put considerable pressure on the soldiers holding up their shields, but they failed to penetrate the shields. This result greatly boosted the morale of Anwu Kingdom soldiers. Brothers, charge. Ha! We've blocked it. We've blocked it. The shields have blocked the rebels' crossbow fire. Brothers, charge. Chapter 283 The Clash of Shields and Arrows. The shields blocked the crossbow bolts fired by the Qin dynasty's powerful crossbows, greatly boosting the morale of the Anwu Kingdom's army. Kill them. Brothers, charge. Raise your shields and advance slowly. In an instant, excited shouts rang out from the army. A faint smile appeared on Xia Yuan's face. With the threat of the crossbows neutralized, the group of rebels became no threat. They were easily dealt with. All troops advance. Xia Yuan roared, his strength reaching the 4th rank, and his roar echoed in the ears of every soldier on the battlefield. Upon receiving the order, The 200,000-strong army roared in unison. Kill! A deafening killing sound echoed across the sky. On the defense line, Ho Lingxiu's expression turned somewhat grim when he saw that most of the crossbow bolts were blocked by the enemy. General Ho, the enemy's shields have been upgraded and can now withstand our crossbow fire. Do you have a way to deal with this? Yi Mingjie asked with a worried expression, while Bai Zhan and Zhu Hua also cast expectant glances at Ho Lingxiu. Powerful crossbow. It has always been a powerful weapon that the Qin dynasty was proud of. It was precisely because of the existence of the crossbow that the Qin dynasty was able to reach its current state. Otherwise, even if it had not been wiped out by the Shiliang army, it would have been in a state of decline. And now, the powerful crossbows were countered by the enemy. The mere sight of an enlarged shield neutralizing the threat of the crossbows was undoubtedly extremely bad news for the Qin dynasty. Ho Lingxiu did not answer Yi Mingjie's question. Vermilion Bird Army, heed my command. Except for the second-generation crossbows, all first-generation crossbows, aim at the enemy and unleash a rain of arrows. With Ho Lingxiu's order, the remaining 5,000 Vermilion Bird soldiers in the area were immediately mobilized. 5,000 people were controlling 2,000 crossbows. Each group consists of 5 people operating 2 crossbows, with 3 responsible for firing and 2 for loading the crossbows. It is naturally impossible for 5 people to complete this long and difficult task. Each group also has 2 support soldiers assisting them. As for crossbows, 20,000 crossbow bolts had already been piled up on the earthen wall. And that's not all. Once the crossbow bolts are used up, logistics soldiers immediately bring crossbow bolts from the camp to fill the gaps. As long as the crossbow stock in the camp is not depleted, the Vermilion Bird Army on the earthen wall must always have a sufficient supply of crossbow bolts. Soon, 5,000 Vermilion Bird soldiers loaded their first wave of crossbows. 3 Vermilion Bird soldiers operated the crossbows to fire, while 2 other Vermilion Bird female soldiers and 2 logistics soldiers immediately went to the next crossbow to load it. The earthen wall was covered in mud, and one could easily slip and fall if one wasn't careful. However, none of the soldiers who fell cried out in pain or stopped to rest. They immediately got up and continued to carry out their orders. Whoosh! The first whooshing sound signaled that the crossbows had begun firing. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. One after another, the sound of something cutting through the air rang out. 1,000 crossbow bolts, each 2 meters long, shot out from the earthen wall. The crossbow bolts are launched at a projectile angle towards the enemy. After reaching a certain range, the bolts lose momentum and, due to the weight of the arrowhead, begin to change their firing angle, shooting downwards at an angle. Watch out for a rain of arrows. Watch out for the rain of arrows overhead. The rebels have launched a hail of arrows. Be careful, everyone. Defense. Defense. The Anwu Kingdom's army had been on guard against the Qin's powerful crossbows raining down arrows. The moment the arrows came, countless soldiers and generals shouted to warn the soldiers in front. Quick! 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 Raise the shields. Brothers, give it your all. Raise the shields. Tiger, Erwa, quickly raise the shield. Immediately, the soldiers responsible for holding up the shields quickly raised them. After raising the shield, it was tilted slightly forward. The soldiers who had been walking behind the shields immediately moved forward and hid under the shields. Their movements were fast enough, very swift. However, the arrow rain was even faster. The arrows flew in a flash, striking the army. Puff down my hand thud. Suddenly, a jumble of sounds arose. Faced with the first wave of fire from the Qin crossbows, even though Anwu's 50,000-strong vanguard troops had already undergone some basic training, they were still caught off guard. Pity. Their reaction time was still not fast enough. The brain reacted, but the body couldn't. So much so that even though they knew they had to block, they just couldn't completely stop the rain of arrows. The soldiers reacted quickly and managed to raise their shields, blocking the incoming hail of arrows. Slow-reacting soldiers were hit by a hail of arrows before they could even raise their shields halfway. Result: it's either death or serious injury. Of course, most of them were not hit. After all, the first wave of crossbow fire only consisted of 1,000 bolts. But soon, a second volley of crossbow bolts came firing. This time, The vanguard of Onwu Kingdom's army was well prepared and completely unafraid of the barrage of crossbow bolts. Thump, thump, thump. The crossbow bolts struck the shields with a series of thud sounds. They struck the open fields with a series of plop sounds. The second wave of arrows did not result in a single death for the Onwu Kingdom's army, aside from a few soldiers who were injured by the powerful impact of the crossbow bolts. These results greatly boosted the morale of the soldiers in Onwu Kingdom's army. Haha, it's okay, we're fine. Ha. We've cracked the rebels' crossbows. They're useless now. Damn traitors, let's see what you'll use to fight us now that you've run out of crossbows. A bunch of traitors, just wait to die. For a time, almost all the soldiers were celebrating. How long ago was it? The existence of the crossbow was like a sword hanging over their heads, ready to fall at any moment. And now, with the threat of the crossbows eliminated, what else can stop their advance? No. Xia Yuan took in the army's performance, and his smile grew even wider. Does a bunch of rebels really think they can conquer the world with just a powerful crossbow? Without the corresponding strength to support it, giving you such a powerful weapon is meaningless. Just you wait. Soon, this powerful weapon, the crossbow, will belong to my Onwu Kingdom. At that time, my Onwu Kingdom. He stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence. His expression suddenly jolted, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. With the strength of a fourth-grade cultivator, Xia Yuan's perception is far superior to that of ordinary people. At that moment, a sense of crisis welled up in his heart. It's not targeting me, it's targeting. Chapter 280 for the Clash of Shields and Arrows 2. Yuan, make your move. Yes, General. Yuan replied loudly. Then, under the watchful eyes of Yi Mingjie, Bai Zhan, and Zhu Hua, the female soldiers of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army operated the second-generation crossbow and fired again. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A 3-meter-long crossbow bolt flew out, shooting towards the enemy at a slightly downward angle. At this time, all the soldiers in Onwu Kingdom's army were focused on the rain of arrows in the sky and did not notice the crossbow bolts coming from directly in front of them. They were still basking in the excitement of having withstood the barrage of crossbow bolts. However, the next moment, 30 crossbow bolts flew in. Careful! Xia Yuan roared angrily. His voice was loud, and he sounded very anxious. Unfortunately, it was too late. The soldiers at the front also noticed the crossbow bolts coming from ahead when Xia Yuan shouted, "Watch out!" However, they were not given any time to react. A group of soldiers watched helplessly as the crossbow bolts came hurtling towards them, their pupils contracting sharply and their faces showing terror. He opened his mouth, about to say something. Before they could even utter a word, they were pierced through by crossbow bolts. The crossbow bolts' powerful penetrating force directly tore and shredded the soldiers' flesh. This time, the crossbow bolts were fired without any warning. Of the 30 crossbow bolts fired, 6 missed, while the remaining 26 claimed the lives of at least 200 soldiers. However, these 30 crossbow bolts were nothing more than an appetizer. The real killing blow was those 1,000 crossbow bolts. Watch out for crossbow bolts. Watch out ahead. Damn it. Block the way. Help. Help them quickly. The vanguard of Onwu Kingdom's 50,000-strong army, especially the group of soldiers at the very front, immediately panicked. The happier they were before, the more panicked they are now. A group of soldiers holding shields immediately lowered their shields to block the area in front of them. However, their actions were indeed effective in preventing the Qin dynasty's second-generation crossbows from firing. But they forgot that the Qin dynasty also had a powerful crossbow. Furthermore, the main firepower in this battle came from a powerful crossbow. No sooner had a group of soldiers placed their shields in front of them than a rain of arrows fell from the sky. Careful! Watch out above. Up there. Quickly block the view from above. A group of untrained soldiers immediately panicked. They were just a group of militiamen who had been temporarily assembled and had absolutely no experience in battlefield matters. It all came down to nothing more than a few days of verbal instruction from those generals. But how much can verbal instruction really teach? Just like now, a group of soldiers were struggling to cope, completely unsure whether to block the front or the top. And this This also resulted in heavy casualties for them. Arrows rained down from the sky, and a group of soldiers had no time to react before being mercilessly shot to death. Only those soldiers who held up shields suffered almost no casualties. In addition, any soldier exposed to the rain of arrows who was hit by a crossbow bolt was either killed or maimed. Fortunately, the volley of arrows consisted of only 1,000 crossbow bolts. If a volley of arrows had been fired at the cost of 10,000 crossbow bolts, of these soldiers, less than 1 in 10 would have survived. Quickly hide under the shield. Quick, get behind the shield. A general's voice rang out on the battlefield. Upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately sprang into action, rushing toward the back of the shield. Just kidding, who would willingly give up a chance to live? On the defense line, Yi Mingjie and his 2 companions looked on with delight at the sight of the enemy's panic. Good, Yi Mingjie shouted excitedly. Seeing the crossbows kill the enemy soldiers was undoubtedly great news for him. Well done. Ha! General Ho, your Vermilion Bird army is truly remarkable. Bai Zhan and Zhu Hua couldn't help but offer their compliments, their faces beaming with smiles, clearly showing their good mood. However, unlike Yi Mingjie and the other 2 who were excited, Ho Lingxiu stared at the battlefield ahead with a solemn expression. The Vermilion Bird army's firing method can only catch the enemy off guard. Once the enemy realizes what's happening, it won't be as effective to use this firing method to kill them. That's how it is on the battlefield. Experience is accumulated gradually. The 5,000 Vermilion Bird soldiers were still maintaining a high intensity of fire, while the 1,000 female soldiers led by Yuan had to look for an opportunity to fire. Unfortunately, the 2nd-generation crossbow has a limited number of bolts, and every bolt must be used effectively. Of course, they can also use crossbow bolts from a powerful 1st-generation crossbow to fire. However, its strength isn't that great. All soldiers, listen up. Raise your shields and slowly advance forward in a half-crouching position. With a single command from Xia Yuan, his leadership skills and combat experience as the commander of an army of 500,000 were undoubtedly formidable. Faced with this situation, corresponding countermeasures were immediately taken. Quickly, do as the general says. Don't just stand there, raise your shields now. Everyone squat down, quick. Everyone squat down. The group of soldiers reacted quickly and immediately adopted the corresponding defensive posture according to Xia Yuan's orders. After they slightly raised their shields and hid behind them, the Qin crossbow bolts could no longer harm them as before. The number of casualties dropped to an extreme level in an instant. This outcome quickly calmed the panicked army and restored their morale. It works. The general's method works. A bunch of traitors. No matter how much you struggle, you are no match for us. They're just a bunch of grasshoppers. They'll only hop around a bit, and the outcome won't change anything. Everyone, get into position, we'll advance slowly. When you crouch down to walk, your speed will be very, very slow. As long as we don't get shot, it doesn't matter if it's slow, it just means it takes a little more time. Now, all the soldiers in Anwu Kingdom's vanguard crouched down and hid behind their shields, dragging their siege equipment forward. It's very, very slow, but it's very safe. Seeing this, Xia Yuan's worry slowly faded. Once the army gets close to that earthen wall, they can launch an attack on the rebels, rendering their crossbows useless. Even if it can still be used, its effectiveness will be greatly reduced. With their superior troop strength, they have no problem winning this battle. That's how war is. It may seem difficult, but the outcome is actually quite clear. Whichever side has the advantage will tip the scales of victory in their favor. If the other side has no way to break the deadlock, only defeat awaits them. Chapter 285 The Clash of Shields and Arrows 3. On the earthen wall, the smiles on Yi Mingjie and the other 2's faces vanished, replaced by a very solemn expression. General Ho, does the Vermilion Bird Army have any other way to deal with this? Yi Mingjie asked in a deep voice. Although Bai Zhan and Zhu Hua did not ask any questions, the expressions on their faces said it all. Ho Lingxiu frowned, her expression grave. Although powerful crossbows are strong, they are not invincible. A single shield is enough to break through a powerful crossbow. Certainly, the crossbows also caused considerable trouble for the enemy, but their strength was limited and they were unable to repel the enemy. Fire arrow rain. Ho Lingxiu ordered in a deep voice. Yes, General. A personal guard received the order, then raised the command flag and gave orders to the Vermilion Bird Army. Upon receiving the order, the Vermilion Bird Army immediately switched to specially made crossbows. After loading the gun, ignition, pull the trigger. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, 1,000 flaming arrows shot out, leaving extremely long trails in the air like meteors. A small portion of the arrows lost their flames mid-flight. The remaining arrows, carrying flames, were fired at the enemy. Yi Mingjie and his two companions watched this scene with great tension in their hearts and anticipation in their eyes. It has to work. This was the only thought in the minds of the three at that moment. Watch out for a rain of arrows. Damn it! The rebels have used a rain of fire arrows. Everyone be careful. Be careful not to let the shield get burned. The shouts of soldiers rang out from the Anwu Kingdom's army. Faced with the rain of fire arrows, they could only silently endure it, and dared not put out the fire until the rain of arrows ended. However, will the Vermilion Bird Army give them this opportunity? War is cruel and merciless. It's either you die or I live. After the first wave of fire arrows was fired, the 5,000 female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army did not stop and continued to fire a second wave of fire arrows. One wave after another. They would not stop firing the fire arrows or change their crossbow bolts until Ho Lingxiu gave the order to cease. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. A rain of flaming arrows struck the vanguard of Anwu Kingdom's army. The flaming crossbow bolt struck the shield, and the fuel on the arrowhead exploded instantly, splattering onto the shield. Boom. The shield was immediately ignited, and flames roared up. Damn it. Oh no. The shield is on fire. We must find a way to put out the fire, otherwise the shields will burn out if this continues. Quick, put out the fire with water. In an instant, behind those burning shields, many soldiers took off their helmets, filled the nearby reservoir with water, and poured it over the shields. Uft. Water splashed onto the flames, making a hissing sound. Several waves of water extinguished the flames on the shield. However, not all soldiers had it so easy. Some soldiers were struck by flying flaming crossbow bolts while pouring water and died on the spot. It's not a big deal if he dies, but his death would implicate the other soldiers behind the shield. The fuel on the arrowheads of the flaming arrows exploded upon hitting the target, splashing onto other soldiers. Boom. In an instant, a raging fire broke out. Ah! A scream immediately rang out. A group of soldiers engulfed in flames went berserk and ran around aimlessly. Most of the soldiers fell into the water pit. Those who were lucky managed to survive, while the rest were trapped in the mud. Without rescue, death is certain. But given the current situation, who would dare to go and rescue them? Another group, carrying flames, ran to the other soldiers. This move caused great trouble for the army. Many soldiers were doing their best to defend against the rain of fire arrows, but they were betrayed by these soldiers whose bodies were engulfed in flames. The fire spread, chaos ensued. The vanguard of the army was thrown into chaos. Ah! A group of soldiers screamed and ran around in all directions. Countless people fell into pits or tripped and fell. Xia Yuan watched this scene with a terribly gloomy expression. The existence of the fire arrow rain was indeed an unsolvable problem for the army. Unless the shields used by the army were completely covered with a layer of iron, and could also protect both the front and the top. Even if such shields could be made, they would never be deployed on the battlefield. That type of shield will cause great trouble for the army. However, we must find a solution to the current situation, otherwise this all-out offensive will end in failure. Xia Yuan had considered this scenario before the war began, but he hadn't expected that the Qin's rain of fire arrows would cause such serious trouble for the army. 3 shields surround. Xia Yuan roared and relayed the order. Upon receiving the order, the vanguard of the army immediately responded accordingly. The soldiers holding shields moved closer together, following the principle of proximity. The 3 groups merged into one. The 3 shields are combined into one shield. Of course, this combination is just about coming together. Then, the 12 shield-bearing soldiers raised their shields according to the method they had been trained on. Two shields are placed side by side in front, one raised to cover the top. In this way, 60 soldiers could hide behind shields, which would slow down the advance, but at least the safety issues would be greatly alleviated. The rain of fire arrows continued unabated. However, after the Onwu Kingdom's army took countermeasures, most of the fire arrows were blocked. The shield will still be ignited. However, the soldiers quickly extinguished the fire arrows with water, greatly limiting the trouble caused to the army by the rain of fire arrows. The rain, which caused considerable trouble for the Onwu Kingdom's army's attack, also provided them with significant assistance at this time. Without this water, they could only watch helplessly as the shields burned to ashes. The army gradually stabilized and advanced slowly with minimal casualties. On the defense line, the expressions on Yi Mingjie, Bai Zhan, and Zhu Hua's faces changed repeatedly. When they saw that Qin had the upper hand, the three of them would smile. When they saw that Nwugwa had the upper hand, the three of them would show a solemn expression. However, at this moment, seeing that the Onwu Kingdom's army had once again broken through the Vermilion Bird Army's offensive, the three of them wore solemn expressions again. This time, Yi Mingjie did not ask any more questions. The three looked at Ho Lingxiu with expectant eyes, hoping that Ho Lingxiu could come up with a solution to break the deadlock once again. However, Ho Lingxiu also had a solemn expression on her face at this moment. The Vermilion Bird Army has always had a smooth journey. When has it ever encountered such trouble? Worried Shadow. Exist. 32nd generation crossbows. Aim at one target and fire. Yes, General. Yu Ying accepted the order and immediately relayed it to the ears of the 1,000 female soldiers of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army. At the same time, she also pointed out the target of the 30 crossbows so that the 32nd generation crossbows could accurately shoot at the same target. Chapter 286 The Clash of Shield and Arrow. The shield wins. 30 powerful crossbows were aimed at the target. Put. At Yu Ying's command, the 30 female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army, who were operating second-generation crossbows, pulled the triggers without hesitation. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 30 crossbow bolts flew out and shot towards a single target. Yi Mingjie, Bai Zhan, and Zhu Hua stared intently ahead, their eyes filled with anticipation. In the blink of an eye, 30 crossbow bolts were fired at the vanguard of Onwu Kingdom's army. At this moment, the vanguard of Onwu Kingdom's army was slowly advancing forward in a three-shield encirclement formation. And at this moment, 33-meter-long crossbow bolts were fired at the small enemy squad closest to the defensive line directly in front of them. Thump! The first crossbow bolt struck the shield. The powerful force of the crossbow bolts struck the shields, causing the soldiers holding them to suffer immense impact. Hold on. Brothers, hang in there. Damn traitors, they're using crossbows again. What are you afraid of? Their crossbows can't break through our shields right now. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than 3-meter-long crossbow bolts came flying in one after another. Thump! Knock knock! 3 muffled thuds rang out, and the soldier holding the shield was instantly and severely injured by the powerful force of the crossbow bolts, dark red blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. I can't take it anymore. Someone needs to replace me. Quick! I can't hold on any longer. Quickly, someone come and help. Damn it, are these traitors insane? Why are they shooting at us? Quickly, go help them. Several soldiers quickly stepped forward to replace the wounded soldiers. They knew very well that without the protection of shields, death was likely to be their fate. Die. Nobody wants to die. From the moment they were forced onto the battlefield, who didn't want to go back alive? So, in a life or death crisis, no one will back down. However, the crossbow bolts did not give them that chance. Thump, thump, thump. 3 more crossbow bolts struck the shield. Under the powerful impact, the soldiers could no longer hold on, and even though they tried their best to grip the shields, they simply couldn't. The moment the scream rang out, the soldier holding the shield was finally forced to release his hands. Hold on, don't let go. Hurry, hurry, push it up. The soldiers moved quickly, but just as they reached out and touched the shields, before they could even get a firm grip on them, they were struck by crossbow bolts. Thump! A dull thud sounded. The powerful impact caught several soldiers off guard, causing them to stagger backward. This retreat. This also means the shield has been broken. Quick, get up there. Raise your shields. The urgent shouts of the soldiers nearby rang out, but it was already too late. A 3-meter-long crossbow bolt won't give them that chance. Oh, quickly pick up the shield. Hurry. Damn it. Without the protection of shields, the mortal bodies of a group of soldiers were like paper in front of crossbow bolts, easily pierced and torn apart. A volley of second-generation crossbow bolts killed or wounded more than 40 of the 60 soldiers. The remaining 20 men were also in grave danger under the barrage of flaming arrows. On the earthen wall, Yi Mingjie and the other two looked excited upon seeing this scene. It worked. The Vermilion Bird Army is indeed formidable. It's broken. It's broken. The enemy's shields have been broken. Hearing the excited shouts of Yi Mingjie and the other two, Ho Lingxiu frowned, her face serious, showing no excitement whatsoever. While the second-generation crossbows could break through enemy shields when firing in concentrated bursts, they were unable to inflict significant casualties on the enemy, not to mention stopping the enemy's advance. 30 second-generation crossbow bolts were needed to kill 60 enemy soldiers. If there were enough crossbow bolts, it would be fine. However, there are fewer than 3,000 second-generation crossbows in the camp. So what will we use to fight? Ho Lingxiu did not issue any further orders. At this point, she had no way to break the deadlock and could only watch the enemy army slowly advance. Get ready. Ho Lingxiu suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingjie and the other two were stunned, their smiles vanishing instantly, replaced by serious expressions. Ready? Given the current situation, what preparations can be made? The three exchanged glances and nodded in silence. It's just fighting, isn't it? The three armed forces are already ready. Enwugua's army advanced slowly. 1 kilometer, 900 meters, 800 meters. Every 100 meters of advance comes at a cost of numerous casualties. There may be hundreds or thousands of people. They were attacked when they were 1,500 meters away, and now nearly 5,000 soldiers have been killed. But these fallen soldiers were a group of militia members who had been hastily assembled. To put it bluntly, they're cannon fodder. In Xia Yuan's eyes, the death of a few thousand people was not a big deal at all. As long as we can breach the city walls, let alone the deaths of a few thousand people, what does it matter if 20 or 30,000 of the 50,000 militiamen die? Pass down the order. Catapults and archers, prepare to attack the rebels as soon as they are within range. Yes, General. A messenger received the order, and then 2 soldiers jogged towards the main army. Time passed second by second. The vanguard of Enwugua's army advanced another 500 meters. At this moment, the vanguard of the army was only 300 meters away from the Qin defense line. This distance is already quite close. A distance of 300 meters can be covered in a single charge. Leading troops, listen up. Abandon defense and charge the rebels. At Xia Yuan's command, the vanguard of the army threw down their shields without hesitation, gripped their broadswords, and charged forward with bamboo ladders. Charge. Kill them. Having reached this point, there is no reason to retreat, nor any chance to go back. Only by charging forward. Charge forward. Be the first soldier to stand on the city wall. As long as you can stand on it, even if you die, it won't be a wasted death. If you are lucky enough to survive, it doesn't matter if you are disabled. More than 40,000 troops launched an attack, creating a spectacular scene. The elite troops behind them were also ready to charge. Once the soldiers reach the city, it will be their turn to charge. 10,000 archers hid among the army, waiting for the right moment to advance and suppress the Qin soldiers inside the city walls with a rain of arrows. 20 catapults were positioned at the rear, ready to launch a siege attack at any moment. The siege is about to begin. Chapter 287 Siege War. Azure Dragon Army, prepare to meet the enemy. White Tiger Army, prepare to meet the enemy. Xuanwu Army, prepare to meet the enemy. Yi Mingjie, Bai Zhan, and Zhuhua issued their orders one after another. The soldiers of the 3 branches of the armed forces adopted a posture of being ready for battle. Them. We are already prepared for battle. Kill them. Charge. In front of the earthen wall, the vanguard of Onwu Kingdom's army charged towards this side. The group of soldiers who had abandoned their shields were incredibly fast. Covering 300 meters took them very little time. Shooting. Fire at full power. Halt the enemy's advance. Don't let them get near the city walls. Ho Lingxiu kept issuing orders to the Vermilion Bird Army. At this point in the battle, the Vermilion Bird Army had not been defeated, but it was as if they had been defeated. Even the most powerful crossbow is no match for a shield. At this time, when the enemy launches a charge and abandons their shields, it presents an excellent opportunity for the Vermilion Bird Army to fire. The 6,000 female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army were also well aware of this opportunity. They fired with all their might, just to kill as many enemies as possible. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. One crossbow bolt after another flew out, shooting straight at the enemy troops below the earthen wall, while the crossbow bolts stored on the earthen wall were being consumed rapidly. The crossbow bolts were fired at the enemy. Almost every crossbow bolt hit the enemy. However, the shooting angle within 300 meters is simply not enough to kill 5 or 6 people, or even 7 or 8 people, with a single arrow, as it was before. At this point, one arrow could kill at most 3 people. Most crossbow bolts can only kill one person. Even so, the Vermilion Bird Army's fighting prowess still instilled fear in the Onwu Kingdom's army. They don't know how many soldiers' lives they would have to sacrifice to reach that 300-meter distance. Soldiers in Onwu Kingdom's vanguard were constantly dying under the crossbow fire of the Vermilion Bird Army. Many soldiers were already considering retreating. However, they had no other choice at that moment. There is still a glimmer of hope ahead. From now on, death is certain. Once the army launches its charge, the soldiers at the forefront have no choice but to charge forward desperately. Even if the order to retreat is given, their chances of survival are extremely low. So, since death is imminent on both sides, it's better to fight with all our might now. If they can win this siege, they will not only avoid death, but will also receive considerable rewards. Those rewards are enough to ensure they will have no worries about food and clothing in the future. Soon, the soldiers running at the forefront reached the foot of the city wall. Quickly set up the ladder. Brothers, let's give it our all, take down the rebels, and we'll be promoted and make a fortune. Charge. Brothers, charge. The bamboo ladder was quickly erected. Several soldiers rushed forward, each holding a large sword in one hand, and climbing up the bamboo ladder with the other. And at this moment, the Qin garrison on the city wall was also mobilized. Want to go up to the city? You're asking for death. A soldier from the Azure Dragon army roared, raised his spear, and with a push of his feet, leaped into the air and landed steadily on the wall. Seeing the enemy soldiers climbing the bamboo ladder, the soldier did not hesitate to stick his spear against the wall, pry the top of the bamboo ladder, and twist it outwards with force. The Azure Dragon army soldier roared and used all his strength to push the bamboo ladder out. The bamboo ladder slowly tilted backward. The speed is getting faster and faster. Boom! The bamboo ladder crashed down, hitting the army and injuring many soldiers. Although no one was killed, the number of wounded was considerable. However, this was just a minor incident, and no soldiers paid any attention to it. They had only one goal at that moment: siege the city. One bamboo ladder after another was erected and placed against the earthen wall. One soldier after another climbed up the earthen wall. On the earthen wall, the soldiers of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise armies fought valiantly to block the enemy. The two sides officially began their siege. The Vermilion Bird Army continued to operate the powerful crossbows, firing at high intensity. Meanwhile, the Onwu Kingdom's army, after its vanguard reached the Qin defense line and launched a siege, also began its full-speed charge. Xia Yuan was stationed at the rear of the army, overseeing its movements. As the 150,000-strong army charged forward, and upon seeing the catapults approach within 500 meters, Xia Yuan unhesitatingly shouted the order: use catapults to launch stones and suppress the rebel defenders. After the order was given, the 20 catapults immediately stopped on the spot and began preparing to launch stones. On the earthen wall, Ho Lingxiu suddenly had a bad feeling. She looked up and scanned the enemy army, searching for any enemy soldiers who made her feel dangerous. When Ho Lingxiu saw the catapults, her pupils contracted sharply. Damn it! It's a catapult. Upon discovering the enemy's catapults, Ho Lingxiu immediately issued orders to the Vermilion Bird Army. All Vermilion Bird Army, listen to my command. Aim your fire at the enemy's catapults, about 500 meters ahead. Fire at full power, until the enemy's catapults are destroyed. Upon receiving the order, the Vermilion Bird Army immediately followed Ho Lingxiu's instructions and searched for the enemy's catapults at a distance of about 500 meters ahead. Upon inspection, they immediately discovered the location of the enemy's catapults. The enemy's catapults are over there. Quickly, adjust your target and fire. Oh no, the enemy's catapults are ready to launch their stones. Fire immediately, don't let them succeed. A sharp-eyed female soldier from the Vermilion Bird Army quickly located the catapults in the Anwu Kingdom's army. Then, they operated the crossbows to fire at the catapults until they were destroyed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. One crossbow bolt after another flew out, shooting towards the catapults in the Anwu Kingdom's army. A distance of about 500 meters is just a matter of a blink of an eye for a crossbow bolt. Dozens, or even hundreds of crossbow bolts were aimed at a catapult. Result: unsurprisingly, any catapult hit was destroyed on the spot. They also killed many soldiers. The catapults were so large that even if the Anwu Kingdom's army wanted to use shields to block them, they couldn't. However, the Vermilion Bird Army reacted quickly enough, but 5 catapults still managed to launch their stones. Buzz! 5 round stones, each the size of a human head, were hurled towards the Qin defense line. Although the speed of a flying stone cannot compare to that of a crossbow bolt, it is still extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it crossed the defense line and crashed into the camp, causing considerable damage. Fortunately, there were only 5 stones. So, the damage was limited, and the damage to the camp was negligible compared to the battle they were about to face. Chapter 288 Siege Battle 2. The appearance of the catapults did not cause any damage to the defensive line, but it did draw the firepower of the Vermilion Bird Army. And this, perhaps, is Xia Yuan's purpose. How could an army of 500,000 only carry 20 catapults? 20 catapults drew the attention of the Vermilion Bird Army, and the absence of crossbow fire on the front lines greatly relieved the pressure on the Anwu Kingdom's army. Conversely, the Qin soldiers on the defensive line would face significantly increased pressure. Kill them. Brothers, come help me. I can't hold on anymore. Quickly, there are some people over there. Stop them. We must stop them. The defenses on the earthen wall were immediately put at a disadvantage. Azure Dragon Army, listen to my command. Do everything in your power to stop the enemy from scaling the city walls. Yi Mingjie roared, wielding his spear and attacking relentlessly. He showed no mercy to the enemy troops who were about to climb the earthen wall. Shot after shot. Every shot fired took the life of an enemy soldier. The enemy soldiers killed by the spears fell straight backward, crashing into the army and quickly trampled beyond recognition. Although Yi Mingjie could use both a spear and a sword, in the current situation, there was no need to use the longsword. Using a spear would be more effective. White Tiger Army, listen to my command. Hold off the enemy with all your might. Bai Zhan roared and bravely fought the enemy with a tiger-headed broadsword. His fighting style was characterized by wide and sweeping attacks, which would be quite limiting in this kind of siege warfare. However, with his formidable strength, he could easily hold a 3-meter-high city wall by himself, making it impossible for the enemy to even climb it. Xuanwu Army, listen to my command. Fight with all your might. Zhu Hua roared, wielding a dark blue broadsword, and single-handedly defended a 5-meter-high city wall, striking fear into the hearts of the enemy. The Xuanwu Army was primarily defensive in nature. As a general of the Xuanwu Army, he was exceptionally formidable in defensive combat. The soldiers of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise armies fought bravely to defend the city walls and prevent the enemy from breaching them. Without the support of the Vermilion Bird Army's powerful crossbow fire, the pressure faced by the soldiers of the 3 armies has more than doubled compared to before. However, even so, it still couldn't make them back down an inch. The enemy forces were completely unable to breach the city walls. Original. The White Tiger and Black Tortoise armies are not required to fight for the time being, but the Vermilion Bird army is tied down, so they have no choice but to join in and defend against the enemy. With a total of over 40,000 troops, defending against the enemy was not a difficult task. The problem is that the army that Onwu Kingdom has sent this time is not just 50,000 troops. Behind the 50,000 troops, there were another 150,000 troops. The 150,000 strong army was the core fighting force in this siege. The outcome of this siege hinges on the strength of this 150,000 strong army. 20 catapults were wiped out by a barrage of crossbow fire from the Vermilion Bird army. Except for the first squad of the Vermilion Bird army, the remaining 5 squads, turn your targets back and concentrate fire on the enemy. Yes, General. The 5 squad leaders of the Vermilion Bird army responded loudly, and then relayed Ho Lingxiu's orders to their respective squads. Yuying, keep an eye on the enemy. If any catapults appear, destroy them immediately. Yes, General. In addition, search for the presence of enemy generals. Once found, shoot them immediately. Yes, General. Yuying loudly accepted the order. After the order was given, Ho Lingxiu stared ahead for a while, then gripped her longsword and turned to join the defensive battle. 5,000 Vermilion Bird soldiers withdrew, and 1,000 crossbowmen were once again deployed to the battlefield, greatly reducing the pressure on the soldiers on the defensive line. However, Enwuo's army was not just for show. While the first 50,000 troops were charging, the central 50,000 elite troops also rushed up. Unlike the 50,000 militia temporarily assembled, this army of 50,000 was the elite army of the capital of Onwu Kingdom. If Onwu Kingdom weren't facing a situation where it couldn't spare any additional troops, it would never have sent out these 50,000 elite soldiers. More than 50,000 elite troops. In fact, the total was 100,000 elite troops. Lu Jun and Yang Wei each led 25,000 elite troops to the left and right flanks. After all, this was a siege battle fought on 3 fronts. If neither side has a strong army stationed there, it will be very disadvantageous for the upcoming battle. The capital of Onwu Kingdom only has 200,000 elite troops stationed in total. The fact that 100,000 troops were dispatched at once is enough to show Wu Feiyang's determination to kill the rebels. 50,000 elite troops, fully armored. The 30,000 strong army consisted of infantry, each holding a shield in their left hand and a sword in their right. The army consisted of 10,000 spearmen, each wielding a 2-meter-long spear. The army consisted of 10,000 archers, each carrying a bow and arrow and 2 arrow baskets on their backs, each basket containing 50 arrows, for a total of 100 arrows. 100 arrows for one person, 10,000 soldiers would be 1,000,000 arrows. 1,000,000 arrows can completely determine the outcome of a battle. If it weren't for the existence of the Qin dynasty's powerful crossbows, these 10,000 archers alone would have been enough to clear the name of the wrongdoers. In addition, each of these 10,000 archers carried a long sword at their waist, so that they would be able to fight back if the enemy got close. It can be said that any soldier who can become an archer has an exceptional ability in individual combat. Kill! Zhang Yizhi roared and charged forward with his broadsword in hand. He was the general who led these 50,000 elite troops to attack the city. Kill! The 50,000 elite troops roared in unison. The killing sound shattered the heavens, and was particularly shocking. However, the soldiers on both sides engaged in battle ahead were completely oblivious to the situation. Their attention was entirely focused on the enemy in front of them, so they paid no attention to anything else. On the battlefield, especially during combat, a moment of distraction can mean death. But not everyone was oblivious to Zhang Yizhi's 50,000 strong army. At this moment, Yuying stared at Zhang Yizhi, who was charging ahead, her eyes sharp and full of killing intent, and gave the order. Vermilion Bird Army First Squad, listen to my command. Aim your guns at that enemy commander and concentrate fire to kill him. As soon as the order was given, the female soldiers of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army immediately looked in the direction Yuying pointed. When they spotted Zhang Yizhi running towards them from among the enemy troops, They immediately adjusted the firing direction of their second-generation crossbows. Pull the trigger. Shooting. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 33-meter-long crossbow bolts were fired in succession, their target being Zhang Yiji, who was rushing towards the Anwu Kingdom's army. Oh no, there's danger. During the rush, Zhang Yiji's expression suddenly changed drastically. Realizing there was danger, he did not hesitate at all. With a powerful push from both feet, he rolled to the side. Chapter 289 Siege Battle 3. Zhang Yi had just rolled away when the crossbow bolt struck the spot where he had been standing. However, 30 crossbow bolts did not all hit the same spot. The area covered by 30 crossbow bolts wouldn't be too large, but it certainly wouldn't be small. Zhang Yiji dodged most of the crossbow bolts with a roll, but 3 bolts still shot straight at his current position. Seeing the 3 crossbow bolts flying towards him, Zhang Yiji dared not be careless and focused all his attention on dealing with them. Seize the opportunity. He swung the sword. Ding! A crossbow bolt was struck by a broadsword. Zhang Yi twisted his body and dodged another crossbow bolt, leaving only 1 bolt remaining. He could no longer dodge that crossbow bolt. Zhang Yiji could only try her best to avoid it. The crossbow bolt slicing across Zhang Yiji's chest, his armor as fragile as paper, torn apart instantly. Fortunately, he was protected by armor, and Zhang Yiji was only slightly grazed by the crossbow bolt and was otherwise unharmed. Huff huff. Having dodged the crossbow bolts, Zhang Yiji was panting heavily. At this moment, Zhang Yi truly witnessed the power of the Qin dynasty's crossbows. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would already be dead by now. However, Zhang Yiji escaped unscathed, but the soldiers behind him were not so lucky. 30 crossbow bolts, each 3 meters long, killed nearly 80 people. Even so, it was only because the crossbow bolts were concentrated on one point. Otherwise, the number of casualties would have been far greater. This is the power of the second-generation crossbow of the Great Qin dynasty. On the city wall, Yuan saw that the enemy general was not only not killed, but was not even seriously injured under a volley of crossbow fire. As expected of someone who can become a military commander, he is indeed quite capable. But, can you dodge one wave of crossbow bolts? Can you dodge the second and third waves? Yu Yin's face turned cold. He raised his hand, pointed at Zhang Yiji among the enemy troops, and gave the order. I'll keep firing. In fact, even without Yu Yin's orders, the 1,000 female soldiers of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army had no intention of letting Zhang Yiji go. In this battle, Zhang Yiji is the first general they have discovered. How can we let him go? On the battlefield, the importance of a general is self-evident. It is easy to find 1,000 soldiers, but difficult to find a good general. Killing a general would be a greater loss for the Anwu Kingdom's army than killing 1,000 of their soldiers. So, how could the Vermilion Bird Army possibly let this opportunity slip by? Zhang Yiji was unaware of what he was about to face. He remained calm and looked up at the city wall in front of him. Damn traitors! Once I, the general, have stormed the city walls, I will surely cut you all down with my blade. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to vent. He stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence. A sense of extreme danger welled up in Zhang Yi's heart. Oh no, there's danger. Zhang Yiji warned in his heart. As expected, the next moment, 30 crossbow bolts flew from the city wall in front, their target Zhang Yiji. Seeing this, Zhang Yiji did not hesitate and immediately crossed to the left. He moved very quickly, but no matter how fast it is, how can it be faster than the speed of a crossbow bolt? Having learned from their previous experience, the 30 female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army, who were operating the second-generation crossbows, slightly adjusted their firing angles this time, making the target coverage area wider. And this also cost Zhang Yiji dearly. Zhang Yiji leaped up, but before he even landed, crossbow bolts flew towards him, and there was no way to dodge them. The crossbow bolt grazed Zhang Yiji's thigh, tearing a large gash in his leg, from which blood gushed out instantly. Zhang Yiji was quite tough. Despite suffering such severe injuries, he gritted his teeth and didn't utter a sound. Thump! After landing, Zhang Yiji was unsteady on her feet, and her body swayed precariously. General! Protect the general! General, are you all right? Damn it, the army is protecting the general. Where's the shield? Bring the shield here right now. A group of soldiers quickly rushed up and surrounded Zhang Yiji in the center, with several soldiers standing in front holding shields. The remaining soldiers continued their charge, not halting their advance despite Zhang Yiji's injury. Two guards knelt down and immediately gave Zhang Yiji some basic treatment. General, given your injuries, you should retreat first. Yes, General, you have a leg injury and cannot continue fighting. You should retreat for now. Many soldiers tried to persuade Zhang Yiji, but he shook his head and did not agree to their request. This general cannot retreat now. The rebels now regard me as their #1 target to kill, and their special crossbows are constantly aimed at me. If I retreat, those crossbows will be aimed at my soldiers. So, until the army breaches the city walls, this general absolutely cannot withdraw from the battlefield. I must remain here to draw the rebels' fire. A group of soldiers had originally wanted to offer some advice, but upon hearing this, they swallowed their words. Zhang Yiji is right. His presence here can indeed greatly alleviate the pressure on the army. Go and get some shields quickly. The rebels won't give up so easily until they've shot me dead. We have no way to stop those crossbows except with our shields. A group of soldiers nodded and said, General, let's go right now. Quick, come with me, let's get the shields. There are 2 shields over there. Come with me and a few people to pick them up. These soldiers were indeed elite. They reacted quickly and immediately took action upon receiving Zhang Yiji's orders. However, they acted quickly, but someone was even faster. On the city wall, seeing that the second wave of arrows had failed to kill Zhang Yiji, the members of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army immediately prepared for a third wave of fire. The battle has come to this point. More than half of the second-generation crossbow bolts have been used up, leaving approximately 1,300 bolts remaining. 1,003. A volley of 30 crossbow bolts is no more than 40-odd volleys of arrows. After firing these 40-odd volleys of crossbow bolts, only first-generation crossbow bolts will be used, at which point their power will be greatly reduced. However, at this moment, the members of the first small group of the Vermilion Bird Army had no time to care about these things. They have only one goal in mind. Shoot Zhang Yiji. Without needing to give the order, the members of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army fired at the shield that had been erected in the enemy ranks. This time, the target was very focused. 33-meter-long crossbow bolts were fired at a single target. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Chapter 290 Siege Battle 4. The crossbow bolts flew in and struck the shield accurately. Thump. Knock knock. Knock knock knock. 30 crossbow bolts arrived one after another, causing a tremendous impact on the soldiers holding shields. Under this impact, these shield-bearing soldiers were violently shaken and suffered internal injuries. However, even though they were vomiting blood from the shock, they did not let go. This is war. A war where it's either you die or I live. If they let go, it won't be as simple as just serious injury. Once they let go, without the protection of the shield, less than 1 in 10 of the people behind the shield will survive. Well, hold on. Brothers, hold on. Quick, someone come and replace me. I can't hold on any longer. I'm here. Hold on, don't let go. The soldiers reacted swiftly, but to no avail. The 1,000 female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army's first squad didn't give them a chance at all. Wave after wave of crossbow bolts came flying in. We won't stop until we've turned them into pincushions. And when Ho Lingxiu saw the situation, she mobilized 1,000 female soldiers from the second squad of the Vermilion Bird Army and had them use powerful crossbows to fire a rain of fire arrows at Zhang Yiji's location. A wave of second-generation crossbow bolts, followed by a wave of first-generation fire arrows. 2 types of arrows were fired alternately. The location of Zhang Yiji was directly overwritten. Thump 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 thump. One crossbow bolt after another rained down, completely covering Zhang Yiji's location and giving them no chance to catch their breath. Ugh, I can't hold on any longer. Quick, someone come and replace me. A group of soldiers were under immense pressure, and the soldiers holding the shields were rotated wave after wave. However, the troops would eventually be exhausted. Under the cover of arrows, it would be very difficult for the remaining soldiers to come to the rescue. Whenever soldiers tried to rush to their aid, they were stopped by a rain of fire arrows before they could even get there. Meanwhile, the rain of fire arrows also killed many of them. The corpses fell, surrounding Zhang Yiji and the others, and burst into flames, emitting a pungent smell of burnt meat. It has a pungent, unpleasant odor that makes one feel nauseous. "Charge all troops!" Zhang Yiji roared, knowing full well that after missing the best time to evacuate, his chances of survival were now extremely slim. At this time, unless General Xia Yuan personally intervenes to rescue them, either the army could storm the city walls and stop the Qin's crossbows from firing, or there would be no hope of survival. However, neither of these two things can be achieved quickly. If Xia Yuan, as the general of the anti-rebellion army, were to appear and be targeted by the Qin crossbows, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the 500,000-strong army of Anwu Kingdom. So, unless absolutely necessary, Xia Yuan should never be attacked by Qin soldiers. Especially given that the Qin dynasty possessed powerful crossbows, it was even more crucial to prevent them from being discovered. As for the army storming the city walls, the city wall erected by the Qin dynasty was quite unreliable, and its defensive capabilities were inferior to those of a real city wall. But no matter what, it is still a city wall. If siege warfare were so easy, there would be no point in having city walls. So, there is only one outcome awaiting Zhang Yiji. Die? Zhang Yiji was also prepared to face death. Brothers, hang in there. The rebels have had a large portion of their forces tied down, which has greatly reduced the pressure on our army. As long as we can hold on, and hold on for a longer period of time, it will be increasingly advantageous for our army to breach the city walls. Victory belongs to us. Keep going, everyone. Zhang Yiji excitedly encouraged the group of soldiers around him. General, don't worry. I, Desha Chun, have no skills, only a worthless life. Even if I die here today, what is there to fear? Ha ha, that's right. We've fought on the battlefield and long since become indifferent to life and death. If we can use this opportunity to take down this band of rebels, then even dying will be worthwhile. General, I haven't gotten married yet. If I survive this, you must find me a beautiful wife. Little fatty, it's just about getting married, right? If we make it back alive this time, I'll introduce you to the prettiest girl in our village. Zhang Yiji listened to the conversation of a group of soldiers with a smile on his face, but his eyes became red. These soldiers are his brothers who have risked their lives for him. But today, I'm afraid we'll have to go to the underworld together. But, with so many brothers following him, Zhang Yiji's life has been worthwhile. Ha! Zhang Yiji burst into laughter, picked up a large knife, cut off a corner of his clothes, and tightly tied it around his injured thigh. Then, he used his broadsword to support himself on the ground and gritted his teeth to stand up. Look ahead. All that could be seen was a dark array of shields and a group of soldiers desperately trying to block the crossbow fire. Zhang Yiji's lips curled up slightly, revealing a bright smile. This lifetime. It was worth it. No sooner had he finished speaking than the soldiers holding shields in front, during their rotation, were caught off guard and shot back by crossbow bolts. The defenses were breached instantly. Oh, not good. Get it up. Get it up. Damn it. Push up there. Zhang Yiji watched this scene with a relieved expression on his face. He knew in his heart that he couldn't hold on any longer. Sure enough, the soldiers rushed forward desperately, trying to pick up the shields and rebuild their defenses. However, their efforts were futile under the crossbow fire. The crossbow bolts flew incessantly, giving the soldiers around Zhang Yiji no chance to catch their breath. Especially when they saw their position fall, the first and second squads of the Vermilion Bird Army fought with all their might, firing crossbow bolts at top speed. One after another, crossbow bolts flew in. In the blink of an eye, most of the soldiers at Zhang Yiji's location were killed or wounded. And this is just the beginning. The crossbow bolts showed no sign of stopping. It was clear they were meant to be riddled with arrows. More than a dozen soldiers held up 3 shields and protected Zhang Yiji behind them. General, retreat immediately. General, we'll protect you. You must retreat immediately. General, the rebels are targeting you. You must retreat immediately. General. Zhang Yiji smiled, a very bright smile. Ha! Suddenly, Zhang Yiji burst into laughter, his grip on the broadsword tightening. I, Zhang Yiji, have spent my life on the battlefield. I stepped onto the battlefield at the age of 16 and have been fighting on the battlefield for more than 30 years, experiencing thousands of battles, large and small. When have I ever been afraid? Our army will surely win this battle. Soldiers, follow me and charge. Take down the city wall ahead, defeat the rebels on the wall, and win this war. Victory belongs to us. Kill. Chapter 291 Siege Battle 5. Zhang Yiji rose up, unleashing all his strength, and charged forward with his broadsword. The soldiers around him were also infected, including his colleagues. Kill. Brothers, kill them. Charge. Brothers, follow the general and fight. A strong general can often lead a large army to a great victory. Zhang Yiji may not be considered a top general, but he is definitely not weak. Under his leadership, the thousands of elite troops around him unleashed unprecedented combat power. They brandished their long swords and charged forward. They marched forward with high morale. They are a group of soldiers. A group of soldiers who fought on the battlefield. On the city wall. Seeing the enemy's defensive line crumble, Yuan shouted excitedly. Shooting. Fire. Don't hold back. Fire with all your might. Take the life of the enemy general. Yuan's angry roar was particularly loud on the city wall, and many soldiers who were fighting couldn't help but turn around to look. Then I saw. The first and second squads of the Vermilion Bird Army consisted of a total of 2,000 female soldiers. They went crazy. His red battle robe, unique to the Vermilion Bird Army, was already soaked with sweat. However, they didn't seem to feel tired at all. When it comes to action, it remains as powerful as it was in its heyday. Load, fire. The series of actions were flawless and without the slightest hesitation. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Arrows flew out, streaking across the sky above the battlefield engulfed in flames, heading straight for the Anwu Kingdom's army. The target is Zhang Yiji. Ha! Come on, everyone. When have I, Zhang Yiji, ever been afraid? A bunch of traitors, daring to overthrow the century-old foundation of my Anwu Kingdom, is simply delusional. Kill. Zhang Yiji roared, looked at the crossbow bolts flying towards him, gripped his broadsword, and ran forward. His thigh injury has slowed his movements. However, at this juncture, in front of Zhang Yiji, who was determined to die, a mere leg injury was of no consequence whatsoever. Just ignore it. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yiji gripped his broadsword and slashed out. Ding! The blade struck a crossbow bolt with perfect accuracy. However, there was more than one crossbow bolt flying towards us from the front. After the first strike, Zhang Yiji dared not slacken in the slightest and continued to slash and hack. One cut after another. In a short period of time, Zhang Yiji swung his long sword as many as 20 times. Every strike hits a crossbow bolt. Such a high accuracy rate is enough to demonstrate just how formidable Zhang Yiji's skills are. But when one's strength is exhausted, faced with the endless barrage of crossbow bolts, Zhang Yiji gradually became overwhelmed. A crossbow bolt ripped his left arm. The injury was not serious and did not affect Zhang Yiji's current combat strength, but it was the first time Zhang Yiji had been injured since he went into battle, apart from the arrow that had previously wounded his thigh. However, this injury not only failed to cause Zhang Yiji any trouble, but instead fueled his fighting spirit. Kill! Zhang Yiji roared in anger. He moved forward quickly, wielding his broadsword to block the incoming crossbow bolts. Step by step, in a short period of time, Zhang Yiji covered a distance of over 100 meters. However, it resulted in 0 damage to the enemy. However, many of the soldiers who followed Zhang Yiji were killed or wounded. The closer they were to Zhang Yiji, the more severe the casualties became. Kill them. Brothers, kill them. Superior. Charge. From the initial distance of 500 meters, it has now been advanced by more than 200 meters. This was merely the marching progress of the several thousand elite troops following Zhang Yiji. As for the other 40,000 elite troops, the soldiers at the forefront were already close to the foot of the city wall. Once these elite troops joined the siege, They will bring tremendous impact to the soldiers on the Qin defense line, if we cannot hold off this offensive. Therefore, Qin is destined to lose this battle. Archers, fire arrows to suppress the rebels. Even while fighting, Zhang Yiji kept a close eye on the situation on the battlefield. Seeing that the 10,000 archers in the elite army had reached a position about 200 meters away from the Qin defense line, he immediately ordered them to fire. Upon receiving the order, the 10,000 archers did not hesitate to remove their camouflage, draw their bows, and fire. On the city wall, Yi Mingjie led the Azure Dragon Army, Bai Zhan led the White Tiger Army, and Zhu Hua led the Black Tortoise Army. The three armies fought bravely to kill the enemy and defend the front line. The 6,000 female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army also went all out to launch powerful crossbow attacks against the enemy. Holding a long sword, Ho Lingxiu, a woman, defended the 3-meter-high city wall without being at a disadvantage, striking fear into the hearts of the enemy. However, when Ho Lingxiu heard the order for the archers to fire their arrows, her expression changed drastically. Not good. Ho Lingxiu dispatched an enemy soldier who had just appeared with a single sword strike, and then shouted loudly to the side, "Men, guard this place." After speaking, Ho Lingxiu immediately retreated, and several soldiers rushed forward to occupy the 3-meter-wide gap. After Ho Lingxiu stepped back, she quickly looked out of the city wall to find the location of the enemy archers. Where is it? Where exactly is it? Ho Lingxiu was extremely anxious. She knew very well that if the enemy archers unleashed a rain of arrows, it would be a disaster for the soldiers inside the Qin defense line. However, this disaster was unavoidable. Ho Lingxiu was aware of this as well, and she never thought that she could wipe out the enemy archers before they could even fire their arrows. That's simply impossible. What she had to do was to kill as many enemy archers as possible before they could fire their arrows, thus reducing the pressure on her own army. However, Xia Yuan seemed to have seen through everything long ago. Before the army set off, he divided the 10,000 archers into groups of 100 and scattered them throughout the army. At this time, after Zhang Yiji gave the order, the archers immediately sprang into action. Stop and draw your bow to shoot. Soldiers who passed by these archer squads all went around them, not wanting to disturb them. This is enough to show just how powerful this elite army is. Damn it! They've actually scattered throughout the army. Ho Lingxiu said angrily, her expression very serious. She hadn't expected the enemy to pull such a stunt. On the battlefield, in such a chaotic scene, how dare they scatter their archers everywhere? Aren't they afraid that those archers will be affected by the other soldiers charging forward? In fact, the 10,000 archers in Anwu Kingdom's army were truly unable to avoid this situation. However, for them, some impact is acceptable as long as it is not comprehensive. Chapter 292 Siege Battle 6. Upon discovering the enemy archers, Ho Lingxiu immediately issued orders to the Vermilion Bird Army. Vermilion Bird Army, heed my command. Everyone, locate the enemy archers and unleash devastating fire. Upon receiving the order, the Vermilion Bird Army immediately abandoned its current attack and began searching for enemy archers. However, while they were searching, the 10,000 archers in the Anwu Kingdom's army were already ready to fire. No orders are needed. Aim at the Qin defense line. Let go. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, arrows flew everywhere in the Anwu Kingdom's army. 1-2. Countless roots. Meanwhile, the female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army also located the archers of Anwu Kingdom. There it is. Shooting. Quick. Shoot them. They're there. For a time, the city walls were filled with the anxious voices of the Vermilion Bird Army's female soldiers. Their reaction was quick, but they still couldn't stop the 10,000 archers from firing from the Anwu Kingdom's army. The first wave of 10,000 arrows flew up one after another, heading towards the Qin defense line. 10,000 arrows flew through the air, forming a vast, dark mass. Watch out for a rain of arrows. Careful. Everyone be careful. Watch out for the rain of arrows. Ho Lingxiu, Yi Mingjie, Bai Zhan, and Zhu Hua shouted at the top of their lungs, using all their strength to warn the soldiers inside the defensive line. The soldiers on the city wall also shouted warnings. Quick! Everyone, find somewhere to hide. Oh no, enemy arrows are raining down. Everyone, take cover. Everyone be careful. Old Lu, stop moving. Quickly find a place to hide. The soldiers inside the defensive line frantically searched for places to hide. However, how could they possibly outrun a hail of arrows? A hail of arrows rained down, covering a large area within the defensive line. Da-da-da-dong-dong poochie-poochie. In an instant, the chaotic sound of arrows hitting their targets rang out, and some logistics soldiers who were unable to dodge in time were hit by arrows. Some were killed in action, but most were seriously wounded. Quick, go save them. Going where? Are you going to your deaths? Everyone stay hidden. No one is allowed to go and rescue anyone. But don't go. Going to rescue them is just suicide. Those who can move, quickly find a place to hide. We'll come to rescue you after the enemy's arrow rain stops. Some people wanted to rescue the person, but were stopped by others. Right now, if I go to rescue people, not only will I not be able to save them, but I'm also afraid I'll lose my own life. So, all they can do right now is hide. As for those compatriots who were shot, they can only pray for their own good fortune. This approach, though cruel, is the only option available. Unless they're also risking their lives. It's a small matter if we lose our lives, but if everyone is killed by the arrows, there will be no support soldiers to aid the defenders on the city walls. So, should we still fight this battle? On the city wall. After discovering the location of the archers among the enemy troops, the female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army did not hesitate to launch a powerful crossbow attack on them. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Arrows flew from the city walls, heading towards various parts of the Onwu Kingdom's army. A distance of about 200 meters is just a blink of an eye for a crossbow bolt. The first crossbow bolt struck the enemy ranks, killing 2 archers instantly. However, this is just the beginning. There are 6,000 Vermilion Bird soldiers on the front of the defensive line. If you take away the 1,000 men in the first squad, there are still 5,000 men left. 5,000 people, 5 people each operating one powerful crossbow. That's 1,000 powerful crossbows. Each time 1,000 crossbow bolts were fired, one can imagine the casualties that would be inflicted on the Onwu Kingdom's army. One crossbow bolt after another mercilessly claimed the lives of the soldiers of the Onwu Kingdom's army. Meanwhile, the 10,000 archers in Onwu Kingdom's army were also firing with all their might, without needing to aim, as long as the angle was about right. Both sides' archers were fighting with all their might. The battle remains even at this point, with neither side holding any significant advantage. However, this situation was quickly changed. The 1,000 female soldiers of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army did not change their target even when the enemy archers appeared. Their target has always been one of the generals of Onwu Kingdom. Zhang Yizhi. Kill. Soldiers, follow me and fight. While dealing with the Qin crossbow bolts, Zhang Yizhi charged forward with all his might, and at the same time, he did not forget to use words to encourage the army and boost their morale. He is a general. A qualified general. Under his leadership, 50,000 elite troops have arrived at the Qin defense line and joined the siege. However, the closer the distance, the greater the power of the Qin dynasty's second-generation crossbow, and the greater the danger Zhang Yizhi will face. And this was his own choice. One cut after another. Zhang Yizhi lost count of how many times he had slashed. His body grew increasingly fatigued, and his sword-wielding movements slowed down. If they retreat now, they will have a very high chance of survival. Otherwise, once most of their strength is depleted, they will inevitably face certain death. However, will Zhang Yizhi retire? The answer is no. Not only did they not, they continued to charge forward bravely. 100 meters, 80 meters, 60 meters, 50 meters. When Zhang Yizhi charged to within 50 meters of the Qin defense line, 7 crossbow bolts shot straight at him. Seeing this, Zhang Yizhi's face showed an unprecedented solemnity. This time, it seems there's no escaping it. The crossbow bolts were extremely fast, covering a distance of 50 meters in a very short time, so short that Zhang Yizhi couldn't react in time. After all, he was no longer at his peak. Zhang Yizhi roared and slashed diagonally to the left front with his broadsword. Clang! The blade struck a crossbow bolt squarely. The powerful force directly altered the bolt's trajectory. Then, without pausing, Zhang Yiji gripped his broadsword and slashed back. Clang! The broadsword struck another crossbow bolt. However, the remaining 5 crossbow bolts have arrived. 5 crossbow bolts struck Zhang Yiji in succession. One on the left thigh, one on the right calf, one on the lower abdomen, one on the left shoulder. Another bullet struck Zhang Yiji in the chest. 5 crossbow bolts pierced through his body, embedding him and Zhang Yiji in the ground. General! General! Quickly! Go save the general. Kill them. Damn traitors. I will never let you get away with this. A group of soldiers suddenly went berserk. Some moved closer to Zhang Yiji, while others charged towards the city wall like madmen. Zhang Yiji looked up at the sky above. The sun was high in the sky, and the sunlight was so warm, but Zhang Yiji felt as if she were surrounded by ice. Cold. It's so cold. The hand gripping the broadsword slowly loosened, as if it could no longer hold the sword steady. However, just as the broadsword was about to slip from his hand, Zhang Yiji suddenly gripped it tightly with his 5 fingers, raised the broadsword, and let out a thunderous roar. Kill. Chapter 293 Siege Battle 7. Kill. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the entire battlefield. Because of this shout, the soldiers fighting fiercely on the battlefield seemed to be infected, and they became even more ruthless in their attacks. However, just then, a crossbow bolt flew out from the Qin defense line, soaring over the heads of many soldiers and heading straight for Zhang Yiji in the middle of the battlefield. An arrow pierced through his head. The powerful crossbow bolt shattered Zhang Yiji's head, leaving him without a complete corpse. This scene directly provoked countless soldiers of Anwu Kingdom. The expressions on their faces froze for a moment, and their eyes were fixed on Zhang Yiji's location, their gazes flickering. General! A soldier's roar rang out, startling all the soldiers on the battlefield. Then, General! General Zhang! General! The calls of General rose and fell, drowning out the clamor of battle on the battlefield. A group of soldiers ran forward frantically. Upon arriving at Zhang Yiji's side and seeing his current miserable state, the group of soldiers stood frozen in place, at a loss for what to do. However, above the defensive line, seeing this scene on the battlefield, Yu Ying was overjoyed and excitedly issued orders. Shooting. Shoot them hard. Don't stop. Keep firing at the enemy general's location. Yu Ying's shouts echoed along the defensive line, and countless people heard them. Without hesitation, the members of the first squad of the Vermilion Bird Army continued to operate the second-generation crossbows, firing at the location where Zhang Yiji had fallen in the enemy ranks. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. One after another, crossbow bolts flew out, heading towards the enemy ranks. At that moment, news of the enemy general's death spread across the defensive line. The enemy general has been beheaded. Great Qin will surely prevail. The enemy general has been beheaded. Great Qin will surely prevail. Again and again, Yu Ying shouted at the top of her lungs, spreading the good news to all the soldiers fighting on the front line. The enemy general has been killed in action. Yi Mingjie took down the enemy soldier who had just popped up in front of him with a single shot, then turned to look into the enemy ranks. And upon closer inspection, just then, a volley of crossbow bolts from the second-generation Qin crossbows was fired into the battlefield, hitting the spot where Zhang Yiji had died, and striking a circle of enemy troops. The crossbow bolts mercilessly claimed the lives of the soldiers. Upon seeing this, Yi Mingjie couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! Ha! Enemy general has been killed in action, but our great Qin will surely prevail. Soldiers of the Azure Dragon Army, follow me and fight. Yi Mingjie's excited roar rang out on the defensive line, and his voice inspired all the soldiers of the Azure Dragon Army who were still fighting and could fight. The Azure Dragon Army's combat strength instantly increased significantly. Ha! Bai Zhan laughed loudly, dispatching his enemy with a single strike. He then raised his tiger-headed broadsword high and roared. Enemy general is dead. White Tiger Army soldiers, charge. Upon hearing this, the fighting strength of the White Tiger Army soldiers also increased. Enemy general is dead. Soldiers of the Xuanwu army, charge. Not to be outdone, Zhu Hua also shouted loudly to spread the news, so that every Xuanwu soldier fighting bravely around him could hear it. Although the Xuanwu army has a small number of soldiers, their combat effectiveness is by no means inferior. They are especially formidable when on the defensive during siege warfare. The soldiers of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise armies were soaring in morale, and their combat power increased significantly upon learning of the death of one of Anwu Kingdom's generals. The Vermilion Bird Army was not to be outdone. Although they were an army composed entirely of women, they did not have to engage in direct combat with enemy soldiers. But their achievements were in no way inferior to those of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise armies. Ho Lingxiu stood on the defensive line, her eyes coldly watching everything on the battlefield ahead. She did not join the battle. The sudden appearance of enemy archers caused great trouble for the logistics soldiers inside the defensive line. So much so that the crossbow bolts on the city wall were rapidly decreasing, but no more were being replenished. And all of this was because of those archers. Ho Lingxiu immediately mobilized the Vermilion Bird Army to shoot down the enemy archers. But it's too slow. How could 10,000 archers possibly kill them all in a short time and destroy their shooting ability? The battle between the two sides was fierce. Zhang Yiji's death affected a small number of soldiers, but for many more, it ignited their fighting spirit. Zhang Yiji was indeed a general. But he was only a general, not the commander-in-chief of this army of 500,000. Xia Yuan. As long as General Xia Yuan survives, it's no big deal for this army of 500,000. As long as Xia Yuan exists, the army will remain. If Xia Yuan falls, the army will scatter. It's that simple. So, even though Xia Yuan was quite capable and had the opportunity to go to the battlefield and rescue Zhang Yiji, he did not do so. In fact, he could have ordered Zhang Yiji to withdraw. However, sometimes, respecting other people's choices is also a form of fulfillment. Moreover, Zhang Yiji's death was not entirely a bad thing for the army. At least, the remaining soldiers of the 50,000 elite troops displayed tremendous fighting spirit, and their offensive became increasingly fierce. Unlike the 50,000 hastily assembled militia, the 50,000 elite troops, upon arriving below the defensive line, did not stop at all, but directly climbed the bamboo ladders and ascended the city wall. As the first elite soldier, wielding a broadsword, was about to scale the city wall, he faced an attack from the Qin soldiers defending the wall. A single slash. Clang. The two swords clashed, and the elite soldiers, having blocked the attack, dared not pause for even a moment. A counterattack. Clang. The broadsword clashed with the shaft of the spear. Then, the elite soldiers gripped their broadswords, deflecting blow after blow and shot after shot. But he was all alone. Faced with the attack of 14 soldiers on the defensive line, after resisting for a while, they were eventually defeated. The spear thrust forward, and the elite soldier had no time to defend himself. He was killed by the spearhead, and his body fell backward uncontrollably. Thump! It crashed to the ground, and was quickly trampled underfoot by the soldiers who surged up from behind. One general's success is built on the bones of 10,000. Every major battle gives rise to a general admired by thousands. People only remember the general, but no one remembers the soldiers who died on the battlefield, their bodies never to be found. The general is indeed great, but they are the most respectable group of people. They have a lovely collective name, soldiers. Chapter 294 Siege Battle 8. The fall of the first elite soldier could not stop the attack of the soldiers behind him. On the contrary, these soldiers launched a desperate attack on the city walls. The siege has dragged on for so long, and not a single soldier has yet stepped onto the Qin defense line. It's easy to imagine what would happen when faced with such a huge reward. The elite army is no match for those hastily assembled militias. In terms of both equipment and combat strength, the two are incomparable. Kill them. Brothers, let's go. Where are the pikemen? Pikemen, come here. Archers. Where are our archers? Quickly fire arrows to suppress the rebels on the city walls. Amidst a cacophony of shouts, Anwu Kingdom's elite army launched its fiercest attack on the Qin defenses. The hastily assembled militia could only retreat to the second line, assisting these elite soldiers in their siege. Faced with the fierce attack of tens of thousands of elite troops from Onwu Kingdom, the soldiers of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise armies were under immense pressure. Brothers, hold on. Quick! This side is about to collapse. Someone come and help. Damn it! My position is about to fall too. Someone come to my aid. Hang in there. I'm coming right away. By this point in the battle, the soldiers of the three armies were already exhausted. However, Onwu's army gave them no chance to catch their breath. In siege warfare, everything depends on striking while the iron is hot. If we cannot take down the enemy's city walls in one offensive, we will pay a heavy price, and there is no guarantee of victory afterward. Soldiers on both sides were constantly dying. But the Qin army only had so few men, and they had no reinforcements. On the contrary, on Onwu Kingdom's side, 100,000 of its 200,000 troops were still on the battlefield, watching from the sidelines. Xia Yuan is waiting. He was waiting for the perfect moment to attack. Just then, a deafening roar came from the left side of the Qin defense line. All troops, listen to my command. Kill. The single word kill echoed throughout the entire battlefield. Xia Yuan's eyes narrowed. Whoosh! He drew his long sword from his waist and roared. All troops, listen to my command. Launch all-out attack on the rebels ahead. Kill. With Xia Yuan's order, the 200,000-strong army dispatched for this siege was completely mobilized, leaving no one behind, truly achieving a full-scale attack. Such a scene naturally alarmed the many Qin soldiers who were holding the line of defense. Damn it! The enemy has launched a general offensive. Can we hold them off? Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Hold on, everyone. Don't back down even a step. What's there to be afraid of? When a person dies, they fly to the sky. If they don't die, they live for 10,000 years. We're all just people with one head and two legs, so let's do it. Ha. Kill. Kill to your heart's content. Some went mad, some were terrified, some remained silent, and some. Flowers come in 100 varieties, and people come in 100 different forms. Isn't this the most authentic side? Yi Mingjie thrust out his spear and shouted. This can't go on. We have to think of a solution. Do you have any good ideas on how to deal with this situation? Bai Zhan asked loudly after killing an enemy soldier in front of him with a single blow. If you have a solution, speak up quickly. If things continue like this, our army's chances of winning are slim. Zhu Hua raised his shield with his left hand and thrust forward with his knife in his right. Even when the three were discussing matters, they did not stop for a moment. If I had a solution, I wouldn't be asking you. Yi Ming killed the enemy in front of him with a single shot, and seeing that the soldiers next to him were about to give up, he quickly rushed over. Why think so much? Just kill them. Bai Zhan roared and thrust his sword straight through an enemy soldier's chest, lifting him up and snatching the sword from his hand. Then, holding the knife in his left hand, he slashed down. Blood mist sprayed out, spewing onto the city wall, covering the already red-stained wall top with another layer. With a forceful flick of his right hand, he threw away the headless soldier impaled on the blade. Then, Bai Zhan, wielding a large sword in each hand, moved back and forth on the city wall, supporting his own soldiers and slaughtering enemy soldiers. Zhu Hua roared angrily. A bunch of brats, come and fight. Zhu Hua was already tall and robust, and after putting on the armor specially made for the Xuanwu army, he appeared even taller and more robust. He holds a knife in one hand and a shield in the other. It can both attack and defend. This siege was a formidable battle, with the spirit of one man can hold the pass against 10,000. In fact, Zhu Hua did achieve this. Leaving aside the Vermilion Bird army led by Ho Lingxiu, since the powerful crossbows they used were practically cheating. Besides, among the three armies, Zhu Hua killed the most enemies. Faced with this method, the three of them were willing but powerless. The Qin army has too few soldiers. This is a fatal flaw that they cannot overcome. Just then, a heavenly sound rang out, causing the three of them to show expressions of great joy. All Vermilion Bird army, listen to my command. Aim at a point 500 meters ahead and fire a rain of fire arrows to create a wall of fire and buy time for our soldiers. Upon receiving this order, the 6 squads of the Vermilion Bird Army, consisting of 6,000 female soldiers, immediately loaded their crossbows with flaming arrows. Aim at a distance of approximately 500 meters ahead. Ignite the fire and pull the trigger. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 1,030 flaming arrows were launched almost simultaneously. The rain of fiery arrows streaked through the air, leaving long trails behind them. This scene was witnessed by the Anwu Kingdom's army, and many soldiers immediately issued warnings. Watch out for a rain of arrows. Watch out for the rain of fire arrows overhead. Everyone be careful. Accompanied by the shouts of these soldiers, a rain of 1,030 flaming arrows struck a point about 500 meters from the Qin defense line. Some Anwu soldiers located in this area naturally became the lucky ones. The rain of flaming arrows struck the ground, exploding the moment they hit the earth, scattering their fuel everywhere. Boom! A thin wall of flames, riddled with holes, rose up. It's simply impossible to erect this wall of fire with a barrage of fire arrows. Ho Lingxiu never imagined that a single barrage of fire arrows would erect a wall of flames. Keep firing. Don't stop. Keep firing at this general. Keep firing at me unless I give the order to stop. At that moment, Ho Lingxiu's shout was so abrupt and so eye-catching. However, not a single one of the 6,000 female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army responded. It wasn't that they hadn't received orders, but rather that they didn't have the extra energy to respond to Ho Lingxiu's commands. They have devoted themselves entirely to this war. Tired and exhausted. Even when their bodies were exhausted, they still kept fighting. Because they can't stop. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers on the Qin defense line need their help. So, they must persevere. Hold on until we win this battle. Chapter 295 Siege Battle 9. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A barrage of flaming arrows flew out, hitting targets about 500 meters in front of the defensive line. The initially thin and sparse wall of flames solidified under the continuous barrage of fire arrows. Using a rain of fire arrows, they managed to create a wall of fire about 800 meters long. The specially made flaming arrows were rapidly diminishing. At this rate, they wouldn't last much longer. This is a battle where you risk your life to fight for victory. With things having come to this point, Ho Lingxiu had no other choice but to do this in order to buy time for the soldiers on the front line. Ho Lingxiu turned around, leaned over the wall, and shouted orders into the defensive line. Everyone in the camp. Anyone who can still move, get to work immediately. Send all the arrows from the camp to the city wall for me. This is a military order. It's also for our own sake. If you want to survive, if you want to win this war, then get to work. The Qin dynasty will surely prevail. As Ho Lingxiu gave the order, the logistics soldiers who had been hiding in various places to avoid the rain of arrows inside the defensive line gradually began to move. 1 person, 2 people, 3 people. A group of women in their 30s and 40s emerged from their hiding place. They knew very well what they would face once they emerged from their hiding place. However, they still chose to step out. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Everyone, get moving and send the crossbows up to the city wall. Run, run. Sisters, let's run. In this world with a severe gender imbalance, even when the Qin dynasty was weak, there were still quite a few women in the army, not to mention the logistics teams. The logistics team that Qin sent to Lanshan County to meet the enemy this time did not have a single man. Who says women are inferior to men? When a group of women go crazy, the power they unleash is equally undeniable. Braving a hail of arrows, a group of women risked their lives to deliver crossbow bolts to the Vermilion Bird Army on the city wall. The sound of arrows piercing bodies rang out intermittently, followed by screams of agony. A group of women looked terrified, unsure if they would be the next to be shot. But, although their faces were full of fear, none of them chose to back down. Bundles of crossbow bolts were transported up the city walls, while these female logistics soldiers died one by one. They were completely throwing their lives away like crossbow bolts. All of this is for the sake of winning this war. No, it's not about winning. It's just about protecting the great Qin behind us. Behind me. It is their home, a country full of hope. It was there that they truly felt the dignity of being a human being and the face that a human being should have. So, they are fearless, even if it means death. Ho Lingxiu, standing on the city wall, witnessed this scene and was filled with mixed emotions, but mostly with gratitude. We absolutely must win this battle. The wall of flames halted the march of the 100,000-strong army. Xia Yuan squinted, staring ahead. These rebels are really troublesome. Xia Yuan raised his hand and waved, signaling the army to halt its advance. Although the wall of flames is not very long, it is possible to go around it. But this is a man-made wall of flames. How can you expect to get around it? The 100,000-strong army halted its advance and stood by. Xia Yuan stood with his hands behind his back in the center of the army, surrounded by a group of guards who stood ready to protect him. Looking ahead and listening to the shouts of battle coming from the front, Xia Yuan's expression remained calm. However, Xia Yuan's heart was filled with doubt and confusion. How could a mere band of rebels possess such power? The history of Anwu Kingdom is not without its rebellious figures, including some who secretly plotted to seize control of an entire province. But no matter which rebel they were, none of them were like this group of traitors before them. Troublesome. That's right, they're difficult to deal with. Since the start of the war, the two sides have fought several battles, large and small. Xia Yuan felt that Qin was a difficult opponent. In the past, when Anwu Kingdom experienced a reversal, it was mostly just minor skirmishes that didn't cause any real trouble. Even the more legitimate rebels were utterly insignificant in the face of Anwu Kingdom's army of vindication. Yet, these rebels from such a small place managed to acquire such formidable strength in such a short period of time. Xia Yuan felt a sense of fear. This general, who was nearly 60 years old, felt a sense of fear towards the Qin dynasty. Great Qin, oh great Qin, give you some time, and you might actually become something of a threat. What a pity. But this Emperor of Qin, well, let's just call you Emperor for now. I'm quite curious, what kind of person are you? I heard you're only 16 years old. A 16-year-old like you is quite remarkable, unless you were pushed out to cover for someone else. Could it be? Are there really people born as saints? The siege battle at the front is still ongoing. Meanwhile, fighting broke out on the left and right sides of the defensive line. Yang Wei led an army of 100,000 to launch an attack on the left flank of the defensive line. The sight of 100,000 troops charging at the same time was extremely spectacular. And there are no pits dug on the left side of the Qin defense line. Without the obstruction of puddles, the charging speed of this army of 100,000 is unimaginable. On the defense line, the 2,000 Vermilion Bird Army's crossbows were almost smoking from use. Yet they still inflicted enormous damage on the 100,000 enemy troops outside the city. They only have so many people, and they can only fire a limited number of crossbow bolts at a time. For an army of 100,000, the casualties caused by these crossbow bolts were negligible. Not to mention this is a siege. All soldiers of the Blazing Sun Army, prepare to meet the enemy. Kill! Tang Yangyu roared, his killing intent shattering the clouds and resounding throughout the entire defensive line, so that both sides engaged in battle could hear the sound. All troops of the Spark Army, listen to my command. The enemy has invaded. Today is the day for us to fight bravely against them. Grip your weapons tighter and kill. Luo Xinghe was not to be outdone, and shouted a battle cry that shattered the heavens. Kill! Then, the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Army and the Spark Army roared in unison. The deafening shouts of battle shattered the heavens. The battle on the left side of the defensive line broke out quickly. Faced with the attack of 100,000 enemy troops, the soldiers on both sides of the defensive line fought bravely. 40,000 troops. With fewer than 40,000 troops, they had to defend against an attack by an army of 100,000, including 25,000 elite soldiers. The difficulty is self-evident. Chapter 296 Siege Battle 10. Compared to the front and left side, the right side of the defensive line will obviously face less pressure. As the battle began at the front, Lu Jun did not hesitate to order his army to attack. However, just as the 50,000-strong army set out, Xie Yongxiu led 20,000 Shura troops to attack from the rear. Kill! Kill them! Charge! Faced with the enemy approaching from the rear, Lu Jun dared not continue his attack and could only order his army to turn around and meet the enemy. All troops, listen to my command. Halt the advance, engage the enemy from the rear, and kill. As soon as Lu Jun gave the order, the 50,000-strong army immediately turned around and charged towards the Shura army. Despite the vast disparity in troop strength between the two sides, the Ashura army showed no fear. Tap tap tap. Amidst the chaotic footsteps, shouts rang out from both sides' soldiers. The moment the two forwards met, clang clang plop thud, a jumble of noises arose, followed by screams of agony. Let's fight! Xie Yongxiu roared, wielding a Shura crescent blade, and spurred his warhorse toward Lu Jun's location. Whenever they encountered enemy soldiers blocking their way, with a single swing of the blade, before the Ashura crescent blade, these soldiers blocking the way were as fragile as paper and were directly cut in two, their deaths extremely gruesome. Lu Jun also noticed Xie Yongxiu at this moment. His face darkened, and he roared, "Let's fight!" A deafening roar erupted. Lu Jun took a white feathered spear and spurred his warhorse forward. Tap tap tap. The horses galloped swiftly, and the two sides soon met. The moment we met, Xie Yongxiu gripped the Shura crescent blade tightly with both hands, aimed for the right moment, and slashed at Lu Jun. Lu Jun gripped the white feathered spear tightly with both hands, aimed, and thrust it at Xie Yongxiu. A slash and a thrust. If this continues, both sides will end up perishing together. However, neither of them was willing to admit defeat, and both wanted the other to back down first. It's not surprising to have such thoughts. Xie Yongxiu and Lu Jun are actually quite evenly matched in strength, with not much difference between them. That difference is almost negligible in this situation. On the battlefield, momentum is everything, especially the first wave of attacks. If the strength of the two sides is not much different, then the side with weaker momentum will be at a disadvantage from the start. It will be very disadvantageous to fall into a disadvantageous position. Xie Yongxiu and Lu Jun were vying for this advantage at that moment. As the two sides drew closer and closer, at the critical moment, the two changed their attack angles simultaneously, and the Ashura crescent blade and the white feather spear collided. Clang! The powerful force caused the warhorses beneath them to sink, letting out a painful neigh. Their hands were also throbbing from the shock, but they couldn't care less about that at the moment. After the first strike, without pausing, the two launched another attack on each other. You stab me, I shoot you. In a short time, Xie Yongxiu and Lu Jun exchanged over 100 blows. Xie Yongxiu, as the garrison commander of Shilyang, why did you betray Anwu Kingdom? At this moment, Lu Jun loudly questioned. Ha! Xie Yongxiu burst into laughter, his laughter filled with sarcasm. What a load of bull. A bunch of scoundrels holding high positions but doing nothing, instead endlessly oppressing the people. Look at those people down there. What kind of lives are they living? After a year of hard work and saving every penny, we still can't afford to pay our household tax. Shouldn't we oppose a country like this? You tell me. Should we rebel? With each word Xie Yongxiu spoke, he launched a fierce attack on Lu Jun, which Lu Jun easily deflected. The two fought and talked, arguing incessantly. Lu Jun, as a general of Anwu Kingdom, you were nurtured and given wealth and honor by Anwu Kingdom. Is this how you repay your country? Xie Yongxiu, what a load of bull. You, Lu Jun, know better than anyone what you've been through to get to where you are today. Lu Jun, we were born and raised in Anwu Kingdom, and it is only natural for us to dedicate ourselves to this country. Xie Yongxiu, ha ha. Lu Jun, aren't you ashamed to say such things? What dedication to the country? You're just dedicating yourself to a bunch of scoundrels. Lu Jun, insolence. The Emperor of Anwu Kingdom is wise and mighty. He built such a great empire from a commoner and has benefited countless people. Yet in your mouth, it is worthless. Xie Yongxiu, you have fallen. Xie Yongxiu, enough talk, let's fight. Let's fight. This general will surely kill you, you scoundrel, right here today. The army roared, and their offensive became even more ferocious, each move revealing their deadly intent. The two sides stopped talking, and the fighting became increasingly fierce. The soldiers on both sides fought with real intensity, neither fearing the other nor willing to lose. Although the Shura army was small in number, it had an advantage in equipment when facing Lu Jun's 50,000-strong right-wing army. There are disadvantages, but not to the point of being completely overwhelmed. On the right side of the city wall of the defensive line, the defenders looked anxiously at the two sides fighting at the edge of their field of vision. The Azura army has started fighting with the enemy. Can the Azura army win? Why didn't they wait? If they waited for the enemy to attack the city, they could surround them from both sides and deliver a devastating blow. Just as the group of defenders were filled with doubt, a scout came running around the battlefield. Someone's there. There are people. It's a scout. The soldiers on the city wall spotted the scout from a distance. The scout rushed to the city walls, looked up at the defenders on the walls, and shouted, "General Xie told me to tell you to ignore the enemy forces on the right and quickly go to the front to support our army. Leave the right flank to the Shura army." Upon hearing this, the soldiers guarding the city wall were all taken aback. After the scouts delivered the message, they didn't care about the reaction of the guards on the city wall and turned to run back. However, he was running in the direction where the war was taking place. Don't just stand there. Leave 500 men here to guard the front, and the rest of you head straight for the reinforcements. A squad leader from the Vermilion Bird Army stepped forward and spoke. Then, of the 2,000 Vermilion Bird soldiers, 300 remained in this location, while the remaining 1,700 immediately headed to the front. The remaining soldiers, realizing the situation too late, immediately left behind 200-man squads while the rest followed behind the Vermilion Bird Army to provide frontal support. A massive siege is underway on the border of Lansong County. However, neither side in the battle knew that the Emperor and Empress of Qin had personally led their troops around the front lines and were about to arrive at Shijua City, the county seat of Shijua County in Lansong Prefecture. Chapter 297 Arrival at the 10 Deadly Cities. 10 Deadly Cities. This city has a population of about 200,000, making it a well-known county in Shiliang Prefecture. The main reason why Shijua City is so large is due to the geographical environment of Lansong County. Lansong County has flat terrain and fertile soil, making it the granary of Shiliang Prefecture. A place that can become the granary of a state will naturally have a large population. The moment the 5,000-strong force came into view of the 10 Absolute City, the guards on the city wall immediately issued a warning. Tada! The alarm bells rang loudly, startling the people in the city. Click, click, click. The city gates slowly closed. A group of soldiers surged onto the city wall, stood atop it, and assumed a fighting stance. The people inside the city were in a state of extreme panic. County Magistrate Kong Zhua, surrounded by a group of Yamen runners, arrived at the city wall. Looking at the army slowly approaching, his old face was full of solemnity. Give the order to have the men in the city prepare to fight the enemy. If we are outnumbered, they should immediately go up to the city to provide support. Yes, sir. A constable replied respectfully, and then hurriedly ran into the city. Kongs was stared ahead with a solemn expression, praying in his heart that the approaching army was not there to attack them. As the magistrate of Shijua County, how could he not know that a massive war was taking place within his jurisdiction? Logically speaking, he would not be afraid of anyone, no matter who the enemy was. After all, Shijua City is still a city under the jurisdiction of Anwu Kingdom, and Anwu Kingdom's exoneration army will not do anything to them. And as for the Qin dynasty, well, needless to say, but there are exceptions. When the Qin dynasty was building a defense line on the border of Lansong County, many people from Shijua County spontaneously went to help. Once this matter reaches the ears of the exoneration army, his tenure as county magistrate will be over. However, the moment the Black Dragon flag came into view of the defenders on the city wall as the army drew closer. My lord, it's the Great Qin. Those are the banners of Qin. This army belongs to Qin. Why are the people of Qin here instead of going to the front lines to provide support? What are they doing in 10 Absolute City? Kongswood didn't care what the people around him were saying. He only knew one thing. His life as the county magistrate was saved. But we cannot let our guard down at this time. After all, a major battle is taking place on the front lines, and it's still uncertain who will win or lose. The arrival of the Qin people here at this time is not good news for him. Time passed second by second. The Qin army of 5,000 finally arrived at the gates of the 10 absolute city. Cheng Yufu rode on her war horse at the forefront of the army, looking at the closed city gates, and then up at the city walls. Open the city gates. The almost commanding tone made Kongs was somewhat displeased. However, he was unhappy as much as he was, but he dared not resist. Open the city gates immediately. Yes, sir. A constable replied respectfully, then turned and shouted loudly into the city. Open the city gates. The soldiers inside the city received orders and, without hesitation, stepped forward to open the city gates. Click, click, click. With a series of clicking sounds, the heavy city gate slowly opened. Go in. Cheng Yufu raised her hand and rode her war horse into the city. The army received the order and marched into the 10 deadly cities. Soon, 5,000 troops entered the city and marched directly to the county government office. What are they trying to do? What exactly do the people from Great Qin want to do in our 10 absolute city at this time? What do these people want here? The people in the city were no longer as afraid as before after they saw that it was the army of the Qin dynasty. The reason for this reaction is related to the Qin dynasty's conduct during this period. Throughout the entire western Liang region, countless people eagerly awaited the Qin dynasty's swift conquest of them, hoping to bring them under its control. After all, they also want to enjoy those policy benefits. As for a sense of belonging to Anwu Kingdom, a country that has oppressed them for years is already doing them a favor by not stabbing them in the back. How can they be expected to have any sense of belonging? Of course, not everyone thinks this way. At least a small number of beneficiaries and a segment of the population with differing opinions will still choose to support Anwu Kingdom and stand on its side. The county government office of Shijua City. Upon the arrival of the main army, the 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers immediately dispersed and surrounded the entire county government office. 3,000 logistics soldiers and 2,000 others began clearing the area, driving away civilians within a 50-meter radius. Such a grand display left the city's residents quite puzzled. After all, there was no such scene in any of the previous reports about the Qin dynasty. Soon, their doubts were then answered. The curtain of the most luxurious carriage was lifted, and 2 handsome Qin soldiers stepped forward, took out a stool from the bottom of the carriage, and placed it next to the carriage. She was the first to step out of the carriage, stepping down from the wooden stump and standing aside to wait. Then, Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan stepped out of the carriage one after the other. The moment the two appeared, the crowd in the distance erupted in an uproar. Who are they? Who are these 2 people? Does anyone know them? Do you think that person might be the emperor of the Qin dynasty? The emperor? It might really be him. Qin Anyang looked around, stepped down from the carriage, and said to Shiyu, Shiyu, send someone to summon the magistrate of Shijua City. Yes, sir. Shiyu replied with a smile, then walked to the side and gave the order to a Qin dynasty soldier. Upon receiving the order, the Qin imperial army immediately gathered their companions and left the area. My lady, let's go inside and rest for a bit. Qin Anyang said with a smile, and Luo Qinghuan nodded gently. The two walked into the county government office. Shiyu followed behind. As for Xiaoya, the girl had just gotten off the carriage and was now struggling to pull the 2 tigers that refused to get off. Get down. You two, get down here right now. If you don't come down, you won't get any food today. Get down here quickly. The Qin imperial army around them watched this scene, struggling to suppress their laughter. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, they would have ridiculed Xiaoya without hesitation. This isn't the first time this has happened along the way. It's strange, though. Xiaoya usually feeds these 2 tigers, but they're the least obedient to her. If any one of Qin Anyang, Luo Qinghuan, or Shiyu spoke, the 2 tigers would treat it as a sacred decree. But with Xiaoya, it was completely different. Just as Shiyu was about to step into the county government office, she paused, turned her head to look this way, and greeted him softly. Xiaoya, Xiaoxi, let's go. No sooner had he finished speaking than the 2 tigers that had previously refused to get off the carriage suddenly jumped off and ran towards them. Xiaoya stomped her feet in anger at the sight. Xiaoya, Xiaoxi, You two are going to drive me crazy. Chapter 298. Mobilizing 200,000 people to dig the canal. The county government office of Shirjua City is almost as magnificent as the prefectural governor's mansion of the previous prefecture. This clearly demonstrates how wealthy Lansong County was. Inside the back garden of the county government office, under a pavilion, Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan sat down. A pot of tea and some fruit and snacks were placed on the table. The sisters, Xia and Xiaoya, stood behind Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan respectively. The two tigers were lying in front of the pavilion. If their skin color were different, they would really look like two dogs. As for the people inside the county government office, they had already been driven away. My lord, the battle has already begun at the front, and the situation is very unfavorable for our great Qin. We must speed up our pace. Qin Anyang nodded. My wife, there's no need to worry. Wasn't the situation at the front exactly what we expected? Even if Ho Lingxiu and her team lose this battle, it will not affect the final outcome. Luo Qinghuan smiled slightly and said, as long as my husband knows what's going on, that's enough. The battle on the border of Lansong County was, in fact, just a smokescreen for the Qin dynasty. Use 200,000 troops to tie down the ordinary army of Anwu Kingdom and confuse their vision. The real killer move has yet to be made. Just as the two were talking, the magistrate of Shirjua County was invited over. Your Majesty, the magistrate of Shirjua County has been brought here. Cheng Yufu reported as she stepped forward. Let him come over. Qin Anyang waved his hand. Yes, Your Majesty. Cheng Yufu replied respectfully and turned to leave the garden. A moment later, Kong Zhuo followed Cheng Yufu to the garden pavilion. Roar! Roar! Before Cheng Yufu could speak, the two tigers lying in front of the pavilion stood up and roared at Kong Zhuo. Oh! Kong Zhuo was so frightened that his steps faltered and he fell backward, staring at the two tigers in front of him with fear on his face. Xiaoya Xiaoxi, lie down. Xia coldly ordered. Upon hearing the sound, the two tigers immediately lay down obediently, a sight that made Xiaoya, standing to the side, puff out her cheeks in anger. Cheng Yufu stepped forward and cupped her hands in greeting. Your Majesty, the magistrate of Shirjua County has been brought here. Qin Anyang nodded in response, looked up at Kong Zhuo who was slumped on the ground, picked up his teacup and took a sip. Get up and speak. Yes, it is the Emperor. Kong Zhuo replied respectfully, shakily getting up from the ground, looking at the two fierce tigers in front of the pavilion with fear in his eyes. Being afraid of tigers is one thing, but being more afraid of the people inside the pavilion is another. Kong Zhuo never expected that the Emperor of Qin would appear here when the fighting was so fierce on the front lines of Lansong County. What exactly is this supposed to do? After Kong Zhuo stood up, he clasped his hands and bowed, saying, the magistrate of Shirjua County, Kong Zhuo, has met with the Emperor. I ask you, how many people are currently in 10 Absolute City? And how many people are in 10 Absolutes County? Upon hearing this, Kong Zhuo's face was full of confusion, but he still replied politely. Your Majesty, there are currently about 190,000 people in Shirjua City and about 400,000 people in the entire Shirjua County. 400,000 people? Qin Anyang nodded almost imperceptibly, his brows furrowing. After a moment's hesitation, he said, I am giving you a task. Within 3 days, gather 200,000 people within the territory of Shirjua County. 200,000 people. Kong Zhuo was greatly shocked, his face filled with disbelief. Your Majesty, are you referring to 200,000 people? That's 200,000 people, and each of them has to carry digging tools, Qin Anyang said calmly. In his words, 200,000 people were just like 20 people, casually referred to. Kong Zhuo received confirmation, his face full of doubt and confusion. May I ask Your Majesty, what is the purpose of summoning 200,000 people? After all, this is no small number. Without a convincing explanation, the people will not obey and come here. Qin Anyang nodded, agreeing with this statement. He was prepared for this. I have asked you to gather these 200,000 people to prepare for the digging of a canal within the territory of Lansong County. Canal. Kong Zhuo was full of doubts. The Qin dynasty was fighting against the anti-rebellion army of Anwu State. Why would they suddenly want to dig a canal? As far as he knew, The Qin dynasty was at a disadvantage in the battle on the border of Lansong County and could be defeated at any time. Given this situation, how could they possibly have the mind to dig a canal? What exactly was this Qin emperor thinking? May I ask your majesty, what is the purpose of your excavation of this canal? Kongswa asked cautiously. He couldn't afford to be careless. The purpose of digging the canal is naturally to open up water transportation and enhance the commercial capabilities of our great Qin, Qin Anyang said with a smile. Improve business acumen. Kongswa frowned, his face full of doubt. He had a feeling that the emperor of Qin was not telling the truth. Your majesty, please forgive my bluntness, but Lansong County is currently still the territory of Anwu Kingdom and has not yet been incorporated into Great Qin. Your majesty, do you want me to mobilize the people of Shijue County to dig the canal, or mobilize 200,000 people at once? It is highly unlikely that we can mobilize that many people. Qin Anyang smiled, not angry at Kongswa's questioning. Magistrate Kong, if from today onwards, the entire Lansong County belongs to our great Qin, will this matter still be difficult? If Lansong County were to fall under the control of the great Qin, there would naturally be little resistance in mobilizing the people to dig the canal. From this moment forward, Lansong County shall belong to our great Qin. Qin Anyang spoke calmly, but his words were incredibly domineering. It's not just Lansong County. From this moment forward, the entire western Liang province belongs to my great Qin. Upon hearing this, Kongswa was visibly shaken, his pupils contracted sharply, and his heart was filled with turbulent emotions. Your majesty, if the entire western Liang were to fall under the control of the great Qin, you would naturally have no problem mobilizing the people of Shijue County to dig the canal. But I have another question. Qin Anyang smiled slightly and said, What's the problem? Go ahead and ask. Kongswa said, Your majesty, according to what I know, at the border between Lansong County and Qingtian County, the Qin dynasty is engaged in a major battle with the army of Anwu Kingdom. Your majesty, you say that Shiliang Prefecture will now belong to Qin, but the war has not yet been resolved. How can Shiliang be brought under Qin's control? Upon hearing this, Qin Anyang's smile widened even more. He got up, walked out of the pavilion, and stood in front of Kongswa. Magistrate Kong, why do you think our great Qin didn't take advantage of its victory over the Shiliang army to occupy the entire Shiliang region? Upon hearing this, Kongswa's expression changed again, and an extremely absurd idea suddenly popped into his mind. When our great Qin was weak, it was still able to defeat the hundreds of thousands of troops of Shiliang. Do you think our great Qin is incapable of conquering the entire Shiliang region? Or do you think that my great Qin was able to defeat an army of hundreds of thousands when it was weak, and now that it is several times stronger than before, it will lose to an army of hundreds of thousands again? Chapter 299 The 10 Absolute Counties Return to the Great Qin. Kongswa was stunned by Qin Anyang's words, and he actually started thinking about it. The recent mobilization of hundreds of thousands of troops in Shiliang Prefecture caused quite a stir throughout the region, from bedridden elderly to infants crying for milk. Who doesn't know about this? No one had high hopes for the Qin dynasty at the beginning, but the result surprised everyone. The Qin dynasty was the victor. Looking at it this way, it's quite possible that the Qin dynasty might actually win. However, despite his thoughts, Kongswa had been an official for decades, and despite his age, he was still quite sharp. This statement may contain both truth and falsehood, but it should not be believed entirely. Your Majesty, I understand and can comprehend everything you've said. You asked me to gather 200,000 people within the territory of Shijue County to dig the canal. I can only do my best to gather them. As for how many people I can gather, I can't guarantee you. Those people all have their own ideas, and I can't force them. After all, as of now, Shijue County still belongs to the territory of Anwu Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Qin Anyang looked at Kongswa with a half-smile. They say old people are shrewd and wise, and this guy, being his age, is really not easy to fool. Magistrate Kong, I am not discussing this with you. 200,000 people. We can't afford to lose even one person. Kongswa's expression hardened, his heart filled with displeasure, yet he dared not express it. You The magistrate of Shijua County must be unaware of the various policies implemented by the Great Qin in the 5 commanderies of Qingtian, Fengquan, Hualien, Mingshui, and Lianan. Follow my orders, and these policies and benefits will be promulgated and implemented in the 10 absolute counties. And you, if he performs well, he will remain the magistrate of Shijua County. Otherwise, don't blame me for showing you no mercy. Qin Anyang wouldn't tolerate Kongzhua. He was just a county magistrate. If he followed orders and did his job well for him, that would be a bad thing. So, what harm is there in giving you a lifetime of wealth and glory? If you try to play the double game with him, then forget about wealth and glory. You'll lose your life. Emperors are ruthless. Qin Anyang had never quite understood the meaning of this sentence, but he only understood it after he became an emperor. Emperors are not heartless. On the contrary, they are very affectionate. So affectionate that he cares about the whole world and the well-being of all the people. So, in many situations, emperors can only become ruthless. If you are ruthless, you will not be bound by rules. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. This statement applies to everyone, from the head of a household to the ruler of a country. Even if you are a cultivator who has transcended worldly affairs, you still have your own responsibilities. Because you are a human being. You are alive. You are a thoughtful and emotional person. Your Majesty, I understand. Kongzhua remained silent for a moment, but finally agreed. He had no choice. The person before him offered him no choice. So, the choice between the 2 options is already quite clear. Go ahead and do it. I'll give you 3 days. If I don't see 200,000 people outside 10 Absolute City by the end of the 3 days, you know what the consequences will be. Yes, Your Majesty. Kongzhua replied respectfully and turned to leave. He walked with a slightly hunched posture, but after walking a short distance, he stood up straight and walked with a vigorous stride. That old man is a smart man too, Qin Anyang remarked. Kongzhua walked out of the county government office. Several yamen runners were waiting outside the county government office. When they saw him come out, they immediately set off to greet him. My lord, how is it? Sir, has the one inside given you any trouble? My lord, what are the people from Great Qin doing in our Shijua County? Kongzhua shook his head. This isn't the place to talk. Let's leave first. After saying that, Kongzhua and his group quickly left the place. 1 hour later, a group of yamen runners rode out of Shijua City on horseback and scattered in all directions, heading towards various parts of Shijua County. At the same time, a summons was also issued within the 10 Absolute City. The Emperor of Qin has decreed, from this day forward, Shijua County shall be incorporated into the territory of the Great Qin dynasty, under its protection and enjoying its various policies and benefits. All people in Shijua County who do not wish to join the Great Qin shall leave the Shijua County area within 3 days. Anyone who exceeds the time limit will be treated as an enemy. However, the Great Qin is now preparing to dig a canal in Lansong County to enhance its commercial capabilities and benefit the millions of people of the Great Qin. All residents of Shijua County who are 15 years of age or older, but under 60 years of age should immediately bring their digging tools and go to the outskirts of Shijua City to gather, dig the canal, and jointly build a prosperous Qin dynasty. This summons was written by Kongzhua, who used simple and easy-to-understand language to slightly embellish Qin Anyang's order. As soon as the summons was issued, the people in the city immediately became noisy. The Qin dynasty sent people to Shijua City, actually to annex our Shijua County into the Qin dynasty. Heavens! How come the Great Qin suddenly took over our 10 absolute cities? What's going on? Isn't the Great Qin dynasty at the height of its war with the Anwu kingdom? Isn't it a bit strange that they're coming to take over the 10 absolute counties at this time? Ha! Our Shijua County has finally been incorporated into the Great Qin dynasty. We can now enjoy the benefits of the Great Qin's policies. I wonder when the construction of the Great Qin Academy will begin. My child has been nagging about it for a long time. The front lines are still fighting. Why are you digging a canal? That's right. There's still fighting on the border between Lanzhou and Qinghai. What exactly is Qin planning to dig a canal at this time? All right, why think so much? Who cares about those scheming people? It's just about putting in the effort to dig the canal, right? Just go. It's the off-season for farming anyway. That's true. Let's go home and get our tools. As the news gradually spread, the people of Shurjua City had some doubts, but they did not pay much attention to it. Ordinary people actually have very simple needs. All they want is a stable life. However, Onwu Kingdom failed to meet this small request, but Daqin, an unknown and newly emerging country, gave them this hope. That's right. It's just a hope. Although the various policies and benefits currently in place in the 5 commanderies under the jurisdiction of the Great Qin have only just begun to be implemented, their effects are already beginning to show. And those effects that have manifested are exactly what a group of ordinary people crave. The order to gather personnel was carried out smoothly, and most of the people in Shurjua City were willing to participate in the excavation of the canal. Chapter 300 Xia Yuan's Fury. The border between Lanzhou and Qinghai. About 20 miles from Lansong County, a massive siege is underway. One thing affects the whole situation. All the soldiers that the Qin army sent to this place joined the siege. The front of the defensive line. Yi Mingjie led the Azure Dragon Army, Bai Zhan led the White Tiger Army, Zhu Hua led the Black Tortoise Army, and Ho Lingxiu led the Vermilion Bird Army. The soldiers of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise armies struggled to defend the line. The enemy forces breached the city walls several times, but they managed to defend them each time. The casualties were enormous. The fire arrows were being consumed rapidly. Once the fire arrows were exhausted and the wall of fire was no longer there to block them, Xia Yuan's army of 100,000 would charge forward. At that time, they have no chance of winning. War is cruel and merciless. The slightest flaw you reveal will become a weakness that the enemy can exploit to strike you hard. Clearly, Xia Yuan had seized upon the weakness of the Qin soldiers on this side of the defensive line and launched a fierce attack. Time passed second by second. Whether attacking or defending, the number of soldiers killed on both sides is increasing rapidly. Just then, Ho Lingxiu suddenly shouted, "Attention, all troops! Prepare for the enemy's fiercest attack. As long as we can stop this attack, victory will be ours." Upon hearing this, the morale of the defending troops fighting on the city wall plummeted. And now they have to face the fiercest attack yet? How are they supposed to block that? By now, the battle has been fought to this point, with some wounded and others dead, and the remaining soldiers are utterly exhausted. In this state, what can we use to fight? What are you afraid of? Yi Mingjie roared and killed the enemy in front of him with a single shot. Unleash all your strength and kill the enemy for this general. Kill. Yi Mingjie's shouts boosted morale somewhat. Bai Zhan and Zhu Hua also shouted loudly to boost the morale of the army. However, the morale that the three had built up vanished the moment the wall of flames disappeared. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Qin dynasty will be the one to lose this battle. But just then, a plume of smoke rose in the distance. Look over there. That's the enemy's main camp. Many soldiers on the defensive line spotted the thick smoke, and their exclamations drew the attention of the other soldiers on the line. That's the direction of the enemy's main camp. What a huge plume of smoke. What on earth happened over there? Do we have reinforcements outside? The low morale was instantly transformed by this rich aroma. The Onwu Kingdom army, which was besieging the city, heard the shouts of the Qin soldiers on the city wall, and many soldiers turned their heads to look behind them. Upon seeing this, they were immediately stunned. What happened? Why is there so much thick smoke over there at the camp? Damn it! Something must have happened at the camp. These damn traitors, they can't beat us head on, so they resort to underhanded tactics. A cacophony of voices rose and fell among the army, throwing the once imposing force into chaos. "General, look behind you." A guard pointed behind him with a look of panic. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan turned his head to look behind him. Upon seeing this, his face immediately darkened, and a surge of anger welled up within him. "Fuck you." Xia Yuan couldn't help but swear. He thought he was well-mannered enough, but he just couldn't help it when he saw this scene. A bunch of good-for-nothings. More than 100,000 men couldn't even hold a single camp. They're utterly useless. Quickly go and find out what's going on at the camp. Yes, General. A personal guard acknowledged the order, rode out from the center of the army on his warhorse, and then sped off. However, not long after the guard left, a scout rushed over and, led by one of his own soldiers, arrived in front of Xia Yuan. Reporting to the general, the main camp has been attacked by rebels, and a grain storage area has been set on fire. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan closed his eyes, took 2 deep breaths, and forced himself to calm down. How many rebels are there? Reporting to the general, the rebels have about 5,000 cavalry and 30,000 infantry. 30,000 people? Xia Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with disbelief. Where did they get 30,000 people from? I don't know either. The rebels suddenly attacked from the rear, the scout replied. A bunch of useless trash. Over 100,000 men. And you managed to break through our camp with only 30,000? I really want to chop you all down with my sword. Xia Yuan was furious. He couldn't understand how the Qin rebels could have their defenses crumbled at any moment when facing the attack of his own army. Given this situation, why would you send out an army of over 30,000 to launch a surprise attack? Don't they know that if the defense line falls, the defenders on the line will suffer enormous losses? However, before Xia Yuan could think further, the army erupted in noise again. What exactly happened at the main camp? Damn it! Why is there another plume of smoke? Has the camp caught fire? Damn it! What on earth are those people doing in the camp? Hearing the soldiers' chatter, Xia Yuan froze, a bad feeling rising in his heart. Turn around. Xia Yuan was stunned when he saw 2 plumes of smoke in the distance. A bunch of useless trash. Xia Yuan roared. He was truly furious at this moment. Tens of thousands of people were guarding the camp when it was successfully attacked by 35,000 enemy troops. One instance could be attributed to carelessness. But how could the enemy succeed in the second attempt? Were the hundreds of thousands of people in the camp raised on excrement? Inside the temporary camp of Anwu Kingdom's army. Kill them. Stop them. Stop them now. Protect the grain supplies. Protect the grain supplies. Forget about those cavalry. Protect the supplies first. Damn it. Are these traitors not going to stop the front lines? The entire camp was filled with the shouts of soldiers. Shen Bo led more than 600 tiger soldiers, making 7 charges in and out of the temporary camp of the Anwu Kingdom army, displaying great prowess. Ha! Brothers of the fierce tiger army, follow me and kill. Shen Bo was excited, his face full of excitement. During the 3-day, 3-night downpour, the tiger army's hastily assembled cavalry force across the entire starry sky seemed to vanish into thin air. However, during those 3 days, the 2 groups of cavalry were not idle. They scattered and gathered villagers from various villages near the battlefield to join the fight. In 3 days, a total of more than 32,000 people were gathered. Of these 32,000 people, less than 10,000 were armed, and as for armor, there were even fewer than 3,000. However, even with this kind of team, they still managed to produce remarkable results. Chapter 3:01 Xia Yuan's Choice. Xia Yuan is now facing a choice. Whether to continue the attack regardless of the main camp, or to send troops back. If we ignore the main camp and look at the bunch of useless people in the camp, the army will probably face a situation of having no food and fodder after this battle is over. It's not impossible to collect grain and fodder locally. Given the current situation in Xiuyang, even if they managed to collect grain, would those rebels from Qin really care? Xia Yuan knew what kind of situation an army of hundreds of thousands would face if its food supply was cut off. So, there was really no other choice left for Xia Yuan. But with victory in sight, Xia Yuan was unwilling to order a partial retreat of his army. Half an hour. It will only take half an hour at most. Once these 100,000 troops charge forward and join the battle ahead, they will definitely be able to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. However, the Qin dynasty did not give him that opportunity. After much internal struggle, Xia Yuan finally gave the order with no other choice. Send the order to withdraw 50,000 troops back to reinforce the camp, while the remaining 50,000 troops continue the attack for me. Today's battle must see us take down the rebels' defensive line here. Yes, General. A personal guard received the order and immediately relayed Xia Yuan's command to the flag bearers. Upon receiving the order, The flag bearers immediately began waving the flags as instructed. Within the army, there were soldiers specifically tasked with observing the command flags. Upon seeing the flags wave, they would immediately relay the orders to their commanders. Once a general receives an order, he will naturally deploy his army accordingly. Soon, the 100,000-strong army responded accordingly. The 100,000-strong army that was originally charging forward and the 50,000-strong army in the rear gradually stopped their charge and then turned around and retreated. The 100,000-strong army was divided into two groups. Such a sight naturally could not be hidden from the Qin soldiers on the defensive line. The enemy has retreated. The enemy has begun to retreat. Brothers, the enemy is retreating. Let's attack. Hold on, everyone. The enemy has begun to retreat. Victory is ours. Countless soldiers shouted at the top of their lungs, their voices filled with excitement. However, Ho Lingxiu, Yi Mingjia, and the others, as if on cue, shouted out loud. Soldiers, charge. The enemy can't hold on any longer. They dare not continue their attack. Kill them all. Hold on, we're about to win. In short, the enemy has given up the offensive, and victory is theirs. Such distorted statements, though somewhat unethical, are actually quite effective. A group of soldiers who were fighting a bloody battle were already low in morale and extremely exhausted. Upon hearing this, he immediately regained his fighting spirit and unleashed powerful combat strength. Although not as powerful as in its heyday, it was still enough to give the Anwu Kingdom soldiers attacking the city a hard time. And Ho Lingxiu and the others' shouts not only boosted the morale of their own soldiers, but also dealt a blow to the Anwu Kingdom soldiers attacking the city. Upon hearing the retreat of the army behind them, a group of Anwu soldiers who were fighting hard immediately lost their spirit. Once morale dropped, the offensive was no longer as fierce as before. Seeing that the enemy was not as strong as before, the defenders on the city wall were even more convinced that the enemy was going to lose this siege. The scales of victory have begun to tip once again. Inside the temporary camp of Anwu Kingdom's army, Shunbo led his 600 Tiger Army soldiers in a chaotic charge, and whenever they had the chance, they would pick up crossbows, light them, and fire at the grain and fodder storage points. A group of militiamen were completely unable to devise a good countermeasure against the Tiger Army's attacks. And those generals, faced with a large army that had fallen into disarray, were simply unable to regain control of their soldiers. So, chaos erupted inside the temporary camp. Forget about those cavalry, protect the supplies. Quickly, put out the fire. Protect the supplies. Hurry. Although the generals could not gather the soldiers together, they shouted loudly, ordering them to protect the grain supplies. In this way, it can achieve quite a few results. Just then, a soldier from the fierce Tiger Army raised his crossbow, the arrowhead already lit. Pull the trigger. Whoosh! A flaming crossbow bolt flew out and struck a tent filled with provisions. Oh no! Quick! Go in and put out the fire. Damn it! How come these traitors are so accurate? Quickly, put out the fire. Several soldiers immediately rushed into the tent. However, as soon as they entered the tent, they were stunned and stood there, at a loss, when they saw the raging fire in front of them. How can we save this? Save my ass. Go up there and save one yourself. Don't just stand there. Quickly move the grain over there. Quickly, go and call someone to bring water. The soldiers reacted quickly. They weren't good at fighting, but they had encountered accidental discharges quite a few times. So, faced with the current situation, they didn't panic. Shinbo looked at the 3 burning grain supplies in the enemy camp, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Let's retreat. With a shout, he led the remaining Tiger Army out of the camp. Stop them. They're trying to escape. Stop them. A bunch of damn bastards. You think you can just run away now that you've come? Kill them. Seeing that the Tiger Army wanted to run away, how could the group of soldiers in the camp allow it? Perhaps out of anger, a group of militiamen actually picked up their weapons and stood in front of the Tiger Army, adopting a posture of ready to fight. However, militia are ultimately just militia. If you let them blindly charge into battle and die, that's fine. But if you ask them to take up arms and stop a group of battle-hardened cavalry, even if the cavalry is small in number, they still cannot withstand it. Shinbo looked at the group of soldiers blocking his way, a smirk playing on his lips, his face showing a disdainful expression. Tiger Army, fire forward. At a command, more than 500 Tiger Army soldiers raised their crossbows and aimed to fire. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. More than 500 crossbow bolts flew out. The group of Onwu soldiers blocking their way panicked upon seeing this. Watch out for a rain of arrows. Raise your shields. Everyone, raise your shields. Some clear-headed individuals immediately shouted, reminding the others to defend. However, they seemed to have forgotten that their comrades in arms were once just a group of farmers. And when had they ever experienced this scene? Many soldiers turned and fled the moment they saw the rain of arrows coming. Their escape caused the previously established defensive line to collapse instantly. Charge! Shunbo roared and charged forward, taking the lead. More than 500 Tiger Army soldiers followed closely behind. Chapter 302 Retreat. More than 500 Tiger soldiers completely shattered the defense line formed by Nwuwa's militia with a single charge. Tap tap tap. After breaking out of the enemy camp, the 500 Tiger soldiers did not leave immediately, but instead rushed towards another battlefield. That was where 30,000 hastily assembled militia fought. Without these 30,000 men holding back most of the enemy's forces, it would have been impossible for the fierce Tiger Army to achieve such a feat. At this moment, Quan Xinghe led 2,000 troops and 30,000 militiamen, who had been temporarily gathered in the vicinity, to fight against the enemy. With both sides being militia, Quan Xinghe was well prepared beforehand, so the difference in strength became immediately apparent once the battle began. But Onwu Kingdom had a significant numerical advantage, and their equipment was also superior. Therefore, even with an army of 30,000, Quan Xinghe could only achieve victory in the first wave. In subsequent battles, the situation will gradually deteriorate. However, just then, Shunbo led more than 500 members of the fierce Tiger Army galloping over. The entire galaxy, it's time to retreat. Shunbo's shout rang out, and Quan Xinghe, who was fighting the enemy, heard the shout and gave the order without hesitation. Retreat! Retreat! Upon receiving this order, one of the two sides engaged in the chaotic battle immediately turned and ran. Not only did they run haphazardly, but they also completely disregarded the pursuers behind them. A hastily assembled militia had long wanted to escape this place. The order to retreat had been given to them beforehand. Once you hear this command, just run. Don't worry about anything else. And once you're gone, there's no need to regroup. In short, it can be summed up in one sentence. Everyone go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. Run. Everyone run. The retreat order has been given. Everyone run. Stop them. Kill them. Don't let them get away. All troops, listen to my command. Pursue and kill them. The battlefield was thrown into chaos, filled with shouts and cries. However, both sides are at roughly the same level. If one side is determined to run, how can the other side catch up? The army came quickly and left quickly. Not long after Quan Xinghe and Chun Bo withdrew from the battlefield, the 50,000-strong army from Onwu Kingdom returned to their camp. All that was left for them was a scene of devastation and a pile of corpses. Not a single rebel could be seen. Damn it! A bunch of useless trash. Over 100,000 men couldn't even defeat someone with 30,000 men, and they even let the other guy get away. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. The roars of several generals echoed throughout the camp. They were genuinely furious. Victory was in sight. They were about to break through the Qin's defenses, which would bring them a great deal of military merit. But what about now? That's all. Everything is gone. Even if the enemy's defenses are breached at the front, it will no longer concern them. The Qin defense line. With a combined counterattack from the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise armies, the previously precarious defensive line was completely stabilized. Shooting. Fire at full power. Ho Lingxiu's voice was a little hoarse, but she still didn't stop. The 8,000 vermilion bird soldiers fired with all their might, no longer needing to aim. They simply fired wherever there were the most people. The crossbow bolts were almost all gone. The stockpiles inside the defense line had already been moved out. Even the logistic soldiers took to the defensive line and picked up their weapons to fight. Everyone gave it their all, just to hold the line. On Anwu Kingdom's side, they also launched a desperate attack. However, when a person's strength is exhausted, the long and prolonged attack, with several near captures of the city walls that ultimately failed, severely dampened the morale of the army. Xia Yuan stared ahead, his expression calm, as if nothing had happened, but the anger deep in his eyes could not be hidden. Order the army to retreat. General, you're saying we should retreat? The guards were puzzled. Didn't they have the upper hand on the battlefield? Why retreat at this time? Go ahead, just follow my orders, Xia Yuan said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, the guard hesitated for a moment before saying, Yes, General. The imposing manner that had been present in his previous reply was gone. The personal guard turned and left, relaying the order for the army to retreat to the flag bearers. Then, the flag bearers began waving their retreat flags, and the retreat signal rang out at that moment. Wah wah! The soldiers of Anwu Kingdom's army fighting on the front lines all had a big question in their minds the moment they heard this unique voice. Retreat? Why the sudden retreat? Is this an order to retreat? What exactly happened? Damn it! We were about to take down the rebels' city walls. Why are we retreating now? The group of soldiers couldn't understand it at all. Why not retreat earlier? Why not retreat later? But only when they have suffered such heavy casualties and are almost able to break through the rebels' defenses, at which point the order to retreat was given. Isn't this playing with their lives? However, is that really the case? As the commander of an army, why would Xia Yuan order a retreat unless there was absolutely no other choice? At the front lines, Enwu's army still appears to have the advantage. Upon closer inspection, however, the Anwu Kingdom's army had lost its advantage. Bamboo ladder. Of the bamboo ladders used for attacking the city, only 1/10 remains. What use are there to have a large number of soldiers if there aren't enough bamboo ladders for them to climb? So, Xia Yuan had no choice but to order the army to retreat. On the defense line, the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise armies were overjoyed the moment they heard the signal to retreat. Ha! We won! We won! Kill! Brothers, kill! We finally held on. Compared to the soldiers' celebration, Yi, Bai, Ho, and Zhu remained calm, exchanging glances at each other from a distance. They looked at each other and smiled. We won. It's not so much a victory as a defense. To be precise, it was a defensive one. They held their ground. Anwu's army arrived quickly and retreated just as quickly. However, this battle did not end there. Although Xia Yuan ordered the army to retreat, he did not intend to stop there. Go! Immediately send people to make bamboo ladders and shields. The more the better. You have to keep doing it, even at night. A guard stepped forward and respectfully replied, Yes, General. Then, the guard turned and left. Soon, a group of soldiers who had received orders broke away from the main army and dispersed to both sides to attack the bamboo groves and small woods. Xia Yuan was very unhappy that he had failed to break through the Qin defenses in one battle. But it has already happened. Since we can't change it, let's seize the opportunity and fight another battle. Chapter 303 You're the one who should retreat. Go and call Bashing over. Yes, General. A guard replied respectfully, then slipped into the army. A moment later, Bashing rushed over. General, why the sudden retreat? Could it be that the rebels have reinforcements? We can't fight anymore. Continuing to fight will be extremely disadvantageous to our army, and there is a high chance that we will not be able to take down the defensive lines set up by the rebels. Why is that? Too many bamboo ladders have been damaged and are no longer sufficient to support the subsequent siege operations. Upon hearing this, Ba Sheng's pupils contracted. He had actually overlooked this matter. Xia Yuan said in a deep voice, Ba Sheng, you lead 30,000 men to garrison here to prevent the rebels from sending troops out to collect the crossbow bolts. This battle has been so fierce that the rebels must be running out of crossbows. As long as we prevent them from collecting the crossbows, our army can regroup and launch another attack at dawn tomorrow. At that time, we will surely be able to take down this group of rebels in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this, Ba Sheng replied solemnly, General, leave this matter to me. I will absolutely not allow those rebels to come out, and collect even a single crossbow bolt. Xia Yuan nodded in agreement and turned to return to the main camp. He wanted to go back to the main camp to see how those good-for-nothings had lost. With over 100,000 people, their home was raided by 30,000. If word got out, it would be a disgrace to Xia Yuan. Ba Sheng watched Xia Yuan leave, then turned around and gathered 30,000 troops to rest on the spot. Left side of the defensive line. Upon hearing the retreat signal, Yang Wei led his army in a swift retreat without hesitation. In this siege, the 50,000-strong army on the left flank encountered the greatest resistance of the three sides. They numbered 50,000, while the Qin garrison on the defensive line numbered a full 40,000. The two sides were separated by 10,000 soldiers. 10,000 soldiers may seem like a lot, but don't forget, this is a siege. So, the losses of Yang Wei's 50,000-strong left-wing army were not significant. Of the 50,000 troops, more than 7,000 were killed in this siege. The number of injured has exceeded 5,000. In contrast, the Qin soldiers on the defensive line suffered far fewer casualties. On the defense line, Luo Xingho stood with Pang Liren, watching the retreating enemy troops ahead, and finally a smile appeared on his face. We won. Yes, we won. The two looked at each other and smiled. The other soldiers, however, were celebrating loudly with great joy. We won. We won. We held on. We held on. Ha ha. We won. We won. Right side of the defensive line. Lu Jun forced Xie Yongxiu back with a single blow, regained his footing, and was panting heavily, clearly exhausted. Lu Jun, aren't you going to order a retreat? Xie Yongxiu grinned, but his smile was somewhat desolate. 2,000 against 5,000. More than half of the soldiers died in World War I. Such losses are extremely serious for the Azura army. More than half of the casualties were fatal. If it were an ordinary army, they would have mutinied long ago. However, they are the Azura army. There must be a reason why it dares to name itself after Azura. Retreat, Lu Jun retorted, his face full of anger. Xie Yongxiu, you're the one who should retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jun charged forward with his spear. Upon seeing this, Xie Yongxiu's expression darkened, and he gripped the Shura crescent blade to meet the attack. The two resumed their battle. You shoot me, I stab you. Neither of us is willing to admit defeat. The soldiers on both sides were now fighting with real fury, their only thought being to kill each other. Kill them. Damn it. I'll kill you. You dare kill my brother? I'll kill you. A bunch of traitors die. Lu Jun's 50,000-strong army may not be as good as the Shura army's soldiers in individual combat, but they have a large number of soldiers. 50,000 against 20,000. 5 people against 2 people. The result was obvious. The 5-person team won the most. Lu Jun, if you don't retreat now, once our reinforcements arrive, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Xie Yongxiu shouted. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think I'm easily intimidated? Lu Jun didn't buy it at all, and continued to relentlessly attack Xie Yongxiu. He's not stupid. Lu Jun didn't know why the front line was retreating, but it definitely wasn't because the Anwu Kingdom's army had been defeated. Even if Qin reinforcements join the battle, their forces will definitely not be too many. Otherwise, faced with the approaching army of Anwu Kingdom to quell the rebellion, the rebels of Great Qin would not set up a defensive line here. More importantly, what does the retreat of the main force have to do with his right-wing army? As long as Lu Jun believes he can still fight, that's enough. Xie Yongxiu was somewhat disappointed when he realized he couldn't intimidate Lu Jun. He glanced at the state of the Shura army soldiers and sighed inwardly. We can't fight anymore. If we continue, the entire Azura army will be wiped out here. The Azura army. The entire army retreats to the defensive line. Xie Yongxiu shouted loudly, ordering the army to retreat, while he himself charged forward to continue fighting Lu Jun. Damn it! Lu Jun cursed loudly, his face full of anger. This guy kept telling you to retreat, but then he turned around and retreated himself. Where's your face? Right-wing army, heed my command. Stop them. Don't let these traitors get away. Kill. However, even without Lu Jun's orders, the soldiers of the right-wing army fought desperately to stop the Shura army from retreating. Joke. They've finally encountered this opportunity. How could they possibly give it up so easily? Kill them. Kill them. A bunch of bastards, coming and going as they please. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Brothers, kill them. The soldiers of the right wing, wielding broadswords, followed closely behind the Azura army, refusing to let them leave. However, this place is only a little over 2,000 meters away from the defensive line set up by the Qin dynasty. This distance wouldn't take long for a large army determined to escape. However, this process will result in a significant number of casualties. 2 kilometers, 1,800 meters, 1,500 meters, 1 kilometer. When the Azura army was about a kilometer away from the defensive line, the several hundred soldiers stationed there, led by 300 vermilion bird soldiers, used crossbows to provide support. 100 powerful crossbows fired their bolts in succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew out, shooting towards the right-wing army led by Lu Jun. To avoid accidentally injuring the Azura army, the defenders on the front line deliberately fired further back. We'll shoot as many as we can. In this way, they did their best. After all, they only have a limited number of people, and there's not much they can do. However, at that moment, the group of soldiers who had left earlier returned. Chapter 304, A Good Strategy. 5,000 people went there, but only 3,000 or so returned. This shows just how fierce the battle was fought right in front of the defensive line. But none of that matters. The important thing is, the return of these more than 3,000 people instantly boosted the fighting strength on the weak right side of the defensive line several times over. And this also became the final straw that broke the camel's back for the right-wing army led by Lu Jun. Cease the pursuit. Everyone stop. Retreat. Lu Jun was no fool. The moment he realized that things were hopeless, he decisively ordered the army to retreat. The right-wing army still has more than 40,000 soldiers capable of fighting. However, this number of over 40,000 people was not at its peak. Not to mention, they didn't have any siege equipment at the moment, not even a bamboo ladder. In this way, what can we use to attack the city? Going up there would only be suicide. As soon as Lu Jun gave the order, the right-wing army quickly stopped its pursuit and began to retreat. Without enemy pursuit, the Azura army successfully returned to their defensive line. Lu Jun stood at a distance with his army, watching the Azura soldiers climb the city wall one by one, his eyes filled with resentment. What exactly happened on the other side of the army? If the Shura army hadn't withdrawn from the main battlefield, they would all be stuck here today. What a pity. Night fell. Inside the defensive line, Yi Mingjia, Bai Zhan, Ho Lingxiu, Zhu Hua, Pang Liren, Tang Yongyu, Xie Yongxiu, and Luo Xingho gathered together. Yi Mingjia glanced at the 6 people inside the tent and said in a deep voice, "Our army suffered heavy casualties in today's battle. Although we held our ground, it is not enough to fight another battle. Especially when we had very few crossbow bolts left, we were not qualified to fight the enemy. So, my suggestion is to abandon the defensive line and withdraw the entire army to Kyoto County to conduct guerrilla warfare." Upon hearing this, the 6 people inside the tent remained silent for a moment. In today's battle, the Azura army suffered the heaviest casualties, while the Vermilion Bird army suffered the fewest. The other 5 armies suffered varying degrees of casualties. But basically, they all exceeded half. With more than half of their fighting force lost, it's truly impossible to continue the battle. After a moment of silence, Tang Yongyu sighed and spoke first. "Do you think you can just evacuate hundreds of thousands of people like that? And once we retreat, this place will be undefended, and hundreds of thousands of enemy troops will be able to drive straight in and enter our great Xintian County. Then what will we use to stop them?" Yi Mingjia said, "We can do guerrilla warfare like the fierce tiger army, harassing the enemy from all sides and making it impossible for them to move an inch." "Brother Ye's idea is good." Tang Yongyu offered a lukewarm compliment, then said, "Brother Yi, have you ever thought about something?" "What is it?" Yi Mingjia asked, puzzled. Tang Yongyu said, "We are not the fierce tiger army. The fierce tiger army is not only small in number, but it is also a cavalry force. They can use the speed advantage of cavalry to harass the enemy. And what about us? Are you going to use your 2 feet to launch sneak attacks and harass the enemy? I am afraid. If the sneak attack fails, the enemy will defeat us one by one. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingjia's expression darkened, and the atmosphere inside the tent became even more oppressive. It seems like they won today's battle. However, in fact, they were the ones who lost. Baijan said, Brother Tang, what do you suggest we do now? Retreat or continue to defend this place? Upon hearing this, everyone inside the tent turned to look at Tang Yanyu. Tang Yanyu pondered for a moment and said, My suggestion is to keep fighting. Should we continue fighting? The group couldn't help but wonder how they should fight this battle and what their chances of winning were. However, no matter what they think, there is only one outcome: defeat. The remaining fighting force at the defense line is no match for the enemy. We can't fight. Ho Lingxiu suddenly spoke up. Let's retreat. Upon hearing this, the other 6 people in the tent reacted with varying expressions. General Ho, if we retreat, how will we explain ourselves to the emperor? How will we explain ourselves to the people of Great Qin? Upon hearing this, Ho Lingxiu looked at Tang Yanyu and said calmly, What explanation do you need? General Tang, you know in your heart that if we continue to hold this place to the death, we will surely be defeated. Knowing that defeat is inevitable, why hold this place to the death? The emperor's order is for us to stop the enemy army and prevent them from entering Qingtian County and affecting the lives of the people of Qingtian County. But now, our army is facing extreme danger. Retreat. We can still preserve our strength, engage the enemy, and deal with them gradually. War. If we are defeated, where will our Great Qin find a large army to resist the enemy's attack? Upon hearing this, Tang Yanyu fell silent and said nothing more. Didn't he think of these things? Thinking about it is one thing, doing it is another. At this moment, Luo Xingho interjected. General Ho, I have no objection to retreating. I personally think we should retreat. But, after the retreat, our army will lose the advantage of the defensive line and will have no cavalry. At that time, it will be difficult to launch a surprise attack or harass the enemy. Does General Ho have a solution? Ho Lingxiu smiled slightly. You all seem to have fallen into a misconception. Who told you that to stop the enemy, you have to engage them in direct combat? Don't forget, the powerful crossbows of my Great Qin are not just for show. The defensive line gave our army a considerable advantage, but it also limited the effectiveness of the crossbows. The first-generation crossbow has a range of 1,500 meters, and the second-generation crossbow has a range of 1,800 meters. At such a distance, if our troops were divided into countless small groups and surrounded the enemy, they could engage in free fire. You all say, how should the enemy respond? Upon hearing this, the 6 people inside the tent frowned and lowered their heads in deep thought. Soon, a glint of light appeared in the eyes of all 6 of them. Good. That's a great idea. Ha. As expected of General Ho, such a method is truly a brilliant strategy. Excellent. If our army is divided into several small groups to assist the female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army in using crossbows, the enemy will definitely regret coming here. This tactic combines the advantages of both archers and cavalry, and also makes up for the weaknesses of the Vermilion Bird Army. The only drawback is that our army currently has a limited stock of crossbow bolts. The crossbow bolts are indeed a problem. There were crossbow bolts everywhere outside the defensive line, but the enemy wouldn't let us pick them up. Isn't what you're saying obvious? If you were in their shoes, would you let the other person pick it up? Chapter 305, 20 Squats. All right, everyone quiet down. Ho Lingxiu said coldly. Yi Mingjie and the others fell silent, turning to look at Ho Lingxiu, waiting for her to continue. Put the crossbow issue aside for now. Our top priority is to evacuate this area. We have to evacuate tonight. Otherwise, if the enemy launches an attack early tomorrow morning, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingjie and the others nodded in agreement. Luo Xingho said, General Ho, we will definitely evacuate tonight, but we still need to discuss the personnel allocation. We all agree with the excellent strategy that General Ho proposed earlier. But whether this strategy can be perfectly implemented depends on the Vermilion Bird Army. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingjie chimed in with a similar response. That's right. If we want to operate in several small groups, then we must operate with the Vermilion Bird Army as the core. Only in this way can the plan achieve its maximum effect. The remaining 5 people, though silent, spoke volumes with their expressions. Controlling a crossbow is not difficult. The challenge lies in achieving accuracy. The soldiers under the 7 men could also operate crossbows to fire, but their accuracy was far inferior to that of the female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army. Ho Lingxiu nodded. Even if the others didn't bring it up, she would have brought it up herself. Our army operates in small groups. The forces cannot be too dispersed or too large, otherwise they cannot achieve the best results. My suggestion is to divide them into 20 teams. Each team consists of 500 Vermilion Bird soldiers, and the soldiers from the other armies are evenly distributed among these 20 teams. In this way, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Yi Mingjie and the other 6 exchanged glances, and then all 7 nodded in unison. No problem. Let's do as General Ho says. I also agree with this allocation. May I interject? Xie Yongxiu then said. These 20 teams can be divided into 8 smaller groups. Each of us 8 will control a smaller group and attack the enemy from 8 directions. This way, we won't be a disorganized mess. Certainly, unless absolutely necessary, the 8 of us must not interfere with other teams except for our own. Upon hearing this, Ho Lingxiu and the other 6 thought for a moment and then agreed. In that case, let's allocate them according to this plan. I have no objection. I have no objection either. After discussing and making a decision, the 8 people stepped out of the tent and began to arrange the next steps of the evacuation. The first issue is the personnel arrangement for the 20 squads, and the second is the arrangement for the wounded soldiers from today's battle. The wounded soldiers are certainly unable to continue in the next battle. So, we must arrange for people to send them back to Daqin. The remaining soldiers will then continue the battle. Throw away what you should throw away, take what you should take, and burn anything you really can't take before leaving. In short, aside from the most insignificant items, nothing will be left for the enemy. Of course, items like ironware that couldn't be taken with them had to be left behind. However, it doesn't matter if those things are left to the enemy. If they don't want it, fine. But if they do, carrying those heavy iron weapons would do nothing but slow down the army's advance. Time passed second by second. It wasn't until late at night that the 20 teams were finally assigned. Each squad consists of 500 female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army, plus more than 60 powerful crossbows. The 32nd generation powerful crossbows are also distributed among each squad. 2 or 3 aircraft. The remaining soldiers of the 7 armies, along with the logistics soldiers, were evenly distributed among each squad. At last, excluding the wounded soldiers and those transporting them back to Qin, each squad numbered around 6,000. In other words, Yi Mingjie and his 8 men still had 120,000 soldiers available at this time. Go, put those scarecrows in front of the defensive line and replace the soldiers on the line. Yi Mingjie said to one of the soldiers beside him. Yes, General. The soldier replied respectfully and turned to leave. Soon, as Yi Mingjie's order was relayed, 1,000 logistics soldiers, each carrying a scarecrow, ran towards the city wall. Not long after, more than 3,000 soldiers came down from the city wall. Let's go? Yi Mingjie greeted him with a faint smile on his face. Gentlemen, let's teach those enemy soldiers a lesson and let them know that our great Qin is not to be trifled with. That's a must. Ha. What do you think the enemy's expression will be when they launch their attack tomorrow and see this place completely empty and devoid of anything? Who cares about their expression? Anyone who dares to attack Qin must be prepared to die. That's right. Xingtian County is not like Lansong County, which is flat terrain and a wide view. Once they enter Xingtian County, they'll have a hard time. After a brief discussion, the 8 men led their 8 teams to evacuate the defense line overnight. After entering the territory of Kyoto County, the 8 squads dispersed into 20 squads and disappeared. No one knows where these 20 squads will appear. No one knows when these 20 squads will emerge and deliver a heavy blow to Anwu Kingdom's exoneration army. 10 deadly cities. County government office. A group of attractive women dressed in brightly colored clothes arrived at the pavilion in the backyard, led by Chung Yufu. Many lanterns were hung around the area. This makes the backyard as bright as day, even at night. Your Majesty, all the people from the 100 Flowers Pavilion have been brought here. Chung Yufu stepped forward and cupped her hands in greeting. In front of outsiders, she still addressed Qin Anyang as Emperor in a very proper manner. Qin Anyang nodded, got up and walked out of the pavilion. Standing in front of the pavilion, looking at the group of women before him, each with their own unique beauty, a barely perceptible hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Even today, Qin Anyang has not forgotten his original dream. I can't be a landlord or a tyrant, but can I be a tyrant? Among you, who is the manager of the 100 Flowers Pavilion? Before the women could reply, Chung Yufu spoke up. Your Majesty, the manager of the 100 Flowers Pavilion in 10 Absolute City had already run away before we arrived. Oh, Qin Anyang was somewhat surprised, but that was all. He didn't pay much attention to it at the moment. She's just a woman. She can just run away. Since this person wanted to run away, it means that he knew very well that once he fell into his hands, there was no chance of survival. It's true that Qin Anyang has a fondness for beautiful women, but not every beauty will be kept. Threats that need to be eliminated will be eliminated without mercy. There are so many beautiful women in the world. Killing a few people is no big deal. Chapter 306. Something's wrong with this group of rebels. Now that the manager of Baiwalu has run away, you can handle the rest. Yes, Your Majesty. Chung Yufu replied respectfully, then turned and beckoned Qin Yi and Qin Air to come over. Qin Yi, Qin Air, take them down and explain the rules of the great Qin Imperial Army to them. If anyone harbors ill intentions, kill them without hesitation. Yes, General. Qin Yi and Qin Air replied in unison, then turned around and beckoned a group of women from the 100 Flowers Pavilion to leave the place. Qin Anyang watched this scene with a calm expression. She's just a pretty girl. He already has several thousand, and unless he encounters someone with exceptionally outstanding looks, he feels absolutely no attraction to them. Not to mention, his wife was still sitting in the pavilion behind him. I've seen many beautiful women, but there isn't a single one who can match Luo Qinghuan's level in terms of figure, appearance, and temperament. After Qin Yi and Qin Air left with the group of women from the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Chung Yufu stepped forward with a smile and said, My lord, Magistrate Kong is doing a good job. More than 30,000 people have gathered outside the city, and the number is expected to reach 100,000 by tomorrow. It seems this old man has some skill. Li Dapeng smiled and praised him, then turned and walked into the pavilion, with Chung Yufu following him. We sat down inside the pavilion. My lady, a lot of people have gathered outside the city. I plan to take them with me and set off at noon tomorrow. Digging a canal is not something that can be done in a day. The sooner we start, the sooner we can finish. Luo Qinghuan nodded. It's better to act sooner rather than later. What our great Qin needs most right now is time. Chung Yufu stood aside, completely bewildered by their conversation, though she knew they were plotting something. What they were planning. What else could there be besides Anwu Kingdom's army of hundreds of thousands? Digging canals. Chung Yufu really couldn't imagine what kind of threat digging a canal could pose to that enemy army. Yufu, after we leave tomorrow, you will lead 500 Qin Imperial soldiers to stay here and receive those people. After 3 days, take them over there. Yes, sir. Chung Yufu snapped out of her daze and replied respectfully. You know the location, right? Master, I know. That's good to know. Qin Anyang nodded, stood up, looked at Luo Qinghuan, and said with a smile, My wife, it's late. Let's go and rest. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan gave Qin Anyang a coquettish glare, then got up and walked towards the backyard. Seeing this, Qin Anyang took a few steps forward and put his arm around Luo Qinghuan's waist. This action drew a shove from Luo Qinghuan. However, utterly useless. Shiyu, let's go. Shiyu responded softly and followed Xiaoyu. The two sisters were going to serve the master and mistress to sleep. The two tigers, Xiao Shi and Xiao Xiao, wanted to follow, but Chung Yufu stopped them. Return. Why did you two follow along and join in the fun? Upon hearing this, the two tigers indeed stopped, turned around, and roared at Cheng Yufu. Roar. The voices weren't loud, but they expressed the two tigers' dissatisfaction. If the two tigers could speak, they would have cursed at each other. These two are becoming more and more like human beings. Cheng Yufu muttered something under her breath, then turned and left. She had no interest in eavesdropping. The next morning, as dawn broke, the Anwu Kingdom's army camp began to stir with noise. Hurry! Quickly pack your equipment. The general has ordered an immediate all-out attack on the rebels. Get to work. All of you, hurry up. Isn't the food ready yet? Damn it. We're going to war today. Can't the kitchen hurry up? The advance team, come and get your ladders. Damn. This ladder is so heavy. How are we supposed to carry it? We had to carry them even if we couldn't. We cut down all the trees and bamboo groves around us to make these ladders. Amidst a commotion, the Anwu Kingdom's army was fully assembled. This time, we are determined to take down the front line of defense in one fell swoop. Soon, the 300,000-strong army left the camp and marched in a mighty procession toward the defensive lines set up by the Qin dynasty. On the way, Ba Sheng arrived at the center of the army and found Xia Yuan. General, how was it? Did the rebels make any moves last night? Xia Yuan asked. No, the rebels were very quiet last night and didn't send anyone out to collect the crossbow bolts, but they did add a lot of troops to the defense line, Ba Sheng replied truthfully. Hearing this, Xia Yuan's face was full of doubt. This shouldn't be happening. Do they still have crossbows? Impossible. If these rebels still had crossbows, our casualties in yesterday's battle would not have been so few. Thinking of this, Xia Yuan looked up and gazed ahead, his eyes slightly narrowed, his heart filled with doubt. What exactly is wrong? General, what are you thinking about? Ba Sheng asked, puzzled. Something's not right. What's wrong? Something's not right with these traitors. Upon hearing this, Ba Sheng looked ahead with a puzzled expression. He had been guarding this place all night and hadn't noticed anything amiss. Except for a change of guards late at night, nothing happened the entire night. Wrong. Something's really wrong. Ba Sheng also realized that in yesterday's battle, the rebels barely managed to hold onto the wall, but suffered huge losses in terms of soldiers and other resources. With such a huge loss, even if the rebels receive reinforcements, they will not be able to reach this place today. In this way, in today's battle, these Qin rebels are simply no match for us. Thinking of this, Ba Sheng turned to look at Xia Yuan and said uncertainly, General, do you think those rebels from Great Qin might have retreated and fled overnight? Xia Yuan's pupils contracted, and his heart felt as if the clouds had parted and the sky had cleared. Damn it! These rebels have probably already retreated. I knew something was wrong. You deserve to die. Xia Yuan was furious. Victory seemed within reach, but now it looked like it would be another disappointment. Pass down the order. The entire army is to advance at full speed. No need for probing. Launch a direct attack on the defensive lines set up by the rebels. Yes, General. A guard respectfully replied, then turned and left, passing Xia Yuan's orders to the flag bearers. Soon, Xia Yuan's order was relayed throughout the army. Upon receiving the order, the vanguard of the army immediately abandoned defense and charged forward, shields in hand. Behind them, it was an overwhelming army of 300,000. The 300,000-strong army marched forward in a mighty procession, their feet treading on the corpses of their fallen comrades from the previous day. Blood stained the soles of their feet. A pungent, foul, fishy odor wafted out. Chapter 307, they actually ran away. As the army charged forward, they drew ever closer to the defensive line. However, many soldiers gradually sensed that something was wrong. It's so quiet. It's so quiet on the defensive line. What happened? Why didn't those rebels shoot us with their crossbows? What's going on? Are the rebels preparing to surrender? As they drew closer, various discussions gradually arose among the army. The tense atmosphere of yesterday was gone. Instead, doubt filled the entire army. Xia Yuan looked at the defensive line ahead, his expression complex and filled with indescribable melancholy. These traitors. They're really tough to deal with. Xia Yuan couldn't understand why a group of rebels would be so troublesome. At the same time, I still felt a deep sense of confusion. Why don't such a powerful group of rebels join Anwu Kingdom and serve the country? If these rebels could surrender to Onwu Kingdom and serve the country, Onwu Kingdom's military strength would definitely be elevated several levels. However, Xia Yuan let out a deep sigh. Now he has confirmed that the rebels withdrew from the defensive line last night. At this point, it's likely that not a single soldier can be found on the other side of the defensive line. Soon, the vanguard of the army arrived at the defensive line. Before they could even set up their ladders, they saw a row of conspicuous scarecrows on the defensive line, which seemed to be mocking them. This scene left a group of soldiers stunned on the spot. Scarecrow? How could it be a scarecrow? Where are the traitors? What exactly is going on? Could they have run away? All right, let's go up and take a look. Quickly set up the ladder. Let's go up and take a look. Two soldiers carried a ladder forward and stood it up. Then, a soldier, holding a large sword, was the first to climb the ladder and ascend the city wall. Under the watchful eyes of many soldiers, the soldier climbed the city wall without encountering any obstacles. The soldier stood on the city wall, looked around, then took 2 steps forward to the edge of the wall and looked at the camp inside the defensive line. Upon seeing this, they were completely stunned. How could this be? Just then, soldiers began to climb the city wall one after another. How is this possible? They actually ran away. Like the first soldier, these soldiers were stunned into place when they saw what was happening before them. They couldn't believe it. Yesterday, we fought them to the death. The battle was so fierce, and the rebels refused to back down an inch. But in just one night, they ran away. They got away. Send a few men to open the city gates. At that moment, Ba Sheng's voice came from outside the defensive line. Upon hearing this, several soldiers from the group on the city wall stepped out and walked down the wall. A moment later, click, click, click. The heavy city gates slowly opened from the inside. Ba Sheng led his 5,000 troops into the city first. When he saw the scene inside the defense line, his eyes were filled with complex emotions, and an indescribable feeling rose in his heart. They actually ran away. When Ba Sheng first mentioned this to Xia Yuan, he was somewhat unwilling to believe it. However, what he saw before him forced him to believe it. The traitors have really run away. Soon, Xia Yuan led his army into the city, and Ba Sheng, seeing this, turned and walked away. General, just as you said, the rebels have indeed retreated overnight. If they're leaving, then they're leaving. Xia Yuan spoke indifferently, as if he didn't care about the matter. In fact, they had a chance to defeat these rebels, but they managed to escape. Send people to clean up the battlefield. The remains of those fallen soldiers cannot be left to rot in the wilderness. Yes, General. Ba Sheng cupped his hands in return and turned to leave. Collecting the remains of fallen soldiers is indeed something that must be done. Whether it was to give the fallen soldiers a proper resting place or to prevent the spread of plague, the remains had to be collected. Xia Yuan walked towards the city wall with his hands behind his back, standing on the city wall. At first glance, the camps within the defensive line were fully visible. Xia Yuan's eyes were filled with complex emotions, and for the first time, a sense of confusion rose in his heart. The battle to come. How exactly should we fight? Xia Yuan asked himself this question. They went from being full of confidence at the beginning to being undecided about this group of rebels now. Recalling everything since entering Lanshan County, Xia Yuan felt somewhat uncertain. Yesterday was actually the best opportunity. However, things didn't go as planned. The attack on the main camp has not yet affected the main army, but only a few ladders were damaged, which is the biggest reason for yesterday's defeat. All of this can only be attributed to insufficient prior preparation. Xia Yuan never expected that the Qin rebels could hold out for so long in the face of an attack by an army of 300,000. The number of soldiers killed on both sides was not significantly different. If we consider the original troop strength of both sides, they actually made a profit. But this place is already close to the rebels' stronghold. Not far ahead lies Kyoto County. What kind of attack will we face once we enter Kyoto County? Xia Yuan couldn't think of anything for the time being. But it definitely won't be easy. It was nearing noon. 10 deadly cities. 5,000 soldiers had assembled in front of the county government gate. Set off. At Cheng Yufu's command, the army began to advance. Target. Outside the gates of 10 deadly cities. Are we leaving 10 absolute city? That's for sure. Tens of thousands of people have gathered outside the city. This lord is definitely going to take those people to dig the canal. What do you think the Qin dynasty really wanted to do by digging the canal? How should I know? It is said that this was to open up water transportation, enhance the business capabilities of Qin merchants, and promote economic development. No matter what you say, you know what kind of people the government is. They definitely have other motives. TCH, so what if they have other motives? You and I are just ordinary people. Even if we have some motives, does it affect us? That's true. On both sides of the street, many people watched the Qin imperial army and discussed it amongst themselves. Many people even followed the army and walked out of the city together. Digging canals. This is a huge project. In the more than 200 years since the founding of Anwu Kingdom, it has only built 2 canals. This is enough to show just how enormous was the project of building the canal. Before long, the army arrived outside the city. At this time, more than 60,000 people had gathered outside the city. With so many people gathered together, even though there was a huge open area outside the 10 absolute city, it still felt somewhat crowded. That's the Qin army, isn't it? That's right. It's the army of the Great Qin. Wasn't it supposed to be 3 days? What are they doing here now? Could it be that we're leaving earlier than planned? Chapter 308 The Big Liar. He's starting to fool people again. When the army arrived outside the city, Cheng Yufu, riding her warhorse, raised her hand and waved. The Qin imperial army behind them immediately sprang into action. Everyone step back. Everyone stand back. Faced with a group of valiant Qin imperial soldiers driving them away, the people gathered there retreated. A group of people looked on with curiosity. The carriage slowly came to a stop. Qin Anyang got off the carriage, and the sisters Xia and Xiaoya followed him down. As for Luo Qinghuan, she remained seated inside the carriage and did not get off. Standing in front of the crowd of people, Qin Anyang looked at them and smiled. Please quiet down, everyone. He raised his hand and pressed it down, signaling everyone to be quiet. The crowd gradually quieted down as they moved from near to far. For our debut, thank you all for coming here to participate in the upcoming canal excavation. The excavation of the canal is a massive project that cannot be accomplished in a day. But once the canal is successfully built, Lansong County will become the richest county in western Liang. And you, as people of Lansong County, you will be the biggest beneficiaries at that time. Just imagine, if one day, tens of thousands of merchants travel to and from Lansong County for trade, how much benefit will they bring to Lansong County? And you will have countless opportunities to make a fortune. Furthermore, our Great Qin will also issue various policies to support the people of Lansong County. That's not all. You ordinary people who participated in digging the canal will receive some dividends every year from now on. These dividends are paid every year. As long as you don't commit any crimes or do anything that violates the laws of the Great Qin, even after you are gone, your descendants will still be able to enjoy this dividend. Now, everyone, pick up your digging tools and follow the team to the designated location for digging the canal. Dig a canal. After saying that, Qin Anyang turned around and went back into the carriage, followed by the sisters Xia and Xiaoya. Inside the carriage, Luo Qinghuan looked at Qin Anyang as he entered and said with a smile, "That big liar is at it again, trying to fool people." Qin Anyang pouted. "Wife, you should speak with solid evidence. When have I ever lied to anyone? TCH, I wonder who it is that keeps drawing me one pie after another. When did I make empty promises to you?" The sisters, Xia and Xiaoya, looked at each other and smiled. As Qin Anyang and the other two returned to the carriage, Cheng Yufu gave Qin Yi a look. "Let's go." Qin nodded and turned to call the group to their seats. Set off. With Qin Yi's command, the army slowly began to move. Cheng Yufu stayed behind with 500 Qin imperial soldiers and did not follow. A group of people were still immersed in Qin Anyang's words, unable to extricate themselves from them. What is dividend? What is profit sharing? Does anyone know? Dividends are simple. They just take a portion of the money we make from doing business and share it with us. Hey, simply put, those of us who participated in digging the canal will receive money every year from now on. Such a good thing. Let's go. Let's hurry and catch up. The Qin dynasty's reputation is still trustworthy. That's right. Let's hurry and follow them. After discussing it for a while, a group of people chased after the army in the direction it had gone. Tens of thousands of people marched off into the distance in a grand procession. Meanwhile, many people from all over Shirjua County came to join them, and those who could catch up naturally went along with them. Those who can't make it will have to wait until tomorrow or later and go there under Chung Yufu's guidance. Night fell. At the front of the defense line built by Daqin in Lansong County, more than a dozen large fires were burning fiercely, and a pungent, nauseating smell of blood wafted far and wide. The bodies burning in the fire are those of soldiers who died in yesterday's battle. Burying tens of thousands of corpses would be time-consuming and laborious, and the decomposition of the bodies could potentially cause a plague. So, on the southern wilderness continent, in any major battle, the bodies of fallen soldiers are burned unless someone takes them back. This is experience gained from learning from mistakes. Inside the temporary camp of Anwu Kingdom's army. In the center of the camp. Inside the tent belonging to General Xia Yuan, a group of generals from the Anwu Kingdom's anti-rebellion army gathered. But there's one less person than before. Xia Yuan sat at the head of the table, glanced at the generals in the tent, and began to speak. You've all seen what's going on. This group of rebels from the Great Qin is completely different from the rebels that have appeared before. They don't have many troops, but they are extremely difficult to deal with. Whether it's crossbows or harassment tactics, they all cause great trouble for our army. And now, this group of rebels withdrew from Lansong County overnight and returned to Qingtian County. I don't know much about Kyoto County, except that it is a mountainous and hilly area, which is extremely disadvantageous for our army's march. Given the fighting style of those rebels, they will definitely launch surprise attacks on our troops along the way. And it will be even more disgusting. So, do you have any solutions to this? Upon hearing this, all the generals inside the tent fell silent, their faces showing deep thought. Just as Xia Yuan said, the Qin rebels were only average in direct combat, not particularly strong. This sneak attack is the only exception. I don't know which despicable person taught them to do that. But, disgusting as it may be, Lu Jun and the others had to admit that the rebels' sneak attack tactic was indeed very successful. However, now they face this difficult problem and must find a way to solve it. Otherwise it will be a major problem for their own army. Without resolving the problem of being ambushed, the army's advance will be greatly hindered. General, the rebels are able to launch surprise attacks on us. Besides their cavalry, we also need to be wary of their powerful crossbows. Lu Jun then stepped forward and spoke, and everyone was stunned upon hearing it. A powerful crossbow? They had indeed overlooked this issue before. They had always thought that crossbows could only be fired from one fixed location, but when they climbed the city wall today, not a single crossbow that had caused them so much damage yesterday was left. This shows that carrying a crossbow is not difficult. Xia Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He had overlooked this issue before, but now that Lu Jun had brought it up, it was indeed a very serious problem. Gentlemen, General Lu is right. I had overlooked this issue before. The rebels' crossbows are indeed a great threat. Such a long range poses a great threat to our army. If the rebels use crossbows in a surprise attack, our army will be completely unable to defend against it. So, Chapter 309 General, I have a plan. We must not rush into Kyoto County before we can solve this problem. Otherwise, if those rebels find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, it will cause great damage to our army. You've all seen the range of the crossbow. Such a powerful weapon must not be entered into Kyoto County without a corresponding countermeasure. Everyone, think carefully about how to break this deadlock. As the commander-in-chief of the army, Xia Yuan did not put on any airs. He simply ignored what he had overlooked. Just admit it. This is not a big deal. It's impossible to disregard the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers just for some unfounded sense of face. Upon hearing this, the generals inside the tent fell into deep thought once again. They increasingly felt that the Qin rebels were difficult to deal with, given their detestable sneak attack tactics and powerful weapons like crossbows. It's simply, I don't even know how to describe how I feel right now. General, if the rebels use powerful crossbows to launch a surprise attack on our army, we will have no way to defend against it. Not entirely. If our army sends soldiers along the way to defend with shields, it can also withstand the enemy's sneak attacks. Raising shields is definitely not an option. It would slow our army's march down considerably. There's no other way but to be slow. We can't just become live targets for the rebels, can we? How about we send more scouts to cover a range of 1,500 meters to the left and right along the way? No, even if those scouts discover the rebels, it won't change anything. The crossbows have too long a range. By the time they find the rebels, it will be too late. So what do we do now? We can't just give up, can we? For a time, the generals inside the tent were arguing fiercely. They came up with countless solutions, but none of them were very good and could not solve the threat of the crossbows at all. Ultimately, the biggest problem is still the crossbow. Unable to resolve the major threat posed by the powerful crossbows, the army had no way to annihilate the Qin rebels. Everyone realized this at this point. However, what's the use of realizing it? Xia Yuan listened silently to the conversation between the generals inside the tent, a sense of irritation rising in his heart. How exactly can we break through the crossbow? Xia Yuan wondered to himself. The existence of the crossbow was indeed a fatal flaw. If it were a direct confrontation, the army could still raise their shields for defense. However, if they were ambushed by rebels during their journey, the crossbow, a powerful weapon, would be impossible to defend against. Unless the terrain is as flat and open as Lansong County, where one can see thousands of meters ahead at a glance. This also helps to identify the traitors. The problem is that Kyoto County is a predominantly hilly area with many large mountain ranges. Such a geographical environment was very advantageous to the rebels. However, for their own army, it is a very troublesome problem. Just when many generals were at a loss, Yang Wei stepped forward and said, "General, I have a plan." Upon hearing this, the noisy generals inside the tent immediately fell silent, and all their eyes focused on Yang Wei. "General Yang, what is your plan?" Xia Yuan asked. Yang Wei said, "General, our army still has 470,000 soldiers, and at least 450,000 of them are capable of fighting. There are still more than 90,000 elite soldiers. If we send out these 90,000 troops, detour to Qingtian County, and reach Ning'an County as quickly as possible, we can directly attack the rebel camp. As the saying goes, to catch the thief, first catch the king. As long as our army captures the leader of the Qin rebels in one fell swoop, the remaining group of leaderless rebels will be nothing more than grasshoppers in autumn, unable to hop around for long." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan frowned, pondering the feasibility of the matter. Yang Wei's plan was actually quite simple. 90,000 elite troops detoured to Ningxan County and Qingtian County to kill the rebel leader, while the remaining 300,000 troops continued along the original route to draw the rebel army's attention. In this way, it actually works. Although the army dispatched by Anwu Kingdom to quell the rebellion this time numbered 500,000, the main force was only 100,000 elite troops. The remaining 400,000 troops were mostly logistics support and cannon fodder. Don't expect a hastily assembled militia to win any major victories. In that case, sending these militiamen to distract the rebels is actually a viable option. This plan is feasible. After a moment's thought, Xia Yuan spoke. Upon hearing this, the faces of the many generals inside the tent immediately lit up with joy. This plan is indeed excellent. The rebels have only recently risen up, and even if their strength is developing rapidly, their army is definitely not that large. That's right. The army that the rebels sent here should be all their current forces, otherwise they wouldn't have retreated overnight last night. We will send out 90,000 elite troops, and the remaining 300,000 troops will only be needed to delay the rebel army. Yang Wei's plan was approved by everyone. This plan is simple, but very effective. Don't you like to use sneak attacks? Then we'll give you a sneak attack too. All right, everyone quiet down. Xia Yuan raised his hand and pressed it down, signaling everyone to quiet down. After the tent was quiet, he spoke. "We all agree with General Yang's plan. In that case, let's proceed according to this plan. The 90,000 elite troops will be led by Yang Wei, Lu Jun, and Ba Sheng, each leading 30,000 troops. They will split into 3 routes and head to Ningxian County, Xintian Prefecture, to launch a surprise attack on the rebel headquarters and capture the rebel leader in one fell swoop. The rest of the men will enter Kyoto County from the front to draw the attention of the rebel army. Upon hearing this, all the generals inside the tent nodded in agreement. Lu Jun, Yang Wei, and Ba Sheng. The 3 of you will lead the army to Ningxian County, Xintian Prefecture, tonight. All soldiers should prepare several days' worth of rations. You must reach Ningxian County as quickly as possible and kill the bandit leader. Yes, General. Lu Jun, Yang Wei, and Ba Sheng replied loudly. Then, the people inside the tent dispersed. Tonight is destined to be a lively night for the Anwu Kingdom's army, temporarily stationed in the Silver Land. Lu Jun, Yang Wei, and Ba Sheng each led an army of 30,000 and left the camp at dawn, heading towards Ningxian County. The next morning, as dawn broke, wisps of smoke rose from the temporary camp of the Anwu Kingdom's army. General, breakfast is ready, a personal guard said as he approached. Let's go? Xia Yuan then said something and started walking forward. Having a solution, his mood changed completely. Chapter 310. We are now citizens of the Great Qin. Xia Yuan ate breakfast leisurely, showing no panic about the upcoming battle. Anyway, there's no point in panicking. The battles that followed were no longer of much concern to him. Whether or not this battle can be won depends on whether Lu Jun, Yang Wei, and Ba Sheng can capture and kill the rebel leader. After the meal, Xia Yuan summoned a personal guard and gave him instructions. Send the order to have the army prepare shields. We will depart for Xintian County tomorrow. Yes, General. The guards replied respectfully and turned to leave. Then, before long, Xia Yuan's orders were relayed, and the army of over 300,000 began to mobilize. However, their actions were not hurried. On the contrary, they displayed a leisurely air. Xintian County. Within the territory of Huanshan County, Lu Jun led an army of 30,000 towards Ningxian County. When they passed through Huanshan County, they naturally could not escape the attention of the villagers. Where did this army come from? Running so fast, where are they going? I heard there's a war going on in Lansan County. I wonder how it's going. Could this army be from the Qin dynasty? They are definitely not from the Qin dynasty. They must be the exoneration army of the Anwu Kingdom. Anwu Kingdom's exoneration army? The villagers watching were stunned for a moment. Then their eyes widened, and a bad feeling welled up in their hearts. Could it really be the Anwu Kingdom's exoneration army? It might actually be true. What are they trying to do? Why are they rushing on their way? Could they be planning a surprise attack on Qin? It might actually be true. So what do we do now? Upon hearing this, the group of villagers looked at each other, and each of them saw a unique expression on the other's face. Let's do it. That's right. Let's do it. Anwu Kingdom even wants to launch a sneak attack on Qin. They really don't treat us like human beings. That's right. We are now citizens of the Great Qin. These enemies won't even dream of launching a sneak attack on our country. Hey Era, don't you have a donkey? Hurry up and ride it around this group of enemy soldiers to Ningxian County to report to the Great Qin. I'll go right now. The honest-looking man, nicknamed Silly Husky, immediately turned around and ran back to the village, packed 2 days' worth of provisions, and rode off on that silly donkey. Let's not stand idly by. Aren't the Qin army fighting in Lansan County? Send a few men to inform them that the enemy has sent a large army to outflank and raid our base. Wow. I'm going to. Count me in. I may be a woman, but my speed is no worse than yours. Soon, a group of villagers took action one after another. A dozen or so villagers, carrying some dry food, hurriedly left the village and headed towards Lansan County. Lu Jun and his group had no idea how the villagers would react. At this moment, Lu Jun was leading an army of 30,000 men on a hurried journey. In order to avoid being discovered by the Qin dynasty, they deliberately avoided the official roads, even if it meant taking a longer route. However, the idea was good, but Lu Jun and the others overlooked a fatal flaw. Those were the people of the entire Kyoto County. Xintian County, as the county where the imperial capital of Qin was located, had the most comprehensive implementation of various welfare policies. Schools were set up throughout the prefecture, and government offices were gradually expanding their operations. After various welfare policies were implemented, the people of Kyoto County truly understood what a nation meant. Nation. Nation. A nation can only exist if its people have families. The core principle of the Qin dynasty was to prioritize the individual family. When wealth is stored among the people, the nation will become strong. So, the people of Qintian County developed a strong sense of belonging to the Great Qin. That young emperor was indeed a wise ruler, one in 1,000 years. Although he is somewhat lecherous, this flaw is not seen as a flaw by the people of Kyoto County, but rather as an excellent advantage. In this era of war and chaos, the male-to-female ratio is so unbalanced that it's astonishing that there's a ratio of 1 to 5. It's not that your man isn't lustful, it's that you're afraid of him not being lustful. So, it is not necessarily a bad thing for a country's emperor to be lustful. On the contrary, there are countless women of striking beauty who dream of becoming the emperor's woman. At the same time, Yang Wei and Ba Sheng each led an army of 30,000 men toward Ningxian County. Like Lu Jun, the two made the same choice. Avoid the pipes and take the side path. However, they still didn't realize that many villagers in the rural areas of Kyoto County had hurriedly left their villages as soon as the army moved away. A few people, or a dozen people. The three of them never expected that the people of Qintian County would side with the Qin dynasty and tip them off. After all, the Qin dynasty has not been established for very long. Those common people, in theory, should have stood on the side of the Qin dynasty. However, the facts, are quite the opposite. The policies promulgated by the Great Qin dynasty, whether it was exempting from any taxes or establishing the Great Qin Academy, were all great things for the people of Qintian County. Therefore, it is not surprising that these people abandoned Anwu Kingdom so quickly and joined the Qin dynasty. The problem is that no one in the upper echelons of Anwu Kingdom, including the 500,000-strong army led by Xia Yuan, knows about this. No, it's not that they didn't know, but rather that even if they did know, they didn't take it seriously, simply believing that the Qin dynasty was engaging in pointless meddling. A day passed in the blink of an eye. As the first hint of dawn appeared on the horizon, wisps of smoke rose from the temporary camp of the Anwu Kingdom's army. Clearly, the cooks in charge of food for the logistics team had already started preparing meals. The tent flap was lifted, and Xia Yuan stepped out. He glanced around, then said to his personal guard beside him, "How are the shields being prepared? General of Cavalry, we worked through the night to produce more than 3,000 shields." The guard replied respectfully, 3,000? Xia Yuan frowned. 3,000 shields were fewer than he had expected, but they should be enough. After all, the army already had quite a few shields. With these 3,000 shields, it's just about enough. Pass down the order. After breakfast, the entire army will set off for Kyoto County to exonerate the injustice. Yes, General. The guards replied respectfully and immediately turned to leave. Not long after, the army of over 300,000 people, tasked with exonerating criminals, set off and left the area. Xia Yuan rode his war horse in the center of the army, surrounded by a group of personal guards. The army of over 300,000 men, tasked with redressing wrongdoings, was arranged in more than 70 long square formations, each with 5,000 soldiers. Among the 5,000 men, there were rows of soldiers holding shields on the left, right, and front sides to prevent being ambushed by the Qin crossbowmen. The army's provisions and other supplies were guarded by 10 long square formations, totaling 50,000 troops, and no problems with these supplies were allowed to occur. With an army of over 300,000, they slowly advanced towards Kyoto County in this formation. Chapter 3:11 Wang Suihua reports the news. The mountains and fields are lush with trees. Ho Lingxiu led his 5,000 troops to hide in a mountain forest, quietly waiting for the enemy to arrive. Ahead, it is a necessary route to Kyoto County. Anwu Kingdom's exoneration army wanted to enter Qintian County, and this passage was the fastest and widest route. Standing guard on both sides of this road is undoubtedly the best choice. Unless Anwu's exoneration army chooses to take a detour. However, No matter which direction Anwu's army enters Qingtian County, it will be discovered by other armies. Once discovered, other large armies will be summoned to launch continuous attacks on the enemy along the way. General, a villager claiming to be from Wowo village has come to us and says he has something very important to report to you. Ho Lingxiu frowned, puzzled, and asked, a villager from Wowo village? Where is he? She was stopped by our scouts over there. According to her, she was on her way to the front lines in Lansang County to report to the Qin army. The female soldier pointed behind her. Report a message? Ho Lingxiu looked puzzled. What message did the people of Qingtian County send to the front lines to report to the Great Qin? Here you go, bring that person over. Yes, General. The female soldier replied, then turned and jogged away. Not long after, a middle-aged woman in tattered clothes returned, following behind the female soldier. General, she is from Wowo. Ho Lingxiu responded softly, her gaze falling on the middle-aged woman in front of her. Are you from Wowo village? General, I am Wang Suihua from Wowo. Wowo village is only 40 miles away from here. You can send someone to inquire at any time. Wang Suihua was afraid that Ho Lingxiu wouldn't believe her, so before getting to the point, she first proved her identity and background. Sure enough, Ho Lingxiu's guard immediately dropped after hearing this. I heard you have something very important to report. May I ask what it is? General, yesterday morning, an enemy force hurriedly passed through our village and headed towards Qingtian County. Wang Suihua said anxiously that she was just a village woman who had never been to school and had never seen the world. She would panic when something big happened. Army. Ho Lingxiu's pupils contracted sharply, and a bad premonition rose in her heart. What army? Do you even know what kind of army it is? It's definitely not from our Great Qin. It must be the army of Anwu Kingdom. Wang Suihua said. That army was very strange. Our Wowo village is just a remote village with very narrow roads. No matter where the Qin army went, they would never pass by our village. Upon hearing this, Ho Lingxiu was certain that the army was indeed from Anwu Kingdom. What are they planning to do? Ho Lingxiu was filled with doubt and confusion. Looking at the village woman in front of her, she frowned and said, approximately how many of them are there? Wang Suihua thought for a moment and said somewhat uncertainly, I estimate there are more than 20,000 people. Anyway, that's a lot. More than 20,000 people. Ho Lingxiu muttered to herself, her face full of doubt. What was the enemy trying to do by sending more than 20,000 troops into Kyoto County at this time? General, do you think it's possible they're heading for the capital? A female soldier interjected. The imperial city? Ho Lingxiu's expression suddenly changed, and she instantly understood everything. Damn it. They want to bypass us and attack our Great Qin imperial city directly in Ningxian County. The female soldier asked doubtfully, but there are only 20,000 of them. Going to the capital is just suicide, isn't it? The majority of the Qin army's current forces are located in this area. But over in the imperial city, there is still a Qin imperial army. Although the Qin imperial army was composed of a group of beautiful women and numbered only a little over 2,000, their combat capabilities were extremely terrifying. In a head-on battle, one could easily take on 10 opponents. If it's a desperate gamble, exchanging one life for 30 isn't impossible. So, those 2,000 plus people were equivalent to an army of over 20,000, and not just any ordinary army. Something's not right. Ho Lingxiu shook her head. We withdrew overnight the night before last. Logically, the enemy should have pursued us immediately after discovering our withdrawal the next morning. But they didn't. It's been 3 days now, and the enemy hasn't appeared in Qingtian County yet. Instead, they've appeared in remote places like Wowo Village. This means the enemy has guessed our intentions. They knew that our army would set up an ambush in the Qingtian County area, so they sent troops to launch a surprise attack on the capital of our Great Qin. Moreover, the troops dispatched are definitely not just the one found in Wowo Village. Upon hearing this, the female soldiers around them immediately panicked. General, what do we do now? General, there aren't many troops guarding the capital. If it's attacked by the enemy, it definitely won't be able to hold out. General, shall we return to the capital? Yes, General, we absolutely cannot allow the enemy to attack the capital. Wang Suihua stood aside, looking at the scene before her with some bewilderment. She was just a villager from the countryside, and the reason she was able to come and deliver the news was because of the policies recently promulgated by the Great Qin dynasty, especially the Great Qin Academy. Wang Suihua has several children, who are now attending Daqin Academy for free. Of course, of the children, only 2 were her own. The rest were born to her sisters. There's nothing we can do about it. The men in the family have married several women. Quiet down, Ho Lingxiu shouted coldly, and after the female soldiers quieted down, she turned to look at Wang Suihua. Wang Suihua, thank you for coming to deliver this message to my army today. You don't need to worry about the rest. Go back to Wowo village and live a good life. Once our Great Qin resolves this invasion, we will certainly reward everyone in Wowo village. Upon hearing this, Wang Suihua's eyes lit up, and she thanked him with a smile. Thank you, General. Thank you, General. Afterwards, Wang Suihua turned and left happily, thinking that she had made a trip and even received a reward, so the trip was definitely worthwhile. Although she hadn't received the reward yet, Wang Suihua wasn't flustered at all. After all, the reputation of the Great Qin dynasty is well established. After Wang Suihua left, Ho Lingxiu immediately gave orders to the army. Go, immediately send out 1,000 men to gather intelligence in the vicinity and find out how many enemy troops have secretly entered Qintian County. Yes, General, a female soldier replied respectfully. Also, no matter what, you must be back in the ranks before sunset tonight. Yes, General. The female soldier replied respectfully, then turned and left. Send someone back to the capital immediately and make sure the message reaches the emperor as quickly as possible. Yes, General. Chapter 312 Pointing to the Milky Way. Faced with the enemy's sneak attack, Ho Lingxiu quickly devised a countermeasure. The ambush here cannot be removed for the time being. But Ho Lingxiu wouldn't hesitate to do what needed to be done. She not only sent people to deliver messages to the capital, but also to Yi Mingjia and others, telling them to pay attention to the enemy's movements. After doing all this, Ho Lingxiu led the remaining troops and quietly waited for the enemy to arrive. Before the news was confirmed, Ho Lingxiu could not rashly lead his army away from this place. Otherwise, if she had just left with her soldiers and the enemy arrived shortly after, wouldn't that have caused a blunder? It was nearing noon, the border area between Shijua County and Yuli County. After a period of travel, the Qin Imperial Army arrived at this place with tens of thousands of people. The carriage slowly came to a stop, and 2 Qin soldiers immediately stepped forward, squatted down, took out the wooden block hanging on the chassis of the carriage, and placed it in place. Then, the carriage curtain was lifted, and Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan stepped out one after the other. Your Majesty, we have reached the border at the 10th boundary. A Qin soldier stepped forward and said. Qin Anyang nodded, glanced around, and his eyes lit up when he saw the river not far away. Wife, let's go take a look. After saying that, Qin Anyang grabbed Luo Qinghuan's hand without further ado and walked towards the river. Xiao, let's go. Xiu called out to the carriage behind her, then turned around and followed with Xiaoyu. Roar! As 2 tiger roars rang out, the 2 tigers, Xiaoxi and Xiao, rushed forward from behind, instantly overtaking the group of people and taking the lead. As they passed Qin Anyang, the 2 tigers turned their heads and glanced at him, a surprisingly human-like glint in their eyes. These 2 beasts are becoming less and less like tigers. Qin Anyang smiled helplessly. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan turned her head and looked over, smiling brightly as she said, What does it look like, if not a tiger? Have you ever seen a tiger as? After a long pause, Qin Anyang still couldn't find the right words to describe the 2 tigers. Husband, if humans can cultivate, animals can naturally cultivate as well, Luo Qinghuan said softly. Can animals cultivate? Qin Anyang was taken aback. Wife, if animals can cultivate, wouldn't that create chaos? That's not true. Luo Qinghuan shook her head, then explained. Animals are not like humans. Their so-called cultivation is actually different from that of humans, and it is much more difficult for them to cross the threshold of cultivation. I once saw a tiger as big as 2 oxen. Cultivators below the acquired realm were no match for it. But It is extremely difficult for a tiger like that to appear. The difficulty is no less than that of breaking through to the innate realm. As for the two tigers, Xiao Shi and Xiao Xiao, although they have not yet embarked on the path of cultivation, they have already begun to possess some intelligence. If they encounter an opportunity that belongs to them in the future, the two tigers will be able to embark on the path of cultivation. Qin Anyang frowned, only half understanding what he was hearing. He understands cultivation. He himself is now a master who has entered the 9th rank, and he is not far from the 8th rank. However, from what Qin Anyang understands so far, the martial arts in this world are on a completely different level from the martial arts in the novels he read in his previous life. There was no flying or escaping, nor any overwhelming force. It is possible to scale walls and walk on water. At least, Luo Qinghuan is able to do both of these things. Aside from having a longer lifespan, eternal youth, and greater strength than ordinary people, cultivators are no different from ordinary people. As for whether there are even higher levels of martial arts, that remains to be seen. Even if it exists, it's not something he can access right now. But it would be a fortunate thing if the two tigers, Xiao Shi and Xiao Xiao, could also embark on the path of cultivation. Then we'll see if those two have that kind of good luck, Qin Anyang said with a smile. They are lucky to be able to follow their husbands, and they will take that step sooner or later. Luo Qing said with a smile. In her opinion, her husband was a person with great fortune. The term luck is very vague and ethereal. No one can prove its existence. However, everything in the world is subject to the influence of the word luck. A group of people watched Qin Anyang and his entourage walk forward, and they followed slowly, carrying various tools, their faces full of doubt. Should we dig a canal right here? Isn't this the Dianxing River? Could the canal have been dug using this river as a foundation? So the canal was originally planned to be located on the border between our Shijua County and Yuxian County. The boundary between Shijua County and Yuxian line is defined by this dotted star river. The group arrived at the banks of the Dianxing River. Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan stepped forward and glanced around at their surroundings. Just as we expected. Indeed, the difference isn't that big. It just depends on how long it will take to complete. No matter what, it must be completed within half a month. After starting construction today, we will go to several surrounding counties to gather some people to come and dig the canal. Whatever my husband decides. Luo Qinghuan smiled gently and said softly. She was like this most of the time in front of Qin Anyang. Qin Anyang turned to look at Luo Qinghuan and smiled. Then, Qin Anyang turned around and saw a group of Qin Imperial Army soldiers blocking his view. He raised his hand and waved it left and right twice to signal everyone to make way. A group of Qin soldiers, dressed in Qin family attire and possessing striking good looks, immediately stepped aside to make way for a passage. Soon, a group of people holding hoes, shovels, and baskets came into view. Qin Anyang smiled and raised his hand to signal the crowd to quiet down. Seeing this, the people at the front of the line gradually quieted down, and those behind them, seeing that the people in front had quieted down, also gradually quieted down. The originally noisy environment quickly quieted down. Everyone, as you've probably guessed, the canal that Great Qin is going to excavate this time will be based on the Dianxing River. But the Dianxing River is somewhat winding and tortuous, which is completely inconsistent with the canal required by the Great Qin. So, when you're digging, you need to be careful about changing the course. You absolutely mustn't dig off course. Now, I need 100 people who are very knowledgeable about the Star River. If any of you have a deep understanding of this river, please step forward and assist the Great Qin in planning the canal. At this point, Qin Anyang paused and glanced around. Count me in. I know a lot about the galaxy. Count me in too. I know the Star River pretty well too. Me too. Chapter 313 Li Tianhe. Soon, the 100 people familiar with the Star River that Qin Anyang had requested were thus gathered. Looking at the group of 100 people of varying ages and genders before him, Qin Anyang smiled and said, all 100 of you are familiar with the Milky Way. The canal that the Great Qin is going to excavate will run through the entire Lancang County and circle around Qingtian County. The canal will be 20 meters wide and 6 meters deep. The water of the canal is drawn from the Kanglan River. The excavation of the canal is an extremely long project. Your task, 100 people, is to plan out this section of the canal belonging to Lonsang County along the Dianxing River. One point to note in the planning of the canal is that the geographical environment needs to be considered where the section of the canal in Lonsang County connects with the other two counties. Make the most of the available resources on site. Upon hearing this, the 100 people did not fully understand, but they roughly grasped Qin Anyang's meaning. The Qin dynasty was going to dig a canal. This canal is 20 meters wide and 6 meters deep, encircling Changjiang County. Just follow these requirements. At this moment, an older man came out. His clothes were worn, but very clean. My lord, I have a question, Li Tianhe said, bowing. Upon hearing this, Qin Anyang's gaze fell on this person. He noticed that Li Tianhe was not young, but he possessed an indescribable aura. This person is extraordinary. He wasn't particularly extraordinary, but among a group of farmers, he was an extremely rare find. Is there anything you want to ask? Li Tianhe asked. My lord, since the Qin dynasty is digging this canal to encircle Qingtian County, why not include Lonsang County as well? Upon hearing this, Qin Anyang smiled. May I have your name? This humble citizen is Li Tianhe. Li Tianhe replied respectfully. Li Tianhe, tell me, why did you include Lonsang County in the plan? Qin Anyang said with a smile. My lord, if I am not mistaken, besides enhancing the business acumen and transportation capabilities of Qin merchants, the Qin dynasty's excavation of this canal also serves as a river protecting the nation, right? Oh, Qin Anyang looked surprised, but a hint of delight flashed in his eyes. I never expected this. It's unbelievable that such a talented person could be found in a place like this. Thinking of this, Qin Anyang turned to look at Luo Qinghuan, who was also looking at him at that moment. The couple, as if on cue, exchanged a knowing smile. Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly, her eyes smiling. Seeing this, Qin Anyang smiled in return, then turned to Li Tianhe and said, Li Tianhe, you guessed right, this canal does indeed have this other significance. Upon hearing this, a look of joy flashed across Li Tianhe's face. My lord, if that is the case, I suggest that you propose to the higher authorities that the entire Lonsang County be included in it. Since this canal is intended to protect the nation, then Lonsang County, which is the granary of Shilyang, should be included in it. Qin Anyang smiled and shook his head. Li Tianhe, your idea is indeed good, but Lonsang County is so vast. Do you know how much manpower, resources, and time it would take to include it? My lord, once the canal is opened, it will be the foundation for all undertakings. How can we not do it because of these reasons? Li Tianhe was very puzzled. In his opinion, if this canal was to be used as a national protection canal, then why not include Lonsang County, the granary, in the canal as well? Li Dapeng shook his head and said, including Lonsang County in it is indeed a good choice, but the manpower and resources that need to be invested will be an immeasurable number. With the current strength of the Great Qin, it is not enough to support the excavation of a canal of such scale to encircle the entire Qingtian County. This is the limit that the Great Qin can withstand at present. So, it is not advisable to besiege the two counties. Li Tianhe opened his mouth, hesitated, and finally lowered his head with a helpless expression. Yes, for the newly established Qin dynasty to undertake the task of digging a protective canal already demonstrated immense courage and determination. The human and material resources required are indeed astronomical. He was being too idealistic. 2. How could that emperor not have foreseen that the Qin dynasty had come this far? Qin Anyang, observing the change in Li Tianhe's expression, smiled slightly and said, Li Tianhe, I see you have some ability. Are you interested in undertaking this task of digging the canal? Ah. Li Tianhe suddenly looked up at Qin Anyang, his face full of disbelief. Does the master mean that I should be put in charge of the canal digging project? Are you interested? Qin Anyang asked with a smile. Can I do it? Li Tianhe looked hesitant. He wanted to agree, but he was also very afraid. What's wrong with that? Qin Anyang countered. Digging a canal is nothing major. As long as we do it according to the requirements of the Great Qin, it will be fine. Upon hearing this, Li Tianhe was torn between his inner turmoil and his own conscience. He knew this was an opportunity for him. He had wasted half his life achieving nothing, but now, an opportunity was right in front of him. If he could seize this opportunity. As the saying goes, the rock rises with the wind in a single day, soaring straight up 90,000 miles. He wants to soar straight up to 90,000 miles. So, Li Tianhe's gaze gradually hardened. He looked at Qin Anyang, bowed respectfully, and said, Li Tianhe is willing to take on this task. Great. Qin Anyang nodded in satisfaction. Although he had only met Li Tianhe once, based on his previous words alone, he could tell that Li Tianhe was a capable person. What the Qin dynasty lacks most right now is capable people. From today onwards, the task of digging this canal will be entrusted to you. The requirements are those requirements. Good deeds will be rewarded, and bad deeds will be punished. Upon hearing this, Li Tianhe respectfully replied, Yes, sir. I will handle this matter well, and there will be no mistakes. Qin Anyang nodded. Go ahead and take them to plan how to excavate this canal and draw up the canal route map. Yes, sir. Li Tianhe replied respectfully, then called to the 99 people behind him, took some drawing tools from the great Qin emperor, and left. A group of people stood there, watching Li Tianhe and his entourage leave, and said enviously, Li Tianhe is really lucky. That's right. This guy named himself Tianhe. It seems like he has a destiny waiting for him here in this lifetime. That's not entirely true. Li Tianhe does have some skill. Chapter 314 General, the enemy is coming. Hearing the murmurs of the people, Qin Anyang raised his hand and gestured for them to be quiet. Soon, the crowd quieted down as they moved from near to far. Everyone, except those who know carpentry, take your tools and head to the upper reaches of the Star Point River. At the point where the Kanglan River branches off, cut off the Star Point River. As soon as she finished speaking, the sisters Xie and Xiaoye led 500 Qin imperial soldiers and set off for the upper reaches of the Dianqing River. The two tigers, Xiao Shi and Xiao Xiao, followed slowly behind the two. Seeing this, a group of people gradually set off to follow. Before long, the once crowded place became much emptier. Looking at the remaining group of people, Qin Anyang estimated the number to be around 10,000. This ratio is actually quite normal. Use local materials to build temporary shelters. The group of people had no objections and immediately dispersed to cut down trees and bamboo in the surrounding area to build temporary shelters. The weather in the height of summer is extremely hot, and since it's just a temporary stay, there's no need to make the accommodations too fancy. Having a place to live is enough. Qin Anyang watched as the group of people dispersed, then turned and called to Luo Qinghuan. Wife, shall we go for a stroll? Where should we go? Luo Qinghuan asked, puzzled. She really couldn't see anything worthwhile to visit in this area. Look, let's stroll along this river, Qin Anyang said, pointing to the starry river not far away. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan turned her head and looked over, then immediately agreed. All right, let's go take a look around. Then, the two walked towards the Star River, followed by 100 Qin Imperial Army soldiers with the highest cultivation levels, about 10 meters behind them. As for the others, they did not come along and stayed behind to set up camp. The two arrived at the riverbank and walked and talked. As it stands, Li Tianhe is quite a talent, but we don't know what will happen next. Let's wait and see, Luo Qinghuan said softly. If he really has the ability, it wouldn't be unreasonable to teach him about the canal. However, what this person said earlier is indeed worth considering. Qin Anyang looked at a small stone in front of him, kicked it, and the stone shot forward. This matter is not urgent. The Qin dynasty is currently weak, and its primary objective is to excavate the canal surrounding Qingtian County. Otherwise, after this battle, Anwu Kingdom will be a tough opponent. Luo Qinghuan nodded, then changed the subject and asked, Husband, you've never cared about the battles at the front. Aren't you afraid that Ho Lingxiu and the others will be defeated? What's there to worry about? Qin Anyang turned his head and glanced at Luo Qinghuan. Don't I know the abilities of the people I taught myself? Don't worry. We can't lose. Even if we lose, we'll just have to retreat to Kyoto County and continue fighting the enemy. And the geographical environment of Qingtian County is extremely advantageous for Ho Lingxiu and his group. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly and said nothing more. Hou Lingxiu and others were trained by her and Qin Anyang together, and they would face a lack of experience in leading troops in combat. But they will definitely improve very quickly. Given enough room to grow, they will definitely become leading figures in the Qin military in the future. The defensive battle of Lanshan County was not important. It can't be said that it's unimportant. From the very beginning, Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan never imagined that Hou Lingxiu and her team could win the defensive battle in Lanshan County. Although it may sound harsh, we have to admit that this is a fact. Facing an attack by hundreds of thousands of enemy troops, even as the defender, there was almost no chance of winning in a head-on battle. The only option is to retreat to Kyoto County. Only by taking advantage of the geographical environment of Kyoto County and implementing guerrilla tactics could victory be achieved. At worst, even if we retreat to Kyoto County, we've already lost. At worst, we can just abandon the city temporarily. When Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan left the Great Qin Imperial City, they had instructed Shin Suxin that if things went wrong, they should immediately lead the core team to retreat to Yongtai Jinshan. The other people were dismissed and allowed to disperse, waiting for the day when the Qin dynasty would return. Of course, this is just the worst-case scenario. The digging of the canal was not so much related to this battle, but rather to prepare for the fierce attack that Anwu Kingdom would launch next. But once the canal is completed, not a single soldier from the large army that Anwu Kingdom has sent out this time will be able to escape. They will all have to leave their lives here. The border area of Kyoto County, in the mountains and forests. Yi Mingjie and others also received the news, either from local residents or from people sent by Hou Lingxiu. When they learned of this news, like Hou Lingxiu, they also looked solemn, but did not act rashly. After all, the enemy has hundreds of thousands of troops. It's impossible for them to send out all of them for a surprise attack. Therefore, the most important task at present is to stay here and wait for the enemy's main force. Of course, Yi Mingjie and the others did do something too. Upon realizing that enemy troops had entered Kyoto County and were preparing to launch a surprise attack, the 8 men found a place to meet and discuss their plan. Finally, the 8 decided to send 1,000 men from each of the 20 teams, totaling 20,000 troops, back to the Qin capital. 20,000 people isn't a lot, but for them, it's quite a number. Time passed second by second. At dusk, a scout rushed over from afar and came to Yi Mingjie's side. "General, the enemy is coming." "The enemy is here? Where are they now?" Yi Mingjie asked excitedly. "It's over there, about 10 miles from us. They're walking very slowly." The scout pointed into the distance and said. Yi Mingjie looked in the direction the scout had pointed, but apart from the trees, he couldn't see a single enemy soldier. But it doesn't matter if you can't see it. Scouts don't lie. The enemy will arrive soon. Get ready. The enemy is coming soon. We must teach them a lesson. Yes, General. Yes. A group of soldiers replied in hushed tones, their voices broken. Go and continue to scout, find out the enemy's whereabouts, and keep reporting. Yi Mingjie said to the scout. Yes, General. The scout replied respectfully, then turned and hurried away. Meanwhile, the remaining 19 teams hiding in the mountains and fields also received reports from scouts. When they learned that the enemy had entered Kyoto County and was not far from them, almost everyone became excited. Shoot a hidden arrow. Who wouldn't like this? Of course, the enemy troops who were hit by the sneak arrows didn't like it at all. Chapter 3:15 Enemy troops are attacking from the southwest. The army of over 300,000 people, carrying heavy shields, slowly advanced. Each stretch of road takes a long time to walk. However, even so, Xia Yuan remained completely calm. After all, these 300,000 troops are not as strong as the 90,000 elite troops. They are used to contain the enemy's main force, so why rush them? The center of the army, Xia Yuan, riding his war horse, glanced around and then gave orders to his personal guards. Pass down the order to warn the army to be careful, as there may be rebels lying in ambush here. Yes, General. The guards replied respectfully and turned to leave. Before long, Xia Yuan's order spread throughout the army, and all 70-odd squads received the order. Defense. It also strengthened considerably at this moment. By this time, it was already late. According to the army's itinerary, they would stop and set up camp for the night after traveling another 3 or 4 miles. Xinjiang County is not like Lansing County. Traveling overnight in Xinjiang County is extremely dangerous. Who knows how many old sixes are hiding in those mountains and forests? Time passed second by second. After the army of over 300,000 square kilometers had advanced another 5 miles, Xia Yuan immediately gave the order. Send the order to halt the army. We will spend the night here. Yes, General. Send out more scouts. There must be no scouts left within a 3,000-meter radius of the camp. We must ensure a 3,000-meter safe zone. Yes, General. In addition, the 20 teams in the rear will be responsible for guarding tonight. 10 teams for the first half of the night, and 10 teams for the second half of the night. Yes, General. Xia Yuan issued 3 orders in succession. After receiving the orders, the 3 personal guards immediately turned around and left the place to relay Xia Yuan's orders. Soon, the army of over 300,000 men received Xia Yuan's orders. The army slowly came to a stop and began to set up camp on the spot, preparing to spend the night there. Several thousand scouts were dispatched and scattered across an area of about 3 kilometers around the camp. The movements of the Anwu Kingdom's army were quickly relayed to the 20 Qin armies, and their reactions varied upon receiving the news. Everyone, get ready. We're going to go and give them a piece of our minds tonight. Get a good rest tonight, and be in good spirits so we can teach the enemy a lesson tomorrow. After you finish eating, everyone go and rest. We'll launch a surprise attack in the middle of the night. Some were prepared to set off immediately to launch a surprise attack. Some were prepared to go in the middle of the night. Some were prepared to go in the early morning. And some were prepared to take action the next day. There were 20 teams, without any restrictions. Each team is a separate group. Soon, the 2 teams packed their equipment and, under the cover of dusk, traversed the mountains and forests, heading towards the enemy's location. Halfway there, the 2 teams encountered scouts sent by the Anwu Kingdom's army. Both sides were momentarily stunned upon meeting. But the scouts sent out by Anwu Kingdom quickly came to their senses, turned around, and ran back for their lives, shouting as they ran. Enemy attack. Enemy troops are attacking from the southwest. The scouts' shouts alerted other scouts nearby, and also enraged the Qin squad. Set up the crossbows and shoot those scouts dead. The leader of the team immediately gave the order, and the Vermilion Bird Army soldiers in the team, with the assistance of other soldiers, set up the crossbows as quickly as possible. Then, aim at the target and pull the trigger without hesitation. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. More than a dozen crossbow bolts flew out one after another, heading towards the scouts who were running for their lives. The arrow missed. Neither arrow hit the target. None of the 3 arrows hit the mark. The first 3 arrows flew past the scout without hitting him. Afterwards, many of the army's crossbow bolts missed their mark, and some were even blocked by the trees. However, of the dozen or so crossbow bolts fired, 2 were particularly accurate, flying one after the other toward the running scout. One of the crossbow bolts pierced the scout's back, the powerful force of the bolt piercing him through. Well, a sharp pain struck, and the scout died before he could even scream. However, before the scout could fall, a second crossbow bolt flew in and struck him directly in the neck. In an instant, his neck shattered. His body was riddled with 2 arrows and was unrecognizable. However, although the scout had been killed in action, his warning had been delivered. The scouts around were already running back to the camp to relay the news of the Qin army's attack. Captain, we've already been discovered. Should we still go? Go, the team leader said without hesitation. The crossbow has a range of over 1,000 meters. At that distance, the enemy has absolutely no way to deal with us. We must let the enemy know today, no matter what. Those who offend our great Qin must pay the price and suffer the punishment. Upon hearing this, all 4,000 soldiers in the ranks wore expressions of agreement. That's right. They need to be taught a lesson. A bunch of suicidal bastards, daring to enter our great Qin territory. Today we'll show them that great Qin is not to be trifled with. Shoot them dead. Soon, 4,000 soldiers, carrying powerful crossbows, resumed their journey. Another team encountered the same problem, They had only traveled about halfway when they were discovered by scouts from Onwu Kingdom. However, their choice differed from that of the first team. Walk. Let's retreat. We'll give them a good beating when they march tomorrow. The team leader ordered everyone to return. After all, once the enemy discovers the attack, the effect of the sneak attack will not be as good, and there is no need to waste effort going there. After, only the first team remained to head to the enemy's location. They found a spot about 1,300 meters away where they could see the enemy and stopped. Quickly set up the crossbows. We'll fire 2 rounds and then retreat. Yes, Captain. Captain, we understand. With the assistance of the other soldiers, the 500 vermilion bird soldiers quickly set up more than 60 first-generation crossbows and 2 second-generation crossbows. Load the crossbow, aim at the target, and pull the trigger. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Nearly 70 crossbow bolts were fired in succession, heading towards the location of the enemy army ahead. After the first volley of crossbow bolts was fired, the 500 female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army did not stop, but continued to load the crossbows, preparing for the second volley. Chapter 3:16 Enemy troops are attacking from the northeast. Dozens of crossbow bolts flew in, but the Onwu Kingdom's army, alerted by their scouts, was already prepared. The soldiers facing southwest, in particular, held their shields more steadily and firmly. Arrows came flying. Thump, thump, thump. The crossbow bolts struck the shield, producing a series of dull thuds. Of the nearly 70 crossbow bolts fired, at least 50 hit the shield, while the remaining dozen or so mostly missed. In the end, only 3 crossbow bolts flew over the shields and into the army. The crossbow bolts were indeed extremely powerful. Any soldier hit by one was either killed or wounded. However, the number of crossbow bolts is ultimately limited. Even if 3 bolts are powerful, there are only 3. There were only about 10 casualties. Such casualty figures are utterly insignificant for an army of over 300,000. Ha! A bunch of traitors thinking they can ambush us? They're just delusional. Trying to ambush us? Do you really think we're that easy to ambush? A mere bunch of rebels. We've driven them all back to Qingtian County. How much trouble can they possibly cause? Seeing that the crossbow bolts had been blocked and that few of their own soldiers had been injured, a group of soldiers immediately began to mock them, their words full of disdain, showing that they did not take the Qin dynasty seriously at all. Soon, a second wave of crossbow bolts came flying in. Ta-da-da! Most of the crossbow bolts struck the shield, producing a series of dull thuds. Many of the remaining crossbow bolts missed, but this time more bolts penetrated the enemy ranks than the previous wave. However, its destructive power remains limited. The number of casualties was negligible for the Onwu Kingdom's army. Seeing this, the soldiers of Onwu Kingdom's anti-corruption army became even more unrestrained in their mockery. Is that all the crossbow bolts you have? Ha! You traitors, are you all hopeless? Go home and raise pigs instead of trying to rebel like others. With your level of skill, you dare to rebel? If you want to die, just find a rope and hang yourself. Why make such a fuss? The soldiers were overjoyed, and the generals also wore faint smiles. Isn't this the result they wanted? Conversely, the team that used crossbows in the mountains and forests was not so happy. Damn it! These bastards are hiding behind turtle shells. We can't hit them at all. Damn it! I really want to go over there and chop these guys to pieces. All right, all of you shut up. The team leader roared, silencing the murmurs of the crowd. We can't stay here any longer. Let's get out of here. Upon hearing this, the group of soldiers, though unwilling, obeyed orders, carried their crossbows, and turned to leave the area. It was already late, but not so late that it was invisible. If they stay here and wait for the enemy to react and chase after them, it will not be good for them. Soon, 4,000 people vanished into the mountains and forests as if they had never existed. The scouts sent out by the Onwu Kingdom's army witnessed the withdrawal of 4,000 men. Several followed at a distance, while others went back to report. When the Onwu Kingdom's army learned that the rebels had retreated, their laughter grew even more rampant. After all, in the army, who didn't know they were just bait? The main force had already entered Kyoto County, and it was unknown where they had arrived at that moment. The rebels were still in the dark, locked in a fierce battle with them. The key is, We haven't defeated them yet. How could I not be happy? Without the harassment of the Qin crossbowmen, the Anwu Kingdom army quickly set up a temporary camp and started cooking. Countless plumes of smoke rose from the chimneys, visible from a great distance. Several miles away in the mountains and forests, the 20 teams of the Great Qin watched the smoke rising from the chimneys in the dim light, each with their own thoughts. As time went by, it grew darker and darker. As night fell, Baijian led his 4,000 troops stealthily toward the location of the Anwu Kingdom's temporary camp. However, Xia Yuan dispatched many scouts to cover a 3,000-meter radius around the temporary camp, so that any disturbance could be detected immediately. As expected, Baijian's 4,000 troops were discovered by scouts not long after entering within 3,000 meters. Enemy attack. Enemy attack from the northeast. In the darkness, the scouts' shouts were so loud that they could be heard from a great distance. The moment the scouts shouted, the scouts who were closer to Anwu Kingdom's temporary camp immediately relayed the message back. Enemy attack. Enemy attack from the northeast. The scouts' shouts awakened the Anwu Kingdom army in the temporary camp, and the 10 teams responsible for keeping watch that night immediately gathered in the northeast direction with their shields raised. The soldiers, who were already positioned in the northeast, did not hesitate to raise their shields and block in front of them. They won't take the initiative. After all, this mission involving over 300,000 troops was merely to act as bait to contain the Qin dynasty. Not to mention, in such a dark environment, especially in the mountains and forests, trying to pursue Qin soldiers with powerful crossbows would be tantamount to suicide. So, just focus on defense. Xia Yuan walked out of the tent unhurriedly, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he watched the soldiers in the camp taking defensive measures. General, the rebels are sneaking in from the northeast, preparing to launch a surprise attack on our camp, a personal guard reported, bowing respectfully. This general already knows. Xia Yuan then said something and waved his hand. Pass down the order to prepare the army for crossbow fire. Hide yourselves well, or if anyone gets hit, don't blame us for leaving no one to collect their corpse. Yes, General. The guard shouted back, then turned and ran away. Xia Yuan looked up and gazed at the northeast direction of the camp, a smile curving his lips, but with a hint of disdain in his eyes. A powerful crossbow is strong, but it is not invincible. With prior preparation, it is simply impossible to inflict too many casualties on a large army. Soon, Xia Yuan's order came from within the army, and many soldiers who received the order immediately hid in temporary tents. The tent, of course, could not stop the crossbow bolts. But what about tents that have been modified and reinforced? To defend against the powerful crossbows of the Qin dynasty, Xia Yuan specifically ordered his army to cut down many trees along the way and cut them into planks. So, that's why the army's marching speed is so slow. If you go inside the tent, you will see that there is an extra wooden house inside. The house was very simple in construction. It was just a simple assembly of wooden planks. Needless to say, its stability is terrible, but when needed, soldiers can simply stand up and support it. In this way, it can block the crossbow bolts. Chapter 317 East, West, North, South rebels are attacking. The distance of 3 kilometers provides ample time for Anwu Kingdom's army to prepare a response. Not to mention, Anwu's army had long been prepared. Soon, the soldiers in the camp had taken defensive measures. At this moment, Baijian also led his 4,000 troops into the range of the crossbows. Quick, set up the crossbows and fire at the enemy camp. Baijian gave the order without hesitation, and the 500 vermilion bird soldiers in the ranks had already begun preparing to fire. In a short time, more than 60 crossbows were ready. Load the crossbow bolts, aim at the fires in the enemy camp ahead, and pull the trigger. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. More than 60 crossbow bolts flew out one after another, streaking across the night sky and shooting towards the enemy camp. After the first volley of crossbow bolts was fired, the 500 vermilion bird soldiers immediately followed with a second, a third, and so on. After firing 5 volleys of crossbow bolts, Baijian gave the order without hesitation. Pack your things and retreat. After Baijian gave the order, the army immediately packed up their things, carried more than 60 crossbows, and disappeared into the mountains and forests. As for how much damage the 5 waves of crossbow fire could inflict on the enemy, they didn't care at all. The first wave of over 60 crossbow bolts came flying. More than half of the crossbow bolts missed, and the remaining bolts hit the tents, but did not cause any casualties to the soldiers inside. The second wave, the third wave, the fourth wave, the fifth wave, 5 volleys of crossbow bolts caused only a few casualties to the Onwu Kingdom's army. Such a victory made the soldiers in Anwugwo's camp ecstatic. Ha! You tried to ambush us. Didn't expect that, did you? A bunch of traitors. Do they really think we're fools? The Qin dynasty's crossbows are nothing special after all. His words were full of contempt for the Qin dynasty. Passed down the order to strengthen the army's defenses and send out more scouts to prevent the rebels from launching a surprise attack. Yes, General. A guard replied respectfully, then turned and left. Xia Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance. After a moment, he turned and left. Such a good defensive record is encouraging news for both Xia Yuan and the army. What they have always been worried about is the large, powerful crossbow. And now, 5 volleys of crossbow fire were fired, and although the number of bolts was not large, the number of casualties was extremely low. This is exactly the result they wanted. Baijian led his army to withdraw from the battlefield. About half an hour later, another army of 4,000 men approached Onwu Kingdom's camp from the south. Just like before, the 4,000 troops were discovered by enemy scouts as soon as they entered a range of 3,000 meters. Enemy attack. Enemy troops are launching a surprise attack from the due south. The scouts' message was quickly relayed back to the temporary camp of the Onwu Kingdom's army. Quick! Those damned bastards are here again. Due south. Quickly go and guard the due south direction. Everyone get up quickly and take cover. Watch out for the rebels' crossbow fire. The 300,000-strong army in the camp reacted very quickly, and with previous experience, they were more adept at handling the situation this time. Soon, the soldiers in the camp prepared to withstand crossbow fire. And then, the crossbow bolts flew in, and just like before, nearly half of them missed, while the rest hit the tent. Thump thump. The tent was protected by a layer of wooden planks, so the crossbow bolts could not harm the soldiers inside. One wave after another. The crossbow fire only stopped after 6 volleys of bolts had been fired. After waiting a moment, and seeing that no crossbow bolts were being fired, the soldiers in the camp resumed their taunting mode. That's it. Are the rebels giving up? They only have a few crossbow bolts, not even enough to fill our teeth. Ha! If you ask me, these rebels don't even have many crossbow bolts left. After a barrage of mockery, the camp gradually quieted down. Except for the soldiers on night watch, the rest of the soldiers went back to sleep. However, they had barely been asleep for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn when shouts rang out from the north. Enemy attack. Rebels are attacking from the due north. The scouts' shouts reached the camp, and the 300,000-strong army inside immediately took action. Quick! Everyone, get out of the way. Damn it! Why are these traitors here again? Damn it! These persistent bastards, don't they ever sleep? They weren't as enthusiastic as before, and many were even full of complaints. Despite the complaints, the tasks that need to be done still cannot be omitted. Unless you think those crossbow bolts won't hit you. But who can say for sure that they won't be hit by a crossbow bolt? So, the group of soldiers obediently got up and skillfully prepared for defense. Thump thump thump. Uft. Da. After 5 volleys of crossbow bolts, the camp gradually quieted down. After waiting for a while and seeing that no more crossbow bolts were fired, the soldiers lost interest and went back to sleep. However, their nightmare has begun. No sooner had he lain down than the scout's warning shout rang out. Enemy attack. Rebels are attacking from the southeast. The soldiers immediately got up and responded. After several more waves of arrows. After waiting a moment and seeing that no more crossbow bolts were fired, the group of soldiers laid down to sleep again. However, this time, he had barely lain down to sleep for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea when the scout's shouts rang out again. Enemy attack. Rebels are attacking from the due south. The soldiers got up to deal with the situation, then went back to sleep. Enemy attack. Rebels are attacking from the northwest. The soldiers got up to deal with the situation, then went back to sleep. Enemy attack. Rebels are attacking from the due east direction. The soldiers got up to deal with the situation, then went back to sleep. Enemy attack. Rebels are attacking from the west. The soldiers got up to deal with the situation, then went back to sleep. Sleep? Sleep soundly. I'm not going to sleep. They've been through so much. How can they possibly get a proper night's sleep? A group of soldiers stared with bloodshot eyes at a dark forest in the distance, their hearts burning with rage. This is outrageous. These traitors are not human. If you're going to launch a sneak attack, can't you at least do it properly? Each time they come and touch you a couple of times, they don't kill many people, then they turn around and disappear. The key issue is that even if you only shoot a few times each time, you still have to defend. Otherwise, wouldn't that make us easy targets? Chapter 3:18 I've been fooled again. Sky. I don't know when it got light. However, the more than 300,000 soldiers of Onwu Kingdom who were sent to redress the injustice were filled with darkness in their hearts. Tired. Very tired. I'm so tired. This is absolutely inhuman. One night. A whole night. Them. Forced. I was tortured. All night long. However, even after being tortured all night, those beasts from Dachin showed no sign of stopping. Enemy attack. Rebels are attacking from the southeast. The scouts' voices were hoarse from shouting. But they had to shout to warn the army. It was their duty. Soon. Hurry up and get rid of this barren land. A group of soldiers, with dark circles under their eyes, moved slowly, like zombies, dragging their shields towards the southeast. They were so tired. I didn't get a proper rest for even a moment all night. There were not many casualties. The man was almost completely destroyed. Though slow as it was, a group of soldiers still arrived in the southeast direction and set up their shields. However, where are the arrows? Damn it! Where are the arrows? Why isn't there a single arrow? The group of soldiers were dumbfounded. What happened? What the hell is going on? Weren't there rebels attacking? Where are the arrows? Where are the crossbow bolts? Damn! Have any rebels attacked? Damn it! Did the scouts see things wrong? The group of soldiers were instantly enraged. They were already exhausted enough, and then they had to be made a fool of. How could they not be angry? However, they had really misjudged the scouts. Ho Lingxiu led an army of 4,000 men and launched an attack from the southeast. But this attack only advances, never strikes. The 4,000 troops slowly made their way to the temporary camp of the Onwu Kingdom's army. They stopped after traveling approximately 1,500 meters. Then, that was it. The 4,000 soldiers stopped here, pretended to set up their crossbows, and after that, they carried their belongings and retreated. This bizarre move really surprised the scouts in the surrounding area. What's the meaning? They just came for a quick look and then left? Are you kidding us? Is this something a human being could do? However, later, these scouts realized how naive and ridiculous their initial thoughts were. Not long after Ho Lingxiu led his 4,000 troops away, another large army attacked from the northwest. Enemy attack. Rebels are attacking from the northwest. The scouts' shouts rang out again. Inside the temporary camp of the Onwu Kingdom's army, the soldiers dragged their weary bodies and hurried northwest. Result. After they got into position, they waited for a long time, but nothing happened. Just like before. This situation enraged the entire army. They suspected that the scouts they sent out were all completely out of their minds. Otherwise, why were no crossbow bolts fired twice in a row? Just as the group of soldiers were puzzled, the warning sound of scouts rang out again from the southeast. Enemy attack. Rebels are attacking from the southwest. Upon hearing the scouts shout, a group of soldiers couldn't help but curse angrily. Damn it. Scream your mother. Fuck his grandma. Fuck you. The profanity continued unabated, showing no signs of stopping. But, despite their cursing, the group of soldiers obediently dragged their exhausted bodies and headed southwest. Get into defensive position and wait for the crossbow bolts to fire. However, after waiting for a long time, no crossbow bolts came. It wasn't until the shouts of scouts from the east rang out that they realized what was happening. I've been fooled again. Enemy attack. Rebels are attacking from the due east direction. A group of scouts heading due east shouted loudly, but they were also helpless. However, faced with the approaching Qin army, they had no choice but to issue a warning. And this time, shut your sister. Damn it. You guys go if you want. I'm not going. I've already run 3 times for nothing. I can't run anymore. I'm not going. The morale of the soldiers was low. At least half of the soldiers chose to sit down and rest, giving up. They were truly terrified of being tortured. Get up. Get up quickly. What if the rebels really do it this time? Won't you become sitting ducks? Live target my foot. If they could shoot, they would have shot over here already. That's right. You go if you want. We're not going. Oh dear. If you do this, the general will be angry with you. Go if you want. Don't go if you don't. You deserve to get shot later. The army split into 2 groups. One group chose to continue defending, while the other group chose to rest and give up. Xia Yuan was also in a real bind. These rebels are really troublesome. If this continues, won't they ever get a break? General, this cannot continue. One general said, last night, visibility was poor, and the rebels came to harass and attack our troops. Our troops had no way to deal with them. It's already daylight, and our troops have unobstructed vision. We must give these traitors a severe beating. Otherwise, if this continues, our army will face enormous problems. This general's words were echoed by the other generals. That's right. These rebels want to defeat our army with this kind of harassment tactic. We must give them a good counterattack. Attack. They must be running low on crossbow bolts. If we send our troops now, we can definitely deliver a heavy blow. I've wanted to fight this for ages. Damn it. I've never fought such a frustrating battle in my entire life. A group of generals, with dark circles under their eyes, are discussing war here. Xia Yuan glanced at the assembled generals, steeled his resolve, and said angrily, Good. Fine, let's fight. Damn it, if we don't teach these traitors a lesson, they'll really think our army is easy to bully. Go. Stop the army immediately, give this general. However, halfway through the conversation, a scout's anxious shouts came from the due east direction. Watch out for crossbow bolts. Watch out, the traitors have fired. Everyone be careful. The scout's urgent voice alerted the soldiers in the temporary camp of the Anwu Kingdom's army that something was amiss. Oh no, the rebels are serious this time. Quick, everyone hide. Damn it, these traitors are truly despicable. A group of soldiers began preparing their defenses, cursing and swearing, but it was too late. More than 60 crossbow bolts flew down from above, shooting diagonally into the army. Fta! A scream rang out instantly. A single volley of arrows, more than 60 crossbow bolts, killed over 100 soldiers. Then came the second wave, the third wave. They fired 10 volleys of arrows in a row. Thump, thump, thump. 10 volleys of arrows killed over 1,000 soldiers, more than the soldiers killed throughout the entire previous night. Panic immediately erupted within the camp. Chapter 319. Why are there only 2,000 crossbow bolts? A scream rang out, and Xia Yuan and his generals were stunned. What's going on? Why are there so many screams all of a sudden? Damn it! What are these useless idiots doing? They didn't understand. Everything was fine all night. Nothing happened. How can this still happen now that it's already daylight? Could it be that? Did the rebels launch a concentrated attack? Soon, Xia Yuan and the others' doubts were answered when a squad leader rushed over. General, our army was ambushed by rebels from the east. The army had no time to react and was shot dead, with an estimated 1,000 men killed. What? Thousands of people? What are you doing? Damn it. Only 300 or 400 people died or were injured in one night. But this shooting killed over 1,000. What is going on? Upon hearing this, the group of generals were immediately enraged. They couldn't accept the news, and they couldn't understand why such a serious casualty incident had occurred. General, the soldiers have been running all night and are utterly exhausted. They were just tricked 3 times by the rebels and some of the soldiers. Some soldiers did not take action, which is why there were so many casualties. The squad leader forced himself to speak, saying that he didn't really want to come, but he had no choice. Someone had to report on the army's situation. Clearly, he was the unlucky guy. What? What did you say? No defense. Damn it. You bunch of useless trash. Do you want to die? Apart from Xia Yuan, the other generals couldn't hold back any longer and questioned him angrily. The squad leader hung his head, not daring to respond. All right, quiet down, Xia Yuan shouted coldly. Upon hearing this, the generals gradually quieted down, turning to look at Xia Yuan with puzzled expressions in their eyes. Let's just accept being ambushed and learn from this experience. It's not the first time we've heard that rebels are so difficult to deal with. Now, immediately organize a large army to encircle and annihilate the rebels. Xia Yuan gave the order with a stern face. He had also had enough of the Qin's shameless attacks. Counterattack. We must retaliate fiercely. Xia Yuan's order was highly approved by the generals. They've been holding back their anger for a long time. Now, it's their turn to retaliate. Yes, General. Yes, General. A group of generals replied loudly, then turned and scattered. They're going to gather their own team. However, counterattack. Soon, tens of thousands of troops gathered at the temporary camp of the Anwu Kingdom Army and launched an attack from 8 directions in 8 different directions, especially in the due east direction. They dispatched a full 30,000 troops, determined to annihilate the rebels in one fell swoop. However, when they led their army to attack, there was no sign of the rebels. This result infuriated the soldiers, who immediately began to curse and swear. Many soldiers even vented their anger on the trees around them. At this time, it was located in a small mountain valley about 10 miles from the temporary camp of the Anwu Kingdom's army. Ho Lingxiu and the captains of a total of 20 teams gathered here. We still have 300 crossbow bolts. We no longer have any. We still have more than 400 crossbow bolts. We don't have a single one left. After the report, it was found that the 20 teams had less than 3,000 crossbow bolts left in total. 3,000. What can this do? I can barely do anything. Last night's tactics have already shown them their effectiveness. If this continues, they will achieve a great victory. The problem is, we've run out of crossbow bolts. Without crossbows, this harassment tactic loses its most important component and simply cannot function. General Ho, our biggest problem right now is that we don't have enough crossbow bolts. Do you have any solutions? As always, Yi Mingjie threw the question back to Ho Lingxiu. No way. The Vermilion Bird Army was led by Ho Lingxiu, so it was perfectly normal for him to ask Ho Lingxiu about matters related to crossbows. Everyone, please don't worry. I sent someone to urge them to deliver the crossbow bolts yesterday. As soon as he finished speaking, a female soldier hurriedly ran over from a distance. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. The female soldier approached Ho Lingxiu, panting heavily, and said, General, the crossbow bolts have been delivered. Where are the crossbow bolts? Ho Lingxiu asked excitedly. It's over there behind that little hill, waiting for us to send people to collect it. Upon hearing this, Ho Lingxiu turned to look at Bai Zhan and said, General Bai, this place is closest to your army. Go back immediately and call for men to go there and collect the crossbow bolts. Okay, I'll go right away. Bai Zhan replied with a serious expression, then turned and ran away in a hurry. Let's go over there first. Ho Lingxiu raised her hand and waved, signaling everyone present to hurry to the location the female soldier had indicated. Before long, the group arrived behind the small hill and saw the convoy transporting crossbows. But, upon seeing the group, everyone couldn't help but frown, a thought surfacing in their minds. Why are there only so few people? With their doubts in mind, Ho Lingxiu and her group met the team transporting crossbows. General Yi, how's the fighting at the front? Lin Dahu greeted him with a smile. Stop talking. Yi Mingjie shook his head, his face ashen. We failed to defeat the enemy, and the defenses of Lansong County have fallen. Huh? The defenses have fallen? Lin Dahu exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. They actually lost. All right, enough with the nonsense. How many crossbows did you bring this time? Ho Lingxiu walked over and said coldly. 2,000 crossbow bolts should be enough for you for a while, right? Lin Dahu said. 2,000 crossbow bolts. Ho Lingxiu was full of surprise, completely unable to believe that only 2,000 crossbow bolts had been transported. How come there are only 2,000 crossbow bolts? What are the people at the arsenal doing? How come there are only 2,000 crossbow bolts? With only 2,000 crossbow bolts, how can we possibly fight this battle? For a moment, Tang Yanyu and the others couldn't help but complain. They have just gained some advantages and mastered the tactics to win. But now there are no crossbows. How can they feel comfortable with this? What happened? Lin Dahu was completely bewildered. He couldn't understand why Ho Lingxiu and the others would react this way. Are 2,000 crossbow bolts a small number? But normally 2,000 crossbow bolts are delivered every day, right? During this period, the people at the arsenal had very little rest time, as they were working overtime to produce crossbows. 2,000 crossbow bolts per day is the current limit that the arsenal can handle. General Ho, what exactly happened? Don't tell me you're out of crossbows. Chapter 3:20 The Emperor and Empress are not in the Imperial City? We still have about 3,000 crossbow bolts left. Ho Lingxiu's voice was low, and her face was somewhat gloomy. How many? 3,000. Lin Dahu was completely shocked and dumbfounded. You only have 3,000 crossbow bolts left? Ho Lingxiu nodded and said, our army fought a siege against the enemy, and the crossbows were almost all used up in that siege. We conducted another night raid last night, and now we only have 3,000 crossbow bolts left. So, we desperately need crossbows right now. Without them, we can't continue the fight. Upon hearing this, Lin Dahu nodded solemnly and said, I understand about this matter. Don't worry about the crossbows. I will report to the Empress as soon as I get back and ask her to send more people to expedite the production of crossbows. You'll have to figure out how to get through these 3 days on your own. The pressure at the arsenal is already immense. There simply aren't enough people to rush the production of crossbows. After several days, Lin Dahu, who had always appeared honest and simple, had changed his appearance. Let's leave it at that for now. Ho Lingxiu said with little interest, without enough crossbow bolts, it will be extremely disadvantageous for our upcoming battle. We will try to get through these 3 days, but after 3 days, the crossbows must be delivered. Otherwise, our army will face extremely difficult combat conditions and may even lose to the enemy. Although Lin Dahu had never been on the battlefield, he understood its power. The Qin dynasty had reached its current state thanks to its powerful crossbows. Without crossbows, the powerful crossbow is a burden. The combat capability of the Qin army would also be weakened by several levels. Don't worry, I'll go back immediately and report the situation to the Empress, so she can send more people to assist the arsenal. 3 days. At most 3 days, and the number of crossbow bolts we provide you each day will at least double. Ho Lingxiu nodded and said, delay will only lead to complications. We must act quickly. I understand, Lin Dahu said with a serious expression. Also, the enemy has sent 3 armies, totaling about 100,000 men, to launch a surprise attack on the capital. You must inform the emperor of this and tell him to be prepared. 100,000 people. Lin Dahu exclaimed in surprise, his eyes filled with disbelief. Based on what we know, the difference should be minimal, Ho Lingxiu said in a deep voice. But Lin Dahu hesitated for a moment before revealing a piece of news that shocked Ho Lingxiu and the others. But the emperor and empress are not in the capital at all right now. What? What did you say? Aren't the emperor and empress in the capital? Lin Dahu, what did you say? In an instant, Yi Mingjie and the others asked in shock. Why are the emperor and empress not in the capital? This news greatly shocked Yi Mingjie and his group. They were fighting to the death on the front lines, but no orders came from the imperial city. They already felt something was wrong. Who would have thought? The emperor and empress are not in the capital. The emperor and empress are not in the capital. Where did they go? Ho Lingxiu asked, frowning. I don't know either. Lin Dahu spread his hands, his face full of difficulty. Not long after you launched your campaign, the emperor and empress led their army away from the capital. As for where they went, we don't know. In the entire imperial city, only the empress knows the whereabouts of the emperor and the others. But the empress would never say it. So, Lin Dahu didn't say what he meant, but everyone present understood what he was about to say. Everyone fell silent. They were wondering why the emperor and empress had left the capital with their army without a word. Where to go after leaving the capital? What is the purpose? Where do you think the emperor and empress will go? Have no idea. Both the emperor and empress are extraordinary beings. How could we possibly guess what they are thinking? I believe the Emperor and Empress are currently in Lansang County. Why? Think about it. The enemy has amassed hundreds of thousands of troops, while our army has only a handful. Unless something unexpected happens, our army is absolutely no match for them. The Imperial Army and the Empress will definitely find a way to solve this problem, so, after a moment's thought, everyone agreed that the reason was quite reasonable. Everyone. Luo Xingho stepped forward and spoke. The Emperor and Empress must have their own plans. We just need to focus on our own tasks and don't need to worry about anything else. The battle is the most important thing right now, so let's not talk about idle gossip. Upon hearing this, everyone present nodded in agreement. Gentlemen, time is of the essence. I must take my leave, Lin Dao said, cupping his hands in greeting, before beckoning to a group of female soldiers hastily assembled to escort the crossbows. After watching Lin Dao and his group walk a distance away, everyone began to discuss the next battle. Yi Mingjie said, let's all talk about it. We only have 2,000 crossbow bolts now, and even including what we already had, we only have 5,000. How are we going to fight this battle? How do I fight? Everyone's hearts sank. 5,000 crossbow bolts, if distributed equally, would only amount to 250 bolts per team. 250 crossbow bolts. That's definitely not enough. Last night, they used about 30,000 crossbow bolts, and even so, they used them sparingly. I thought there would be at least 5,000 crossbow bolts delivered today. However, only 2,000 crossbow bolts. We don't have enough crossbow bolts to carry out our tactics. There's nothing we can do. The arsenal doesn't know our situation. 2,000 crossbow bolts are already the best they can do. There's no point in saying all this. Let's think about how to fight next. How about this? Gather all 5,000 crossbow bolts together and distribute them to 10 teams, so that each team will have 500 bolts. If we conserve them a little, we should be able to get through the night. That works too. We can stall for one more day. We harassed the enemy all night last night. If we harass them for another night tonight, they should stop and catch up on sleep tomorrow. All right, I agree to do it this way. Distribute the crossbows to the 10 teams. Soon, the 20 people came up with a solution. 5,000 crossbow bolts were distributed to 10 teams. If these 10 teams were careful with their firepower at night, they could still fire 8 or 9 volleys of bolts. In this way, this could cause considerable trouble for the enemy. Just as Yi Mingjie and the others had come up with a plan and were preparing to distribute crossbow bolts, a soldier rushed over. General, something terrible has happened. The enemy has assembled its troops and launched an attack on our forces. Chapter 321 Shame. What? The enemy has launched an attack. Are these people out of their minds? How dare they launch an attack on us under these circumstances? Yi Mingjie and the others exclaimed in surprise. But they weren't afraid. Rather, they found the whole thing unbelievable. The area is densely forested, making military operations difficult. Under such circumstances, why would the enemy launch an attack on them? Go. Yi Mingjie raised his hand and said, notify all troops to retreat. We will not engage the enemy. Yes, General. The soldier accepted the order and hurriedly left. He the other side couldn't hold back and got angry. Baijian said with a smile. That's right. They've been through a lot with us all night and are in terrible shape. Yet they still dare to launch an attack. I really don't know what they're thinking. What else can they think? They just think we're running low on crossbow bolts. So if we don't attack now, when will we? Sai, we really are out of crossbows. But if they want to cause trouble, let them cause trouble too, and see who can't hold out first. After some discussion, no one seemed worried about the matter. The mountains and forests are dense, and as long as they don't want to fight, everything the enemy does is just a waste of effort. All right. Ho Lingxiu interrupted the conversation. Everyone, let's not stay here any longer. As we just agreed, distribute the crossbows to the 10 teams. These 10 teams are responsible for the nighttime attacks, while the other 10 teams are responsible for the daytime harassment. We must keep the enemy in a state of constant mental exhaustion, so that their fighting capacity is always at its lowest point. In this way, even if our troops are outnumbered, we still have a chance to win. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingjie and the others all nodded in agreement. Then, after some discussion, The group selected 10 teams to be responsible for the nighttime raids, while the remaining 10 teams were responsible for the daytime harassment. At the same time, Cheng Yufu led nearly 100,000 people to Diangsing in a grand procession. Your Majesty, the people of Shijua County have all been brought here. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Qin Anyang nodded and then waved his hand, summoning a member of the Great Qin Imperial Army. Go and call Li Tianhe over. Yes, Your Majesty. The Qin Imperial soldier replied respectfully, then turned and hurriedly ran away. Your Majesty, who is this Li Tianhe? Cheng Yufu asked in confusion. Li Tianhe is a commoner from Shijua County, and he has some talent in the area of the Grand Canal. Qin Anyang talked as he walked, and Cheng Yufu learned about Li Tianhe's situation from his words. Unbeknownst to them, the two arrived at the Star River. Madam, Master is here. Xiaoya was the first to spot Qin Anyang and pointed at him with a smile. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan put down her work, turned around, and greeted her with a smile. My husband, what's the situation? Is the water supply cut off? Qin Anyang asked with a smile, then stepped forward and stood side by side with Luo Qinghuan. That's about enough. Luo Qinghuan shook her head. We should be able to cut it off completely before lunch today, and then we can start full-scale excavation. Before lunch? Qin Anyang nodded slightly. There was still a little over an hour before lunch, which would give the newly arrived people time to adjust. Once the canal excavation is on track, it's time for us to move on to the next place. Tomorrow. Luo Qinghuan thought for a moment and said, the plan for the Diangsing area has been completed, with over 100,000 people involved. This afternoon, at least several hundred meters will be excavated. Li Tianhe is indeed quite talented when it comes to the Grand Canal. Entrusting the management of the Grand Canal to him will save us a lot of trouble. Just as the two were talking, Li Tianhe rushed over and respectfully greeted them. Li Tianhe greets the Emperor and Empress. Since the canal plan for Jianxing River was finalized yesterday and received approval from Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan, the two no longer concealed their identities from each other. Qin Anyang nodded and said, Li Tianhe, the people of Shijua County have arrived here. I will now entrust the canal excavation to you. The canal must be at least 20 meters wide and 6 meters deep. The excavated soil was all piled up in Shijua County, 30 meters away from the canal, to form an earthen wall. The width and height of the earthen wall can be determined by the width and depth of the canal. Li Tianhe nodded and respectfully replied, Your Majesty, I will certainly excavate the canal according to your requirements. But these earthen walls are so massive and stretch for such a long distance. Shouldn't we send some people to reinforce them? Otherwise, if too much time passes and the earthen wall is washed away by several heavy rains, it is very likely to be destroyed. Upon hearing this, Qin Anyang smiled and said, You can handle this as you see fit. As long as it doesn't affect the progress of the canal excavation, everything is up to you. Li Tianhe was stunned, staring blankly at Qin Anyang with disbelief on his face. Is this a way of delegating authority to him? After a moment's hesitation, Li Tianhe, with a serious expression, bowed respectfully and said, Your Majesty, rest assured, whether it is the canal or the earthen wall, I will do my utmost to handle things perfectly. Qin Anyang waved his hand. Go on, get ready to do what you need to do. After lunch, start excavating the canal immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Tianhe accepted the order and took his leave. Having gained Qin Anyang's trust, even the way he walked changed drastically. Right, it can change a person. Can catch it. Then one can be completely transformed. I couldn't catch it. Then one can only fall to the mortal realm. Qin Anyang watched Li Tianhe's departing figure, a slight smile curving his lips. Let's go take a look ahead. Night falls. Inside the temporary camp of Anwu Kingdom's army, the firelight illuminated the entire camp, where 40,000 troops stood guard around the perimeter, forming a wall of shields. The scouts, just like last night, covered a 3,000-meter radius around the camp. At this time, in the center of the camp, inside a huge tent, the generals of the Anwu Kingdom's army gathered. Xia Yuan sat at the head of the table, glanced at the many generals inside the tent, and said in a deep voice, From yesterday to now, Our army has been tricked by the rebels many times, and the casualties have exceeded 3,000. But what about the rebels? The casualties are less than 100. A casualty ratio of 30 to 1 is simply a disgrace. Upon hearing this, the generals inside the tent remained silent with grim faces. It's more than just a disgrace. This is blatant humiliation and disrespect to them. Who among those present wasn't a seasoned veteran? However, this is the kind of people who were repeatedly outmaneuvered by a group of traitors. This is a stain that they can never wash away in their entire lives. Chapter 322 All soldiers, heed my command. Now it's already dark. Given the nature of those rebels, it won't be long before they launch a surprise attack on our camp. Tonight, we must let these rebels know that the hundreds of thousands of troops of my Anwu kingdom are not to be trifled with. Xia Yuan's voice grew louder and louder. With the army being so thoroughly mocked, he, the great general, was the one who had lost all face. General, give the order. General, give the order on how to fight tonight. General. All the generals echoed their sentiments, expressing their deep hatred for the Qin rebels. If possible, I wish I could chop up these traitors right now. Good. Xia Yuan slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and waved his hand. Tonight, we're not going to play defense. The 300,000-strong army will be divided into 10 routes. Whichever direction the rebels come from, a large army will be dispatched to annihilate them. The remaining troops will garrison the camp to protect the supplies. This general refuses to believe that those rebels' crossbow bolts won't run out. Tonight, give this general a good beating. Don't traitors like to play dirty tricks? Do they really think we can't? Since they dare to disperse their forces, we will fight them to the bitter end. I refuse to believe that 30,000 men can defeat an army of a few thousand. These words stirred the emotions and ignited the passion of the generals inside the tent. Then, Xia Yuan began to plan a detailed battle strategy. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the meeting inside the tent ended, and a group of generals walked out of the tent with great pride and high spirits. Then, the 300,000-plus troops in the camp began to be mobilized. Midnight 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. In the stillness of the night, Tang Yongyu led his 4,000 troops toward the temporary camp of the Anwu Kingdom's army. Everyone move faster. Make sure your steps are steady. Tang Yongyu gave a shout and walked at the front. Tonight, among the 10 teams, his team will be the first to launch a surprise attack. It's not entirely accurate to call it a sneak attack. After all, the enemy must have anticipated their arrival. But what good is guessing? Their tactics, which appeared to be a sneak attack, were in fact a calculated, open strategy. Soon, Tang Yongyu led his 4,000 troops to the enemy's temporary camp, about 4,000 meters away. If there is no deviation, if we walk another kilometer, we will be discovered by enemy scouts. As expected, there were no surprises. When Tang Yongyu led his 4,000 troops and had just stepped about 3,000 meters away from the temporary camp of the Anwu Kingdom's army, they were instantly spotted by enemy scouts. Enemy attack. Rebels are attacking from the due east direction. The scouts' shouts rang out, especially loud in the silent night. Soon, scouts closer to the camp heard the shout, and, without hesitation, yelled back at the top of their lungs. Enemy attack. Enemy troops are attacking from the due east. The shouts reached the camp, and the Anwu Kingdom's army, upon receiving the news, immediately mobilized. These damn traitors actually dared to launch a sneak attack. Feng Shichang's face turned cold as he reached for the long sword at his waist. In an instant, longsword drawn. All soldiers, listen to my command. Kill. With a roar, Feng Shichang gripped his longsword and charged into the forest ahead. Kill. Kill them. Brothers, kill them. Charge. There were no insults, no other words, only the simplest shouts of killing. 30,000 soldiers charged out in a fit of rage. The target is directly east. Xia Yuan stood not far away, his hands behind his back, calmly watching the 30,000-strong army charge out. Pass down the order. Get the other 9 teams ready. If the rebels dare to show their faces, hunt them down with all their might. Unless they reunite or escape into the city, I will pursue them relentlessly. A guard bowed and said, Yes, General. Then, the guard turned and hurriedly left the place. Xia Yuan was determined to give the Qin rebels a painful lesson in tonight's battle. Without crossbows, the Qin dynasty was like a wild dog with its teeth pulled. It barked loudly, but couldn't bite anyone. In this way, what is there to be afraid of? Hearing the muffled shouts coming from ahead, Tang Yongyu frowned, immediately raised his hand, and shouted, "Stop!" The 4,000 troops slowly came to a stop, looking at Tang Yongyu with some confusion. "General, is something wrong?" a squad leader asked. "Everyone, please quiet down. Something's not right." Tang Yongyu said in a deep voice that his strength was more than one level higher than all the soldiers present, and his hearing was naturally much stronger as well. So, he could faintly hear shouts coming from ahead, but the 4,000 soldiers beside him could not hear them. "Everyone, please be quiet. Quiet down, everyone." Although the team leader didn't understand, he still followed Tang Yongyu's instructions. The 4,000 troops quickly quieted down without making a sound. Tang Yongyu frowned and listened carefully. "Kill, charge, kill." Although the sound was not very clear, it was real, and Tang Yongyu's expression suddenly became serious. "Really?" As expected, the enemy launched an attack tonight. Tang Yongyu muttered to himself that they had considered this situation when they discussed the war earlier that day. After all, the enemy isn't stupid. How could they possibly not react at all? They speculated that the enemy might choose to strengthen its defenses or send troops to counterattack. And now, the enemy chose the latter. "The Vermilion Bird Army, set up your crossbows right here and prepare to fire." Tang Yongyu decisively gave the order. Knowing that the enemy had already sent troops to attack, wouldn't it be foolish to rush in and die? 500 Vermilion Bird soldiers received orders and, with the assistance of the remaining soldiers, set up more than 60 powerful crossbows. Setting it up is just a matter of finding a relatively flat place to put it down. Then, without Tang Yongyu giving any orders, the female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army loaded their crossbows with bolts and were ready to fire at any moment. However, they didn't know where to shoot. In the darkness, if you are close to the enemy camp, you can aim at the firelight and shoot. Now, they are about 2,000 meters away from the enemy camp, a distance that a crossbow simply cannot reach. Not to mention, they were currently located in a small valley. It's called a small valley, but it's really just a low-lying area. Only, being in such a place will more or less have an impact on the firing of crossbows. Chapter 323, 5 Waves of Arrows. The forest was pitch black, except for a little moonlight. Neither side used torches. This creates a situation where both sides are in the dark and can't see very far. Scouts were able to hide well in the mountains and forests, and they discovered the Qin army entirely by listening. At this time, Feng Shichang led an army of 30,000 men and marched into the mountains and forests. Weeds grow rampant among the trees. This caused considerable trouble for the army's march. But this minor trouble could not stop the advance of Feng Shichang's 30,000-strong army. "Run faster, all of you. Tonight, we must teach those traitors a lesson they won't forget, and kill them." Feng Shichang shouted, a deep resentment bubbling within him. The war has turned out like this. It's just like playing house. This isn't war. This is humiliation. So, I have to vent my anger properly, otherwise I'll go crazy if this continues. With 30,000 troops venturing into the forest, marching was a considerable challenge for them. Although there are no high mountains here, it is a hilly area with a drop of several tens of meters, which adds considerable trouble to the army's march. A distance of 3,000 meters would be nothing to a large army in a place like Lanshan County. But this place is different. The terrain already hindered their progress, and the darkness further slowed their advance. Time passed second by second. Tang Yongyu closed his eyes, listening intently to the footsteps coming from ahead. The 4,000 soldiers behind him, after setting up their crossbows, stood quietly in place without making a sound. Even a fart goes unnoticed. "It's getting closer," Tang Yongyu muttered to himself. As the footsteps that reached his ears grew heavier and heavier, he kept calculating the enemy's marching progress in his mind. At a distance of 3 kilometers, his hearing would certainly not be able to hear a sound that far away. But how loud must the marching footsteps of 30,000 troops have been? Hearing it is one thing. However, They wanted to deduce the enemy's location based on these footsteps. Extremely difficult. So, deciding when to give the order to fire the arrows was a huge test for Tang Yanyu. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps ahead grew heavier. Tang Yanyu suddenly opened his eyes, pointed straight ahead, and said in a deep voice, "Fire straight ahead." Upon hearing this, the female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army, who were controlling the crossbows, immediately adjusted their direction, aiming the crossbows directly forward. Pull the trigger. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. More than 60 crossbow bolts flew out one after another, shooting straight ahead. As for whether it will hit the target, does it matter? Important. But what good is it if it's important? It was pitch black, with no location markers whatsoever, so we had to guess. Whether you hit the target or not depends entirely on luck. Keep firing. Tang Yanyu shouted, not knowing whether he could hit the enemy. But he had to do what needed to be done. They were running out of crossbow bolts. But in war, you can't just cut back on supplies as you please. Once the enemy discovers you're out of crossbow bolts. So, the consequences will be extremely serious. After all, having and not having are two different concepts. You may not have much, but you must have some. Soon, 500 Vermilion Bird soldiers fired another volley of crossbow bolts. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The crossbow bolt pierced the air and disappeared into the night. Continue firing. Tang Yanyu ordered again. Upon hearing the order, the 500 Vermilion Bird soldiers did not hesitate. They immediately loaded their crossbows, and without even calibrating the target, they pulled the trigger and fired. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Keep firing. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Keep firing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After 5 volleys of crossbow bolts were fired, Tang Yanyu stopped and did not order the Vermilion Bird Army to fire again. But there was no further firing, but Tang Yanyu gave the order without hesitation. Retreat. Once the order to retreat was given, the 4,000 soldiers had no objections and, without hesitation, raised their crossbows and turned to leave the area. The evacuation was quite noisy, and naturally, it couldn't hide the intentions of the scouts 200 or 300 meters away. The traitors are trying to escape. The rebels have retreated. Shouts like these rang out. However, no one paid any attention to the shouts of these scouts. At this time, Feng Shichong and his men were in a state of panic. The first wave of 60-odd crossbow bolts did not hit the main force, but their positions were not far apart. An army of 30,000 would occupy a large area as it marches through the mountains and forests. So, the first volley of crossbow bolts missed because the distance was too far, and they just missed. Watch out for crossbow bolts. Watch out for crossbow bolts, everyone. Damn it. The rebels are firing crossbow bolts at us. Everyone be careful. Get behind a tree. Avoid the crossbow bolts. The soldier running at the front, after a brief moment of stunned silence as the crossbow bolt struck not far in front of him, immediately shouted. Although they reacted quickly, the large army in the darkness could not react so quickly. The army was still charging forward. But it was precisely because of this slight distance that the army came right into the range of the crossbows. The second wave of crossbow bolts arrived in an instant. Thud. In an instant, some crossbow bolts pierced through the corpses of some soldiers, some bolts pierced the ground, and some bolts struck tree trunks. A scream rang out instantly. Then, careful. Everyone be careful. Watch out for crossbow bolts. Quick, hide behind a tree. The army was thrown into chaos. They are not afraid of direct combat, but who would be willing to be shot at like a live target by crossbow bolts? Quick! Feng Shichong raised his hand and shouted. Everyone find a place to hide. Get behind a tree. Those in the back, stop rushing forward. The army of 30,000 men gradually calmed down upon hearing these words. They sought places to hide so as not to become the lucky ones and be shot by crossbow bolts. Soon, the third wave of crossbow bolts came firing. This time, the 30,000-strong army was on guard, and although some were still shot dead, the number was much less than before. Next, the fourth wave, the fifth wave. After the 2 waves of crossbow bolts ended, the 30,000-strong army waited for a moment before peeking out to look around. How is it? Is it over? Have the traitors stopped firing? Will it end after a few more volleys of arrows? Have the rebels run out of crossbows? Hearing the murmurs of the soldiers around him, Feng Shichong gave the order without hesitation. Stop hiding, get them. Chapter 324, Not a single arrow left behind. With Feng Shichong's order, the 30,000-strong army launched another attack. Kill them, charge. A group of soldiers, wielding broadswords, ran forward through the woods under the moonlight. However, Tang Yongyu had already led his army to retreat, but he did not leave the battlefield directly. Instead, he led 4,000 soldiers to a high point. He wanted to take advantage of the distance between the two sides to create a time difference for the enemy. Although only 200 crossbow bolts remained, they were not even able to fire 5 volleys of bolts. But Tang Yongyu still chose to do it this way. Having secured the high ground, the Vermilion Bird Army could detect enemy movements, and the darkness of night further enhanced their advantage. Even if there are only 200 or so crossbow bolts, by launching a surprise attack, we can definitely give the enemy a hard time. While we can say we'll eliminate thousands, killing 100 or 2 is absolutely no problem. 100 or 200 people may not seem like much, but for an army of hundreds of thousands, it is indeed nothing. Don't forget, this time it'll be 1 or 200, next time it'll be 1 or 200. Killing hundreds of enemy soldiers without suffering casualties adds up to something no less than winning a battle. As time passed by second, after escaping the pursuit of enemy scouts, Tang Yongyu led his 4,000 troops to a high earthen slope. The area is sparsely wooded and overgrown with weeds. If it were daytime, ambushing enemy troops here would definitely not be a wise choice. However, it's nighttime now. Quickly set up the crossbows and be ready to fire at any moment. Tang Yongyu's voice was somewhat urgent, which was understandable, as he didn't know how far away the enemy was. Quickly, get the crossbows ready. Over here. The terrain is flat here. Quickly bring the crossbow over. This side is fine too. Bring a few over here as well. Under the moonlight, a group of soldiers groped their way across the mountainous terrain. One after another, powerful crossbows were set up. Then, a group of people waited quietly in this place, all their eyes looking ahead. There. That's the direction the enemy troops are coming from. At such a short distance, no one except Tang Yongyu could hear the footsteps. But it doesn't matter if you can't hear it. Having secured a high vantage point, everyone's field of vision broadened considerably. From this vantage point, careful observation would reveal traces of the enemy forces. After all, the commotion caused by a 30,000-strong army marching is far greater than that caused by a few thousand. There it is. A sharp-eyed female soldier from the Vermilion Bird Army exclaimed, and everyone looked in the direction she was pointing. However, in the distance, there was only a dark forest shrouded in night. There was no sign of any enemy troops. The enemy is directly in front of us, about 1,700 meters away. Fortunately, the female soldier from the Vermilion Bird Army revealed the location of the enemy she had discovered. Although it wasn't very accurate, at least there was a target to search for. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately began searching in that direction. There it is. They're there. I see it. It's right there. Soon, a group of soldiers discovered traces of the enemy. In the mountains and forests, where the enemy was marching, the trees rustled and startled birds took flight. What other thing could cause such a scene besides a large-scale military march? Vermilion Bird Army, now it's your turn. Tang Yongyu said solemnly. We don't have many crossbow bolts left. How many enemy soldiers we can kill depends entirely on your performance. We must strive to kill as many enemy soldiers as possible. Upon hearing this, the 500 female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army nodded solemnly. Having experienced more than a dozen battles, large and small, they naturally understood the seriousness of the current situation. Everyone, hurry up, load the crossbows, and adjust the firing angle, said a squad leader from the Vermilion Bird Army. Then, the female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army immediately loaded the crossbows with bolts and adjusted the firing angle. This time, Tang Yongyu will no longer interfere with the Vermilion Bird Army's shooting. Professional matters will be left to professionals. He had previously ordered the firing because the Vermilion Bird Army was unable to locate the enemy. And now, The Vermilion Bird Army already knows the enemy's location, so why would they need an outsider like him to instruct the experts? As time passed by second, when the enemy was about 1,300 meters away, the squad leader of the Vermilion Bird Army immediately gave the order. Shooting. It's just 2 words, the simplest command. The fact that no objective was given to the female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army did not affect their performance. Upon hearing the order, the female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army, who were operating more than 60 powerful crossbows, pulled the triggers without hesitation. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. More than 60 crossbow bolts flew out one after another, disappearing from everyone's sight in an instant. Keep firing. Shoot until all the crossbow bolts are used up. Leave not a single one. The squad leader of the Vermilion Bird Army shouted the order, and the 500 Vermilion Bird soldiers, without any pause, loaded their crossbows and fired at top speed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The second wave. The third wave. The fourth wave. The fifth wave. However, the fifth wave of crossbow bolts only had 13 bolts. At this point, Tang Yangyu's squad was left without a single crossbow bolt. The moment the crossbow bolts ran out, it was Tang Yangyu's turn to go in. Without any hesitation, he gave the order. Pack your things and retreat. Their team has completed their mission tonight. Next, we should leave this place and go back to our campsite for a good night's sleep. Upon receiving the order, the 4,000-strong army immediately packed their belongings and withdrew from the area. In fact, there was nothing to pack up. They simply carried the crossbow and left it as it came. On the contrary, without crossbows, the army's marching speed would be even faster. At this time, Feng Shichang led an army of 30,000 men, guided by scouts, and pursued the rebels along the trails they had left behind. Quick! Speed up, everyone! Catch up with the rebels and kill them. Feng Shichang shouted loudly. With his speed, he would have caught up long ago if he didn't care about the 30,000 troops behind him. But this is war. On the battlefield, individual bravery is important, but the overall strength of the army is the most important. Brothers, run fast. If we take care of these rebels tonight, we can get a few days of rest. Damn it. I've been fed up with these traitors for ages. I have to kill them tonight. These damn traitors. All they know is these petty tricks. They're truly shameful. A group of soldiers ran and cursed, saying, "Why aren't you sleeping at night? Running through the mountains and fields. Isn't this just torturing people?" However, just then, more than 60 crossbow bolts came flying in, shooting directly into the army. Chapter 325 Never Give Up. Under the moonlight, the night wind howled. More than 60 crossbow bolts flew in and struck the center of the 30,000-strong army that was on its way. Because of the darkness and the chaotic noise generated by the 30,000-strong army on their journey, they didn't notice the crossbow bolts at all. Only Feng Shichang. His skills were remarkable, and his hearing was exceptional, allowing him to be the first to notice something amiss. After all, Feng Shichang had heard the sound of crossbow bolts more than once. Watch out for crossbow bolts. All troops, take cover from crossbow fire. However, the moment Feng Shichang uttered those words, crossbow bolts had already struck the center of the army. The first crossbow bolt shot straight into the army, piercing the bodies of 2 soldiers from top to bottom. The 2 soldiers' bodies were ripped open, and they died before they could even scream. Then, the remaining crossbow bolts followed in quick succession, piercing the army. Thud! A jumble of noises suddenly erupted. Quick! Hide! Stop rushing forward. Everyone, find somewhere to hide. Get behind the tree. Quick, get behind the tree. Those damn traitors, they've ambushed us again. A group of soldiers frantically searched for cover. They didn't want to become live targets. However, with 30,000 troops, where would they find so many places to hide immediately? Soon, a second volley of crossbow bolts came flying. Just like the first wave of crossbow bolts, they killed many soldiers, and because of their panic, a group of people huddled together. The result was 4 or 5 people were killed by a single crossbow bolt. Next, the third wave, the fourth wave. The crossbow attack was declared over only when the last 13 crossbow bolts of the fifth wave were fired. After the fifth wave of crossbow bolts had ended, A full half cup of tea's time passed before the soldiers finally peeked out and asked each other questions. How is it? Has it stopped? Damn it. Why do these traitors always act like this? The rebels must be running out of crossbow bolts. Otherwise they wouldn't only fire so few bolts each time. Shouldn't it have stopped by now? Feng Shichong frowned, his face full of anger, but also with a hint of doubt. Do the rebels really run out of crossbows? The last volley of crossbow bolts was significantly fewer in number than the previous volleys. If there are still crossbow bolts, the rebels' final crossbow barrage will definitely not be just a few bolts. Thinking about this, Feng Shichong became even more certain of his own thoughts. These rebels have run out of crossbows. All troops, listen to my command. Feng Shichong raised his long sword high and roared. These rebels are out of crossbows. Chase them. We must kill them tonight. A fight to the death. Upon hearing this, the 30,000-strong army was briefly stunned, then shouted in unison. A fight to the death. A fight to the death. The sound carried far, and even Tang Yongyu and his group, who had already evacuated, heard the shout. Heh! Tang Yongyu smiled dismissively, a look of disdain on his face. A bunch of idiots. Do you really want to fight us to the death? Do you really think I'm a fool? With such a vast disparity in troop strength, how could he possibly lead a large army to fight a desperate battle against the enemy? They can't even fight head-on, let alone fight to the death. Unless absolutely necessary, they will never engage in direct combat with the enemy. The Qin dynasty cannot afford to lose. Tang Yongyu can't afford to lose either. Everyone, quicken your pace, shake off the enemy, and let's go back to sleep. Tang Yongyu waved his hand and called out loudly. The 4,000 soldiers who heard this responded with smiles. Ha ha, the general is right. Let's shake off those idiots and go back for a good night's sleep. That's right. A bunch of idiots. They must be furious and want to fight us to the death. I don't know what they're thinking. What else could he be thinking? He's just angry and wants to vent his anger. Taking it out? I think they'd be more than just angry. They'd be furious to death. Ha 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 ha. 4,000 men ran forward with smiles on their faces. Although marching through the mountains and forests at night was not easy, it was no problem for them. No way. Since they withdrew from Lanshan County and returned to Qingtian County, apart from a few unlucky individuals who died from snake bites, no one else has died. In this way, the group of soldiers showed no sign of tension. They've figured it out now. They'll fight this kind of guerrilla warfare. Relying on the superior range of their crossbows, they slowly whittled down the enemy's forces, only considering a direct confrontation when both sides were evenly matched. As for now, we can simply continue with this harassment tactic. One side fled while the other pursued. Tang Yongyu led his 4,000 troops away from the place with light steps. Feng Shichong led an army of 30,000 men in a desperate pursuit from the rear. But with a distance of more than 1,000 meters between them, how could they possibly catch up so easily? But Feng Shichong was clearly determined to hunt down Tang Yongyu and his 4,000 men, and had no intention of stopping. At the same time, the temporary camp of Enwuo's army was also attacked by a second Qin army. The moment the scouts' calls were heard, the army in the corresponding direction, under the command of its general, immediately launched an attack. Just like the situation faced by Feng Shichong, this army of 30,000 also encountered the same experience during the pursuit. And, like Feng Shichong, the generals of these 30,000 troops were ordered to pursue the enemy to the bitter end and never give up. A ray of rosy light appeared on the horizon sometime earlier than anyone had noticed. The first rays of dawn appeared. The sun was about to rise. A new day has begun. The temporary camp of the Anwu Kingdom's army, which was originally crowded with people, now appeared very desolate. Xia Yuan stood in the center of the camp, gazing into the distance, a deep sorrow lingering in his eyes. This battle, the beating was so disgusting to him. Having served in the military for over 30 years and experienced countless battles, large and small, he had never encountered an enemy force like this before. Troublesome. The only impression Xia Yuan had of this group of rebels from the Great Qin dynasty was that they were difficult to deal with. Are you saying they're strong? It's not that strong. Are you saying they're weak? It's not that weak. But it was precisely this group of rebels who stopped him in his tracks. "General, breakfast is ready," a bodyguard said as he jogged over. "Let's go, everyone, let's go eat." Xia Yuan shook his head, called out to everyone, and walked towards the logistics and cooking squad. And at this moment, the 10 teams dispatched by the Anwu Kingdom's army are still pursuing the 10 teams from the Qin dynasty. Chapter 326. Are these people crazy? Aren't you tired? You've been chasing us all night. Do you want to work yourself to death? A soldier stopped and shouted loudly behind him. "If you don't, you dare run away. Damn it. Are you guys dogs? How can you run so fast? You bunch of bastards, stop right there if you dare." The soldier's words immediately enraged the 30,000 troops behind him. The two sides chased and fled without stopping for even a moment. From running wildly at the beginning to now barely being able to walk, it's clear how fierce the chase last night was. A bunch of lunatics. Tang Yongyu cursed under his breath, then raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Everyone, pick up the pace and run faster." Upon hearing this, the 4,000 people showed no reaction other than their weary expressions. They've heard that phrase at least 10 times. No one expected the enemy to be so resolute this time, truly pursuing them to the death, with absolutely no intention of giving up. Originally, 4,000 people were planning to go back and get a good night's sleep. And what was the result? It's turned out like this. Forget about sleeping, I'm exhausted. But you can't stop running. If you really stop, the swords of 30,000 enemy soldiers behind you won't stop. Both sides are exhausted. Once a fight breaks out, the side with more people will win 100% of the time. There's no need to even think about it. Tang Yongyu glanced at the soldiers behind him, their faces weary and panting, his eyes filled with seriousness. This can't go on any longer. If this continues, the army will definitely not be able to hold out. At that time, thinking of this, Tang Yongyu immediately gave orders to everyone. "Everyone, quicken your pace. We're heading to Qinyun County." Upon hearing this, the expressions of many soldiers changed, and a hopeful look appeared on their faces. "County seat. Qinyun City. If we can enter Qinyun City, the enemy troops behind us will definitely not dare to pursue us anymore. Even if Qinyun doesn't fare well, it's still a county town. Although 30,000 troops is a lot, they are just a group of soldiers so exhausted that they can barely walk. Trying to attack a county town in this state is simply courting death. Not to mention, these 30,000 enemy troops did not bring any siege equipment. So, once they can enter Qinyun City, they can lie down and get a good night's sleep. Qinyun City is not far from their current location, only about 5 miles away. 5 miles away. It does look close, but given their current condition, with their 4,000 men walking and stopping frequently, it will probably take them an hour and a half to arrive. But at least we have a goal. No more aimless wandering like we do now. Feng Shichang frowned as he watched the rebel army suddenly accelerate, a sense of doubt rising in his heart. Something's not right. Why have these rebels suddenly quickened their pace? Could they be lying in ambush ahead? As soon as the idea popped into his head, Feng Shichang shook his head and dismissed it. If there had been an ambush, they would have acted last night. Why wait until now? So, the only possibility is that there is a county town ahead. Thinking of this, Feng Shichang's expression changed drastically, and he immediately roared. "All troops, listen to my command. Give me all your strength and catch up with the rebels. We must stop them before they enter the county town. Otherwise, all our efforts, which lasted all night, will be in vain." Upon hearing this, the 30,000-strong army was immediately stunned. County seat? Are the rebels about to enter the county town? How can this be tolerated? Let's fight. Brothers, charge. A bunch of damn traitors. If you get away today, wouldn't we have made a wasted trip? Damn it. We can't let them get away. Brothers, kill them. Chase them. We can't let them get away. A group of soldiers roared and gave it their all as they chased after the enemy. The two sides have harbored resentment for a long time, so how could they possibly give up this opportunity for revenge? After a night of pursuit, Feng Shichang's 30,000-strong army, which was initially more than 1,300 meters apart, is now only more than 400 meters away. More than 400 meters. In their prime, it would be a matter of a single charge. But right now, they are not in good condition. Catching up with the Qin army of 4,000 men in a short period of time will be a considerable challenge for them. But sometimes you just have to take on a challenge, don't you? At this moment, the 30,000-strong army went berserk, desperate to vent their pent-up resentment. Tap, tap, tap. Their pace quickened. A group of soldiers, exhausted both physically and mentally, started running for their lives. This is overdrawing your body's potential. After this battle, probably a third of these soldiers will be unable to walk without needing to hold onto a wall for a period of time. Hearing the shouts coming from behind, Tang Yongyu turned around to look behind him. Upon closer inspection, damn it, have these people gone mad? Tang Yongyu cursed and looked back at the enemy troops who had been slowly chasing him, but now they were running. Tang Yongyu was completely dumbfounded. One night. I've been following this all night. Do these people still have the energy to run? But now is not the time to be thinking about these issues. This place is still some distance from Qingyun City. If the enemy catches up with us during this time, the consequences will be unimaginable. So, after a brief moment of stunned silence, Tang Yongyu immediately shouted, "All troops, advance at full speed. Run towards Qingyun City at your fastest speed." Upon hearing this, the 4,000 soldiers were still somewhat confused. Given their current condition, how could they possibly run? However, the next moment, the soldier running at the very back shouted in a panic, "Run! Everyone run! Damn it! The enemy is speeding up! Everyone run faster! Run faster, those in front! The enemy is catching up!" Upon hearing these shouts, the soldiers at the front and center immediately thought it was impossible. They couldn't imagine that the enemy could still pursue them at this time. But there was no need for the soldiers in the rear to deceive them. So, there's only one possibility. The enemy has really caught up. Quick, run faster, everyone. Let's give it our all. Everyone run faster. If you don't want to die, run forward now. They're insane. These people are insane. Don't they value their lives? No way. The 4,000 soldiers had no choice but to run for their lives. Compared to being caught up by the enemy and ending up being hacked to death, it is obviously better to lie in bed for 10 days or half a month. Chapter 327 Qingyun City. One fled, one pursued. The two groups chased each other from the mountains and forests to the plains, a chase that took them an entire night. At this moment, he ran with all his might. Qingyun County is just ahead. These few miles will be the key to victory on that side. As time went by, the moment Qingyun County came into view, the 4,000 soldiers led by Tang Yongyu showed a look of joy on their faces. Arrive! We've finally arrived. Qingyun City is just ahead. Everyone, give it your all and run there at full speed. Tang Yongyu shouted, quickened his pace, and ran towards Qingyun City with all his might. Of course, Tang Yongyu wasn't afraid of death. He wanted to be the first to enter the city so that the garrison of Qingyun City could prepare to receive him. Once the 4,000 troops have entered the city gates must be closed as quickly as possible. Moreover, the defenders on the city wall had to provide support when the enemy pursued them. Although Qingyun City is just a county town, it does not have many permanent garrison troops. Including the yamen runners of the county government, there are only 400 or 500 people in total. 400 or 500 men isn't a large number, but it can still cause some trouble for the enemy. After all, although Qingyun City is small, there are indeed archers within its walls. The range of bows and arrows is far less than that of crossbows, but it's better than nothing, as long as it can harass the enemy. Qingyun City is just ahead. Everyone run faster. Hurry, hurry, get into the city. Run faster, the enemy is catching up. The closer they got to Qingyun City, the more nervous the 4,000-strong army became, and everyone wanted to get into the city as soon as possible. However, how could the 30,000 enemy troops behind them easily give up? Chase them. Don't let them into the city. Kill them. Brothers, we're almost there. Give it your all. Feng Shichong led his 30,000 troops in hot pursuit, relentlessly closing in on the rear. At this point, the two sides were only about 20 meters apart. The main reason they were able to close the distance was due to the powerful crossbows. Carrying over 60 crossbows for such a long time, even with personnel changes along the way, would be a considerable burden. If they had lost the crossbows, Tang Yangyu's 4,000-strong army wouldn't have been overtaken by the enemy. But we absolutely cannot abandon the powerful crossbows. If it falls into enemy hands, it will bring immeasurable danger to the Qin dynasty. So, even if it slows down the march, we cannot put down the crossbows. At this moment, on the city wall of Qingyun City, the magistrate of Qingyun County stood with more than 400 garrison soldiers. Looking at the army rushing towards Qingyun City, his expression was extremely solemn. "Sir, what should we do now?" a constable asked. "How would I know what to do?" County Magistrate Chen Wenfu shook his head. "Let's see how things go first. We don't even know which of these two armies is from Qin." He couldn't tell which of the two groups belonged to the Qin dynasty. If the forces behind us belong to the Qin dynasty, then we must fight for the Qin people no matter what. But what if the one in front is from the Qin dynasty? Then we can only try our best to help them get into the city. As for anything more, Qingyun City's meager strength is insufficient to accomplish it. "Sir, look." Just then, a constable pointed ahead and exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, Chen Wenfu immediately turned his attention to the front and saw a person running quickly towards him. They moved extremely fast and quickly broke away from the main force. "Attention everyone! If things go wrong, follow my orders," Chen Wenfu shouted. He couldn't figure out which side the newcomer belonged to, but it's always good to be prepared. Soon, Tang Yongyu ran to the foot of Qingyun City's wall, looked at the tightly closed city gate, and then looked up at the wall and shouted, "I am Tang Yongyu, a general of the great Qin Liang army. Open the city gates immediately and welcome my army into the city." Upon hearing this, Chen Wenfu was taken aback. After a brief moment of stunned silence, he immediately gave the order. "Quick, open the city gates immediately. The people ahead are from our great Qin. Quickly open the city gates to let them in." Upon hearing this, several soldiers immediately turned and ran towards the foot of the city wall, not forgetting to reply, "Sir, we'll go right away." "My lord, I'll go right away." As the magistrate of Qingyun County, Chen Wenfu was able to manage the county even after it was taken over by the great Qin dynasty, which naturally shows that he had some ability. This ability extends beyond simply governing one area, and his talent as an official. If Chen Wenfu is a corrupt official, and a corrupt official who is greedy for money but does nothing, then the great Qin will absolutely not let him go. "General Tang, I have already ordered men to open the city gates. If you have any other orders, just tell me. As long as it is within my power, I will do it without hesitation." Chen Wenfu shouted down to the city wall, and Tang Yangyu's tense expression relaxed considerably upon hearing this. "Prepare the archers to support our army." "Yes, General Tang," Chen Wenfu replied loudly, and then gave orders to the guards on the city wall. "Everyone, prepare to fire. The people in front are our Qin soldiers, and the enemy is behind us. Once the enemy enters our archery range, fire immediately." "Yes, sir." The more than 400 guards replied in unison. Of them, only 300 were actual guards. The rest were yamen runners and guards of wealthy families in the city. Although there aren't many bows and arrows in Qingyun City, it's enough to equip more than 400 people. Soon, the more than 400 soldiers on the city wall picked up their bows and arrows, knocked them, and prepared to fire. And at this moment, click, 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 a clicking sound came from the city gate, and the heavy gate opened from the inside. Seeing the city gates open, Tang Yongyu breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, and shouted loudly to the 4,000 soldiers. "The city gates are open. Everyone run fast. Quick, the city gates have opened. Hold on a little longer, everyone. Charge. Charge forward. If you don't want to die, run into the city right now." Upon hearing Tang Yangyu's shout, a group of soldiers yelled and urged the others to run toward the city gate. But their shouts sounded somewhat abnormal. They seemed loud, yet carried a deep sense of weariness. 2. After a whole night, how could you not be tired? After Tang Yongyu shouted those words, he rushed forward. His strength had reached the 7th rank, and he was only one step away from the 6th rank. Compared to ordinary people, they are much stronger in every aspect. So, after a night of running around, Tang Yangyu's condition wasn't good, but it wasn't too serious either. "Hurry, hurry, hurry. Quicker your pace. Hey, you guys in front. Run as fast as you can. No matter how tired you are, you have to get into the city first. Don't fall behind, everyone. We'll be safe once we get into the city. Chapter 328 Clash of Swords and Blades. Damn it. The rebels are about to enter the city. Everyone run faster. Kill them. You must save them. We can't let them get away. We must kill them. The 30,000-strong army grew increasingly frenzied as they watched the 4,000-strong Qin army approach Qinyan City. I've worked so hard for so long, I'm exhausted. I'd be unwilling to give up just like that. A group of soldiers chased after them with all their might, but their running speed was only slightly faster than walking. I'm so tired. Not only were they exhausted, but the 4,000 Qin soldiers were also exhausted. One side longed to enter the city, while the other desperately wanted to catch up. Both sides had their own objectives. Soon, the soldiers at the forefront of Tang Yangyu's 4,000-strong army had already crossed the city gate and entered Qinyan City. Upon entering the city, after running only a few dozen meters, these soldiers collapsed to the ground, too exhausted to even move a finger. Meanwhile, Chen Wenfu, the magistrate of Qinyan City, had already come down from the city wall and summoned the people in the city to settle the 4,000 soldiers. Quick, go and help them up. Where's the doctor? Come quickly and take a look at them. Everyone, stop standing there and find a place for them to rest. With Chen Wenfu in charge, the people of Qinyan City were very cooperative. In addition, the Qin dynasty implemented a series of policies in Qinyan City, which allowed them to fully enjoy the benefits. So, the people in the city were very welcoming to the arrival of the Qin army of 4,000. On the city wall, more than 400 soldiers had received orders to fire on their own when Chen Wenfu left. As long as you don't hit any of the Qin soldiers. Under such orders, the more than 400 garrison soldiers also bore immense pressure. After all, that dark, overwhelming army was nothing short of a behemoth to them, who were just small fry. Right now, the enemy has entered the range of our arrows. Release the arrows. Someone shouted, and the more than 400 soldiers on the city wall released their bowstrings without hesitation. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. More than 400 arrows flew out, heading towards the enemy's location. As the arrows rained down, Feng Shichang glanced at them but ignored them completely. Looking at the enemy troops who had begun to enter the city, he roared in anger. Kill! Then, Feng Shichang, wielding a long sword, charged out first. When he unleashes his full power, Feng Shichang's running speed is extremely fast, not much different from his peak performance. Soon, Feng Shichang caught up with the Qin army and immediately began a massacre. One sword. Kill. Another sword strike. Kill. With each strike of his sword, Feng Shichang would shout, kill, to vent his anger. His resentment towards the Qin dynasty had long been intense. If we don't act now, all our efforts will be in vain once these Qin soldiers return to the city. You're asking for it. Tang Yangyu roared and charged forward, wielding a large sword. As a military commander, how could he possibly stand by and watch his own soldiers be slaughtered by the enemy commander? Upon hearing this angry shout, Feng Shichang turned his head to look, his face flushed with rage, and roared. Tang Yangyu, you traitor, I will surely kill you today. You think you're worthy? Tang Yangyu retorted fiercely without showing any weakness, gripped his broadsword tightly, and ran quickly toward Feng Shichang's location. As the distance gets closer, just as the two were about to meet, Tang Yangyu raised his broadsword and slashed down. Die! Tang Yangyu roared angrily. He used all his strength in this strike, determined to kill his opponent in one blow. Kill! Feng Shichang roared, showing no fear, and gripped his long sword tightly in his right hand, thrusting it forward. Slashing with a knife, stabbing with a sword. The two sides used different techniques and wielded different weapons, but both were aiming to kill the other. Faced with this move, neither side, regardless of who they are, will face mortal danger if they do not defend themselves. Neither of them was willing to change their tactics first, and the two of them fought fiercely. Be ruthless to the enemy, but even more ruthless to yourself. In an instant, the knife slashed and the sword thrust forward. At the critical moment, the two adjusted their attacks almost simultaneously, and their bodies slightly shifted to the side. Click, click, click. Tang Yangyu's broadsword grazed the wrist guard on Feng Shichang's arm and slashed at it. Bite! Feng Shichang's long sword pierced Tang Yangyu's chest armor. Both of them hit each other, but neither of them caused any real damage. After the first move, the two took a step back at the same time, adjusted their posture, and launched another attack. Ding ding dong. In a short period of time, the two exchanged no less than 100 blows. Both sides had some wounds, but for both of them, they were just minor injuries that were not a big deal. With Tang Yangyu keeping them occupied, the Qin soldiers behind them were able to escape. They ignored the fight between the two behind them and kept running forward. After all, the battles between the generals of the two armies were battles that they would not normally participate in. Not to mention, given their current state, getting involved would only create more trouble. 4,000 people poured into Qinyan City. Tang Yangyu, on the other hand, was also fighting and retreating as he dared not get entangled with Feng Shichang here any longer. 30,000 troops is no joke. Even if they are not in good condition, once they are surrounded by a large army, it will be extremely difficult for them to break through and escape. They might even be left here forever. Kill them. Brothers, run faster. If we don't catch up with the rebels now, we'll miss our chance. Damn it. We absolutely cannot let the rebels into the city. Charge. 30,000 soldiers braved a hail of arrows and desperately pursued the enemy, the two sides now only about 10 meters apart. Seeing the Qin soldiers they hated so much right in front of them, the 30,000-strong army went completely berserk. They ran forward as fast as they could. 8 meters. 7 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. When the two sides were 3 meters apart, Feng Shichang's 30,000-strong army unleashed unprecedented power. Although not strong, for them right now. That's enough. Kill. The soldier at the front roared, raised his broadsword high, and slashed down with all his might. Uft. With a single slash, blood splattered instantly. Then, the remaining soldiers also caught up, and in the final moments, Feng Shichang's 30,000-strong army finally caught up with Tang Yangyu's 4,000-strong army. The massacre began. The Qin soldiers at the rear could only passively accept the slaughter. After all, they had no strength left to resist. The only way to survive is to go into the city. Chapter 329 Has something serious happened? Tang Yangyu fought and retreated, but his own army was slaughtered by the enemy, and he had no way to stop it. After all, even he himself was now surrounded by enemy troops. However, since this place is close to the city gate, it won't be in too much danger. As time passed, the 4,000-strong army gradually entered Qinyan City, and the remaining soldiers outside found it increasingly difficult to enter the city safely. During the battle, Tang Yangyu did not forget to turn around and check on the situation of his own soldiers. Seeing that most of them had entered the city, he immediately shouted loudly, "Prepare to close the city gates." The sound was very loud, and even though the place was very noisy, it could not drown out Tang Yangyu's shout. Inside the city, Chen Wenfu was directing the people inside the city to settle the soldiers when he heard Tang Yangyu's shout. He immediately shouted towards the city gate, "Close the city gates." The 20 soldiers guarding the city gate immediately began to close it. Click, click, click. The heavy city gate slowly closed. Quick, run faster, get in here. Run faster, or the city gates will close. Brothers, hurry up and drag them in. Seeing that time was running out, some soldiers at the city gate ran out, each dragging another soldier into the city. Save as many as you can. If it's truly beyond saving, then there's nothing that can be done. After all, we can't let the enemy troops into the city, can we? If that were the case, it would be an absolute disaster for the people of Qinyan City. Seeing the opportunity, Tang Yangyu unleashed a powerful slash, forcing Feng Shichang back. He then turned and delivered another horizontal slash, killing 3 enemy soldiers. Then, without stopping, he ran straight into the city, grabbing 2 soldiers by the back of the neck and dragging them into the city. Just as the city gates were about to close, Tang Yangyu led 2 soldiers into the city. Bang! With a loud bang, the city gate slammed shut. Quickly, block the city gate. Quick! Everyone get up and hold the line to prevent the enemy from breaching the city. Guard the city gates. A group of soldiers, mixed with civilians, surged forward and held the city gate shut. The 4 wooden blocks were quickly installed. However, the army outside the city did not intend to attack the moment they saw the city gates closing. Feng Shichong stared at the city gate, his eyes filled with resentment. These traitors got away again. He had lost count of how many times this had happened. Can. Sigh. Feng Shichong sighed deeply, turned around, and waved his hand. Let's retreat. Upon hearing the order to retreat, a group of soldiers looked at Qingyun City with resentment in their eyes. However, faced with such a city, there is nothing they can do in their current state. The 30,000-strong army came in a grand procession and left in a grand procession. But when they came, they were in completely different states when they left. On the walls of Qingyun City, more than 400 soldiers continued to fire arrows. Now that they were subjects of the Great Qin, they would naturally do their best when facing the enemy. Amidst a hail of arrows, Feng Shichong led his 30,000-strong army to retreat from the area. No. Where would the 30,000 troops be now? More than 3,000 people have died since last night. Tang Yanyu's army of 4,000 men also suffered more than 500 casualties in the battle just now. The proportion of losses for both sides appears to be roughly the same. But with 3,000 on one side and 5,000 on the other, it's obvious who won. On the city wall of Qingyun City, the more than 400 defenders cheered as they watched the enemy retreat and gradually move away from Qingyun City. They've retreated. The enemy has retreated. We won. We won. The enemy is retreating. The enemy is retreating. The cheers from the city walls carried into the city, bringing a sigh of relief to the residents. They're afraid of a fight. If a fight breaks out, they will definitely be significantly affected. Chen Wenfu gave some instructions to one of the constables beside him, and then walked over to Tang Yanyu. General Tang, I don't know. Tang Yanyu raised his right hand. Have someone settle those soldiers. The county government will cover all expenses first. After the war ends, the Great Qin will send someone to settle these expenses. Upon hearing this, Chen Wenfu was taken aback for a moment, but then immediately understood. General Tang, what are you saying? Although Qingyun City is a small county town, as a member of the Great Qin, this is something we should do. We will definitely take good care of those soldiers. Tang Yanyu nodded, glanced back at the tightly closed city gate, and then walked forward. Let's go to the county government office. I have something to discuss with you. Yes, General Tang. Chen Wenfu replied respectfully, displaying utmost humility and respect for Tang Yanyu, and his attitude remained unchanged despite what had just happened. There is a reason why Chen Wenfu could do this. Chen Wenfu was a corrupt official, a fact known to everyone in Qingyun City. However, the people did not dislike Chen Wenfu. On the contrary, they loved and respected him. All of this is because, although Chen Wenfu was greedy, he knew how to get things done. So, the local people harbored no resentment towards him. What happened in Qingyun City was also happening in various places along the border of Qingtian County. Last night, all 10 teams on both sides had the same experience as the armies led by Tang Yanyu and Feng Shichong. I'm exhausted after a long night of running around. And, on the Qin side, not all teams, like Tang Yanyu's 4,000-strong army, had a county town like Qingyun City to hide in. 3 of the teams were overtaken by Anwu's army, and more than half of them were killed in action. One of them was almost wiped out. Of the 4,000 people, fewer than 500 survived. Such a tragic situation was also a considerable loss for the Qin dynasty. Certainly, Anwu Kingdom wasn't much better off. While some of their teams gained an advantage, others suffered losses. The most severely affected teams suffered as many as 8,000 deaths out of a total of 30,000 men. Overall, the situations on both sides were actually quite similar, and the number of casualties on both sides was roughly the same. In this battle, Nwuguo's side had the advantage. It was nearing noon. A soldier rode his warhorse at breakneck speed toward the Qin capital. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Upon seeing people walking on the main road ahead, the soldier shouted loudly and waved his right hand to the right rear, signaling those people to make way. Has something serious happened? Running so fast. Is there some problem at the front? Mother, did we lose the fight? Judging from the situation, The battle at the front is not looking good. I don't know what exactly happened. Let's go? Let's hurry over and take a look. Chapter 330, The Order to Loyal to the King. A group of civilians followed the soldiers toward the imperial city. The soldiers rode their war horses to the palace gates, dismounted, and hurriedly ran towards the gates. I need to see the emperor. I have something extremely urgent to tell him in person. I want to see the emperor. The soldiers ran and shouted, and the female guards standing in front of the palace gates did not dare to stop them at all. Soon, soldiers entered the palace, and Shin Sushin, who was inside, received the news and was rushing over. The two sides met in the square. The moment they met, the soldier saw that the person was Shin Sushin and immediately said, "Your Majesty, 3 groups of enemy troops have bypassed our defenses and are secretly heading towards the capital of the Great Qin. They were discovered by the people of Qingtian County along the way, and we have confirmed the news. The enemy has 3 large armies, with a total strength of about 100,000 men. Please convey this message to the emperor so that he can make preparations as soon as possible." After saying this, the soldier bowed and took his leave, then turned and ran out of the palace, seemingly preparing to return to the front lines. Shin Sushin stared blankly at the soldiers running away. 100,000 troops launch a surprise attack on the imperial city. How can there be so many enemy troops? What should we do now? Shin Sushin panicked for a moment. She could manage the business, and perhaps even achieve some success. But she could lead a war, an army of 100,000. This isn't something she's good at. No. I can't be nervous. I need to calm down. Shin Sushin forced herself to calm down. She had to think about how to face the enemy forces ahead. Since neither Qin Anyang nor Luo Qinghuan were in the capital, the enemy forces they were about to face had to be dealt with by her. Otherwise, the empire conquered by the Qin dynasty will fall into turmoil. Ningxian County is the foundation of the Great Qin dynasty and the core area that the Great Qin dynasty is currently developing. Absolutely no mistakes can be made here. Just then, Hua Yu, who was standing next to Shin Sushin, said, "Madam, we can call Su Lianyan over. She used to be a princess, and maybe she can solve our current predicament." Su Lianyan. Shin Sushin was taken aback for a moment. Then a look of joy appeared on her face. "That's right. How could I have forgotten about this woman? Let's go. Let's hurry and find Su Lianyan." After saying that, Shin Sushin hurriedly ran out of the palace, and Hua Yu quickly followed. As for Shin Sushin's maid, Xiao Wan, she was currently leading a team to register the names of the people in the 5 prefectures. The roster is something that cannot be overlooked. So, during this time, Hua Yu came to serve Shin Sushin. Imperial Government Offices. After a period of construction, it has now been completed and put into use. Shin Sushin arrived at this place and, as soon as she stepped through the government office gate, called out, "Lianyan, Lianyan." Inside the study, Su Lianyan, who was handling government affairs, frowned and asked in confusion, "Isn't that the mistress's voice? What's troubling her so much?" With her doubts lingering in her mind, Su Lianyan put down her official duties and got up to walk outside. As soon as I stepped out of the study, I saw Shin Sushin rushing over. "Lianyan, I have something important to discuss with you," Shin Sushin said before she even got close. "Lianyan greets the mistress." Su Lianyan bowed and said that since she was now Qin Anyang's servant, it was not inappropriate for her to address Shin Sushin as her mistress. "I wonder what important matter Madam has to discuss with Lianyan." Shin Sushin ran up to Su Lianyan, panting, and said, "Lianyan, a soldier just returned and reported that the enemy has dispatched 3 large armies, bypassing our defenses and entering Qingtian County. The number of troops is about 100,000. Now that my husband and Qinghuan are both gone, and I know nothing about warfare, you were once a princess. Do you have any ideas on how to deal with this?" Upon hearing this, Su Lianyan's pupils constricted sharply, and an extremely solemn expression appeared on her face. "An army of 100,000. If the enemy really has 100,000 troops to launch a surprise attack on us, with our current strength, I'm afraid we really won't be able to resist." Upon hearing this, Shin Sushin's face was full of worry as she said, "What should we do then? This is the heartland of my Great Qin, our very foundation. If it falls into enemy hands, then my great Qin. Seeing Shun Suxin's anxiety, Su Lianyan shook her head and said, Mistress, there is no need to be so alarmed. Shin Suxin was taken aback and quickly asked, Lianyan, do you have a solution? Su Lianyan shook her head and smiled. Mistress, this is the core area of our great Qin. How easy is it for the enemy to launch a sneak attack on us here? Although our great Qin has no large army stationed here, it is not a place that can be easily attacked by ordinary people. All of this, it's all thanks to the Master. The policies promulgated by the Master have truly enabled the people of Qin to enjoy the benefits of Qin. Although the strength of our great Qin is not strong at present. But my Master once said something that I have always kept in mind. A strong people makes a strong nation. If the people are weak, the nation will be weak. Our nation may seem weak, but our great Qin possesses 5 commanderies and the hearts of countless people throughout the entire western Liang province. As the Master said, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Although the will of the people is invisible and intangible, it is a real thing. At this time, Your Majesty, you only need to issue a guardian order to the entire Qin territory as quickly as possible in the name of the Master, and countless people will rush over from all directions. They may not even have weapons, but they will never back down. Because the Great Qin is their home, and they were protecting their home. The enemy may have 100,000 troops, but they are no match for the civilians. Because you have no idea how those civilians will try to stop this enemy army. Some of them will set traps, and some will use hidden weapons. Faced with such a group of enemies, one can imagine what would become of the 100,000-strong invading army. And those 3 enemy armies are here to launch a surprise attack on our great Qin imperial city. They dare not take the main road, which will definitely delay them for a long time. And this gives us a lot of time to respond. Upon hearing this, Shin Suxin's face lit up with joy, and she excitedly said, Lianyan, what are we waiting for? Shouldn't we hurry up and draft a warrant to support the emperor? You're better at this than I am. Su Lianyan nodded. Don't worry, mistress. I can handle the imperial edict. You should quickly send people to prepare for its dissemination to various regions. Okay, I'll go arrange the manpower right away. Chapter 331 160 Messengers. Su Lianyan returned to her study and sat down, picking up her brush to begin writing the imperial edict to support the emperor. Meanwhile, Shin Suxin and Huayu gathered over 100 people to prepare for the transmission of the edict. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn has passed. Su Lianyan walked out of the study with a warrant for the emperor's return, summoned a female guard, and solemnly instructed her. Quickly take it and make copies. Make as many copies as you can. Call everyone in the mansion. Yes, sir. The female guard replied respectfully, accepted the order to serve the king, and turned to leave. Then, the government office was in chaos, and everyone who could write was called in to help. Even those who couldn't write were called over to help out. Half an hour later, Shin Suxin returned with 160 people, including men and women, but they all appeared to be in excellent physical condition. 160 people, each with a horse. The horse wasn't a top-quality horse. After all, the Qin dynasty couldn't find many top-quality horses these days. All the best horses were given to the cavalry. But we're just traveling, so ordinary horses are enough. Shin Suxin hurriedly entered the government office, found Su Lianyan, and said anxiously, Lianyan, how's it going? Is the order to support the emperor finished? It's written down, and now they're having it copied. Su Lianyan nodded and said, Mistress, please wait a moment. I will go and get the transcribed copies first. Okay, go and get it right away. Shin Su said. Su Lianyan turned and left, hurrying towards the government office where she handled official business. A moment later, Su Lianyan returned with a stack of copied imperial edicts, handed them to Shin Suxin, and said, Mistress, this is the edict I wrote to support the king. I made sure to write it in a more straightforward way so that the people can understand it. Let me see. Shin Suxin took the imperial warrant and quickly scanned it. Soon, after reading it once, Shin Suxin's face showed excitement, and she exclaimed, Good, good, good. Once this order to defend the king is issued, countless people of noble character from all over the Qin dynasty will come to defend the king. At that time, we will definitely give the enemy a hard time. If we organize some troops, we can stop these 100,000 enemy soldiers, and maybe even have a chance to annihilate them. Upon hearing this, Su Lianyan smiled slightly, but did not say anything. To eliminate an army of 100,000 men with just a group of civilians and a hastily assembled militia is no easy task. The primary objective at present is to defend the Qin capital and the territory of Ningxian County, preventing the enemy army from invading. Mistress, we should send someone to issue the order to defend the king as soon as possible. Although the enemy troops took a detour, they have been in Qingtian County for at least 2 days. We must hurry, or it will be too late. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. After Shin Sushin finished speaking, she turned around and hurriedly walked out of the government office. Arriving outside the government office, Shin Sushin looked at the 160 people in front of her and said, "Come over one by one. Each of you take 20 of them. Your task is to deliver the imperial edict to every place. Whether it's a prefecture city, a county town, or a village, the goods must be delivered to the right place. Start with the closest distance and gradually increase the distance. The faster the better." Upon hearing this, the 160 people nodded solemnly. Before coming, they had already understood the seriousness of the matter and knew what the Great Qin was facing. "Yes, Your Majesty." 160 people answered in unison, and then stepped forward one by one to receive 20 orders to support the king from Shin Sushin. After carefully storing it away, he turned back to his own horse, mounted it, and rode away at full speed. One after another. Soon, Shin Sushin finished distributing the imperial warrants, and the first batch was only enough for 17 people. But we will continue to send more people until all 160 people have been dispatched, at which point the matter will be considered closed. 2 hours later, Shin Sushin handed the last 20 orders to the last person, watching him ride away on horseback, her eyes filled with worry. "We have to make it. Mistress, we have done what we should do. Now we should gather the people in Ningxian County and form a militia to prepare to fight against the enemy." "You're right. We'll go and gather the local people right now." The two walked and talked, followed by a group of people. Not long after, news spread throughout Ningxian County that 100,000 enemy troops would be divided into 3 groups to launch a surprise attack on the Qin capital. Upon hearing this news, the people's first reaction was not fear, but rather anger. They were furious that someone dared to launch a sneak attack on their capital city. The Great Qin was their home, and someone wanted to destroy their home. How could they not be angry? A bunch of scoundrels. I'm going to join the army. I'm going to protect the Qin imperial city. Serve the country. You have practiced martial arts since childhood, and it has been 16 years now. Great Qin is a good country, and the Emperor of Great Qin is a wise ruler. Go do what you should do. Old man, what are you going to do with that hunting bow? Do you want to go and get yourself killed? Why would I go to my death? I'm going to protect my home. Let's go. Let's join the army. The people of Ningxian County reacted with great excitement, and countless people voluntarily packed their belongings and headed to the capital. Meanwhile, far away on the border between Shijua County and Yuli County, hundreds of thousands of people, under the command of Li Tianhe, were systematically excavating the canal, using Dianxing River as the foundation. Hurry up. This is just the initial excavation work. There are no detailed requirements. Everyone just needs to do their best. The Qin dynasty's excavation of the Grand Canal is also an extremely good thing for the people of our 10 Wonders region. Once the canal is officially operational, my Shijua County will become a prosperous place. Everyone can do small businesses, and their lives will get better and better. Li Tianhe stood on the bank, urging them on from time to time. And of course, he didn't forget to describe to the people what the canal would look like after it was completed. Although digging a canal is a massive project, with hundreds of thousands of people working at the same time, the workload every day is considerable. A canal that is 20 meters wide and 6 meters deep can be dug to a distance of about 30 meters per day. This progress is not fast. But don't forget just how massive the workload is. Moreover, it still relies entirely on human labor. Of the hundreds of thousands of people, At least half had to transport soil. So, the progress really can't be accelerated. Meanwhile, Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan had already led their large army toward Yuli County. The project of digging the canal was too massive. If the Qin dynasty is stable and can occupy the entire western Liangzhou and does not have to worry about the invasion of the Anwu Kingdom's army, then it is indeed possible to slowly explore and develop the region. However, we still need to hurry, the sooner the better. Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan went to Yuli County to gather the local people and have them participate in the canal excavation project. Chapter 332 Something's Wrong. 160 messengers rode their horses and galloped away from Ningxian County, heading to various places outside Ningxian County. Wherever they went, they would take out a decree to serve the emperor and read it aloud. The edict to defend the king was not complicated. It simply stated the predicament that Qin was about to face, and then summoned those with ambition to come to the king's aid. After the soldiers left, the local people would often gather around to watch, and those who could read would loudly recite the names of the soldiers several times. Then, the common people then discussed it. The Anwu kingdom is truly a wolf in sheep's clothing, actually daring to launch a sneak attack when the defenses of our great Qin imperial city are weak. A bunch of shameless people. That's right. Our great Qin loves its people like its own children and treats us extremely well. How can we let them succeed? Everyone, those with manpower, contribute your manpower. Those with strength, contribute your strength. Those with ability, contribute your ability. Let's go take them down. Go and take them down. A group of villagers acted immediately, scattering back to their homes with some dry rations and what they considered weapons. They gathered at the village entrance and then headed towards the Qin capital. This scene is gradually spreading outwards from the area surrounding Ningxian County throughout the Chang'an region. Meanwhile, the three armies dispatched by Xia Yuan, totaling 90,000 troops, were about a day and a half away from Ningxian County. In other words, they should be able to arrive in Ningxian County by the afternoon of the day after tomorrow at the latest. Night falls. Yang Wei led his 30,000 elite troops to spend the night in a mountain forest. General, here's some water. A guard handed over a water jug. Yang Wei took the water bottle, opened the lid, took a sip, looked up into the distance, and said, "Something's not right. Something's not right." The guard asked Yihua to Wendao, "General, is something wrong? Didn't you notice how the people in those villages looked at us when we passed by? Perspective? Is there something wrong with his perspective?" The guard asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, the surrounding soldiers also gathered around. Yang Wei took a deep breath and said, "The closer we get to Ningxian County, the more hostile the villagers' eyes become towards us. Just like, it's as if they want to kill us. If it were just one or two, it would be understandable. After all, those corrupt officials have done a lot of heinous things, so it's only natural that the people would have some resentment. But if everyone from 80-year-old elders to young children treats us this way, then something is very wrong." Upon hearing this, the group of soldiers thought it over carefully. The soldiers' faces immediately showed expressions of terror. No, the way those people are looking at us is really strange. I remember now, when we passed through that village today, a child was pointing at us and saying something, but the adults next to him ignored him and just stared at us coldly. Now that you mention it, I do remember it. Along the way the people looked at us was definitely strange. The more the group of soldiers talked, the more they felt something was wrong. They hadn't noticed it before, and even if they hadn't paid any attention to it. When Yang Wei brought it up, he immediately noticed something was amiss. "Everyone, please quiet down." Yang Wei raised his hand and waved, and after everyone quieted down, he said, "Those people are acting very strangely. Some changes have occurred in Kyoto County that we are unaware of. And those changes, that's the real reason why those people view us this way. At this moment, we must find out whether those people are still on the side of Anwu Kingdom or have completely submitted to the Qin dynasty. If you stand on the side of our Anwu Kingdom, then there will be no problem. But what if we side with the Qin dynasty? So, our sneak attack has probably already been exposed." Upon hearing this, the group of soldiers were filled with lingering fear. "General, what should we do now?" "General, if we've already been discovered, Wouldn't all this raid on the rebels' headquarters have been for nothing? General, if we expose our whereabouts, could it be that the Qin dynasty has already set up an ambush for us? General. Listening to the questions from a group of soldiers, Yang Wei felt somewhat agitated. Quiet down, Yang Wei shouted loudly, and after everyone quieted down and he calmed himself down, he said, there is a very high chance that our whereabouts have been exposed. To this end, we need to take some necessary measures to find out what's going on in the Qin dynasty. Tomorrow morning, a dozen or so of you will disguise yourselves and head to the nearby villages and cities to gather information about the Qin dynasty. If the Qin dynasty has indeed discovered our whereabouts, the villagers in the countryside may not know it yet, but the news will definitely be circulating in the counties and towns of various places. If you find anything amiss, come back and report immediately. Upon hearing this, the group of soldiers nodded vigorously. This solution, although somewhat time-consuming, is indeed the best course of action at present. After all, they can't afford to gamble. Nobody knows what the situation is like on the Qin side. Judging from the battles on the front lines, the Qin dynasty's strength is definitely not weak. Perhaps there are still many Qin troops lying in ambush, waiting for them to walk into their trap. God knows what they went through during that time. General, should we send someone to inform General Liu and General Ba? At this moment, one of the guards spoke up, and the other soldiers echoed his words. Yes, General, should we send someone to inform General Liu and General Ba? General, we've discovered something's wrong with those villagers. If General Liu and General Ba hadn't noticed, there would definitely be problems. General. Amidst the expectant gazes of a group of soldiers, Yang Wei hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and saying, no. Given their intelligence, they should have realized this as well. And we have no idea where the two armies are right now. Kyoto County is so big that it will take a long time to find them. Perhaps, before we even find them, the two armies will have already arrived in Ningxia County. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed that what he said made sense. Since their three armies entered Qingtian County, they have indeed had no idea of the other side's whereabouts. The three armed forces have only one objective: to catch the thief, first catch the king. However, the current situation, is full of unknowns. Chapter 333. Where did this enemy force come from? The next morning, 30 soldiers removed their armor, took some scraped-together silver, and left the army. The silver was collected by everyone in the army. When going to war, an army will not carry much silver. Silver is a burden for an army. In other words, some soldiers had the habit of carrying silver, and they would carry some more or less. It ranges from 1 or 2 taels of silver to just a few coins. In this way, the 30,000-strong army scraped together 150 taels of silver for 30 men, each carrying 5 taels to gather intelligence. After all, money is the key to paving the way. Money can solve many problems. If it can't, it just means you don't have enough money. Yang Wei watched the 30 soldiers leave. He had no intention of advancing further into Ningxia County that day. Yang Wei would absolutely not advance rashly before thoroughly investigating the situation on the Qin side. Like Yang Wei, Lu Jun also noticed something amiss with the people of Qingtian County and immediately took the same action as Yang Wei. But things are different in Bashing. Bashing wasn't stupid. He also noticed that something was off about the people. But Bashing ignored him. In Bashing's view, it was not strange that a group of ordinary people looked at them with some hatred. As someone in a high position, how could Bashing not know what kind of unscrupulous things those officials were doing? So, Bashing didn't care and continued to lead his 30,000 troops at full speed toward Ningxia County. It was late afternoon, around 3 p.m. This is the hottest time of day. At this moment, a squad leader walked up to Bashing and said, "General, it's too hot. If we keep traveling like this, the soldiers will have problems. We need to rest for a while." Upon hearing this, Bashing surveyed the army and saw that many soldiers did indeed appear somewhat abnormal. "All right, pass the word down. We'll rest for half an hour in that grove of trees ahead, and then continue on our way." "Yes, General." The squad leader's face lit up with joy, and he immediately relayed the order. Upon hearing that they could rest for half an hour, The soldiers' faces lit up with joy, and as they looked at the grove of trees ahead, their pace quickened. Inside the woods. They're here. They're here. Everyone get ready. We're going to launch a surprise attack, and then leave. Don't worry, we're not stupid. There are so many people on the other side. If we don't run, staying here is just waiting to die. Haha, bunch of bastards. Thinking they can raid my great Qin imperial city? What a pipe dream. They're just courting death. How dare they offend the great Qin? They're coming from the other side. Everyone quiet down and stay hidden so you don't get spotted. Stop talking, everyone, and get hidden. More than 30 hunters hid in the woods, each holding a homemade hunting bow, quietly waiting for the right moment to shoot. They were hunters from nearby villages, who made a living by hunting, and their lives were barely manageable. But since the Qin dynasty took over Qingtian County, their lives have improved considerably. Life is getting better every day. So, as soon as the Qin army issued the order to defend the capital, they immediately organized hunters from several nearby villages to ambush the enemy with their hunting weapons. Having spent years hunting in the mountains, these hunters are extremely skilled at concealing themselves. Sneak attack. It has long become an essential skill for them. Otherwise, one cannot become a qualified hunter. Just then, Ba Sheng led his 30,000-strong army into the forest. As soon as the 30,000 troops entered the woods, they immediately became scattered, finding places to sit and rest in twos and threes, completely lacking any sense of vigilance. In fact, with their 30,000 troops, there was really nothing to guard against in such a place. Could it be? Could the enemy possibly launch a surprise attack on them at this time? However, there are exceptions. There were no enemy troops, but there were quite a few villagers. It's so hot. Why is it so hot today? Sigh, it's alright when it's hot, but if we're traveling like this, even in the dead of winter we'd be soaked in sweat. There's no other way. If we want to launch a surprise attack on the rebels' headquarters, we have to get there as quickly as possible and catch them off guard. That's the best way to achieve the desired effect. That's right. It doesn't matter if we're tired now, as long as we can deal with those rebels. We can do whatever we want when we get back. Hee, you have no idea how beautiful the girls in the flower pavilion are. After this battle is over, I'm going to go there for a few days. With your build, how many days do you think you can get out? You'd be lying down even if you had half a day. You don't know anything. While these soldiers were boasting in twos and threes, the hunters hidden in the mountains and forests quietly drew their bows and nocked their arrows. Chirp, chirp. One of the hunters blew a whistle. Then, chirp, 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 chirp. Whistles echoed intermittently through the mountains and forests, but to the 30,000-strong army led by Ba Sheng, these whistles sounded like birdsong. A few people sensed something was wrong, but didn't pay much attention to it. After all, if enemy troops were to ambush them, this place wouldn't be so peaceful. But they seemed to have forgotten one thing. The calmer the surface, the more danger lurks beneath. Just then, the birdsong suddenly stopped. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 30 arrows shot out from the shadows, aimed directly at the resting army. The arrows flew at extremely high speeds, reaching the center of the army in the blink of an eye. Careful, Ba Sheng shouted, his face full of seriousness. He reacted very quickly, instantly moving forward to prepare for defense. However, Ba Sheng's speed was ultimately a step too slow. More than 30 arrows pierced the heads of more than 30 soldiers, killing them instantly, without even a scream. This scene immediately stunned the entire army present. There really was an ambush. Ba Sheng was dumbfounded. He never expected that he would be ambushed by the enemy in such a remote and impoverished place. But why are there only so many arrows? Ba Sheng was puzzled, but before he could figure it out, more than 30 arrows were shot out from the shadows again. Watch out for arrows, Ba Sheng shouted immediately. He was able to react quickly, but the soldiers were not. All 30-odd arrows hit their mark again, not a single one missing. Such a high accuracy sent a chill down Ba Sheng's spine. Where did these enemy troops come from? Chapter 330, for their whereabouts have been exposed. Where did these enemy troops come from? At this point, Ba Sheng was destined never to get an answer to this question. Everyone, find somewhere to hide. Quick, don't just stand there, find a place to hide. Get behind a tree. Over there. There's a hillside over there. Let's hide over there. The group of soldiers panicked immediately. Facing the enemy in the shadows, they dared not stand still and become sitting ducks. Just as a group of soldiers were looking for cover, more than 30 arrows were shot from the shadows again. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Ba Sheng was prepared and quickly tracked the trajectory of the arrow the moment he heard the sound of it cutting through the air. Without any hesitation, Ba Sheng drew his command sword from his waist, seized the opportunity, and leaped into the air, brandishing his long sword. Ding-click. He brandished his long sword, deflecting 2 arrows. The remaining arrows continued to be fired into the army. This time, out of the 30-odd arrows, only 3 missed, except for the 2 that Ba Sheng blocked. The rest of the arrows all hit their mark. Damn it! Ba Sheng cursed under his breath. He then realized that the arrows were coming from the dense bushes to his left. The traitors are lying in ambush there. And the number of rebels is definitely not large. All troops, listen to my command. Ba Sheng raised his long sword, pointing it at the forest in front of him. The rebels' men are lying in ambush over there. They don't have many of them. Kill them all. As soon as he finished speaking, Ba Sheng rushed over at top speed, followed closely by his 30,000-strong army. Kill. Brothers, kill them. What else can these damn traitors do besides resort to underhanded tactics? Damn it. A mere few dozen people trying to ambush us? They really don't know the meaning of death. Hurry. Run faster. Don't let those rebels get away. Ba Sheng ran at full speed and arrived at the forest in no time. However, when Ba Sheng arrived at the place, there was no one to be seen. Those hunters were people who relied on the mountains for their livelihood. Although they were ordinary people, their footsteps in the mountains were unmatched by ordinary people. Although Ba Sheng was quite strong, he couldn't arrive at this place instantly. By the time he got there, the hunters were all gone. Damn it! Those traitors got away again. What a bunch of persistent ghosts. Ba Sheng was furious. He felt like he was being played by the rebels all along. The rebels who just ambushed them were definitely not many in number, yet they somehow managed to send such a small force. This is what angered Ba Sheng the most. A few dozen people dared to launch a sneak attack on 30,000. They really don't take them seriously at all. However, no matter how angry Ba Sheng was, there wasn't a single rebel in sight in this area. There were quite a few footprints left by footsteps. Kill them. Brothers, charge. Soon, the 30,000-strong army also charged in one after another. Seeing that Ba Sheng stood there without charging forward, a group of soldiers also stopped. General, what's wrong? General, weren't we supposed to be chasing down rebels? Why did we stop? Ba Sheng raised his hand and waved, signaling everyone to quiet down. No need to chase them. There aren't many rebels, maybe just a few dozen at most. They wanted to escape, and we couldn't catch them at all. Upon hearing this, the soldiers surrounding Ba Sheng fell silent, looking somewhat sullen. It's infuriating that we were ambushed by traitors again out of nowhere. General, since the rebels have come here to ambush our army, doesn't that mean our plan to raid the rebels' headquarters has been exposed? Upon hearing this, Ba Sheng was stunned, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Damn it! Ba Sheng cursed loudly, and after being reminded by the general earlier, he immediately realized what had happened. The army's whereabouts have been exposed. No. To be precise, their plan to launch a sneak attack was exposed. Now, Ba Sheng was faced with only 2 paths, either retreat or continue heading towards Ningxian County. This place is at most a day's journey from Ningxian County. However, this one-day journey left Ba Sheng extremely hesitant, wondering whether he should continue towards Ningxian County. Retreat. If nothing happens, it's highly likely that you've made a wasted trip. Enter. No one knew what awaited them ahead. General, if our whereabouts are exposed, the rebels will definitely be prepared. If we try to ambush them then, I'm afraid. The general didn't say what he was afraid of, but everyone present, even the soldiers, understood what he was about to say. General, should we continue forward, or? At this moment, another general spoke up. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present understood what he meant by what he was about to say. The scene suddenly became somewhat eerie. Normally, the soldiers would have already started discussing it amongst themselves. But now, they are unusually quiet. Ba Sheng pondered for a moment, then looked up at the sky and sighed deeply at the blinding sun overhead. Well, helpless, bewildered. At this moment, Bashing didn't know whether to continue advancing or retreating. You all say? We have been extremely careful on our journey from the moment we set out. We have never taken the official roads and have always taken detours through the mountain paths. That's how it is. It was even discovered by the rebels. Traitor, how exactly did they discover us? Upon hearing this, many soldiers fell silent, pondering how they had been discovered by the rebels. General, do you think our whereabouts might have been reported by those villagers? A general said. Villagers? Bashing asked, puzzled. General, I don't know if you've noticed, but as we've gotten closer to Ningxian County, the villagers have been looking at us with increasing hostility. You mean? Bashing already had the answer in his heart. Our whereabouts were exposed because of that group of villagers? It must be those villagers. The general affirmed. General, since we entered Shiliang Prefecture, you should have heard that the Qin dynasty has issued many policies. And those policies? The general stopped there, knowing that everyone already knew what was coming, but no one bothered to mention it. After all, they also want to enjoy the policies promulgated by the Qin dynasty. The general's words undoubtedly resolved the last doubt in Basheng's mind. The reason their whereabouts had been exposed. It was right there among those ordinary people. Chapter 335, continuing forward. Having discovered the problem, Basheng and the others were at a loss for what to do. Who would have thought that their whereabouts would be exposed by a group of inconspicuous villagers? The problem has once again been presented to Basheng. As the general of this army of 30,000, Basheng had to make a decision, whether to continue advancing or give up. After some thought, Basheng made his decision. He looked up and glanced at the army before him. His expression changed, and he said solemnly, after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, we must rush to Ningxian County and launch an attack on the rebels' headquarters tonight. Upon hearing this, the group of soldiers were stunned. General, if we launch an attack tonight, our soldiers are exhausted from their long march. If a battle breaks out, it will be extremely disadvantageous for us. Yes, General. The soldiers have traveled a long distance. If they start fighting the rebels without rest, it will be extremely disadvantageous for us. General, although our soldiers are strong, this place is far from Ningxian County. After a long journey, they are lucky if they can still fight at 30% of their full strength. How can they fight against the rebels? General. Immediately, many soldiers spoke up to dissuade him, as they were not first-timers on the battlefield. On the battlefield, fighting while fatigued is strictly prohibited. It's all about giving it your all. If you're not in the same shape as others, how can you compete? A small difference can lead to a huge discrepancy. No one wants to fight a battle they are not prepared for. That way, they're not going to fight a war, they're going to their deaths. In other words, who wants to go and die? Hearing everyone refute him, Basheng felt a little guilty, even though he understood the reasoning behind it. But now that their whereabouts have been exposed, they must speed up if they still want to succeed in the sneak attack. Delay will only lead to unforeseen changes. Basheng understood this principle. He was unwilling to give up just like that. Just then, several soldiers rushed over in a hurry. General, look. A soldier held 3 arrows and handed them to Basheng. Basheng frowned, reached out, and took one of the arrows, examining it closely. This is... General, these arrows are not the kind used by the army. They seem more like arrows made by hunters themselves. You mean, the people who attacked us just now were a group of hunters? General, they must be a group of hunters. The soldier affirmed that he himself was a hunter and was very familiar with these kinds of arrows. The arrows used for hunting had different arrowheads than those used by the army. Large animals have thick hides and flesh, so a single arrow cannot kill them, unless it hits the eye directly and penetrates the brain. In this way, in order to effectively hunt wild animals, a group of hunters would leave grooves and barbs on their arrowheads when forging them. This was done so that the beasts hit by the arrows would bleed continuously, even if it's just a single arrow hitting the target. Over time, this can also cause the prey to die. I come from a hunter's background. These kinds of arrows are used by us hunters. They are complicated to make, and the army would not use them. Basheng frowned. He didn't doubt the soldier's words. He could tell that the arrows in his hand were not those used by the army. But why would a group of hunters ambush them? The civil officials of Anwu Kingdom were indeed detestable in their conduct. However, since entering Qingtian County, Bashing has always restrained his soldiers from interfering with the lives of the local people. Logically speaking, as long as they don't disturb or disrupt the lives of the people have no reason to launch a sneak attack on them. In this way, that means that the people of Qingtian County no longer have their hearts with Anwu Kingdom. The army's movements. Perhaps, it was exposed from the very first day we entered Kyoto County. Meanwhile, the Qin rebels in Ningxian County have probably already made preparations for their response. This battle, we can't fight. At least we can't fight like we did before. The plan must be changed. Otherwise, if it proceeds as originally planned, it is highly likely to fall into the hands of the Qin rebels. In that short moment, Bashing thought about many things. However, just as Bashing was about to make a decision, a general beside him spoke up. "General, I think we should try our luck in Ningxian County." Upon hearing this, everyone's attention immediately focused on the general. Bashing asked in confusion, "Tell me your thoughts." "General, now that the rebels have learned of our planned attack, they will definitely make some preparations." Bashing nodded slightly. Knowing that someone was coming to launch a sneak attack, it would be abnormal not to make preparations. But our army has only been in Qingtian County for a little over 2 days. Even if the news had been sent out on the same day, the rebels wouldn't have had time to come up with a good countermeasure. After all, the main force of the rebels is engaged in a fierce battle with the general and his men at the front lines. Without a large army, the remaining forces of the rebels in Ningxian County will definitely not be too many. Even if they temporarily assemble a militia, how many people could they possibly have? Our army has a full 90,000 elite troops. Even if General Liu and General Yang don't go over here in a short time after they realize the situation, our 30,000 troops alone can still give those rebels a good beating. So, I suggest to the general that we proceed as planned, but with more caution than before. After all, nobody knows whether we will encounter people like these hunters ambushing us on the road ahead. The previous ambush killed a total of 107 of them. Such casualties are not many for an army of 30,000, but they happen frequently. If we encounter a situation like this again on the road ahead, what would happen? Dozens, or even hundreds of people at a time. If they come 10 times, that would be over 1,000 people. They might not care about a couple hundred people, but how could they not be intimidated by more than 1,000? After some thought, Bashang's expression gradually hardened. "Good. Let's do as you just said, and continue heading towards Ningxian County. But, now that our whereabouts have been exposed, it's time to make some preparations." After speaking, Bashang looked up at Yufeng and addressed the group of soldiers dressed in gray uniforms. "From now on, spread out along the direction the army is advancing and scout out the situation within a 20-mile radius ahead. If something goes wrong, even if you sense something is amiss, you don't need to confirm it. Just come back and report immediately." Chapter 336. Should we kill them? "Yes, General." A group of soldiers replied in unison. They were 300 men in total, and they were the scouts assigned to this elite army of 30,000. Soldiers who can become scouts are, to some extent, better than ordinary elite soldiers. The 300 men received their orders and immediately turned and walked forward. The primary requirement for becoming a scout is stamina. If your physical strength isn't up to par, no matter how outstanding your other qualifications are, you won't be selected. After all, for scouts, speed is everything. Bashang watched the 300 scouts depart, and once they disappeared from sight, he turned and waved his hand, saying, "Rest here for half an hour." The army had been traveling for a long time and definitely needed to rest for a while. After what just happened, no one knows what dangers await them ahead. Although they are just a group of ordinary people, no one dares to underestimate them. You never know how they might try to stop you. When two armies clash, it all boils down to those intricate details and strategies. But a group of ordinary people. From them, you'll see all sorts of bizarre methods, and the methods they use to stop the army will disgust you even more. But the most important thing right now is to get some rest and continue our journey. Half an hour later, Bashang stood up, stretched, glanced at the army, and called out, "Everyone's up. It's time to continue heading towards Ningxian County." Upon hearing this, a group of soldiers got up one after another. After resting for half an hour, their morale improved considerably. Then, Ba Sheng led his 30,000-strong army on their way to Ningxia County. As for the more than 100 soldiers who died here, they were buried in pits dug on the spot. There was no tombstone, and there wasn't time to make one. But the more than 100 soldiers who died here were each buried in front of a tree, so that they could at least find a final resting place. This was possible because the army had enough time at the time. Otherwise, these 100-plus people wouldn't receive such treatment. They'd just be hastily dug a hole and buried together. Along the way, whenever the scouts saw the army approaching, they would get up and rush forward. Once they reached the front, past all the scouts' positions, about 300 meters ahead, they will find a secluded place to hide. If a large army arrives at this place and scouts are not waiting in conspicuous places along the road, it means there is danger. As for what kind of danger, none of that matters anymore. As the army marched forward, they could see 3 scouts waiting on the mountain path almost every 300 meters. The 3 scouts were tasked with ensuring there was no danger within a 300-meter radius. At the same time, about 10 miles away from Ba Sheng's 30,000-strong army, 100 people gathered in a grove of trees beside a mountain road. Yang Zi, are you sure those enemy troops are coming this way? Village chief, how could I dare lie to you about something like this? That group of enemy troops really is coming this way. Then why haven't they arrived yet? Maybe. The young man called Yang Zi probably couldn't come up with anything after a long time. Just as the village chief was about to erupt in anger, a middle-aged man beside him nudged him and pointed ahead, saying, They're here. Village chief, look ahead. Someone's coming. Upon hearing this, the village chief turned around and looked ahead. Although he was old and had some minor eye problems, he could not see things very clearly. But you can still see those 3 big people in front of you. Why are there only 3 people? They shouldn't be enemy soldiers, right? The village chief asked doubtfully. Village chief, they are the enemy. The middle-aged man lowered his voice and said, Your eyesight may be failing, but we can still see clearly. The way those 3 people walked was not like that of ordinary people at all. And also, this mountain path was rarely used in the past. Now that the order to support the emperor has been issued to various places, no one will pass through here. So, those 3 are definitely enemy soldiers. Upon hearing this, the village chief agreed that it made sense. His eyesight is failing, but his brain isn't failing. Everyone, hide well and don't make any noise, lest the enemy discover us. The village chief lowered his voice to remind them, and the surrounding villagers immediately lay down, hiding themselves and not daring to make a sound. The middle-aged man leaned over the village chief and asked in a low voice, Village chief, there are only 3 of them. Should we take them out? Don't worry yet. The village chief shook his head. These soldiers are all very fast runners. We can't catch them. We have to wait for them to come over before we can make a move. All right, we'll wait for them to come, the middle-aged man replied. On the mountain road, the 3 scouts ran forward side by side. Suddenly, etc. Of the 3, the one in the middle raised his hand to stop the 2 on his left and right. Something's not right. Upon hearing this, the other 2 had no doubts and immediately looked around warily. However, the 3 of them looked around but found nothing. Everything around them was perfectly normal, and there was nothing wrong with it at all. But the more this was the case, the more uneasy the 3 of them felt. Something's not right. Everyone be careful. One of them spoke with a serious expression, and the other 2 nodded in response. Then, the 3 of them separated, left the mountain path, and entered the forests on both sides. This time, the 3 of them did not hide as usual as they did once they entered the mountains. The 3 entered the forest, but instead of searching for something, they did so cautiously. Soon, one of the scouts noticed something was wrong. Looking at the trampling marks on the ground, he quietly retreated. Back on the mountain path, the scout whistled. The 2 scouts, who were searching in the mountains, immediately retreated from the forest upon hearing the whistle. The 3 reunited. Something's not right. There are signs of human activity here, quite a few. Upon hearing this, the 2 scouts' expressions changed, but they quickly regained their composure. They had encountered ambushes by the enemy before. Not to mention, at this moment, They were ambushed by a group of ordinary people. Although the group of civilians knew how to ambush them, they were ultimately too optimistic and wishful thinking. How could a regular army, an elite army, possibly be ambushed by a group of civilians using such a clumsy method? The three returned the way they came and did not go any further. The three would not proceed rashly until they knew exactly how many enemies lay ahead. What they need to do. They were all waiting for more scouts to arrive. Given their skill level, finding the group of civilians lying in ambush ahead would be a challenge. It's not difficult at all. Chapter 337. These people are quite clever. Hey, why did they leave? Yangzi was somewhat surprised and puzzled. Weren't we hiding well? Could it be that the three of them discovered us? Upon hearing this, the surrounding villagers were all taken aback. We've been discovered? This question arose in everyone's mind. Village chief, what do we do now? Yes, village chief, if we are discovered, that enemy army will definitely send a large force to wipe us out. Village chief, shall we leave here and head to the next ambush site? The middle-aged man suggested. The village chief pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, Good. Everyone, pack up and let's head to the next location. They say that old people are wise and shrewd, and although the village chief is old, his mind is still sharp. These people are just ordinary citizens. It's fine if a group of ordinary people aren't discovered, but if they are, how will they fight the enemy? They were able to achieve some results through surprise attacks. Can engage in direct combat. Isn't that just going to your death? A group of people retreated from the woods. They had lived in this area for many years and were very familiar with it. If something is impossible, then it is impossible. Forcing it would be foolish. The three scouts retreated 300 meters. The three scouts hiding there came out with suspicion upon seeing the three return. One of them asked, Why did you come back? There's probably an ambush ahead. There are only 3 of us, which isn't enough. We'll wait until we have more people before we go to investigate. Is there an ambush? The scout asked doubtfully. Could it be just another group of ordinary people? They should just be a group of ordinary people. They don't even bother to hide their whereabouts. I don't know what kind of bewitching potion the Qin dynasty has given these people, that they would actually take the initiative to intercept our army. What kind of bewitching potion? Do you really know all of Qin's policies? How could I not know? The scout shook his head and said helplessly, You won't believe it, but if I hadn't already come with the army, I would have gone back to bring my family and come to Qin to join them. Who isn't? Although the Qin dynasty has just been established and is still known as a rebel state, we can't resist the good policies they have. Look at those people. If it were us, we'd be lucky if they didn't stab us in the back, let alone try to stop us. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's think about how to deal with the upcoming battle. The conversation among the 6 scouts ended quickly. There's nothing we can do if it doesn't end. They've already gone to war with the main force, and whatever their thoughts may be, they have to wait until the war is over. Otherwise, if discovered by the higher-ups, it would be treated as a crime of disrupting morale. Disrupting morale. At such a critical moment, there can only be one outcome. Behead him. As time went on, more and more scouts arrived at the location, eventually reaching 100 people. That's enough. Let's go, one of the scouts said. Let's go, same old rules. No problem. Let's do it the old way. This group of scouts had clearly worked together before. They already had a well-established method for searching. The 3 of them walked into the mountains and forests. Soon, a group of scouts disappeared down the mountain path. The scouts who arrived later, seeing that there were no scouts around, immediately stopped and did not go any further. However, more than 100 scouts searched the mountains and forests for a long time, conducting a thorough search, but they did not find a single villager. They didn't see any human figures, but they did find the places in the forest where people had been lying in ambush. A group of scouts stood where the villagers had been hiding, looking at the flattened weeds before them. Their expressions varied. These people are quite clever. They must have realized that we must have discovered something when they saw that the 3 of us didn't go over, so they left. All right, since there's no one here, let's go. The group of scouts retreated. Back on the mountain path, they were inevitably questioned. When the scouts who came later and were waiting there heard that the locals had ambushed them, their expressions varied. This is actually very bad news for them. The group of scouts gradually dispersed and advanced forward again. After this incident, they became even more observant, afraid of missing any detail unless they be ambushed by a group of civilians. As the 30,000-strong army continued its advance, Bashing received news that a group of civilians had been lying in ambush. Regarding this, Bashing didn't pay much attention to it, but simply ordered the scouts to intensify their reconnaissance while also reminding the army to be on high alert. And so, the 30,000-strong army slowly made its way towards Ningxian County. A group of villagers arrived at the second ambush site. Here, the terrain is steeper than the first place, and this area is already part of the Yongtai Jinshan mountain range. The village chief shouted, "Everyone, go up the mountain first, move some stones and get ready. When those enemy soldiers come, smash them down on them, and kill those sons of bitches." After saying that, the village chief led a group of villagers up the mountain. This group of people all came from the same village. In this era, anyone who can be a village chief is someone whom everyone in the village trusts. So, the villagers had no objections to the village chief's words. Not to mention, the village chief's suggestion did indeed align with their own thoughts. A group of villagers climbed up the mountain and prepared many large stones on the right side of the mountain path. They planned to throw the stones down as soon as the enemy arrived. They dared not engage in direct combat, but they showed no fear whatsoever at this method of sneak attack. Success. If it doesn't work, then retreat. If you live your whole life in this place, escaping it is not difficult at all. Just as a group of villagers had finished preparing, not long afterward, 3 scouts came running towards them. However, before even entering the small valley, the 3 scouts stopped. "There's something wrong here." One of the scouts spoke up, and the other 2 scouts nodded in agreement. "There is definitely something wrong here. If we're not mistaken, the group of people those 3 brothers mentioned earlier should be hiding here right now. It should be hidden here. We've come all this way, and while there are other places to hide, none of them are suitable for an ambush." The scout who spoke pointed ahead. "And here, perfect for an ambush." Chapter 338, Creating Trouble. Why did they stop again? Have no idea. Do you think they've found us again? Impossible, right? How could they have found us so easily? Seeing that the 3 scouts on the mountain path ahead had stopped moving, the group of people were filled with doubt. Are their hiding techniques really that bad? In fact, the villagers' hiding methods seemed quite clumsy in the eyes of the scouts. After all, they are trained scouts. Knowing where to hide and where to hide are basic skills for a scout. At this time, the 3 scouts looked at the small valley ahead but did not rush forward. They are waiting. Wait for more scouts to come. They're just a group of ordinary people. Once they see that there are many of them, they'll definitely back off. The 3 of them casually found a rock by the roadside and sat down, boasting to each other while keeping an eye on their surroundings. If anything seems amiss, they will immediately back away. On the upper right side of the small valley, the longer a group of people waited, the more uneasy they became. Why haven't they left yet? Haven't you rested enough? Damn it. How long are these 3 bastards going to sit here? Huh? Look, 3 more people are coming. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately shut their mouths and looked ahead. It really is. Why are there only 3 people here after all this time? Could it be that they're waiting for the 3 people behind them? No, this should be enemy scouts, the village chief suddenly said. "Scout?" Everyone asked in unison, sounding puzzled. The village chief nodded, his face serious, and said in a deep voice, "Although I have never served in the army, I still know a little about what it is like inside. Whenever a large army sets out, scouts must clear the way. This clearing of the way is to ensure that the army will not encounter any danger during its march. If there is any danger, we can take appropriate countermeasures as quickly as possible. At the moment, these 6 men must be enemy scouts. They must feel that this place is not safe and want to wait for more manpower before they start clearing this area. If it is safe, the army will continue its advance. If it's not safe, then the army will consider whether to clear out the danger or retreat temporarily and choose to take a detour." The village chief's words were very straightforward, making them clear to everyone around him. After understanding what was being said, the villagers did not ask any questions immediately, but instead lowered their heads to think about the problem. After all, They were about to face an army of tens of thousands. Village chief, what do we do now? Should we leave? Those scouts are too clever. They're not coming any closer. How about we go over there and kill them? Kill you, my foot. Do you think you can catch up with anyone else? No. We can't stay here any longer, or we won't be a match for those scouts when they arrive. There are only 6 of them. What are you afraid of? We have more than 70 people. Are we afraid of 6 of them? Are you stupid? Those 3 have already come over, and the first 3 haven't gotten up to leave. It's obvious that more people are coming back. Once those people arrive, what are you going to fight them with? Why can't we fight? Let's charge in right now. A dozen of us against 1. How could we not win? You don't believe me when I say you're brainless? Won't other people run away? All right. Seeing that the 2 were arguing more and more fiercely, the village chief coldly stopped them. How old are you 2? In this situation, you still dare to argue here. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by enemy scouts and having them come to kill you? The 2 were scolded and lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word of rebuttal. Seeing the 2 of them like this, the village chief, who wanted to say a few more words, held back. Well, everyone, pack your things, let's get out of here. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They don't want to fight either. The other side was clearly beyond their capabilities. It's best to avoid fighting if possible, to avoid going in and getting yourself killed. The village chief seemed to have seen through their thoughts, but he didn't say anything. If it can be done, then it should be done. If things cannot be done, then retreat. Everything. The lives of the villagers must be the priority. If we lose our lives, what will we use to stop the army? But before we leave, we should also create some trouble for that army. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the village chief. Village chief, what kind of trouble are we going to cause? Yes, village chief, what trouble can we cause the enemy? The village chief raised his hand and pressed it down, signaling everyone to quiet down. Didn't we just prepare some stones? Go. Throw those stones down, not just stones, throw down anything you can. Let's try to block this road before the enemy arrives. After saying that, the village chief turned to look at Yang Zi and said, Yang Zi, you sharp-eyed lad, keep an eye on the front. If those scouts over there come this way, report to us immediately. Yes, village chief. Yang Zi replied loudly, then walked to the side and stood behind a relatively hidden tree, staring intently at the scouts on the mountain path in the distance. Meanwhile, the village chief led a group of villagers to collect various items in the mountains and forests. Stones, dead wood, clods of earth. Anything that comes in chunks and can be thrown away falls within their collection scope. About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn has passed. Over 100 scouts had gathered on the mountain path. They huddled together to discuss the matter before heading towards the small valley ahead. Village chief, they're coming. They're coming. The moment Yang Zi saw the scouts set off, he did not hesitate and immediately reported the news to the village chief and others. Upon hearing this, the village chief raised his hand and waved to the crowd. Everyone come over here quickly and throw these things down. After that, we'll evacuate immediately. Even before the village chief could shout, the villagers stopped what they were doing the moment Yang Zi mentioned that the scouts were coming this way. They're not stupid. They know exactly what Yang Zi's words mean. Soon, a group of people sprang into action, throwing the things they had collected earlier down into the valley. One stone after another. One piece of dead wood after another. Just throw away whatever you have. Just keep throwing things away. The moment a stone was thrown from above the valley, it was immediately spotted by scouts in the distance. What happened over there? What happened? What happened up ahead? Something's wrong. Everyone stop. Chapter 339 Brothers, grab your weapons and kill him. The group of scouts stopped, not daring to advance rashly without confirming that it was safe ahead. Standing still, a group of scouts stared intently at the valley ahead, eager to see what was going on. At a distance of more than 200 meters, they could only see that many things had fallen into the valley ahead, but they could not see the specific details. Has a landslide occurred? Something's not right. It doesn't seem like it happened when the mountain collapsed. Oh no, those people are throwing things down there. Let's get there quickly. We can't let them block the road, otherwise it will cause a lot of trouble for the army's passage. Let's go. We need to get there right away. Realizing something was wrong, a group of scouts drew their broadswords and charged forward. They were going to drive away those people. By this time, they numbered over 100. With their fighting strength, dealing with a group of civilians was not a big problem. Village chief, those scouts are charging over. Yang Zi shouted loudly, his voice filled with anxiety. Quick! The village chief raised his hand and shouted. Everyone, hurry up! Those scouts are already running this way. We don't have much time. At this point, the village chief no longer cared about being discovered or not. Anyway, it's already been exposed. So, we might as well go all out and do it. Do it as fast as you can. Dozens of civilians were also giving it their all, not for anything else, but to evacuate the area as soon as possible. They dare not engage in direct combat. But can't we at least create some trouble? After these two experiences, the villagers realized that it was almost impossible for them to ambush the enemy troops on their own. But, even if we can't ambush them, creating some trouble for the enemy and delaying their advance is still not a problem. Village chief, they've already run halfway. Village chief, they're almost at the foot of the mountain. Village chief, they've started climbing the mountain. Village head, Yang Zi's voice grew increasingly anxious. Upon hearing that enemy scouts had begun their ascent up the mountain, the village chief dared not delay any longer. He raised his hand, waved, and shouted, "Let's go." After saying that, the village chief took the lead and started running. No way. As people get older, although their legs and feet are still quite capable, they can't compare to those of younger people. Let's go? Let's hurry. Don't throw anything away. Let's get out of here. If we don't leave now, those scouts will be coming. Everyone, get out of here. The villagers didn't dare linger. After dropping their last possession, they hurriedly ran in the direction the village chief had gone. When a group of scouts arrived at the place, there was no one left. Damn it! Those villagers ran away again. What a bunch of bastards. Why are all the people of Qin the same? Damn it! Aren't these people ordinary citizens? How come they're doing all sorts of underhanded things just like those rebels? The scouts were full of complaints. They've had enough. Time and time again, it wasn't just the Qin army that did this, but also the common people. Are all the people in the entire Qin dynasty like this? The problem is, this place used to be the territory of the Anwu kingdom, and the people here were all from the Anwu kingdom. What about now? In just a few days, it has become like this. No wonder. No wonder there were rebels in Kyoto County. It seems like everyone in this entire county has some serious issues. All right, go down and clear the roadblocks. The army will need to pass through here later. Let's go, let's go. Sai, I don't know what these people are after. They can't do any harm to us anyway. Who said it can't cause any harm? Have you forgotten about that group of hunters from before? Hunters are a minority, after all. Where can we find so many hunters? It's better to be careful. However, the group of scouts did not notice that about 200 meters away, in a dense thicket, 23 hunters were hiding. There are only about 100 people on the other side, should we? Wait, they're too far away. Let them get closer before we make our move. The people in Ziyuan are really capable, but their methods aren't very good. All right, others did contribute. So let's stop gossiping. Dahua, make a little noise to attract those scouts. Brother, I understand. Dahua replied, then quietly retreated, pretending not to know anything, and walked towards the scouts. From a distance, Dahua deliberately shouted loudly, "Oldly, hurry up and go ahead. Dig a pit and ambush the enemy." Upon hearing this, the group of scouts who were about to turn back were immediately stunned. Oldly? Is there anyone among them called Oldly? After a brief moment of surprise, the group of scouts immediately realized that this was one of the villagers who had ambushed them. And these bastards actually tried to dig a hole in front of them to block them? Damn it! Kill him. Brothers, grab your weapons and kill him. Damn, there's still one lone wolf here. Everyone, charge and kill him. The group of scouts, already harboring resentment, were further enraged when they saw a man appear before them, clearly one of the people in the group. How could they possibly tolerate this? Even if some scouts still had some concerns, they couldn't refrain from joining in since everyone else had gone. A group of scouts, wielding broadswords, charged toward Dahua with shouts. Upon seeing this, Dahua pretended to be panicked and turned to run away. The way he ran made him look very flustered. However, As a hunter who spends his days fighting alongside wild beasts, how could he be afraid of something like this? Acting. Everyone knows a little bit about these things. In this situation, there's no need to act too realistically. Just enough to fool the scouts is sufficient. The scouts have taken the bait. Everyone get ready. We've been prepared for a long time, just waiting for them to arrive. And there's supposed to be a bunch of scouts, yet their vigilance is so poor. A group of hunters, hidden in the dense forest, watched the enemy scouts running towards them and whispered among themselves. His words were full of contempt for the group of scouts. In fact, they really do have the right to look down on us. In terms of combat, they were no match for the scouts, but when it came to fighting in the mountains and forests, the scouts were no match for them. This is their confidence as hunters. When Dahua led a group of scouts running towards them, and they were more than halfway there. "Release the arrows," the leader shouted. Then, the 20-odd hunters stood up in unison and released their bowstrings toward the scouts running ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 340 Ambush. Arrows shot out from the dense forest, heading towards a group of scouts. The moment the arrow pierced the air, one of the scouts immediately noticed it. Not good. One of the scouts was greatly alarmed. "We've been ambushed. Everyone, find somewhere to hide." Upon hearing this, the group of scouts who were frantically chasing after them suddenly stopped. Ambush. Were they ambushed? After a very brief moment of surprise, the group of scouts reacted quickly and immediately sought cover. However, although they reacted quickly, they were simply unable to react in time to the sneak attack by more than 20 hunters. Arrows pierced the air and struck 7 scouts. Of the 7 scouts, 5 died on the spot, and the remaining 2 were seriously injured and would not live long if they did not receive timely medical treatment. Damn it. Damn it all. There was an ambush here. We were careless. Those civilians were just a smokescreen. These hunters were their real killer move. Damn it. How could a bunch of ordinary people know these tricks? Let's not talk about that now. Let's figure out a way to get out of here as soon as possible. Evacuate. How can you evacuate? Those hunters are watching us right now. If we dare to move, they will definitely not let us go. So what do we do now? We can't just sit here and wait to die, can we? Just wait. They don't have many people and won't dare to stay here for long, since our reinforcements will arrive soon. A group of scouts hid behind a tree trunk, each with an expression of anger and unease. Being ambushed by a group of civilians was like a slap in the face to them. They were scouts. Scouts were a group of people created to gather intelligence. However, this is the same group of people who have been tricked by a group of ordinary citizens. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows flew out, killing the 2 seriously wounded scouts. Then, the 20-odd hunters fired a few more arrows at the hiding place of the scouts, and then left the area. They cannot stay here for long. Just as those scouts were saying, the enemy army will be here soon. And there are so few people, not even enough to fill someone else's teeth. So, we must take advantage of the time we still have and evacuate immediately. The sounds of the hunters retreating reached the ears of a group of scouts, who then cautiously peered over in their direction. Through the dense forest, one could vaguely see a group of people leaving the area. Seeing this, the group of scouts secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They certainly didn't want to fight a group of hunters in this environment. In the mountains and forests, that is the hunters' domain. Although they were strong, they were still somewhat inferior to hunters in the mountains and forests. After all, the hunters had bows and arrows, but they only had a large knife. With such a gap, how can we fight? What will we use to fight? A moment later. Don't move yet. 2 brothers, come with me, and let's go check out the situation first. I'll do it. Count me in. I'm going to. 4 scouts stepped forward, their eyes fixed on the front, and slowly advanced. They were prepared to dodge at any moment. If things go wrong, the 4 of them will immediately hide behind the nearby cover. The 4 of them moved forward step by step, being extremely careful with each step, paying attention not only to what was in front of them, but also to their feet and their surroundings. No one knows whether there is still any danger here. So, every step forward must be taken with utmost care. Before long, the 4 scouts had walked a distance ahead without encountering any danger. Rear. The group of scouts, who had been hiding behind a tree trunk, were relieved to see this situation. Looks like there's no ambush. It's probably gone, but let's wait and see. That's right, we were just ambushed. We'd better be careful. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, twice shy. 7 of these scouts had just been killed in a sneak attack, so they dared not be careless in the slightest. The 4 scouts continued forward until they reached the back of the dense forest, where they found no one. They then relayed the message back. Everyone come out, they're gone. Hearing the call, a group of scouts came out and headed towards the dense forest. Well, this is incredibly embarrassing. All right, bury those 7 brothers. We still need to continue exploring the way ahead. We definitely need to explore new paths, but we also need to make some changes. How to change it? From now on, we'll work in groups of 10, and we also need to get some bows and arrows. Otherwise, we won't be able to catch these civilians when they try to ambush us. Upon hearing this, not a single soldier objected. Their 2 experiences have made them realize that the tactics they used on the battlefield simply won't work to stop this group of people. These people play a game of, if you're strong, I'll back down. If you're weak, I'll attack. In short, these people will not engage them in direct combat. They will only try to stall them and launch surprise attacks. Let's go. While we still have time, let's clear the mountain path. Those villagers just threw a lot of things down there. I feel like fighting in the Qin dynasty is even more exhausting than fighting against enemy armies on the border. Who can argue with that? Aside from that siege, this group of rebels from Great Qin is a complete bunch of scoundrels from top to bottom. What despicable people. Calling them despicable is already giving them too much credit. They're not even human. A group of scouts walked down the mountain chatting, their words filled with resentment towards the Qin dynasty. After descending the mountain, a group of scouts met with the scouts who had arrived later. After exchanging information, they told the scouts about the time that had just passed. Then, a group of scouts walked towards the valley ahead. They were going to clear out the valley, not to restore it to its original state, but at least to ensure that the army could travel together without being significantly affected. At the same time, 2 of the disguised soldiers sent by Yang Wei arrived in Tongshi County, Tongshi City. Looking at the group of people queuing to enter the city, the 2 soldiers exchanged glances. Then, as they had agreed beforehand, the 2 pretended to be passers-by and walked toward Tongshi City. However, when the 2 arrived at the city gate and started queuing, their hearts skipped a beat, and a look of panic appeared on their faces. What do we do now? The situation is bad. We need to retreat. The 2 soldiers exchanged a few words in hushed tones, and then prepared to leave. No way. It's not that they don't want to go into the city, it's that they dare not. If they had known beforehand that a roster would be checked to enter the city, the 2 of them would never have come to queue up. Chapter 341 Seeing Through. The 2 soldiers had a good idea, but they had barely turned around and taken 2 steps when they were stopped by several civilians. Gentlemen, you look unfamiliar to me, a middle-aged man said with an unfriendly expression. The 2 soldiers smiled, and one of them spoke. Brother, we're visiting relatives from the next county. Oh, the middle-aged man clearly didn't believe this. He squinted and asked, May I ask which family in Tongshi City you 2 are related to? Upon hearing this, the 2 soldiers immediately sensed something was wrong and were somewhat confused. The people in front of us are just ordinary people. Why? Why are they so vigilant? A soldier smiled and said, feigning composure, Brother, which relatives we visit is none of your business, is it? The middle-aged man sneered and said coldly, Speak, who exactly are you people? Upon hearing this, the men behind the middle-aged man immediately took up positions and surrounded the 2 soldiers. Meanwhile, the civilians who were queuing to enter the city were also attracted by the commotion and started pointing and gesturing at the 2 soldiers. Who are they? Who knows? They said they were visiting relatives, but I don't know why the donkey family guards were stopping them. Are you stupid? The Liu family guards are stopping these 2. There must be something wrong with them. The middle-aged man was a guard sent by the Liu family to watch over the city gate. Certainly, this gatekeeping was a decision made independently by the Liu family. The city gates of Tongshi City were still guarded by the Yamen runners of Tongshi County and the garrison of Tongshi City. The fact that the Liu family sent a middle-aged man here was solely their own decision. After all, now, thanks to the coal mines near Blackstone Mountain, the Liu family's strength has more than tripled, making them one of the top families in the entire Xinjiang County. All of this is thanks to the Liu family's wise choice. Backed by the Qin dynasty, how could the Liu family not rise to prominence? Tangshan City is the foundation of the Liu family. The moment the Qin dynasty's order to defend the capital was issued, the Liu family immediately sent men to guard the city gates to prevent anyone with ill intentions from entering the city. That's not. We've caught two abnormal people. Although I encountered some strange people before, they all showed me their brand names to prove their identities. But the two people in front of me, he's obviously not a normal person. Who we are and what's it to you? The soldier said coldly, knowing full well that he had to be even more assertive than his opponent, otherwise he would easily be exposed. Get out of the way. The soldier gave a cold shout and walked forward with the person next to him. However, the two had only taken 2 steps when they were stopped by the guards of the Liu family. You two. The middle-aged man stared at the 2 men with a cold and unfriendly expression. If you don't prove today that you two are subjects of my great Qin, you're not leaving. After saying that, the middle-aged man raised his hand and waved. Stop them. Upon hearing this, the men behind the middle-aged man immediately stepped forward and surrounded the 2 men. The surrounding people also gathered around. They're not stupid. If they still can't see something's wrong with the 2 of them by now, they'd need to get their heads checked. The 2 soldiers looked grim. They knew they were doomed today. Who would have thought that the people of Kyoto County would be so vigilant? For the first time, a look of panic appeared on their faces. But, as elite soldiers, both of them had a very strong mentality. Realizing that things couldn't be resolved peacefully, the 2 exchanged a glance and immediately drew a short knife hidden at their waists. Kill! Kill! The 2 shouted this almost simultaneously. Then, 2 soldiers charged forward, preparing to break through and leave the area. Now, forget about gathering information. They just want to break through the encirclement, leave this place, and save their lives. The middle-aged man showed no fear in the face of the 2 men's sudden attack. Good timing. The middle-aged man shouted, drew his broadsword from his waist, and took the initiative to meet the attacker. I knew something was off between you two a long time ago. Now you've been exposed, haven't you? Brothers, kill them. These 2 are spies sent by the enemy. Kill them both, and my Liu family will reward everyone. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd went wild. Award. It was still a reward from the Liu family. Now, throughout Tangshan County, everyone knows that the Liu family of Tangshan City has prospered. The Liu family also regularly provided them with benefits. In the words of the head of the Liu family, the Liu family is grateful for the grace of the great Qin dynasty, which allows them to run a coal mining business. Now that they have made money, they naturally cannot forget the people of Tangshan County. So, the Liu family has made significant contributions to Tangshan County during this period. Of course, the bulk of the profits will still go to the Liu family. Moreover, the main reason why the Liu family did this was to show the Qin dynasty. This approach is as if to say, look, even though I've made money, I won't forget to give back to the local people and bring blessings to my hometown. This kind of behavior is a typical example of doing something to impress superiors. Of course, even if it was just for show, the Liu family at least genuinely did it. It wasn't just an act. 2 soldiers, armed with short knives, engaged in combat with the middle-aged man. The moment we met. In a 2-on-1 situation, the 2 soldiers had the upper hand. However, in order to conceal their identities and gather information, they only carried a short knife. While a short sword is usable, it is still considerably weaker than a long sword. The middle-aged man, wielding a long knife, fought 2 opponents simultaneously without being at a disadvantage. The fact that he was able to become a guard for the Liu family and be sent here to guard the place speaks volumes. The 3 were locked in combat, and even if a group of civilians nearby wanted to help, they were unable to get involved. But the commotion had already spread, and the city's garrison was now rushing towards the scene. It won't be long before the garrison of Tangshan City arrives and captures the 2 enemy soldiers. The 2 soldiers were clearly aware of this, so when they started fighting, they used all their strength and held nothing back. They just wanted to break through and leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, death awaited them both. Perhaps, by then, even death will be a luxury. However, Faced with the attack of the two soldiers, the middle-aged man was not at a disadvantage at all and did not give them any chance. The middle-aged man knew from the moment they clashed that it would be difficult for him to stop the two men on his own. So, the middle-aged man's goal was simply to procrastinate. If we can hold off the two men and wait for the city's garrison to arrive, then everything will be settled. Chapter 342, All Exposed. Make way, people in front, get out of the way. As the shouts of the Tangshan city garrison rang out, the onlookers immediately parted to make way. The defenders are here. The constables have arrived too. These two thieves definitely can't escape now. Two arrogant thieves who dare to run wild in our Tangshan city. Today they will leave their lives here. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, a group of guards and constables rushed over. Upon arriving at the scene, seeing the three people fighting, they immediately drew their swords and joined in. With the addition of a group of garrison soldiers and yamen runners, the battle was quickly decided. Two soldiers were killed, and the other was seriously wounded. A middle-aged man stood in front of the soldier, a large knife held to the soldier's neck, and looked down at him, saying, "Speak, who exactly are you two? Kill me or torture me, give me a quick death. Don't even think about getting any useful information out of me." Quite tough. The middle-aged man's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "I just don't know. How long could you endure those tortures?" Upon hearing this, the soldier shuddered, his face filled with fear, but he kept his mouth tightly shut, showing no intention of speaking. "Yo-ho. Still pretty stubborn, huh?" The middle-aged man sneered. "Looks like you want to experience those tortures." However, no sooner had the middle-aged man finished speaking than the soldier rolled to the side with all his might. This roll, the soldier's neck was pressed against the knife. Uffed. Fresh blood spurted out immediately. A triumphant smile spread across the soldier's face, and a hint of relief lingered in his eyes. This scene, however, left the middle-aged man stunned. "Damn it! How did you give him the opportunity to commit suicide? Now we're done for. We won't get anything out of them." For a time, many guards and yamen runners criticized the middle-aged man. Although the middle-aged man was a guard of the Liu family, at this moment, no one had the mind to care about such things. Faced with the criticism from the crowd, the middle-aged man looked apologetic. This matter, it was indeed his fault. "All right, everyone, we can't blame anyone for this. We could guess who these two thieves were even without asking. Aren't they just those enemy soldiers sent to gather intelligence? The Qin army's order to defend the capital has been issued. That enemy force is probably not far from here. What we should do now is, it's about strengthening the defenses of Tangshan City. We must do as we did today to prevent any enemy soldier with ill intentions from entering the city. At the same time, we also need to take some action on all the roads leading to Ningxia County, whether they are official roads or mountain paths. If the bridge needs to be closed, then close the bridge. If the road needs to be blocked, then block the road." The speaker was the current head of the Liu family, the most powerful merchant in Tangshan City. Liu Xingwang. Just like his name suggests, the Liu family truly prospered under his leadership. What Master Liu said is true. Master Liu is indeed decisive. As expected of Master Liu. Liu Xingwang's appearance drew flattery from a group of people. Liu Xingwang maintained a calm expression, but inwardly he felt rather smug. No way. Who doesn't like to hear such kind words? All right, everyone. Seeing that things were going well, Liu Xingwang raised his hand and pressed down, signaling everyone to quiet down. "You know better than I do how the Great Qin treats us. At this time, this is precisely the time when the Great Qin needs us. The appearance of the order to support the king means that the Qin dynasty needs our help so much in order to resolve this crisis. We are just ordinary people and do not know the intricacies of the battlefield. But we also have our own methods and our own ideas. Now, let us take action and contribute our efforts to the Great Qin, so that the Great Qin can see that we have remembered its kindness to us and have never forgotten it." Liu Xingwang's words touched everyone present. They couldn't help but compare Anwu Kingdom with the Great Qin in their hearts. This comparison, there is absolutely no comparison. My Liu family is fortunate to have achieved our current status and wealth thanks to the grace of heaven. To this end, Anyone who has done their part in stopping the enemy will receive 100 coins from the Lu family. Upon hearing this, the crowd was first stunned, then erupted in uproar. Thank you very much, Master Lu. Master Lu is truly a philanthropist. No wonder the great Qin dynasty chose to let the Lu family go into the coal mining business. Master Lu is truly generous. He deserves to be a renowned figure in our Tongshi County. Kind words, huh? Anyone can say that. However, it depends on the person you're talking to. 100 coins isn't much, but to them, it's like getting it for free. In this way, how could I not be happy? Then, led by the guards of the Lu family, a group of people headed to the road leading to Ningxia County to prepare for an ambush. At the same time, what happened here in Tongshi City has also happened in other places. The difference is that some are county towns, while others are ordinary small villages. But, whether it's a county town or a village, none of the people Yang Wei sent out to gather information succeeded in obtaining the information he wanted. That's not all. The entire group of soldiers sent out to gather intelligence were discovered. After all, the Qin dynasty's order to support the emperor clearly stated this. For the time being, all citizens traveling within the Kyoto County area must carry their identification badges. If you don't bring it and can't prove you're a Qin citizen, you'll be treated as an enemy spy. With such regulations in place, how could the people of Kyoto County not comply? For example, in Tongshi City, you have to verify your identity before you can enter the city. And those villages. In the past, there were only so many people in the village, and everyone in the surrounding area knew each other. Even if you didn't know someone, there was always someone in the village who did. If no one in the village recognizes you, and you can't explain your origins, then there's no need to consider it. Treat you as a spy. In this way, the soldiers Yang Wei sent out all returned in defeat, and many were even killed. But, even though these soldiers didn't get any concrete information, they still gave Yang Wei a crucial piece of news. Qin dynasty. We knew they were coming. Moreover, their exposure time will definitely not be long. Otherwise, before this, the army had encountered dangers along the way. Chapter 343 Open Cards. Night falls. Yang Wei and his 30,000 troops remained where they were, showing no intention of leading them to Ningxia County. The information the soldiers gathered during the day left Yang Wei puzzled. Go. I'm still not going. This is a problem. Who could have imagined that in just a few months, the people of Qintian County would all turn to the Qin rebels? He couldn't understand the speed of these changes. However, not understanding is one thing, but the problem that needs to be solved right now is another. Sneak attack. This can no longer be called a sneak attack. To be precise, it was an attack on the stronghold of the Qin rebels in Ningxia County. If things that are already out in the open are allowed to continue like this, it's bound to be something's not right. After all, the fact that these Qin rebels were able to fight them to a standstill shows that their strength should not be underestimated. Not to mention, the people of Qintian County were still helping the Qin dynasty to stop them. Yang Wei had no idea what would happen on the road ahead. That's why Yang Wei was at a loss. Never fight a battle you can't win unless absolutely necessary. These words were told to Yang Wei by his father on the day he joined the army. Over the years, Yang Wei has survived to this day because of these words, and it was because of these words that he became a general in the army. However, the current situation truly left him at a loss. Unknown. Yang Wei knew nothing about the situation in Ningxia County. So, Yang Wei dared not act rashly. At this moment, a general walked over with half a roasted rabbit and handed it to Yang Wei. General, the soldiers below have caught a few rabbits in the mountains and forests. This half is for you. Yang Wei didn't stand on ceremony and took the roasted rabbit and started eating it right away. Let's sit down and talk. Yes, General. The general found a rock to sit on and said, General, we have been here for some time now. What are your plans now? Upon hearing this, Yang Wei chewed the rabbit meat in his mouth, swallowed it, and said, The situation is unclear at the moment. If our troops rashly go to Ningxia County, we may encounter an ambush by the rebels. Ambush? The general asked doubtfully. General, aren't you being a little too cautious? The Qin rebels have sent over 200,000 troops to the front lines. Just imagine. A group of rebels who have only recently emerged. How many troops do they have? I think our army should hurry to Ningxia County now and take advantage of the fact that those rebels don't have many defenders to launch a fatal attack on them. Yang Wei nodded and said, I have thought about what you said, but as the general of this army, I must be responsible for my soldiers and I absolutely cannot risk their lives. If the situation in Ningxia County is as you described, that would be perfect. But what if it's different? At that time, our army will be in an extremely dangerous situation, and these 30,000 brothers may perish here. The general fell silent and did not utter any further rebuttal. He understood that Yang Wei's concerns were justified, and that this was a responsibility that a general should bear. It was truly their good fortune to be able to follow such a general. But understanding is one thing. With such a great opportunity right in front of him, he was extremely unwilling to give it up. After all, along the way, the Qin rebels had indeed caused them considerable trouble. If we can seize this opportunity. General, what are you planning to do now? We can't just stay here like this forever, can we? The army only carried a few days' worth of rations with them this time, and they can only last for 2 more days at most. 2 days. We must find a way, whether it's to retreat or to attack the rebels in Ningxia County, we must get a result. Yang Wei nodded. I am well aware of this matter. Let the army rest well tonight, and we will set off for Ningxia County tomorrow. This battle is a must, but how to fight will have to wait until we get to Ningxia County. If things cannot be done, we should retreat when necessary. We can't just send our brothers up to their deaths recklessly. Upon hearing this, the general nodded, agreeing that this was indeed the most correct decision at the moment. We've already come this far. It wouldn't be right not to go and see it. Fight if you can, retreat if you can't. The generals were aware of this. That night, this scene not only occurred on Yang Wei's side, but also on Lu Jun and Ba Sheng's side. The three have different personalities, but they are all smart. Not only are they not stupid, the three of them are actually quite clever. Otherwise, the three of them wouldn't be where they are today. Like Yang Wei, Lu Jun and Ba Sheng had the same idea. They wanted to go to Ningxia County to take a look. It's simply unacceptable to leave without even taking a look. Not to mention they can't explain it to Xia Yuan. They can't even get over their own conscience. After all, no matter how you look at it, the Qin dynasty is currently in a weaker position. And there are still 300,000 troops slowly advancing at the front, and the three of them are leading another 90,000 elite troops to attack Ningxia County. Given this situation, there is no reason to back down. The next morning, Yang Wei led an army of 30,000 men on the road to Ningxia County. Just like with Ba Sheng, Yang Wei dispatched a large number of scouts when his army advanced, even more than the number sent out by Ba Sheng. After all, the surprise attack by the army has already been exposed, so there is absolutely no need to hide anything. Yang Wei wanted to tell the Qin, this general has arrived. They've led an army to attack you. Show me what you've got. Thus, Yang Wei led an army of 30,000 men toward Ningxia County. However, when Yang Wei led his 30,000-strong army toward Ningxia County, he realized how naive his idea had been. From morning until noon, the 30,000-strong army covered no more than 10 miles. 10 miles. This distance may seem long, but in fact, considering the normal marching speed of an army, it has been reduced by several times. There's nothing we can do about this outcome. Because the entire morning, what Yang Wei's 30,000-strong army experienced was almost maddening. Along the way, either the road is blocked or the bridge is dug up. Let them dig it up. It's very hot right now. Wading through the water won't hurt. The problem is, those damn people, they actually stuck sharpened bamboo strips all over the bottom of the water. Chapter 344, Su Lianyan's Advice. The riverbed was filled with sharpened bamboo strips. One can imagine what a scene it would be like when the army went into the water to cross the river. The army marching ahead undoubtedly had their sawls pierced, and the wound was quite large. The blood flowed so profusely that it dyed the river red for a time. The soldiers were furious at being tricked by such a trap, and they cursed loudly, but their curses did nothing to change anything. Bamboo shards at the bottom of the river injured more than a dozen soldiers. Although the number of people was small, it was nothing short of an insult to the large army. After treating their wounds, the dozen or so soldiers had no choice but to remove their armor, disguise themselves as passers-by, and leave the army and the territory of Xinjiang County. After all, after injuring his foot, he had difficulty moving and could no longer keep up with the pace of the army, let alone sustain the battles that followed. So, leaving is the best option. Continuing to follow the army is nothing more than suicide. Crossing the river was just a minor incident. That morning, Yang Wei's 30,000-strong army endured more than a dozen hardships. All sorts of traps, ropes, potholes, paving roads with manure, and so on. There's nothing those ordinary people won't do. Only things you can't imagine. The local people were clever. They never encountered Yang Wei's 30,000-strong army, but instead set up various obstacles in front of them. This situation left Yang Wei's 30,000 troops with no way to exert their strength. Not only Yang Wei's side, but Lu Jun and Ba Sheng's sides also encountered the same situation. All three armies encountered considerable obstacles. What should have been a one-day journey would likely take them 3 days to reach Ningxian County at their current pace. In 3 days. What will happen during this time, nobody knows. But Yang Wei and the other two knew one thing very well. Ningxian County is not a good place to go. The surprise attack plan has completely failed. At this time, heading to Ningxian County would no longer be a sneak attack, but a real battle. But, even though it was a real battle, Yang Wei, Lu Jun, and Ba Sheng, despite not sitting down to discuss it together, were surprisingly in agreement and chose to continue to Ningxian County. Yang Wei and his two companions were not fools. The three men knew very well that this was the best opportunity they had at the moment to clear their names. The goal is not to annihilate the rebels or capture their leaders. But they were able to drive away the rebels and force them to leave their stronghold in Ningxian County. Throughout history, the place where rebels rose up was always the best place they had managed. If we can occupy Ningxian County, it will be a huge blow to the rebels of Daqing. Perhaps this could even trigger a chain reaction, leading to the annihilation of this group of rebels. With this in mind, Yang Wei and his two companions not only showed no intention of retreating, but instead accelerated the army's march. But, as the army's marching speed increases, the corresponding number of troubles it faces also increases. Originally, the army would have suffered only 30-odd casualties in half a day, but because of the increased speed, the number of casualties has increased to more than 40. However, the number of deaths was small. The vast majority of injuries were fatal. Otherwise, Yang Wei and his two companions wouldn't have chosen to speed up their pace. At the same time, Qin Dynasty. On the city wall of Ningxian County, Shen Suxin and Su Lianyan stood side by side on it, gazing into the distance. Lianyan, according to the information that has been sent back, there are 3 waves of enemy troops that have come to attack our great Qin imperial city. At this time, these 3 groups of enemy troops are already on their way and are very close to Ningxian County. If it weren't for that order to defend the emperor, the enemy would probably already be at the city gates by now. But, with the people of Qin holding them back, it will take the enemy at least 2 more days to reach Ningxian County. These next 2 days are our preparation time. Lianyan, do you have a solution to this? Upon hearing this, Su Lianyan's face also turned solemn. She did not answer immediately, but instead pondered the question in her mind. That's an army of 90,000. It's still an elite army. 90,000 elite troops, they weren't some insignificant nobody who could be easily subdued. If not handled properly, it could cause great trouble for the Qin dynasty. How do we deal with this army of 90,000? Su Lianyan had been pondering this question for a long time. Ever since she learned that enemy troops had entered Xinjiang County and were heading towards Ningxian County, Su Lianyan had been thinking about this issue. However, no matter how hard she thought about it, she couldn't come up with a solution. Although Su Lianyan was once a princess, she actually knew very little about warfare. After all, given Su Lianyan's status, she was mostly exposed to political matters and rarely had any experience with matters on the battlefield. Mistress, I am indeed not good at matters of war. The enemy's attack this time is fierce, with 90,000 elite troops. They will be very difficult to deal with. Although the order to defend the emperor slowed down the enemy's advance. But a group of civilians could not ultimately bring down the 90,000 elite troops. The enemy would eventually arrive here. My suggestion is, while we still have time, let's retreat into Yongtai Jinshan. With the terrain there, we'll definitely be able to hold off these 90,000 enemy troops. Shin Sushin frowned and said, is there really no way at all? Ningxian County is the foundation of the Qin dynasty. If we withdraw, everything here will be destroyed. Although the people are still here, the things that have been destroyed cannot be restored in just a day or two. And many things that can't be taken with you will also be destroyed. For example, grain. For example, medicinal herbs. For example, fabrics. There were simply too many of these things. It would be impossible to take them all away in just 2 days. Lost. This is the foundation that the Great Qin has painstakingly built up over this period of time. If it were to be lost like this, it would be an enormous loss for the Qin dynasty. Madam, we don't understand matters of war. Su Lianyan advised with a solemn expression. There are no proper guards in the imperial city, only a group of civilians who have been temporarily gathered here. Putting aside whether these people have received any training, even just considering their weapons and equipment, our Great Qin cannot provide enough of them right now. If we really have to force this battle against the enemy, it will bring absolutely no benefit to my Great Qin. 90,000 elite troops are definitely beyond our current strength to resist. So, my suggestion is that we withdraw from this place first and preserve the strength of our Great Qin. As long as the people of my Great Qin are still alive, what are mere material possessions worth? Doesn't your wife know the master's abilities? As long as our master is still here, our Great Qin will never be defeated. Chapter 345 Preparing for Evacuation. Shin Sushin looked conflicted, her mind wavering. Evacuation. This should be the best choice right now. But Shin Sushin didn't want to give up her foundation in Ningxian County. The Qin had worked so hard to build it up over such a long period of time, spending so much manpower and resources. If we leave like this, we can only take less than 1/10 of what we need. The rest. It is likely that the area will be destroyed once the enemy forces reach Ningxian County. How could Shin Sushin feel good about giving up the family business she had worked so hard to build up over so long? Madam, we can't hesitate any longer. Seeing Shin Sushin hesitate, Su Lianyan anxiously advised her. With our current strength, we are simply no match for the enemy's attack. Our primary objective right now is to preserve our strength. As long as the person is still alive, any external things can be made up for sooner or later. If everyone is gone, then the Qin dynasty will truly be powerless to save itself. Upon hearing this, Shin Sushin's expression gradually hardened. Although she didn't understand matters of war, she understood what Su Lianyan was saying. A choice. You have to give up something to gain something. As a businesswoman, Shin Sushin understood this principle all too well. All right. Pass down the order that all the people of Ningxian County should evacuate to other counties if necessary, and that the people in the capital should all evacuate to Yongtai Jinshan. Yangdi Jumsan is the largest mountain range in Changjiang County, spanning the entire county. Within Yongtai Jinshan, the former residence of Manhwa village is a natural basin. Inside the basin lies a piece of land covering several dozen acres. The land isn't particularly fertile, but it can still support a considerable number of people. And there is also a small lake in the basin. It's more accurate to call it a pond than a lake. Because of this pond, more than 1,000 people from Manhwa village once lived in this area and had no shortage of food and drink. Most importantly, outside this basin, the mountains are very steep. Here, it looks exactly like a giant volcano. This terrain is what allowed Meng Huzhai to withstand dozens of sieges and still stand firm in this place. Since the founding of the Great Qin dynasty, in addition to developing Ningxian County, Qin Anyang has also made significant progress in Manhwa village. At this time, the Tiger Stronghold contains a lot of resources, all kinds of resources. But because of the short time frame, the amount of supplies stored was not large. This is also why Shin Sushin was unwilling to leave. After all, there are still so many things in the capital that haven't been moved there yet. When you leave, remember to take as much as you can, and even if you can't take it, find a place to hide it. These things are all part of the wealth and resources of my Great Qin. Preserve as much as you can. Su Lianyan nodded and said, Don't worry, mistress. There are more than 100,000 people living in Ningxian County. Excluding children and the elderly, the rest of the people can make 2 trips to and from Menghu village. These 2 trips are enough for us to take quite a lot of things with us. For the rest, which we really can't take with us, we can find a place to dig a hole and bury them, and then pile some miscellaneous items on top of them. Even if the enemy comes here and sees that pile of junk, they won't bother to move it. Maybe this group of enemy troops will only make a wasted trip. Shin Sushin shook her head, not entirely agreeing with Su Lianyan's statement. It's impossible to run for nothing. We can hide those supplies, but we can't move those houses. If the enemy finds nothing when they come here, they will surely vent their anger on those houses. At that time, Shin Sushin didn't say anything more at that time, and there was no need to say anything more. All right, Lianyan, hurry up and send people to move the things. We don't have much time left. Upon hearing this, Su Lianyan bowed and took her leave, saying, Mistress, Lianyan will go and make the arrangements immediately. Shin Sushin responded softly and looked up at the outside of the city. Far away, a field of farmland came into view. Many people are busy working in the fields at this time. In the height of summer, the rice is almost ripe. The rice harvest will begin soon. My husband, how much longer will it take you to come back? Shin Sushin murmured to herself, her expression a mixture of sadness and self-reproach. He hated himself for not being able to shoulder the heavy responsibility and protect the foundation of the Qin dynasty. A sense of powerlessness filled Shin Sushin's heart, making her feel extremely depressed and uncomfortable. This feeling is something that others cannot understand. Retreat. She knew perfectly well that retreat was the best option. But for Shin Sushin, saying those words was an incredibly torturous thing. Hua Yu then walked over and said softly, Madam, there's no need to blame yourself. This matter is not your fault. The enemy is coming with great force, and with our current strength, we are not able to confront them head-on. Evacuate. That is the best choice. Besides, didn't the master mention this to you, madam, before he left? If things become unmanageable, then you, madam, should order the people of the capital to retreat into Yongtai Golden Mountain. Since you foresaw this scene, it means you had already made arrangements for this matter. The battle between the Qin dynasty and the Anwu kingdom will not end in a day or two. A temporary setback does not mean that our great Qin has lost. As long as people are still here, as long as the master is still here, as long as the madam and you are still here, the great Qin will still exist. Shin Sushin smiled slightly, a smile tinged with bitterness, but the irritation in her heart lessened somewhat. Hua Yu, thank you. Shin Sushin whispered a thank you and turned to walk down the city wall. Let's go. There's still a ton of stuff waiting for us to take care of. Yes, madam. Hua Yu smiled and responded, then followed. Despite her worries, Hua Yu was quite concerned, as she and her 2 daughters were all on the same boat as the Qin dynasty. If the great ship of Qin capsizes, the mother and her 2 daughters will not have a good end either. Could it be? Do the mother and her 2 daughters have nowhere else to go? In all the vast world, where else could the mother and her 2 daughters find refuge besides the Qin dynasty? Not to mention, the 3 of them are now Qin Anyang's women. How could they possibly leave him? Su Lianyan walked down the city wall, looked at the group of female guards waiting there, and said, Immediately send orders to all parts of Ningxia County, instructing them to evacuate Ningxia County and temporarily seek refuge in other counties until the Qin dynasty has weathered this crisis, at which point they may return. At the same time, order everyone in the imperial city to mobilize immediately and move all supplies to Yongtai Jinshan. Move as much as you can. We only have 2 days. After 2 days, not a single person can be seen in Ningxia County. Chapter 346. This battle doesn't necessarily have to be won. After deciding to evacuate, Ningxia County quickly took corresponding actions. Although the people were extremely angry about the evacuation, few of them stood up to oppose it. The vast majority of people had no complaints about the evacuation arrangements. On the contrary, these people were full of profanities when talking about the enemy troops who were about to arrive. They hurled as many vulgar insults as they could. One could say that these people cursed the ancestors of the approaching enemy army for 18 generations countless times. However, The 90,000-strong elite army led by Yang Wei, Lu Jun, and Ba Sheng was completely unaware of what had happened in Ningxia County. At this moment, the three armies are rushing towards Ningxia County with all their might. However, the speed of progress is getting slower and slower. A group of civilians who had come because of the imperial edict to defend the emperor were expressing their opinions and doing everything they could to cause trouble for the enemy. These troubles, from slowing down the enemy's advance to causing the deaths of many enemy soldiers. Over the course of a day, the 90,000 elite troops were caught in various traps, resulting in the deaths of over 400 and injuries to over 600. In other words, in a single day, 1,000 soldiers were reduced from a force of 90,000 by a group of civilians. Such a record was like a slap in the face to Yang Wei and his two companions. No, that wasn't a slap. That's clearly more than 1,000 slaps. Faced with such humiliation, Yang Wei and his two companions were naturally furious, but they had nowhere to vent their anger. No way. A group of ordinary people couldn't even meet them. Even if they occasionally run into them, the moment they see them, they turn and run away as fast as if their backsides were on fire. Night falls. Yang Wei led his army to spend the night in an open area. After their whereabouts were exposed, he dared not look for such a secluded place to spend the night again. Who knows, maybe a bunch of scoundrels will suddenly appear in those places. "General, we are still about a day's journey from Ningxia County," a general said. In fact, this place is only about half a day's journey from Ningxia County at a normal walking speed. However, at this point, the army was unable to move normally. God knows what kind of troubles we'll encounter on the road ahead. "Have you arranged for people to be on night duty?" Yang Wei asked. "General, everything is arranged. Our soldiers are on night watch within a 500-meter radius of the army's encampment. There will be absolutely no problems tonight." "That's good." Yang Wei took a deep breath, his face showing signs of exhaustion. "At most 2 more days. If we hold out for 2 more days, we will definitely be able to reach Ningxia County and launch an attack on those rebels. The stronger the resistance from these people, the weaker the rebels' defenses are in Ningxia County. Maybe those rebels are already preparing to leave." Upon hearing this, the general paused and said incredulously, "No way. Will those rebels really withdraw from Ningxia County? Ningxia County is their stronghold. These rebels probably won't just leave, will they? They have to fight us, no matter what. If we can't win, it's not too late to retreat." Upon hearing this, Yang Wei shook his head and said in a deep voice, "These rebels can just drop the defense line like that. What do you think they wouldn't do?" The general paused, his mind flashing back to the scene at the front, then smiled wryly. "These rebels, they really don't play by the rules. The front line could clearly still hold, but these rebels, well," the general shook his head. "General, if the rebels in Ningxia County really escape, wouldn't we have made a wasted trip?" "That's not necessarily true." Yang Wei shook his head, picked up the water bottle next to him, opened the lid, and took a sip. "Ningxia County is the stronghold of the rebels. Where the rebels started their rebellion, that is where their base is. Even if these rebels really do escape beforehand, they can't take all those inanimate objects with them. At that time, even if our army cannot wipe out these rebels, it can still cause them considerable trouble. All we need to do is destroy Ningxia County. That will be enough to make these traitors suffer for a long time. War, ultimately, it all comes down to resources. Although the rebels of the Great Qin came with great force, their foundation is too weak, and they cannot afford to fight a war of attrition. This can be seen from the front lines. With such powerful crossbows, these rebels were actually able to break through our defenses because they didn't have enough crossbows and bolts. Just imagine, if the rebels had had enough powerful crossbows and bolts when they fought us that day, what would the outcome have been? Upon hearing this, the general actually imagined this scene in his mind. Upon realizing this, the expression on his face immediately froze. Because, if it were the battle in Lansan County, and the Qin side truly had enough powerful crossbows and bolts, they would have absolutely no chance of winning. Even with a shield in front of you, it won't work. If the crossbows could fire without limit, the army would have no chance of reaching the earthen wall. Do you really think those crossbow bolts had little impact? General, I think. The general hesitated. We don't necessarily have to win this battle. No, we don't necessarily have to wipe out those rebels. In this battle, our focus is on the crossbow. Although these rebels are troublesome, they are not incapable of being dealt with. It's just a matter of paying a price. But such a powerful weapon as the crossbow. If our Onwu kingdom can obtain powerful crossbows and equip them to our army, we will surely be able to reverse the current situation of our weakened national strength. The general spoke at length, and Yang Wei listened quietly without interrupting him. In the evening, there was no need to travel, so there was nothing much to do. Not to mention, Yang Wei wholeheartedly agreed with what the general said. It's not just about recognition. The things the general mentioned had already been discussed between Xia Yuan and his group of generals. This campaign to redress grievances can be lost even without winning. But there's one thing. That is, the mighty crossbows of the Qin dynasty. Even if it means the loss of all 500,000 troops, it would be worth it to obtain the powerful crossbows of the Qin dynasty. Such a price could be very high. But for a weapon that can change the national situation of Onwu Kingdom, an army of 500,000 is worth it. However, so far in this battle, they haven't even obtained a single complete crossbow. Forget about complete crossbows, they didn't even get many decent spare parts. The Qin dynasty's protection of crossbows was far too strict. Chapter 347 Luo, Xinghuan's anxiety. Go and rest, we still have to travel tomorrow. Yes, General. The general withdrew from the offensive and turned to leave. Their conversation ended there. Yang Wei watched the general's departing figure with a complicated expression and a sense of unease. This battle has reached this point, which is indeed somewhat unexpected. These rebels from the great Qin dynasty. They were even more troublesome than he had imagined. According to Yang Wei's guess, the rebels in Ningxia County are probably already withdrawing. Well, hopefully, this trip wasn't a complete waste. Yang Wei sighed deeply. He no longer expected to wipe out the rebels. He only hoped that his trip to Ningxia County would yield some results. As for the crossbow, Yang Wei didn't have high hopes. After all, if the Qin rebels were able to take away all the crossbows when the battle on the front lines was so intense, what chance would they have of Ningxia County? In Ningxia County, at least there is still some time to prepare. Time was short, but fortunately, there was time for them to evacuate. So, the trip to Ningxia County will most likely be a wasted trip. Yang Wei's situation is not very optimistic, and Lu Jun's situation is not much different. Only Ba Sheng's 30,000-strong army did not stop along the way, and at this time the army was only half a day's journey away from Ningxia County. This half day was not the normal travel time, but the time required after being blocked by a group of people. But the closer they were to Ningxia County, the greater the pressure the army would face. Both the armies led by Yang Wei and Lu Jun suffered casualties of around 200 men on each side. The remaining 600-plus people were from Ba Sheng's side. This shows just how much pressure Ba Sheng is facing. Even at night, there is no peace. The way those civilians fight is simple, but it annoys you to no end, yet you have absolutely no way to deal with them. Just like now. Even at night, when the sky was no longer visible, the group of people still followed the army and made a commotion about a kilometer away from the army's camp. Wah! Knock knock knock. The various noises kept the group of soldiers awake. It is important to understand that if soldiers are not in good spirits during combat, it is an extremely disadvantageous situation for them. I'm going to kill them all. Damn bastard. Damn it. Can't they just have some peace and quiet this late at night? Are these people crazy? Almost every soldier was cursing. Very few could fall asleep. Ba Sheng was also in a state of agitation and wanted nothing more than to take up his knife and kill the group of people to vent his anger. However, it doesn't mean anything. Those people never even met with them. If you come, I'll run away. If you leave, I'll chase after you. This kind of shameless fighting style made the 30,000-strong army of Ba Sheng extremely annoyed. These civilians knew nothing about what happened on the battlefield. They only knew one thing. The Qin dynasty treated them well. Now that the Qin dynasty is facing difficulties, it is their turn to step forward and contribute their modest efforts to the Qin dynasty. And it's about the will of the people. In a country that wins the hearts of its people, without you saying it or forcing them, the people will spontaneously take action to serve the country. But what if it's a country that has lost the hearts of its people? Let alone serving the country voluntarily, not stabbing people in the back is enough to be considered a good citizen. Just then, a general came over. Upon seeing Ba Sheng, the general said anxiously, "General, this can't go on. The soldiers aren't getting any rest at all. We'll be arriving in Ningxian County tomorrow, and the soldiers are definitely not ready to fight in this condition." Upon hearing this, Ba Sheng's face was also full of worry. What can he do? These people are more slippery than eels, and he has no good solution. Should we send someone to chase after them? Those people, even from a great distance, would immediately turn and run away as soon as they saw you approaching. For a group of local residents who have lived here for years, shaking off a group of pursuing soldiers is incredibly easy. You can leave it alone. We can't let these civilians continue to harass the army like this. After thinking for a moment, Ba Sheng looked up at the general and said in a deep voice, "You've seen our situation. Forget about dealing with those civilians for now. It's not that they can't deal with a group of people. There are plenty of ways to deal with a group of civilians, but the army simply doesn't have the resources to do so. After all, they were just ordinary people. Could it be? You're not going to kill all the people of Kyoto County, are you? They are just a group of ordinary people. As long as the rebels of the Great Qin are wiped out, they will return to their original way of life and return to Anwu Kingdom. Go. Tell the soldiers to find something to plug their ears. If they can reduce the noise, they should. We'll get through tonight. Tomorrow. We'll arrive in Ningxian County tomorrow. When the time comes, there will be plenty of places for them to vent their frustrations." Upon hearing this, the general hesitated, wanting to say that the soldiers had already tried plugging the ears. However, the general ultimately remained silent. "General, I understand." The general said this with a dejected expression, then turned and left. At the same time, it is located in the county seat, far away from the county seat. Inside the county government office, Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan were still awake, sitting under the pavilion, enjoying the moonlight. Xiaoye and Xie, the two sisters, stood to one side, while Xiao Xiao and Xiaoxi, the two fierce tigers, lay quietly to the side. "My lord, I feel uneasy. I fear something may have happened," Luo Qinghuan said abruptly. Qin Anyang turned to look at Luo Qinghuan and asked in confusion, "My lady, do you feel something is amiss?" "There seems to be a problem at the front lines," Luo Qinghuan said calmly. "People who reach her level will more or less have a certain feeling. A feeling about the things around you. A sense of crisis. The feeling came on strangely, but it lingered in my mind." Front. Qin Anyang frowned. Although he had never paid attention to the situation at the front, he could guess what kind of situation would likely occur there. The Qin dynasty has absolutely no chance of winning. That's an army of 500,000, not 500,000 shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Although the Qin dynasty possessed powerful crossbows, their numbers and bolts were limited. It was simply impossible to win by overwhelming the Qin with crossbows. The presence of a crossbow can only provide some suppression, but it is not the key to victory. Unless the number of crossbows in the Qin dynasty reaches a terrifying level. Otherwise, there is absolutely no way to win with just crossbows. Chapter 348 Awakening. My lady, the defenses on that side are most likely to fall. Didn't we already know that? Although the defense line cannot be held, Ho Lingxiu and the others are capable enough to delay the enemy without any problem. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan shook her head. She turned to Qin Anyang and said, "My lord, I am naturally at ease with Ho Lingxiu and the others' abilities. But, my husband, you and I have both overlooked one thing. The enemy won't give Ho Lingxiu and the others a chance to catch their breath. A general who can lead an army of 500,000 must have excellent military skills. After just one or two probing battles, this person will definitely be able to discover the weaknesses of Ho Lingxiu and his group. At that time, the enemy only needs to launch a fierce attack to break through the defense line." Upon hearing this, Qin Anyang frowned, realizing that he had indeed overlooked quite a few issues. He always viewed the world through the lens of his past life, and subconsciously felt that he was superior to the people of this world. "It's not that I'm more capable than the rest of the world. Rather, It's about experience and knowledge. Because of this advantage, Qin Anyang always felt that he didn't need to worry about many things, as everything was under his control. However, Qin Anyang overlooked the most important point. There are many people in this world who are stronger than him. My wife, it seems we need to terminate our plan ahead of schedule. Luo Qinghua nodded and said softly, it's time to stop. After all, Great Qin cannot afford to lose anything, and that's where our foundation lies. Our ultimate goal on this trip is for the Qin dynasty. It will be no easy task to swallow up that army of 500,000 in one fell swoop. We were too hasty in this matter. My husband, we will set off for the border of Lanshan County early tomorrow morning to take over the war as soon as possible and deal with these 500,000 enemy troops first before we talk about other things. Qin Anyang nodded and said, okay, I'll listen to you, my wife. We'll return to the border of Lanshan County tomorrow morning, win this war first, and then we can talk about other things. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghua smiled, and the long-standing annoyance in her heart instantly dissipated. From the moment she left the Great Qin, Luo Qinghua felt somewhat troubled, because she sensed that something was wrong with her husband. They're being too eager for quick success and instant benefits. That feeling is similar to the state of mind exhibited by ordinary people who suddenly receive immense wealth. Luo Qinghua was very scared. I'm terrified that my husband will become like that. So, throughout the journey, Luo Qinghua kept bringing up the matter intentionally or unintentionally, but she didn't force anything. Although Qin Anyang was somewhat eager for quick success and instant benefits, there was nothing wrong with what he did. However, the Qin dynasty does not currently have the conditions to allow Qin Anyang to fully realize his ideas. My husband, there is no need to worry about this. After we took over the war, it was no longer possible to annihilate the enemy's 500,000 troops. But the canal excavation project is on track. Perhaps we should also consider Li Tianhe's suggestion to include the entire Lanshan County in it. Qin Anyang shook his head and said, my wife, let's leave the canal matter as it is for now. There's no need to include Lanshan County in it. At this moment, let's defeat those 500,000 enemy troops first. Only by winning this war can our Great Qin have more time to develop. My original plan was to leave all 500,000 enemy troops here, thereby severely weakening Anwu Kingdom, so that Qin could easily recover the entire Shiliang prefecture. At that time, with the entire western Liangzhou as its base, the Great Qin can enter a period of rapid development. Within 3 years, the Great Qin will have no fear of the invasion of the Anwu Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan's smile widened even more, and her gaze towards Qin Anyang was filled with affection. Nothing was said that night. The next day, as dawn broke, the Qin army had already assembled outside the gate of the county government office in Liqing. The county magistrate of Yuli County, accompanied by a group of yamen runners, waited there with respectful expressions on their faces. Squeak! With a creak, the gate of the county government office slowly opened from the inside. Cheng Yufu led 20 soldiers of the Great Qin Imperial Army, running out in 2 rows. One person stopped every 2 meters until they reached the carriage, a distance of exactly 20 meters. A moment later, 2 fierce tigers were the first to emerge from the county government office. Roar! Roar! The moment they stepped out of the county government gate, 2 fierce tigers roared, displaying their power. This scene naturally drew praise from the onlookers. Those 2 tigers are really fierce. That's right. We usually run away as fast as we can when we see a tiger, but these 2 tigers are more obedient than dogs. How dare you talk like that? Be careful, those 2 tigers come and eat you. That's right. Those 2 tiger generals are not someone you can insult. The 2 tigers, Xiaoxi and Xiao Xiao, seemed to understand what the people were saying, and without realizing it, they raised their heads even higher. Just then, Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan walked out of the county government office side by side. The moment the 2 stepped out of the county government office, the county magistrate bowed respectfully and called out loudly, "Greetings to the Emperor and Empress." After the magistrate shouted these words, a group of yamen runners and a crowd of onlookers also shouted loudly, "Greetings, Your Majesty and Empress." Qin Anyang raised his hand and smiled in response. Then, The two walked toward the carriage, with the sisters Xie and Xiaoya following behind them. After the four of them boarded the carriage, Cheng Yufu mounted her horse, raised her hand, and shouted loudly, "Set off." Upon hearing this, the group began to move slowly. At this moment, the magistrate of Yuli County, accompanied by a group of yamen runners and commoners, shouted loudly in the direction the procession had departed. "Respectfully seeing off the Emperor and Empress. Respectfully seeing off the Emperor and Empress." As the procession gradually disappeared into the distance, everyone had different expressions. The Emperor and Empress of Qin arrived in Yuli City unexpectedly yesterday, which was something they had not anticipated. But the arrival of the Emperor and Empress of Qin was not a bad thing for them. Just like the people of Shijua County, the people of Yuli County also hope that the Great Qin will bring them under its control as soon as possible. After all, the policies of the Qin dynasty were truly implemented. They weren't just empty promises. "All right, everyone." Magistrate Yu turned to face the crowd, raised his hand and pressed down, and said, "From today onwards, our Yuli County also belongs to the territory of the Great Qin. The Emperor has informed us of the various policies of the Great Qin dynasty, and they will be gradually implemented. At the moment, the Great Qin needs to dig a canal. Anyone willing to go should go home immediately to get their tools, and then head towards Jianxing River. Over there at Diangsing, the people from Shijua County have already started digging. We can't fall behind them." Chapter 349: The Reactions of the 10 Teams. Qingyun County, Qingyun City. After a day and a night of rest, nearly half of the soldiers in Tang Yanyu's army had recovered. As for the remaining half, it will probably be difficult to recover without resting for 10 days to half a month. After all, running for such a long time, it's good enough if the person isn't ruined. At this moment, Tang Yanyu, accompanied by several soldiers, was patrolling outside the city on horseback, searching for traces of the enemy. The war horses were found in Qingyun City. As for the quality, it's just something to make do with. "General, come and see," a soldier called out. Upon hearing this, Tang Yanyu and several other soldiers immediately rode their war horses over. "General, the enemy must have left from here that day. If we chase in this direction, we should be able to find them." Tang Yanyu did not answer, but instead dismounted and began to observe the area carefully. "That's it. The enemy troops must have left from here." A soldier approached and asked, "General, should we give chase?" Tang Yanyu shook his head and said, "No need. There's no point in chasing after them. We just need to know which direction they went. 20 or 30,000 enemy troops, that's not something we can handle." At this point, Tang Yanyu turned to look at the soldiers and said, "You few return to Qingyun City, take some dry rations, and go to various places to search for the whereabouts of our other troops. No matter what, communication between the armies must not be severed." Upon hearing this, several soldiers nodded in response. "General, we'll go right away." "General, I understand." "General." Afterwards, several soldiers mounted their horses and turned them back towards Qingyun City. As for Tang Yanyu, they don't need to worry about it. Tang Yanyu watched the soldiers leave, then mounted his horse and rode alone in the direction the enemy had retreated. Using his abilities to track down enemy forces is a complete waste of his talents. Even if he is discovered by the enemy and tries to escape, the enemy will not be able to stop him. At the same time, about 60 miles outside Qingyun City, Zhu Hua led more than 3,000 remnants of his army to hide in a dense forest. This dense forest is very secluded, located in a mountain valley. It would not be easy for anyone who is not very familiar with the terrain to find it. "General, the situation with our brothers is not good. I estimate that some of them won't make it, especially the female soldiers, whose condition is even worse." The soldier didn't say what he was afraid of, but Zhu Hua knew perfectly well what he was afraid of. "I'm so tired." Such a high-intensity march, lasting for such a long time, was definitely a considerable test for the soldiers below. Not to mention the soldiers. Even he himself took a long time to recover. Well, Zhu Hua sighed deeply. A day and a night have passed, and those soldiers have still not recovered. It seems their chances of survival are slim. "Didn't we hunt a wild boar last night? Go and take care of it, and make a pot of pork soup for Dajuan." Upon hearing this, The soldier hesitated, wanting to tell Zhu Hua that they didn't have any pots at all. But the soldier ultimately did not say those words. "General, I'll go right away." After saying that, the soldier turned and left. Not long after, Zhu Hua then witnessed a strange scene. Hundreds of soldiers piled up stones to build small stoves, and then placed a helmet on them. That's right, it's just a helmet. Seeing this, Zhu Hua belatedly realized what was happening. He slapped his forehead and said self-deprecatingly, "How could I have forgotten about that?" The army did not carry cooking utensils, but each soldier carried 2 days' worth of dry rations, enough to sustain them for a short period of combat. However, Zhu Hua never expected things to develop to this point. Previously, he had simply ordered the soldiers to make pork soup for everyone, completely ignoring the fact that they had no cooking utensils at all. But the fact that these people could think of using helmets to cook shows a certain ingenuity. Zhu Hua got up and went over to help with the cooking, since he was in the best physical condition among all the soldiers. In the current situation, let's not talk about generals or anything like that. We're all brothers who fought together. Getting through this is the most important thing. Although Zhu Hua's situation is serious, it is still manageable. There are quite a few cases that are more serious than his. However, no matter how serious the situation was, not a single person on the Qin side uttered the word retreat. Even the team that suffered the worst defeat, even with only a few hundred men left, only temporarily withdrew to seek an opportunity to counterattack and never thought of fleeing the place. At this time, Ho Lingxiu led more than 3,000 soldiers and hid in a small village. The army she led was in the best condition. After all, Ho Lingxiu possesses outstanding personal leadership skills, and as the general leading the Vermilion Bird Army, her control over the army is unmatched by anyone else. So, the army led by Ho Lingxiu suffered the least losses. How is it? Are there any enemy troops nearby? General, everything is normal, and there are no enemy troops near the village. That's good. Ho Lingxiu nodded, her expression softening slightly. The night battle the night before last was extremely fierce, and in the end, they won a great victory, inflicting heavy casualties on the enemy. But Ho Lingxiu was not happy about this. Instead, she was filled with worry. The enemy forces came with fierce momentum, clearly determined to wipe them out in one fell swoop. In this way, the 9 friendly forces that also launched a surprise attack on the enemy will face the same situation as them. Luck played a large part in her victory. As for the other 9 allied forces, it's hard to say. A day has passed. Do as I told you yesterday, and immediately send people to search for the whereabouts of our other units. The army's communication must not be severed. Otherwise, we will become a disorganized mess and be defeated one by the enemy. Upon hearing Ho Lingxiu's words, the squad leader nodded and replied, "General, I understand." Ho Lingxiu said, "Also, don't forget to send people to intercept the convoy transporting crossbows and bring all the crossbows over. And tell them that the next time they transport crossbow bolts, they must first send someone out to make contact with our army before the bolts can be transported over. Otherwise, we must not rashly bring a convoy to transport crossbows, lest we fall into the enemy's encirclement." Chapter 350 Empty City. Ho Lingxiu's goal was simple, to regroup the army, form a new defensive line, and launch a counterattack against the enemy. Only in this way can we pose a threat to the enemy. Otherwise, with just a few thousand men in 1 or 2 squads, they posed absolutely no threat to an army of hundreds of thousands. So, the primary objective at present should be to gather a large army. This gathering doesn't mean bringing all the teams together, but rather reconnecting the teams with each other. Only by making contact can they coordinate their efforts and pose a threat to the enemy. Ho Lingxiu also had plans to bring all those crossbow bolts over. 2,000 crossbow bolts are enough for a day's use. Certainly, there were supposed to be 4,000 crossbow bolts, but no one went to receive yesterday's bolts. It's likely that yesterday's bolts were delivered to the teams that didn't take action that night. The night before last, both armies had been running all night and were exhausted, so they had no energy to stop the transport team. But today is different. If the convoy carrying crossbow bolts were to pass through and be discovered by the enemy, at best they would lose the bolts, and at worst the entire convoy would be killed, in addition to losing the bolts. So, they must intercept the convoy carrying the crossbows before it arrives. Soon, Ho Lingxiu's group sprang into action, with nearly 100 people leaving the village and scattering to various places. Meanwhile, the other teams also took similar countermeasures, and even the team with only a few hundred people left was not idle. But, while the Qin dynasty was not idle, the Anwu kingdom was also not idle. Compared to the timidity of the Qin dynasty, the Anwu kingdom was completely open and had no reason to be afraid. After all, they now have a huge advantage. The battle the night before last was a back-and-forth affair, with both sides suffering considerable losses. However, Anwu kingdom clearly has the advantage. At this time, a group of well-rested soldiers, led by some generals, searched various places for traces of the Qin army. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to expand their gains and kill as many rebels as possible. As for suppressing the rebels, that's completely impossible. Everyone in Anwu Kingdom's army was aware of this. Ningxian County. Early in the morning, Ba Sheng led 30,000 elite troops toward Ningxian County. The obstacles the army encountered along the way were likely even more intense than those of the previous day. There were all sorts of ways to obstruct them. There was nothing that the people wouldn't do, only things that Ba Sheng couldn't think of. Regarding this, Ba Sheng was also helpless and could only order his army to clear the roadblocks and slowly advance. What should have been a half-day journey was delayed until late afternoon when we finally arrived in Ningxian County, standing about 500 meters in front of Ningxian City. Looking at the somewhat old county town in front of him, Ba Sheng's face twitched involuntarily. Damn it! These traitors deserve to die. Ba Sheng shouted angrily. Although he had guessed it before, he still couldn't suppress his anger when he saw this scene. The city gates are wide open. The city walls were deserted. A gust of hot wind blew by, stirring up fallen leaves. This scene clearly shows that the county town is now a ghost town. In fact, the evacuation of the people in Ningxian City was not that fast. However, the people who set up roadblocks along the way were keeping a close eye on the whereabouts of the army led by Ba Sheng. So, the people in Ningxian City have been keeping track of Ba Sheng's army's movements. Just before Ba Sheng led his army to Ningxian City, everyone in the city evacuated. Take as much as you can. Try to hide anything you can't take with you. If you can't hide it, then just ignore it. As long as you are alive, material possessions are just external things. Why care so much? And they took all the valuables with them, leaving only some worthless items. As for the city gates being wide open, that was done on purpose, specifically to humiliate the enemy. Weren't you planning to ambush us? Come, I'll ambush you. Ambush you as much as you want. Go, send a small team to check it out. Ba Sheng waved his hand and gave the order. Yes, General. A general accepted the order and then turned to give instructions to a squad leader. Then, the squad leader called over 10 soldiers, and they ran towards Ningxian City. Soon, the 11 men arrived at the city gate without encountering any danger. Looking at the wide-open city gate, the 11 people stood there, somewhat at a loss. Should we go in? Let's go in and take a look. We've already come all this way, we can't just not go in. Do you think there might be an ambush inside? I don't know, let's go in and check first. Everyone be careful. After a brief exchange, the 11 soldiers cautiously made their way into the city, stepping through the city gate. Upon entering the city, the 11 soldiers stood frozen in place, completely relaxed, as they stared at the empty scene before them. It really is a ghost town. There's not a single person here. These traitors actually escaped. The 11 soldiers couldn't help but murmur among themselves. What they were seeing was hard to accept. Let's go and check whether there's anyone in the city, or if there's an ambush. The squad leader was the first to come to his senses and called to the 10 soldiers to head into the city. After a period of time, the 11 people walked out of Ningxian City with gloomy expressions. Ba Sheng looked at the 11 people like this, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Well, Ba Sheng let out a long sigh, his face full of dejection. Let's go into town. With a shout, Ba Sheng strode into Ningxian City. 30,000 troops slowly followed behind Ba Sheng, ready to fight at any moment. However, the army did not encounter the slightest danger until it had completely entered Ningxian City. Go. Ba Sheng raised his hand and said, "What you find depends entirely on your own luck." But the previous one was, "What you find must be easy to carry and not affect your future operations." Upon hearing this, the group of soldiers, who had been lacking interest, immediately perked up. Ba Sheng's words clearly told them to go and collect valuables, and how much they could find depended entirely on their own abilities. And these items found do not need to be handed over. They are entirely their private property. Of course, although it was said that no one needed to hand over their supplies, everyone would voluntarily contribute a portion to Ba Sheng, which was an unspoken rule on the battlefield. Chapter 351, Looting Ningxia City. Brothers, let's go over there. Hey guys, let's go take a stroll around the county government office. Hey guys, let's go find a big client. After Ba Sheng made his announcement, a group of soldiers excitedly ran into the city. 30,000 troops. Although there were some damages along the way, overall they were not particularly serious. Apart from feeling a bit physically and mentally exhausted, there were no other problems. At this time, under the pressure of plundering wealth, fatigue is nothing. A group of soldiers rushed into the city, entering every gate they saw. At first, they were very cautious, but gradually they became bolder. After all, there wasn't a single person in the city. Not only were there no people, the entire city was completely deserted. This is a ghost town, a truly ghost town. The soldiers entered the houses and ransacked the place, but they found nothing of value, not even a bite to eat. Damn it! Where's the food? Damn it! These people must have taken everything with them beforehand. My side is empty too. The house is cleaner than a place where mice have ever been. How could this happen? How long has it been? And they've managed to move all their stuff away. Are you kidding me? There's no way we wouldn't find anything at all. A search of more than a dozen houses yielded nothing. This enraged a group of soldiers, far more so than before. After all, if you can plunder this place and get a few dozen, or even 100 taels of silver, you can live a life of comfort and ease when you go home. However, their dream had just begun when it was shattered in an instant. How could they not be angry? Let's go to those wealthy families. Yes. Let's go to those rich people's houses. Those people are wealthy. They'll definitely have more than enough stuff to take with them. Let's go. Let's hurry over there, or those people will have taken everything. However, when the soldiers reached the gates of those wealthy families' courtyards, other soldiers had already arrived there. Those who arrived later encountered the soldiers inside the courtyard as soon as they entered. The two sides were taken aback when they met. How did you get here? So what valuable things did you find? Both asked the question at the same time, and were surprised again. Don't even mention it. The places we went to were so clean that even rats wouldn't bother with them. We could only come to these big houses to see if there was anything valuable. Then you've come for nothing. What? Don't tell me there's nothing valuable here. We did find some valuable things, but we couldn't take any of them with us. We didn't find a single one of those trinkets. Damn it. Are these people crazy? I don't know if they're sick or not. It's all been a wasted trip. What do we do now? We can't take those things with us. We can't go back empty-handed, can we? Forget it, let's go in and look around. We can take whatever we can. We can't possibly come back empty-handed, can we? You guys go ahead, we'll go check out other houses. The two sides then parted ways. The group that arrived first left the area, while the group that arrived later stayed to continue the search. This looting lasted for a full 2 hours. The result, was not satisfactory. A group of soldiers arrived full of enthusiasm, only to leave disappointed. Very little was gained. When Ba Sheng learned of this situation, he also let out a long sigh of helplessness. All right, since we can't find anything valuable in the city, let's not waste our energy anymore. It's getting late. Let's find something to eat so the brothers can have a good meal tonight, get a good night's sleep, and recharge their energy. Upon hearing this, the soldiers, though uninterested, did not say anything more. Although they didn't find much of value in the city, they did find plenty of food, enough to feed the army for 10 days or half a month. Not long after, a few wisps of smoke rose from the city, as if nothing had happened. From this moment on, Ningxia City was occupied by Ba Sheng's army of 30,000 and temporarily became a city of Anwu Kingdom. At the same time, Yang Wei and Lu Jun, after a day of travel, were only an hour away from Ningxia City. But it was already late, and neither army wanted to continue their advance. In the pitch black, who knows what troubles might arise during this hour-long journey? Rather than risking uncertainty and moving forward, it's better to stop and rest for one night. We've come this far. A little more time won't make a difference. Here at Zenonba, many days later, Zenonba is no longer the same as it used to be. The huge Phoebe Jinan tree has become a symbol of the Qin dynasty imperial city. Despite it being nighttime, the entire imperial city was brightly lit, creating a lively and bustling scene. Mistress, the first enemy army has already entered Ningxia City and will probably be heading here tomorrow. Lianyan, give the order. Have them move out tonight, and everyone must evacuate this place before dawn tomorrow. Yes, mistress. Su Lianyan replied respectfully, then turned and left. Shin Suxin stood alone on the city wall, looking into the distance with a gloomy expression. After all, there is still only one option, evacuation. Shin Suxin longed to be like Luo Qinghuan, possessing superb martial arts skills and being able to lead troops into battle. If that's the case, perhaps then we won't need to evacuate the capital. The next morning, as dawn broke, wisps of smoke rose from the chimneys of Ningxia City. After a good night's sleep, Dajuan felt much better. The only thing is my mood. Some things weren't so pleasant. After finishing his breakfast, Bashing went to the city wall of Ningxia City and looked into the distance. Ahead, it is in the direction of Zenonba and also in the direction of the Qin imperial city. That will be their final destination. Taking that place will temporarily halt our campaign to suppress the rebels. At this moment, a general walked over, stood beside Ba Sheng, and asked, General, should we assemble a large army and launch an attack? Not for now. Ba Sheng shook his head and said, Ningxia City has become a ghost town, and I estimate the situation there is not much different. Even if the rebels haven't completely withdrawn yet, once we get there, we won't see a single person. These traitors. This is too troublesome. Upon hearing this, the general felt a deep sense of empathy. He had fought many battles, but he had never fought a battle like this before. This battle left him feeling utterly frustrated. That's right. It's so frustrating. A feeling of frustration that one has the power to do nothing. Chapter 352 Returning to Qingtian County, Encountering Chun Bo. General, when are we going over there? We can't just not go, can we? One of the generals asked the question, while the others, though silent, all wore expressions of confusion. Go. Of course I'll go. Now that we're already here, how could we not go? Ba Sheng nodded and said. But before that, let's wait for General Yang and General Lu. Once their two armies arrive in Ningxia City, our three armies will go together to the rebels' lair. At that time, even if the rebels have set up an ambush over there, with the strength of our three armies, there won't be any problems. Upon hearing this, the group of generals nodded silently, and they had no objections. The memory of those Qin rebels was truly profound. We must be extremely careful when dealing with such a group of rebels. Otherwise, who knows when we might be betrayed by these traitors. It was nearing noon. Yang Wei and Lu Jun arrived at Ningxia City one after the other, and the time difference between the two armies was not short. The moment the two arrived at Ningxia City and saw the guards on the city walls, their first thought was that this battle was hopeless. But the next moment, the city gates opened from the inside, and Ba Sheng personally led a team out of the city to welcome them. Upon seeing this, Yang Wei and Lu Jun realized that Ba Sheng had already arrived in Ningxia City ahead of them. After some investigation, the two learned that the rebels had already escaped. Regarding this, both of them shook their heads with helpless expressions. The two had anticipated this situation, but when it actually happened, they still felt somewhat helpless. At this point, 90,000 elite troops have gathered in Ningxia City, ready to march to the Qin capital at any time. However, Yang Wei and his two companions did not plan to go immediately. Instead, they intended to rest in the city for a day before fighting again. After all, the bumpy journey had left the entire army exhausted. Especially in the last 2 days, the intensity was pushed to the limit. So, regardless of the situation at Zenonba, we need to rest first, adjust the soldiers' condition, and then discuss the attack. The boundary line of Lansong County. Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan led an army of 5,000 to this place. Stop! Sheng Yufu raised her hand and called out, then turned her horse around and came to the side of the carriage. Sir, we have arrived at the front lines, but the situation here is not optimistic. Qin Anyang frowned and stepped out of the carriage with Luo Qinghuan. Before the female guards could set up the wooden stools, Qin Anyang jumped off the carriage. After many days, he had become a master who had embarked on the path of cultivation. A 9th-rank master. This level of cultivation is nothing special, but it's still a significant improvement for Fan Tao, who has transcended the level of an ordinary person and has made considerable progress in all aspects of his physical condition. Walking to the front of the line and looking at the scene before him, Qin Anyang's face darkened, and a sense of irritation rose in his heart. I was careless. He was too careless. His recent smooth sailing made him somewhat arrogant and disdainful of everyone. So, that's why we're seeing this scene now. If I had come here with you, this scene wouldn't have happened. Luo Qinghuan walked over at this moment, took in the scene before her, and looked somewhat depressed. There's still a problem. I wonder what the situation is like for Ho Lingxiu and the others right now. Upon hearing this, Qin Anyang regained his composure and said, Don't worry. Although the defense line has been breached, with Ho Lingxiu and the others' abilities, they will definitely not suffer a humiliating defeat. If I'm not mistaken, Ho Lingxiu and the others are currently using their own methods to halt the enemy's advance. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan nodded in agreement. Ho Lingxiu and the others were personally trained by her and Qin Anyang, so she naturally had confidence in their abilities. Luo Qinghuan had anticipated that the defenses would fall. After all, that's an army of 500,000. Moreover, it was led by a seasoned general. Although Anwu Kingdom was weak and showed signs of impending doom, it must be acknowledged that it had managed to persist for so many years thanks to the presence of many capable individuals. This rehabilitation army numbered a full 500,000. It is clear that the leader of this army is definitely not an ordinary person. Therefore, it is not difficult to understand why Ho Lingxiu and his group were defeated. Let's go? Qin Anyang said, There's nothing to see here. Let's return to Qingtian County and contact Ho Lingxiu and the others first. Luo Qinghuan nodded and turned to walk towards the carriage. Not long after, the group started moving again and headed into Kyoto County. Dusk. Qin Anyang and his group entered Qingtian County and traveled less than 10 miles before encountering a group of people who surprised them. The fierce Tiger Army. However, the Tiger Army at this time was completely different from the Tiger Army that left the Qin capital. In a sorry state. This is the current situation exhibited by the fierce Tiger Army. At this time, Chunbo was still leading the Tiger Army, while Scarface Lu and Lu Sandao were still recuperating in that small village. Your Majesty, how did you end up here? Chunbo asked with some surprise, his joy on his face not being concealed at all. Qin Anyang smiled, avoiding Chunbo's question, and asked, How is the situation now? Upon hearing this, Chunbo immediately wiped the smile off his face and said with a serious expression, Your Majesty, the situation of our army is not optimistic. The enemy came with fierce force. As soon as the battle started, they gave our army no chance to catch its breath. They were determined to break through the defense line, even at the cost of heavy casualties. That battle, our army fought the enemy for a long time, and countless soldiers were killed in action. We also ran out of crossbow bolts. But the defense line was ultimately held. Hearing this, Qin Anyang and the others were full of doubt. If they had already defended the area, then why was Lansong County in such a state? Although the defensive line was held, our army was simply unable to cope with the enemy's second attack. So, after some discussion, everyone decided to abandon the defense line and retreat to Kyoto County, where they would use the terrain to conduct guerrilla warfare against the enemy. Upon hearing this, Qin Anyang nodded slightly. Ho Lingxiu and the others had indeed made the right choice. Chunbo took a breath and continued. After we retreated to Qingtian County, we divided into 20 teams and launched attacks on the enemy from all directions. The first guerrilla operation did indeed achieve considerable success. But We have no crossbows. The crossbow bolts on the other side of the line are almost gone. After one attack, they are completely unable to support a second night raid. Chapter 353: The Strongest Army in the Qin Dynasty. After listening to Chunbo's account, Qin Anyang realized the seriousness of the problem. I never imagined things would turn out this way. Qin Anyang murmured softly, his face somewhat grim. He was partly to blame for the passive situation that had arisen in this battle. They're getting a little too cocky. Fortunately, they realized their mistake early, and there is still a chance to make amends. Chunbo, do you know where General Ho and the others are right now? Is it possible to contact them? Chunbo nodded, then shook his head. Your Majesty, General Ho and the others were chased by the enemy all night. I only know the location of 2 of their teams. But, to find General Ho and the others, simply follow the direction they left in, and you will find them. It just will take a lot of time. But, besides General Ho and his men, our army has more than 60,000 soldiers hiding in this area. More than 60,000 soldiers are hiding in the vicinity. Qin Anyang was taken aback for a moment. Then his face lit up with joy, and he said, Chunbo, send someone to contact those people immediately. Make sure you get in touch with them as quickly as possible. Besides these 60,000 plus people, General Ho and his men cannot be left behind. They must also search for their whereabouts. Our primary goal right now is to establish connections between all the teams. Chunbo nodded solemnly and said, Your Majesty, rest assured, I will contact the other teams as quickly as possible. Go on, hurry up. Qin Anyang said, After you contact the other teams, head towards Qinyan County. I will send someone to wait for you in Qinyan City. Yes, Your Majesty. Chunbo cupped his hands in reply, then turned his horse around and galloped away. As the Tiger Army group departed, a strange light flashed in Qin Anyang's eyes. Luo Qinghuan walked over and said, Husband, the current situation is very unfavorable for Great Qin. We must do something. My wife, what are your plans? Qin Anyang asked without turning his head. He knew Luo Qinghuan's abilities very well. Since Luo Qinghuan had brought up this matter, she must already have a solution in mind. The couple had known each other for a long time. However, Qin Anyang never asked about Luo Qinghuan's background, but he could guess some of it. As noble as Princess Su Lianyan is, isn't a princess quite formidable? Whether it's knowledge, speech, temperament, figure, or appearance, Su Lianyan is top-notch. However, even someone as strong as Su Lianyan is no match for Luo Qinghuan. Therefore, Luo Qinghuan's background is definitely much more impressive than Su Lianyan's. My lord, the enemy is coming with great force. Our Qin soldiers are no match for them at the moment, but we are not without the strength to fight back. Ho Lingxiu and his guerrilla tactics are perfectly sound. The reason they are in this situation is ultimately due to a shortage of crossbow bolts. We must keep this issue in mind. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, even if we lose, we must have a sufficient number of crossbows in the future so that we can cope with every war. At this time, the enemy already knows that Qin has few crossbows left, so their fighting style will be even more unscrupulous. Relying on their numerical advantage, they will definitely pursue and kill our soldiers without any scruples. And that is our opportunity. Qin Anyang listened quietly without interrupting Luo Qinghuan. He knew about all the issues Luo Qinghuan was talking about. The Qin dynasty had a very short development period and had many shortcomings in various aspects. The main reason for the shortage of crossbow bolts is the lack of iron ore. After this battle ends, whether we win or lose, we still need to find iron or mines. It's not just iron ore. We also need to search for the 3 major mineral resources: gold, silver, and copper. My lord, the enemy has achieved such a victory and has even sent 100,000 troops to Ningxia County. They will definitely think that our Great Qin has no other troops at this time. But our Great Qin still possesses the most powerful army, the Great Qin Imperial Army. Although the Qin Imperial Army is small in number, all of them are cultivators who have entered the 9th rank and have transcended the realm of ordinary people. With their strength, they can easily take on 10 ordinary troops, even elite ones. Isn't our army using guerrilla tactics to maneuver against the enemy? In that case, we can disguise ourselves as an attacking force, lure out an enemy unit, and annihilate them. Luo Qinghuan's solution was simple. Use the formidable strength of the Qin Imperial Army to lure out an enemy force, annihilate it, and thus deter the enemy. As for the effect, we'll only know once the plan is successfully implemented. After hearing these words, Qin Anyang turned around and looked at the Qin Imperial Army behind him. 2,000 people in total. These 2,000 men were not the entirety of the Qin Imperial Army. The Qin Imperial Army has grown to over 5,000 men, and they are all women of exceptional beauty. But, of the more than 5,000 soldiers in the Qin Dynasty Army, only more than 2,000 were able to be deployed to the battlefield. And here, there are a full 2,000 people. The remaining 3,000 plus Qin Imperial soldiers were still practicing martial arts at Yongtai Jinshan, near the Imperial City. Looking at the 2,000 white-clad, ethereal Qin Imperial soldiers before him, Qin Anyang revealed a satisfied smile. This is his private army. Their combat strength goes without saying. Ordinary people are simply no match for them. You all heard what Madam just said, didn't you? Yes, sir. 2,000 Qin Imperial soldiers responded in unison, but each of them lowered their voices, so the harmony of the 2,000 was not very loud. The enemy's temporary camp is just ahead, about 15 miles away from us. Tonight, in the latter half of the night, we will launch a surprise attack on the enemy camp. Our main objective is to lure out a detachment of enemy troops and annihilate them. This battle, my request is not high, sir. If the enemy sends out a force of more than 30,000, each of you must kill at least 10 enemy soldiers, and you cannot be injured. If it's an enemy force, and their numbers are less than 20,000, work together to wipe them out completely, leave no one alive. After a brief pause, Qin Anyang glanced around from left to right, then looked straight ahead and shouted, "Is it possible?" Qin Anyang didn't ask the 2,000 Qin Imperial soldiers if they had confidence. Instead, he directly asked them if they could do it. This is a form of trust, and also a form of self-confidence. Because the Qin Imperial Army is very strong. Faced with Qin Anyang's question, the 2,000 Qin Imperial soldiers answered in unison without hesitation. Able. Chapter 354. It's okay to be injured, but not to die. Night falls. Inside the temporary camp of the Anwu Kingdom's army, Xia Yuan unusually set out a table of food and wine and had a couple of drinks. Drinking is actually not allowed when the army is out in the field. But Xia Yuan couldn't help feeling so happy. Since assuming the position of Grand General for the rehabilitation of the Qin dynasty, he has fought against the Qin, but there has been no clear victory or defeat. However, the battles have been particularly frustrating. That's right, it's frustrating. It's a state of having power but nowhere to use it. But now it's all right. According to the messages that came back, the pursuit battle was, overall, a victory for Anwu's anti-revolutionary army. Another resounding victory. Although the losses were not small, those who died were a group of hastily assembled militiamen, and their importance to the main army was not the highest. After all, a group of militia members formed on a temporary basis only needs to be given some weapons and equipment. Those who are killed in action will receive some compensation. Apart from that, the losses for Anwu Kingdom were not significant. I wonder how things are going with Lu Jun and the others. Xia Yuan looked up at the bright moon in the night sky, a hint of sorrow on his face. His biggest worry was still over there. No matter how fierce the fighting is here, it's just a temporary skirmish and can't change the course of the battle at all. To end this rebellion, it is ultimately necessary to destroy the stronghold of these Qin rebels and kill their leaders. Only in this way will the rebellion stop. General, something terrible has happened. Just then, a panicked voice rang out from outside the camp. Xia Yuan's face darkened, and he abruptly stood up, turning to look in the direction of the sound. What happened again? Soon, a scout rushed over, pointed to the left rear, and said breathlessly, "General, another group of rebels has attacked. They want to ambush us. How dare these traitors launch a sneak attack?" Xia Yuan looked astonished. He couldn't understand how these rebels, who had just suffered a defeat, could possibly have any troops left to fight them. The most important point. Crossbow bolts. These rebels have run out of crossbow bolts. A powerful crossbow without bolts is nothing but a burden. How dare they do that? Could it be that these rebels have crossbows again? Xia Yuan murmured to himself, unable to think of any other reason why these rebels would be so confident in launching another sneak attack, besides the newly arrived crossbows. But, so what if we have crossbows? At most 2,000 or 3,000 crossbow bolts, which won't cause much damage to our army. Since that's the case, Xia Yuan snapped out of his daze, glanced around, and immediately gave an order to one of the generals. Zhao Long, you immediately lead 30,000 troops to ambush and kill these rebels. You must kill them and achieve a great victory. Yes, General. Zhao Long cupped his hands in a respectful gesture and replied loudly. He was tall and wore a silver armor, looking incredibly powerful and imposing. His combat strength is also considerable, but it is somewhat inferior to that of Lu Jun and others. But how many of those who become generals and lead an army in battle are weak? As soon as Xia Yuan gave the order, the army in the temporary camp was mobilized immediately. The army of 30,000 was quickly assembled. Among these 30,000 troops, some were soldiers who had returned from the previous night raid and pursuit battle. Most of the soldiers were exhausted, but some of them, who were physically strong, managed to pull through. Zhao Long led an army of 30,000 men, leaving the camp under the moonlight, to ambush the invading Qin army. The 30,000-strong army, including Zhao Long himself, was full of confidence in this sniping battle and believed that they would surely win. However, at this moment, about 2 kilometers away from the temporary camp of the Anwu Kingdom's army, Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan stood side by side. Qin Anyang held a long sword in his hand. The sword looked very simple, but its sharp blade, illuminated by the moonlight, sent a chill down one's spine. Luo Qinghuan stood beside him, holding the immortal slaying sword. This sword had been with Luo Qinghuan for some time, and was still as sharp as it had been. Behind the two stood 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers, clad in white robes and exuding an ethereal aura. Every soldier in the Qin imperial army wielded an exquisitely crafted longsword, all of identical design and extremely sharp. They're here. Suddenly, Luo Qinghuan spoke up. Upon hearing this, the 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers tightened their grip on their long swords in unison. They are ready for battle. Looking at the dark forest ahead, Qin Anyang felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. This was his first time on the battlefield, his first real battlefield experience. The person in front is just giving instructions. But this time it's different. This time, he will wield a long sword and personally lead the charge to kill the enemy. As a master of the 9th rank, he was not afraid to face a group of ordinary soldiers on the battlefield, even if these soldiers were elite troops. There's no way around it. Being a 9th rank master, that's just how confident I am. Certainly, his main source of confidence was Luo Qinghuan, who was by his side. With such a skilled protector, there's absolutely no need to worry. Qin Anyang turned to face the 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers and said solemnly, "Listen up, everyone. When the enemy comes, we'll lure them back first. Once we've built up distance, we'll engage them in battle and try to annihilate them in one fell swoop. At the same time, I demand that you can be injured, but you cannot die. Anyone who gets injured, especially if it affects their combat effectiveness, must immediately step down and is no longer allowed to fight as a main combatant. They can only assist the other sisters in their battles. Killing the enemy is one thing, but I don't want to see any of you left here. We can kill fewer enemies, but you cannot have a single one die." Upon hearing this, the 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers displayed a variety of expressions and complex emotions. Most of these women were born into wealthy families and enjoyed a great deal of luxury and wealth. Who would have thought? Will we ever end up in this situation? But, regardless, they felt fortunate because they had a good master. The group of women secretly resolved that once the battle began, they would kill as many enemies as possible to repay the master's kindness. If it weren't for the master, they would still be selling smiles in brothels all over the country. How could they be where they are today? During this period of time, they received a lot of training and transformed from ordinary people into practitioners. Although their natural talents are limited, and they may never reach a very high level in their lifetime, they are still far beyond what ordinary people can compare to. Today, any one of them, if placed anywhere, would not be looked down upon. Just then, Luo Qinghuan's eyes narrowed, and she spoke again. Retreat. The sound wasn't loud, but all 2,000 Qin soldiers present could hear it. Upon receiving the order, the 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers did not hesitate and immediately turned around and ran to the rear. They realized that the enemy was attacking. Chapter 355: The Road to the Underworld. The traitors are trying to escape. Chase them. Damn it. You think you can just run away now that you're here? Kill them. Don't let them escape. Brothers, kill. Tonight, we must kill these traitors. Zhao Long led an army of 30,000 men and charged forward. Upon discovering the presence of the Qin army, the 30,000 men went into a frenzy. Victory seemed to be just around the corner. Damn it! These rebels have so few troops. How dare they launch a sneak attack on us? The rebels are out of crossbows. Everyone, kill them. They have no crossbows, let's kill them. Compared to Zhao Long's 30,000-strong army, Qin Anyang's 2,000-strong Qin Imperial Army was indeed extremely quiet. During the march, apart from occasionally glancing back, none of the 2,000 men uttered a word. The two sides chased and fled, and the distance between them slowly closed. And that was exactly what Qin Anyang wanted. When the distance between the two sides was less than 100 meters, Qin Anyang raised his long sword and roared angrily. Kill! His voice wasn't very loud, but it was loud enough for the 2,000 Qin soldiers to hear. After all, they had already memorized the master's voice. 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers stopped in their tracks, turned to face the enemy behind them, their expressions serious, their beautiful eyes gleaming with cold light. Hey, what are these traitors up to? They dare to stop? Do they want to fight us? Ha! Since the traitors want to die, brothers, let them have their way. Kill them. Many soldiers of Anwu Kingdom became increasingly frenzied. In their view, the Qin soldiers stopping to engage them in direct combat was tantamount to courting death. Zhao Long's expression was extremely solemn at this moment. He keenly sensed that something was amiss. The group of rebels in front of us is completely different from the rebels that our army usually faces. However, although there were doubts and questions in my heart, the arrow was already on the bowstring and had to be released. The distance of 100 meters gave Zhao Long very little time to think before the two armies met. Kill them. Brothers, kill. With the shouts of the soldiers, the night battle officially began. Although Zhao Long had doubts, he could only put them aside and step forward to fight the enemy, sword in hand, in the face of the situation. Kill! Zhao Long roared and, relying on his superior strength, charged forward at the forefront. As Zhao Long attacked, two valiant Qin soldiers behind Qin Anyang, wielding longswords, stepped forward to meet him. Two figures dressed in white charged out under the moonlight and engaged Zhao Long in battle. Kill! Zhao Long roared, showing no fear as he looked at the two men approaching. He brandished his longsword and slashed at them. However, in just one glance, Zhao Long's expression changed drastically, his heart filled with fear. Wrong. Something's off about this group. This kind of strength is something that ordinary armies simply cannot possess. Realizing this, Zhao Long acted decisively and without hesitation loudly gave the order. Retreat! Retreat! Don't get entangled with the rebels, retreat. The order to retreat came so suddenly that it caught the 30,000-strong army off guard. Retreat! The 30,000 soldiers were filled with great confusion. Why were they being asked to retreat? But Zhao Long had no time to explain to them at this moment. He was overwhelmed by the attacks from the two Qin imperial soldiers. These two Qin imperial army soldiers were the best among the 2,000 Qin imperial army soldiers. Whether it was their appearance or their martial arts talent, they were all top-notch. While the other Qin imperial soldiers were still at the 9th rank of cultivation, the two of them had already entered the 7th rank. This clearly demonstrates just how formidable their strength is. Among the Qin imperial army, there are as many as 7 female guards at the same level as the two. Two female guards with 7th grade cultivation levels faced no pressure whatsoever when fighting Zhao Long, who also had 7th grade cultivation levels. The overwhelming superiority of their strength made Zhao Long suffer greatly from their attacks. He wants to quit. but the current situation leaves him no room to retreat. However, even worse off than Zhao Long were the 30,000 troops. The moment the 30,000 troops met the 2,000 troops, the situation immediately became one-sided. 2,000 white-clad, ethereal Qin imperial soldiers, wielding long swords, slaughtered Zhao Long's 30,000-strong army with ease, as if cutting melons and vegetables. Crack. With each strike of the sword, a soldier fell to the blade. At this moment, the advantage in numbers seemed so pale and powerless. Qin Anyang, also wielding a long sword, fought his way in and out of the enemy ranks 7 times under Luo Qinghuan's protection. From initial discomfort to gradual adaptation, and finally to enjoying it. Slaughter. It can be addictive. Devils. They are devils. We can't win. There's no way we can fight this. Retreat. Retreat now. Don't go up there and get yourself killed. Retreat immediately. Damn it. People in the back, stop pushing forward and get back. I'll fight you to the death. They came in fiercely, and now they're in a sorry state. In a single encounter, Zhao Long's 30,000-strong army suffered at least 3,000 casualties. And this number of casualties is still increasing at a rapid pace. Tonight, it was destined to be an eventful night. The bright moon hangs high in the sky, and its light shines down, covering the Qingyun mountain range with a thin layer of silver light. However, in one of the places, covered in silver light, a streak of blood shattered the beautiful scene. The killing is underway. Zhao Long's 30,000-strong army was now desperately trying to escape this place. However, the mountain road was rugged and uneven, and the various trees blocked their way, which not only prevented them from escaping quickly, but also caused quite a bit of panic. The difference in strength between the two sides is not even in the same league. The advantage in numbers is no longer of any use. 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers, their expressions indifferent, held long swords and ruthlessly plundered one life after another. They had only one thought in their minds, to carry out the master's orders. The master ordered them to kill all these people. All they had to do was to do their best. Nothing else mattered. Time passed second by second. For those Anwu soldiers who are still alive, every minute and every second is torture. Die. I've never been so close. They fled for their lives, desperate to leave this place, as if death itself was claiming them from behind. However, the previous pursuit had made them travel too far, and they were still quite a distance from the army's temporary camp. This distance became their path to the underworld. Chapter 356. Where did the rebels get so many troops? The blood stained their white robes, making the already beautiful female guards appear even more eerie. Qin Anyang had killed more than 30 enemies, and just as he was about to charge forward to continue killing, Luo Qinghuan stopped him. My husband, leave the rest to the Qin imperial army. Hearing this, Qin Anyang was somewhat disappointed, but looking at the scattered group of deserters in front of him, his interest was also greatly diminished. All right. Luo Qinghuan took out a handkerchief from her bosom and gently wiped the bloodstains from Qin Anyang's face with tender eyes. My husband's strength is increasing rapidly. At this rate, it won't be long before he breaks through to the 8th rank. Qin Anyang glanced at Luo Qinghuan but didn't reply. Instead, he changed the subject and said, the Qin imperial army is indeed powerful. Tonight's battle will result in the annihilation of at least 20,000 enemy troops, which will be a significant blow to the enemy forces. Once the enemy general learns of this, he will certainly take precautions, and it will be difficult for our army to achieve such results again. Luo Qinghuan smiled slightly and said, if they know, then they know. Letting the enemy know that our great Qin has such a powerful army will make them hesitate to act rashly and dare not be as reckless as before. That's true. Qin Anyang nodded, expressing his deep agreement with this statement. The strength of the Qin imperial army was indeed somewhat beyond his imagination. Judging from the situation, even if the enemy's forces doubled, it wouldn't be a difficult task for these 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers. Certainly, besides the formidable strength of the Qin imperial army itself, there were also many external factors that contributed to achieving such a record. Otherwise, it would be virtually impossible to reach that point. Not long after, as the battle drew to a close, Qin imperial troops gradually returned to their posts. These women, from their initial ethereal white attire to their current bewitching red robes, seemed like a completely different group of people. The strong smell of blood emanating from him was somewhat unsettling. On Zhao Long's side, at first, he was entangled in a fight with two female guards who were at the 7th grade cultivation level, but later it turned into 5 female guards pressing him down. After a short while, he was covered in injuries. The loss of a large amount of blood made his movements increasingly slow, and coupled with the long period of high-intensity fighting, his body was extremely tired. Finally, because of a single misstep, he was pierced through the heart by a sword and died on the spot. Zhao Long's death officially brought this night battle to an end. 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers. He's injured. No one was killed. Let's go? Qin Anyang raised his hand and waved, signaling all the female guards to leave. They won a great victory, but there wasn't a single word of praise, not even a superfluous one. It was as if all of this was perfectly normal. 2,000 female guards followed silently behind, but their hearts were not as calm as they appeared. A group of people disappeared into the night. But after they left, the temporary camp of Anwu Kingdom was in an uproar. General, something terrible has happened. General, something terrible has happened. From a great distance, the scouts' panicked shouts could be heard. Inside the camp, Xia Yuan's face darkened upon hearing this, and a sense of unease welled up in his heart. Has something happened to the army? Thinking of this, Xia Yuan got up and left the camp, heading towards the direction from which the sound came from. Halfway there, they encountered the returning scouts. General, something terrible has happened. What exactly happened? The two spoke almost simultaneously. Then the scout pointed behind him, his face filled with fear, and said, General, the rebels have a very powerful army. General Zhao's 30,000 troops are no match for them. Xia Yuan's pupils contracted. He took 2 steps forward, reached out his right hand, and grabbed the scout's collar, angrily saying, You're saying the rebels have a powerful army? Zhao Long's 30,000 troops were completely helpless against those rebels. Yes. The scout was somewhat frightened and couldn't help but swallow hard. It was the first time he had ever seen the general with such an expression. General, those rebels are all dressed in white and wielding long swords. They've killed our soldiers without any chance to fight back. And they're all women. Xia Yuan's face twitched, and he forcibly suppressed his anger, slowly releasing his grip. Where's Zhao Long? Since they can't defeat those rebels, Zhao Long should have already led his troops to retreat, right? The scout shook his head and said, Qin army, when I returned to report, General Zhao had already ordered a retreat, but... Just what? Xia Yuan roared. But those rebels wouldn't let our army retreat at all. They kept chasing and killing our soldiers. I don't know what happened after that. Waste. Xia Yuan couldn't help but curse. He was truly furious. These rebels were just too troublesome. Despite the fighting, there's still an army left. Moreover, judging from the situation, their combat strength is not weak. Damn it. Where did the rebels get so many troops? With such a powerful army, why not send it to the Lansong County defense line battle? Damn it. A bunch of sons who have no anus. Not good. Xia Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Quickly, send someone to Ningxia County immediately to inform them that the rebels also have a powerful army, and warn them to be extremely careful. Yes, General. A general answered loudly, and immediately went to make arrangements for the matter. At this moment, a general spoke hesitantly. General Liu and his men have been in Ningxia County for several days. They have probably already arrived in Ningxia County, and may have already fought with the rebels there. This humble general does not believe that after so much time has passed, the rebels would not know that we sent 90,000 troops to attack them. And now, the fact that the rebels could send out such a powerful army means that General Liu and the others. The general didn't continue speaking, but everyone on the battlefield knew what he was going to say next. The army led by Lu Jun, Ba Shang, and Yang Wei has probably met with misfortune. The thought of this outcome filled everyone present with fear and trembling. No. Impossible. Xia Yuan shook his head, his expression somber, yet he maintained a calm mind. I know Lu Jun and the other two very well. Even if the rebels in Ningxia County are very powerful and have set up an ambush against them, it is absolutely impossible for them to be completely wiped out. I estimate that the rebels launched this attack tonight in an attempt to throw our army into disarray. Chapter 357, Seeking Aid from Nanling Prefecture. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately felt that it made sense. They were well aware of Lu Jun, Ba Shang, and Yang Wei's abilities in leading troops into battle. The rebels could at most ambush them, but they could never annihilate them. Even Lu Jun and his two companions will launch a counterattack. Go. Immediately send someone out to notify all our troops stationed outside, instructing them to drop everything and return to the main camp immediately. The rebels have such a powerful army. I don't know why they waited until now to use it. But once this army is deployed, the rebels will not give up. Given the strength this army has demonstrated so far, if our troops are scattered, they will surely be defeated one by one. Immediately recall all troops and, taking advantage of our numerical superiority, slowly advance to join forces with the army led by Lu Jun and his two companions. Although Xia Yuan was furious, he remained clear-headed and quickly devised a corresponding countermeasure. Meanwhile, those soldiers who had managed to escape with their lives from Zhao Long's 30,000-strong army ran back to their camp in terror. However, the number of people is not large. Many soldiers did not flee towards the main camp. Instead, they chose to leave the battlefield and become deserters. They were terrified of being beaten. 30,000 troops facing 2,000 enemy soldiers should have been an overwhelming victory, but instead they were slaughtered like vegetables. This outcome terrified them to the core, leaving them with no courage to participate in the next battle. The return of these soldiers also brought back information about the situation on the front lines. When Xia Yuan and the others learned that Zhao Long had been killed in battle, and that of the 30,000 troops he led, less than 1 in 10 had survived, a chill ran down their spines. How could the rebel army be so powerful? 2,000 people, they only have 2,000 people. How is this possible? 2,000 people slaughtered an army of 30,000. Could those 2,000 people all be cultivators? A cultivator? Upon hearing this, everyone present changed their expressions drastically. Their pupils widened, and many subconsciously swallowed. Those 2,000 people, could they all really be cultivators? Impossible. How could they all be cultivators? Don't you know that there are very few people who can cultivate? Then how do you explain this? How could someone who isn't a cultivator possibly slaughter an army of 30,000? I don't know either. A group of generals started arguing, the topic of which was whether those 2,000 people were cultivators. Xia Yuan stood to the side with a gloomy face, not saying a word, but a deep unease rose in his heart. 2,000 people massacred 30,000. No matter how you look at it, it's impossible for an ordinary person to do that. But where did all these cultivators come from among the rebels? 2,000 people. Do you really think these are 2,000 cabbages? General, what do we do now? Yes, General, the rebels have such an army. Our soldiers are completely powerless against them. What's the panic? Xia Yuan let out a cold shout and swept his angry gaze over the many generals present. They're just 2,000 cultivators. What are they afraid of? With hundreds of thousands of troops here, even if those rebels had 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to launch a sneak attack on our camp. Upon hearing this, the panic in everyone's hearts gradually subsided. They too had been terrified by the 2,000 cultivators. Even without Xia Yuan's words, they would have realized what was happening in no time. While cultivators are powerful, they are not invincible. The fact that 2,000 men could slaughter an army of 30,000 was not only due to the superior strength of those 2,000 men, but also largely because of the surprise attack. Who would have thought that the rebels, who were already showing signs of defeat, actually had such a powerful army hidden away? And that led to tonight's defeat. But an army of 2,000 cultivators is indeed a considerable problem. Xia Yuan changed the subject. Although he was not afraid of the Qin army, the 2,000 cultivators were a force to be reckoned with. If used properly, these 2,000 men are comparable to an army of tens of thousands. And this was under the circumstances of direct combat. If this army were used for a surprise attack, it would definitely cause considerable trouble for the main force. So, Immediately send someone to Nanling Prefecture to have the prefectural government assemble an army of 100,000 to come to the rescue. Also, gather cultivators in Nanling Prefecture to assist the army in suppressing the rebels. I will write a letter to His Majesty regarding the corresponding losses and rewards. Xia Yuan wouldn't be foolish enough to sacrifice human lives. Those 2,000 cultivators would be suicide for ordinary soldiers. The safest solution to deal with that group is to use people who also cultivate. Certainly, this is not to say that the current army is incapable of dealing with that army, but there is no need to. Although a group of hastily assembled militiamen is not valuable and the death of some is insignificant, the large number of deaths is still a painful blow to Anwu Kingdom. It should be noted that Anwu Kingdom has been at war with neighboring countries for many years, and the male-to-female ratio has already reached a serious level of 1:5. So, while exonerating the guilty party is important, we should still try to minimize casualties. After all, population is the foundation of a country. General, why don't we just gather soldiers and cultivators directly in Shiliang Prefecture? A general asked, puzzled. Shiliang Prefecture. Xia Yuan shook his head helplessly. On the surface, Shiliang Prefecture still seems to belong to my Anwu Kingdom, but in reality, it has already fallen into the hands of rebels. Upon hearing this, everyone present froze, some in disbelief. To be honest, I also admire these rebels. Not only did they rise up quickly, but they also have a knack for governing the country. Those policies, if it can be implemented effectively, the results will be absolutely amazing. Pity. Most of those policies are welfare policies, only spending and not earning. Do these rebels have the financial resources to support such huge expenditures? Xia Yuan admired these rebels from the bottom of his heart. Although the two sides were enemies, the actions of these Qin rebels made him admire them. After this war ends, he will collect all the policies promulgated by the rebels, compile them into a memorial, and submit it to Emperor Wu Feiyang. Even if we don't fully adopt these policies, just applying 1/5 of them to Anwu State would significantly boost the country's strength. Maybe this could also help Anwu Kingdom escape its current predicament and carve out a path to survival among several countries. All right, everyone, let's go and meet up with the returning soldiers. Xia Yuan waved his hand, dismissing the crowd. Tonight's defeat is a heavy blow to the army. We have to find a way to fight back. Chapter 358, A Great Victory. Qin Anyang led 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers to the temporary encampment of the Qin army overnight. Inside the camp, many Qin soldiers had gathered. The two sisters, Xia and Xiaoye, led a large contingent of the Qin imperial army, eagerly awaiting Qin Anyang's return outside the camp. Xiao Shi and Xiao Xiao, two fierce tigers, lay quietly at the feet of the two sisters, looking exactly like two big yellow dogs. Suddenly, the two tigers, Xiaoxi and Xiao Xiao, raised their heads one after the other, stared ahead for a while, and then got up and ran forward. Upon seeing this, Xiaoye was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Master and the others are back." After saying that, Xiaoye took a step and ran forward, following behind the two tigers. Shi followed with a smile on her face. Behind the two sisters, the Qin Imperial Army also took the initiative to go forward to meet them. The two tigers, Xiaoxi and Xiao Xiao, ran extremely fast, covering a great distance in the blink of an eye. Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan walked side by side, chatting as they went, their faces always beaming with smiles. After all, they had won a great victory tonight, and it was time to celebrate. Roar! Just then, two tiger roars came from ahead. "Those two idiots are here." Qin Anyang laughed and cursed, and the moment his words fell, two fierce tigers leaped out of the darkness and pounced on him. Judging from their posture, it seemed as if they were about to attack him. However, the two tigers landed about a meter away from Qin Anyang, then wagged their tails and walked forward. Qin Anyang raised his hand and patted the heads of the two tigers, saying with a smile, "You two know to come out and greet me. Looks like I haven't raised you for nothing." Roar! Xiao Xiao let out a roar, as if complaining about something, while Xiao Shi did not react. Still yelling, Qin Anyang raised his hand and slapped Xiao Xiao without any hesitation. "Order again, and tomorrow's meat price will be halved." Luo Qinghuan stood aside, watching this scene with a smile, without going forward to disturb it. Master! Lady! Xiaoye ran over shouting, stopped in front of the two, looked at Qin Anyang covered in blood, and said with a tense expression, Sir, why are you covered in blood? Are you injured? It's all right. This blood is from the enemy. Qin Anyang waved his hand dismissively. We won a great victory tonight. You should hurry back to camp and have someone prepare hot water. Upon hearing this, Xiaoye's worries immediately subsided, and she said with a smile, Sir, I'll go back and have them prepare hot water right away. After saying that, Xiaoye turned around and ran back to the camp in a hurry, encountering Xia and her group along the way. Xiaoye, why did you come back again? Master and his men have won a great victory. Let's hurry back and prepare hot water. As Xiaoye spoke, she reached out and grabbed Xia, pulling her back to the camp. The Qin Imperial Army soldiers who had followed naturally followed the two back to the camp as well. When Qin Anyang returned to the camp with 2,000 Qin Imperial soldiers, a large crowd had already gathered outside the camp. Chen Yufu, Ho Lingxiu, Bai Zhan, and others were also present. Of course, there are also some people who are not here. The night raid scattered many of them, and they have not been able to contact each other to this day. Upon seeing Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan approach, the crowd waiting there spontaneously bowed and greeted them. Greetings to the Emperor and Empress. Qin Anyang raised his hand in a gesture of support and said, With the army out in the field, there's no need for such formalities. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone agreed in unison, but they wouldn't actually do it. Your Majesty, Xiaoye told me that our army won a great victory tonight. Ho Lingxiu asked. The others listened intently, afraid of missing anything. Qin Anyang said with a smile, Our army did indeed win a great victory tonight, annihilating more than 20,000 enemy soldiers without a single casualty. You can ask them for details later. But before that, let them go back and wash themselves first, otherwise they will feel very uncomfortable covered in blood. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the Qin Imperial Army behind the two men. They had already seen the 2,000 Qin Imperial troops earlier, but they had only glanced at them briefly and hadn't paid much attention to them. Firstly, it was due to the weather, and secondly, it was due to the Emperor and Empress. Now, attention was focused on the 2,000 Qin Imperial soldiers. When they saw the group of female guards in front of them, they were all shocked. Bloodied man. They were a bunch of blood-soaked people. The group of ethereal, white-clad female guards from my memory are gone, replaced by a group of blood fairies. That chilling aura sent shivers down everyone's spines. All right, don't stand here anymore, go back first. If you want to know anything, there will be plenty of time to find out tomorrow. Qin Anyang raised his hand and waved, urging the crowd to disperse. The people gathered there gradually dispersed, and the 2,000 Qin Imperial soldiers returned to their camp and immediately went to wash themselves. As for spare clothes, everyone naturally has 2 sets, so there's no need to worry about not having clothes to change into. As the private army of Emperor Qin Anyang of the Great Qin dynasty, they were entitled to this special treatment. After all, the Qin Imperial Army's status and strength were beyond reproach. When Qin Anyang returned to the camp, he naturally needed to wash himself, and his bathwater had already been prepared. With the help of the sisters Xiaoye and Xia, Qin Anyang cleaned himself up and changed into clean clothes. It was late at night. Inside the camp, however, the fires blazed brightly, and the soldiers gathered in countless small groups, where the female guards of the Qin Imperial Army recounted the glorious results of the night's battle. You wouldn't believe it. When those enemy soldiers saw us charging in, they initially wanted to fight us, but after just one encounter, they were so scared they ran away with their tails between their legs. Ha! Those enemy soldiers thought we were easy to bully because we outnumbered them, but they managed to kill more than a dozen of us. What do you mean by that? Wanxing and I fought our way through the enemy ranks more than a dozen times. Countless enemies have died by our swords. You wouldn't believe it, but tonight the Emperor himself led the charge into battle. Huh? The Emperor himself is fighting on the front lines. No way. Why is the Emperor personally going to fight the enemy? And you all, how could you send the Emperor to fight the enemy? What if something unexpected happens? Ha! Don't worry unnecessarily. The Emperor is very powerful. That's right. Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan sat in front of the wooden house, quietly watching the scene in the camp. Neither of them spoke, but it was clear that both of them were in good spirits. Xiaoya and Xie stood behind the two of them. Every now and then, Xiaoya would lean over and whisper something in Xie's ear. Xie would usually just roll her eyes at her, signaling her to be quiet. Chapter 359: The Way to Break the Stalemate. The next morning, squeak. The door slowly opened, and Qin Anyang walked out of the room. I stretched. Master, why are you up so early? Xie walked over and said with a smile. It's getting late. Qin Anyang shook his head. The war is intense. We can't sleep in like we used to. Master, I'll go fetch a basin of hot water. Xie said with a smile, then turned and walked quickly toward the kitchen not far away. Although the campsite was temporary, the basic facilities were still quite complete. Compared to the temporary camp of the Anwu Kingdom's exoneration army, the temporary camp established by the Qin dynasty had fewer tents and more simple wooden huts. In the mountains and forests, there is no shortage of timber. It can be easily set up and people can live in it. There's no need to take it with you when you evacuate. In some ways, it's even more convenient than a tent. But building a simple wooden house depends on the circumstances. It can't be done at any time. Master, the water has been brought. Xie came over carrying a basin of hot water. Qin Anyang picked up the towel draped over the wooden basin, put it in the water and stirred it a few times, then wrung it out and wiped his face. Go and inform Ho Lingxiu and the others that they should go to the council hall to wait after they finish breakfast. Yes, sir, Xie replied with a smile. By the way, where's Xiaoya? I didn't see her this morning. Qin Anyang was a little puzzled. In the past, the two sisters were inseparable unless instructed to do so. Xiaoya didn't sleep a wink last night. She was listening to the sisters of the Qin family army talk about what happened on the battlefield. Xie said with a smile that she had also gone to bed a little late last night, and her mental state was not as good as before. This girl. Qin Anyang shook his head, his face full of helplessness. Master, should I go and wake her up? Xie asked. Forget it, let her sleep. It's none of her business anyway. Qin Anyang waved his hand and strode towards the kitchen. Xie quickly followed. The kitchen was very basic. It was basically just a wooden shed. At this moment, several female guards were cooking. When they saw Qin Anyang walking over, they quickly put down what they were doing and came to greet him. Master, go on with your work. Qin Anyang waved his hand. Yes, sir. The group replied respectfully, then returned to their posts to continue making breakfast. Qin Anyang walked to the wooden shed, found a stool, and sat down. The stool was newly made, and the workmanship was extremely simple. However, given the current situation, having a chair to sit on is already quite good. Master, I'll go inform General Ho and the others. Go. Qin Anyang waved his hand, and Xie turned and left, leaving him alone sitting there. While waiting, Luo Qinghuan came over accompanied by Cheng Yufu. Luo Qinghuan sat opposite Qin Anyang and asked with a smile, Husband, why did you get up so early today? Can't I get up early once in a while? Qin Anyang replied with a smile. Yes, of course it's possible. Luo Qinghuan continued Qin Anyang's words without exposing him. He was worried about the war, but he insisted on being stubborn. My lord, although last night's battle was fruitful, the Qin Imperial Army was also exposed to the enemy. They can now be more prepared. What are your plans for the upcoming battle? And the enemy still has 3 armies, nearly 100,000 strong, heading towards Ningxia County. What are your plans to do now? Upon hearing this, Qin Anyang frowned and remained silent. The war has come to this point largely because of him, but this is not the time to consider responsibility. What we need to focus on now is how to resolve the current predicament. Over in Ningxia County, send someone back to check the situation first. Before we left, we told Su Xian that if things didn't look good, we should immediately evacuate to Yongtai Jinshan to take shelter. Presumably, Su Xian has already dismissed the people of Ningxia County and led the people of the capital into Yongtai Jinshan. Luo Qinghuan nodded, agreeing with this statement. As for the battle that follows, now that the enemy knows that our great Qin has such an army, they will surely take some defensive measures. Therefore, when our army implements guerrilla tactics, the enemy will absolutely not dare to pursue and kill us as usual. Even if they chased after us, they wouldn't dare pursue us too far. The Qin Imperial Army's deterrent power is undeniable. Before they can deal with these 2,000 men, the enemy will not dare to engage in battle with our army rashly, unless they launch a general offensive. But given the current situation, our army can avoid fighting them and even cede the imperial city. In this situation, the enemy has no way to use their strength. Luo Qinghuan frowned slightly, and after a moment's thought, she understood what he meant. The presence of 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers was indeed a thorny problem for the enemy. Without dealing with these 2,000 men, the enemy will be constrained at every turn, possessing great strength but unable to utilize it effectively. In this way, if they seize this opportunity, they might actually have a chance to turn the tide. My husband, you're right, but there's a very serious problem now. What's the problem? Qin Anyang asked, puzzled. Luo Qinghuan said, the enemy can't do anything to us, but we can't do anything to them either. Although the 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers are intimidating, they are only 2,000 men after all, and they cannot change the current situation. Given enough time, the enemy will surely seek reinforcements. Once their reinforcements arrive, they will be able to hold back the 2,000 soldiers of the great Qin Imperial Army. Our army will have no chance of winning. The Qin Imperial Army has bought us a lot of time, but the fundamental problem is that our army has no way to defeat those hundreds of thousands of enemy troops. For a long time, the Qin dynasty has relied mainly on crossbows to win battles, but now the supply of crossbow bolts is insufficient, and there are also problems in Ningxia County. I'm afraid the arsenal has already stopped production. Without a supply of crossbow bolts, the powerful crossbows not only cannot play their advantage, but are also a burden to our army. That's not all. Without powerful crossbows, the Vermilion Bird Army's combat strength will be greatly reduced. Upon hearing this, Qin Anyang's face darkened. He had been thinking about this problem all night, but he hadn't been able to come up with a good solution. The way to break the deadlock. Given the current situation of the Qin dynasty, it seems not. At this point, neither side could gain the upper hand. On the Anwu Kingdom's side, although they were wary of the 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers, it was only a wary feeling. The campaign to redress these grievances has dragged on for so long, and of the 500,000 troops led by Xia Yuan, over 300,000 remain. 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers, no matter how strong they were still no match for an army of over 300,000. However, Anwu Kingdom did not dare to launch a rash attack. After all, there were 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers there. Chapter 360 The Way to Break the Stalemate 2. Sigh. Qin Anyang sighed helplessly, feeling extremely melancholy. My wife, to be honest, I can't think of any good way to break this deadlock. Just as you said, once the Qin Imperial Army is exposed, the enemy will definitely be on guard. It is impossible to repeat last night's glorious performance. But this battle cannot be avoided. Luo Qinghuan smiled slightly, but the smile was tinged with bitterness. Wasn't she also in a great dilemma? The situation is clear to both sides, and neither can do anything about the other. But the problem is, the Qin dynasty can't afford to drag this out any longer. The 5 prefectures had only been recovered for a short time, and various policies had not yet been fully implemented. The country's strength was only in its initial stage. If we lose this battle, the consequences will be unimaginable. The Qin dynasty cannot afford to lose. The Qin dynasty of today is not like it used to be, when its only territory was a small area called Ningxia County. Losing isn't a big deal. At most, we'll just have to retreat back to Yongtai Jinshan. But now, I lost, and I want to start over. It's very, very difficult. My lord, my lady, breakfast is ready. Cheng Yufu spoke softly, having overheard their conversation. She also had no way to break the deadlock in this battle. Let's have breakfast first before we talk about anything. Perhaps General Ho and his men might have a way to resolve the current predicament. Upon hearing this, Qin Anyang turned to look at Ho Lingxiu beside him and said with a smile, Yufu, you're right. Perhaps Ho Lingxiu and the others have a way to resolve the current predicament. In that case, pass this message on and make sure everyone in the camp knows about it. Whoever can come up with a solution will be richly rewarded by me. Cheng Yufu said with a smile. Master, There are tens of thousands of people in the camp. Just wait for the reward. Then we'll have to see what they're capable of. Qin Anyang replied with a smile, then picked up his bowl and chopsticks and began to eat breakfast. Wife, stop daydreaming and eat breakfast first. Luo Qinghuan nodded, picked up her bowl and chopsticks with a heavy heart, and ate her breakfast half-heartedly. Seeing this, Qin Anyang shook his head helplessly, but did not say anything more. You Fu, don't stand here. Go get a bowl and chopsticks and sit down to eat with us. Sir, isn't this a bit inappropriate? What's wrong with that? I told you to go, so go? Doesn't the master's word count? Master, I'll go right away. Cheng Yufu said with a smile, and turned to get the bowl and chopsticks. But as soon as she turned around, a female guard handed her the bowl and chopsticks. Sister Yufu, here you go. Cheng Yufu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled in response. Thanks. After saying thank you, Cheng Yufu took the bowl and chopsticks, returned to the table, and sat down to eat with Qin Anyang and his wife. This scene, witnessed by the female guards, filled them with envy. Not long after breakfast, Ho Lingxiu and the others arrived one after another, while Cheng Yufu, accompanied by some female guards, went to deliver Qin Anyang's mission. Qin Anyang stood up and walked out of the kitchen. Standing in front of everyone, he glanced at the people present and said in a deep voice, Now that everyone has arrived, I will get straight to the point. I'm sure you already have some guesses about why I've brought you here. At the moment, the war between the Qin dynasty and the Anwu kingdom was in a stalemate where neither side could gain the upper hand, with each side having its own advantages and disadvantages. But there is a very serious problem. The Qin dynasty is powerless to continue its efforts, while Anwu kingdom has a country supporting it from behind and can send reinforcements to its aid at any time. The longer the delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for the Qin dynasty. So, I have summoned you here so that you may consider whether you have any solutions to break this deadlock. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Many of them had already noticed this problem beforehand, but they hadn't thought about it in detail. When Qin Anyang brought this up, everyone couldn't help but wonder how they could win this battle. Ho Lingxiu was the first to step forward and say, Your Majesty, I believe that the biggest problem facing the Great Qin at present is the insufficient supply of crossbows. With enough crossbow bolts, breaking this stalemate would be no problem at all. Before Qin Anyang could reply, Luo Xingho retorted, General Ho, what you said is indeed correct, but the situation in Ningxian County is very bad. The arsenal has already stopped production and is unable to provide our army with crossbows at all. Therefore, it is almost impossible to break this stalemate with crossbows. Pang Liren then offered a different perspective. Brother Luo, what you said makes sense, but you've overlooked one point. Although the arsenal can no longer operate, the people inside it are still there. They just need to move to a new location and rebuild the arsenal as quickly as possible. Then they can continue to supply our army with crossbows. With crossbows, our army can break the current stalemate. Luo Xingho shook his head and said, Brother Pang, you are right. Rebuilding the arsenal is indeed a good choice, but where will the iron ore come from? Iron ore is heavy and difficult to carry. Once the arsenal is moved, there is not enough iron ore available, so they can't forge many crossbows at all. If the production of crossbow bolts cannot be increased, the current situation cannot be changed. For a time, everyone offered their opinions on the topic of crossbows, but they were unable to come up with a perfect solution. Once one problem is solved, a new one will emerge. Even later on, many people came up with ways to break the deadlock without resorting to force, but none of them worked. After going around in circles, the topic eventually returned to crossbows. The Qin dynasty was able to reach its current state primarily because it possessed the powerful crossbow, and now, to break this stalemate, it still needs to rely on the crossbow. Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan stood to the side, their brows furrowed, listening to the discussion. My wife, what are your thoughts on what they said? Luo Qinghuan shook her head and said, What they said is indeed correct, and these are all the problems that Great Qin is currently facing. It begins with a strong arrow and ends with a strong arrow. If the Qin dynasty wants to break the current deadlock, it probably really needs to work on its crossbows. Upon hearing this, Qin Anyang sighed inwardly. How could he not want to make use of the crossbow? Thinking about it is one thing, doing it is another. Just then, Xiaoya, who had just woken up, walked over with sleepy eyes and mumbled incoherently. Master, Xia just told me that the Great Qin is facing some very troublesome difficulties. Is that true? Qin Anyang rolled his eyes at Xiaoya, not in the mood to pay her any attention. However, Xiaoya was somewhat dissatisfied, pouting and saying angrily, Sir, have you forgotten about the gunpowder factory? Chapter 361 The Shock of the Crowd. Gunpowder factory? A glint of light flashed in Qin Anyang's eyes, and his mind suddenly cleared. How could I have forgotten that? Patting his forehead, Qin Anyang felt a pang of self-reproach. He had actually forgotten his own strengths. Gunpowder, such a powerful weapon, was something that changed an era. If this item were used in war, it would completely change the current situation. The current problem will also be solved. Xiaoya's words not only startled Qin Anyang, but also everyone present. A gunpowder factory? That's right, besides the arsenal, doesn't our Great Qin also have a gunpowder factory? To be honest, the gunpowder factory had virtually no presence since its establishment. I've seen gunpowder before. I witnessed it firsthand when the emperor experimented with it. Its power was like divine thunder destroying the world. Is it really that exaggerated? If you had witnessed the power of gunpowder, you would never have said such a thing. With such powerful weapons here, why weren't they deployed to the battlefield before? It's probably because the technology isn't mature enough to supply the battlefield. In the entire Qin dynasty, only the emperor himself truly understands gunpowder. The people at the gunpowder factory are probably still in the process of exploration and experimentation. Luo Qinghuan frowned and asked, Husband, is it possible that the gunpowder factory is producing gunpowder and deploying it on the battlefield at this time? It's a bit difficult. Qin Anyang replied in a deep voice. However, it's not impossible. With some effort, resolving the current predicament is entirely possible. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan's face lit up with joy, and she said excitedly, My lord, what are you waiting for? Let's return to the capital now, develop gunpowder, and win this war. Okay, let me make some arrangements. You go and organize the manpower. We'll return to the capital shortly. I'll go right away. Luo Qinghuan responded, turned around, and called to Cheng Yufu, then quickly left to arrange their return journey. The return to the capital should be as fast as possible, so the number of people should not be too large, and their strength should be sufficient. Within the camp, only 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers met this condition. Of course, there were more than 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers in the camp, but the rest of the Qin imperial army was not strong, and were even weaker than ordinary soldiers. Bringing them along would not only be useless, but would also be a burden. Qin Anyang watched Luo Qinghuan leave, then looked at everyone present and raised his hand to press down. Everyone, please be quiet. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd gradually quieted down. Wait, the emperor and empress will lead 2,000 Qin imperial army soldiers back to the capital as quickly as possible to go to the gunpowder factory to develop gunpowder. I don't know how long it will take. I have only one request. We must not act rashly before we return. We only need to hold off the enemy. You can make appropriate use of the deterrent power of the Qin imperial army, but you must never reveal that the Qin imperial army has already left. At the same time, you also need to send more men to gather the scattered Qin soldiers and wait for the opportunity to counterattack. Qin Anyang gave instructions on everything he could think of, leaving nothing out. Qin Anyang didn't know how things would develop, but he had done all he could. The rest depends on whether Lady Luck will smile upon the Qin dynasty. Half an hour later, under the watchful eyes of Ho Lingxiu and the others, Qin Anyang led 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers away from the camp and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Ningxian County Town. Inside the city, 90,000 troops gathered in front of the city gate, ready to set out at any time. Lu Jun, Yang Wei, and Ba Sheng stood at the very front of the army, facing the 90,000-strong force. A chilling atmosphere hung over the place. Fellow soldiers. Ba Sheng stepped forward and shouted loudly. He was already tall and strong, so his voice was naturally much louder. Marching into battle. As Ba Sheng roared, the 90,000-strong army marched towards Zenonba, the capital of the Qin dynasty. However, at this time, the Qin capital was deserted. The city was desolate. A cool breeze swept through, stirring up a few withered leaves on the ground. 2 lanterns hanging on the gates of the houses on both sides of the street swayed in the wind. Crunch, crunch. It was unclear whose door hadn't been properly closed, but it was making intermittent creaking noises. Lu Jun, Yang Wei, and Ba Sheng led an army of 90,000 men and arrived at the Qin capital without any obstacles. The moment the Qin imperial city came into view, all 3 of them were stunned by what they saw. Is this the traitor's lair? Damn it! How long have these rebels been operating here? Are they really a bunch of traitors? The area is filled with residences, restaurants, and shops, and a wide avenue, more than 10 meters wide, is paved with bluestone slabs. At the edge of the horizon, a city stands there. The scene before them made the 3 of them feel unreal. How long had it been since a group of rebels started their rebellion? However, the scene displayed here, apart from being somewhat lacking in scale, is completely comparable to the capital of a prefecture. My God, is this the rebels' headquarters? I can't believe this is the rebels' lair. When did they build a city? Damn it! Those corrupt officials in Shiliang Prefecture, every single one of them, deserves to have their families confiscated and their entire clans exterminated. The group of soldiers were also incredibly shocked. Compared to Lu Jun and his 2 companions, these soldiers were even more furious. Who would willingly risk their life on the battlefield for no reason? It's one thing if foreign enemies invade. But now, the fact that such a powerful group of rebels had emerged from within the city walls speaks volumes. They simply couldn't believe that the officials of Shiliang Prefecture hadn't known a thing about building such a large complex. What a bunch of corrupt officials. Countless soldiers were cursing inwardly, and some hot-tempered soldiers even uttered the curses directly without any restraint. The insults they used were incredibly nasty. It can be said that he cursed every official in Shiliang Prefecture, starting from their ancestors for 18 generations. Not just once, but many, many times. These traitors are truly a surprise. Lu Jun couldn't help but sigh. He now truly admired these rebels, or more accurately, he admired their leader. The fact that this place has been transformed into what it is, and judging from the current situation, it is still under continuous expansion. Such a scale can only be described as defying the heavens. Let's go take a look. Lu Jun raised his hand and waved, beckoning Yang Wei and Ba Sheng to walk forward. Upon seeing this, the 90,000 troops behind the 3 men slightly subsided their cursing and gripped their weapons tightly as they followed. Chapter 362 Thunderclap. The 90,000-strong army marched in a mighty procession toward the Qin capital. At first, the soldiers were worried that there might be an ambush here. However, their worries were destined to be unnecessary. There wasn't a single person in sight, not even a dog. It was a completely deserted city. Realizing this, the soldiers became bolder and their guard lessened considerably. It seems those rebels have already fled, Lu Jun said helplessly. They may run away, but they can't hide. A bunch of rats can escape. But I, the general, will order my brothers to destroy this place. Ba Sheng said angrily. He had been holding back his anger and wanted to vent it for a long time. Unfortunately, I've never had the chance. Even if Ningxuan City, that wretched place, were destroyed, it wouldn't make much of a difference. But it's different here. This place is clearly the result of the traitors' careful planning. If they can't catch anyone, can't they at least destroy this place? Destroy this place, and let those traitors taste the bitterness of life. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei glanced at Ba Sheng, but did not say anything to stop Ba Sheng's behavior. Brother Ba, Lu Jun called out, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end he just shook his head helplessly and said nothing. Seeing that neither of them objected, Ba Sheng had no more hesitation. He immediately stopped and turned to face the 90,000-strong army behind him. Fellow soldiers, this place is the stronghold of the rebels. As you can see, the rebels don't dare to face us at all. Knowing that we are coming to kill them, they ran away long ago. They may have run away, but we're not going to have come all this way for nothing. Ba Sheng raised his hand and pointed to the courtyard on the side. Do you see these courtyards? Upon hearing this, the soldiers all nodded subconsciously, their faces showing a hint of confusion. Now, search these courtyards. If you encounter any rebels, don't stay behind. Kill them all. Take everything of value, and destroy anything you can't take. At last, after you've searched a yard, don't forget to set it on fire. Upon hearing this, a group of soldiers went wild, running in twos and threes towards the houses on both sides of the road. The soldiers at the rear were initially confused, not knowing what had happened, and many even thought they had been ambushed by rebels. However, not long after, news came from the front, and upon hearing it, all the soldiers went wild. Lu Jun, Yang Wei, and Ba Sheng remained where they were, not participating in the events. Along with the three men, there were about 1,000 soldiers who were Lu Jun and his companions' personal guards. Lu Jun squinted as he took in the surrounding scene, watching the soldiers rush towards the houses like a pack of hungry wolves, and felt a sense of disgust. This practice is tantamount to robbery. But he also understood that this was an unavoidable scene after the army had won a battle. Not long after, as the first wisp of black smoke rose, it was as if a fuse had been lit, and wisps of black smoke rose one after another. Smoke quickly enveloped the area, and from a distance, Zenonba looked like a sea of fire. Let's go take a look at that city up ahead. Lu Jun's voice was somewhat low. After saying this, he ignored Yang Wei and Ba Sheng's reactions and strode forward on his own. Seeing this, the two looked at each other and then followed. The three of them slowly walked towards the imperial city of Qin. The further they went, the stronger the atmosphere of prosperity became. Even though this place has been damaged by those soldiers, its former prosperity cannot be concealed. Standing in front of the imperial city gate, the three looked up at the gate up close, where a golden plaque hung with two large characters. Great Qin. The Great Qin. The three of them read it out almost simultaneously. So this group of rebels named their country Great Qin, Lu Jun exclaimed. Snort. Ba Sheng snorted coldly and said disdainfully, what good is it for a bunch of rats to build a country? They'll only end up dead. Yang Wei turned his head and glanced at Ba Sheng, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. What an idiot. Since the start of the war against the Qin rebels, how much suffering and hardship have we endured? He still acts like a fool. Let's go in and take a look. Yang Wei shook his head and then walked into the imperial city. Seeing this, the guards behind him rushed forward and pushed open the city gate. However, just as the city gate opened a crack, boom, a thunderous roar erupted, and several soldiers who stepped forward to push open the city gate were thrown several meters away. Thump thump. They fell to the ground with dull thuds, their fate unknown. Yang Wei was also in bad shape at this moment. He was closest to the city gate and was hit quite hard. Brother Yang, are you all right? Lu Jun asked anxiously. What the hell is going on? Ba Sheng stared blankly at the shattered city gate in front of him. I'm fine. Yang Wei shook his head, took a few steps back, and stared solemnly at the city gate in front of him. Brother Lu, did you see clearly what just happened? No, Lu Jun said with a solemn expression. It happened so suddenly. I wasn't paying attention to this at all. So what do we do now? Let the soldiers in the city stop first. Do not make any rash moves before you understand the situation here, so as to avoid a repeat of this situation. Yang Wei nodded in agreement with Lu Jun's words, and then gave a wink to the guard beside him. Go, notify everyone to immediately stop the search and leave this area. Yes, General. One of the guards replied respectfully, then turned and called to a group of soldiers, and they ran into the city. Should we go in there? Ba Sheng asked, unsure of what to do, as the previous scene had been far too bizarre. He may be reckless, but he's not stupid. Brother Yang, what do you think? Lu Jun didn't answer Ba Sheng's question, but instead asked Yang Wei. Yang Wei frowned, staring intently at the city gate. After the gate was destroyed, the scene inside the city could be seen directly. He really wanted to go inside and take a look. But the physical pain constantly reminded him that he couldn't go in. Just then, boom, a huge explosion rang out, and Lu Jun and the others immediately turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound. The smoke obscured the view, but it did not stop the terrifying flames from shooting into the sky. This is, Lu Jun murmured. Damn it. We can't stay here any longer. We have to get out. Yang Wei said angrily that he dared not stay there any longer and called on everyone to leave. Let's go. After saying that, Yang Wei endured the pain in his body and ran back the way he came. Damn it! What on earth is going on? Ba Sheng couldn't help but curse, and seeing that Yang Wei had already started running away, he immediately followed. Keep up, Lu Jun called out, and followed the two of them. As he ran, Lu Jun glanced back and saw how glaringly obvious the words Great Qin were on the golden plaque. Chapter 363 Temporary Retreat to Ningxian City. Mistress, the trap we left in the capital has successfully detonated. Snort. Shin Suxin snorted coldly, her face frosty. It would be best to kill as many enemy soldiers as possible. They dared to damage the imperial city of my Great Qin. Sooner or later, they will have to pay back double for this debt. Don't worry, mistress, my master will certainly not let these enemy soldiers go. Su Lianyan smiled faintly, her heart filled with unwavering respect for Qin Anyang. In her eyes, no one could compare to him. Despite his young age, he has achieved things that countless people can never reach in their entire lives. Moreover, at Qin Anyang's current age, he will surely achieve great things in the future. This is also why Su Lianyan took the initiative to acknowledge him as her master. A strong person, and a strong person with unlimited potential, is absolutely worthy of her following. Lianyan, have you arranged those things I asked you to arrange? Shin Suxin turned to look at Su Lianyan and asked. Reporting to mistress, all the matters you previously instructed have been arranged, Su Lianyan replied respectfully. That's good. Shin Suxin breathed a sigh of relief. She was completely clueless about fighting, but that didn't mean she was stupid. On the contrary, Shin Suxin is very smart. When she was leaving the capital, she specifically sought out Lin Dangshan to inquire about matters related to the gunpowder factory. Upon learning that gunpowder could be put into initial use, although the technology was not yet mature, Shin Suxin immediately slammed her hand on the table and gave the order. An experiment was conducted directly in the imperial city. Success is great, but failure doesn't matter. On the contrary, once gunpowder is successfully developed, the Qin dynasty will acquire a powerful weapon. Shin Suxin has kept this matter in mind ever since Qin Anyang first mentioned gunpowder, and has never forgotten it. That's why we're in this situation today. There were not many gunpowder traps left in the imperial city, only 13 in total. Moreover, due to technical issues, these 13 failures may not all be effective. However, it seems that it has finally had some effect, but Shin Suxin doesn't know how good the effect is. That's all she can do. In addition, Shin Suxin also had Su Lianyan arrange some people to keep up with the enemy army and monitor its movements. She's determined to get revenge for today's losses. Shin Suxin's abilities are definitely insufficient, but she has a powerful husband. Let's go and hide over at Tiger Stronghold. My husband and the others will definitely come looking for us here when they return. Yes, mistress. Lu Jun and his two companions retreated from the area of the Qin imperial city, and the soldiers who had been injured in the explosion were not left behind. But, judging from their condition of exhaling more and inhaling less, they were already nearing the end. What exactly is that thing? With a loud crash, the courtyard collapsed. I saw Xiao Lu and the others being torn to pieces. It was absolutely terrifying. Damn it, this must be something those traitors made. A group of soldiers looked terrified and discussed the matter amongst themselves. The unknown is the most terrifying thing. The explosion, which was like a thunderclap, was something they had never seen before. They had seen fireworks and firecrackers before, but compared to the explosion just now, they were completely incomparable. So, nobody even considered that possibility. It seemed to limit their thinking. Lu Jun, Yang Wei, and Ba Sheng stood there with grim faces, looking at the house still engulfed in flames, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. After standing there for a long time, Ba Sheng said with a hint of disappointment, "What do we do now? What to do?" Lu Jun and Yang Wei felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. They didn't know what to do now. Continue to sabotage the rebels' stronghold? If one is not afraid of death, then one can continue. But is this a matter of being afraid of death or not? This isn't worth it. Destroying some insignificant buildings at the cost of the lives of soldiers is, in the eyes of a general, Not worth it at all. Now there are two choices. Yang Wei began. First, we will withdraw from Ningxia County and return to join the main force of the army, ending this futile sneak attack. Secondly, we should bypass this area and continue pursuing those rebels. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun and his companion frowned and pondered, feeling somewhat conflicted. They were very unwilling to retreat like this. The 90,000-strong army launched a surprise attack on Ningxia County, but achieved nothing. When the news got back, not only Xia Yuan couldn't accept it, but they themselves couldn't accept it either. Or should we not retreat, but continue to annihilate those rebels? They hadn't even figured out what caused that explosion, yet they rashly went into the mountains to hunt down the rebels. To be honest, both of them were a little unsure. After all, along the way, I've fought against this group of rebels many times, and I've come to understand their fighting style. These rebels from the Great Qin are not weak in direct combat, but their strength lies in surprise attacks. They knew nothing about the mountains in front of them. If they went to hunt down those rebels in their current state, wouldn't they be committing suicide? Let's retreat to Ningxia City first, Lu Jun said helplessly. Continuing the pursuit is obviously not an option, but if we just retreat like this, we won't be able to explain ourselves to the general. Yang Wei nodded and said, then let's retreat to Ningxia City for now, discuss it further, and make a decision later. Ba Sheng stood to the side, seemingly wanting to say something, but then stopping himself. He wanted to hit. But he also understood that wars cannot be fought at will, and in the current situation, it was indeed impossible to fight. Well, Ba Sheng sighed helplessly, lowered his head, and slowly followed the two. They came full of confidence, but this is the result. Why are these rebels so difficult to deal with? And what exactly was that thing that exploded? After Anwu Kingdom's 90,000-strong army withdrew, the fire in the Qin capital burned for a long time before gradually being extinguished. This is also thanks to the fact that fire prevention was included in the planning from the very beginning. Otherwise, if the layout of Ningxia City were followed, this fire would not have been so easy to extinguish. After the fire was extinguished, the once prosperous Qin capital was left in ruins. The sky darkened, as if a torrential downpour was brewing. Meanwhile, Qin Anyang and his group were rushing back to Ningxia County at full speed. Cheng Yufu rode her horse to the carriage and said to the people inside, Sir, at the current marching speed, it will take about half a day to return to Ningxia County. Should we return to Ningxia County tonight, or find a place to rest for the night? Find a place to rest for the night, and return to Ningxia County tomorrow, but send a few men back ahead to gather information. Qin Anyang replied from inside the carriage. Yes, sir. Cheng Yufu replied respectfully, then turned and gave some instructions to the female guards behind her. 10 female guards then rode off at full speed. Chapter 360 For the Coming Storm. Night falls. The sky was overcast and extremely hot. Inside the temporary camp of the Anwu Kingdom's army, Xia Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the distant mountains and forests, a deep sorrow etched in his eyes. Tiger boy. General, I am here. Tiger took 2 steps forward and said with a slight bow, Give the order to strengthen the army's defenses, especially at the places where grain and fodder are stored. They must not be lost. Yes, General. Tiger acknowledged the order and turned to leave. Xia Yuan stood there, looking at the drowsy night with a headache, and muttered to himself. Dark clouds loom overhead. This is not a good omen. The situation was already seemingly in their grasp, but little did they know that the Qin dynasty had hidden a powerful army. This led to the situation becoming chaotic again. Xia Yuan wasn't too worried about the camp. What worried him was the 90,000-strong army far away in Ningxia County. The last message I received was 2 days ago. The scouts reported that everything was going well. Ba Sheng's army had already occupied Ningxia City and was just waiting for Lu Jun and Yang Wei to arrive with their troops so they could strike directly at the rebel stronghold. Only, besides this good news, the scout also brought back bad news. Along the way, many civilians tried to stop the army, and these scouts also suffered heavy losses because of those people. Xia Yuan felt something was off, but didn't pay much attention to it. Like Lu Jun and the others, Xia Yuan also believed that they were just a group of ordinary people and were not worth fearing at all. However, The interruption of communication forced Xia Yuan to reconsider his views on ordinary people. This battle will be tough. Xia Yuan sighed and turned to walk towards the tent. Now that things have come to this, all we can do is pray that everything goes well for Lu Jun and the other two. We don't ask for any victory, we just hope they are safe and sound. At this point, all you need to do is wait quietly. We await the arrival of reinforcements from Nanling Prefecture. At that time, it will be time for a full-scale offensive. Inside the temporary camp of the Qin dynasty, Ho Lingxiu and the others gathered together to discuss whether or not to launch a surprise attack that night. Gentlemen, shall we send troops to harass the enemy camp tonight? Yi Mingjie asked first. Upon hearing this, everyone offered their opinions. I think we can go, but only to scare the enemy and mainly to harass them. I disagree. Right now, the emperor has led 2,000 Qin Imperial Army soldiers back to the capital. Without those 2,000 Qin Imperial Army soldiers, and without crossbows, there is no point in launching a surprise attack on the enemy camp. No, that's precisely why we should launch a feigned attack to prevent the enemy from discovering that the emperor and his entourage have already left. That's right. A mix of truth and falsehood makes it even harder for people to distinguish between them. All we need to do now is confuse the enemy, make them unable to tell the difference, and keep them at a disadvantage. I also agree with a sneak attack. After everyone shared their opinions, the majority ultimately agreed on a sneak attack. Seeing this, Yi Mingjie immediately made a decision. In that case, we will organize 3 waves of surprise attacks. Yi Mingjie turned to look at Ho Lingxiu. General Ho, we have a limited number of crossbow bolts, but since this is a sneak attack, we can't leave without making a gesture. How many crossbow bolts do you think are appropriate for each of these 3 waves of attacks? Upon hearing this, Ho Lingxiu pondered for a moment before speaking. Each team is equipped with 100 crossbow bolts, which is the maximum that is acceptable at present. The camp has a limited number of crossbow bolts, less than 3,000. With so few crossbow bolts, if we don't use them sparingly, the Vermilion Bird Army will truly become a mere decoration if any unexpected situation arises. Unlike before, crossbow bolts are now being continuously transported from the rear. The premise was that this was the last batch of crossbows, and when it was delivered, Lin Dahu had already informed them of the evacuation of all personnel from the arsenal. It's unlikely that the crossbow bolts can be reforged in a short period of time. Even if it were possible to forge them, the quantity would be far less than before, let alone increase production. 100 crossbow bolts. Yi Mingjie murmured to himself, his heart filled with helplessness. 100 it is then. Brother Bai, Brother Pang, Brother Zhu. How about the 3 of you handle the 3 feint attacks tonight? I'm fine, Bai Zhan said. Okay, Pang Liren said. Okay, no problem, Zhu Hua said. The 3 of them did not refuse and agreed without hesitation. It was just a fake ambush, nothing difficult. It was late at night, around midnight. Bai Zhan, Pang Liren, and Zhu Hua each led 3,000 troops, splitting into 3 routes to advance towards the temporary camp of the Anwu Kingdom's army, preparing for a surprise attack. However, this sneak attack was destined to be fruitless. Before the 3 armies even approached the enemy camp, they were discovered by enemy scouts, and the final outcome was they shot down a few scouts and hastily retreated. It's fair to say that tonight's surprise attack was a complete failure. Of course, Ho Lingxiu and the others had no intention of launching a sneak attack. They were just putting on a show. When Xia Yuan learned of this news, his expression did not change at all, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Send more manpower. Don't give the rebels any opportunity to take advantage. Yes, General. After receiving the order, one of the guards turned and left. Xia Yuan stood outside the main camp, gazing at the dark mountains and forests ahead, a slight smile playing on his lips. Do you really think that those 2,000 men can defeat our army? On the battlefield, your mere 2,000 men cannot sway the outcome of the battle. Traitors are just traitors after all. They may have strength, but they lack combat experience. The next day, in Qingyun City, Tang Yongxiu led more than 13,000 soldiers away from Qingyun City to the Qin army's temporary camp at the front line, preparing to join the main force. These 13,000-plus soldiers were Qin soldiers who had fled to Qingyun City in recent days. As the county seat of Qingyun County, Qingyun City was naturally the best gathering point for those scattered soldiers. Certainly, some chose to come here to meet, while others chose to leave the battlefield and return to their hometowns. After all, everyone is afraid of death, and at that time, Onwu Kingdom had the upper hand, which inevitably made these people have other ideas. At the same time, the troops of Onwu Kingdom stationed abroad also received orders to retreat from Xia Yuan one after another. Although the generals were somewhat unwilling, they had no choice but to obey the order and return to the army's temporary camp. Both sides are waiting. Just like the weather right now, we're waiting for a storm to come. It was nearing noon. Qin Anyang's 2,000 Qin imperial troops were still 30 miles away from Ningxia County. Shi Yu, pass down the order. Stop and rest for half an hour. Yes, sir. Shi Yu got up and stepped out of the carriage, saying to a female guard standing beside it, "The master has ordered that we rest here for half an hour." Chapter 365. To fight or not to fight. The team stopped on the spot and rested. Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan got off the carriage, and Sheng Yufu rode over on her warhorse and dismounted. "Master." Qin Anyang nodded and asked, "Yufu, have the people we sent out to gather information returned yet?" "No, but I think it should be soon," Sheng Yufu said. Qin Anyang thought for a moment and said, "Here's what we'll do. Take a few men and go to Ningxia City to take a look. If things don't look right, come back immediately." "Master, I'll go right away." Sheng Yufu responded solemnly, then summoned 5 female guards whose cultivation had reached the 7th rank and rode off towards Ningxia City. "My lord, something has probably happened in Ningxia City," Luo Qinghuan said with a grave expression as she approached. "Well," Qin Anyang sighed, "I'm not worried about Ningxia City. I'm afraid the capital has already fallen. The enemy sent 90,000 troops to raid the capital. Why would they send out ordinary troops? Those 90,000 troops are definitely not bad in terms of combat strength. The imperial city was already poorly defended, let alone facing an army of 90,000. We ask for nothing more than that the people in the capital city be able to evacuate in advance and minimize the losses." Luo Qinghuan didn't speak, but silently stepped forward and took Qin Anyang's hand. Everything was understood without words. Sheng Yufu led the 5 people away on horseback. They hadn't gone far when a group of cavalrymen came towards them. "Those are our people," Qin Shilu pointed ahead and said with some excitement. In fact, without Qin Shirlio's prompting, everyone present had already seen the attire of the person approaching. After all, these people were all quite capable, with eyesight far superior to that of ordinary people, allowing them to see further. "Stop." Sheng Yufu raised her hand and waved, and the 6 riders gradually came to a stop. Before long, the 10 men who had been sent out to gather information the night before arrived at full speed, and the 2 sides met. "Sister Yufu, the imperial city has already fallen. Many buildings within the city have been destroyed by the enemy. Ningxia City too," a female guard said anxiously, but before she could finish speaking, Sheng Yufu raised her hand to interrupt her. "All right, let's get back to the team first." After saying that, Sheng Yufu turned around and rode away on her warhorse. Upon seeing this, the other female guards immediately spurred their horses and followed. Tap tap tap. Luo Qinghuan frowned and stood up to look in the direction of Ningxia City. "Wife, what's wrong?" Qin Anyang turned his head and looked over, puzzled. "It's probably because Yu Fu and the others are back." Upon hearing this, Qin Anyang was taken aback. "You're back so soon?" As he spoke, he also got up and looked towards Ningxia City. In no time at all, Sheng Yufu returned with a dozen or so riders. At a glance, the riders in the front were in much better spirits, while those in the back were in much worse condition. After the 2 met, Sheng Yufu dismounted, came before Qin Anyang, and bowed, saying, "Master, the men who went to gather information last night have returned." Qin Anyang nodded and asked, "What's the situation in the capital?" "Qin Jiui, come here and tell the master about the situation in the capital." Sheng Yufu beckoned to a female guard behind her. "Yes, Sister Yufu." Qin Jiu responded and jogged over. "Master, the situation in the capital is quite bad. Many houses have been burned down, and the gates of the capital have also been blown up. However, no battle took place over there. It is estimated that the mistress left with her people before the enemy attacked. Upon hearing this, Qin Anyang breathed a sigh of relief, and the huge weight that had been hanging over his heart was lifted. It doesn't matter if the city is destroyed, as long as everyone is safe. Has Ningxia City fallen into enemy hands now? Qin Anyang asked. Reporting to Master, Ningxia City has been in enemy hands for several days, and the enemy troops are still inside Ningxia City and have not left, Qin Jiui replied respectfully. Still inside Ningxia City? Qin Anyang frowned, somewhat puzzled. The imperial city has already been raided once. Why haven't these enemy troops left yet? My wife, what do you think of this matter? Luo Qinghuan frowned, somewhat puzzled by the enemy's actions. What good would it do to occupy a mere insignificant county town? I don't understand what the enemy is trying to do either. Since Su Xian has already led her people to retreat into Yongtai Jinshan, it will save us some trouble. We can bypass Ningxia City and go directly to Yongtai Jinshan to meet up with Su Xian. Gunpowder is the most important thing right now. Qin Anyang nodded and said, You're right. We don't need to worry about those enemy troops for now. Once we obtain gunpowder and win this war, we'll have plenty of time to deal with them. After saying that, Qin Anyang did not hesitate any longer and immediately ordered them to set off. Yu Fu, give the order. We will set off immediately, bypass Ningxia City, and head towards Yongtai Jinshan. Yes, sir. Cheng Yufu replied respectfully and then passed on the order. Soon, the team resumed its journey, and upon reaching the next fork in the road, changed its original route choice. Leave the main road and take the small path to the left. This road leads to Yongtai Jinshan. Inside Ningxia City, Lu Jun, Yang Wei, and Ba Sheng, along with all the commanders of 10,000 and 1,000, gathered together to discuss the war. Everyone is aware of the current situation. Let's share our opinions on whether to continue fighting or withdraw, Lu Jun said. Upon hearing this, many generals fell silent for a moment. Beat, or not to fight? This is a question worth considering. The army had only brought a few days' worth of rations, which was not enough to sustain them in this place for an extended period. But, after capturing Ningxia City, the problem of food was no longer a concern. But the problem now is not food. The Qin rebels abandoned the city and fled into the vast mountains. Being unfamiliar with the area, rashly entering the mountains to hunt down the rebels might lead to their downfall. They were well aware of the rebels' usual tactics. They were mediocre in direct combat, but masters of underhanded tactics. I don't think we can fight. The rebels have fled into the mountains. Who knows how many traps are waiting for us there? I think we should fight. Knowing that our army is coming, these rebels didn't take advantage of the city and chose to run away. That means they don't have the strength to fight our army. That's right. These rebels abandoned a perfectly good city, so they must not have many troops. Otherwise, why would they retreat without even a fight? I don't agree with fighting. We were originally planning a surprise attack, but our whereabouts were leaked halfway there. We should have retreated in the first place. The situation in the mountains is unclear, and we have no idea what the rebels' strength is. What if these rebels deliberately abandon the city to mislead us? So I think we can't fight this battle. Chapter 366 Fight. For a moment, the scene became somewhat chaotic, with many generals expressing their opinions. At times like these, no one will stand on ceremony. Whether to fight or not is a matter of life and death for them. Certainly, fighting it might bring great military achievements, but the corresponding level of danger is far too high. The unknown is always the most terrifying thing. Lu Jun, Yang Wei, and Ba Sheng sat at the top, listening to the discussion among the people below, without interrupting. Brother Yang, it seems everyone's opinions are basically evenly matched. What's your take on this? Yang Wei hesitated for a moment, then said, I think it would be best to retreat first, join up with the main army, and advance slowly to gradually eliminate the rebels. Oh, can you tell me why? Lu Jun asked. Yang Wei said, although our army's surprise attack on the enemy was unsuccessful, it was not without its gains. We have already occupied the rebel stronghold. When we leave, we can burn this place down. As for that side, let's leave it alone until we figure out the cause of that explosion. Now we only need to go back and join up with our main force, take advantage of our existing strength, advance slowly, gradually erode the rebels' forces, and continue to expand our advantage. Although the rebels rose up fiercely, their foundation was too weak, and they could not afford to fight it out. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun fell into deep thought, pondering whether to retreat or fight. At this moment, Ba Xing spoke up, saying, "I think we've all overlooked the most important issue." "What's the problem?" Lu Jun and Yang Wei asked in unison. "Have you all forgotten what happened yesterday when we were preparing to enter the city?" Ba Xing, his face grim and still shaken, said, "I don't know what kind of monster these rebels have come up with that has such power. If they were to use this on the battlefield, what do you think the consequences would be?" "What will be the consequences?" Lu Jun and Yang Wei were both pondering this question in their minds. They had witnessed the scene at the city gate yesterday, especially Yang Wei. He had personally experienced that scene and had a deep understanding of the unknown contraption created by the Qin dynasty. "I don't want to know." With Ba Xing's reminder, Lu Jun and the other man immediately realized that they had indeed overlooked a very serious problem. After what happened yesterday, the group was indeed startled, but they didn't take it to heart. It seems that they subconsciously ignored this matter. However, was it really overlooked? More accurately, it is because of a subconscious fear of the unknown that they temporarily choose to ignore the matter. Now that Ba Xing brought it up, the two of them immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. "We must find out exactly what this traitor has come up with," Lu Jun said with a stern face. Yang Wei hesitated for a moment, glanced at the two men, and said with a solemn expression, "It seems we have no choice but to fight this battle." Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. The generals who had been arguing earlier also quieted down and stared at this side. After all, Lu Jun and the other two had just had a very frank conversation. They're not deaf. How could they not hear? Lu Jun looked up and scanned the crowd from left to right, his face showing hesitation and uncertainty. This battle, he shouldn't have been hit. But the kind of thing that traitors create is indeed a problem. If this problem is not resolved, it will always be an unstable hidden danger for the army. So, this battle was simply unavoidable. We can't just let these rebels get away with it, can we? Lu Jun asked himself. He didn't have the guts to let the rebels of the Qin develop peacefully. Judging from the current trends of the Qin dynasty, if given enough time to develop, it's hard to say whether the Anwu kingdom will change its surname in the future. "Brother Ba, what are your thoughts?" Lu Jun asked. "What were you thinking?" Ba Xing countered with a question, then slammed his hand on the table and stood up, shouting, "Is there even a need to think about this? While the rebels are still weak, let's seize the opportunity to defeat them in one fell swoop and end this rebellion." Upon hearing this, Lu Jun didn't ask any more questions. He sighed and said, "In that case, let's get ready and start the fight." These words marked the end of the discussion. "Beat. That is the final result," Yang Wei said. "Now that we've decided to fight, we need to carefully consider and discuss how we should fight. Moreover, someone must be sent back to inform the general of this matter. Nobody knows how powerful the stuff that the rebels came up with is, or how to deal with it. So, we must be prepared for heavy losses in this battle." Upon hearing this, both Lu Jun and Ba Xing nodded in agreement. Lu Jun then said, "Send someone back to report the news. The number of people can't be too small. Those people are also a troublesome problem. This is nothing serious." Ba Xing waved his hand dismissively and said, "Sending a small team of 300 men back is more than enough to deal with those civilians. It's better to play it safe." Yang Wei, however, offered a different opinion. "Those people may not seem like much, but you've been through all sorts of traps along the way, making it impossible to guard against them all. To be on the safe side, let's send 1,000 men back and bring back the valuables we captured on this mission." Upon hearing this, Ba Xing couldn't help but recall his encounter on the road. Although those people weren't exactly great, they were certainly a nuisance. While being annoying, it can also cause some damage to the army. 1,000 people it is. However, we need to explain to the general that some of the things the brothers looted should be left to the brothers. Lu Jun smiled slightly and said, "Of course. Given the general's character, would you worry about such a small matter? All right, let's get down to business." Yang Wei changed the subject, saying, Right now, those rebels must have fled to Yongtai Jinshan. We don't know anything about the terrain inside Yongtai Jinshan, and relying on the local people to lead the way won't work. So, how to fight this battle depends entirely on ourselves. Entering the mountains, one not only has to face unfamiliar terrain, but also has to be wary of traps set by the rebels. In accordance with the consistent style of the rebels, they will definitely use guerrilla tactics, take advantage of the terrain, and use powerful crossbows to fight against our army. These 2 points must be taken into consideration. Besides that, it's about preventing that thing. Chapter 367 Madam, Master, and the others are back. Everyone present knew exactly what that thing was, but they had no way to solve it. After all, to this day, they still don't know what that thing is. That thing looks a bit like fireworks, but fireworks don't have that much power when they explode. I think these rebels must have improved the fireworks and firecrackers, but I don't know the specific methods. Fireworks and firecrackers can also injure people, right? They just aren't that powerful. What do you think would happen if we made an extra large firework or firecracker? You know what? If we really made a really big firework, the explosion would definitely be very powerful. For a time, the generals began to discuss the matter again. The topic we're discussing has been discussed more than once yesterday. It's just that we haven't had such a formal occasion to discuss it yet. Once the topic was brought up, everyone started talking about it again. Lu Jun, Yang Wei, and Ba Sheng listened attentively, exchanging glances from time to time, clearly agreeing with the general's statement. I remember the Li family of Shiliang is a family that makes fireworks and firecrackers, right? Lu Jun frowned. Brother Lu, what are you trying to say? Yang Wei asked, puzzled. He already had some guesses in his mind, but he still lacked confirmation. Lu Jun guessed, do you think that thing the rebels came up with might just be fireworks and firecrackers? Upon hearing this, Yang Wei and Ba Sheng nodded subconsciously, agreeing with the statement. They were no strangers to fireworks and firecrackers. Although they were expensive, they could afford to play with them given their status. Yang Wei said, I estimate that even if that thing isn't fireworks, it's still closely related to it. Ba Sheng raised his head and said with disdain, whatever it is, send someone to inform the general about this matter, and let the general send someone to Shiliang City to find out about the Li family. No. Lu Jun shook his head and said, the Li family of Shiliang City probably didn't participate in this matter. Otherwise these rebels from Great Qin wouldn't have occupied such a small area. With the strength of the Li family in Shiliang City, if they had really participated in the rebellion, Shiliang Prefecture would not be in its current state, and the rebels would not be so weak. Ba Sheng pursed his lips, but did not refute this statement. He knew a little about the situation of the Li family in Shiliang City. Anwu Kingdom has a total of 5 provinces. The 5 major prefectures are Shiliang, Nanling, Beiki, Dongwu, and Zhongdu. The territory wasn't particularly large, but it wasn't small either. Given Ba Sheng's status and position, he had some understanding of the major families in the 5 states. The Li family of Shiliang City, whose main business was the production of fireworks and firecrackers, was involved in countless industries and was undoubtedly one of the landlords of Shiliang. Its wealth ranks among the top 10 in the entire Shiliang prefecture. So, if the Li family of Shiliang City really colluded with the rebels, the strength of the Qin rebels today is definitely not that simple. Yang Wei said, regardless of the circumstances, the details of this matter must be explained to the general so that he can make the final decision. We have only one goal. Chase down those traitors. Kill them as many as you can, and never give them a chance to breathe. This statement was accepted by everyone present, and they had no doubt about General Xia Yuan's abilities. Then, Lu Jun and his 2 companions arranged a small team of 1,000 men, carrying the looted valuables, to leave Ningxia City and return to Qingyun County to rejoin the main army. The 3 of them also made considerable preparations for the upcoming battle. Battles in the mountains and fields are like bandit suppression, but the rebels of the Great Qin are not comparable to mountain bandits. So, the difficulty of this battle will increase several times over. Therefore, Lu Jun and his 2 companions discussed the matter with a group of generals for a long time, and finally decided that the 3 armies would go together to enter Yongtai Jinshan to suppress the bandits. However, some preparations need to be made before that. Food, medicine, simple tents, shields to protect against crossbow bolts, and other useful items. Fierce Tiger Village. Since Scarface Liu and his men joined the Qin dynasty, this place was taken over by the Qin dynasty and even underwent some renovations. They have stronger defenses, more places to live, and even cultivated a lot of farmland. And the Qin dynasty used this place as a storage point for supplies, storing essential items. Grain, gold, silver, and so on, all sorts of things closely related to daily life. Shin Sushin led the people of the imperial city to retreat to Menghu village to avoid enemy attacks. But Tiger Stronghold can't accommodate that many people. The maids and female guards in the imperial city naturally lived with Shin Sushin in the Fierce Tiger Stronghold. The local people set up temporary shelters near the Tiger Stronghold. Fortunately, it is currently the height of summer and the weather is hot, so we can simply build a wooden shed to stay in and won't get cold at night. Just then, a female guard hurriedly walked towards a delicate courtyard deep inside the Fierce Tiger Stronghold. I have something important to report to Madam. After explaining her purpose to the female guard at the gate, the guard was allowed to enter. Everyone knew each other, so this was just a formality. The female guard entered the courtyard and found Shin Sushin, Su Lianyan, and others handling government affairs in the study. Madam, the master and the others have returned. The first words the female guard uttered upon entering the study were to announce the good news to everyone. What? My husband is back, Shin Sushin said in surprise, quickly putting down her work and getting up to walk towards the female guard. Master is back, Huayu exclaimed joyfully. Master is back? Su Lianyan was both pleasantly surprised and somewhat astonished. Shin Sushin walked up to the female guard and asked excitedly, You said my husband has returned, so where is he now? Reporting to Madam, Master has already entered Yongtai Golden Mountain, and the first Madam has returned with him. The female guard replied truthfully. Upon hearing this, Shin Sushin could not hide the joy on her face. Quick, Lianyan, Huaiwe, come with me quickly to greet our husbands. Huayu replied, Yes, Madam. Su Lianyan replied, Yes, mistress. Shin Sushin lifted her skirt with both hands and ran out of the study. Huayu and Su Lianyan quickly followed. After the three of them left, the female guard could not stay any longer and naturally followed them away. The news of Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan's return spread rapidly throughout the Fierce Tiger Stronghold, and everyone was overjoyed upon hearing it. The Emperor has returned. The Emperor and Empress have returned. Haha, the Emperor is back. He will definitely teach those enemy soldiers a lesson. Needless to say, those damned enemy soldiers dared to burn down my house. We absolutely cannot let them get away with this. Let's go? Let's go greet the Emperor. Chapter 368 Two Things. Shin Sushin jogged out of Menghu village and ran down the rugged mountain path. Madam, be careful, Huayu called out with some concern. Shin Sushin was used to a life of luxury and had never run around in a place like this before. She seemed to have forgotten that although Shin Sushin was well maintained, she now possessed cultivation, and this mountain path posed no difficulty for her. Mistress, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Su Lianyan also spoke with concern. Now, she had also stepped into the threshold of cultivation and become a 9th-grade cultivator. With guidance and training, almost anyone can master the basics of cultivation. However, to cultivate to a higher level, one's own talent is a factor. Otherwise, the upper limit will not be very high. Moreover, the resources required for cultivation are not a small amount, and ordinary people simply cannot afford them. So, having an army composed entirely of cultivators is an extremely difficult thing. Only those of extremely high status or exceptionally wealthy individuals possess an army composed entirely of cultivators, and even then, the number of soldiers is not large. However, there are exceptions. The royal family. As the ruling family of a nation, their strength is beyond doubt. It is not surprising that they have the ability to train a group of guards composed entirely of cultivators. After all, the safety of the royal family cannot be compromised. Behind the three, a group of attractive female guards followed closely. After running for about half an incense stick's time, Shin Sushin turned a corner and a group of people appeared in front of her. It's my husband and the others. Shin Sushin was overjoyed and quickened her pace. Husband, look who's there. Luo Qinghuan pointed ahead and said with a smile. Qin Anyang smiled slightly, glanced at Luo Qinghuan, and then ran forward. Hee, Master misses second madam, Xiaoye said with a grin. Of course he misses her. It's been quite a while since Master has seen the second madam, Shiyu said with a smile. The other female guards were also smiling and whispering to the people next to them. Regardless of the current situation, reunion is always a joyful thing. Qin Anyang and Shin Suxin ran towards each other. The moment they met, Qin Anyang opened his arms with a smile, and Shin Suxin threw herself into his arms without hesitation. The two embraced tightly. My husband, I miss you so much. Shin Suxin looked directly at Qin Anyang, her eyes full of tenderness and love. Suxin, I miss you too. Qin Anyang hugged Shin Suxin tightly, looked at his wife in his arms, and kissed her without hesitation. Wah! Shin Suxin couldn't help but let out a soft moan, gradually becoming engrossed in it. The two shared a deep kiss. Husband, where have you been all this time? The enemy has even launched a surprise attack on the capital. Don't worry, as long as everyone is safe, we'll get all the lost stuff back sooner or later. Yes, I trust my husband. Let's go, we'll talk about it when we get back. Qin Anyang took Shin Suxin's hand and walked back to Menghu village. Luo Qinghuan came up at some point and took his other hand. The three of them walked back hand in hand. Master, madam. Master, mistress. Huayu and Su Lianyan greeted the three of them with smiles as they approached. Master, madam. Then, the female guards who followed also greeted the three of them with smiles. The three strolled through the mountains and fields. The mountain path was rugged and uneven, but fortunately, it was wide enough for the three of them to walk side by side. This is also thanks to the Qin dynasty's renovation of the fierce tiger stronghold after taking over it. Otherwise, given the character of Scarface Lu and his gang, how could they possibly widen the mountain road? The three walked and talked, some casual conversation and some serious business, and before they knew it, they had returned to Tiger Stronghold. At this moment, thousands of people had gathered outside the Tiger Stronghold, eagerly watching the mountain road ahead. The moment Qin Anyang and his two companions came into their view. It's the Emperor. It's the Emperor and Empress. The Emperor has returned. A group of people happily went to greet them, escorting Qin Anyang and his two companions back to Fierce Tiger Stronghold, and lingered there for a long time. Finally, it was Luo Qinghuan who spoke up and dismissed the crowd. No way. Compared to Qin Anyang, they were more afraid of Luo Qinghuan. However, this doesn't mean they aren't afraid of Qin Anyang. It's just that Qin Anyang's usual kind and gentle manner makes them feel closer to him. Compared to Luo Qinghuan's fear, Qin Anyang evoked more respect and admiration. Emperor, what I want is not for my subjects to fear me. Instead, you want them to genuinely respect, admire, and follow you. Only in this way can imperial power remain as stable as Mount Tai. Inside the study, Huayu poured a cup of warm tea for Qin Anyang, Luo Qinghuan, and Shin Suxin, then quietly stepped aside. Shiyu and Xiaoyu stood behind Qin Anyang, while Cheng Yufu and Su Lianyan stood to the side. Lianyan, I have two things to ask you to do. Master, please give your orders. Whatever it is, Lianyan will do her best to fulfill them, Su Lianyan replied softly. Qin Anyang nodded and said, the arsenal must be built as quickly as possible. We can't fight on the front lines without crossbows. I'm entrusting this matter to you. I won't interfere with how you do it, but there's one condition. When I leave, I want to see no fewer than 30,000 crossbow bolts. 30,000 crossbow bolts. Su Lianyan was taken aback, her face showing difficulty. 30,000 crossbow bolts could not be made in a short time, not to mention that there was no arsenal at the moment. Master, when will you set off for the front lines? Upon hearing this, Qin Anyang hesitated for a moment, quickly considering the matter before finally saying, 5 days. This is the most I can give you. The pressure on the front lines is immense, and we don't have much time. Only 5 days. Su Lianyan's expression hardened, and after hesitating for a long time, she gritted her teeth and agreed. Master, I understand. Before you head to the front lines, all 30,000 crossbow bolts will be prepared without missing a single one. Qin Anyang nodded, and just as he was about to say the second thing, Luo Qinghuan spoke up. Lianyan, Don't put too much pressure on yourself. The more crossbow bolts you have, the better, but the situation in Qin is not optimistic right now. Make as many as you can in 5 days. Thank you, madam. Su Lianyan bowed and said, the battle at the front is of utmost importance. Lianyan will do her best to produce crossbow bolts to meet master's requirements. Luo Qinghua nodded and said no more. She had already said what she needed to say. Su Lianyan was practically family, so there was no need to treat her like an outsider. We're family. There should be some privileges, right? Chapter 369 Discussion in the Study. Lianyan, the second thing is that the gunpowder factory must be completed by noon tomorrow. This matter is even more important than the crossbows. In addition to building a gunpowder factory, we must also ensure that there is a sufficient supply of raw materials. We must never allow a shortage of raw materials. When time is too tight, the gunpowder factory does not need to be built too well. It just needs to be sheltered from the wind and rain. It is indeed a bit stressful to leave 2 things for you to do yourself. Qin Anyang pondered for a moment, then turned to look at Cheng Yufu and said, in that case, Yufu, you should also go and help Lianyan. In the great Qin Imperial Army, if you think there is anyone with this talent, call them over as well. Yes, sir. Cheng Yufu replied with a serious expression. She had followed Qin Anyang all the way and knew everything that was happening on the front lines. So, compared to Su Lianyan, Cheng Yufu had a deeper understanding of the urgency of the war. Upon hearing that Cheng Yufu was helping, Su Lianyan breathed a sigh of relief. Lianyan, Yufu, you 2 go and arrange for people to complete these 2 tasks now. If you need anything, just take it. If you don't have it, figure out a way. If you really can't do anything, then come to me. Qin Anyang understood that given the current situation of the Great Qin, accomplishing certain things would certainly be quite difficult. But there's no other way. No matter what, we have no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. Once upon a time, his dream was simply to be a wealthy landlord, but things didn't go as planned, and he ended up in this situation. There's no going back. Yes, sir. Yes, master. Cheng Yufu and Su Lianyan bowed and took their leave, departing from the study. The study suddenly felt much more spacious and quiet, and the 5 women's eyes were all focused on Qin Anyang, as if waiting for him to speak. Qin Anyang pondered for a moment, then looked at Shin Suxin and asked, Suxin, is Xiaowan still registering names outside? Shin Suxin nodded and said, husband, Xiaowan has been registering names outside. After the registration in the 5 counties was completed, she led people to other counties to register. Other counties? Qin Anyang frowned and asked doubtfully, aren't the other prefectures still under Qin's control? Aren't you worried about something happening to her if she goes to those places? No, it won't. Shin Suxin smiled and shook her head. Husband, you don't know this, but the people in Shiliang Prefecture are eager for our Great Qin to come and take them over. Many local officials even sent messengers to the capital to deliver messages, hoping that the Great Qin could come and incorporate them as soon as possible. After all, the benefits that your policies have brought to the people are obvious to the naked eye. Those common people have long been incredibly envious. Qin Anyang was taken aback. While feeling surprised, he thought about it for a moment and realized that there was nothing wrong with it. He had a deep understanding of the power of those policies. Ordinary people, what I want is actually very simple. As long as you provide them with a stable life and some benefits, the vast majority of them will follow you. Not to mention, in this era of constant war. In that case, send someone to talk to Xiaowan and ask her to send back the women from the 100 Flowers pavilions in various places. Let Xiaowan think about how to choose what she should keep and what she shouldn't. The number of soldiers in the Great Qin Imperial Army is still too small. We need to increase it appropriately. Shin Suxin nodded and said, husband, I will arrange this matter later. Well, there's no need to rush this matter. The most important thing right now is the battle on the front lines. But, Qin Anyang then changed the subject. We must also be wary of the enemy forces over Ningxuan City. The enemy troops are staying in Ningxuan City, and they must have some ulterior motive. They probably want to continue to besiege us. Upon hearing this, Shin Suxin's expression hardened, and she said with some worry, husband, what should we do? Naturally, we should find a way to fight back. Luo Qinghuan spoke before Qin Anyang could. The enemy is staying in Ningxia City and will definitely go to Yongtai Jinshan to besiege us. They certainly don't know the terrain of Yongtai Jinshan, which is our advantage. But the enemy also has advantages. After all, they have a significant advantage in troop strength, which is something we cannot compare with at present. If the enemy doesn't come to this battle, then so be it. If you come, we have no choice but to engage in battle. As for escaping, Luo Qinghuan had considered that with the current strength of the Qin dynasty, where could she possibly escape to? If they really run away, it will be difficult to find such a good opportunity to counterattack the enemy. My wife, just say what you're thinking. There are no outsiders here, so we'll all listen, Qin Anyang said at the opportune moment. Luo Qinghuan turned her head to look at him, nodded slightly, and then said, if the enemy wants to enter the mountains to encircle and annihilate us, then they will first consider their own disadvantages and advantages. Our troops are severely understaffed, but we have the advantage of powerful crossbows and terrain, which can make up for much of the gap between the two sides. And the enemy should not yet know that we have a powerful Qin imperial army. However, this news probably won't be kept secret for long. The Qin imperial army appeared on the front line once and killed many of its soldiers. They will definitely send someone to relay the news. Therefore, the advantage of the Qin imperial army will be weakened, and it will be much more difficult to achieve results through a surprise attack. But the strength of the Qin imperial army should not be underestimated. My opinion for this battle is that we should use 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers as the core of the operation, with the rest of us assisting them. The main mode of combat is guerrilla warfare. However, there are some changes. The main purpose is to disperse this group of enemy troops and use the superior individual strength of the 2,000 Qin Imperial Army soldiers to defeat them one by one. Luo Qinghuan explained her thoughts in detail regarding the upcoming battle. It even specifies in detail how many people should be deployed where and what traps should be set up. The Yongtai Jinshan mountain range is not small. The location of Menghu village is in the inner and outer areas of Yongtai Jinshan. As for the entire Yongtai Jinshan, Qin Anyang had a topographical map drawn up after the founding of the Qin dynasty. However, due to the large size of the mountain range, a topographic map has not yet been drawn, but the area around Menghu village, including the connection between this place and the Qin imperial city, has been drawn. Moreover, the map was drawn in great detail. There were bound to be some flaws, but the important parts were depicted and described in detail. So, only then could Luo Qinghuan devise a detailed plan for the upcoming battle. Qin Anyang only added a few points and had no other comments. Shin Suxin and her two daughters, Huayu and her mother, understood what was being said, but they couldn't offer any opinions on the battle. Chapter 370 All-Out Attack. That night, the area around Menghu village was illuminated by the firelight, thanks to its relatively remote location and the cover provided by the mountains. Otherwise, with such a large area of fire, even in Ningxia City, it would probably be possible to vaguely see a bright light. After receiving their orders, Su Lianyan and Sheng Yufu immediately directed their subordinates to mobilize and begin rebuilding the arsenal and gunpowder factory. The two factories were started at the same time. The difference is that, at the arsenal, under Han Guoqing's leadership, a simple iron smelting furnace was built on the spot using stones, and crossbow bolts were immediately forged. It's certainly slow, but it's better than nothing. The situation was different at the gunpowder factory. The production environment requirements at the gunpowder factory were much higher than those at the arsenal, so it was impossible for them to start working immediately like Han Guoqing and his team. Quick, hurry up, hands and feet. Ergu, quickly take some men and move some iron or over. We're running out. Where's the coal? Why hasn't it been moved over yet? Lord Su, our coal reserves are running low. We need to have some transported from Tongshi City. Immediately send someone to Tongshi City tonight, and have the Liu family find a way to transport coal over. As for how to do it, let the Liu family head figure it out himself. Yes, Lord Su. We're running out of timber. Lin Tianqing, quickly send someone to cut down some timber and bring it over. They're cutting. They're already cutting. I'll go urge them to send over a batch first. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Countless people stayed up all night, all with one goal: to complete the task assigned by the emperor as quickly as possible. Many others, under Luo Qinghuan's orders, rushed to the ambush sites overnight to make the necessary preparations for the attack. However, while the Qin dynasty was making preparations, the 90,000 enemy troops in Ningxia City were not idle either. There was an unspoken understanding between the two sides, and they were both preparing for the upcoming war. Just as Luo Qinghuan had guessed, Lu Jun and the others had indeed received the message sent by Xia Yuan. Upon learning that the great Qin dynasty had an army composed entirely of cultivators, the three were greatly shocked. However, this only strengthened their resolve to enter the mountains and encircle and annihilate it. Such a group of traitors will surely become a great threat if left unchecked. So, the best opportunity is to eliminate the Qin rebels while they are still relatively weak. The next morning, the sky was not as clear as usual. Instead, it was overcast and rainy, and the air was filled with a restless atmosphere that made people feel very uncomfortable. Ningxia City. In front of the city gate, more than 80,000 soldiers of the Anwu kingdom gathered here, arranged in dozens of small square formations. It's just that the area in front of the city gate was spacious. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to accommodate so many people. Upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that these 80,000 soldiers are divided into small groups of 10. Within each small group, 2 soldiers carried 2 shields, 2 soldiers carried a bundle, and the remaining 6 were equipped normally. Lu Jun, Yang Wei, and Ba Sheng stood directly in front of the army. The three looked at each other with serious expressions, exchanged a few glances, and then saw Lu Jun take a few steps forward. Fellow soldiers, we have come a long way, experiencing many battles, both big and small, and we have weathered many storms. This time will be no exception. Between brothers, I won't waste time with those empty words. Now, Lu Jun drew his sword from his waist, turned sideways, held the sword in one hand, pointed it in the direction of Yongtai Golden Mountain, and roared. All troops attack. With Lu Jun's roar, the more than 80,000 soldiers were mobilized with serious expressions. As the army marched, Lu Jun, Yang Wei, and Ba Sheng did not walk at the forefront, but instead dispersed to 3 different positions in the center of the army. On the battlefield, the importance of a general is self-evident. With powerful crossbows in their possession, how could the 3 of them stand at the very front of the formation? Even with the strength of the 3, they were not afraid of crossbow bolts, but it was always better to be cautious. Ningxia City was still some distance from Yongtai Jinshan. When Lu Jun and his 2 companions led their army to the Qin imperial city, they did not pass through the city, but instead chose to take a detour. Speed is of the essence in war, that's for sure. At this point, both sides have their methods out in the open, so the priority should be to proceed steadily. The army reached the foot of Yongtai Jinshan Mountain, nearing noon. Stop here, rest for half an hour, have lunch, and then go into the mountains. Lu Jun ordered. The 3 did not allow the army to enter Yongtai Jinshan rashly. After traveling such a long distance, it was naturally best to rest. The army stopped to rest, while Lu Jun and his 2 companions gathered together, sat down, and chatted while resting. We have arrived at the outskirts of Yongtai Jinshan and will be entering the mountains soon. It's time to send out the scouts, Yang Wei said. It's time to send out the scouts. Lu Jun nodded in agreement. Ba Sheng hesitated for a moment, then said, I think we shouldn't send out the scouts so early. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun and Yang Wei both looked at him with suspicion. We can confirm one thing now. That group of rebels is inside Yongtai Jinshan. As for where they are hiding, we don't know. And those rebels must know our whereabouts. Both sides were aware of each other's situation. The forests on the outskirts of the mountain were not very dense, and the terrain was relatively flat, making it unsuitable for an ambush. Given the habits of those rebels, they certainly wouldn't set up an ambush under such unfavorable circumstances. So, I don't think we need to send out scouts so early. The main event is tomorrow. Tomorrow our troops will penetrate deep into the mountains and forests. That will be the time when scouts are most needed. Now, there's no need to waste the scouts' energy. Maintaining a good mental state is essential to facing the upcoming battles. After all, the wilderness is also a considerable challenge for scouts. Most importantly, our scouts are not many. If they are ambushed and killed by the rebels, it will be bad news for us. The reconnaissance capabilities of ordinary soldiers are no match for those of well-trained scouts. These words immediately changed the minds of Lu Jun and Yang Wei. There is indeed not much danger on the outskirts of the forest. The trees have been cut down quite a bit, so they are sparse and the view is still relatively open. The surrounding terrain is relatively flat, making it unsuitable for setting up an ambush. With their keen eyesight, they couldn't possibly fail to see this. In that case, let's not send out scouts for now, Lu Jun said. Yang Wei nodded and said, that works too. Let those scouts keep their energy up. Whether the army's march will go smoothly tomorrow depends on their performance. As for those on night watch tonight, arrange for some soldiers to take turns. Chapter 371 Drizzling Rain. After resting for half an hour, the army set off again and attacked Yongtai Jinshan. The rest of the journey went as smoothly as Bashing had predicted, without any ambushes or even traps. The environment surrounding the mountains and forests is indeed unsuitable for setting up an ambush. As darkness fell, the army had no choice but to halt and find a place with a wide view and few obstacles to set up camp. Choosing such a location was naturally to prevent being ambushed. Detsi, take some men and clear the woods near the camp to make sure there are no hiding places nearby, Lu Jun instructed one of his personal guards. Yes, General. Detsi bowed in response, turned and left, beckoning a group of soldiers to begin clearing the bushes near the camp with long knives. As for the mature trees, they are not included in the cleanup. Not only is logging troublesome, but the site selection process itself involves choosing areas with relatively few trees, so there's no need to worry about it. Night. Dark clouds loomed overhead, making the sky grow increasingly gloomy. But the rain never came. Kyoto County has become a place of trouble and controversy. The Qin dynasty is working hard, the Anwu kingdom is working hard, and the people of the Qin dynasty are working hard too. Compared to the armies of both sides, the common people of Qin, with their own abilities, worked hard for the country and for their homes. The next day, the sky was overcast, with dark clouds overhead. A light drizzle accompanied by a cool breeze fell, and the long parched earth finally welcomed a rain. Some people, really hate this rain. Some people, really enjoyed the rain. Yongtai Jinshan, this unremarkable mountain, who could have predicted that one day it would become a place of war? 500 scouts traversed the mountains and fields to scout ahead for the army and clear out some traps. Starting at dawn, the scouts didn't discover the trap until almost nightfall. A very simple trap, easily spotted at a glance. A pile of rolling stones. By taking advantage of the terrain, a pile of stones is stacked on top, which can be pushed down the hillside at any time to cause damage. Several scouts stepped forward and quickly dismantled the trap. News of the discovery of the trap was then relayed back to the army. Upon learning of this, Lu Jun and his two companions immediately understood that this was a warning from the great Qin dynasty, telling them not to go any further. Otherwise, but would the three of them be afraid? It's not about whether you're afraid or not, but that you can't be afraid. If this opportunity is missed and the Qin dynasty develops further, it will be much more difficult to eliminate them than it is now. So, we must seize this opportunity. Pass down the order. Head to the place 800 meters to the northwest and rest there for the night. As soon as Lu Jun issued the order, soldiers immediately relayed it. Upon receiving the order, the army immediately changed course and headed to a place with a wide field of vision, 800 meters to the northwest, where they set up camp. As for the 500 scouts, they naturally went with the main army. There is a separate system for communication between scouts, so there is no worry that they will not receive messages. Before long, all 500 scouts returned to their posts. But these 500 scouts were exhausted. Exploring in the mountains and wilderness was nothing like exploring in the plains. It is a huge test of physical strength. These 500 scouts will be replaced by a new batch tomorrow after they finish scouting the area today. The army sent by Anwu Kingdom to quell the rebellion consisted of 100,000 elite troops, with 200 scouts in each of the 10,000 elite troops, for a total of 2,000 scouts. Since the start of the battle, some of the 2,000 scouts have been killed or wounded, leaving more than 1,500 remaining. 500 people a day, which is just enough for 3 days of rotation, and they can also get time to rest and relieve some physical stress. As darkness fell completely, Yongtai Jinshan, devoid of moonlight, became utterly black. However, there was one place that was brightly lit by fire. The drizzle had been falling all day and showed no sign of stopping. The mountains and forests were filled with dew, and the ground had become somewhat muddy. Inside the camp, of the more than 80,000 soldiers, apart from those responsible for night watch and defending against the Qin sneak attack, the rest gathered around the campfire. Let's warm ourselves by the fire. It's funny, in the middle of summer, when you'd be running away from a fire, they're actually warming themselves by the fire. There was nothing I could do. I'd been soaked in the rain all day. Even though it was just a light drizzle, the long hours I spent in the rain were unbearable. When a large army goes on an expedition, besides food, only soldiers with medicine for wounds will carry some cloths. But they were just some cloth towels. Lu Jun, Yang Wei, and Ba Sheng sat around a fire, and none of them were in much better condition. The flames flickered, their dim light illuminating the faces of the three people. The traitor's hiding place is probably not far from here. We should be facing the rebels tomorrow, but this rain came at the wrong time and is somewhat disadvantageous to our army. There's no other way. Time waits for no one, and we can't afford to waste it with these rebels. Why are you two thinking so much? With the rebels' meager strength, they can't even defend a city. What's there to be afraid of? Brother Ba, what you say makes sense, but these rebels cannot be judged by ordinary standards. What's there to be afraid of? More than 80,000 elite soldiers are among the best, even on the frontier. Are we afraid of a bunch of rebels? Brother Lu, Brother Ba, you two stop arguing. We have already discovered the traces of the rebels. Rest well, as we will likely have a tough battle tomorrow. Yang Wei's words silenced Lu Jun and Ba Sheng. The three of them stared at the fire in front of them, their eyes gleaming with an inexplicable light. It rained all night long. The rain at night was heavier than the rain during the day, making the mountain road even more difficult to walk. In fact, there are hardly any mountain roads to speak of. It was getting light later than usual, perhaps because of the rain. But this doesn't affect anything. Lu Jun and his two companions got up early in the morning, had breakfast, and then led their army to set off again. Breakfast consisted of just a bowl of hot water for each person, along with a flatbread. When the army is on the march or in the mountains to suppress bandits, and there is no logistics team to accompany them, they naturally cannot get a normal meal. So, such a combat method absolutely cannot be prolonged, otherwise it would be an extremely bad thing for the army. Today, the army set out, with a new batch of scouts sent to explore the area. Having discovered the trap set by the Qin dynasty yesterday, the scouts on the way today are being extra cautious, not daring to be careless in the slightest. We don't seek speed, we seek stability. One mistake on their part could very well result in the deaths of dozens or even hundreds of people. Chapter 372 Hanga Mountain. 500 scouts were divided into pairs and searched the area in a scattering pattern to clear traps and ambushes from the Qin dynasty. Something's not right there. Just then, a scout pulled his companion aside, pointed to a huge blue stone in front of him, and said with a solemn expression. Upon hearing this, the scout looked in the direction his companion was pointing and immediately frowned. Something is definitely not right. It's normal to find a rock behind a forest, and it's also normal for the rock to be a bit big. But if the trees behind the rock are damaged, then that's not normal. There's a trap here. There's an ambush here. The two spoke almost simultaneously, and then one of them immediately raised his hand to cover his mouth, making a megaphone shape, and made a bird call. Giggle, giggle, giggle. This frequency was maintained and repeated 3 times. Then, the two of them quietly retreated, creating some distance between themselves and the blue stone in front of them. Scouts who had received the news quickly surrounded the area. Once most of the people had arrived, the scouts began to investigate the blue stone. This wasn't the first time they'd worked together, so they handled the situation without the slightest panic. As they approached the blue stone step by step, the scouts were on tenterhooks. If someone passes by from the front, then naturally someone will go around from the side or the back. However, when they arrived at the blue stone, they found that there were no traps, only some deliberately broken branches, etc. Was it broken intentionally? Oh no. Everyone, retreat immediately. One of the scouts reacted quickly, shouting and retreating immediately. The other scouts also realized what was happening and quickly retreated, leaving the area where the bluestone was exposed. Just then, several crossbow bolts flew in from a distance at great speed. Of ding whoosh. In an instant, some crossbow bolts pierced the bodies of several scouts, some hit the bluestone, and some flew straight through the air, clearly missing their mark. Quick hide. There are rebels lying in ambush here. Everyone, quickly find a place to hide. Get away from the vicinity of the bluestone immediately, don't stay there. Suddenly, the scouts' slightly panicked voices rang out. They ran desperately into the forest, away from the location of the bluestone, looking for a place to hide. In the mountains and forests, the enemy can hide and ambush them, and they can also quickly find a place to hide. A sudden attack, which came quickly and went quickly. After a few crossbow bolts killed several scouts, the expected more intense shooting did not occur. Instead, it subsided. However, the group of scouts dared not show themselves directly. To be on the safe side, they waited a moment before slowly emerging from the forest. Standing in the forest, looking at the remains of their companions on the bluestone in front of them, the group felt heavy-hearted. War. The battle has begun. The trap we encountered last night was a warning, and now the real battle has begun. No one knows how many ambushes lie ahead or what traps await them. But do they have a choice? No. There is no choice but to keep moving forward and seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After learning about the situation, Lu Jun and his two companions discussed the matter and decided to send an additional 300 scouts to the reconnaissance team. Originally, the rotation was every 2 days, but now it has been forced to be changed to every day. This would increase the pressure on the scouts considerably, but it was the only way to ensure the army's march. The incident at Qingshi was just a very minor episode and could not affect the army's advance. Later, nearly 800 scouts led the way, and the army of more than 80,000 men slowly advanced. Along the way, they encountered more and more traps, some well hidden and others easily spotted. The number of scouts was slowly decreasing, but the army was getting closer and closer to the location of Tiger's stronghold. Henga Mountain. This mountain has a rather precipitous terrain and covers a wide area, making it a necessary route to the fierce Tiger stronghold. Lu Jun and his two companions stood on a high point, looking at a mountain range not far ahead, their expressions solemn. It's not a good place there, Lu Jun sighed. Even if it's tough, we have to get through it. The rebels' hiding place is probably behind these mountains, Yang Wei said in a deep voice. Well, Lu Jun shook his head. Let's go. Get some rest tonight. There's probably going to be a fierce battle tomorrow. Ba Sheng ignored their words, stared ahead for a while, then turned and left. I'll take some men hunting nearby and cook dinner for the brothers. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun and Yang Wei turned to look in their direction. Brother Ba, be careful, Lu Jun instructed. Brother Ba, call more generals to go with you, Yang Wei said. Ba Sheng waved his hand behind his back, without answering. The continuous rain meant that it got dark earlier than usual. Ba Sheng returned from hunting with 30 men, but the haul was mediocre and not very plentiful. However, if it is chopped up and cooked into a soup, each soldier can have a bowl, which is considered a delicious meal. It's better than drinking plain water, isn't it? More than 80,000 soldiers, drenched in a light rain, sat around a fire, each holding a flatbread in their left hand and a bowl of steaming meat soup in their right, eating and warming themselves by the fire. During the meal, some chatting and laughter were inevitable. For these soldiers, fighting a battle was just another one. They were already used to it. Far away, on a mountaintop in Hanga Mountain, Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan stood gazing at the distant land of firelight. The two were accompanied by a number of female guards. There are quite a few people. Qin Anyang sighed. From the moment the enemy entered Yongtai Jinshan, they were completely under the surveillance of the Qin dynasty. Tomorrow's battle is going to be a bit troublesome. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan turned her head and glanced at it, saying in a calm tone, the traps ahead are just minor skirmishes. Tomorrow, these enemy troops will regret their actions. Qin Anyang said with some concern, The terrain of Hangum Mountain is treacherous, and it's obvious at a glance that it's an excellent ambush location. What if the enemy chooses to take a detour? Won't. Luo Qinghuan shook her head. The enemy's goal is to wipe us out. They don't have much supplies, not enough to sustain them in fighting in Yongtai Jinshan for a long time. Once supplies run out, it will be an unbearable consequence for an army of nearly 100,000. So, no matter what happens tomorrow, they will first go into Cold Valley Mountain to test the waters. If there's a chance, this group will definitely charge in like tigers. If things cannot be done, either retreat here, or take a detour. Chapter 373 Cold Valley Mountain 2. A cool breeze was blowing, and a light drizzle was falling. This is the 4th day since it started raining, but there is no sign that the rain will stop. Compared to the previous 3 days, it's actually a bit bigger. The sky remained overcast as always, and due to the increased rain, it appeared even more gloomy than in the previous days. Such weather is rare in the height of summer. Early in the morning, more than 80,000 soldiers braved the rain and marched toward Hangum Mountain. More than 1,300 scouts were dispatched. The ground was already soaked by the rain, becoming muddy and slippery, with puddles in many places. As the soldiers marched, their footsteps splashed up a lot of rainwater, their shoes were covered in yellow mud, and their trouser legs were already soaked. However, even in the face of such harsh marching conditions, not a single one of the more than 80,000 soldiers uttered a word. Anyone could see the situation at Hangum Mountain. There was definitely an ambush there. So, there is no need to hold back anything today. Our goal today is to achieve victory through stability. More than 1,300 scouts, in pairs, ventured into Cold Valley Mountain to investigate, occasionally making unusual noises. These sounds are one way they transmit information. Some represent safety, some represent danger, and some represent other things. With these scouts clearing the way and ensuring safety, the army slowly entered Hangum Mountain and advanced forward. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from ahead, as if the sky were falling and the earth were splitting apart. What is that sound? What happened up ahead? What's going on? Lu Jun and the other two spoke almost simultaneously. Although they were not together, they all looked up and gazed ahead with solemn expressions. The 3 men knew in their hearts that the rebels had begun to make their move. The more than 80,000 soldiers also showed signs of tension. They weren't stupid. This sudden sound was definitely not normal. As for why it's abnormal, is there any need to elaborate? Pass down the order to halt the advance, and wait for the scouts to return and report. If it is safe, then we can continue, Lu Jun ordered. Yes, General. The guards received the order and immediately relayed it. Upon receiving the order, the army immediately halted its advance. In fact, they had stopped the moment the sound was heard. Soon, several scouts returned somewhat disheveled from the front. Upon seeing this, the soldiers at the front of the army immediately made way for them, allowing them to enter the center of the army directly. Several scouts made their way unimpeded to the center of the army and met Lu Jun and his 2 companions who had gathered together. What happened up ahead? Lu Jun asked anxiously. Reporting to the 3 generals, just as we were about to pass through a valley, an explosion was heard above the cliff. The cliff collapsed, burying many of our brothers inside, and the mountain road was blocked. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun's pupils contracted, and his expression instantly became extremely solemn. Yang Wei and Ba Sheng's reactions were not much different. The traitors have made their move. The 3 men looked at each other and, through their eyes, immediately understood that the rebels had officially begun their attack. Let me ask you, if that valley is blocked, are there any other roads? Yang Wei asked. I don't know for now. The scout replied truthfully, shaking his head. The Cold Valley Mountain area is quite large, and the more than 1,300 scouts dared not disperse too much. They only needed to ensure the safety of the army's marching route. So, whether there were any other suitable roads for the army to pass through this area, the scouts truly did not know. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei was somewhat disappointed, but he was not discouraged. Instead, he gave the order. You shall immediately return to the ranks, gather the other scouts, and search the vicinity for any other suitable roads for the army to travel. Yes, General Yang. The scout accepted the order, gathered a few companions, and turned to leave. Pass down the order. The army shall rest in place for half an hour, Yang Wei commanded. Yes, General. One soldier received the order, gathered several other soldiers, and relayed the command throughout the army. Lu Jun then said, just as we suspected, the rebels' hiding place is not far from here. Yang Wei nodded and said, the terrain here is quite treacherous, so it's not surprising that the rebels would set up an ambush here. I just don't know how strong the rebels are. What kind of strength could they possibly have? Ba Sheng said with some disdain. Have you forgotten? These rebels abandoned Ningxia City and chose to flee directly, which shows that they don't have much strength at all. The two of them spent a day trying to refute this statement, but couldn't find a reason to do so. Although Ba Sheng's words were somewhat dismissive of the rebels, he was speaking the truth. No matter what, Ningxia City is still a county town. Siege warfare is inherently difficult, yet the Qin dynasty chose to abandon a perfectly good city instead of making use of it. This approach is truly hard to understand. Lu Jun said, no matter what, we can't rush forward. You all know the tricks these rebels usually use. Who knows what bad things they're up to? That's right. Yang Wei echoed. This isn't the first time we've clashed with these rebels. We really can't outmaneuver them when it comes to underhanded tactics. Ba Sheng nodded. You're right. It's always good to be cautious. Let's wait here and see before making a decision. As military commanders leading more than 80,000 soldiers, the three men absolutely could not gamble with the lives of these soldiers. This battle must be fought. But if there's no way to fight, the three of them won't force their way in. The three of them would never do something that would needlessly cost soldiers their lives. After the cliffs were destroyed, the passageways in the valley could no longer support the passage of large armies. 2 or 3 people might not have much of an impact, but this involves more than 80,000 people. Without a suitable road, it was extremely difficult to get these 80,000 people to continue their march while conserving their energy. When a large army goes on a campaign, it usually avoids mountains and forests. The terrain in the mountains and forests posed a significant challenge for the army's march. So, that's why those mountain bandits hiding in the wilderness are so difficult to deal with. Imagine a local government organizing soldiers to go into the mountains to suppress bandits. The mountains are high and the roads are long. By the time they find the bandits, they are exhausted. How can they fight a group of bandits who occupy advantageous terrain? Now, the Qin dynasty is nothing more than a group of mountain bandits, and the more than 80,000 troops of Anwu Kingdom are the government's anti-bandit army. But are these bandits so easy to wipe out? Several scouts returned to the group and relayed the message. Subsequently, more than 1,000 scouts began to expand their search area, looking for a suitable route for the army to pass through. However, these scouts were unaware that their every move was being observed. The unique geographical environment of Hanga Mountain makes the forest sparse and the view much more open. However, the terrain will also become much steeper. At this moment, Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan stood at a high point with a wide view, staring at a group of scouts who were exploring ahead. Chapter 374 Cold Valley Mountain 3. Husband, let them do it. Luo Qinghuan spoke calmly, but her words signaled the official start of the war. Good. Qin Anyang nodded slightly, waved his hand, and Cheng Yufu, dressed in a white brocade robe, immediately stepped forward, cupped her hands, and said, Master, Yufu, it's time to get started. Let's get rid of these flies first, so they don't keep scouting for the enemy. Yes, sir. Cheng Yufu accepted the order, turned, and left the place. Her steps were light and almost silent. The female guards also left with her. The sisters, Xia and Xiaoya, each held an oil paper umbrella and stood beside Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan respectively. Master, now that Sister Yufu and the others have cleared out the enemy scouts, will the enemy retreat? Xiaoya asked curiously. Retreat, or not to retreat? For us, there is not much difference. If the enemy retreats now, we can avoid unnecessary casualties. If they do not retreat, we can proceed according to the original plan. Qin Anyang replied patiently. He was very patient with the women around him, whether they were his personal maids or female guards. Moreover, he was just as patient even when dealing with ordinary people in the Qin dynasty. Qin Anyang was well loved by the people because of his kind nature and effective governance. Oh, Xiaya pouted and responded, her bright eyes darting left and right, her little head seemingly lost in thought. The four of them stood there, quietly waiting for the show to begin. Cheng Yufu led a group of female guards as they raced through the mountains and fields. The steep terrain of Hanga Mountain was as flat ground under their feet, posing no difficulty whatsoever. A group of female guards, all at least at the 9th rank, dressed in white, moved through the mountains and fields like a group of snow fairies. However, these are a group of deadly snow sprites. The 2,000 female guards dispersed shortly after leaving the high point, forming small teams of 10 and heading to various parts of Cold Valley Mountain. At this time, more than 1,300 scouts were exploring whether there were any roads nearby that the army could pass through. Dinyan, you have to admit these rebels are really strange. Yesterday they set up so many traps that killed many of our brothers, but today, apart from that valley just now, there isn't a single trap. Sai, who knows what these rebels are thinking? The valley collapsed just now and buried a lot of our brothers. We'd better be careful. That's true. I've been in the army for over 10 years, and I've never seen such a tough enemy. The two scouts walked and talked, not forgetting to scout out their surroundings as they did so. Just then, two beams of white light attacked from the left and right sides of the two scouts at an extremely fast speed. What is that? One of the scouts' expressions changed drastically as he pointed to a white shadow flying towards his right. Not good. The other scout's pupils contracted, and his expression became extremely solemn. The rebels have started their attack. We need to retreat. Before he finished speaking, the scout grabbed his companion and ran desperately toward the army. He knew very well that if the rebels made their move now, it meant that they were absolutely confident of killing the two of them. Rebellion? Given the speed at which those two white figures were moving, could the two of them possibly resist them? If they want to survive, the only way is to run to where the army is. Only by returning to the army can they have a chance of survival. However, will the two female guards give them this opportunity? That's obviously impossible. Two female guards, each wielding a longsword, charged toward the two scouts from the left and right. The steep terrain did not hinder them in the slightest. The distance between the two sides closed rapidly. Chirp, 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 chirp. As the two scouts fled, they did not forget to warn the other scouts that danger was approaching. But the next moment, uft, uft, two heads flew into the air, spraying blood, and the two headless corpses staggered forward due to inertia. Splash, splash. The two heads fell to the ground and rolled far, far down the slope, where rainwater mixed with yellow mud and wrapped them into a ball of yellow mud. After doing all this, the two female guards exchanged a glance, their expressions utterly indifferent, and then turned and left. Their mission is complete, and it's time for them to return to their unit. This scene is still unfolding at Hanga Mountain. More than 1,300 scouts had no chance against 2,000 Qin Imperial soldiers. This was a massacre, a one-sided massacre. The rain intensified at some point, falling in a light drizzle onto the corpses of the scouts, diluting the blood. Blood flowed down the hillside, as if Cold Valley Mountain were wounded. Raindrops falling from the sky seemed as if Cold Valley Mountain was weeping. News of the Qin Imperial armies moved quickly reached the army. When Lu Jun and the other two heard the news, their faces turned ashen. Ba Xing angrily said, "These damn traitors, what were their intentions?" Yang Wei composed himself, turned to look at Lu Jun, and asked, "Brother Lu, what should we do now? How to do it?" Lu Jun's face was extremely gloomy, and he didn't know what to do for a moment. Go to rescue them? The main force was hundreds of meters away from the scouts, and in some places even thousands of meters away. By the time the scouts arrived to provide support, there would probably only be a corpse left. Moreover, who knows if this is a conspiracy by those traitors? The real goal of deliberately luring them over is to divide and conquer them one by one. Lu Jun was in a dilemma. He couldn't just not save them, but he also couldn't save them. He didn't know what to do. However, Lu Jun soon stopped worrying about it. Of the more than 1,300 scouts, there was no way to resist the 2,000 Qin Imperial soldiers. However, there were always two lucky ones who managed to escape the massacre. Several scouts returned, looking terrified and disheveled. Upon seeing the army of over 80,000, a hint of relief appeared in the eyes of several scouts. They survived. Someone's back. Quick, go and meet them. Brothers, let's go. Go and provide backup for them. In an instant, many soldiers gripped their long swords, raised their shields, and charged forward to meet the scouts who had escaped back. After the two sides met, the soldiers immediately protected the scouts behind them, while the soldiers holding shields stood at the front, staring ahead, fearing that the Qin crossbow bolts would come. Fortunately, no crossbow bolts were fired until they retreated back into the main army. Lu Jun, Yang Wei, and Ba Sheng also came over at this moment. Lu Jun looked at the disheveled scouts and asked anxiously, "What exactly happened? Where are the others?" Chapter 375 Cold Valley Mountain 4. They're all dead. They're all dead. Those rebels are too strong. We have absolutely no chance against them. They are no ordinary people. That running speed is simply beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. The words of the scouts left everyone present in disbelief. Soldiers who can become scouts in the army are definitely not bad in individual combat, but such a group of people were completely unable to fight back when attacked by rebels. This shows that the rebels who killed them were far stronger than them. Otherwise, how could only a few out of more than 1,300 scouts with impressive footwork have escaped with their lives? Lu Jun, Yang Wei, and Ba Sheng realized the seriousness of the situation. They looked at each other, and a thought popped into their minds at the same time. A cultivator. Those rebels who intercepted and killed the scouts must be cultivators. Do you think this group of people is the same group the general was talking about? Yang Wei asked, as if speaking in riddles. Have no idea. Lu Jun shook his head. The army sent a letter saying that the rebels had an army composed entirely of cultivators, numbering around 2,000, and they slaughtered nearly 30,000 of our soldiers. If this group of rebels is the same group that appeared in Qingyun County, it means that the rebels' true strength has been fully exposed. But what if it isn't? Then we're afraid we'll suffer a major setback if we try to clear our name on this trip. Ba Sheng frowned, somewhat irritated, and said, "Stop with the useless nonsense. Let's discuss what we should do." What to do? Lu Jun and Yang Wei fell into deep thought. The scouts were practically wiped out. Without their reconnaissance, the army's march would have become a very troublesome problem. Not to mention, there was a group of rebels watching from the sidelines, eager to seize the opportunity. If they dare to disperse their forces, those rebels with cultivation will definitely teach them what regret is. The three of them were undecided for a moment. It's definitely possible to fight. But how to fight is another question. Fighting in mountainous terrain is not a good choice for a large army, especially in mountainous terrain that they are unfamiliar with. On the contrary, the Qin rebels were extremely familiar with this place. The terrain was completely unfavorable. What are the advantages? They weren't without their advantages either. Their elite army of over 80,000 men was a formidable force on any battlefield. However, this advantage cannot be fully utilized, which is the most troublesome thing for Lu Jun and his two companions. Could it be? Should we just retreat? The idea popped into the minds of the three of them, but they quickly suppressed it. I'm not reconciled. They were unwilling to accept it. It was clearly a surprise attack. Victory was clearly assured, and the rebels were right in front of them. But they couldn't do anything about these rebels. A sense of powerlessness overwhelmed Lu Jun and his companions, leaving them in a state of utter turmoil. The soldiers, too, were filled with mixed emotions and unsure of what to do. If even the general is confused, how can his soldiers avoid it? What do you think they will choose? Qin Anyang asked quietly, watching the Qin Imperial Army retreat. I don't know. Luo Qinghuan shook her head. The enemy general who can command such a large army must not be an ordinary person. I cannot predict what decisions they will make. So that's how it is. Qin Anyang murmured. This answer was within his expectations, but it was not the answer he wanted to hear. Master, look. Xiaoya pointed ahead and exclaimed, those enemy troops are starting to move. However, without Xiaoya's reminder, Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan had already spotted the enemy's movements. The enemy was able to make a decision so quickly. Qin Anyang was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the enemy troops to be so decisive. Could it be? Aren't these enemy troops afraid of being tricked and harmed? Shiyu, Luo Qinghuan said, frowning. Madam, Shiyu replied softly. passed down the order to make them prepare to deliver a heavy blow to this enemy force. Yes, madam. Shiyu accepted the order, handed the oil paper umbrella to Xiaoyu, and then turned and left. Despite the light drizzle, raindrops fell on Shiyu's face, adding to her aloofness. Tap tap, tap tap. Shiyu's steps were light, and her pair of blue embroidered shoes were splashed with rainwater, but she didn't care at all. Having followed Qin Anyang for so long, her personality has become increasingly calm and mature. After discussing it, Lu Jun, Yang Wei, and Ba Sheng finally decided to launch an attack. I would be unwilling to give up like this. The three men didn't believe it. The Qin rebels were suffering defeat after defeat at the front lines. Could there really be a lot of troops in Ningxian County? So, they're going to give it a try? Let's see if these rebels are just bluffing or if they really have the strength. In this way, we can at least have an explanation. Even if this probing attack fails, figuring out the rebels' true intentions is still a good thing for the army. War is merciless. It is inevitable that people will die. If victory can be achieved with a small number of deaths, it is a worthwhile choice. Although it may seem cold-blooded, it is a very normal phenomenon on the battlefield. Without scouts to clear the way, Lu Jun and his two companions had no choice but to lead their entire army of over 80,000 men out to prevent a surprise attack by the rebels. The 80,000-strong army marched in a mighty procession toward Hanga Mountain. The first 3 rows of soldiers, 100 men per row, each holding a heavy shield in both hands, slowly advanced forward. The soldiers behind them acted according to the original orders. 10 people form a group, and 100 people form a team. They form numerous small groups to fight, with some responsible for defense and others for offense, and the two sides can rotate roles. The 10 small groups support each other, which will boost their combat strength by several levels. Tap tap tap. More than 80,000 soldiers marched at the same time, their footsteps drowning out the sound of the rain, yet maintaining order amidst the chaos. The mountain path in Hanga Mountain is not easy to walk, or rather, there is no mountain path at all. Originally, scouts were sent to explore the way and were able to find a relatively flat mountain path for the army to march on. With the scouts almost completely wiped out, the army can only advance slowly on its own if it wants to move forward. All the soldiers were now fully focused on guarding their surroundings to avoid being ambushed by the Qin army. Lu Jun, Yang Wei, and Ba Sheng were positioned at the front, middle, and rear of the army to ensure they could command the army at any time and prevent any unforeseen circumstances from leaving them without command. More than 80,000 elite soldiers demonstrated their outstanding combat capabilities at this time. The army slowly advanced, and along the way they would occasionally see some headless corpses scattered around, wet with rain and pale in color. Chapter 376 Cold Valley Mountain 5. In front of the cliff of Hanga Mountain. When Lu Jun and his two companions led their army to this place, they had no choice but to stop when they saw the valley blocked by rubble. The mountain road was already rugged and difficult to travel. Now, those rubble stones have increased the difficulty by dozens of times. This is very bad news for the army. However, the army did not linger, choosing to go around to the side and continue marching forward. Fortunately, the vegetation in Hanga Mountain is sparse. Otherwise, it would have been extremely troublesome for the army to traverse the mountains and fields, and their physical strength would have been greatly depleted. The army slowly circled the cliff without encountering any accidents or traps. This relieved everyone, but also made them even more nervous. No one knew what dangers awaited them ahead. The army crossed the cliff, and ahead lay a barren rocky slope with strangely shaped rocks of varying sizes, offering a fairly open view. There shouldn't be any danger here, right? I don't know, but judging from the environment, there shouldn't be any danger. Watch your step, don't slip. These traitors deserve to die. Coming to this godforsaken place is torture. Sai, haven't I been tormented enough already? The open view lowered the soldier's guard somewhat. After all, if you can see further, the chances of falling into an ambush are much smaller. Whoosh! Just then, a sharp whooshing sound came from afar. Watch out for crossbow bolts. A centurion was the first to notice the crossbow bolts and immediately shouted at the top of his lungs to warn the army. His warning did have an effect. The soldiers, who were already on guard against crossbow fire, immediately took action upon hearing this. Soldiers holding shields gripped them tightly with both hands and raised them diagonally upwards, while soldiers without shields hid behind them. The soldiers reacted quickly, but they only had one crossbow bolt, and it wasn't even aimed at them. Under the watchful eyes of the soldiers, a jet-black crossbow bolt flew from directly in front, striking an inconspicuous rock on the left side of the army. The soldiers who witnessed this scene couldn't help but have questions in their minds. Where are you going to shoot? A stone? When did the crossbow's aim become so bad? Why would a traitor shoot a stone? Why is there only one crossbow bolt? The crossbow bolts flew very fast, hitting the stone steadily in an instant. Ding! The crossbow bolt struck the stone with a thud, then fell to the ground without anything happening. Seeing this, the soldiers were dumbfounded, completely unable to understand what the Qin dynasty wanted to do. With over 80,000 troops, what a massive target they were. Even if you shoot with your eyes closed, you shouldn't miss, right? But now, the crossbow bolt was right in front of the army, and they had no choice but to believe it. The Qin's powerful crossbows really missed. Even under these circumstances, the shot missed. Lu Jun frowned, staring at the crossbow bolt, his mind filled with doubt. What exactly do these rebels want to do? His intuition told him that the crossbow bolt fired by the Qin dynasty was definitely not simple. Did it miss? Is the deviation still so large? The rock was at least 7 or 8 meters away from where the army was. At such a distance, Lu Jun couldn't believe that the people in the Great Qin who controlled the crossbows would have such poor aim. And why is there only one crossbow bolt? Lu Jun was filled with doubt. After hesitating for a moment, he said to one of his personal guards, "De Chuan, go and check it out. Be careful." "Yes, General." De Chuan bowed and replied, then walked towards the rock. The other soldiers looked at him with curiosity. They all wanted to know why the Qin dynasty, which was doing well, would shoot a stone. As for shooting into the air, this was completely outside their consideration. In any case, they were old acquaintances with the rebels of the Great Qin, and they had a deep understanding of the accuracy of crossbows. Under everyone's watchful eyes, De Chuan slowly walked towards the rock. When he arrived at the rock, he carefully examined the surrounding area to see if there were any traps. After a thorough inspection, no traps were found. The crossbow bolt seemed to have really missed its mark. With his doubts in mind, De Chuan first used his broadsword to fiddle with the crossbow bolt a few times. After confirming that there was no danger, he bent down and picked it up. What does this traitor mean? Looking at the unremarkable crossbow bolt in his hand, De Chuan couldn't help but mutter to himself. He took the bolt back to the army and handed it to Lu Jun. "General, there is nothing wrong with the crossbow bolts, and there are no traps near that rock." Lu Jun took the crossbow bolt and examined it carefully. Just as De Chuan had said, there was indeed nothing unusual about it. What exactly do they want to do? Lu Jun frowned, feeling quite puzzled. These rebels from the Great Qin are very adept at playing dirty tricks. They would never do something so meaningless. This crossbow bolt must have some special significance. No matter how hard Lu Jun racked his brains, he couldn't come up with any plan related to this. This was the first time in Lu Jun's life that he had felt so lost. He wanted to win so badly. They desperately wanted to win this war. Therefore, Lu Jun took every step with extra care. Having experienced the strength of the Qin dynasty firsthand, Lu Jun became even more cautious, fearing that something might go wrong. Lu Jun stared at the crossbow bolt in his hand for a long time, but he really couldn't see anything wrong with it. "Keep going." Lu Jun gave the order and handed a crossbow bolt to a soldier next to him. Upon receiving the news, the army mobilized again and marched forward. This time, as the army marched, the soldiers were even more cautious and focused, not wanting to miss any corner of their field of vision. The army of over 80,000 men maintained this high level of concentration and marched forward for about half an hour. Many soldiers were already feeling tired. Even my tense mental state couldn't help but relax a bit. But just then, whoosh, a sharp whistling sound rang out again, which could not be masked by the sound of rain or the noisy footsteps of the army. "Watch out for crossbow bolts. Everyone be careful." This time, many generals issued warnings the moment the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. However, The crossbow bolts were not aimed at the large army. Under the watchful eyes of the soldiers in the front row, the crossbow bolts shot straight into the ground at a distance of about 10 meters from them. Seeing this, the group of soldiers stared at each other, completely dumbfounded. What does this mean? No, what exactly do these rebels want to do? Missed again. Why is there only one crossbow bolt again? Chapter 377 Cold Valley Mountain 6. A single crossbow bolt brought the army to a halt once again. As before, Lu Jun gave De Chuan a look, and De Chuan jogged over and glanced at the spot where the crossbow bolts had fallen. Seeing that the place was unremarkable and there was no danger, he stepped forward and gripped the crossbow shaft. Pull hard. The 3-meter-long crossbow bolt was instantly pulled out. After examining it closely, it was discovered that the bolt in his hand was no different from the previous one. The two crossbow bolts were exactly the same. De Chuan returned to the group with the crossbow bolts, held them in both hands, and placed them in front of Lu Jun. General, just like the crossbow bolt from before, there's nothing strange about it. Lu Jun frowned, looking at the crossbow bolt in De Chuan's hand, but chose not to take it. What exactly do these rebels want to do? Lu Jun murmured, feeling quite puzzled. Twice in a row, only one crossbow bolt was found each time. He didn't believe that the rebels didn't have crossbow bolts. Such actions must be part of some conspiracy. No matter how Lu Jun thought about it, he couldn't figure out what the rebels meant by doing this, or what they were planning. De Chuan, go find General Yang and General Ba and ask them what their opinions are on this. Yes, General. De Chuan bowed and replied, then jogged towards the rear of the army. Keep going. Lu Jun raised his hand and ordered the army to continue advancing. Having decided to fight, he wouldn't retreat so easily before seeing the final result. Although the two crossbow bolts puzzled Lu Jun, they could not force him to retreat. The army continued its advance, but the appearance of the second crossbow bolt raised their guard again, which had been somewhat relaxed. Yang Wei and Ba Sheng's reply was quickly relayed to Lu Jun. The reply was very simple, summed up in one sentence. That means fighting. We won't give up until we get to the bottom of this. It was nearing noon. The rain lessened a bit, and a light drizzle accompanied by a cool breeze fell, making people feel quite uncomfortable. Since the day it rained, the clothes on both sides have never been dry. When resting at night, you can sit by the fire to warm yourself and dry your clothes. But the next day, as soon as they got moving, their clothes were soaked by the rain in no time. How can a soldier's body withstand being in this state for a long time? Even though these soldiers are in better physical condition than ordinary people, a small number of them have already started coughing. This situation has occurred on both sides. However, the situation in Anwu Kingdom is clearly more serious. Most of the Qin soldiers were stationary and could find something to shelter from the rain, which reduced the time they spent in the rain. So, the situation in the Qin dynasty is naturally less severe. Stop right there and rest for an hour. Just then, Lu Jun ordered the army to stop, and he himself walked towards the center of the army. After the army stopped, the soldiers began to rotate in an orderly manner. They started fires to cook and stood guard. This was arranged before the army even set out. When Lu Jun arrived at the center of the army and saw Yang Wei, Ba Sheng also walked over from behind. The three of them gathered together, found 3 rocks to sit on, and discussed what to do next. Several soldiers gathered some dry branches and grass from nearby and lit a fire in the middle of the 3 people sitting around. Having to use a fire to warm oneself in the sweltering summer heat is truly a helpless situation. What's your take on the situation this morning? Lu Jun asked first. Yang Wei frowned, staring at the blazing fire before him, and said in a deep voice, in one morning, the rebels fired a total of 6 crossbow bolts, with the longest interval between each bolt not exceeding half an hour. I find this approach very puzzling. Judging from our previous encounters with the rebels, every time the rebels do something strange, they must have some ulterior motive. But now, in one morning, they fired 6 crossbow bolts, but did not kill a single one of our soldiers. It gives me a feeling. Lu Jun picked up the conversation and said, warning. Right. Yang Wei nodded and said, it is a warning. The rebels' actions are as if they are warning us. Do you think the rebels are just bluffing, or do they really have the strength? Lu Jun asked doubtfully. I don't know. Yang Wei shook his head. I can't possibly guess what these rebels are thinking, but their actions this time are certainly not that simple. Ba Sheng sat to the side, listening to their conversation without saying a word. On the battlefield, no general who commands an army is mediocre. Some generals are skilled in strategy, some are skilled in combat, some are skilled in both. Ba Sheng, on the other hand, was a general who excelled in combat, but was far less adept at strategy. So, many times, Ba Sheng's choice is simply to go all in. With sheer strength, they secured victory in one fell swoop. However, the current situation does not allow Ba Sheng to do that. Given the disadvantageous terrain, brute force is definitely not an option. Lu Jun said in a deep voice. No matter what, we can only stay for one more day. After that, we must evacuate Yongtai Jinshan, otherwise. Lu Jun didn't say what the other was, but Yang Wei and Ba Sheng knew perfectly well. The army can't afford to be thrown into chaos. They were not prepared at all, and their hasty decision to enter the mountains to suppress the rebels was an unwise choice. Chance. It is indeed a rare opportunity. If you can't control it, there's no need to force it. Otherwise, you'll only put yourself in danger. Yang Wei glanced around at the soldiers. The soldiers were soaked to the bone by the rain, sitting around the fire to warm themselves, with nowhere to take shelter from the rain. Their faces had turned from rosy before they entered the mountains to pale. The army exhibits a morbid state. If they continue in this environment for a long time, let alone suppressing the rebels, the army itself will collapse. Well, Yang Wei sighed, his face full of helplessness. If there are still no results by tomorrow, let's retreat. These traitors. Without adequate preparation, there's really nothing we can do about them. Lu Jun nodded and fell silent, but he felt somewhat uneasy. 6 crossbow bolts, but not a single person was killed. Great Qin, what exactly do you want to do? Threaten? Warn? Or is it just a bluff? Or is it that they want to mislead us and make us confused? Lu Jun was indeed feeling somewhat lost. Not only him, but Yang Wei and Ba Sheng were in the same situation at this time. No way. Once bitten by a snake, twice shy. These rebels from the Great Qin are good for nothing but scheming. They're masters of all tricks. They were seasoned generals who had fought in hundreds of battles, large and small. When had they ever encountered an enemy like the Qin dynasty? Chapter 378, Hanga Mountain 7. After a brief discussion, the three of them finally came to a conclusion. Do not linger. They can't afford to waste time. The preparations were already insufficient, and now it has been raining for several days in a row, and judging from the situation, this rain will not stop anytime soon. Soldiers were exposed to the rain for a long time, and their bodies simply couldn't withstand it. So, this mission to suppress the rebels in the mountains will most likely end in failure. 1 hour later, after resting and regrouping, the army set off again. As before during the march, but with some rotation among the soldiers, since holding shields for extended periods of time still puts a considerable strain on their bodies. More than 80,000 troops continued their march. Hanga Mountain is neither too big nor too small. At a normal walking pace, half a day is more than enough time to walk out of Hanga Mountain. However, the army's marching speed was abnormal, so much so that they had been marching for a whole day but had not yet left the territory of Hanga Mountain. The rest of the journey was the same as in the morning, with crossbow bolts occasionally shooting from a distance. Arrows came from all directions, from directly in front of the opening to the front, back, left, and right. However, each time, only one crossbow bolt was fired. This kept the army constantly on edge, and whenever they relaxed their guard, a crossbow bolt would be fired. And so the army continued on in this state, becoming not only physically exhausted but also mentally drained. Under such double pressure, when the army stopped to rest for the night, a group of soldiers were exhausted. As darkness fell, the army stopped to prepare for the night. Without a tent, the only way to avoid the rain was to find some branches nearby and set up a makeshift tent next to the fire. More than 80,000 soldiers occupied a large area. When it got completely dark, the fire could be seen from a great distance. The soldiers, exhausted from a long day, quickly fell asleep by the fire. Lu Jun and the other two sat together, each holding a bowl of plain water, staring blankly at the fire. The dim firelight illuminated the faces of the three people. I have a bad feeling. Lu Jun felt very agitated and uneasy. He had a feeling that something big was about to happen, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it would be. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei and Ba Sheng snapped out of their daze, looked up at Lu Jun, their eyes filled with confusion, yet also a hint of understanding. The traitor's behavior is too bizarre, Yang Wei said quietly. I have never seen such a method of warfare before. It does not harm a single person, but the pressure it exerts on the army is more severe than if thousands of people were killed or wounded. There's a master among the rebels. Ba Sheng opened his mouth, wanting to say something in rebuttal, but when the words reached his lips, he didn't know how to refute them. The three fell silent. After a moment, Lu Jun looked up at the two of them, as if he had made up his mind, and said, "We will leave this place tomorrow morning." Upon hearing this, Yang Wei and Ba Sheng were stunned, their eyes filled with astonishment as they looked at Lu Jun. We've been in the mountains for several days, and we've lost quite a few brothers. As for the rebels, not only were there no casualties, but we didn't even see a single one of them. Throughout the entire day, the rebels fired a total of 19 crossbow bolts, but not a single one of our soldiers shot one. This almost humiliating method is undoubtedly a slap in the face to us and to Nwugwa. But what can we do? We can't do anything about them. Even God is on their side. The soldiers below are exhausted, and some have even caught a cold. If this continues, the army may face serious problems. If such a situation were to occur, the three of us would not be able to bear the responsibility, and we certainly cannot gamble with the lives of our soldiers. Lu Jun fully expressed his concerns. He really wanted to seize this opportunity, but sometimes things don't go as planned. Sigh. After listening to Lu Jun's words, Yang Wei sighed deeply, his face full of dejection. Then let's set off back first thing tomorrow morning. Ba Sheng didn't say a word from beginning to end. He wanted to refute their conversation, but he had nothing to say. The three were filled with resentment, but they had no other choice. Late at night, the rain intensified considerably, and a cool breeze brought a slight chill. The army led by Lu Jun and his two companions, except for the soldiers on night watch, had all gone to sleep. About 800 meters from here, Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan stood side by side, gazing at the place where the enemy army had set up camp. The sisters, Xia and Xiaoya, held an oil paper umbrella to shield the two from the rain. Two fierce tigers, Xiaoxi and Xiao Xiao, stood to one side, staring intently ahead, displaying the might of the king of beasts at this moment. Cheng Yufu stood at the rear with 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers. Their formation was not neat, but there was order in the chaos. In addition, 300 female soldiers stood in formation, operating 30 powerful crossbows. The crossbows were already loaded and aimed at the enemy camp, ready to fire at any moment. 1,200 crossbow bolts were prepared. This quantity is not large, not because the Qin dynasty cannot produce more crossbow bolts, but because they are difficult to transport. In the mountains and fields, it is difficult enough to walk empty-handed, let alone carry heavy objects like crossbows. Moreover, during the transport process, they had to be careful not to be discovered by the enemy. Otherwise, the effect of the sneak attack would be greatly reduced if the enemy was on guard. There are 3 more teams like this. Of course, those 3 teams only had 300 female soldiers, and there was no Qin imperial army among them. It's almost time. Qin Anyang murmured something, his eyes gradually becoming sharp, revealing a cold glint. Yufu. Yes. Cheng Yufu stepped forward and replied with a cupped hand. Let's do it. Qin Anyang said it casually, as if he were talking about something unimportant. Yes, sir. Cheng Yufu accepted the order and turned to glance at the 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers in front of her. He raised his hand and waved it. Set off. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers scattered instantly, forming groups of 10, and quickly left the place. Cheng Yufu also traveled with the group. 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers disappeared in the heavy rain. At this moment, Luo Qinghuan turned to look at Qin Anyang, hesitated for a long time, and said, My husband, I. But when the words were on the tip of her tongue, Luo Qinghuan didn't know how to begin. Qin Anyang turned around, looked at his stunningly beautiful wife, and smiled slightly. My wife, go if you want to. However, you must be careful and absolutely avoid putting yourself in danger. Luo Qinghua nodded, stepped forward and gently hugged Qin Anyang, and said softly, "My husband, I'll be right back." After saying that, Luo Qinghua turned and left, her pace gradually quickening until she disappeared from Qin Anyang's sight like a ghost. Chapter 379 Hanga Mountain 8. In the dead of night, when all is quiet, only the continuous patter of rain can be heard. Huff huff. Loud snoring filled the camp as a group of exhausted soldiers dried their clothes and lay down to sleep right next to the fire. Several days of rain have made the ground somewhat damp. Fortunately, the environment of Hanga Mountain is unique, with very little soil covering the surface, so it did not become muddy. The flickering firelight brought warmth to the many soldiers in the darkness. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept in, and the sleeping soldier couldn't help but shiver. The soldiers on night watch around the camp also shuddered. Damn it! What kind of weather is this? Ugh, what bad luck. To have this kind of weather in the middle of summer. Don't even mention it. I've lived for decades, and this is the first time I've ever seen weather like this. Something's definitely up to no good here. It seems even the heavens aren't on our side. What nonsense are you talking about? During their night watch, the soldiers would talk and chat with each other to relieve their boredom. No one noticed that a group of female guards dressed in white were floating towards the south of the camp like ghosts. Cheng Yufu led 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers, her steps quick and light. The sound of rain drowned out the faint footsteps. As they drew closer to the enemy camp, Cheng Yufu slowly drew her long sword from her waist, gripped it in her hand, and stared coldly ahead. Seeing this, the female guard behind him also drew her long sword. Night raid. This is their first mission of the night. Having exhausted the enemy's energy throughout the day, and now that they are sound asleep and exhausted, a surprise attack would definitely have unexpected results. 800 meters is not a long distance. If it were daytime, given the terrain of Hanga Mountain, it would have been discovered by the enemy long ago. But it's nighttime now. The sound of rain also concealed their whereabouts. So, this was a very successful night raid. While a group of enemy soldiers were still chatting amongst themselves, Cheng Yufu led 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers, arriving at the enemy camp like ghosts. The massacre begins now. A group of female guards, wielding long swords, charged coldly toward the enemy camp. As they drew closer, some of the enemy soldiers on night watch also sensed something was amiss. I think I heard footsteps. I think I heard it too. I didn't hear that. Are you two hallucinating? No. There are footsteps, and the sound is getting clearer. More and more soldiers sensed something was wrong. They got up and looked around, searching for the source of the sound. However, it was pitch black all around, and visibility was limited, so I couldn't see very far. The rain was loud, but the footsteps coming from ahead were becoming clearer and clearer. It's not a hallucination. Many soldiers tensed, and then some of the quicker-witted soldiers immediately shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Panic-stricken shouts rang out, instantly waking the soldiers who were resting in the camp. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The rebels are attacking our army. Everyone get up! Damn it! Those traitors launched another sneak attack. Everyone get up! The rebels are launching a sneak attack." The soldiers on night watch never stopped shouting. They were on high alert, gripping their broadswords in one hand and shields in the other, their eyes fixed intently ahead, ready to meet the enemy. The soldiers in the camp, upon waking up, immediately grabbed their weapons and rushed out of the camp to prepare for battle. However, although their reaction was quick, it was not as fast as the Qin Imperial Army that had already reached the perimeter of the camp. Kill! With Cheng Yufu's cold shout, 2,000 Qin Imperial soldiers charged forward, swords in hand. Target! Pointing directly at the enemy forces ahead. Prepare for the enemy. Prepare for the enemy. Kill them. Kill them. They dare to ambush our army. Brothers, we must kill them tonight. Kill them. The soldiers on Anwu Kingdom's side were no cowards either. They shouted and took the initiative to meet them. Boom! A thunderclap boomed, and the lightning illuminated Cold Valley Mountain. The soldiers from both sides engaged in a fierce battle late at night, amidst torrential rain. Holding a long sword, Cheng Yufu ran ahead with a cold expression. As she was about to encounter the enemy, she tightened her grip on the sword. Seizing the opportunity, He raised his hand and swung his sword. Uft! The long sword slashed through the air, tearing the soldier's armor apart as if it were made of paper, and ripping apart his body that was protected by the armor. The first soldier to fall has appeared. And this was just the first glimpse. The war had only just begun. After Cheng Yufu landed a successful blow, she did not stop, but instead launched an even more ferocious attack. Holding a long sword, he continued to slaughter enemy soldiers. Those ordinary soldiers were completely defenseless against her, as if she were cutting melons and vegetables, one by one with her sword. The gap between cultivators and ordinary people is like an insurmountable chasm. Not to mention that the long sword in Cheng Yufu's hand was far superior to the broadswords in the hands of those soldiers. Sword after sword. With each strike of Cheng Yufu's sword, an enemy soldier perished. Kill. Just then, a centurion, wielding a large sword and with a furious expression, charged toward Cheng Yufu. As a centurion leading 1,000 soldiers, his strength was naturally not weak. He was one of the best in the army. Seeing the newcomer, Cheng Yufu's expression remained unchanged. She killed 2 enemy soldiers in front of her with a single sword strike, and then took the initiative to kill the centurion. The two exchanged more than a dozen blows in an instant. But Cheng Yufu overwhelmed the centurion with her absolute strength. In just one exchange, the centurion was at a disadvantage and in a precarious situation, on the verge of death. Brother Hu, I'm here to help you. Damn traitors, Xiao is so arrogant. Brothers, follow me and kill. The centurion surnamed who was at a disadvantage, but the other centurions and commanders did not remain idle and charged directly towards them. Cheng Yufu showed no fear in response. Instead, she took the initiative to meet the challenge. Because she is now at the 6th rank of cultivation. 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers also engaged in battle with enemy soldiers at this time. The two sides are vastly different in strength. In one-on-one combat, the soldiers of Anwu Kingdom were no match for the female guards of the Qin Imperial Army, even if they are an elite force. Fortunately, Anwu Kingdom had a significant numerical advantage in soldiers. From the initial 3,000 against 2,000, it was a one-sided massacre. Later, with 5,000 against 2,000, the situation gradually stabilized. As more soldiers from the subsequent camps joined the battle, the situation was leveled out and even began to tilt in favor of Anwu Kingdom. Chapter 380 Cold Valley Mountain 9. Lu Jun, Yang Wei, and Ba Sheng rushed over from 3 different locations within the camp, making sure to greet the soldiers along the way. Quickly, follow me and charge. We must kill those rebels tonight. Quickly, move over there and surround them. The 3 ran wildly, with more and more soldiers gathering behind them and countless soldiers accompanying them on both sides. Everyone had only one goal, to rush to the battlefield and annihilate the invading rebels. More than 80,000 elite soldiers demonstrated their formidable strength at this moment, quickly gathering together and joining the battle. However, Cheng Yufu wasn't stupid. Seeing the enemy army charging in on a large scale, she calmly brandished her sword and forced back several enemy generals who were fighting her. Retreat. A clear, cold voice rang out, reaching the ears of every female guard who was fighting. Upon receiving the order to retreat, the female guards did not hesitate at all. They forced back the enemy troops who were engaged in battle, and then withdrew from the battlefield without looking back. A group of female guards, whose cultivation level was at least at the 9th rank, wanted to leave, and the elite soldiers of Anwu Kingdom simply couldn't stop them. Not to mention that the 2,000 soldiers of the Great Qin Imperial Army stayed on the periphery from beginning to end, and not a single one of them went deep into the enemy camp to fight the enemy. Their mission is a night raid. This isn't suicide. Stop them. Don't let them get away. Damn it. It's always like this. They run away as soon as a fight starts. I have to stop them tonight. Kill them, brothers. Stop right there. Seeing that Cheng Yufu and her group were about to run away, the soldiers in the camp became furious. This scene is all too familiar. Having been tricked time and time again, they had long harbored resentment. If these rebels escaped again tonight, what face would they have left to call themselves elite troops? Ba Sheng was closest to the battlefield, and he was also the first of the 3 generals to arrive there. Seeing the Qin army about to flee, Ba Sheng roared. You think I don't exist, coming and going as you please? General Ba has arrived. General Ba is here. Charge, everyone. The general and his men have arrived. Everyone must stop these rebels and kill them tonight. Ba Sheng's arrival boosted the morale of the army, and they ran even faster. However, in the mountains and wilderness, one must be extremely careful even when walking empty-handed. Not to mention it's still dark, and with the torrential rain, the ground is slippery, and you could easily slip and fall. Such stringent conditions meant that ordinary elite soldiers could not catch up with Cheng Yufu and her group. Only the centurions, commanders of thousands, commanders of tens of thousands, and some soldiers with cultivation skills could catch up. Holding a tiger-headed broadsword, Ba Sheng watched the fleeing Qin imperial army with a face full of rage and gave chase without the slightest hesitation. Stop right there, General. Ba Sheng roared and ran forward with all his might. Relying on his considerable strength, Ba Sheng quickly surpassed his own generals and pursued them ahead. Soon, Ba Sheng pursued the last Qin imperial soldiers, his eyes flashing with cold light, and with a face full of anger, he raised his broadsword and slashed at one of the Qin imperial soldiers. The sword strikes were incredibly swift and fierce. The Qin imperial soldier who was targeted by him instinctively turned around and swung his sword to block, but halfway through the swing, he was pulled behind him. Get out of here immediately, Cheng Yufu said coldly, brandishing her long sword to meet the attack. Clang. Swords clashed. You're asking for it, Ba Shenghan said coldly, then withdrew his broadsword and slashed at Cheng Yufu again. No fancy moves, just killing techniques. Heh. Cheng Yufu smiled contemptuously, her eyes filled with disdain, completely disregarding Ba Sheng. With her 6th grade strength, ordinary people are no match for her. The person before her was indeed strong, but to think he could kill her was nothing short of a fool's dream. The female guard was stunned for a moment, and when she looked at Cheng Yufu, who was fighting Ba Sheng, a deep sense of gratitude appeared in her eyes. Sister Yufu, thank you. After thanking her, the female guard turned and left without helping Cheng Yufu in battle. She knew very well that if Cheng Yufu hadn't pulled her up and taken the blow for her, she would probably be dead. Let's get going. Cheng Yufu gave a cold shout. She had no time for conversation. The pressure from the person in front of her was indeed considerable. But that's not the point. The point is the enemy troops chasing after him. Once those people catch up with her, it won't be so easy for her to escape. Ba Sheng clearly saw this as well, and his moves became even more ruthless. He used all his strength with every strike, determined to hold Cheng Yufu back and buy time for Lu Jun and Yang Wei. But how could Cheng Yufu give him that opportunity? She fought and retreated, and after the Qin imperial army had run some distance away, Cheng Yufu forced Ba Sheng back with a sword, then turned and left without looking back. Don't even think about running. Ba Sheng roared angrily and chased after him with his broadsword. At the same time, Lu Jun and Yang Wei arrived at the battlefield one after the other. Seeing that Ba Sheng was chasing down the rebels, the two followed without saying a word. Kill them. Brothers, kill them. Chase them. Don't let them get away. A group of generals followed closely behind, with countless soldiers behind them. Tap, tap, tap. The chaotic footsteps drowned out the sound of the rain, and a chase ensued in the rainy night. Lu Jun and his 2 companions, along with some generals, relentlessly pursued the rear of the Qin imperial army. The distance gradually closed. Whenever Lu Jun and his 2 companions were about to catch up with the Qin imperial army, Cheng Yufu and several Qin imperial army soldiers would intervene to stop them. Once the rest of the Qin army had spread out, Cheng Yufu and her companions forced Lu Jun and his 2 companions back, and then turned to catch up with the rest of the group. As for those generals, occasionally, he can join the battle and exchange a few blows with Cheng Yufu and the others. But they only exchanged a few moves. And those soldiers, aside from the deafening shouts of battle, they were just going through the motions, completely unable to keep up with the pace. One fled, the other pursued. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Jun and the others had chased far ahead, leaving the soldiers behind them far behind. Stop! We can't chase them anymore, Lu Jun shouted as soon as he realized something was wrong. Upon hearing this, the group gradually stopped their pursuit and turned to look behind them. Upon seeing this, a chill immediately ran through my heart. They chased after them for too long. If rebels were to set up an ambush here, the consequences would be unimaginable. We can't chase any further. We've already derailed from the main force. If we continue, we'll easily fall into an ambush set up by the rebels, Lu Jun said in a deep voice. Ba Sheng watched the Qin Imperial Army gradually disappear into the distance and cursed angrily. Damn it! Those traitors escaped again. As soon as he finished speaking, Ba Sheng's pupils contracted sharply, and he pointed ahead in astonishment, saying, "What are they trying to do?" Chapter 381 Hanga Mountain 10. What are they trying to do? Ba Sheng's words jolted all the generals present awake. Seeing the Qin Imperial Army stop and turn to walk towards them not far ahead, everyone's expressions hardened, realizing that something was wrong. Something unusual must be going on. Walk! Get out of here immediately, Lu Jun said with a solemn expression, his unease growing stronger. He dared not linger any longer and turned to run back to the camp. There's probably an ambush here. Let's retreat. Yang Wei reacted quickly, raising his hand to call out to the crowd before turning to follow Lu Jun. However, the group had only run a few steps when they had to stop. In the rainy night, a graceful figure in white slowly walked over. The woman held a sword in one hand, her steps were light, and a faint smile was on her face. But that smile, when seen by Lu Jun and the others, sent chills down their spines. This person is beyond their capabilities. Trouble is brewing, Lu Jun said in a deep voice, his grip on the long sword tightening involuntarily. He was now regretting why he hadn't taken the spear with him when he left the camp. With a spear in hand, one's combat strength will increase significantly. The sword was not his preferred weapon. Yang Wei said solemnly, "Don't get entangled with this person. Charge towards the camp. Once we rejoin the main force, we will be safe." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in response. Kill! At this moment, Ba Sheng roared and charged out first, wielding his broadsword. His specialty is fighting. Compared to intrigue and trickery, Ba Sheng prefers a direct confrontation with his enemies. Brother Ba, do not linger in battle. Lu Jun shouted a reminder and followed after him, sword in hand. Breakthrough, Yang Wei shouted and followed closely behind the two men, launching an attack on the newcomers. The other generals were also traveling together. Everyone knew very well that if they wanted to escape safely tonight, they had to break through the encirclement of the rebels behind them and rejoin the main army in order to save their lives. Luo Qinghuan looked at the group of people charging towards her, a faint smile always on her face, as if she didn't take Lu Jun and the others seriously at all. Boom! A thunderclap boomed, and lightning flashed. Kill! Ba Sheng roared and charged at Luo Qinghuan. Kill them! Kill! Lu Jun and the others also roared and charged towards Luo Qinghuan, wielding all sorts of weapons. To become a military commander, one must earn it through hard work and skill. One must possess genuine ability. Give me your life! Ba Sheng roared, took 2 steps forward, and pushed off with his feet. Click! The stone slab cracked with a sound, and Ba Sheng leaped into the air, gripping the tiger-headed broadsword tightly with both hands, and slashed down with all his might. Facing this attack, Luo Qinghuan remained calm and composed, gently flicking her sword upwards with her right hand. Clang! The sword struck the blade horizontally, effortlessly deflecting Ba Sheng's full-force attack. Then, using the rebound force from the clash of swords, Luo Qinghuan smoothly withdrew her longsword and thrust it at Ba Sheng with incredible speed. Ba Sheng's pupils contracted. He was in mid-air, and he had no way to dodge the sword. What's even more terrifying is the opponent's speed, which is on a completely different level from his. This also shows that the woman in front of him is more than twice as strong as him. In a split second, Ba Sheng twisted his body with all his might to avoid the fatal sword strike. Uft! The sword slashed across Ba Sheng's waist, tearing through his armor and leaving a half-finger-deep wound from which blood gushed out instantly. After landing, Ba Sheng retreated to the side without hesitation, choosing to temporarily avoid the situation. At that moment, Lu Jun and Yang Wei's attacks came together. One man wielded a sword, the other a gun. The two attacked with deadly moves, holding nothing back. Luo Qinghuan remained calm in response, swaying her sword left and right twice with her right hand. Clang, clang. Two metallic clangs rang out in succession. Both Lu Jun and Yang Wei had deadly moves, just like what Ba Sheng had experienced before, but Luo Qinghuan easily deflected them. After deflecting their attacks, Luo Qinghuan did not stop. She thrust her sword at each of them with incredible speed, leaving afterimages in her wake. The overwhelming difference in strength meant that Lu Jun and Yang Wei had no way to avoid the sword strike. So, the two of them only had one choice: trading injury for life. Two sounds of flesh being torn apart rang out one after the other, and Lu Jun and Yang Wei were injured. In just one glance, the difference in skill between the two was immediately apparent. "Be careful, this woman is no ordinary person," Ba Sheng said, clutching his waist wound. "Everyone be careful, this person cannot be fought head-on." Lu Jun warned loudly with a stern face. Yang Wei said with a solemn expression, "With such strength, this woman's cultivation level is definitely not ordinary. She has probably already entered the acquired realm." The acquired realm? How is this possible? In our Anwu kingdom, besides His Majesty, there is actually a peerless master at the acquired realm? Impossible. How could someone at the acquired realm be in a place like this, and mixed up with rebels? No sooner had he finished speaking than questions arose. Many generals simply couldn't believe that the woman before them was a being at the acquired realm. However, Luo Qinghuan showed no mercy. Seizing the moment when the enemy was distracted, she unleashed her full power, wielding the immortal slaying sword and charging forward. Sword after sword. There were no fancy sword moves. Every strike went straight for the vital points. Lu Jun and his two companions were no match for Luo Qinghuan, let alone the generals whose strength was inferior to theirs. Crack. The blade sliced through flesh and shattered armor. These generals were completely powerless against Luo Qinghuan. Damn it! Lu Jun cursed loudly and charged forward, sword in hand, his face contorted with rage. "Brother Ba, let's go!" Yang Wei shouted and charged forward again, gripping his spear. "Kill!" Ba Sheng gritted his teeth and roared, enduring the pain in his waist as he charged forward. With the three joining the battle, Luo Qinghuan could no longer ignore their presence. Although she was strong, she was ultimately alone. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of clashing weapons echoed incessantly, completely drowning out the sound of rain. Luo Qinghuan fought against more than 30 enemy soldiers single-handedly, holding her own in the slightest, and occasionally even managing to kill one of them. "Don't get entangled with her. Retreat. 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 Get out of here quickly, don't get entangled with her." They didn't realize the seriousness of the situation until they started fighting. They originally thought that since they had more people, even if they couldn't defeat the enemy, they could still gain some advantage, and at worst, they could escape unscathed. But now, they realized they were wrong. That's ridiculously wrong. This woman is far beyond the capabilities of their small group, unless a large army arrives to encircle and annihilate her. Chapter 382, Hanga Mountain 11. After Luo Qinghuan and Lu Jun started fighting, what seemed like a long time had passed, but in reality, it was only a short moment. In that short span of time, Cheng Yufu had already led 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers to charge over. "Surround them, and don't let a single one escape." Cheng Yufu raised her hand and waved it, and 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers, holding long swords, split into two rows to surround her. "Retreat. Everyone, get out of here." Lu Jun and his two companions fought and retreated, shouting loudly to remind everyone to retreat. Faced with the encirclement and suppression by the Qin imperial army, these generals dared not underestimate them in the slightest. They knew very well that once surrounded by these rebels, every single one of them would perish here tonight. So, a group of generals who had been cooperating and fighting fiercely with Luo Qinghuan were now forced to abandon the battle and retreat. This has led to a very serious consequence. Luo Qinghuan is unrestrained. Without any hesitation, Luo Qinghuan took up the immortal slaying sword and chased after them, mercilessly killing these enemy generals with her powerful strength. Lu Jun and his group were not as strong as Luo Qinghuan to begin with. They could have fought her for a while and retreated while fighting, thanks to their numerical advantage. But the arrival of the Qin Imperial Army became the last straw that broke their backs. I won't leave. Then they'll all die here. If they all die here, wouldn't the more than 80,000 elite soldiers be at the mercy of the rebels without a leader? It's not that those elite soldiers were incompetent. On the contrary, the capabilities of those more than 80,000 elite soldiers were undoubtedly formidable. But how can we judge these rebels of the great Qin dynasty by ordinary standards? The longer they spent time together, the more Lu Jun and the others learned about the Qin dynasty, and the more terrified they became. This group of rebels is more troublesome than any enemy they have ever encountered before. Lu Jun and his two companions were stronger and ran much faster, putting them at the very front of the group. But the commanders of 10,000, 1,000, and 100, including some soldiers with cultivation skills, could only follow behind the three. Those at the end will face the sharp blade in Luo Qinghuan's hand. As Yang Wei ran, he would occasionally look back to take in the situation behind him. No. At this rate, we'll be wiped out by this woman before we can even rejoin the main army. Someone has to keep that woman in check. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun and Ba Sheng both tensed up and turned to look at each other. Then, Ba Sheng's face showed a hint of relief, and he laughed loudly. Brother Lu, Brother Yang, lead the brothers to survive, and take care of my family for me. After speaking, Ba Sheng stopped, turned around, and stared at Luo Qinghuan behind the crowd, holding a tiger-headed broadsword. Brother Ba, what are you doing? Lu Jun paused, about to turn around and pull Ba Sheng away, but Yang Wei stopped him. Walk! Yang Wei roared. Don't let Brother Ba die in vain. Let me go. Lu Jun angrily shook off Yang Wei's hand and ran towards Ba Sheng. Damn it! Yang Wei cursed under his breath, looked at Lu Jun's back, hesitated for a moment, then turned around and continued running back towards the camp. He didn't want to die. At least I won't die here. At this moment, the generals also split into two factions. One faction chose to stay and face death together with Ba Sheng and Lu Jun. One group chose to continue running, escaping the area with Yang Wei. Lu Jun approached Ba Sheng and said anxiously, Brother Ba, let's get out of here right now. Ba Sheng shook his head with a smile and said, Brother Lu, it's impossible for all three of us to leave. One of us has to stay so that the rest of us can go back alive. But Lu Jun wanted to offer some more advice, but Ba Sheng shook his head, shoved Lu Jun aside, and swung his tiger-headed broadsword at him. Clang! The clash of swords generated a tremendous rebound force, causing Ba Sheng's waist wound to ache. Kill! Ba Sheng roared, suppressing the pain in his waist, and took the initiative to attack, slashing at Luo Qinghuan with his sword. The blade sliced through the rainy night, shattering the raindrops. Faced with this incredibly fierce strike, Luo Qinghuan simply raised her sword and swung it casually. Clang! The tiger-headed broadsword was struck in the blade, and the powerful impact almost caused Ba Sheng to lose his grip. Ba Sheng let out a long howl, his eyes wide open, staring at Luo Qinghuan and roaring. Let's fight! The moment the words left his mouth, Ba Sheng's muscles tensed, and he charged forward, wielding the tiger-headed broadsword in one hand. At that moment, he was like a prehistoric beast. Facing Ba Sheng's fierce attack, Luo Qinghuan calmly received it. Clang, clang, clang. In a short time, the two exchanged over 100 blows. This was Luo Qinghuan's intention. Otherwise, how could Ba Sheng, with his strength, have exchanged over 100 blows with her? Ba Sheng was unaware of this. He was in an abnormal state at the moment, with only one thought in his mind, to stall the person in front of him and buy time for the others. General Ba, I'm here to help you. Ha. Brothers, let's have a good fight tonight, and be brothers again in the next life. When a person dies, the bird flies to the sky. Just do it. Damn it. I've killed countless enemies in my life. I've never been afraid of anyone. Kill. Brothers, kill them. A group of generals, wielding various weapons, charged forward to fight alongside Ba Sheng, and together they attacked Luo Qinghuan. Lu Jun stood aside, staring blankly at the scene before him, and hesitated for a moment before. With a determined heart, he drew his sword and went to war. With a dozen or so people attacking Luo Qinghuan alone, This numerical advantage is completely meaningless given the vast disparity in strength between the two sides. Clang clang kill. Attack her feet, watch your defense. Suddenly, all sorts of voices arose. Cheng Yufu led 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers and surrounded the dozen or so people. They didn't intervene. Instead, they stood quietly to the side, like a group of onlookers. Luo Qinghuan, wielding the immortal slaying sword, engaged in a fierce battle with Lu Jun and a dozen others. But this intensity only applies to Lu Jun and his dozen or so men. In contrast, Luo Qinghuan maintained a calm and composed expression throughout, with even a faint smile on her lips. Previously, dozens of people attacked her alone and couldn't even hurt her, let alone now that there are only a dozen or so people. With such a small number of people, Luo Qinghuan felt absolutely no pressure. That's all. The two sides fought fiercely for almost the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, until Lu Jun and Ba Sheng collapsed to the ground, finally ending the battle. Take them away. Cheng Yufu raised her hand and waved, and immediately many female guards stepped forward and carried Lu Jun and the others away. Then, a group of people disappeared into the rainy night. Throughout the entire ordeal, for such a long period of time, no enemy reinforcements arrived. Chapter 383 The Nameless Yellow Mound on Cold Valley Mountain. Yang Wei led a group of generals to flee the area and run back towards the camp. On their journey, they encountered a large army that was heading this way. General, it's General Yang and his men. General Yang, have you caught up with the rebels? General, how is the battle going at the front? Faced with the numerous questions from the soldiers, Yang Wei did not answer. Instead, he raised his hand and shouted, "Everyone, full speed ahead. Go rescue General Lu and the others." Upon hearing this, many soldiers froze on the spot, their faces filled with disbelief. Rescue General Lu and the others? All the soldiers were very puzzled. In their view, if Lu Jun and his generals want to chase after them, they should at least kill some of the rebels, if not capture them. But now, rescue? Could it be that we've fallen into an ambush? What are you all standing there for? Get out of here. If we're too late, General Lu and the others will be in danger. Yang Wei roared. Before the words were even finished and the soldiers could react, a series of whooshing sounds came from afar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment the sound of something cutting through the air rang out, the expressions on the faces of all the soldiers changed drastically. Oh no, there's an ambush here. Everyone, get out of here. It's a crossbow bolt. It's a crossbow bolt from the rebels. Watch out for crossbow bolts. Watch out. Quickly, find cover. Hurry. The sound of crossbow bolts piercing the air had already entered the minds of these soldiers. Without Yang Wei and the others giving orders, a group of soldiers immediately sought cover to avoid the crossbow bolts. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Yang Wei was furious, and a sense of powerlessness he had never felt before welled up in his heart. His previous escape had already made him somewhat uneasy. He had planned to join forces with the main army and then lead them to provide assistance, doing his best to save Lu Jun and the others. But now, when crossbow bolts came flying, the soldiers didn't even have time to dodge, so how could they possibly rush to the rescue? Yang Wei had a feeling that from the moment the three of them led an army of 80,000 into Yongtai Jinshan, they had fallen into the rebels' trap. Whether the city is abandoned or no one responds to the challenge. It was all a deception created by the rebels of the Great Qin dynasty, just to lure them into Yongtai Jinshan. General, quickly find cover from the crossbow bolts. A general shouted loudly, stepped forward, grabbed the stunned Yang Wei, and ran behind a boulder not far away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crossbow bolts flew through the rainy night, not only incredibly fast, but also extremely accurate. The first volley of crossbow bolts numbered a full 400. 400 crossbow bolts shot directly into the army. Fta! In an instant, all sorts of sounds rang out. The sound of crossbow bolts piercing flesh, the sound of crossbow bolts hitting armor, the sound of crossbow bolts hitting the ground, and the shouts and screams of soldiers. Even on rainy nights, the crossbow bolts have a high hit rate. Unlike during the day, when it often deviates by 7 or 8 meters, it's as if it's shooting at thin air. The crossbow bolts came wave after wave, showing no sign of stopping anytime soon. Nearly half of the 80,000-strong army had arrived. With such a number of people, there simply wasn't enough cover for them to avoid crossbow fire in a place like Hanga Mountain. 12 volleys of crossbow bolts were fired, totaling 4,800 bolts, killing more than 2,000 soldiers. Many more were shot and wounded. After the crossbow fire stopped, a group of soldiers cautiously stepped out, looking at their former comrades lying dead on the ground, their hearts filled with complex and heavy emotions. Everyone, listen up. Head to the front lines and reinforce General Liu and the others. Yang Wei shouted loudly, not forgetting that Lu Jun and the others were still there. This time, the soldiers didn't hesitate and ran straight ahead. As for the bodies of those comrades, they didn't bother with it, not because they didn't care, but because they had more important things to do right now. When Yang Wei and his generals led their troops back to where they had been scattered, there was no one to be seen. There wasn't even a corpse, let alone a human figure. Brother Liu, Brother Ba, Yang Wei shouted loudly in all directions, but no one responded. The rain was getting heavier. Not only was the view obstructed, but the sound of rain was also very disturbing. General Liu, General Ba, General Liu, General Ba. A group of generals also shouted at the top of their lungs. They left in this area, and if Lu Jun and the others were still alive, they would surely have heard their shouts. Seeing that many generals were shouting, many soldiers also joined in the shouting. General Liu, General Ba. However, no matter how the soldiers shouted, no one responded. Only the patter of rain continued. Try to find them all. We need to see him alive or dead. Yang Wei roared angrily. He couldn't believe that Lu Jun and the others could have disappeared in such a short time. Even if they are no match for the enemy, their bodies should at least be left behind, right? Go look over there. This way. Let's search this way. Quick. Everyone, search the area. We must find General Liu and the others. All generals and soldiers were mobilized to search for Lu Jun and his men in the vicinity. Not long after, a soldier shouted, "There are signs of a fight here." Upon hearing the sound, nearby soldiers rushed over without hesitation. The group gathered and immediately began searching the surrounding area. The search eventually yielded 7 bodies, but Lu Jun and the others had vanished without a trace. Yang Wei stared at the 7 corpses neatly arranged before him, his face grim and terrifying, angry and confused. 2 emotions filled his heart. "Carry them up, let's go." Yang Wei gave the order in a cold voice, then turned and walked back towards the camp. Boom! Lightning flashed, illuminating Cold Valley Mountain in an instant. "General, shall we stop looking for General Liu and the others?" a centurion asked. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei paused for a moment, then continued walking forward. "Try to find. What can we use to find it?" They searched the entire area, but found no signs of a fight anywhere else. It was as if Lu Jun and the others had vanished into thin air. He wanted to look for it too, but the problem was he couldn't find it. As everyone watched Yang Wei's departing figure, they sensed a kind of loneliness emanating from him, though it might not have been their imagination. There was also a touch of melancholy. Half an hour passed. Yang Wei led the army back to camp. A centurion ordered his soldiers to bury the soldiers who had died in battle, including 7 generals who had perished. There were no tombstones, no coffins, only nameless mounds of yellow earth. And that is the final resting place for those fallen soldiers. After burying the fallen soldiers, Yang Wei gave the order directly. "Pack up, let's leave Hanga Mountain immediately, retreat to Ningxia City to rest for a day, and then return to Qingyun County to join the army." "Yes, General." Chapter 384 Respectfully Sending Off the Emperor. Even under the cover of rain and on the rugged mountain roads, Yang Wei still ordered the army to retreat overnight. Tonight's battle instilled a sense of fear in him, a fear of facing the Qin dynasty. Before this, who could have imagined that there was such a powerful and unparalleled master in the Qin dynasty? And this person has most likely already reached the acquired realm. With such a powerful individual existing, it's not surprising that the Qin dynasty would have an army composed entirely of cultivators. Yongtai Jinshan was a trap set by the Qin dynasty from beginning to end. In fact, They should have evacuated the moment they realized they had been discovered, and they had several other opportunities to evacuate afterward. However, the three did not choose to retreat. Instead, they wanted to seize this opportunity to strike a blow against the Qin rebels. Result: they were the ones who suffered the most. This ultimately led to the current situation. There's no going back in life. To avoid further losses, Yang Wei decisively ordered the army to evacuate Yongtai Jinshan overnight. My lady, who are these people? Qin Anyang frowned, looking at the 13 people who had been thrown to the ground and were unconscious, and felt a little puzzled. Judging from their attire, the 13 men held a high position in the military. They are enemy generals, Luo Qinghuan said with a light smile. Why did you bring them back? Qin Anyang asked curiously. Luo Qinghuan replied, Husband, these people might come in handy in the future. Qin Anyang nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Given their close relationship, he knew perfectly well that Luo Qinghuan had brought these 13 people back for some other purpose. As for the purpose, he had some guesses. But to find out the specific purpose, we'll have to ask the two of them privately. Qin Anyang turned to look at the 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers, scanning them from left to right. Let's go back to Tiger Stronghold. After calling out to everyone, Qin Anyang gave Luo Qinghuan a look, and the two of them started walking back towards the direction of Fierce Tiger Village. The sisters, Xia and Xiaoye, each held an oil paper umbrella to shield Qin Anyang and his wife from the rain. Take them with us, let's go, Cheng Yufu said, pointing to Lu Jun and the others lying on the ground. As soon as he finished speaking, some female guards stepped forward, lifted Lu Jun and the others, and followed the group back to Fierce Tiger's stronghold. Tonight's battle is now over. The news of Anwu Kingdom's 80,000-strong army's withdrawal also reached Qin Anyang on his way back to Menghu village. Upon hearing this news, Qin Anyang and Luo Qinghuan exchanged a knowing smile, their unspoken understanding unspoken. They had been planning for a long time, all for tonight's battle. Fortunately, they won. We should also thank God for the rain that helped us win this battle. If it weren't for this rain, the Qin dynasty would not have won this battle so easily, let alone with no casualties. The group returned to Tiger's stronghold, and news of their victory spread quickly. Upon learning of the enemy's retreat, a group of people were overjoyed. Even the heavy rain outside couldn't stop them from spreading the news to each other. Qin Anyang did not stop them. The fact that the imperial city was attacked by enemy troops and suffered considerable damage is a disgrace no matter how you look at it. Winning the war now will also allow these people to regain some confidence. After all, the Qin dynasty has always enjoyed smooth sailing and has never suffered a defeat. So, this incident is not necessarily a bad thing. As for Lu Jun and his 13 men, they were taken away and imprisoned. Qin Anyang had no interest in subduing these people. He'd rather spend his time figuring out how to defeat the enemy forces in Qingyun County. The next 2 days, the rain came in varying amounts, but it never stopped. Yang Wei led his army to retreat from Yongtai Jinshan overnight, and did not return to Ningxia City until almost dark the next day. Once inside Ningxia City, Yang Wei finally felt relieved. After resting for a day in Ningxia City, Yang Wei led his army away from there, and headed to Qingyun County to join the main force. They failed in this surprise attack. A complete and utter defeat. The loss of several thousand elite soldiers, nearly 20 generals, and 2 senior generals was a devastating defeat. He tried to steal a chicken, but ended up losing the rice instead. After this battle, Yang Wei realized one thing. When fighting against the rebels of the Qin dynasty, we can only fight on the front lines. We must never think of launching a sneak attack. Otherwise, they'll be the ones who suffer. They had taken a side road on the way there, but on the way back, Yang Wei led his army directly back to Qingyun County via the official road. If the sneak attack fails, there's no need to hide anything. A legitimate and above-board march would actually prevent them from being harmed by the local people. News of the enemy's defeat began to spread gradually throughout Kyoto County. Upon hearing the news, the people cheered and celebrated the victory. Some wealthy families even held lavish banquets, inviting local residents to the feasts free of charge. In the past, it would have been absolutely impossible to get these wealthy individuals to do such a thing. It's easy to imagine how inspiring this victory was. In fact, this victory was not a great one, but it was of great significance to a group of ordinary people. After all, they were participants in this war. Fierce Tiger Village. Qin Anyang had been here for 5 days. The arsenal and gunpowder factory have been rebuilt and are already in use. Early this morning, Qin Anyang organized his team to return to the capital. The foundation of the Great Qin lies there. Even if some areas have been destroyed by the enemy, it is still far superior to the mighty Tiger stronghold. But construction at Manhwa village has not stopped either. This incident made Qin Anyang realize even more how important it was to have a rear base. If it weren't for Tiger's stronghold, the Qin dynasty's losses would have been far greater than this, let alone winning the battle. So, Tiger's stronghold must not be abandoned. Elder Han, you will continue to manage the arsenal at Manhwa village. Make sure it becomes a reserve weapons source base for our Great Qin. Yes, Your Majesty, Han Guoqing replied with a firm bow. Village Chief, you will continue to manage the gunpowder factory. The gunpowder factory in the capital will be shut down and converted into a fireworks and firecrackers manufacturing workshop. From now on, the only gunpowder factory in the Great Qin will be located here. To this day, Qin Anyang still addresses Lin Dangshan as the village chief and has not changed his form of address for Lin Dangshan despite the change in his status. Lin Dangshan laughed and said, "Don't worry, although I'm getting old, I can still keep going for a few more years. I'll leave these few years to Great Qin." Thank you, village chief. Qin Anyang bowed deeply, though given his current status, he really didn't need to do so. But the help he received from village chief Lin Dangshan along the way deserves this bow. Not to mention, the other party was his elder. It is not shameful for a junior to pay respects to an elder. On the contrary, this act of bowing demonstrated to the people of Qin an attitude of the emperor respecting and valuing talent. Let's go. Qin Anyang stood up, raised his hand, and waved to signal his troops to leave Tiger's stronghold. Respectfully seeing off the emperor. Respectfully seeing off the emperor. Someone shouted, and everyone present joined in. Amidst the farewell greetings, the group gradually disappeared into the distance. Chapter 385 The Will of the People. Returning to the Qin capital and standing on the city wall, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar capital, Qin Anyang couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. The Qin dynasty is still too weak. Luo Qinghuan turned to look at Qin Anyang's profile and said softly, "Husband, it's all right. As long as we win this battle, the Great Qin will be able to establish a firm foothold. At that time, Great Qin will have enough time to develop and strengthen its own power. My lord, once the policies you have promulgated are fully implemented, the strength of the Qin dynasty will surely surpass that of the Anwu kingdom in less than 3 years." Can it surpass Anwu kingdom? Qin Anyang smiled slightly and said nothing more. His goal was not to surpass Anwu kingdom. Anwu kingdom was nothing but a weak country. What does it mean to surpass Anwu kingdom? If we're going to surpass them, we'll have to surpass the most powerful nation on this continent. Otherwise, wouldn't that mean I wasted my time as emperor? Let's go, get some rest tonight. We should set off back to Qingyun County early tomorrow morning. Qin Anyang took Luo Qinghuan's hand and walked towards the foot of the city wall. 5 days. Working in shifts without a break at the arsenal, they eventually forged 23,000 crossbow bolts. In terms of quantity, it is far from the quantity required by Qin Anyang. But this is unavoidable. Limitations prevent the armory from increasing the speed at which it forges crossbows. Compared to the arsenal, the gunpowder factory is progressing much more smoothly. It should be noted that when Shen Suxin led her people to evacuate the imperial city, she placed some explosive barrels inside the city. Of the 6 barrels of explosives, 2 were detonated, 3 failed, and 1 remained untouched by the enemy. Overall, it's not bad. Then, Qin Anyang personally participated in the project, not only improving the structure of the explosive barrel, but also making its explosion more powerful and increasing its success rate. Furthermore, to make it more suitable for use in war, its size was reduced, and the final explosive barrel was only the size of a fist. It's too big to call it a dynamite barrel. So, after some discussion, it was named Thunderclap. After verifying the power and success rate of the Thunderclap, they immediately worked overtime to produce it. In terms of raw materials, there are still considerable limitations. However, compared to the raw materials for forging crossbow bolts, the raw materials for making thunderbolts are much lighter and easier to transport to Tiger's stronghold. The only flaw: sulfur deficiency. No sulfur mines have been discovered in the Qin dynasty yet, so obtaining sulfur is quite difficult. The sulfur currently used to make the thunderbolts was all purchased from various places. So, the number of thunderbolts was not very large, only 236 in total. These 236 thunderbolts will be the key to victory in the Battle of Qingyun. Just like when the crossbow was first invented, Diao Dinghua, the magistrate of Ningxian County, gathered tens of thousands of militiamen, but ultimately suffered a great defeat. The unknown is what's most frightening. The next morning, the weather improved slightly, but it was still drizzling, and it was unclear how long this rain would last. In front of the palace gate, 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers had already assembled here. She wore a white brocade robe, a pair of light blue embroidered shoes, and a beautiful silver, white longsword at her waist. Her black hair was tied up, and she held an oil paper umbrella in one hand. Standing in the rain, it's not without its own beauty. Rear. They were people who came spontaneously from all over Kyoto County. At a glance, there were countless horse-drawn carriages, ox carts, and donkey carts. Some people even brought their own big yellow and black dogs to be used as cattle and horses. When Qin Anyang saw this scene, he couldn't help but smile, but his heart was filled with emotion. Ordinary people are the most honest and simple people. If you treat them well, they will treat you back with all their heart. Isn't this exactly what the Qin dynasty is like now? Otherwise, why would these common people come here? Tap, tap, tap. A series of hurried footsteps approached, and Cheng Yufu ran to Qin Anyang's side, saying excitedly, "Sir, people from all over the country have spontaneously come here, clamoring to help us transport supplies. What do you think about this?" Qin Anyang smiled and said, "I saw it all. Since these people want to help us transport supplies, let them do it. But the thunderclap bomb must be transported by our own people. We cannot afford to have any mistakes with it. Whether we can win the Battle of Qingyun depends entirely on how effective it is." Cheng Yufu nodded and said seriously, "Master, I understand. I will make the arrangements right away." After saying that, Cheng Yufu turned around and hurriedly ran down the city wall. Not long after, Cheng Yufu walked up to the group of people, raised her hand, and pressed it down, signaling everyone to quiet down. "Quiet. Everyone, please be quiet. Shut up, everyone. The sir has something to say. Everyone please be quiet." In an instant, many people of high status among the crowd spoke up to quiet everyone down, without Cheng Yufu needing to say a word. Soon, the noisy crowd quieted down, and there was no more noise. Seeing this, Cheng Yufu's smile deepened, and she then said loudly, "I have some good news to tell everyone. Just now, I reported your request to the emperor. As soon as the emperor heard that everyone wanted to help transport supplies, he agreed without hesitation. You have no idea how happy the emperor was when he heard about this. The emperor said that your willingness to come and help transport supplies to the front lines proves that you have the great Qin in your hearts, and everything he has done is worthwhile." Cheng Yufu embellished her words, conveying the same message in every sentence. The emperor is close to the people. The emperor has the people in his heart. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces immediately lit up with excitement. "Old Lu, did you hear that? The emperor is very happy that we've come to help." I heard it. I heard it. Luckily I came along. The emperor truly loves his people like his own children. How fortunate the great Qin dynasty is to have an emperor. "Sir, the front lines are waiting for us to send supplies. Please arrange things for us as soon as possible." "Yes, sir. Our Qin soldiers are defending the front lines against foreign enemies. The sooner we get the supplies there, the greater our chance of victory." "My lord, I am merely a businessman." While he wasn't particularly skilled in battlefield matters and couldn't offer much assistance, Wu was capable of contributing money to transport supplies for the Qin dynasty. "If you have any requests, please just give the orders, sir." "Sir, I am just a peasant woman. Apart from my strength, I don't have any other skills. If there is anything you need me for, please just say the word." Chung Yufu smiled brightly, a surge of pride welling up inside her. This is the emperor. This is her husband. Chapter 386 Returning to Qingyun County. Everyone, please be quiet. Chung Yufu raised her hand and shouted loudly. Quiet down, everyone. Don't talk. The adults have something to say, so please be quiet. Shut up, all of you. Don't say a word. As before, many people spoke up to quiet the crowd down. Soon, the noisy crowd quieted down. Chung Yufu calmed herself down, raised her hand, and pointed to a house not far to her left, and said loudly, the supplies that need to be transported to the front lines are stored in that house. The most numerous items are crossbow bolts. Now, driver of the carriage, drive your carriage to that house and load the crossbows. Each carriage can carry a maximum of 100 first-generation crossbow bolts and 30 second-generation crossbow bolts. During the transport, I will have people assist you and also monitor you. Don't be fooled by the small number of crossbow bolts. They're quite heavy. In order to transport the crossbow bolts to the front line as quickly as possible, a wagon carrying such a number of crossbow bolts will not affect the speed of the wagon. Now, those driving the carriages, line up and go forward one by one to load the crossbow bolts. Upon hearing this, those who had arrived by carriage became restless. 100 first-generation crossbow bolts and 30 second-generation crossbow bolts were indeed a small number, which left them with great doubt. Thinking to myself, only 130 crossbow bolts in total. How heavy could they possibly be? But they soon realized how naive their ideas had been. When the first carriage stopped in front of the mansion gate, several female soldiers immediately opened the gate. Then, many women walked over from the side and entered the courtyard to carry out crossbows. Each woman, upon entering the courtyard, brought out only a small number of crossbow bolts. There are as many as 20 or so, and as few as a dozen or so. Such a large number only deepened the confusion among the people. But when the women put the crossbow bolts on the carriage, they realized that the weight of the bolts was wrong. Is this thing made of iron? Thump, it's not just iron. It's made of pure iron. Otherwise it wouldn't have made such a heavy sound when it hit the carriage. That's why no wonder that Lord only allowed us to load 130 crossbow bolts. Judging from the situation, pulling too many will definitely slow us down. I wonder how heavy a crossbow bolt is. Why don't you go up and grab one to see for yourself? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? What's wrong with that? You can just go inside the house with those women and help carry the crossbows, right? Yes, I'll go. The two made no attempt to conceal their conversation, and many people nearby overheard it, filled with curiosity. Now things are much better. Someone is taking the lead. In a short while, many people followed suit. Curiosity was one factor, but helping was also a genuine reason. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here on their own initiative. The female soldiers guarding the gate of the mansion did not stop the people from coming. A group of people followed the women into the courtyard. Inside the courtyard, a huge number of crossbow bolts were neatly piled up, which was quite impressive at first glance. So many crossbow bolts. My God, there are so many crossbow bolts. For a moment, many people couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, as they had never seen so many crossbow bolts before. No, to be precise, it's ironware. Ironware from this era was not particularly rare, but it was still considered a valuable item. In short, it's valuable. To these people, the pile of crossbow bolts in front of them was just a pile of silver laid out here. Certainly, these crossbow bolts are certainly not as valuable as silver, but they still give a glimpse into their worth. All right, everyone, let's get to the crossbows. The soldiers at the front are waiting. Yes, everyone, let's get started. After a brief moment of shock, the people came to their senses and rushed forward to move the crossbow bolts. Only when they picked them up did they realize just how heavy they were. Each crossbow bolt is made of pure iron, and each 2-meter-long bolt weighs 3 kilograms. And that's only the weight of a first-generation crossbow bolt. The second-generation crossbow bolts are 3 meters long and weigh 5 kilograms each. So, those women could only carry a dozen or 20 sticks at a time. After learning the weight of the crossbow bolts, no one discussed it anymore. They silently began to move them. A carriage loaded with 100 first-generation crossbow bolts and 30 second-generation crossbow bolts was fully loaded in no time. Then, Sheng Yufu raised her hand and waved, summoning Qin Yi and instructing him. Qin Yi, you take the members of the first squad and lead the way for these people. Sister Yufu, I understand. Qin Yi nodded in agreement and gathered the members of the first squad of the Great Qin Imperial Army, setting off towards Qingyun County. The carriages loaded with crossbows naturally followed slowly behind the procession. One carriage after another quickly formed a long line. The transport of over 20,000 crossbow bolts would have been a considerable hassle, requiring the Qin dynasty to arrange its own transportation. The main problem is the lack of horses. The Qin dynasty has only been developing for a short time, and most of the horses it currently possesses have been used to build its cavalry. The remaining horses are too few in number to meet current needs. Now things are much better. With these people spontaneously coming to help, not only has a lot of trouble been solved, but the delivery speed has also increased significantly. As time went by, the crossbow bolts piled up in the courtyard gradually ran out, leaving only some grain and fodder. With so many people helping, the amount of grain that was originally transported was not much, but now we can temporarily increase it. The moment the crossbow bolts were all gone, Qin Anyang said to Luo Qinghuan beside him, "My wife, let's go, it's time for us to set off." Luo Qinghuan nodded in agreement, and then the group walked down to the foot of the city wall. A moment later, 3 carriages drove out of the palace. The 1,900 Qin imperial soldiers waiting in the open space in front of the palace followed the carriage with light steps, as if taking a leisurely stroll. However, their walking speed was fast enough to keep up closely with the carriage, preventing Ma Chao from leaving them behind. This is thanks to their cultivation. How many people returned, and how many people left? Apart from a group of civilians who helped transport supplies, not a single soldier was added. In fact, given the current state of affairs in Qin, it cannot send out more troops. Whether this battle can be won depends not on the strength of the troops, but on how effective the thunderclap bombs can be. May your majesty have a safe journey. May your majesty have a safe journey. Respectfully seeing off the emperor. The people who had gathered there watched the procession depart into the distance. On the walls of the imperial palace, Shin Suxin gazed into the distance, watching the line of people gradually shrink in her field of vision, and murmured, "My husband, you must return safely." Chapter 387 Deliberation. Qingyun County. After several days of rain, neither the Qin nor the Anwu kingdom made any move. Both sides seemed to be waiting quietly, as if in perfect unison. Yang Wei led his army back to this place yesterday and joined up with the main force of the rehabilitation army. Yang Wei informed Xia Yuan in great detail about the trip to Ningxian County to launch a surprise attack onto Qin, including everything that happened later in Yongtai Jinshan. When Xia Yuan first heard about this, he was furious and immediately pointed at Yang Wei and berated him. 90,000 troops. A full 90,000 elite troops. Even if Ningxian County is a den of dragons and tigers, this elite army of 90,000 will still manage to carve out a piece of its flesh. However, 90,000 elite troops, apart from bringing back some valuables, suffered such heavy losses. How could Xia Yuan not be furious? What's even more infuriating is that there's a peerless master among the rebels with such powerful cultivation. Xia Yuan had no doubts about Yang Wei's words. Since Yang Wei said that person is very likely a peerless master at the acquired realm. So, even if that person wasn't a post-natal realm cultivator, they were at least a first-grade realm cultivator. Otherwise, he would have been absolutely unable to withstand the siege of so many generals. After giving Yang Wei a good scolding, Xia Yuan calmed down and realized the seriousness of the situation. The Qin dynasty is doomed. We must eliminate them as quickly as possible. Otherwise, given the current momentum of the Qin dynasty, it will surely become a major calamity in the long run. Then, Xia Yuan sent someone to Nanling Prefecture to urge them to send reinforcements as quickly as possible to wipe out the Qin dynasty in one fell swoop. Inside the temporary camp of the Qin dynasty, Ho Lingxiu and others gathered in a relatively spacious wooden house, around a rough wooden table, to discuss the war. A map was placed on the wooden table. The map was drawn on a temporary basis, and the locations on it were based on information provided by hunters in Qingyun County. There is also a map of Qingyun County inside the county government office. However, the map only depicted the villages and fields, and only roughly marked the mountains within Qingyun County, without detailed markings. Yi Mingjie said, "Judging by the time, the Emperor and the others will be back soon. Then it will be time for the decisive battle with the enemy." This is a map that was just drawn this morning. It depicts the terrain of the surrounding area in detail. You can tell at a glance where the terrain is dangerous, where it is flat, and where it is suitable for an ambush. Now, let's all think about it. Where should we set up the decisive battleground? Our Qin army is weaker than the enemy's, so we must take advantage of this terrain. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. However, Tang Yongyu did express a different opinion, pointing to the location of the enemy's encampment on the map and saying, "The enemy is currently stationed here and has not made any moves in the past few days, as if they are waiting for something. Based on my understanding of them, the enemy is definitely waiting for reinforcements." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions darkened, but no one dared to interrupt Tang Yongyu. Once their reinforcements arrive, they will launch a general offensive against Qin. And the place they attacked, Tang Yongyu pointed to the location of Qingyun City on the map. "This is it, Qingyun City." Bai Zhan asked doubtfully, "Qingyun City? There are only ordinary people in Qingyun City. Wouldn't it be a waste of their energy to attack there? And aren't we the enemy's target? We're not in Qingyun City, so why are they attacking there?" Before Tang Yongyu could answer, Luo Xingho spoke first, explaining with a smile. "Brother Bai, you are a master at fighting, but your ability to lead troops in battle is still somewhat lacking." "What do you mean?" Bai Zhan asked, puzzled. Luo Xingho said, "When an army goes to war, it is all about conquering cities. Occupying a city means occupying a piece of land. Once the enemy's reinforcements arrive, they will definitely launch a general offensive against Qingyun City. Once Qingyun City is captured by them, the entire Qingyun County will essentially fall into their hands." You say, "In this situation, would the enemy fight us elsewhere?" Bai Zhan frowned and asked, "But the enemy's target is us. Occupying Qingyun City won't affect us much. It will only affect the people in the city. Isn't that a waste of effort?" Luo Xingho shook his head. "Brother Bai, you've misunderstood. A city is a place where people from a region gather. Once a city is occupied, those people will either flee or seek refuge there. If the city is gone, the region cannot be stable. Most importantly, the territory of my great Qin will also be reduced as a result. When the army went out to fight, the transportation of food supplies became a major problem, and it was even impossible to transport food supplies to the front-line battlefield at all. When our army is fighting abroad, it will not only face insufficient food and supplies, but also be surrounded by enemy forces. So, the enemy is launching a general offensive this time, and will definitely not engage us in a prolonged battle in the mountains and forests." Bai Zhan nodded, understanding the reason behind it. "Does that mean we have to go to Qingyun City to fight the enemy?" Zhu Hua asked. "That's right." Tang Yongyu nodded and took over the conversation. "The final battlefield of this decisive battle will be in Qingyun City. If Great Qin wins, then Western Liang will all belong to Great Qin. The Qin dynasty has been defeated." Tang Yongyu didn't continue speaking after that. If the Qin dynasty were to lose, it would find itself in a very passive situation and might even be unable to recover. Ultimately, it comes down to a weak foundation. The Qin dynasty had only been established for a short time, and there had been no prior private plans. As the saying goes, store up grain, build high walls, and delay declaring yourself king. But the Qin dynasty didn't follow the usual path at all. It started from scratch and directly established itself as an empire. It is easy to imagine how weak the foundation of the Qin dynasty was. At this moment, Ho Lingxiu stepped forward, pointed to a road on the map, and said, "It is true that the decisive battle will take place in Qingyun City, but the enemy forces still have a considerable distance to travel to reach Qingyun City. Look here." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately looked in the direction Ho Lingxiu pointed. The three characters, Qingyun River, come into view. Qingyun River? Many people muttered to themselves, their brows furrowed, and some thoughts began to form in their minds. That's right, it's the Qingyun River. Ho Lingxiu nodded and said, if the enemy wants to attack Qingyun City, the Qingyun River is a necessary passage. We can block them here. Although Qingyun River is a small river, if used properly, it can still cause considerable trouble for the enemy. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but consider the feasibility of the matter. They knew that the Qingyun River was 7 or 8 meters wide in some places, and only 3 or less than 4 meters wide in others. The official road is only a little over 5 meters wide where it passes the Qingyun River. It is 5 meters wide, and the river is shallow, with the deepest part only reaching chest height. Such geographical conditions are not ideal for setting up an ambush. Just as everyone was hesitating, a soldier rushed into the house. Reporting to all generals, the emperor has arrived. Chapter 388. An old steed in its stall may still aspire to gallop 1,000 miles. The emperor has arrived. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was overjoyed. Where has the emperor gone? Where is the emperor now? Your Majesty. For a moment, almost everyone was asking questions, and the soldiers could understand their feelings in the face of the inquiries from so many generals. The emperor is still on his way, but Lord Qin has already led his troops here. Oh, Miss Qin, he has arrived. Miss Qin, he has arrived. It seems the emperor will arrive soon as well. Let's go greet the emperor. A group of people walked out of the house, each with an excited smile on their face. Qin Anyang may not be as old as them, but his actions earned the respect of everyone present. Some things have nothing to do with age. Soon, when Yi Mingjie and the others met Qin Yi, they were already acquainted with each other, so there were no formalities after they met. Miss Qin, why are there only a few of you? Yi Mingjie asked, looking at the group of more than a dozen people. Qin Yi smiled and said, General Yi, the emperor and the others are in Qingyun City and haven't come here. We've come to inform you to withdraw the army to Qingyun City. Is the emperor not coming this way? Yi Mingjie asked, frowning. I'm not coming. This decisive battle will definitely be fought in Qingyun City. This place is no longer important. Qin Yi said, shaking his head. All right. Yi Mingjie said somewhat dejectedly. Since it is the emperor's order, we will make preparations and lead the army to Qingyun City. Hurry up, we'll head to Qingyun City first. Qin Yi gave a few instructions, then called over the dozen or so people traveling with him, and they left the place. Take care, Miss Qin. Yi Mingjie sent someone to see him off. After all, he was someone close to the emperor, so the proper attitude had to be shown. Afterwards, Yi Mingjie and others immediately arranged for the army to withdraw from the area. Qingyun City. County Magistrate Chen Wenfu accompanied Qin Anyang and others as they climbed the city wall of Qingyun City. Your Majesty, this is the situation in Qingyun City. This small county town is unlikely to be able to withstand the upcoming great battle. Chen Wenfu looked worried. As the magistrate of Qingyun City, he had been an official for decades and had long developed a special affection for the county where he was born and raised. Otherwise, he was not greedy, yet he still served the local people. Being an official, if it weren't for bringing glory to one's ancestors and getting promoted and made a fortune, how many people would want to sit in this position? Qin Anyang glanced at Chen Wenfu, but did not respond to his words or offer any explanation. Magistrate Chen, you only need to do your job well, and you don't need to worry about anything else. Your humble servant understands, Chen Wenfu said somewhat fearfully, as he was truly unsure how to handle the young emperor before him. A person who becomes emperor at the age of teens is unprecedented in history. Not to mention, even he, a county magistrate who had served for decades, had to admit his admiration for the policies promulgated by the Qin dynasty. Such a person could be described as a saint descended to earth. Don't worry so much. This battle may end sooner than you think. Qin Anyang couldn't help but blurt it out. Although he held the imperial throne, he was not always comfortable in that position. Chen Wenfu looked at Qin Anyang with some surprise, his eyes full of suspicion. As far as he knew, in the war between Qin and Anwu, Qin was currently the weaker party. But why would the emperor say such a thing? Could it be? What other trump cards does the Qin dynasty possess? Qin Anyang ignored Chen Wenfu and strolled around the city wall on his own. Many people know about the thunderclap bomb, but they are all currently at Tiger Stronghold. The rest of the people are all our own. A true member of our own group. Before this battle is over, the matter of the heaven-shaking thunder must not be easily revealed to outsiders. After all, this thing isn't anything rare. With fireworks and firecrackers around, it's easy for those with ulterior motives to guess what it is. After some fiddling around, who knows, we might just manage to get that thing working. It may not be as powerful as a thunderclap, but we should never underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. They were just less knowledgeable, not stupid. After walking along the city wall for a long time, Qin Anyang finally stopped, leaned on the low wall with both hands, and gazed into the distance. Ahead, in the direction of Lansong County. And Anwu's army will soon come from that direction. This open space outside the city walls will become the battlefield of this war. Shiyu, Qin Anyang suddenly called out. Your Majesty, Xia is here, Xia said softly, not forgetting to change her form of address when there were outsiders present. Go find Yu Fu and have her start making arrangements for the pre-war preparations. Yes, Your Majesty. Shiyu accepted the order and turned to leave. Magistrate Chun, your humble servant is here, Chun Wenfu said, bowing respectfully. Qin Anyang said, go and make arrangements to have the people who live near this area temporarily move away. Compile a list of the expenses incurred during the process and give it to me. I will give those people some compensation as appropriate. Upon hearing this, Chen Wenfu was stunned, staring at the person in front of him with shock in his eyes. Compensation should be given to those ordinary people? Is this the emperor of the Qin dynasty? Seeing that Chen Wenfu did not answer, Qin Anyang turned his head and looked at him, frowning as he said, What? Is there a problem? Thump. Chen Wenfu knelt on one knee, clasped his hands above his head, and said excitedly, No problem. Your Majesty's orders will be carried out to the best of my ability. Qin Anyang was taken aback, stunned by Chen Wenfu's actions, but he quickly recovered and said calmly, Go quickly and get those people to move out. You don't have much time left. Yes, Your Majesty. Chen Wenfu replied respectfully, then got up and left. For some reason, Chen Wenfu felt that he had become more than 10 years younger at this moment, and his desolate heart began to surge again. He hadn't felt this way in years. Once upon a time, young people also had a burning passion in their hearts, thinking of becoming officials, making great achievements, and dedicating themselves to the country and the people. Alas, the world is full of unpredictable things, and we have no control over them whatsoever. Today, Chen Wenfu has rediscovered the passion he had in his youth. An old steed in its stall may still aspire to gallop 1,000 miles. Even in their twilight years, heroes still cherish lofty ideals. The once passionate young man, after a life full of ups and downs, finally rediscovered himself. Xiaoya stared at Chen Wenfu's departing figure and muttered softly, Master, this magistrate Chen seems a little different, as if he's a completely different person. Qin Anyang smiled slightly. Xiaoya, what is your dream? My dream. Xiaoya frowned, raised a finger to her lower lip, and pondered what her dream was. Seeing the little maid's expression, Qin Anyang gently patted her head and said with a smile, Think it over carefully. Whenever you remember your dream, come and tell the master. As long as the master can help, he will definitely help you realize your dream. Chapter 389 The Will of the People, the Heart of the People. As Chen Wenfu descended the city wall, several yamen runners immediately came to greet him. Grown-ups. Grown-ups. In response to the greetings from the constables, Chen Wenfu nodded and said, The residents of the eastern part of the city will be temporarily relocated to other places for a period of time. Let those who can go to the countryside go to the countryside. If they have nowhere to go, let them stay in the restaurants in the city. I will pass on the message to the restaurant owners later, and you can do as I say. The emperor also said that the Qin dynasty will provide some compensation to everyone for all expenses incurred during the relocation process. This matter was ordered by the emperor, so you must not be negligent. Do you understand? The constables were initially puzzled, but upon hearing that it was an order from the emperor, they immediately replied with serious expressions. Rest assured, my lord. Since this matter was ordered by the emperor, we will certainly not dare to slack off and will do our best to complete it as quickly as possible. That's right. The emperor has given the order. How can we not go all out? Chen Wenfu smiled and waved his hand. Hurry up and get it done. I'll go and inform the shopkeepers right away. Yes, sir. Sir, we'll go right away. Several constables bowed and replied, then turned and hurriedly left the area, heading towards the nearby residential houses. Since the goal is to clean up the eastern part of the city, we can start from here. Soon, the news that the Qin emperor had ordered the residents of the eastern part of the city to temporarily relocate spread at an extremely rapid pace. The people were initially puzzled, but after the constables explained, this matter is ordered by the emperor. The eastern part of Qingyun City will soon be used as a post-war reserve area, and everyone will be temporarily moved away for a period of time. The Qin state will consider providing some compensation for the expenses incurred during this period. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in uproar. Heavens! The emperor is actually going to compensate us. I can't believe that the great Qin dynasty is actually going to compensate us for making us move to another place for a while. As expected of the great Qin, as expected of the emperor. The emperor is a wise and sagacious ruler, a sight to behold throughout the ages. After the people sighed, without any urging from the officials, every household rushed to move out of the eastern part of the city. Compensate? Are you kidding? They are citizens of the great Qin dynasty. What compensation do they need? The residents of the eastern part of the city have, for reasons unknown, expressed a surprisingly unanimous opinion. They don't need compensation. Therefore, a group of people banded together and went to Magistrate Chen Wenfu to tell him about the matter. Upon hearing these words, Magistrate Chen Wenfu was overcome with emotion and tears streamed down his face. The Qin dynasty truly lived up to its name. The will of the people is the will of the people. This is what a country should be like. As the saying goes, when you put the people first, they will hold you in high esteem. Isn't this exactly the state of the Qin dynasty today? Many people in Qingyun City were originally complaining that the Qin dynasty had dragged them into the flames of war. And now, not a single person harbored any dissatisfaction. It was just a tiny, insignificant gesture. But in the eyes of these people, this action was not the case at all. The wealthy families in the city also voluntarily gave up their guest rooms to the people in the east of the city for free. At first, the managers of all the restaurants and inns needed Magistrate Chen Wenfu to personally visit them and give them a talk, but after the news spread from the east of the city, there was no need for Chen Wenfu to visit them anymore. All restaurants and inns, regardless of size, posted a notice. The notice reads like this. From today onwards, this restaurant inn will no longer be open to the public. All rooms in the restaurant inn will be provided free of charge to the people in the east of the city for temporary accommodation, and no money will be charged during this period until the war ends. The content of the notices may vary slightly, but the meaning conveyed by all the notices is the same. The people of Qingyun City, from high-ranking officials to ordinary peddlers, were united like never before at this moment. Although there were frictions and disputes in the past, but at this moment, everyone put aside past unpleasantness, united, and faced the difficulties ahead together. Although they have different surnames, they have become one family at this moment. And all of this is because of the Emperor of Qin. The people in the eastern part of Qingyun City had just moved away when Chen Yufu led a team of supplies to arrive. Pile all the crossbow bolts down below the city wall, one by one. Make sure they're not scattered haphazardly, and don't block the passageways between the city walls and the outside. Put all the grain and fodder in that yard over there, and make sure they don't get wet in the rain. Go and tidy up the houses nearby, and gather up the things that the people didn't take. Put them in one room, and be careful not to damage them. Cheng Yufu stood in the middle of the street, directing the crowd. Under Cheng Yufu's direction, the people who brought supplies here unloaded their goods in an orderly manner. The Qin Imperial Army assisted from the sidelines, maintaining order. Upon seeing this, many people in Qingyun City spontaneously came to help, doing their part. Everyone is preparing for the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, Anwu Kingdom was also preparing for the upcoming great battle. Xia Yuan was well aware that the upcoming battle would be the most important one between Anwu Kingdom and Qin. This battle was crucial to the fate of the Qin dynasty and the destiny of the Anwu Kingdom. Great Qin wins. Then the state of Anwu was in decline, and it was even very likely that it would perish because of the existence of the Qin dynasty. Anwu Guosheng. Then the Qin dynasty would decline, and this emerging nation would disappear from the annals of history because of this war. Anwu Kingdom will also gain access to Qin's powerful weapon, the crossbow, through this battle. With such powerful crossbows deployed to the border regions, Anwu Kingdom will surely be able to change its current weak situation and join the ranks of powerful nations. After several years of development, it might just become one of the empires. So, Anwu Kingdom must win this battle. Xia Yuan took several measures to address this. Shields are essential, as the threat posed by the Qin's powerful crossbows cannot be ignored. Then came the siege engines. Siege engines have always existed, but they were too large to be carried by the army when it went out to war. Firstly, no one expected that the rebels who suddenly appeared in the Qin dynasty would be so powerful. Secondly, each state government would reserve 3 siege engines for use in wartime. The nearest city, Shiliang, has 3 siege engines stored there. They can be deployed immediately once they are brought here. Although Shiliang Prefecture lost 5 counties, other areas were also somewhat unstable. However, regardless of the circumstances, those outside the 5 commanderies dare not declare that they have joined the Qin dynasty. So, as things stand, Anwu's orders are not entirely ignored within the territory of Shiliang Prefecture. Chapter 390 Qingyun River. That evening, Yi Mingjie and his men led their army to Qingyun City in the drizzling rain. In front of the city gate, County Magistrate Chun Wenfu, along with a group of Yamen runners and many spontaneously gathered here to welcome the arrival of the army. They're here. They're here. The Qin army is here. Quickly notify the people in the city to prepare for their arrival. The army slowly approached. Tang Yongyu recognized Chun Wenfu from a distance. He pointed to Chun Wenfu's location and said with a smile to the people around him. That man was Chun Wenfu, the magistrate of Qingyun County. On that day, I led my troops to this place while fighting and retreating. If it weren't for Magistrate Chen's help, I don't know how many casualties would have occurred. Xie Yongxiu said with a smile. After the Great Qin occupied Qingyun County, this person was still able to continue serving as the county magistrate, which can be considered as a capable person. You do not say. Luo Xingho picked up the conversation, saying, when the Great Qin first occupied various places, these officials were subject to strict scrutiny. If any serious offenses were discovered, the lightest punishment was confiscation of their property, and the heaviest punishment was extermination of their entire family. As the 3 chatted and laughed, Yi Mingjie and the others also joined in. A group of people walked toward Qingyun City, chatting and laughing, and entered the city under the personal welcome of Chun Wenfu. The area inside the city was much more lively than the area in front of the city gate. Chun Wenfu said with a smile, Brother Tang, generals, the people in the city have prepared some hot water for you. Please have your soldiers wash up and get rid of the chill so they don't catch a cold. After washing up, have a hot meal, sleep in one of the people's homes, and get some rest so you can prepare for the upcoming battle. You probably don't know this yet, do you? The people in the eastern part of the city have been temporarily moved to other places under the emperor's orders. From now on, the entire eastern part of the city belongs to you, and you can sleep peacefully at night. When Tang Yongyu and the others heard this, they were initially shocked, but when they learned that it was arranged by the emperor, they immediately felt that it was perfectly normal. It still has to be the emperor. Indeed, apart from the emperor, I have never seen a monarch who would go to such lengths. A group of people couldn't help but sigh, especially Tang Yongyu, Xie Yongxiu, and Luo Xingho. The 3 men were originally military officers, so they were bound to encounter similar situations to some extent. However, their approach was completely different from the situation currently unfolding in Qingyun City. They had no choice but to either camp outside the city or drive out all the people inside. Scenes of harmonious military-civilian relations, like those in Qingyun City, are rare in history. Then, led by the city's inhabitants, the army went to the homes of the locals to wash up and then eat. The meal wasn't particularly lavish. After all, in this time of war, everyone was struggling, and there wasn't much good food to be had. But, for them, having a hot meal and a bed to sleep in is already a great blessing. After Tang Yongyu and the others finished washing up, they ate a few bites of food hastily and then went to find Qin Anyang together. The group met Qin Anyang on the city wall, and then Yi Mingjie stepped forward to explain their purpose. Your Majesty, this is what we've been thinking. What do you think of this plan? Qin Anyang frowned, waved his hand slightly, and said, Let me see the map. As soon as she finished speaking, Shi walked past Qin Anyang, took the map from Zhu Hua, and then turned back to stand in front of Qin Anyang. At that moment, Xiaoya also stepped out from behind Qin Anyang. The two sisters worked together to unfold the map, each holding one end, and showed it to Qin Anyang. Qin Anyang took a closer look. The light was poor in the rainy night, so he squinted and carefully examined the map for a while by the dim firelight, before he could get a general idea of what it was. Qingyun River, Qingyun Bridge. This place can actually hold off the enemy for a while. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingjie and the others were overjoyed. But, however, as soon as those two words were uttered, everyone's hearts jumped into their throats. It is not very meaningful to block the enemy here. The Qingyun River is not wide, and the Qingyun Bridge does not restrict the enemy much. The enemy must have made thorough preparations for this attack. Setting up an ambush on the enemy in such a place would not be very effective. On the contrary, it would be a waste of the crossbow reserves. To be honest, the total number of crossbow bolts I brought here this time was only 23,000. If we include the ones that were sent later, it will probably be 30,000. 30,000 crossbow bolts are barely enough for one war. The Battle of Qingyun City is of paramount importance to our great Qin, and we absolutely cannot afford to lose to the enemy. Otherwise, you can probably guess what the consequences will be. So, I do not agree with your idea of setting up an ambush at Qingyun Bridge. The situation is different from before, and we need to prepare for the upcoming Battle of Qingyun City. I do not want any accidents to happen before that. Qin Anyang rejected Yi Mingjie and others' proposal, not because their proposal was bad, but because the situation between Qin and Anwu Kingdom no longer allowed for such minor frictions. Unless they abandon Qingyun City and turn these Qin armies into wandering armies, fighting the enemy in unconventional ways. But that's simply impossible. If they can abandon Qingyun City today, they can abandon Heiyun City tomorrow. If this continues, the cohesion that Great Qin has just gathered will completely collapse. And even if the Qin dynasty abandoned Qingyun City and fought with the enemy using a nomadic army, it would not be able to pose a significant threat to the enemy. Instead, it will lose the supply of backup resources. At that time, shortages of food, arrows, and troops, and all sorts of troubles will follow. If it really comes to this, then there is truly no way to reverse the situation. So, the battle for Qingyun City is absolutely crucial and cannot be lost. After listening to these words, Yi Mingjie and the others thought about it for a moment and understood the advantages and disadvantages involved. This deepened their respect for Qin Anyang. All right, everyone go and rest. Qin Anyang raised his hand and waved. The decisive battle is probably coming soon. Take some time to rest and recuperate, and prepare for the battles to come. Yes, Your Majesty. Yes, Your Majesty. The 8 men replied in succession that there should have been 9 people, but the Fierce Tiger Army suffered heavy losses in the Battle of Lansong County. General Scarface Liu of the Fierce Tiger Army is still recuperating in that small village, so how could he possibly be here? As Qin Anyang watched the 8 people leave, a strange glint flashed in his eyes. Qingyun Bridge. Chapter 391 Battle of Qingyun City. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The sky showed signs of clearing up, unlike its previous gloomy state. The rain was intermittent, stopping and starting. The temporary camp where Anwu Kingdom's army was stationed received reinforcements from Nanling Prefecture at noon today. However, it falls short of what Xia Yuan wanted. Of the 100,000 troops, only 60,000 actually arrived. However, these 60,000 troops were all stationed in various parts of Nanling Prefecture, and there were no militia temporarily formed. Xia Yuan was not dissatisfied with this at all. On the contrary, he was quite happy. A well-trained army of 60,000 is far superior to a militia of 100,000. Besides that, Xia Yuan was most concerned about cultivators. The Qin army, composed entirely of cultivators, has always been a major problem, not to mention that one of them is likely a powerful cultivator at the acquired realm. If there is no cultivator to restrain the opponent, and that powerful figure leads that army to behead them, given the current state of the army, it is not certain that they will be able to stop the opponent. Certainly, if the other side were to carry out the decapitation, the consequences wouldn't be any better. After all, an army of hundreds of thousands is not just for show. Even if you use human lives to overwhelm it, you can still crush that army. It all depends on whether the Qin dynasty has the courage to do so. If they could annihilate that army, even if they lost the battle, Xia Yuan felt he could accept it. A peerless master at the acquired realm is a truly immense threat. The governor of Nanling Prefecture did not disappoint Xia Yuan. He summoned nearly 3,000 cultivators within Nanling Prefecture to come and provide assistance. These cultivators had varying levels of cultivation, with the highest reaching the 6th rank and the majority at the 9th rank. Looking at the group of people in front of him, Xia Yuan's worried expression finally disappeared, and a smile appeared on his face. Everyone, please rest for a while. Once the siege equipment arrives at the camp, the army will march towards Qingyun City to slay the traitors of Great Qin. We are at the general's behest. General, rest assured, we can handle those traitors with cultivation skills among them. A mere traitor, not worth mentioning. It's quite remarkable that a group of cultivators, with a strong sense of Jianghu, the martial arts world, could be gathered together. I thank you all in advance. After this battle is over, I will definitely ask His Majesty to reward you for your merits. Xia Yuan said with a smile that he had no objection to this group of so-called martial arts figures, and on the contrary, he had a great deal of goodwill towards them. People in the martial arts world value loyalty and righteousness. It is already a rare thing that these people are willing to step forward when the country is in danger. That evening, the team that went to Shiliang Prefecture to retrieve siege engines returned to camp with 3 siege engines and a considerable amount of food and supplies. Although Shiliang Prefecture is now defunct in name only, the orders of Anwu Kingdom still hold true in all areas except for the 5 prefectures. There will definitely be instances of outward compliance but inward defiance. But, with the army personally leading the way, the local officials and people would absolutely not dare to obstruct them in any way. And on the surface, they have to be very cooperative. In private, who cares about all that anymore? Turn a blind eye. Winning this battle will reveal what things were like before and what will happen next. They lost. That's not something Xia Yuan should be concerned about. Once everything was ready, Xia Yuan immediately gave the order to the army. Order the entire army to depart at dawn tomorrow and arrive at Qingyun City by the same day, setting up camp 10 miles outside the city. After the order was issued, the army was immediately mobilized. With the addition of reinforcements from Nanling Prefecture, the army's strength once again exceeded 400,000, and their combat power is even stronger than before. And this, however, it depleted most of the military strength of Nanling Prefecture and more than half of the garrison strength of Zhongdu. The next morning, at dawn, the temporary camp where the Anwu Kingdom's army was stationed. The army of over 400,000 is about to be assembled. Most of the camp has been dismantled. They are just waiting to finish their breakfast before marching towards Qingyun City. The weather was overcast as usual today, but thankfully it didn't rain. This relieved Xia Yuan. Marching in the rain is bad news for a large army. Now that the rain has stopped, the army's march will be much easier. But, after so many days of rain, no one can say for sure how difficult the roads will become. Now that it's not raining, things will be a little better. By the time the sky was fully bright, the army was ready. All troops proceed. With Xia Yuan's order, the army marched towards Qingyun City. The scouts who were leading the way had already left the camp ahead to explore the area. To ensure the army could pass through without hindrance, a total of 5,000 scouts were dispatched this time. Of course, there are certainly not that many officially registered scouts, but there are plenty of irregular ones. A well-trained scout, accompanied by 2 soldiers who were originally hunters, could complement each other and achieve similar results. However, there were no ambushes or traps on the road to Qingyun City. Even if there were, they would be traps set by the local people themselves, which would be a complete humiliation for these scouts. The road traps were dealt with in no time. The slightly more difficult ones were the dug pits. While the scouts were somewhat annoyed by this, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The traps set by the common people are always easier and safer than the ambushes set by the rebels of Qin. The official road leading to Qingyun City was quite wide, about 6 meters across. Even with an army of over 400,000, they still formed a long line. The army slowly marched towards Qingyun City. The scouts left by the Qin army to monitor the enemy's movements set off back to Qingyun City the moment the enemy began dismantling their camp. The scouts ran lightly, their speed more than twice that of the Anwu Kingdom's army. Not long after noon, several scouts returned to Qingyun City and reported that the enemy had already dispatched troops. Upon learning of this, Cheng Yufu rushed to the city wall of Qingyun City. Seeing Qin Anyang, she said anxiously, "My lord, the enemy has already launched their attack." Qin Anyang smiled faintly and said, "Let them send troops then. There's no need to rush. We've already made the necessary preparations and are just waiting for them to arrive." Cheng Yufu was startled for a moment, but gradually calmed down. "Master, what do we need to do now?" Cheng Yufu asked. Forehead. Qin Anyang pondered for a moment and said, "Go find Magistrate Chun and ask him to find a way to get a good meal. If there isn't enough food in the city, go to the nearby villages to buy some. The county will cover all expenses as soon as it can, and if it can't, it will borrow money from wealthy families. This expense will be reimbursed to Qingyun County in full after this battle." Chapter 392 Battle of Qingyun City 2. "Yes, sir." Cheng Yufu replied respectfully, then turned and walked away quietly. To this day, her admiration and love for Qin Anyang are beyond words. This young king exuded a captivating charm that drew her in completely. Qin Anyang gazed into the distance, where the landscape was lush and vibrant with life. After several days of rain, the dust accumulated on the leaves of the plants was washed away, revealing their delicate emerald green color. The mountains and forests after the rain are so beautiful, Qin Anyang exclaimed with emotion. "Master." Xiaoya hesitated, her face full of conflict. Qin Anyang turned to look at her and said in a calm tone, "Ask whatever you want." He has always been quite fond of the two sisters, Xia and Xiaoya. The two sisters did not disappoint him. Whether it's personal matters or official business, they handle everything very well. It's not perfect, but it has never had a mishap. "Master, the enemy is coming soon. Why aren't you worried at all?" Xiaoya asked curiously. "Worried?" Qin Anyang smiled and shook his head slightly. "What's the use of worrying? Instead of worrying unnecessarily, it's better to face things calmly. The enemy isn't some ferocious beast. They're just human beings. There's nothing to be afraid of." Xiaoya fell silent, looking somewhat absent-minded. Shiyu stood quietly to the side, not uttering a single word from beginning to end, as if she didn't care about the matter at all. The two sisters' personalities are still the same. Qin Anyang naturally understood Xiaoya's feelings at this moment. It was a sense of unease and confusion about what was about to happen. The enemy's advance was fierce, and it seemed that the Qin dynasty was indeed somewhat unable to cope with it. But only Qin Anyang knew the truth. This battle, in fact, the outcome had already been decided. The thunderclap bomb is a revolutionary device, capable of completely changing the future of warfare. No matter how far the Qin dynasty goes or how far it gets, it will never stop. At least this time, the victor in the battle between Qin and Anwu will definitely be Qin. Moreover, they will win this war with an overwhelming victory. Night fell. On the city wall of Qingyun City, a brazier is placed every 3 meters, and the flickering flames form a long fire dragon. Outside the city, at the edge of the field of vision, a huge ball of fire flickered on and off. There, it was a temporary camp where the Anwu Kingdom's army was stationed. A great war is about to begin. Tonight will be a sleepless night for both sides. As if by some unspoken understanding, Qin Anyang and Xia Yuan stood on the city wall of Qingyun City, while the other stood outside the camp. The two sides looked at each other. Inside the city, each person can be given a small cup of cloudy wine and a bowl of meat soup. Vegetables and rice are plentiful. The civilians and soldiers gathered together, chatting and laughing, seemingly forgetting that a major battle was to be fought the next day. Outside the city, inside the temporary camp where the Onwu Kingdom's army was stationed, soldiers sat around hundreds of bonfires. Each soldier was given a bowl of meat soup, a small dish of green vegetables, and a large bowl of white rice. Although the food wasn't plentiful, no one cared. They boasted to each other, reminisced about the past, and talked about their family members. Everyone, whether they were soldiers from the Qin dynasty or soldiers from the Onwu Kingdom, at this moment they seemed to have forgotten that a great battle was about to take place. However, have you really forgotten? No one knows if they will be the ones to die tomorrow, so they can only distract themselves in this way so that they are not so afraid. That night, Qin Anyang stayed on the city wall for a long time until it was almost midnight when Shiyu reminded him. Master, it's almost midnight. Aren't you going to rest? Shiyu said softly. She was more perceptive than Xiaoyu and had already noticed that Qin Anyang's emotions were somewhat abnormal. Is it already late at night? Qin Anyang muttered to himself, took a long breath, glanced one last time at the enemy camp in the distance, and then turned and left. Seeing this, the sisters Xie and Xiaoya quickly followed. Shiyu, has Madame not returned yet? Qin Anyang asked casually. Master, Madame has not yet returned, Shiyu replied. Qin Anyang gave a long his tone somewhat melancholy. His mood at the moment was complicated and agitated. As for tomorrow's battle, although I was absolutely certain, I still found it hard to calm down. The next morning, even before dawn, Qinyan City was already bustling with activity. County Magistrate Chen Wenfu got up before dawn and was inspecting the city. He pointed out anything that was wrong and immediately summoned people to make changes where necessary. At over 70 years old, he should be enjoying his retirement, but he is full of energy and even more energetic than many young people. Is breakfast not ready yet? Hurry up, the Qin soldiers will be waking up soon. Don't let them wake up without even having a meal. Hey you guys over there, what are you doing? Don't you know that's a route soldiers always take? Move all that stuff away right now. Where are the doctors? Where are all the doctors? Quickly go and summon all the doctors in the city. War is about to break out. Why aren't they coming to rescue people? What are they dawdling about? In the eastern part of the city, Chen Wenfu's voice can be heard from time to time. As dawn broke, many soldiers donned their armor, took their weapons, and left the room. They will be greeted by an incredibly warm and welcoming crowd of people. The water for washing their faces was warm, the food was freshly cooked, and they even thoughtfully provided each soldier with a piece of fruit. Such hospitality made the soldiers wonder if they were there to fight or to enjoy life. However, I was deeply moved. Such people, such a great Qin dynasty, are worth sacrificing their lives for. The temporary encampment of Onwu Kingdom's army was also far from peaceful. More than 400,000 troops gathered together, creating an incredibly spectacular scene. At a glance, if you weren't standing on high ground, you wouldn't be able to see this army of over 400,000 people at all. The army numbered over 400,000, with each legion consisting of 5,000 soldiers arranged in nearly 100 square formations, each legion commanded by 3 commanders of 1,000 men. Logically speaking, an army of 5,000 should have 5 commanders of 1,000. Unfortunately, this army of over 400,000 was not entirely accurate. The number of centurions was far less than that. More than 3,000 cultivators stood separately, not with the main army. Their mission was to prevent the Qin army, composed entirely of cultivators, from launching a surprise attack and beheading them. Otherwise, they were not required to participate in the war. Chapter 393 Battle of Qinyan City 3. 3 massive siege engines were positioned in the center of the army, surrounded by 6 legions of 30,000 troops. These 30,000 troops will be the first main force in the upcoming siege. Xia Yuan stood directly opposite the army, facing them. Whoosh! The sword at his waist was drawn. Xia Yuan held his sword in his right hand, pointing it in the direction of Qinyan City, and said solemnly, "Ahead! It's Qinyan City, a city belonging to my Onwu Kingdom. How can the cities of my Onwu Kingdom be allowed to be touched by a bunch of traitors? This general has been ordered by His Majesty to lead an army of 500,000 to quell the injustice. Today, it will be the time for us to fight to the death against the traitors of Qin." To achieve great things, the time is now. All soldiers, listen to my command. Xia Yuan roared. All troops attack. No sooner had he finished speaking than the bugle call to attack sounded. The army of over 400,000 marched forward in unison, their target being Qingyun City, which was 10 miles ahead. Hundreds of legions, including spearmen, archers, shield bearers, vanguard, and battalion commanders. Tap, tap, tap. The army slowly marched towards Qingyun City. The heavy footsteps, though chaotic, resonated deeply, bringing a sense of awe. After a brief moment of clearing skies, dark clouds gathered, obscuring the long-awaited sunshine, as if in celebration of the war. The camp is only 10 miles away from Qingyun City. Without any obstruction, the army reached the foot of Qingyun City in less than an hour. At this time, the Anwu Kingdom's army that was suppressing the rebellion was less than 2 kilometers away from the city wall of Qingyun City. Raise your shields. As Xia Yuan roared, heavy shields were raised in every legion of the army. These shields are 3 meters high, 10 meters long, and 30 centimeters thick, and are covered with a layer of iron. Such a heavy shield requires the combined strength of 20 soldiers to lift. And all of this was to defend against the powerful crossbows of the Qin dynasty. Before even touching the walls of Qingyun City, the army must do its utmost to withstand the crossbow fire and minimize casualties. The moment the army reaches the foot of the city wall will be the moment to launch the general offensive. On the city wall to the east of Qingyun City, behind the low wall, a crossbow was placed every 3 meters, in 2 rows, with the number of crossbows exceeding 2,000. The number of first-generation crossbows reached 1,800, and the number of second-generation crossbows reached 267. The total number of crossbow bolts exceeded 30,000. Each first-generation crossbow is operated by 1 vermilion bird soldier, assisted by 4 soldiers from other legions. Each second-generation crossbow is operated by 3 vermilion birds. If the vermilion bird army does not have enough personnel, other experienced soldiers will fill the gap. In addition, each crossbow was guarded by 10 well-equipped soldiers, fully armored and armed with various weapons. This is an army armed to the teeth. In order to defend against the enemy's first wave of attack, Qin Anyang gathered together the group of soldiers with the strongest individual combat power in the Qin army. Siege warfare is all about momentum, especially the first wave of attacks. This battle is a decisive battle between the Qin dynasty and the Anwu Kingdom. The enemy soldiers responsible for the first wave of attack will definitely be a group of extremely brave and elite soldiers. So, this first wave of attack must be stopped. To this end, Qin Anyang even dispatched 2,000 Qin enemy soldiers to the city wall, in squads of 10, scattered in various places to prevent any situation where they would be outmatched. Standing on the city gate tower and looking to the left and right, the city walls on both sides were crowded with people. Behind each powerful crossbow, a considerable number of bolts were piled up. There is a passageway in the middle, about 1.2 meters wide, which is wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Looking into the city, the place was packed with people. Among them were soldiers waiting to climb the walls to fight, civilians responsible for logistics and transporting crossbows, and doctors treating the wounded. Everyone has their own tasks to complete. Magistrate Chun Wenfu, despite being 70 years old, has been working tirelessly here, managing everything in an orderly manner. At this moment, the soldiers and civilians of Qingyun City are united as one, all for the sake of winning this battle. On the second floor of the city gate tower, Qin Anyang stood, gazing at the enemy army slowly approaching ahead, his expression indifferent, his eyes filled with coldness. Yu Fu, let the second-generation crossbow fire a volley of crossbow bolts at the enemy first. Yes, sir. Cheng Yufu replied respectfully, then picked up a command flag with both hands and waved it in the corresponding command gestures on the city gate tower. While observing the enemy's movements, Ho Lingxiu also kept an eye on the second floor of the city gate tower. The moment the command flag was waved, Ho Lingxiu's attention was instantly drawn to it. Upon seeing the command flag waving, Ho Lingxiu gave the order without hesitation. Second-generation crossbow, fire. As soon as Ho Lingxiu gave the order, The female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army, who were operating 267 second-generation crossbows, immediately pulled the triggers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 267 3-meter-long crossbow bolts flew out from the city wall, soaring into the sky and firing at the enemy below after reaching a certain height. Watch out for crossbow bolts. Raise your shields. Raise all your shields. Within the Onwu Kingdom's army, many generals immediately raised their voices to warn of the danger the moment the crossbow bolts were fired. Then, the soldiers holding shields did not hesitate to join forces and raise their shields together. Push. Everyone push. Quick. Raise the shields. Move behind the shields. Everyone move behind the shields. The army responded quickly, and there were no signs of chaos in the process. The vast majority of soldiers immediately took cover behind the shields, within their protective range. The remaining soldiers weren't unable to react, but rather they couldn't and didn't need to dodge. Especially the 30,000 troops in charge of those 3 siege engines. To protect the siege engines from destruction, they not only could not hide, but had to do everything in their power to protect them from damage. The crossbow bolts shot over in an instant. Da-da-dup, ding-dong. More than half of the crossbow bolts hit the shields, and the remaining bolts killed many soldiers. Some soldiers managed to escape with their lives by swinging their swords and striking the arrows. But, although the soldiers managed to deflect the crossbow bolts with their swords, their hands were still aching from the powerful force of the bolts. 3 soldiers were so weak that they could barely hold their knives, their hands trembling uncontrollably. Raise your shields and advance slowly. Xia Yuan used all his strength to shout loudly. His voice carried far, and even people inside Qingyun City could faintly hear it. The army received orders and advanced steadily towards Qingyun City. Chapter 394 Battle of Qingyun City 4. After the first volley of crossbow bolts ended, the second volley took a long time to arrive. Xia Yuan was puzzled. With a large army pressing in and within range of powerful crossbows, why don't the rebels make a move? Could it be they don't have enough crossbow bolts? Wrong. Such a long time has passed since the Battle of Lansong County. The rebels will definitely have spent all their time building crossbows. They must have something in mind. Xia Yuan frowned, staring at the city wall of Qingyun City in front of him, his face full of worry. He couldn't understand what the Qin dynasty wanted to do. With doubts lingering in his heart, Xia Yuan narrowed his eyes as he watched the army slowly advance towards Qingyun City. Tap, tap, tap. With over 400,000 troops setting out, let alone how many soldiers will actually be able to participate in this war. The sheer scale of it is incredibly awe-inspiring. From the initial 1,800 meters, they advanced 500 meters without encountering any attacks. Now, not only Xia Yuan was puzzled, but even the soldiers were extremely confused. They were all prepared to face the crossbow bolts, but for a long time, the Qin army did not fire even a single bolt. A doubt inevitably arose in everyone's mind. Did the Qin dynasty really not have crossbows? But this suspicion was immediately dismissed by them. On the Qingyun City side, it's clear that the Great Qin is preparing for a fight. They couldn't possibly have put up this kind of formation without any preparation. The army continued its advance. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. At this moment, the soldiers at the forefront of the army were only 1 kilometer away from the city wall of Qingyun City. The close proximity made the soldiers extremely nervous. Damn it! What are these traitors up to? Are we going to fight or not? I'm so nervous. A bunch of damn bastards. Can't you hurry up and fight already? Amidst the vast army, a chorus of complaints arose among the soldiers. An invisible sense of oppression enveloped the army, making the soldiers feel very uncomfortable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, a series of whooshing sounds rang out. They're here. It's finally here. Damn, you couldn't hold back any longer, could you? The moment the crossbow bolts pierced the air, the soldiers instinctively breathed a sigh of relief, and the pent-up frustration in their hearts instantly dissipated. But then came a great deal of tension. When no crossbow bolts were being fired, they felt uneasy all over. Now that crossbow bolts were being fired, they felt a little scared. Humans are always so complicated. Hold your shields up. Hold them up. Watch out for crossbow bolts. There are a lot of crossbow bolts. Everyone be careful. Watch out. Watch out. Protect the siege engines. You must protect the siege engines. On the battlefield, the voices of many generals rang out from the army, creating a momentary commotion. But it only appeared somewhat chaotic. This time, 1,800 crossbow bolts flew in at such a speed that no one had time to react. Da-da-da. Ding-dong, ding-dong. Ah. In a short time, hundreds of people were killed by crossbow bolts, and the number of wounded was 10 times that of the dead. The vast majority of these wounded soldiers were those who had been holding up shields. The shields were already heavy, and the soldiers had exhausted themselves carrying them for such a long distance. They found it very difficult to resist the powerful crossbow bolts. Having few crossbow bolts isn't a big deal. If multiple crossbow bolts were to strike a shield simultaneously, the result would be obvious. The soldiers would be unable to withstand the attack. Once the shields are released, many soldiers will be exposed, making them prime targets for the Qin crossbows. Raise your shields now. Don't let go. Hold on tight. Hold on tight. I can't hold on much longer. Someone come and take over, quick. Raise your shields and move forward steadily. This time, the Qin dynasty did not stop. On the walls of Qingyun City, apart from the soldiers who were about to face the enemy's attack, everyone else was focused on the crossbows. One crossbow bolt after another was fired, with no intention of stopping. The crossbow bolts that had been prepared on the city wall were being used up at an extremely rapid pace. Chen Yufu had urged the logistics team more than once to bring more crossbow bolts up. Hurry up, we're running out of crossbow bolts. Quickly, everyone who has nothing to do, go and help move the crossbow bolts. Don't run into other lanes. Keep to the right when going up or down. Chen Wenfu stood at the foot of the city wall, directing the people inside the city to help the Qin's logistics soldiers move crossbows. His voice was hoarse, but he did not take a step back. The people of Qingyun City did not disappoint Chen Wenfu. Everything was coordinated perfectly, and the crossbow bolts were being depleted at a rapid pace. On the city wall, due to the intense firing, 16 crossbows have already been destroyed, and this number will continue to increase over time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One crossbow bolt after another flew out, the sound of them piercing the air never ceasing from the moment it began. Raise your shields and advance slowly. Don't panic. Stay calm. Archers, get ready. Once within range, unleash a barrage of arrows to suppress the rebels. With these orders from the generals, the army, with its lives piled up into a bloody path, slowly approached the city walls of Qingyun City. Those fallen soldiers were not even left with intact bodies. They were trampled beyond recognition by the army. Even many seriously wounded soldiers ended up in the same situation. Having suffered considerable casualties, the Anwu Kingdom Army, escorting 3 siege engines, slowly approached the walls of Qingyun City. 800 meters, 600 meters, 500 meters, 400 meters. This short distance of a few hundred meters was paved with blood and bones. The moment the vanguard of the army entered within 400 meters of the city wall. Charge! Charge all troops! Kill them! The general's battle cries and shouts of killing rang out at this moment. Kill them! Charge! Brothers, kill them! The 5 legions at the forefront threw away their heavy shields one after another, and charged forward with great swords in hand, shouting as they went. At that moment, they were incredibly brave. However, there was nothing ahead except for an insurmountable city wall and the threat posed by the Qin soldiers on the wall. Their charge was meaningless, yet meaningful, because the siege engines were right behind them. Chapter 395 Battle of Qingyun City 5. Prepare to meet the enemy. Enemy archers are about to attack. Be careful to avoid the barrage of arrows. General Ho, have the Vermilion Bird Army aim at the enemy's siege engines and prevent them from getting close to the city walls. Siege engines. Concentrate fire and destroy the siege engines. Without the siege engines, the enemy will undoubtedly lose this battle. On the city wall, shouts from Yi Mingjie and others rang out from all directions. Ho Lingxiu wasn't stupid either. She had long ago ordered the female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army, who were operating the second-generation crossbows, to aim their fire at the 3 siege vehicles. Once the siege engine was destroyed, the walls of Qingyun City became an insurmountable barrier between the two armies. 267 second-generation crossbows were used to fire at the 3 siege vehicles. Each 3-meter-long crossbow bolt, forged from pure iron, carries immense force when fired from a self-strengthening crossbow. Faced with the powerful crossbow fire, the 30,000 troops responsible for protecting the siege engines were truly sacrificing their lives. Protect the siege engine. Even if it means death, you must protect the siege engine for this general. We absolutely cannot let the rebels destroy the siege engines. Accompanied by the general's shouts, 30,000 soldiers used their own flesh and blood to protect the siege engine at the cost of heavy casualties. The siege engines were still badly damaged by crossbow bolts. Fortunately, this time, the Qin dynasty did not fire any flaming crossbow bolts, otherwise the siege engines would have been damaged long ago. Flame crossbow bolts are not particularly difficult to make, but they are time-consuming, and the Qin dynasty simply did not have enough time to make them. Not to mention, this battle also does not require fire crossbows. Archers, fire. All archers, fire. Suppress them with arrows. Quickly, suppress the rebel defenders on the city walls. The moment the army entered the area 200 meters from the city wall, many generals shouted wildly, and even many soldiers shouted along with them. Archers. 200 meters is already within the range of an arrow. The archers in the army were also ready to fire and continued running forward with the army. After running for about 50 meters, they were ready to fire. All the archers made the same move at that moment. He holds a bow in his left hand and an arrow in his right hand. Adjust the shooting angle and pull back the bowstring with all your might. Let go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of arrows shot out, a dark mass that sent chills down one's spine. Watch out for a rain of arrows. Beware of the arrow barrage. Raise your shields and protect the Vermilion Bird Army. Be careful, people inside the city. Enemy arrows are coming. Quick, everyone, move towards the city wall. Find somewhere to hide from the rain of arrows. On the city wall, the shouts of Yi Mingjie, Tang Yanyu, and others echoed incessantly. Inside the city, County Magistrate Chen Wenfu shouted in a hoarse voice, and the Yamen runners followed suit, warning everyone. Faced with the enemy's barrage of arrows, the soldiers on the city wall immediately raised their specially made shields. It's more accurate to call it a wooden plank than a shield. To defend against arrow barrages, ordinary shields were simply insufficient. Just as the Anwu Kingdom's army needed to defend against crossbow bolts, the Qin dynasty also made some targeted modifications. As shields were raised, a rain of arrows arrived. Puff, 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 puff. The arrows struck the wooden planks, producing a series of dull thuds. Then, screams followed. Some soldiers who couldn't dodge in time were hit by arrows on the spot. If they were unlucky, they died instantly, and if they were lucky, they survived. Quickly, take the injured people down for treatment. Logistics. Where are the logistics personnel? Come quickly and carry Old Li downstairs for treatment. Someone is injured here. Quickly. There are injured people over there too. Go over there and take them away. For a moment, the city wall was filled with all sorts of chaotic sounds. Some of the logistics personnel were spared to carry the wounded soldiers down the city wall for treatment, and those with minor injuries were also helped down the wall. Meanwhile, the soldiers who had been waiting at the foot of the city wall would rush up the wall with weapons as soon as they saw a soldier come down. With this rotation, the number of soldiers guarding the city walls remained at the original level. There is order within chaos. This is the current situation of the Qin dynasty. Compared to the casualties on the city walls, the number of casualties inside the city was much smaller, since they had ample time and places to hide. Quickly, get hot water over there so the doctors can do their best to treat the wounded. Chen Wenfu worked tirelessly in logistics, directing all logistical matters. Originally, the position of logistics commander should have been filled by Cheng Yufu. However, Chen Wenfu's abilities were recognized, and as the magistrate of Qingyun City, he had a better understanding of the situation within the city. So, he was put in charge of logistics. Chen Wenfu did not disappoint Qin Anyang. He managed the logistics very well, and no major problems arose. The guards on the city wall kept changing, and the female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army, protected by the other soldiers, never stopped firing crossbow bolts. The number of crossbows is limited, and the number of crossbow bolts is also limited. The war has been going on for less than half an incense stick's time, but dozens of crossbows have already been damaged, and most of the crossbow bolts have been lost. If this continues, it won't be long before the stockpile of crossbow bolts is completely depleted. The situation seems to be gradually getting out of control. At this moment, the scales of victory also tipped in favor of Onwu Kingdom. Under the protection of the army, the siege engines gradually approached the city walls of Qingyun City. 600 meters, 500 meters, 400 meters. For every 100 meters advanced, the cost of casualties is enormous. But not one of the soldiers retreated. The legion responsible for the siege was the elite of the army. A group of seasoned veterans knew all too well how to win this battle. To win this battle, the only way is to storm the city walls in one fell swoop. Only by breaching the city walls can we have a chance of victory. Xia Yuan, stationed at the rear of the army, took in the situation on the battlefield. Seeing that the situation was very favorable, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The Qin dynasty is truly difficult to deal with. If we give them more time to develop, it's really hard to say who will win or lose. Now, in the end, the winner is. He stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence, his eyes widening as he stared ahead in astonishment, a hint of fear and unease in his eyes. How is that possible? What exactly is that thing? Xia Yuan couldn't help but murmur, and just as the siege engines were about to reach the city walls, the army was ready to attack. But on the city wall, on the second floor of the city gate tower, a woman in white lightly leaped up and easily climbed the city gate tower. Standing on top, she threw something with all her might towards the location of the siege engine. Chapter 396 Battle of Qingyun City 6. The thunderbolt was thrown from Cheng Yufu's hand and flew towards one of the three siege engines. If you look closely, you can see that the fist-sized thunderbolt trails a streak of sparks. Many of the soldiers pushing the siege engine forward noticed Cheng Yufu's movements and looked up at her, their eyes filled with confusion. What's this? What did that woman throw out? What is she trying to do? Whatever it is, don't even think about getting near the siege engine. A centurion shouted, pushed off with his feet, and soared into the air. He seized the opportunity and swung his sword horizontally. Clang! The thunderbolt flew out of the way of the siege engine and landed among the nearby army. The next moment, boom! A thunderclap boomed, followed by blood-curdling screams. A single thunderbolt killed or wounded at least 50 soldiers. This scene stunned everyone present. Sorcery? Is this sorcery? What just happened? What exploded? The soldiers of Onwu Kingdom were completely bewildered. They couldn't understand what that fist-sized thing was. They managed to kill so many of their soldiers. On the city wall of Qingyun City, the Qin soldiers, who were fighting hard, were also completely bewildered. They had no idea what was happening. What happened? What's going on? I heard a loud bang, and many enemy soldiers were killed or wounded. Could this be a secret weapon of our great Qin? Immediately, many voices of discussion arose. On the top of the city gate tower, Cheng Yufu saw this scene, and a look of disappointment flashed in her eyes. It was actually bounced off. Qin Anyang looked calmly ahead. Xia, send the thunderclap bomb to Yufu, so she can help destroy the enemy's siege engines. Yes, sir. Shiyu replied with a serious expression, then picked up a wooden box, jumped off the second floor, and used the roof tiles as leverage to leap onto the roof. Sister Yufu, the master asked me to assist you. Cheng Yufu nodded. You are in charge of igniting the thunderbolts, and I will throw them into the enemy ranks. Good. Shiyu nodded heavily, put down the wooden box, picked up a thunderbolt, and took out a tinderbox from her bosom. Huff huff. He blew on it twice, and once the tinderbox was lit, he lit the fuse of the thunderbolt and handed it to Cheng Yufu. Sister Yufu, here you go. Cheng Yufu caught the thunderclap bomb, but did not throw it out immediately. Instead, she paused for a moment before throwing it out. The fact that the enemy had detonated the previous thunderbolt made Cheng Yufu realize that in order to destroy the enemy's siege vehicles, She had to time the thunderbolt's explosion perfectly. Otherwise, losing any amount of money will be a waste of effort. Without destroying the siege engines, there's no way to win this battle. That woman has thrown something out again. Damn it. Everyone, take cover. Protect the siege engine. Her target is the siege engine. You must protect the siege engine. Stop it. Stop it. The centurion who had previously deflected the thunderbolt stood in front of the siege engine, posed, and stared intently at the incoming thunderbolt. He seized the opportunity to jump up, wielding his broadsword and slashing it horizontally at the thunderclap bomb, attempting to repeat his previous feat. Clang! The blade struck the thunderbolt, and a look of joy involuntarily appeared on the centurion's face. It was a success. However, the next moment, boom! The thunderbolt had been sent flying less than 3 meters away when it exploded instantly, the powerful impact sending a lot of iron filings flying everywhere. The centurion was stunned, and before he could understand what was happening, he was hit by the high-speed flying iron filings. Clang clang pft. The armor was struck by iron filings, producing a series of metallic clanging sounds, and the exposed skin was scratched by the iron filings. The stinging sensation brought the centurion back to his senses, but before he could react, he was thrown away by the immense force of the detonation. Ah! Screams followed. General! General! Quickly, go save the general. Quick, go check on the general. In an instant, the soldiers led by the centurion panicked. Don't panic. Everyone, protecting the siege engine is the top priority. The siege engine must not be damaged in any way. Seeing signs of disorder in the army led by the centurion, a 10,000-man commander immediately stepped forward and shouted. The commander was exceptionally strong. His voice was so loud that it could reach the ears of the 30,000 troops responsible for protecting the siege engines, even amidst the chaos of the battlefield. With the commander's reassurance, the morale of the troops gradually stabilized. However, the 2 deafening thunderbolts were just the beginning. To win this battle, Qin Anyang prepared more than 300 thunderbolts, filling 7 wooden crates. Seeing that the heaven-shaking thunder had been blocked, Cheng Yufu and Shiyu looked at each other as if they sensed something. Their eyes met. The 2 women nodded, one after the other, and reached a consensus. Then, with one hand holding a tinderbox and the other picking up a thunderbolt, Shiyu lit the fuse and handed it to Cheng Yufu before immediately going to get the second one. Cheng Yufu caught the thunderbolt and threw it forcefully at the location of the siege engine, without pausing as before. The 2 women worked together, and one thunderbolt after another shot out. Damn it! Block it! You must block it! Even if it costs us our lives, we must stop them. Protect the siege engine. The commanders of 10,000, and even some of the centurions stepped forward, weapons in hand, their expressions solemn as they stood guard beside the siege engine. Soon, a thunderous roar came flying in, and one of the centurions shouted, "I'll do it." After saying this, the centurion, holding a large sword, ran forward a few steps, leaped into the air, and swung the sword horizontally at the opportune moment. Clang! The thunderbolt was knocked away and fell into the army on the left side of the siege engine. Boom! An explosion rang out, and dozens of soldiers were instantly injured or killed. And this was just one thunderbolt. Next, one thunderbolt after another flew towards the siege engine, seemingly endless. "I'll do it. Let me. I'll do it this time. I'll do it." With each thunderous strike, a shout rang out. Knowing full well the great danger of resisting those earth-shattering thunderbolts, none of the generals retreated. Instead, they vied with each other for the task. Boom boom. The explosions continued one after another without stopping. Under the protection of numerous generals, the siege engines slowly advanced. Although they were somewhat damaged, it was not enough to affect the subsequent siege. Chapter 397 Battle of Qingyun City 7. The thunder roared incessantly. One thunderous explosion after another deafeningly resounded, and more than half of the generals who had fought desperately to protect the siege engines had already perished. This situation is continuing to worsen. However, even so, the generals still rushed forward one after another to stop the thunderbolt. Although they didn't know what this thing was, they always remembered one thing. The siege engine must not be destroyed. Without siege engines, they are destined to lose this battle. Xia Yuan, who was stationed at the rear of the army, no longer had the indifferent expression he had before. What exactly is that? What kind of war weapon have these damned traitors invented this time? Xia Yuan was furious. He had the victory in his grasp, but the Qin rebels always managed to deliver a final blow in their death throes. This is the case in Ningxian County, and it's also the case in Qinyan City. He just couldn't understand it. Was the great Qin dynasty some kind of unkillable cockroach? The fact that the 90,000 elite troops of Ningxian County returned empty-handed could be attributed to unfavorable timing and location. But what about now? With more than half of the generals protecting the siege engines lost, either maimed or killed, the remaining generals probably wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. Xia Yuan understood that what the Qin was using was the same kind of firework or firecracker that Yang Wei had mentioned. He had been somewhat dismissive of it before, but the scene before him forced him to change his mind. This thing is more dangerous than a crossbow. Seeing the generals guarding the siege engine fall one after another, and with the siege engine still some distance from the walls of Qinyan City, Xia Yuan frowned, turned his head to look at a group of martial arts figures dressed in different clothes on his right, and felt extremely conflicted. Should we send them up to assist? Since the start of the battle, the Qin army, composed entirely of cultivators, has not yet appeared. This has always been a hidden danger. Xia Yuan was filled with inner turmoil. Watching his own soldiers fall one after another on the front lines, he wished he could personally join the fight. But that won't work. As the general of the army that was being exonerated, besides leading the army in battle, his main objective was to stabilize the morale of the troops. As long as the general is present, the soldiers will be there. When the enemy is about to perish, the army will perish. If an army commander is killed in action, the soldiers will be thrown into great panic, and morale will be severely damaged. After much hesitation, Xia Yuan decided to send out a group of martial arts practitioners to assist the army in protecting the siege engines. Go tell Lin Yang to send 1,000 men to the front line to assist the army in protecting the siege engines. General, will they listen? The guard hesitated. Lin Yang and his group were all Jianghu figures, used to being unrestrained. When they were summoned, the purpose was to protect General Xia Yuan and prevent him from being attacked by the Qin dynasty. And now, sending them to the front lines, I'm afraid. Xia Yuan said in a deep voice. Go and tell Lin Yang that if they win this battle, they will definitely get their share of the benefits. Yes, General. Without asking any further questions, the guard turned and ran towards Lin Yang and his group, talking with them for a while before finally getting their agreement. Then, Lin Yang gave the order to send 1,000 men to the front lines to reinforce the main army and help protect the siege engines. The 1,000 martial arts practitioners, each possessing cultivation, with the lowest level being the 9th rank, made a completely different impression from the main army. With their cultivator's strength, the 1,000 men each displayed their unique abilities, weaving through the army and rushing to the front lines at an extremely fast speed to reinforce the main force. Xia Yuan breathed a slight sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. With this group joining us, the siege engines should be able to reach the city walls smoothly, right? Xia Yuan muttered to himself, but as soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed, and a chill ran through him. Not good. Xia Yuan reacted extremely quickly, immediately rolling forward without even looking to see which way the enemy was coming from. The next moment, Luo Qinghuan, wielding the immortal slaying sword, attacked from behind Xia Yuan, pointing the sword at Xia Yuan's back, intending to kill him with a single blow. At the critical moment, Xia Yuan bent over and rolled forward, his body sinking down, barely avoiding the sword. Click, click, click. The blade of the immortal slaying sword grazed Xia Yuan's armor, sending sparks flying. Having missed her first strike, Luo Qinghuan frowned, sheathed her immortal slaying sword, adjusted her direction, and thrust it forward again. An assassin. Protect the general. Quickly. Protect the general. An assassin. The guards around Xia Yuan reacted very quickly. The moment Luo Qinghuan missed her first sword strike, many of them rushed forward with shouts. The duty of the bodyguards is to protect the general. Brothers, let's go. Lin Yang shouted, and, holding a long spear, rushed towards Xia Yuan. You're asking for it. They're simply not taking us seriously at all. Kill. You audacious traitor. How dare you attack alone? I, Xiong, will take your head. A group of martial arts practitioners, wielding all sorts of weapons, rushed over. They harbored considerable resistance to Xia Yuan's request to go to the front lines to assist the army. In a battle between two armies, especially a large-scale one, even the strongest individual is ineffective in such a situation. They didn't want to go up there and die. But now, someone dared to launch a sneak attack on Xia Yuan. Without the slightest hesitation, they immediately rushed over to protect Xia Yuan. What people in the martial arts world value most is loyalty and brotherhood. They will do everything in their power to fulfill a promise, even at the cost of their lives. Xia Yuan had no time to care about anything else at the moment. An extremely dangerous feeling came from behind him, as if he was being watched by some prehistoric beast. The sight of the sword slicing through his armor made Xia Yuan realize even more directly that the person who came to assassinate him was extremely powerful. Xia Yuan didn't dare to hesitate. The moment he landed, he immediately rolled to the side, drawing his command sword from his waist. As he got up, he slashed behind him. Clang! The two swords clashed, producing a burst of sparks. The immense impact caused Xia Yuan's right hand to ache, and he even became unsteady on his feet. Luo Qinghuan frowned, her expression grave. This person had dodged both of her sword strikes, indicating that he was definitely not weak. And now, she still has one chance to strike. After this sword strike, whether successful or not, she must leave this place. Otherwise, once the enemy surrounds them, it won't be so easy to escape. Luo Qinghuan hesitated for a moment, then thrust her sword forward again, aiming directly at Xia Yuan's vital points. Damn it! Xia Yuan cursed under his breath, gripped the command sword tightly in his right hand, disregarded any fighting style, and charged forward with a ferocious expression. As the two swords were about to collide, a slight smile appeared on Luo Qinghuan's lips. With a turn of the sword, the thrust became a slash. Not good. Xia Yuan's pupils contracted sharply, knowing he couldn't dodge the sword. He immediately twisted his body to avoid the vital spot. Chapter 398 Battle of Qingyan City 8. Uft. Fresh blood spurted out. Xia Yuan reacted quickly, but he still couldn't outrun Luo Qinghuan's sword. The gap in strength is ultimately irreversible. This sword strike, though it nearly took Xia Yuan's life, was ultimately just a hair's breadth away. Luo Qinghuan looked at Xia Yuan, who was half squatting on the ground, holding a sword in his right hand and clutching the wound on his waist with his left, and a look of helplessness flashed across her face. You're lucky to be alive. After saying that, Luo Qinghuan turned and left the place. Stop her. Despite the pain in his abdomen, Xia Yuan gritted his teeth and roared. She's the acquired realm cultivator among the rebels. We must stop her. Kill. Dare to launch a sneak attack on the general? Kill him. You audacious thief, prepare to die. A group of guards went mad, their eyes fixed on only one goal. Kill Luo Qinghuan. You come and go as you please. Do you think this is your home? Lin Yang said coldly, charging forward with a cyan spear in hand, and thrusting it at Luo Qinghuan. With a slight push from her toes, Luo Qinghuan leaped into the air, using the spearheads as leverage to jump more than 10 meters away. Then, stepping on the heads of the soldiers, she quickly left the battlefield. They come and go like the wind, and no one can stop them in the slightest. The soldiers gave chase for a distance, but when they realized they couldn't catch up, they gave up. However, Lin Yang and the group of martial arts practitioners were unwilling to give up. Everyone, let's chase. Lin Yang shouted and chased after Luo Qinghuan with his spear in hand. Chase. Don't let her get away. If we let her get away today, how will we face General Xia? More than 2,000 people shouted and chased after them. In terms of strength, none of them out of their 2,000 plus people were a match for Luo Qinghuan. But they outnumbered us. What about the acquired realm? With more than 2,000 people working together, we might be able to kill him. Normally, those who reach the acquired realm are extremely rare, perhaps only seen once in a lifetime. They are truly peerless masters. Now, They have the opportunity to kill a master of the acquired realm, which is an excellent chance to make a name for themselves. If they were to actually kill him, their status in the martial arts world would rise by at least several levels. There is nothing wrong with establishing one's own school of thought. However, Luo Qinghuan had no intention of lingering. If the three swords failed to take the enemy commander's life, there would be no further chance. If we stay there, we can kill Natsuhara even if it costs us our lives. But that's not worth it. General, are you alright? Where is the doctor? Where did the doctor go? Quickly, help the general back to camp. Xia Yuan knelt on one knee, his right hand gripping his sword for support, his left hand clutching the wound on his abdomen. He stared palely in the direction Luo Qinghuan had left, his eyes filled with resentment. Such a golden opportunity, and they let it slip away. Xia Yuan had long anticipated that the powerful expert from the Great Qin dynasty, who possessed the cultivation level of the acquired realm, would definitely take this opportunity to bring people to ambush him. But he did not expect that only Luo Qin came to this sneak attack. Not a single member of the army composed entirely of cultivators came. The role played by Lin Yang and his group of martial arts figures was negligible. Supported by 2 personal guards, Xia Yuan was escorted back to the camp by a group of guards, and several military doctors who had accompanied the army rushed over. News of the general's serious injury from the sneak attack spread quickly. The army fighting on the front lines was thrown into considerable disarray upon learning of this news. The fact that the commander-in-chief was ambushed and seriously injured is a significant blow to the army. Don't panic, Yang Wei roared. Everyone, keep attacking. Victory is ours. Kill. Among the army that has been exonerated, Yang Wei currently holds the highest military rank besides Xia Yuan, and his strength and prestige have earned him the trust of the entire army. At Yang Wei's shout, the army, which had initially shown signs of chaos, gradually calmed down. Then, the army continued its attack on Qinyan City. Although Xia Yuan was seriously wounded, he did not die in battle. He had a significant impact on the army, but it was not enough to cause the army to collapse. 1,000 martial arts practitioners also joined the battle at this moment, assisting the army in protecting the siege engines. Their strength may not be very high, but it is more than enough to stop the thunderbolt. But the soldiers near the 3 siege engines were then caught in the crossfire. Those soldiers were all ordinary soldiers. Countless were killed or wounded in the explosion of the thunderbolt, with more than half of them dying on the spot. Despite suffering heavy casualties, the 3 siege engines gradually approached the walls of Qinyan City. Some of the soldiers responsible for the siege have already boarded the siege engines and are ready to begin the assault. On the city wall of Qinyan City, the female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army, who were subjected to intense manual crossbow firing, faced a considerable physical challenge. All the female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army had their battle robes soaked with sweat. Sweating profusely. That's the best way to describe them right now. Sweat dripped from their foreheads and into their eyes, making them feel very uncomfortable. The female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army only raised their hands to wipe the sweat from their faces with their sleeves. They did nothing else. Since the start of the battle, they have been the most exhausted. But even though they were exhausted, no one complained. Instead, everyone gritted their teeth and persevered. This is only the beginning of the siege. Once the enemy's siege engines get close to the city walls and the siege officially begins, these female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army will retreat from the city walls and make room for the attack. Because their close combat skills are very poor. On the top of the city gate tower, as Cheng Yufu watched the siege engines gradually approach the city wall, her expression grew serious, and she became anxious. Shiyu, hurry up. Sister Yufu, it seems like we're not doing anything right. The thunderclap bombs are too slow. They get knocked away by the enemy every time. Shiyu looked extremely anxious. The power of the heaven-shaking thunder was indeed great, and its effect was not insignificant, but it could never produce the results they wanted. Never mind that for now. Just give me a few more thunderclap bombs at once. Cheng Yufu said anxiously. Good. Shiyu replied heavily, then picked up 3 thunderbolts at once, twisted the 3 fuses together, lit them, and handed them to Cheng Yufu. Cheng Yufu took the Jintian, paused briefly, and then threw it with all her might at the nearest siege engine directly in front of her. Let me. Seeing another thunderbolt thrown from the city wall, a martial arts practitioner immediately shouted and leaped up to block it. However, 3 thunderbolts exploded less than a meter away from him. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions rang out in succession. Countless iron filings, carrying a powerful impact, directly turned this martial arts practitioner into a plug. The remaining iron filings flew towards the generals and martial arts figures below. Chapter 399 The Battle of Qingyun City 9. The 3 thunderbolts exploded almost simultaneously, producing a power far greater than that of a single thunderbolt, and their destructive force was also much greater. Efficient, Cheng Yufu exclaimed in delight. See ya quick. Sister Yufu, here you go. Shiyu excitedly handed over the 3 heaven-shaking thunderbolts. She had witnessed the scene just now, and she was incredibly excited. Cheng Yufu took the thunderclap and repeated her previous actions, hesitating for a moment before throwing it over. Boom, boom, boom. Just like before, 3 thunderclaps rang out in succession. Then, countless iron filings flew out, turning some enemy soldiers into sieves. This situation sent chills down the spines of the generals and martial arts figures protecting the siege engines. Unstoppable. They can't stop them. Stop them. Even if it means risking our lives, we must stop them. The siege engine is about to reach the city wall. We absolutely cannot let the rebels destroy it. We must stop them. Yang Wei's roar rang out at that moment. He held the gun in one hand and pointed the other at the top of the Qingyun City Gate Tower, shouting, "Archers, shoot them both down. All archers, aim at those 2. Shoot them to death." Upon hearing this, the archers in the army immediately abandoned their suppression of the Qin defenders on the city wall and instead turned their attention to Cheng Yufu and Shiyu on the top of the city gate tower. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As a hail of arrows rained down, the already gloomy sky seemed to turn as if night had fallen. Upon seeing this, Cheng Yufu and Siye showed a hint of fear on their faces. There are too many arrows. Without shields, they simply couldn't have stopped so many arrows. And at this moment, on the second floor of the city gate tower, Qin Anyang, with his hands behind his back, stared intently at the battlefield and spoke. Xiaoya, go and shield Yufu and the others from the rain of arrows. Also, bring up another box of thunderbolts so they can increase their efforts and destroy the enemy's siege engines as soon as possible. Yes, sir, Xiaoya replied with a serious expression. Although she was usually a bit wild, she would never act recklessly when it came to matters of principle. He picked up a shield in one hand and a box of thunderclaps in the other, jumped out of the city gate tower, stepped onto the roof tiles, and with a leap, landed steadily on the top of the city gate tower. Sister Yufu, Shiyu, Master sent me to help you. Stop talking nonsense and come over here to raise the shield. Cheng Yufu said anxiously. Xiaoya, hurry. Siye said anxiously. But Xiaoya's arrival brought a sigh of relief to the 2 women. It's not that they can't face the rain of arrows on their own, but rather that they don't have the energy to do so. The siege engines were about to reach the city wall, and they had to hurry and destroy them. Otherwise, once the siege engines got close to the city wall and the enemy launched an attack, it would be very bad news for the Qin defenders on the city wall. Fortunately, now that Xiaoya has joined the team, the 2 can fully dedicate themselves to throwing the thunderbolt. Xiaoya raised her shield to protect the 3 from the rain of arrows. Siye swiftly ignited the thunderclap bomb and handed it to Cheng Yufu. Cheng Yufu took the thunderclap bomb, waited a short while with practiced ease, and then threw it out with all her might. The 3 women worked together to unleash a fighting force that chilled the enemy to the bone, and a sense of fear enveloped all the enemy generals and soldiers. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening explosions continued, and the siege engines were momentarily brought to a standstill. Yang Wei was furious when he realized what was going on. All generals, follow me and kill. Yang Wei, holding a gun in one hand, rushed onto the siege vehicle with swift steps and leaped from the platform on top of the vehicle. Kill! Yang Wei roared and leaped high into the air, thrusting his spear forward as he charged towards the city wall. His idea was simple. Since they couldn't passively withstand the deafening thunderbolts, they decided to turn the tables and use their superior strength to storm the city walls, giving the main army a chance to attack. Yang Wei believed that once he set off, those generals would follow closely behind. As for those Jianghu figures, it doesn't matter if you want to join or not. Even if those people didn't follow, but continued to protect the siege engine, they could still play a significant role. Yang Wei's charge was undoubtedly something no one had expected. On the city wall. Quick, go stop him. Don't let him get up here. Brothers, kill him. Kill him. In an instant, many Qin soldiers rushed towards this side. The female soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army, including the logistics personnel, retreated from the area immediately, giving the main army enough space to fight. Furthermore, they have been fighting for so long and are already exhausted. Staying here would only be a burden to the army. Yang Wei's attack was incredibly swift. The moment he leaped onto the city wall, he thrust his spear straight up and killed a defender. Even though the garrison was wearing steel armor, he was still powerless against Yang Wei's shot. Kill! Yang Wei stood on the city wall, roared, and launched an attack on the Qin soldiers around him with his spear. With his immense strength, ordinary soldiers were completely powerless against him. One shot, one life. Every shot is fatal. At this moment, Yang Wei was like a god of war, brave and unparalleled. However, even before the war began, Qin Anyang had anticipated this move by the enemy, and the 2,000 Qin Imperial Army soldiers displayed their formidable combat capabilities at this moment. The two squads closest to Yang Wei's landing point, totaling 20 female guards, charged forward immediately, swords in hand. Someone stepped over the low wall and moved swiftly and lightly toward Yang Wei. Someone, riding a crossbow, reached Yang Wei in just a few steps. Someone sprinted across the middle of the aisle, and their speed was just as fast. The moment Yang Wei landed, 20 female guards attacked him. Before Yang Wei could even open the battlefield space, he was surrounded by the 20 female guards. Faced with the simultaneous attack of 20 people, Yang Wei was overwhelmed. In just one exchange, he had 7 or 8 shallow wounds on his body. General Yang, I'm here to help you. Kill. General Yang, I've arrived. Brothers, follow General Yang and fight. At this moment, one general after another rushed onto the siege engine with weapons in hand, and used the platform on the siege engine to leap onto the city wall. Their arrival instantly relieved Yang Wei's pressure. But the Qin dynasty is not to be trifled with either. Azure Dragon Army, kill. White Tiger Army, kill. Charge the enemy troops, kill. Sunfire Army, kill. Azura Army, kill. Spark Army, kill. Great Qin Imperial Army, kill. Chapter 400 Battle of Qingyun City 10. The shouts of Yi Mingjia and his 6 companions rang out one after another, and even Cheng Yufu, who was throwing thunderbolts from the city gate tower, was no exception. The city walls must not be lost. Kill! Yang Wei roared, gripped his spear tightly with both hands, and swept it horizontally forward. Faced with such a powerful attack, the female guards had no choice but to retreat, which was exactly what Yang Wei wanted. After forcing back the female guards in front of him, Yang Wei immediately took 2 steps forward to occupy the empty space, leaving a place for his reinforcements to land. Really, Yang Wei had only taken 2 steps forward, enough to make room for 2 people, when 2 generals with broadswords landed behind him. After the 2 generals landed, kill! General Yang, we're here to help you. The 2 men, wielding broadswords, immediately joined the battle. Yang Wei attacked the left side of the city wall, while 2 generals attacked the right side. Their objective was simple: expand the occupied area. Only in this way can we gain a foothold on the city wall and eventually capture it. However, the Qin dynasty will not give the enemy that opportunity. Yi Mingjia, Bai Zhan, Ho Lingxiu, Zhu Hua, Pang Liren, Tang Yangyu, Xie Yongxiu, and Luo Xingho, 8 people, rushed towards this place from various parts of the city wall. In addition, 2,000 Qin imperial soldiers also rushed towards this place at the same time. Although the city wall was not wide, it did not pose a significant restriction for these cultivators who were stronger than ordinary people. As for the ordinary soldiers, they could only retreat to the side or simply walk down the city wall. They cannot interfere in battles between cultivators, at least not in such a confined space. In fact, they would only make things worse. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst the flashing swords and the clash of blades, Yang Wei and his generals suffered a terrible beating. Too many. There are just too many people in the Qin dynasty. At first, Yang Wei and his team were able to carve out a territory by relying on their own superior skills. But what followed was an attack by a group of ethereal female guards dressed in white, with an air of otherworldly grace. In terms of individual strength, the 2,000 female guards of the Qin Imperial Army were no match for generals like Yang Wei, but they had the advantage of numbers, and the city walls were Qin territory. The result was, every Anwu general or martial arts practitioner who stands on the city wall will face an attack by at least 5 female guards. The area occupied by Yang Wei and his group gradually shrank. Just then, boom, a deafening explosion rang out below the city wall, and the force of the blast knocked over countless enemy soldiers. Protect the siege engine. No, the siege engine must not be destroyed. Damn it, damn it. One of the siege engines that the Anwu Kingdom Army was escorting along the way was destroyed just as it was about to approach the walls of Qingyan City. It also took the lives of thousands of soldiers, and countless others were wounded. It worked. It finally worked. I never imagined that the power of the heaven-shaking thunder was so great. Cheng Yufu was overjoyed. Seeing that the battle was at a stalemate and the siege engine was getting closer and closer to the city wall, she frantically picked up a box of thunderclap bombs, lit one of them, and threw the whole box of thunderclap bombs out. There were also more than 20 thunderbolts inside the box. Cheng Yufu was just trying it out at the time, but she actually succeeded. One of the siege engines that had previously failed to destroy even after using up a whole box of thunderbolts was destroyed at this moment. The destruction of the siege engine brought joy to some and sorrow to others. Xiaoya, quick! Go and bring up 2 more boxes of thunderclap bombs. Cheng Yufu said excitedly. I'll go right away. Xiaoya replied with a joyful expression. She handed the shield in her hand to Xia and then jumped off the roof. With a slight push, he landed on the eaves of the 2nd floor and returned to the 2nd floor of the city gate tower. Master, we succeeded. Upon landing, Xiaoya couldn't contain her joy and shared the good news with Qin Anyang. Qin Anyang smiled slightly and raised his eyes to indicate, don't be too happy yet. There are still 2 siege engines. Humph. Xiaoya snorted and pouted, saying, it's just 2 siege engines. We can blow them up in no time. As she spoke, Xiaoya picked up a box of thunderclap thunderbolts in one hand, hurriedly jumped off the 2nd floor, and leaped off the eaves, disappearing from Qin Anyang's sight. This girl. Qin Anyang smiled helplessly. My lord, the ambush has failed. Luo Qinghuan's voice came from behind. Qin Anyang was startled, turned around to look, and asked with concern. My lady, were you injured on this trip? No. Luo Qinghuan shook her head, but no need for further explanation. Qin Anyang placed a finger between Luo Qinghuan's lips, his eyes filled with tenderness as he said, as long as you are safe, that's all that matters. Luo Qinghuan smiled, a warm feeling rising in her heart, and took the initiative to reach out and hold Qin Anyang's hand. Husband, how is the situation now? It's still under control, but Qin Anyang hesitated. But what? Luo Qinghuan asked curiously. Come with me. Qin Anyang pulled Luo Qinghuan to the left, pointed to the city wall not far ahead, and said, My lady, you still need to lend a hand there and drive those people away. The city walls cannot be lost, otherwise the situation may very well get out of control. Luo Qinghuan frowned slightly. I'll go right away. After saying that, Luo Qinghuan released Qin Anyang's hand, drew the immortal slaying sword from her waist, and with light steps, flew out of the city gate tower and headed towards the battlefield. Kill, watch out behind you, clang clang snap. The noise never stopped. Both sides were already bloodthirsty. However, upon closer inspection, it can be seen that most of the casualties on both sides were injuries, with very few fatalities. A group of cultivators have extremely strong self-protection abilities, not to mention that they also help each other. So, there were many wounded, but very few killed in action. Yang Wei, come and fight. Tang Yangyu roared and charged through the crowd with his broadsword, his target Yang Wei. Fight then. Do you really think this general is afraid of a traitor like you? Yang Wei was not to be outdone, and took the initiative to meet the attack with his spear. The two were locked in combat, exchanging no less than 100 blows in a short period of time. But the terrain limited the area where the two could engage in combat. If one person wields a knife and the other a gun, in a fight within such a confined space, the person wielding the knife will always have some advantage. The two were roughly equal in strength, both at the 6th rank of cultivation. The former had just entered the 6th rank, while the latter was already a veteran 6th rank expert. Tang Yongyu, wielding a broadsword more nimbly than a spear, managed to hold his own against Yang Wei, with neither side able to gain the upper hand in the short term. Few could intervene in their battle. Just then, Yang Wei caught a glimpse of a beautiful figure in white rushing towards them. Not good. Yang Wei's expression changed drastically. A chill ran through his body, and a sense of fear welled up in his heart. That figure looked so familiar.